Lu Feng traversed the vast wilderness, ascending to the position of the master brother and deputy leader of the Jie. All matters pertaining to the sect were managed by Lu Feng. With the impending calamity of the Fengshan investiture of the gods, he decisively resolved to disband the sect during Tongtian's visit to the Xiao Palace. While the investiture, forget it entirely, let us overturn the table and cease all games. Xiao Palace. The various saints, engaged in the signing of the Fengshan list, pressed Tongtian to hasten his endorsement, urging him to elevate his disciples onto the list. Tongtian, what do you mean by a list and disciples? The Jie has ceased to exist. Chapter 1. Disbanding the Jie. In the primordial realm, on Jinao Island. Deputy Leader. We greet the Deputy Leader. Lu Feng made his way through the throngs of disciples, acknowledging their bows with nods. Yet, a sense of melancholy clouded his expression. Since his arrival in this realm, nearly 100,000 years had passed. In that span, Lu Feng had ascended from the lowest echelons of existence to become the deputy leader of the Jie under Tongtian. However, he had never wished for this title. Had it not been for Tongtian's life-saving grace years ago, Lu Feng would not have been so easily lured into the Jie. By the time he realized his predicament, he found himself firmly seated in the deputy leader's position, a change now seemingly impossible. In truth, he had contemplated resigning from his role within the sect. Yet, after years of camaraderie, the thought of parting ways with such a large group of people tugged at his heartstrings. As a newcomer from a later era, Lu Feng was all too aware of the inevitable fate awaiting the Jie, especially after the calamity of the Fengshan. From Tongtian to the lowest disciple, none would escape unscathed. Lu Feng had attempted to broach this topic with Tongtian, but each time he did, the words were shrouded by the veil of fate. Thus, he found himself unable to voice his concerns, merely watching as time slipped away, now standing at the threshold of the Fengshan calamity. Gazing at the thick clouds of disaster looming over Jinao Island, Lu Feng let out a soft sigh. Not far off, the ethereal glow of Bo Palace could be seen. Today, as Tongtian emerged from seclusion, the Jie members naturally came to pay their respects. However, just as Lu Feng entered, Tongtian smiled at him. You've arrived? Perfect. I have matters to discuss with you. Lu Feng returned a faint smile and took a seat beside Tongtian. May I inquire what urgent matter requires my attention, master? Despite never having acknowledged him as a disciple, Lu Feng had always regarded Tongtian as his teacher. As Tongtian spoke, a furrow of concern creased his brow. With the calamity of the Fengshan approaching, the Tao ancestor of Xiao Palace has summoned the saints to deliberate. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's heart sank. Indeed, what was destined to arrive would eventually come. Is master concerned for the Jie? Tongtian nodded. Indeed, I have been in seclusion for many years, and all matters concerning the Jie have been managed by you. Now that I have finally emerged, I should assume responsibility for sect affairs, yet I must again impose upon you. Lu Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. In truth, even with Tongtian's return, he had seldom seen him manage the sect's affairs. After spending considerable time within the Jie, Lu Feng gradually came to understand the nature of figures like Tongtian and others. They were all individuals who disregarded trifles, expressing whatever came to mind without restraint. Having experienced the cutthroat rivalries of the workplace in his previous life, Lu Feng found himself profoundly satisfied to encounter such a harmonious environment. This satisfaction was the reason he had remained with the Jie for so long, despite knowing that it would ultimately meet a dismal fate. If you must go, master, please be cautious. Lu Feng could not articulate the fate awaiting the Jie, but could only offer a subtle reminder. This is not a favorable situation for us. Tongtian waved his hand dismissively, not necessarily. Besides, with my elder and second brothers here, Jie will undoubtedly thrive. Seeing Tongtian's carefree demeanor, Lu Feng felt a sense of helplessness. It was indeed amusing that Tongtian still cheerfully trusted his two brothers. One must consider that once the calamity of the Feng commenced, these two brothers would prove to be exceedingly ruthless. Though Lu Feng had foreknowledge of the impending events, he could not directly disclose his concerns. Given the current camaraderie between Tongtian and Laozi Yuanshi, revealing the truth would only serve to sow discord among brothers. Yet, remaining silent would mean that upon Tongtian's return, the entire Jie would face a far graver situation. Until he emerged from the Bayou Palace, Lu Feng could not conceive of a viable strategy. In truth, for over 100,000 years, he had been contemplating various responses, yet they all pointed toward a singular conclusion: the dissolution of Jie. Rather than awaiting the inevitable forceful conscription of Jie disciples into the Feng, it would be wiser to dissolve the sect preemptively, thereby averting a potential upheaval. After all, if Tongtian were to return after attending the meeting at Xianxia Palace, it would be too late. Countless times, Feng had contemplated this decision, only to abandon the thought. After all, as long as the final hour had not yet struck, how could one hastily dissolve Jie? However, with the situation now critical, he felt compelled to revisit this ultimate solution. The Feng xianxia was aimed squarely at Jie. Upon Tongtian's exit from the palace, he would be confronted with the formidable tactics of his two elder brothers. Yet, if Feng were to dissolve Jie now, by the time the meeting at Xianxia Palace concluded, they might find themselves unable to locate any of Jie's disciples, leaving the fate of the calamity uncertain. With this in mind, after Tongtian departed from Jie, Feng swiftly summoned all disciples. "I have gathered you all today to announce an important matter." Before him stood the first generation of Jie disciples, including Dao Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. Behind them were their attendants, the seven fairies, Zhao Gongming, and the three sisters of Sanshao. Further back were the second and third generations of disciples. In the presence of Feng, even the esteemed elder disciples like Dao Bao showed profound respect. "We greet the deputy sect master." Feng raised his hand and spoke coldly. "As the calamity approaches, in order to prepare for any eventuality, I hereby declare that Jie shall be dissolved from this day forth." The voice of Feng resonated in the ears of every disciple of the Jie, filling them with astonishment. Doubt was palpable in the eyes of Duo Bao. These first-generation disciples had been personally guided by Feng. Although the Saint Tongtian often provided them with counsel, it was Feng who had spent the most time by their side since the inception of the Jie. Now, the revelation that Feng intended to dissolve the Jie was utterly unfathomable to Duo Bao and the others. "Deputy Master, is there some misunderstanding? Why the sudden decision to dissolve the Jie?" Jean Ling stepped forward, her gaze tinged with reluctance. "Brother Lu, now that we have entered the Jie, we shall not leave easily. Or is it that you no longer wish to oversee us?" Gu Ling and the sisters of Sanshao echoed, their voices filled with determination. "Indeed, Brother Lu, we refuse to depart from the Jie. Even if challenges arise, we shall face them together." "Absolutely." Seeing the resolute expressions on their faces, Feng felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. With a heavy sigh, he finally spoke. "This calamity is of great significance. This is the last solution I could conceive." Chapter 2. I have dissolved it, yet the golden finger has just arrived. Witnessing the helplessness on Feng's face, the disciples summoned their courage and declared, "Then we shall not leave. Indeed, I will not depart. No matter the difficulties ahead, I shall remain." Listening to their words, Feng couldn't help but feel a wave of emotions. These disciples had once been individuals he had personally guided into the fold. He had traversed to this realm even before the establishment of the Jie. At that time, he was merely a fledgling Bodhi sapling, yet encountered a thunderous tribulation during his transformation. He had thought his journey would end abruptly, only to unexpectedly receive the blessings of Tongtian, successfully weathering the tribulation and transforming. Subsequently, Feng joined Tongtian on Golden Ao Island, where he established a sanctuary and served as the guardian of the Jie. He watched as Tongtian accepted disciple after disciple, witnessing their growth and development. Indeed, Feng had once sought to become Tongtian's disciple. However, at that time, Tongtian had not revealed his true identity, and after some calculations, Feng's request was declined. Yet, after the establishment of the new sanctuary, Feng was appointed as the deputy master. It was not until Duo Bao's arrival that Feng realized he had inadvertently stumbled into the quagmire of the Jie. Initially, Feng had contemplated leaving, but considering the kindness Tongtian had shown him and the vastness of Golden Ao Island, with Duo Bao being so small, he decided to stay. Thus, 10,000 years passed in a blink, witnessing countless changes and the cataclysm of the witch and demon. Remembering the devastation of that era, Feng steeled his resolve once more. "This matter requires no further discussion. The saint has entrusted the Jie to me, and I must act in accordance with its honor. From this day forth, you shall return whence you came. This, too, is your destiny." With Feng's words, the disciples present exchanged glances, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with silence, a figure suddenly stepped forward, kneeling on one knee before Lu Feng. "By the order of the Vice Master, I dare not disobey," the individual proclaimed. "Today, I, Chang'er, bid farewell to the Vice Master and to all my senior brothers and sisters." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's expression remained unchanged. "Go ahead," he replied. Lu Feng was somewhat familiar with this individual. Chang'er, the celestial of steadfast light, ultimately made his way to the west, successfully evading the calamity of the divine list. In fact, he had resorted to dubious means that resulted in the downfall of many of his fellow disciples. Releasing him early was a form of avoidance for the others, sparing them from potential future betrayals. Conversely, the expressions of Duo Bao and the others grew increasingly indignant. "Chang'er, the celestial of steadfast light," one exclaimed, "our master has treated you well, how could you?" Jinling was on the verge of lashing out, but Lu Feng raised his hand to silence them. "Each individual has their own opportunities," he stated. "Your remaining here in the sect benefits no one. It is better for you to depart while you still can." With Lu Feng's endorsement and the confirmation from Chang'er, countless disciples began to stir with restless anticipation. Only Duo Bao and his steadfast companions remained resolute. Lu Feng chose to disregard their presence, patiently awaiting their respectful departure. It was not until 2/5 of the assembly had left that he turned his gaze towards those who remained standing firmly in place. "Do you understand why I wish for you to leave?" he inquired, his tone imbued with a remarkable patience reserved for those loyal to the sect. Duo Bao and the others shook their heads. Since their entry into the sect, they had been under Lu Feng's guidance, and he had managed the affairs of the sect with great diligence and order. It would not be an exaggeration to regard Lu Feng as their second teacher. Now, with no reasonable explanation for his insistence on their departure, how could they possibly comply? Lu Feng chuckled lightly. "I shall be frank with you. This calamity of the divine list is directed at our sect. You may argue that our sect is protected by a sage, but what if I were to tell you that a sage is indeed involved this time? Do you think our sect's strength can withstand such a force?" Lu Feng's words cut through the fog of confusion that enveloped the disciples like a sharp blade. Duo Bao cautiously asked, "What must we do to salvage the sect?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Feng replied thoughtfully, "In this moment, it is best to disband the sect, allowing each of you to seek your own opportunities. In the future, it may not be impossible to re-establish the sect." Upon hearing that the sect might rise again, the disciples were filled with joy and excitement. "So what we must do now is strive to grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger can we preserve the sect and rebuild it." Indeed, seeing that the disciples were beginning to grasp the situation, Lu Feng lost interest in prolonging the discussion. He waved his hand gracefully, lifting the barrier over Golden Ao Island. Simultaneously, the entire primordial realm sensed a shift in the fortunes emanating from Golden Ao Island. From this day forth, the Jie Sect is disbanded. The ethereal sound of the Tao resonated throughout the vast expanse of Hongwang. Lu Feng's figure gradually faded from sight. As they beheld the vanishing echoes in the air, the disciples, such as Dao Bao, felt their eyes welling with tears and could not help but kneel on the ground, bowing several times in the direction where Lu Feng had departed. Obeying the deputy sect master's command, sensing the presence of disciples on Jinao Island gradually dissipating, Lu Feng finally revealed himself once more, though his eyes now bore a hint of melancholy. The island, usually vibrant with life, was now engulfed in solitude. Leaning against his true form, Lu Feng gazed quietly into the distance. It was at this moment that a light chime echoed within his mind. Ding! The host has completed the Jie Sect bonding mission, activating the Jie Sect disciple cultivation system. Lu Feng paused momentarily, then quickly realized. Had he finally received the fabled golden finger of transmigration? It was worth noting that he had already traversed this realm for over 100,000 years, and now the golden finger had finally arrived. Moreover, this system was named the Jie Sect Disciple Cultivation System. As the name implies, it was intended for the proper cultivation of Jie Sect disciples. However, all the disciples had been forcibly expelled by him. Where was he to find disciples to cultivate? For a fleeting moment, Lu Feng felt that even with his immense composure, he was on the verge of unraveling. Whose idea was it to devise a system like this? System? Are you not going to provide any explanation? Jie Sect Disciple Cultivation System. From this day forth, any novels penned by the host will be published in Hongwang. As long as the Jie Sect disciples can comprehend and strengthen themselves, the host will receive corresponding rewards. After hearing the introduction, Lu Feng was left utterly speechless. With all the disciples having fled, How could he guide anyone? Had he known, he would have postponed the disbandment. But now that the deed was done, no amount of regret would alter the outcome. Meanwhile, news of the Jie Sect's disbandment began to spread rapidly throughout Hongwang. The first to catch wind of it were the Kunlun Mountains. As rivals, the Chan sect had always been particularly attentive to the movements of the Jie Sect. Upon learning of the Jie Sect's dissolution, the Chan sect was nearly thrown into chaos. Chapter 3. The fortuitous encounter of the three sisters within the ancient and majestic palace. The Taoist of the burning lamp sat at the high seat. With the departure of the saint of the Chan religion, all matters pertaining to it were now managed by the Taoist of the burning lamp. Elder brother, I have investigated thoroughly, and there is indeed no trace of life within Golden Ao Island. It seems the disciples of the Jie sect have truly disbanded, reported the real man of the Jade Cauldron, though his eyes betrayed an undeniable excitement. The three teachings of the Xianmen, setting aside the teachings of humanity, which consist of only a handful of disciples, have seen the Chan and Jie sects vie against each other for many years without resolution. Now that the Jie sect has disbanded, does that not mean the Chan sect can ascend to dominance? Just the thought of this stirred a profound exhilaration among the Chan sect's ranks. However, the Taoist of the burning lamp, seated at the high seat, found the situation rather puzzling. The Jie sect had been flourishing under the leadership of the Saint Tongtian. How could they possibly choose to disband, especially at a time when the saints were gathered at the Purple Cloud Palace? Could it be that the dissolution of the Jie sect was related to this assembly? A multitude of thoughts raced through the mind of the Taoist of the burning lamp as he finally turned his gaze to the real man of the Jade Cauldron standing below. Have someone investigate thoroughly why they chose to disband so suddenly. The real man of the Jade Cauldron, sensing the urgency, quickly replied, from our investigations, it seems that the disbandment of the Jie sect was solely orchestrated by the deputy sect master, Lu Feng. Lu Feng, the Taoist of the burning lamp, immediately turned his head. As a fellow deputy sect master, he had never held Lu Feng in high regard, as the man was known for his reclusive nature and had seldom interacted with him. Furthermore, his abilities were not particularly remarkable. Yet now, he had abruptly disbanded the entire Jie sect. The Taoist felt an overwhelming sense of conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. For the moment, it was prudent to observe the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, unaware of the thoughts brewing at Kunlun Mountain, was wholly focused on accomplishing his own task. After numerous discussions with the system, they finally reached a consensus. The system provided Lu Feng with a corresponding map of locations to help him pinpoint the whereabouts of disciples, thereby offering them guidance towards their fortunes. Of course, Lu Feng found himself lacking in tangible resources at present, since he had no physical items to offer. Perhaps theoretical knowledge would suffice? Worst case, he could write down all the mythological tales he knew and disseminate them throughout the Hongwang. Surely, some disciples would stumble upon them. In a great mountain within Hongwang, the three sisters of the Shaos glanced at the blazing sun above and ultimately decided to seek a place to rest. We have been out in the world for so long. Why have we yet to discover the opportunity that elder brother Lu mentioned? Bai Xiao, with her lively disposition, spoke without reservation. Yun Xiao, embodying a more cautious demeanor, shot her a glare after hearing Bai Xiao's words. We have only been away from Golden Ao Island for a few days, and such opportunities are not something one can simply seek out and encounter. It's best not to dwell on these matters. Bai Xiao nodded in agreement, but in the next moment, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Elder sister, it seems there is a jade slip over there. Following the direction indicated by Bai Xiao, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao also perked up. Xiong Xiao raised her hand, and the jade slip fell into her grasp. What could this be? Xiong Xiao cast a puzzled glance at her two sisters. In fact, the other two wore equally baffled expressions. Why don't we open it and see? A hint of eagerness sparkled in Bai Xiao's eyes. Upon hearing this, Xiong Xiao immediately infused a portion of her consciousness into the slip, but as soon as her consciousness entered, it was abruptly pulled into a miniature world. Initially, this realm was shrouded in darkness, but gradually, colors began to emerge with Xiong Xiao's arrival. Before long, a figure began to materialize amidst the hues. At first, it was minuscule, but soon it grew larger, revealing a statue of a female saint. Through this sacred image, Xiong Xiao felt as though she could perceive the entirety of the woman's life, her journey from cultivation to ascending to the rank of a saint. Time slipped away unnoticed. When Xiong Xiao's consciousness was finally expelled from this little world, her eyes were filled with astonishment. Simultaneously, a fragment of the power of laws had manifested in her hand. This power was derived from her understanding alongside that female saint within the miniature realm. Second sister, you have finally emerged. Xiong Xiao exhaled a breath of relief. No worries, I merely grasped an opportunity. At this, Xianxia promptly handed the jade slip to Yunxiao and Bai Xiao. This jade slip contains a miniature world that can unfold the life of a saint. You both should take a look and see if you can glean any insights from it. Upon hearing Xianxiao's words, both Yunxiao and Bai Xiao wore expressions of astonishment. The life of a saint is so elusive. How could it possibly be contained within this jade slip? However, the power of laws in Xianxiao's hand was undeniably real. Yunxiao and Bai Xiao exchanged glances, and then Yunxiao offered the jade slip to Bai Xiao. Third sister, why don't you try first? Bai Xiao, without hesitation, eagerly accepted the jade slip, yet the moment her consciousness touched it, an invisible barrier seemed to repel her, causing the slip to bounce back. Observing this, Yunxiao also ventured a portion of her consciousness inside. But the result was the same. Xianxia wore a look of surprise, followed by a wry smile. It seems this jade slip can only be entered by me. Both Yunxiao and Bai Xiao were magnanimous individuals. After all, as sisters, the acquisition of fortune by any one of them was a cause for great celebration. It appears this opportunity was specifically meant for our second sister. Xianxiao mused as she caressed the jade slip, but she suddenly froze upon encountering a particular protrusion on its surface. Eldest sister, third sister, come look. This jade slip seems to belong to Brother Lu. The three sisters had a good relationship with Lu Feng, thus they never referred to him as the deputy leader. Moreover, Lu Feng and Tongtian were not master and disciple. Tongtian treated Lu Feng exceptionally well. So the disciples of the Jie readily acknowledged Lu Feng as their uncle. Initially, Lu Feng would engage in conversation, but eventually, he simply let them be. After all, he held a nominal position within Jie. However, it is precisely due to their close relationship that the Sanshao sisters are particularly familiar with the treasures in Lu Feng's possession. For instance, the jade slip they currently hold is smooth to the touch, yet only upon examining its side do they discover a small seal upon it. The design of this seal is none other than Lu Feng's Bodhi emblem. After careful scrutiny, the three sisters are ultimately convinced that this jade slip indeed belongs to Lu Feng. It is surprising that senior brother Lu's jade slip would be found in such a place. One can only wonder if he is aware of it. Bai Xiao, glancing around, confidently asserts, senior brother Lu must be aware of this matter. If he were not, how could he have prompted us to venture forth in search of opportunities? Upon hearing this, Yunxiao and Xianxia suddenly come to a realization. Indeed, although senior brother Lu typically remains inconspicuous, his innovative methods are ever abundant. Today's events must surely be orchestrated by him. Chapter 4. Steady progress. Xianxia pondered deeply over the principles in her grasp, and in an instant, a technique materialized in her mind. Initially, this technique appeared as a mere indistinct shadow, but as Xianxiao's comprehension deepened, its form gradually clarified. Eventually, she was able to discern the name of the technique, the devouring sky technique. At the moment she beheld the name, a flicker of astonishment sparkled in her eyes. This was indeed a technique of the great Tao. Noticing her unusual demeanor, her sisters, Yunxiao and Bai Xiao, immediately sensed something was amiss. Eldest sister, what is wrong? Xianxiao, still in a daze, replied, I have comprehended a technique from this fragment of principle. Both Yunxiao and Bai Xiao were taken aback. Is there a technique within? Xianxiao nodded and continued. Moreover, it is a technique of the great Tao. As soon as the words left her lips, both Yunxiao and Bai Xiao gasped in unison. What? It is actually a technique of the great Tao? At that moment, they felt as though their minds were momentarily paralyzed by disbelief. To put it more precisely, they were so astonished that they could hardly think straight. Although they belonged to the sect of saints, their encounters with techniques of the primordial golden immortal level had already been remarkable enough. Now, to have the chance to comprehend a technique of the great Tao, this was nothing short of a leap to the heavens. However, it took little time for Bai Xiao and Yunxiao to regain their composure. The most vivacious among them, Bai Xiao, eagerly grasped the hands of her sisters. Eldest sister, second sister, let us hasten to explore further. Brother Lu has said that we only need to wander through the primordial realm, and we shall surely encounter our fortune. Now that second sister has found hers, perhaps the next chance awaits me and eldest sister. Yunxiao shared the same sentiment. Brother Lu's prowess was far beyond their imagination, and he had presented them with a technique of the great Tao. Even without the technique, the fragment of principle that Xianxiao had comprehended was already impressive. Moreover, this was an opportunity that anyone could encounter. Merely contemplating it was enough to ignite excitement. At this moment, Lu Feng had no inkling that his offhand remark had birthed such a delightful misunderstanding. On Jie Island, tranquility reigned. With the absence of numerous disciples from the Jie Sect, the island felt significantly more serene. Only the prominent Bodhi tree remained strikingly noticeable. Lu Feng stretched his body, relishing this rare moment of peace. Having finally acquired his golden finger, he intended to seize this opportunity for earnest cultivation. At present, Lu Feng's cultivation level was not particularly high. He had only reached the realm of the profound immortal. However, Lu Feng had always maintained a low profile in front of others. The disciples of Jian'ao Island, upon joining the sect, had encountered this vice leader, and naturally, no foolhardy individual dared to provoke him. Thus, Lu Feng was able to survive thus far with a cultivation level below that of a golden immortal. Indeed, Lu Feng yearned for a breakthrough. However, his current circumstances rendered further advancement impossible. Contemplating this, he could not help but prod at his system. What had become of the myriad tales he had cast into the ether? Lu Feng pondered deeply. It seemed increasingly unlikely to summon back the disciples of the. Given this, he resolved to exploit the advantages of his system, directly pinning some mythological stories and disseminating them throughout the vast expanse of the Honghuang. Should any disciples of the encounter these myths, it might present an unforeseen opportunity. After all, he found himself devoid of alternative strategies. To Lu Feng's astonishment, this approach proved remarkably effective. Congratulations, host. You have successfully nurtured a disciple of the to 80%. As a reward, you are granted 100,000 years of cultivation and an innate spiritual root, Huang Hongli. The system's announcement arrived unexpectedly, accompanied by a dazzling display of fireworks. Lu Feng felt a tremendous surge of spiritual power coursing into his being. It was noteworthy that he had only spent a mere 100,000 years in the Honghuang. And now, simply by nurturing a single disciple, the system bestowed upon him the cultivation experience of the preceding 100,000 years. The sensation was indescribably exhilarating. Moreover, Lu Feng's greatest frustration lay in his innate limitations. Who could have anticipated that the system would promptly provide him with an innate spiritual root, a substantial boon for enhancing his foundation? After absorbing the entirety of his newfound cultivation, Lu Feng's previously stagnant realm experienced an unexpected breakthrough. He had ascended to the golden immortal stage. Reflecting on his journey through the Honghuang for over 100,000 years, he was finally overcome with emotion at attaining the golden immortal realm. However, once the excitement subsided, Lu Feng recalled the tasks that lay before him. The system had indicated that he had cultivated a disciple to 80% proficiency. Evidently, this so-called level of cultivation was linked to specific reward thresholds. He was left to wonder what rewards awaited him upon reaching 100%. If the host can nurture the target disciple to 100%, a grand final reward will be bestowed. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's spirits soared. What might constitute such a luxurious reward? Perhaps an example? Complete mastery of the laws. The system's response elicited an involuntary gasp from Lu Feng. Even the current saints wielded only a single law, and the completeness of that law was a matter of contention. Yet, here was the system, offering such a generous reward. One entire law for completion? If he could cultivate 3,000 disciples, would he not then master all 3,000 laws of the Honghuang? What heights might he achieve at that juncture? Lu Feng's thoughts began to spiral. But soon he regained his composure. With the spiritual root of Bodhi anchoring him, even in moments of impatience, he maintained clarity of mind when it mattered most. This, indeed, was one of the advantages of his foundation. After all, in the present circumstances, it is no small feat for Lu Feng to cultivate even a single disciple, let alone 3,000. The system is not engaged in a losing venture. The process of nurturing a disciple to perfection undoubtedly requires considerable effort. Moreover, Lu Feng remains unaware of who has grasped the mythological tales he has carelessly cast aside, nor can he predict when the next disciple will comprehend his mythological narratives. Having come to terms with these uncertainties, Lu Feng resolved to focus his mind on further cultivation. With his skills on the rise, he seized this opportunity to absorb the innate spiritual root of Huang Zhongli, thereby enhancing his foundation. In the pursuit of the Tao, a steady and methodical approach is undoubtedly the most pragmatic path. Chapter 5. Clearing the path on the side of the three sisters. Inspired perhaps by the incident involving xianxia, Bai Xiao felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through her. The mere thought of her own destiny potentially waiting in some hidden corner filled her with an excitement that was nearly palpable. However, the vastness of the primordial chaos posed a daunting challenge. Finding her unique opportunity amidst such expansiveness was no simple task. After facing numerous setbacks, Bai Xiao's demeanor gradually shifted towards a more composed nature. Yet, whenever she beheld the grand Tao-level techniques held by xianxia, an unmistakable envy flickered in her eyes. No matter how envious she felt, those opportunities rightfully belonged to xianxia. Not every technique was suited to them. And regardless of the caliber of the techniques in xianxia's possession, if they were incompatible with their cultivation, they would ultimately undermine their own foundations. After such a prolonged search, Bai Xiao transitioned from initial confidence to a growing sense of disappointment. I wonder where senior brother Lu has misplaced my opportunity. We have scoured the primordial chaos for so long, yet found nothing. Upon hearing Bai Xiao's words, Xianxia and Yunxiao could not help but respond. Do not lose heart. Opportunities are not easily uncovered. Moreover, senior brother Lu has always cherished you dearly. How could he not leave an opportunity for you? It is merely that we are not fated to encounter it today. Bai Xiao nodded, poised to express her thoughts when a sudden flash of golden light streaked above the heads of the three sisters. The sight of that golden radiance caused their expressions to shift dramatically. Is that not the golden light immortal? The golden light immortal is one of the 7 immortals serving the Jie Sect. However, today he appeared rushed, and his aura seemed considerably weakened. Before the three sisters could discern the situation, several streaks of light approached swiftly. Observing those luminous trails, the sisters' expressions turned grave. At that moment, the golden light immortal was engulfed in despair. He had not anticipated being targeted by the disciples of the Chan sect since leaving Golden Ao Island. After being relentlessly pursued by them for some time, he had reached the end of his strength. Leading the pursuit was the compassionate navigator, accompanied by the real person of Jade Cauldron and the real person of Tai. Upon seeing these figures, the golden light immortal's countenance shifted, yet the next moment he spat vehemently in a particular direction. Dingguang immortal, are you truly going to be a traitor? A figure soon materialized in the void. Undeniably the long-eared Dingguang immortal. Had it not been for long-eared Dingguang immortal revealing his whereabouts, the golden light immortal would not have been cornered to such a degree by the compassionate navigator and his associates. Facing long-eared Dingguang immortal, the golden light immortal could hardly contain his fury. However, before long-eared Dingguang immortal could respond, the compassionate navigator casually flicked his whisk. The golden light immortal truly is incorrigible. If you were to submit to me today and become my steed, I might consider sparing your life. The golden light immortal spat blood in fury. You shall not have it. As a disciple of the Jie Sect, how could I ever submit to you? The very thought of using me as a steed is mere fantasy. As these words escaped Jin Guangxian's lips, the long-eared Dingguangxian beside him chuckled softly. The Jie Sect has long been disbanded. It would be wise for us to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. Do not remain stubborn, my dear senior brother. Upon hearing long-eared Dingguangxian's words, Jin Guangxian's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Nonsense. Even though the Jie Sect has disbanded, I shall never bow to you. If you wish to kill or torture me, come forth with your intentions. Meanwhile, the Sanshao sisters approached with icy expressions. The disciples of the Jie Sect possess a unique aura. Though the sect may have disbanded, their presence can still be sensed across the vast wilderness. Moreover, the scent of the Chan sect is one they find utterly distasteful. Witnessing the plight of their fellow disciples, the Sanshao sisters could not stand idly by. In truth, Jin Guangxian was genuinely struggling against the combined forces of the 4 adversaries. No matter his prowess, he would eventually be overpowered. Long-eared Dingguangxian, if our master were to learn of this day's events, he would surely not spare you. Yet, long-eared Dingguangxian merely flickered his gaze. Even if our master were present, it would be of no consequence. Besides, I am not the one who disbanded the Jie Sect. Jin Guangxian, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. He bellowed and prepared to strike, but long-eared Dingguangxian seemed to anticipate his move, retreating directly behind the group led by Cihang Daoren. Brothers, since he refuses to submit, we might as well eradicate him. Although Cihang Daoren and the others displayed disdain, they remained serious in their approach to the disciples of the Jie Sect. Despite their inferior standing, many among them were wicked individuals, deserving of caution. As the 3 of them advanced to attack, Jin Guangxian resolutely closed his eyes. Come forth, if you dare. At that moment, 3 streaks of light descended before him, deflecting the assault from Cihang Daoren and his companions. Bixiao then extended her hand to assist the fallen Jin Guangxian. Jin Guangxian, how have you fallen to such depths? Hearing Bixiao's voice, surprise flickered in Jin Guangxian's eyes, swiftly followed by fury. Senior sister, long-eared Dingguangxian has betrayed us. Were it not for him, my position would not have been revealed to the Chan sect, nor would I have been hunted down to this extent. Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately cast a cold glance at long-eared Dingguangxian. Yunxiao and Bixiao also glared furiously. However, long-eared Dingguangxian displayed no shame, instead wearing an air of righteous conviction. Senior sisters, now that the Jie Sect has disbanded, it would be more pleasant for us to join the Chan sect rather than wander aimlessly. With your esteemed backgrounds, joining the Chan sect would likely elevate your status above mine. As long-eared Dingguangxian spoke, the expressions of the Sanshao sisters grew increasingly frigid. On the other side, the three disciples of Zihong gazed with eager anticipation. Should this long-eared rabbit succeed in persuading the Sanxiao sisters to join, it would be a case of resources being utilized to their fullest potential. Even if the rabbit could not be taken as a disciple, it might serve as a mount for them. However, the Sanxiao sisters, possessing extraordinary backgrounds, would soon stand on equal footing with them upon entering their sect. The disciples of Zihong were genuinely pleased at the prospect of expanding their teachings. Yet, at that moment, xianxia let out a cold laugh. Is that so? A mere sect like yours dares to dream of having us sisters join? You are nothing more than a long-eared rabbit. Were it not for your master, you would not be where you are today. Since you have the audacity to turn against your own kin, I shall take it upon myself to cleanse the ranks for my master today. Chapter 6. 1 against 3. As soon as Qiong Zhao's voice fell, she charged directly towards the long-eared, enlightened one. Jin Guangxian, witnessing her move, couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, be cautious." However, the long-eared, enlightened one wore a smug expression. Having anticipated that the Sanxiao sisters would not easily join the Chan sect, his previous words were merely intended to provoke them. Now, observing Qiong Zhao rushing forward as he had predicted, he felt a surge of excitement. With this turn of events, the Sanxiao sisters would be unable to join the Chan sect, and thus could no longer exert their influence over him. "Please, brothers, lend a hand." The Zihong Taoist, seeing that persuasion was futile with the Sanxiao sisters, prepared to intervene. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao and Bi Xiao remained remarkably calm. Jin Guangxian, growing anxious, urged, "Sisters, please go assist." He hesitated. "Those few are not." His words remained unfinished as Bi Xiao patted his shoulder. "What are you afraid of? Xiong Xiao is no longer the same as before. Just watch the show." Upon hearing Bi Xiao's words, Jin Guangxian felt a flicker of doubt. Yet in the next moment, an overwhelming surge of law power erupted from Qiong Xiao. With each step she took, the intensity of this power grew. By the time she stood before the long-eared, enlightened one, her law power surged forth to attack him. Though he attempted to defend himself, an enigmatic aura suddenly engulfed all of his spiritual energy, leaving him utterly depleted. No matter how he tried to summon his inner strength, he could only watch helplessly as Qiong Zhao's law power coiled around his mouth and nose, ultimately leading to his demise. From the moment Qiong Zhao struck until the conclusion, only a brief moment had passed, yet Jin Guangxian was left utterly stunned. Not only him, but Yin Xiao and Bi Xiao, standing nearby, were also taken aback. They were aware of their sister's strength, but they had not anticipated her prowess to be of such magnitude. It was known that their strengths had previously been quite even. When they united, they could barely match the Zihong Taoist. Yet now, Qiong Zhao had effortlessly annihilated the long-eared, enlightened one. Bi Xiao, without a doubt, mused that if Qiong Zhao wished, she could easily eliminate the Zihong Taoist and his companions as well. "When will I finally obtain the opportunity that Brother Lu has prepared for me?" Bi Xiao exclaimed. Hearing this, Jin Guangxian paused. "Sister, what did you say?" "Brother Lu has prepared opportunities for you?" Bi Xiao glanced at him and replied, "Brother Lu has not only prepared opportunities for us. Every disciple of the Jie Sect has a share." Upon hearing this, Jin Guangxian gasped in astonishment. Despite his injuries, he could not suppress his excitement. "Truly, Brother Lu is remarkable. He is indeed our vice leader." It turns out that even before he disbanded he had already foreseen everything. Thus, it can be said that Sister Qiong Zhao is currently. Jin Guangxian did not finish her sentence. However, Bai Xiao had already comprehended the situation and nodded proudly. "Indeed, all of this was prepared for us by Brother Lu." Sister Air was fortunate enough to directly encounter her opportunity, resulting in a significant enhancement of her strength. Little did they know that Bai Xiao's seemingly light remarks had a profound impact on Jin Guangxian. Before leaving Jinao Island, Qiong Zhao's power was only slightly superior to that of their accompanying 7 immortals. Who would have imagined that after seizing Brother Lu's opportunity, she would transform into such an extraordinary figure? Moreover, that opportunity was specifically arranged by Brother Lu for her. The notion that a sister could undergo such a remarkable metamorphosis in such a short time left Jin Guangxian unable to fathom the magnitude of the opportunities Brother Lu had in store for them. Unfortunately, the few disciples of Hang Dao Ren were incapable of grasping Jin Guangxian's excitement. They had already been stunned by Qiong Zhao's earlier move. Who could have anticipated such a vast disparity among disciples of the same sect? Hang Dao Ren's countenance darkened. He had initially thought to capture the long-eared rabbit as a mount for amusement. Now, not only had he lost his mount, but Qiong Zhao's strike felt like a resounding slap across their faces. To think that you disciples of could be so ruthless, even turning against fellow sect members. Qiong Zhao scoffed. "Traitors of the shall be punished. And since you dared to act against a disciple of, let me demonstrate my prowess today." Upon hearing Xianxiao's words, Ci Hang Dao Ren was instantly filled with rage. How audacious! You, a mere woman, dare to challenge the three of us? Xianxiao raised an eyebrow, her gaze filled with disdain. And what of it? I alone can take on all three of you, and that suffices. Sensing the condescension in her tone, Ci Hang Dao Ren and the others could no longer contain themselves and immediately launched an attack against Xianxiao. Observing this, Jin Guangxian's brows furrowed with concern. She was inclined to intervene, but in that very moment, Bai Xiao pressed her back down. This small fry should be left to Sister Air. Besides, with so many disciples of present, should they encounter such shameless individuals in the future, it would serve as a deterrent. Although the has disbanded, its members still live on. If this battle were to unfold today, in the future, the disciples would have to think twice before laying a hand on disciples, weighing whether they possess the strength to do so. With this thought in mind, Ci Hang Dao Ren and the others had already summoned their magical artifacts. Watching as they brandished their treasures, Jin Guangxian couldn't help but secretly disdain them. Shameless scoundrels. Resorting to numbers to overpower the few is one thing. But now they even resort to artifacts, attempting to launch a sneak attack. Yet at that moment, the power of the laws in Xianxiao's hands grew increasingly potent, even ensnaring Ci Hang Dao Ren, who was closest to her. In but a fleeting moment, the profound power of the laws enveloped the right hand of the compassionate voyager. Beneath this force, his hand began to mysteriously fade away. Feeling the sharp pangs of pain emanating from the severed limb, the compassionate voyager's expression twisted into one of agony. The laws. Have you truly comprehended the essence of the laws? Yet, his utterance came too late, for at that instant, both the Supreme One and the Jade Cauldron had launched their assaults from divergent directions. However, the power of the laws was omnipresent, and in mere moments, a colossal vortex had formed behind Xianxiao. The spiritual energies emanating from the Supreme One and the Jade Cauldron began to uncontrollably spiral towards that vortex. By the time the Jade Cauldron and the Supreme One realized the anomaly, their internal reserves of spiritual energy had dwindled to a mere fraction. Chapter 7. The conflict of the truncated path. The battle reached its inevitable conclusion with little suspense. Observing their disadvantage, both the Taoist Tai and Taoist Yuding exchanged glances before hastily retreating with Taoist Xiang, as they beheld the figures transforming into streaks of light and vanishing in the distance. Xianxiao had no inclination to pursue them further. Nevertheless, this outcome left Jin Guangxian utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Xianxiao's prowess had ascended to such formidable heights. It was well known that the brothers occasionally engaged in sparring. Yet Xianxiao's current strength surpassed Jin Guangxian's previous understanding by several magnitudes. Perhaps even Shixiang Duobao would not measure up? Noticing the dazed expression on Jin Guangxian's face, Bai Xiao could not suppress a light laugh. Clearly, our Jin Guangxian remains blissfully unaware of the extraordinary developments. The legacy bestowed upon us by Shixiang Lu is truly unparalleled. It seems that apart from our sisterhood, no one else is privy to this knowledge. Upon hearing this, Jin Guangxian was instantly invigorated. So he was the first, aside from the Sanshao sisters, to learn that Shixiang Lu had left them a legacy. This newfound revelation reignited his motivation to continue exploring the vastness of Hongwang. After their conversation, the Sanshao sisters turned their collective gaze towards Jin Guangxian. What do you plan to do next? Given his current state of injury, it seemed unwise to allow him to wander through Hongwang unchecked. Jin Guangxian pondered for a moment before responding. I have considered that continuing my journey in this condition could expose me to numerous dangers. It would be wiser to return to Jinao Island first, where I can recover, and then seek the opportunities left for us by Shixiang Lu. Seeing Jin Guangxian's sensible approach, the Sanshao sisters nodded in agreement. Although they held considerable prestige within it did not imply a desire to accompany Jin Guangxian. Now that he had a destination, they felt satisfied. Moreover, although Jinao Island was devoid of their disciples, their elder brother remained there to oversee matters. With him present, Jin Guangxian would not be subjected to intimidation at his own doorstep. The sisters soon parted ways with Jin Guangxian. However, the confrontation between Xianxiao and the three disciples had indeed stirred some commotion. This disturbance spread rapidly, reaching every corner of Hongwang within a few days. Consequently, it became widely known that three disciples of the had joined forces, yet could not prevail against a single woman from. Instantly, the reputation of soared, leaving many cultivators filled with regret. Had they joined back in the day, perhaps they too could have attained a status akin to that of the Xianxiao sisters. Yet, it was too late for regrets now. Had already disbanded, and even if they wished to join, there was no place to go. Meanwhile, the upheaval within Hongwang went unnoticed by those in Zhixiao Palace. Within the Grand Hall, Tongtian wore an expression tinged with subtle dissatisfaction. The 6 saints had sensed the impending calamity of the, in comparison to Laozi and Enhua. Tongtian and Xianxia exhibit a markedly stronger resonance with the impending calamity of the Feng. When they became aware that this tribulation would soon befall their sect, the expressions of those present, particularly Tongtian, Xianxia, and the 2 from the Western sect, shifted dramatically. After all, their triumvirate is the only one flourishing at present. If this calamity were to strike them, it would inevitably signify a detrimental loss of benefits. Such a scenario is one that none of them wish to witness. The Western sect, having long stagnated, presumed that this Feng calamity would bear no relation to them. Jane was the first to voice this sentiment, attempting to deflect the impending crisis back to the Xianmen. Given that the Western sect had only recently been established and is situated in a barren region, should this calamity descend upon them, their existence would be under grave threat. Xuanti echoed this sentiment, directing his gaze towards the more vulnerable Tongtian. Indeed, Brother Tongtian, this matter should fall to your capable hands. Upon hearing the words of the 2 from the West, Tongtian's countenance darkened considerably. Xianxia, meanwhile, relished the moment. Finding delight in Tongtian's discomfort and chiming in, Tongtian, your sect is filled with individuals of dubious caliber. It would be most fitting for you to handle this situation. Tongtian's brow furrowed at Xianxia's insinuation. What do you mean by this? Do you intend for my sect to shoulder the entirety of this calamity? Xianxia quickly shook his head. Not at all. But among all, your sect is the most formidable. It is only right that you take the lead, is it not? This notion of the strongest should step forward was novel to Tongtian. The Feng calamity is a quantifiable disaster, far from something easily evaded. Yet, the assembly around him wore expressions of indifference, seemingly unconcerned. Glancing at their master, Hongjun, who sat in silence with closed eyes, Tongtian's understanding deepened. Yet his dissatisfaction grew even stronger. This indeed echoed Lu Feng's earlier remarks. This calamity was evidently a targeted disaster against his sect. Meanwhile, Lu Feng remained oblivious, engrossed in enhancing his own cultivation. Surrounded by a myriad of spiritual energies, the Bodhi tree behind him radiated a luminous glow. Regrettably, this enhancement did not translate to an increase in his strength. However, the benefits of this elevation were substantial for Lu Feng. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy, he nodded in approval. After such an extensive period of cultivation, perhaps a brief respite was in order. He pondered when his disciples from the Jie Sect would manage to discover the scattered mythological tales he had left throughout the wilderness. Why not compose a few more? With this thought, Lu Feng hastily retrieved paper and pen to continue crafting his stories. As he immersed himself in this creative endeavor, he suddenly felt a stirring in his brow. At that moment, outside of Golden Tortoise Island, the immortal Jin Guang exhaled a breath. After all the arduous travels, I have finally returned. I am uncertain whether Brother Lu will accept me this time. With this thought, Jin Guangxian felt a wave of unease wash over him. Fortunately, there were no restrictions on the island, and he soon arrived at the entrance of Lu Feng's cave dwelling. Brother Lu, are you inside? Upon hearing the voice from outside, Lu Feng felt a tinge of helplessness. It had only been a short while. How could someone have returned already? Nevertheless, Lu Feng eventually strolled out of the cave with a leisurely demeanor. Why have you returned midway? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Jin Guangxian's eyes immediately reddened, and he bowed respectfully to Lu Feng. During my travels, I was gravely injured by the disciples of the Jie Sect and decided to return to Jinao Island to recuperate before continuing my journey. I implore Brother Lu for your understanding. Chapter 8. How beautiful this is to imagine. Lu Feng had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet he never anticipated such an occurrence. It must be said, the members of the Jie Sect have truly become increasingly shameless, resorting even to ambushes. However, when Lu Feng learned that Jin Guangxian had encountered the Sanshao sisters midway, his gaze subtly shifted. Coincidentally, Jin Guangxian also mentioned that xianxia had single-handedly repelled the 3 members of the Jie Sect, during which he expressed admiration for Lu Feng. At that moment, Lu Feng fully comprehended the situation. It was xianxia who had acquired the mythic tale he had crafted. Unbeknownst to him, Jin Guangxian was filled with anticipation, especially upon realizing that the 3 sisters were currently engrossed in searching for the scattered fortuities of Lu Feng. He could hardly contain his eagerness to bestow Lu Feng with his utmost reverence. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was equally keen to have a disciple of the Jie Sect come forth to nurture him. Thus, he raised his hand, and the mythic tale he had just penned suddenly appeared in his grasp, since it had yet to be inscribed onto the jade slip. What he held was merely a bamboo scroll. Having composed a brief tale, he thought to himself, let us see if you can comprehend it. Jin Guangxian was taken aback by the sudden arrival of this fortuity, especially since it was personally presented by Lu Feng. He was utterly exhilarated. "Thank you, Senior Brother Lu." With both hands, Jie Guangxian accepted the bamboo scroll from Lu Feng and began to scrutinize it word by word. Meanwhile, Lu Feng felt a tinge of fatigue and decided to venture outside to tend to the aesthetics of his cave dwelling. Observing Lu Feng's departure, Jie Guangxian felt even more moved. Senior Brother Lu is creating a favorable environment for my cultivation. He resolved to thoroughly grasp the opportunity bestowed upon him by Lu Feng. With that thought, Jie Guangxian lowered his head and immersed himself in the tale at hand. As he delved into the narrative, he instantly felt as though the scenery before him transformed entirely. A towering figure appeared, and the entirety of this being's life unfolded before his eyes. Upon experiencing the sage's journey, Jie Guangxian's gaze became somewhat vacant. Yet, when he returned from the sage's lifetime, he sensed an emptiness within his chest, as though something vital was missing. Could it be that this was written with such extraordinary prowess? In the span of a mere bamboo scroll, it encapsulated the entirety of a sage's life and constructed a microcosm. It seemed that Senior Brother Lu was far more formidable than they had ever imagined. The thought of the remarkable cultivation environment that Senior Brother Lu had created for him filled Jie Guangxian with immense gratitude. Just then, Jie Guangxian's brow furrowed suddenly as two luminous figures began to materialize before him. Gazing at those two glowing forms, disbelief flickered in his eyes. He was all too familiar with these two entities, having just witnessed them during his journey with the sage. They were none other than the sage's personal treasures, the crimson gold spear and the eternal shield. But now, this magical artifact has unexpectedly appeared before him. It seems destined to become his own. Jie Guangxian was momentarily lost in thought. And only when the golden spear and the eternal shield fell into his grasp did he come to his senses. The strength of his senior brother was astounding. The innate spiritual treasure of that realm had truly landed in his hands. And at the very moment it touched his palms, the exquisite techniques derived from the innate treasure instantly merged into Jie Guangxian's soul. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with 1,000 words he wished to express, yet found himself at a loss for how to articulate them. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was diligently tidying up his cave dwelling when he suddenly heard the system's notification. "Congratulations, host. Your disciple's cultivation has reached 70%. Reward: 100,000 years of cultivation, a fragment of Tao, and the innate supreme treasure, the dustless sword." Lu Feng instantly halted his actions. Simultaneously, the essence of 100,000 years of cultivation genuinely flowed into his body. In an instant, Lu Feng's golden immortal cultivation began to stir, and within the blink of an eye, it surged forward with a momentum akin to a raging tide. Lu Feng watched as his cultivation progressed step by step from the early stages of the golden immortal to the late stages, reaching its pinnacle, and ultimately, in a single breath, he broke through to the Tai golden immortal. At this moment, Lu Feng was utterly astonished. 100,000 years of cultivation truly proved to be a remarkable boon. However, Lu Feng now faced the task of solidifying his newfound strength. Not long ago, he had only just stabilized his cultivation, and who would have thought that just a few days later, he would encounter another breakthrough? What surprised Lu Feng even more was the fragment of Tao bestowed upon him by the system. With this thought, he could hardly contain his eagerness to examine the Tao fragment. Instantly, he felt a surge of Daoic power entering his being, and soon after, faint traces of Daoic force began to manifest in his hands. This was an immortal law, primarily focused on defense. As for the innate supreme treasure provided by the system, Lu Feng merely cast a cursory glance before returning it to his system space. After briefly acclimating to his current state, he lifted his gaze towards the outside of his cave. He had personally shared his mythic tale with Jie Guangxian, and it seemed that the latter had gleaned some profound insights. With this in mind, Lu Feng decided to step outside for a closer look. To his surprise, just as he emerged from his cave, Jie Guangxian rushed towards him, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. "Senior Brother Lu," he stammered, nearly at a loss for words. Upon noticing the two innate supreme treasures in Jie Guangxian's hands, Lu Feng immediately understood his unspoken thoughts and simply waved his hand. "Since this opportunity is yours, it rightfully belongs to you. For now, stay on the island to recuperate." With that, Lu Feng returned to his cave dwelling. Jie Guangxian stood before the closed cave door, momentarily dazed. After all, these were two innate supreme treasures. How remarkably generous Brother Lu is, to have bestowed upon me not one, but two innate treasures. The mere thought of having acquired such precious artifacts without any cost fills Jie Guangxian with uncontainable joy. It is worth noting that even among fellow disciples, possessing an innate treasure is a rarity. Merely being able to present a piece of postnatal spiritual treasure is already considered quite commendable. Who could have anticipated that by merely grasping the opportunity presented by Brother Lu, I would be fortunate enough to receive 2 treasures in one go? The very thought is delightful. Overwhelmed with elation, Jin Guangxian swiftly secured his newfound treasures and jubilantly made his way back to his original cave dwelling. Chapter 9. Unable to overcome 3 against 1? How embarrassing. Kunlun Mountain. 3 streaks of light arrived in succession. The Taoist Tai and the Taoist Yuding supported the injured Sihong Taoist as they entered the Yushu Palace. Initially, the 3 intended to return discreetly, but to their surprise, they were immediately intercepted upon their appearance. Guang Chengzi observed their severe injuries, his expression tinged with confusion. Generally, disciples of the Chan teaching not only took advantage in the outside world, but had never been reduced to such a state. How could these 3 junior brothers appear so disheveled? The faces of the Zihong Taoist and his companions bore an unnatural look. However, under Guang Chengzi's probing, they eventually succumbed to the pressure and recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing their accounts, nearly everyone present from the Chan teaching was astonished. Guang Chengzi, in particular, wore a look of sheer shock. How is this possible? We all know the strength of xianxia. She is merely a great Luo golden immortal. So how could she possibly contend with you? Moreover, you 3 are the elite of our Chan teaching. Even if it were a case of many against few, there is no way you should lose to them in a one-on-one duel. In truth, the Taoist Tai and his companions felt a deep sense of humiliation. Who, in a 3 against 1 scenario, especially against a female cultivator, could possibly lose? The crux of the matter was that they truly could not prevail. The Taoist Tai felt wronged. Not only him, but Sihong Taoist, glancing at his empty sleeves, felt a wave of despair. His injuries were far more severe than those of the Taoist Tai and the others. Without miraculous elixirs, he feared he might not even regain the use of his hands. Senior brother, what transpired indeed aligns with their claims. Xianxia has inexplicably enhanced her strength and comprehended the laws. Upon hearing Sihong Taoist's words, Guang Chengzi furrowed his brows and then exhaled a deep breath. It seemed she had encountered some fortuitous opportunity, resulting in her current state. Just as Guang Chengzi was about to continue, a sudden thought crossed his mind. In an instant, he felt a chill run through him. Perhaps it was not mere fortune on her part. Rather, they may have had ulterior motives all along. As Guang Chengzi voiced this suspicion, everyone present fell into a stupor. Sihong Taoist was particularly bewildered. Senior brother, what do you mean? They had ulterior motives? But this plan was a spontaneous uprising among the 3 of us. How could they possibly anticipate it? Guang Chengzi let out a cold laugh. They could not have foreseen it, but the vice master of the Jie teaching is another matter entirely. We once thought he had lost his mind by disbanding the Jie teaching. But upon reflection, he is quite shrewd. Consider this. The opportunities in the primordial wilderness are limited, and the disciples of the Jie teaching have been scattered throughout the wilderness. With so many Jie disciples mobilized, how could the opportunities in the primordial wilderness not fall into their hands? Upon hearing the words of Guang Chengzi, the crowd suddenly experienced an epiphany, yet this newfound clarity was accompanied by a profound sense of anger. Was the sect not excessively insidious? The opportunities of the primordial realm were already scarce, and now they resorted to such underhanded tactics for the sake of gain. Just as Randeng arrived, he happened to catch the tail end of this conversation. What is happening? Why all the commotion? Upon hearing Randeng's inquiry, Guang Chengzi and the others immediately began to recount the events surrounding the compassionate navigator and their suspicions regarding Guang Chengzi's theories. After listening, Randeng's expression did not improve. He was so enraged that he could not refrain from slapping the table. This Lu Feng was indeed a cunning strategist. Although he typically appeared unassuming, he possessed such formidable tactics. At this moment, Guang Chengzi hesitantly spoke up. Moreover, Lu Feng is rarely seen during ordinary times. As far as I know, his current strength remains a mystery. Randeng paused for a moment, and upon reflection, he realized that this was indeed the case. As a fellow deputy leader, Randeng's abilities were well known, yet Lu Feng's sudden emergence as a deputy leader, coupled with his lack of reputation, made it all the more perplexing. Had it not been for their disciples encountering those of the sect, they might never have uncovered their nefarious ambitions. Randeng was no fool. He was unwilling to be at a disadvantage. Now that we are aware of his true colors, it seems our plans must undergo some alterations. Guang Chengzi and his companions immediately composed themselves. We shall heed the deputy leader's instructions. Seeing their compliance, Randeng felt a sense of reassurance. Then let us dispatch our disciples of the sect forthwith. If seeks to seize opportunities, they must first inquire if our disciples are willing to partake. Moreover, The opportunities in the primordial realm are predetermined. If takes a portion, they lose a portion. It would be wiser for us to join the fray, lest we gather nothing at all. With Randang's words, the hearts of the disciples settled. Furthermore, what he proposed resonated with their own thoughts. Many had already concocted small schemes in their minds. Given the rarity of opportunities in the primordial realm, rather than flailing about like headless flies, it would be more prudent to closely observe the sect. Once they identified an opportunity, they could emerge and reap the benefits. The group solidified their intentions, outwardly maintaining an air of tranquility, concealing their true motives. With Randang's command, the disciples naturally surged forth. They were reluctant to abandon that, yet they could still tail the disciples, vying for opportunities. After all, the opportunities of the primordial realm lay before them. The strongest would claim them. On Goldenhorn Island, Lu Feng remained unaware that a group of brazen individuals had set their sights on his mythical tale. In truth, even if he were to learn of it, he would be too indifferent to care. For those opportunists he wished to thwart, Lu Feng possessed a myriad of strategies to deal with them. Meanwhile, Jie Guangxian had finally emerged from his state of exhilaration. In the presence of his esteemed senior brother on Jinao Island, he had managed to mend his injuries to a considerable extent. Now, with a fortuitous opportunity at hand, Jie Guangxian was eager to convey this news to every disciple of the Jie Sect, for it was a most advantageous development for his cultivation. However, before disseminating the information, he felt the need to indulge in a moment of self-aggrandizement. After all, it was a rare occasion for him to bask in glory as he did today. In the past, his fellow disciples often flaunted their achievements before him. This time, he would dazzle them with not one, but two innate spiritual treasures. With this thought in mind, Jie Guangxian promptly sought out Lu Feng, yet this visit was one of farewell. Chapter 10, Zhao Gongming's Enlightenment. In the wake of Jie Guangxian's departure, Lu Feng naturally had no objections. After all, the vastness of the Honghuang realm necessitated that Jie Guangxian venture forth to encounter greater opportunities. Furthermore, Jie Guangxian had only reached 70% of his potential, leaving a small distance to cover before achieving a full 100. This journey would arm him with the means for self-preservation in the face of danger and perhaps enhance his understanding through experiences gained along the way. The higher the level of comprehension among his disciples, the more beneficial it was for Lu Feng. However, before Jie Guangxian set off, Lu Feng could not resist offering some words of caution. When faced with challenges, think carefully and do not act rashly. When venturing out, seize opportunities when they arise. If not, let them pass. Upon hearing this, Jie Guangxian immediately retorted, "How can that be? Some opportunities are specifically prepared for us by Brother Lu. If they fall into the hands of the Jie Sect, would that not be infuriating? Therefore, we absolutely must act." Yet, Lu Feng simply smiled gently. "The opportunities one have bestowed upon you are rightfully yours. They may be visible to the common eye yet remain intangible and incomprehensible to many. This serves as a layer of protection afforded by the system. After all, should some shameless individuals attempt to seize opportunities through sheer numbers, what then? It is imperative to ensure the safety of my disciples. Opportunities abound throughout the Honghuang. Let others attempt to seize them in their next life." With Lu Feng's reassurances, Jie Guangxian felt an instant sense of relief. After bidding farewell to Lu Feng, he transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the outskirts of Golden Ao Island. On Golden Ao Island, tranquility was restored. Lu Feng wasted no time and returned to his cave dwelling to consolidate his cultivation. After a series of breakthroughs, it was essential to solidify his foundation. Failing to do so could hinder his progress in future ascensions. The foundation is the essence of a cultivator. If it is not solid, even upon ascending to the ranks of the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, one would be incomparable to peers of the same level. At that moment, news began to spread throughout the Honghuang about Xiong Zhao's singular victory over 3 members of the Jie Sect. Given the numerous disciples of the Jie Sect, many had indeed heard about this event. Unlike other cultivators, the Jie Sect disciples were well aware of Xiong Zhao's prowess. It was astonishing to realize how shortly after leaving Golden Ao Island, her strength had surged to such heights, prompting some quick-witted individuals to discern the underlying truth. Opportunities. It must be opportunities. When Brother Lu had instructed them to disperse, he had emphasized this very point, and now it seemed his words had come to fruition, with Xiong Zhao truly finding that so-called opportunity. As a result, countless Jie Sect disciples were suddenly engulfed in fervor. If Xiong Zhao could discover such opportunities, could they not also be fortunate? After all, he was Brother Lu, their esteemed deputy leader. There could be no doubt regarding his words. Bayan Mountain. This place is a staggering 100,000 miles away from Golden Island. Yet at this moment, it has transformed into a sacred dojo. Deep within the dojo, Zhao Gongming sits cross-legged in a dark robe. Before long, a light chuckle escapes his lips. It turns out that what Brother Lu had mentioned was indeed true. Little sister xianxia has remarkably found her fortune first. Master Brother once stated that we all can seek our destinies. However, I am left wondering where mine may lie. Zhao Gongming closes his eyes, his fingers incessantly calculating. In terms of divination, Zhao Gongming is indeed renowned within the Jie. Yet despite the time that has elapsed, he has never truly discerned his own fortune. However, today, as he raises his hand, he suddenly feels a wave of trepidation. Instinctively, he lifts his gaze, his eyes scanning the eastern horizon. His intuition whispers that perhaps his fortune is destined to reveal itself today. With this thought, Zhao Gongming hesitates no longer and immediately dashes eastward. After a thorough search, Zhao Gongming discovers an ancient tome nestled within a patch of grass. This book exudes a profound aura of the great Tao. The moment he grasps it, the sense of attraction intensifies, solidifying his conviction that this is indeed his fortune. He promptly opens the tome, and the title greets his eyes, The Tomb of the Sage. Upon seeing these three characters, Zhao Gongming can hardly believe it. Is this title not overly grandiose? How could there be a tomb for an immortal sage? Yet, as he flips to the second page, he gasps in astonishment. Escape from the Tomb of the Sage. It appears that this book does not detail the burial of a sage, but rather narrates how an ordinary person escapes from the tomb. In an instant, Zhao Gongming is irresistibly drawn into this expansive microcosm. Within this realm, he witnesses phantoms flashing into existence only to vanish moments later. As the visions multiply, the mysterious aura surrounding Zhao Gongming grows increasingly potent. Subtly, he discerns a whisper of the law among these images, feeling an undeniable connection between this law and himself. Overwhelmed, he raises his hand, yearning to assimilate this law into his being. Indeed, he does just that. Time seems to stretch indefinitely, until Zhao Gongming, upon reopening his eyes, finds his aura bursting forth. In the blink of an eye, tumultuous calamity clouds gather in the heavens. Gazing at the ominous clouds flickering on the horizon, Zhao Gongming cannot help but laugh heartily. At last it has arrived. Let me embrace this trial of quasi-sainthood. The next moment, Zhao Gongming soars skyward, charging directly towards the firmament. Bolts of lightning strike towards him. Yet Zhao Gongming remains utterly unafraid. Even the power of the law he wields begins to subtly emerge. Unsurprisingly, it is the law of thunder. The two forces collide. The thunderclouds on the horizon exhibited a remarkable tendency to dissipate. In this moment, Zhao Gongming attained a profound realization. The celestial 9 transformations. This indeed constitutes the essence of the tome. The so-called thunder law is merely a supplementary aspect. It is this step of the celestial 9 transformations, a transcendent level technique, that holds paramount significance. As he reflected on his current comprehension of such a monumental technique, Zhao Gongming felt not only astonishment, but also profound admiration for Lu Feng. Truly, as the elder brother, his methods are nothing short of extraordinary. They enabled him to experience the struggles and advancements of a sage, thus grasping the laws and techniques therein. Such diligence is rare indeed. Yet, Lu Feng not only accomplished this feat, but also enhanced his own strength while gaining such profound insights. Chapter 11. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion. As Zhao Gongming sensed the profound enhancement of his cultivation and the pervasive aura of the laws surrounding him, he finally comprehended why xianxia could single-handedly contend against the 3 from the Jie Sect. However, if it were his current self, he would likely manage it with ease as well. With this thought in mind, Zhao Gongming was immediately reminded of the other disciples of the Jie Sect. Lu Feng had bestowed upon them numerous opportunities, and apart from himself, it was reasonable to assume that every disciple of Jie Sect should share in these fortunes. Yet, not all Jie Sect disciples were aware of this matter, thus it was incumbent upon those who did to notify them individually. Regardless, they were all members of Jie Sect and should support one another. At the very least, they must not allow the Tongtian sect to seize the opportunities that rightfully belonged to the Jie Sect disciples. Having discovered his own fortune, Zhao Gongming decided not to linger any longer, transforming into a streak of light and departing. Shortly after his departure, several more streaks of light descended, following the lingering aura. I remember the fluctuations were right here, one of them remarked. Indeed, where could they have gone? Have the Jie Sect disciples already left? Let us search again. Perhaps the opportunity lies right here. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was oblivious to Zhao Gongming's affairs. However, he did receive the reward for Zhao Gongming's advancement in cultivation. Congratulations, host. The disciples' cultivation level has reached 80%. Due to the perfect compatibility of the disciples' cultivation with the opportunities presented, the host will receive additional rewards. Upon hearing the system's notification, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Feng's eyes. It appeared that not every disciple was harmoniously aligned with the novels he had sent out. Based on their compatibility, additional rewards could be unlocked. For a fleeting moment, Lu Feng felt a pang of regret. Had he known earlier, he would have chosen a more suitable novel for Xianxia. Perhaps he could have unlocked the extra rewards then. However, it was never too late to learn. At least now he had a direction for future cultivation. While he pondered this, the system's rewards were promptly issued. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Spirit Treasure Pavilion. When Jie Sect disciples comprehend their techniques and reach a certain level of completion, corresponding spirit treasures will be unlocked. After reading the description, Lu Feng could not help but draw in a sharp breath. How remarkable! It seemed that a spirit treasure was custom-made for each disciple of the Jie Sect. This meant that as long as the spiritual roots of the Jie Sect disciples were sufficiently robust, the treasures within the Spirit Treasure Pavilion would perfectly align with them. However, such a treasure could not simply be stored within the system's space. Therefore, Lu Feng had no choice but to manifest it. After deliberating for some time, he selected a location 300 miles from his cave abode. In an instant, a resplendent palace appeared before him, gleaming with gold and jade. The grand entrance was firmly shut, preventing Lu Feng from glimpsing the treasures within. Yet, the Spirit Treasure Pavilion was still his possession. With a mere thought, he could sense whether there were any spirit treasures inside. At that moment, the Spirit Treasure Pavilion remained utterly vacant. When new disciples reach a sufficient level of comprehension, it is believed that new spiritual treasures will emerge. With the additional rewards now distributed, Lu Feng began to anticipate the gifts he would receive as a disciple. The system certainly did not disappoint him. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the primordial top 10 spiritual root, the peach tree of immortality. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was indeed the peach tree. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated devouring it whole. However, after some consideration, Lu Feng resolved to plant the peach tree at the entrance of his cave dwelling. Such a rare primordial spiritual root would undoubtedly enhance his foundation. Given its scarcity, who could say when the system might refresh its offerings again? Rather than squander it, he thought it wiser to cultivate it. Who knows? Perhaps he might one day savor the legendary peaches? Just the thought of a tree laden with peaches made Lu Feng salivate. Meanwhile, in a desolate mountain, a mysterious aura emanated from deep within a cave. Inside sat a serpent-like creature with a human head, a demon of modest talent and background. As described by the primordial lord, such beings were not uncommon in the primordial world. Yet, this serpent demon was fortunate to have encountered Lu Feng and inadvertently became a disciple of the. Thus, it had remained there for several millennia. Now, with the disbandment of such creatures were among the least pleased. However, despite their reluctance, the disbandment was inevitable, and the serpent demon could only return to its old lair. Nevertheless, it had not forgotten Lu Feng's words about the myriad opportunities scattered throughout the primordial world. If possible, they could seize these chances for themselves. Despite residing in a remote forest, the serpent demon maintained a semblance of awareness regarding the events in the primordial realm. It had heard of Sister Xianxia single-handedly battling 3 disciples of the. In its heart, the serpent demon surmised that Sister Xianxia had indeed acquired the opportunities spoken of by Brother Lu, which accounted for her remarkable progress. Fortunately, its own luck had not been entirely lacking. In recent days, it had intended to meditate within its cave before venturing forth in search of opportunities, when unexpectedly, a streak of light descended directly into its dwelling. Upon closer inspection, it discovered a jade slip. Within the slip lay nothing but a small world unto itself. Inside this miniature realm, the serpent demon witnessed the rise of the divine dragon and its subsequent decline. After experiencing this world, the serpent demon felt its vitality surging, enveloped in a radiant golden light. Sensing the precious flow of spiritual energy, it diligently absorbed the surrounding essence. However, as it absorbed this energy, the serpent demon gradually became aware of changes occurring within its body. From its head to its abdomen, it felt a subtle tearing sensation beginning to manifest. Initially, the serpent demon believed that the changes it was experiencing were a result of its ascension. However, as the sensation of tearing intensified, it began to sense that something was amiss. It appeared that it was not merely ascending, but rather evolving. Gazing into the water below, the serpent was astonished to discover that 2 horns had begun to sprout from its forehead. Furthermore, it noticed that claws had inexplicably emerged from its abdomen. The scales upon its body were gradually hardening. This was evidently a transformation towards becoming a dragon. The serpent race faced numerous challenges in their evolution into dragons. They first had to become a jiao before they could ascend to the form of a dragon. Yet, the serpent demon could hardly fathom that after merely traversing that small world, it had somehow bypassed the jiao stage altogether and ascended directly into the realm of dragons. Chapter 12. What boldness! Meanwhile, his strength surged significantly, propelling him to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Feeling the surging divine power within him, the serpent demon's face revealed a hint of excitement. As he picked up the jade slip from the ground, he inadvertently caught sight of the intricate totems inscribed upon it. For the disciples of this design was nothing short of familiar. It was evidently an opportunity prepared by Brother Lu for them. The realization that everything had been meticulously arranged by Brother Lu compelled the serpent demon to bow gracefully in the direction of Golden Ao Island. Thank you, Brother Lu, for your enlightenment. Just as the serpent demon contemplated whether to venture forth and continue his explorations, he suddenly heard the resonant sounds of Tao echoing through the wilderness. From this day forth, all former disciples of the May take refuge under the banner of my Jie Sect. A flicker of bewilderment crossed the serpent demon's eyes. When did the Jie Sect become so benevolent? Had they not previously derided them as nothing but a bunch of beasts in disguise? Today, however, they were astonishingly opening their doors to receive disciples from the. Were they plotting something devious? Within the three teachings of the mystical realm, the Jie Sect was notorious for their hypocritical demeanor. Unable to best them openly, they delighted in playing underhanded games. The very thought of these individuals scheming against the disciples of the ignited a fiery rage within him. Let me, then, stir up their plans. Without a moment's hesitation, the serpent demon soared towards the direction of the Jie Sect disciples. With his recent elevation in cultivation and an enhancement of his bloodline, he was eager to test his prowess. Little did the serpent demon anticipate that others among his peers shared the same sentiment. At this moment, their thoughts aligned perfectly. The Jie Sect's sudden invitation to recruit them surely harbored ill intentions. Rather than waiting for them to strike against the disciples of it was prudent to take the initiative and teach these pretenders a lesson, thus honoring Brother Lu's teachings. What astonished the serpent demon further was that the tiger demon before him had also been granted an opportunity by Brother Lu. At once, the serpent demon felt his own fortune dimmed. However, upon recalling that there were Jie Sect disciples available for practice, his spirits lifted once more. Brother, are you also seeking to confront those Jie Sect disciples? Naturally, those Jie Sect disciples are so arrogant that their eyes nearly touch the heavens. How could they possibly treat us, the disciples, with any courtesy, let alone extend an invitation? I share your thoughts, which is precisely why I intend to teach them a lesson. It seems we are of one mind. However, I perceive your strength to be lacking. Shall we join forces to confront them together? If you are willing to accompany me, that would indeed be splendid. The two quickly reached an accord and set forth towards the Jie Sect disciples. At this moment, on Golden Ao Island, Feng received a series of notifications from the system. Congratulations, host. The cultivation level of your disciples has reached 65%. You have acquired the innate spiritual root, Mando flower, and 10,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for cultivating disciples to a level of 67%, thus obtaining the innate spiritual root, vine branch, along with 1,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for cultivating disciples to a level of 62%, thereby acquiring the innate spiritual root, blood-nourishing herb, also with 1,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for cultivating disciples to a level of 73%. A series of notifications left Feng utterly bewildered. Remarkably, the disciples of the are indeed formidable. Although their cultivation levels are somewhat modest, the rewards they offer are profoundly substantial. Moreover, the cumulative enhancement from these rewards has propelled Feng's strength to an astonishing level, ultimately reaching the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Such a scenario was beyond his wildest dreams, yet it had manifested. Observing the surge in his power, Feng could only focus on consolidating his cultivation. He had no choice. If his cultivation advanced too rapidly without proper grounding, his strength would undoubtedly be diluted. Nevertheless, the rewards from the system were exceptionally generous. With a succession of innate spiritual roots bestowed upon him, Feng's foundation could be further elevated. At that moment, he felt grateful that he had not succumbed to temptation and absorbed the peach tree. Just look at the rewards from the system. They were more than sufficient for his needs. However, the system's generosity posed a limit to the enhancement of his foundation. Consequently, Feng decided to plant the surplus spiritual roots beneath the peach tree. After all, whether he planted 1 or 10, it was all the same. He might as well plant them all together. Primarily, these roots might prove useful in the future. Who could predict how many spiritual roots and celestial herbs would remain after several calamities? The future is uncertain. It is wiser to stockpile resources for now. With tasks at hand, Lu Feng had no time to concern himself with the happenings within the Honghuang realm. In fact, news of this recent recruitment of disciples had spread throughout the entire Honghuang. Countless beings were stirred with excitement. It is widely known that he is one of the most prestigious sects in Honghuang. To be accepted as a disciple would be akin to stepping onto the path of the Great Tao. Even though the primary focus of this recruitment was on the disciples, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of other beings. Conversely, the disciples remained indifferent to the enticements of the recruitment efforts were spearheaded by the Tai Daoist and Qi Jinzi. Qi Jinzi surveyed the throng of beings before him with dissatisfaction. We are here to recruit disciples. Why do we see only these horned creatures? In truth, Tai Jinren felt equally helpless. They had already made their intentions known, and now, only wandering cultivators from Honghuang had shown up. What could they do? Furthermore, weren't the disciples also creatures of similar appearance? According to his perspective, these individuals would not only be unsuitable as disciples, but even as mounts. It was perplexing that not a single person from them had taken advantage of such a splendid opportunity today. What could they possibly be thinking? If no disciples from the arrive, it would be best to send these individuals away. That does not accept just any disciple, rather than retaining those who are an eyesore. It would be wiser to dismiss them early, allowing for their prompt return. Just as this thought crossed my mind, an unexpected heavy aura descended upon glimpsing the two looming shadows, and instantly steeled themselves. Surely, these must be individuals from the... As the shadows descended, laughter echoed through the skies. Surprise! It is I, the great tiger uncle, who has arrived today. I wonder how many I shall capture to serve as my delightful little pets. Upon hearing the voice of the newcomer, and both darkened their expressions. Who could this be? Such audacity is truly remarkable. Chapter 13. Unable to compete together before Tai Jinren and Qi Jinzi could react. A voice filled with arrogance rang out. Where are the disciples of the Chan teaching? Are they hiding in fear? Today, Lord Hu and Lord Long have come to visit. So why do you not hasten to greet us? Witnessing such blatant audacity from these two, Tai Jinren nearly overturned the table in fury. Who were these disciples of the to be so brazen? With that thought, he slammed his palm onto the table, and his gaze fell upon two unfamiliar figures. On the left stood a Taoist clad in dark robes, crowned with dragon horns, exuding an enigmatic aura. To the right was another Taoist dressed in yellow, robust and imposing in stature. The appearance of these two left Tai Jinren perplexed, as they bore no resemblance to any of his direct disciples. As he rifled through his thoughts, his eyes widened in sudden realization. You two are merely disciples dispatched at will by the left figure, a tiger demon, placed his hands on his hips and cast a sidelong glance at Tai Jinren. And what of it? Our disciples can easily defeat you, he then added with a smirk. But I must say, you look like a short winter melon. That tall fellow beside you, however, catches my eye. Tai Jinren, upon hearing such insolence, felt his blood boil. What do you mean by short winter melon? Can you not speak properly? Moreover, how dare such a creature come before them and make such a comparison? Beside him, Qi Jinzi felt a mix of amusement and indignation at being likened to an object. While it was gratifying to have the tiger demon acknowledge his stature, the way it was phrased felt demeaning. The tiger demon's brief words ignited a fire within both Tai Jinren and Qi Jinzi. Just as they were contemplating their next move, the snake demon chimed in. No need to rush. There are two of them here. You and I can each take one back as a pet. At this audacious declaration, Tai Jinren rolled up his sleeves in outrage. Preposterous. You intend to take us back as pets? Do you think our disciples of the Chan teaching are mere playthings? For a moment, Tai Jinren began to suspect that this was a deliberate attempt to provoke them. Could there be someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes? If they were truly disciples of the, how could they be so foolish? The thought of a potential mastermind behind them made Tai Jinren recall xianxia. The fear she instilled in him still fresh in his mind. With this unsettling thought, he forced himself to suppress his anger. Do you know who we are? That you dare to speak so recklessly? The snake demon scoffed. Just the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching, is it not? What is there to fear? Upon realizing that the adversaries recognized their identities, Tai Jinren initially felt a sense of relief, only to be engulfed by an even greater fury. They knew who he was, yet still dared to act with such impudence. Is it just the two of you who have come today? Could it be that he is devoid of members? The cunning, possessing a modicum of wisdom, restrained the ready to strike while casting a glance at the two serpent demons. The serpents, uninterested in engaging in prolonged banter, promptly acknowledged their intentions. Dealing with your individuals requires no assistance from our other disciples. The two of us suffice. Witnessing that only two adversaries had arrived, yet they dared to exchange insults, could no longer contain his fury. He swung his feather duster, launching it toward the serpents with fierce intent. You truly possess the audacity to provoke me. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of your Taoist master. As prepared to strike, felt a twinge of discontent but refrained from voicing it. Against the two monsters, one was more than sufficient for. After all, they were merely ordinary disciples of. Facing the full force of strike, they might very well be obliterated. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Instead, full-powered attack was effortlessly intercepted by the tiger demon. A mere pet daring to lay hands on its master? Truly, it was a display of navet. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson. The words of the tiger demon nearly drove to the brink of losing his composure. As he was about to strike again, hastily restrained him. These individuals do not appear to be ordinary disciples. Their strength is on par with ours. Do not let your anger cloud your judgment. It would be wiser to gather information first. Upon hearing counsel, reluctantly withdrew his hand, glaring furiously at the tiger demon duo. What purpose does your glaring serve? Beware, for your Lord Dragon may just pluck out your eyes. The serpent demon, acutely sensitive to such provocations, bristled with indignation and prepared to retaliate. The anger that had just managed to suppress surged anew. Seeing this, swiftly held him down. Do not succumb to anger. Let us first inquire about the situation. Hearing plea, exhaled a deep breath of frustration. We are here to recruit disciples for, not to engage in conflict. Nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, I perceive a deficiency in your strength. Surely, you ought to be genuine disciples of. Why have I not encountered you before? Are you perhaps masquerading under the banner to conduct such affairs? The flattery from the adversaries pleased the dragon and tiger demons. Yet upon hearing the latter part of his statement, their expressions soured. The tiger demons' eyes brimmed with indignation. We are undoubtedly disciples of, upright in our conduct. We would never stoop to impersonation. Responded with a hint of skepticism. Is that so? I remain unconvinced. Ordinary disciples of lack your considerable prowess. Unless you can answer a few questions to validate your claims. Upon hearing this, the tiger demon hesitated to strike. Ask away. The other party was so cooperative that Xianxia hastily inquired about his foremost concern. My question pertains to your sect's senior brother, who is also your deputy sect leader. What is his level of cultivation? Puyo momentarily froze. At that moment, the serpent demon beside him rolled her eyes. The other party's intentions were exceedingly transparent. Only a simpleton like the tiger demon could fall for such a ruse. Nevertheless, since the other party sought to extract information, the serpent demon decided to play along. You wish to know about our senior brother? His cultivation is second only to our sect leader. Even if you were to combine all the prowess of Sister Xianxia and the others, they would still be unable to match our brother Lu. Chapter 14. Deception. Xianxia exchanged a glance with Tai Zhenren, a sense of ominous foreboding rising within them. Could this deputy leader of the Jie Sect truly be so formidable? If that were the case, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. Fortunately, the individual in question typically led a reclusive life, rarely venturing outside. Otherwise, the waters of the Hongwang realm would surely grow murkier. Contemplating this, Xianxia pressed further, inquiring about the usual demeanor of this Lu Feng. Regardless, any information regarding Lu Feng would be advantageous. Observing the urgency in Xianxia's demeanor, even the less astute tiger demon sensed something amiss. Recalling the words of the snake demon, the tiger demon chuckled softly. Our senior brother Lu is undeniably exceptional. He is the finest among us in the Jie, possessing not only extraordinary roots but also remarkable talents. His appearance is most handsome, far surpassing you lot of less appealing fellows. Within the Jie, while I may not match senior brother Lu in strength, I dare say I can hold my own in terms of looks. Upon hearing the tiger demon's remarks, Tai Zhenren and Xianxia exchanged a glance, finding themselves at a loss for words. It seemed that Lu Feng's prowess was commendable, though his appearance. Tai Zhenren cast a sidelong glance at the tiger demon, silently shaking his head, not particularly impressive in looks. Noticing the information gradually unfolding, Tai Zhenren inquired, why has your senior brother remained secluded for so many years? Were it not for his title as deputy leader, it is likely they would remain oblivious to such a figure within the Jie. The tiger demon snorted softly. Even if senior brother Lu does not venture out, he can still discern the affairs of the world. Take, for instance, the recent opportunities for our Jie disciples. As the tiger demon approached the crux of the matter, he abruptly paused, prompting an urgent glimmer in the eyes of Tai Zhenren and Xianxia. What about them? The tiger demon exchanged a knowing glance with the snake demon, and they began to weave a tale together. Senior brother Lu is indeed the pillar of our Jie. This recent expedition for our disciples to seek opportunities was orchestrated entirely by him. It must be said that most of the opportunities in the Honghuang realm have probably been unearthed and disseminated by senior brother Lu himself. These opportunities are tailored specifically for our Jie disciples, and only we know how to seek them out. As the tiger demon spoke of the pivotal details, Tai Jinren and Shijinzi could hardly contain their anticipation, clearly eager for more information. However, once the tiger demon and snake demon reached this point, they fell silent. This left Tai Jinren and Shijinzi feeling an itch for further elaboration, deeply unsettled. Do continue. How does one seek these opportunities? Recognizing that their intentions had been laid bare, the tiger demon and snake demon exchanged a disdainful glance. They were well aware that these Chan Jiao individuals harbored ulterior motives, attempting to extract information from them while coveting the opportunities of their Jie disciples was utterly contemptible. Given the circumstances, they would not let these two escape easily today. The serpent demon rolled its eyes and sighed softly. After speaking for such a long time, it suddenly felt a thirst. Prompted by this realization, the tiger demon patted its belly and sat down on the ground. Unbeknownst to them, I too was feeling a pang of hunger. Observing the two, one thirsty and the other hungry, the esteemed Tai Jinren and Shijinzi were genuinely at a loss. They were eager to hear the continuation of the tale. Yet here they were, stalled at this juncture. Please, continue, they urged. Once you finish, we shall treat you to a splendid feast. However, the tiger demon and serpent demon were entirely unmoved by such promises. I demand to be served divine nectar immediately, declared the tiger demon. Indeed, I too crave sumptuous delicacies. Otherwise, what is there left to discuss? Without food or drink, how can one possibly recall any details? As the two began to play the part of the unreasonable, Tai Jinren and Shijinzi, with no other options, conferred briefly before Tai Jinren retrieved a bottle of spirit wine from his pouch. I only possess this one exquisite bottle of fragrant brew. Upon seeing the alcohol, the tiger demon's eyes lit up, and it snatched the bottle from Tai Jinren's grasp. After pouring a cup for the serpent demon, it proceeded to drink directly from the bottle, consuming the entire contents in just a few gulps. After patting its now empty belly, the tiger demon could not help but complain, "What is this? There is hardly any flavor to it." Witnessing the cherished brew he had saved for so long being downed so recklessly, Tai Jinren felt as though his heart were bleeding. This was my only bottle. The tiger demon lay back on the ground, grumbling, "I am still not satisfied. Without food or drink, I can think of nothing at all." With no other recourse, Tai Jinren exchanged a knowing glance with Shijinzi. Understanding the cue, Shijinzi reluctantly pulled out a pouch filled with fruit. "These are top-quality wanling fruits. After you consume them, do share the methods with us." The moment the pouch of fruits was revealed, the tiger demon swiftly seized it and divided the contents with the serpent demon. As they devoured the fruits, Shijinzi felt a pang of regret, realizing he had barely tasted a few himself, while now they were all gone within the two demons' bellies. However, after they finished, the tiger demon still felt unsatisfied. "Is this all there is? This will not do. I am still hungry." Hearing this, Tai Jinren and Shijinzi were immediately displeased. "After consuming our fragrant brew and fresh fruits, how can you still be hungry?" The tiger demon scoffed. "Do you truly believe you can comprehend the capacity of my appetite? Go fetch more exquisite fruits and spirit wine, or we shall be unable to recall a single thing." The serpent demon nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we cannot endure hunger. Once we do, we will remember nothing at all." As they witnessed the situation slipping away, they realized that they had failed to gather any pertinent information. Tai Jinren and Shijinzi exchanged glances, resorting to hushed discussions. What should they do now? With just the two of them, no amount of resources could satiate their hunger. Surely, they could not simply watch the information elude them. How about returning to summon their fellow disciples for assistance? With more people, they could subdue the two monsters, and acquiring the information would then be a trivial matter. Thus, they decided. The two quickly concluded their discussion and called out to the tiger demon and the snake demon not far away. Today, in their haste, they had not brought any provisions. "Why not have the two of you wait here for a moment? Once we procure some food and drink, we shall return to honor you." Chapter 15. Disdain upon witnessing the other party's obedient demeanor. The tiger demon and the serpent demon felt a sense of warmth in their hearts. Knowing this, why not hasten back? Bring more provisions. Your esteemed tiger lord and dragon lord have substantial appetites. 10 or 8 pounds would suffice. Yet if we could procure 1,000 or more, we would manage to consume it all, or at least take some back for a feast. The lack of courtesy displayed by the other party left Tai Jinren and Shijinzi momentarily wide-eyed in astonishment. But the thought of soon being able to summon their fellow disciples to subdue these two quickly alleviated their frustrations. In an instant, the two transformed into a streak of light, heading toward Kunlun Mountain. Not long after their departure, Tai Jinren's expression darkened. Truly, these disciples of the Jie were remarkably impudent. However, today was not without its gains, at the very least. They had gleaned information about Lu Feng from the mouths of these foolish individuals. Moreover, there was the prospect of Jie's opportunities. Contemplating this, Tai Jinren promptly resolved to invite more of his fellow disciples to join him. This was not only to vent his frustrations, but also to engage in a thorough discussion on how to seize the opportunities related to the Jie disciples. As thoughts of opportunity arose, Tai Jinren could not help but think of Lu Feng. In truth, upon learning that the opportunities tied to the Jie disciples were orchestrated by Lu Feng, he and Xianxia were left in a state of astonishment. Such a figure, amidst the vast wilderness, remained relatively unknown. Moreover, the ability to arrange such numerous opportunities indicated his formidable strength. Yet, the sparse words spoken by the two Jie disciples ultimately provided little insight. Perhaps they could uncover more information regarding Lu Feng? With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Tai Jinren and Xianxia soon arrived at Kunlun Mountain. Their first destination was to seek out their senior brother, Guangqingzi. Brother, we have encountered two Jie disciples today and extracted news of Lu Feng from their lips. However, these two are rather troublesome. We beseech your assistance. Upon hearing of Lu Feng's news, Guangqingzi merely snorted dismissively. Which two disciples of Jie are you referring to? You two are unable to manage them? Suddenly, Guangqingzi recalled xianxia and quickly inquired. It cannot be that xianxia, can it? At the mention of xianxia's name, Tai Jinren promptly shook his head. It is not xianxia, but rather two ordinary disciples. Upon learning that they were merely two ordinary disciples, Guangqingzi's dissatisfaction grew. Just two ordinary disciples, and you cannot handle them? I must witness for myself just how troublesome they truly are. With that, Guangqingzi prepared to accompany Tai Jinren and Xianxia. Simultaneously, they relayed this news to the ears of other disciples of the Changjiao. The commotion caused by the Changjiao had certainly reached Zhao Gongming, who, traversing the wilderness, was acutely aware of the happenings within the Changjiao. At this moment, he could not help but furrow his brow. The Chan sect has always maintained a low profile. Yet today they are so ostentatious, one can't help but suspect they harbor ulterior motives towards our Jie sect. Upon contemplating this, Zhao Gongming could not restrain himself from discreetly performing a divination. When he discerned the presence of the tiger demon and the snake demon, he was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that a disciple has indeed sought refuge with the Chan sect? After a brief reflection, Zhao Gongming discarded his initial hypothesis. It was inconceivable that my Jie sect disciples would bow and scrape to the Chan sect. Perhaps these two were not seeking to ally themselves with the Chan sect, but rather to stir up trouble? With this thought, Zhao Gongming found himself unable to remain seated. Although he could not ascertain the identities of the two, he felt compelled to look after any Jie sect disciples involved. Aware of the potential danger they might face, he promptly made his way to the Chan sect's disciple recruitment location. Meanwhile, on a distant peak, three women clad in flowing robes rested their chins on their hands. This Chan sect truly resembles an adhesive plaster, impossible to shake off. One wonders what intentions they harbor this time. Regardless of their motives, they can hardly be deemed benevolent. Eldest sister, second sister, shall we pay them a visit? It would be best to teach them a lesson so they cease their incessant attention towards our Jie sect disciples. A similar scene unfolded across various locations. Countless Jie sect disciples, upon receiving the news, hastened towards the Chan sect. Even Guangqingzi and his companions were taken aback by the unity exhibited by the Jie sect disciples. As they mobilized, the Jie sect disciples silently advanced as well. At the foot of the mountain, the snake demon and the tiger demon sat cross-legged, stretching luxuriously as they observed Guangqingzi and his entourage approaching. Finally, they have arrived. I was nearly famished. Pray, how much delectable food have you brought to present to me? Witnessing such unabashed audacity nearly caused Guangqingzi and his companions to flush with indignation. Truly, they were creatures of a brazen nature. And the fact that mere Jie sect disciples dared to treat them with such disdain was shocking. Guangqingzi could not help but let out a cold laugh. Is it you two who are so brazen? Upon seeing the large group led by Guangqingzi, the snake demon quickly grasped their intentions. However, in contrast to the cunning snake demon, the tiger demon was rather naive. This is called audacity. I have yet to unleash my full potential. Good sir, your attire is rather fine. How about today, you kindly part with it, and let me don it for a while. Guangqingzi's golden robe, woven from exquisite cloud silk, shimmered brilliantly. Who could have imagined that it would catch the tiger demon's eye, leading to such an outrageous request? Having lived for so long, Guangqingzi had never encountered such a shameless rogue. and he was nearly driven to the ground in exasperation. Insolent. Lacking the good temperament of Tai Jinren, Guang Qingzi immediately raised his hand. In his hand, he prominently held the heaven-turned seal. Observing the other party preparing to take action, the tiger demon and the serpent demon gracefully rose to their feet, even taking the time to brush off the dust from their posteriors. To think that you went to fetch food and drink for us, only to return with such a large entourage. Had it been in the past, your venerable tiger would have certainly indulged on the spot, but now, the old tiger has lost his appetite for human flesh. Age has dulled his cravings. Ever since their entry into they have forsaken their carnivorous habits, and the act of consuming humans has been sternly warned against by Lu Feng. Should they dare to secretly feast upon humans, Lu Feng would unhesitatingly obliterate them. Consequently, these demons no longer dared to transgress. Nevertheless, it remains rather delightful to irritate these humans. And indeed, Guang Qingzi and the others were thoroughly vexed. Especially when they caught sight of the disdainful glances from the two demons, their inner fury was nearly unbearable. Have they truly sunk to the level of being mere sustenance for this group of demons, to the point of being insulted? Moreover, do these two demons even comprehend who they are? Chapter 16. Without thinking, yet the tiger demon seemed utterly oblivious to the fury of Guang Qingzi. Holding its head high and condescendingly proclaiming, "Why haven't you stripped yet? It is already a stroke of fortune for you that I have taken notice of your attire. Now, I offer you a chance. Hurry up and remove your clothing and present it to me. I may treat you well as my pet in the future." Observing the tiger demon's haughty demeanor and its audacious words, Guang Qingzi could no longer contain himself. "You arrogant creature! Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike at the tiger demon. However, at the critical moment, he was restrained by the disciples of the Jie Sect. "Master brother, do not act impulsively." "Yes, master brother, do not stoop to the level of such a beast." Unbeknownst to them, the tiger demon's eyes flickered with a glimmer of mischief, though its expression remained indifferent. "If you choose not to strip, then so be it. I had thought this group of Qianxiao disciples to possess some worth. It is fortunate for you that I have taken an interest in your garments, yet you dare to raise your hands against me?" Just as the last words escaped the tiger demon's lips, the snake demon stood up immediately. "I challenge anyone who dares to lay a hand on my master brother. With me here today, even if 100 of you come, we shall not fear." Upon hearing the words of the two demons, the disciples of Qianxiao felt a lump in their throats, unable to react. Especially Guang Qingzi, whose face turned an alarming shade of green, yet was held back by Tai Jinren and Shijinzi on either side, rendering him powerless to retaliate. Thus, with the Tian Fan seal in hand, he remained unable to make a move. Seeing them hesitant and restrained, the tiger demon could not help but mockingly clear its ears. "You all gathered here. Did you not come to inquire how to find the fortune bestowed upon us by Brother Lu? However, I am not entirely devoid of kindness today. I might just share that information with you." Upon hearing this, Guang Qingzi and the others were momentarily stunned, then quickly turned their gazes towards the tiger demon, their eyes alight with anticipation. At that moment, even if their hearts burned with rage, they could suppress it, for what could surpass the allure of fortune? Seeing this, Guang Qingzi relaxed his grip, his tone softened with rare gentleness. "Do you truly know how to seek out this fortune?" Before the tiger demon could respond, the snake demon interjected, "Of course we know. Every disciple of the Jie Sect is aware of this method. If we did not know, how could we have found the fortune left to us by Brother Lu?" As soon as the snake demon finished speaking, the tiger demon chimed in, "Indeed. Thus, you pets would do well to behave. If you manage to please me, I may very well divulge this method to you." Despite their dissatisfaction, the disciples of Qianxiao were ultimately swayed by the temptation of fortune, refraining from taking action, though their hearts were filled with frustration. Guang Qingzi continually calmed his emotions before speaking. "Then why not share how one might seek this opportunity?" After uttering these words, Guang Qingzi appeared somewhat apprehensive about the two demons reneging on their promise, and proceeded to add, "Should you fail to articulate your thoughts, I shall take it as an attempt to deceive us." In that case, the hand that Guang Qingzi had just lowered was raised once more, brandishing the celestial seal, which spun menacingly, exuding an imposing aura. While the tiger demon and the snake demon felt the pressure emanating from Guang Qingzi, they remained largely unfazed. After exchanging glances, they discerned a mutual satisfaction, not with Guang Qingzi himself, but rather with the celestial seal in his grasp. After all, this treasure was transformed from the mountain pillar of the unruly mountain, fortuitously falling into Guang Qingzi's possession. Naturally, the display of its power would evoke envy in the tiger and snake demons. However, This subtle interaction between the two demons did not attract the attention of Guang Qingzi's fellow disciples, and even if they had noticed, it would not have been deemed significant. They merely regarded them as two mere beasts, their schemes hardly compared to the gravity of their own endeavors. Thus, the assembled crowd patiently awaited the demons to reveal their method for seeking the opportunity. As Guang Qingzi began to show signs of impatience, he softly urged, "Will you speak or not?" The tiger demon, noticing this, cleared his throat. "Isn't it simply about seeking an opportunity? Why the haste? The opportunities left by senior brother Lu are extraordinary treasures. While we possess methods, they are not accessible to just anyone." Upon hearing this, all present were momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehension dawned upon them. Indeed, if such opportunities could be easily found, wouldn't all scattered disciples of the intercepting cult have experienced significant elevation? With this realization, the crowd quickly regained their composure. "Then do share your method, regardless of the outcome." Once they had the means, each could rely on their own capabilities. The tiger demon immediately exchanged a knowing glance with the snake demon. His wits were not as agile as those of the snake demon. Thus, such trickery was best left to the latter. The snake demon did not disappoint, stepping forward with hands clasped behind his back. In truth, finding an opportunity is not excessively difficult. What poses the challenge is the guidance to it. Guidance? What is that? Guang Qingzi and the others were left bewildered. Despite their extensive travels through the primordial world, they had never encountered such a concept. Some disciples of the intercepting cult even began to suspect that the tiger and snake demons were fabricating tales. Seizing the opportunity, the tiger demon maintained a stoic expression, even adopting a slightly condescending demeanor. "What is there to inquire about? Guidance is simply guidance. Do you not see what I hold in my hand?" With that, a small tower-like sculpture materialized in the tiger demon's grip. As the disciples of the intercepting cult beheld the sudden appearance of the small tower, they were left utterly perplexed. The small tower appeared unremarkable, seemingly devoid of any potential for discovering opportunities. Yet, before long, the tiger demon exhaled upon the tower, and immediately a radiant light began to emanate from its summit. "This is the artifact left to us by senior brother Lu, a device capable of guiding us to fortune." As soon as these words were uttered, the previously puzzled expressions of the disciples of the Jie Sect transformed into a vivid shade of green. To their astonishment, this seemingly ordinary tower could indeed reveal the path to opportunity. This revelation was bound to save them considerable effort. In that moment, the disciples of the Jie Sect failed to ponder the origins of this small tower. Nor did they contemplate how the tiger and snake demons could possibly present such a precious item to them so readily. Chapter 17, Second Brother. Why is your strength yet to improve? The serpent demon gazed at the tiger demon, who had produced a small tower, and, unwilling to be outdone, promptly revealed a stone of her own. This stone appeared unremarkable at first glance, albeit slightly more aesthetically pleasing. Such guiding artifacts are commonplace among us disciples, primarily distributed by Brother Lu, as they illuminate the paths to our fortunes. Each disciple of the Jie Sect yearned to seize this opportunity. Yet Guang Qingzi maintained a semblance of rationality. "You claim this object can unveil hidden fortunes. Why not demonstrate its efficacy?" The tiger demon responded with a dismissive snort. "This item belongs to us. Why should we showcase it for you?" However, without this guiding artifact, even if you Jie Sect disciples scoured the heavens, you would remain oblivious to the fortunes bestowed by Brother Lu. Observing the tiger demon's semblance of wisdom, Guang Qingzi suppressed his impatience and continued, "I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to witness how you utilize this artifact to uncover your fortunes. Moreover, without a demonstration, how can I ascertain the truth of your assertions?" Guang Qingzi's words indeed prompted the tiger demon to ponder momentarily, but he soon shook his head. These guiding artifacts are not so easily activated. They require the infusion of spiritual energy from a magical treasure, or else they remain inert. At this revelation, Guang Qingzi was momentarily taken aback. Must one employ a magical treasure to activate such an object? A sense of unease stirred within him. Yet, the serpent demon pressed on. "Precisely. We have previously harnessed this treasure to seek fortunes, but we currently lack a suitable magical artifact for further exploration. If someone were to provide a powerful treasure, the fortunes we unearth could be even more formidable." Upon hearing this, Guang Qingzi's brow furrowed. "What do you mean by that?" The serpent demon shrugged nonchalantly. "I mean precisely what I said. The fortunes revealed by these guides are contingent upon the grade of the magical treasure. The artifacts in our possession are mere trinkets. Thus the fortunes we have found are correspondingly weak. However, should someone wield a superior treasure, the fortunes discovered would undoubtedly surpass our expectations." This notion piqued Guang Qingzi's interest. If possible, He certainly wished to uncover higher-grade fortunes. At that moment, the tiger demon pointed to the heaven-turning seal in Guang Qingzi's hand. After all, do you not possess one? Why not allow us to experiment with it? Guang Qingzi hesitated, casting a glance at the heaven-turning seal, feeling a twinge of reluctance. This treasure had accompanied him for many years. What if he were to part with it only for these two to ruin it? However, considering that their cultivation levels were at most those of Deluo Jingxian, Guang Qingzi quickly set his mind at ease. Even if the heaven-turning seal were to fall into their hands, it would be unlikely for them to damage it. After all, it is an innate spiritual treasure. In light of this, take it. The tiger demon seized the heaven-turned seal from Guang Qingzi, letting out a couple of chuckles. It appeared that this group was not as astute as he had imagined. With just a slight ruse, they had eagerly delivered the innate spiritual treasure right into his hands. Such a splendid treasure now belonged to him, and he vowed they would never retrieve it again. Meanwhile, disciples of the were hastening towards the mountain peak. Initially, only a few were present, but as time progressed, more and more individuals arrived. Before the crowd stood a figure clad in azure, and when this person turned around, it was undoubtedly Duo Bao of the. Duo Bao had long heard rumors regarding this external proclamations, yet he had remained skeptical. However, upon arriving at this desolate valley, he suddenly felt that the intentions of the Chan teaching might be shrouded in a grand conspiracy. Thus, whenever he spotted a fellow disciple, he would summon them to this location. As time passed, the number of individuals gathered here grew significantly. Numerous disciples of the awaited at the mountain summit. When the three heaven sisters approached, they too sensed the potent aura of the disciples, and, following that energy, they successfully joined the main contingent. Second brother. The three heavens greeted Duo Bao with a bow, their expressions tinged with surprise. Yet, upon seeing the three heaven sisters, Duo Bao's countenance shifted. You three have returned with a much stronger aura, particularly you. Xianxia, have you broken through? Xianxia shyly nodded, admitting, indeed. I fortuitously achieved a breakthrough on the journey. Brother, did you gain any insights during your travels? Upon hearing Xianxia's inquiry, Duo Bao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What insights could he claim to have acquired? As for the opportunities that Brother Lu had mentioned, he had encountered none. Now, with Xianxiao's significant increase in strength, a sense of urgency stirred within Duo Bao. The pressure emanating from Xianxiao now surpassed that of her second brother. Within the eldest brother was typically unassuming, and Duo Bao would not pridefully compare himself to him. Nonetheless, Duo Bao's strength had indeed been among the top ranks. However, Xianxiao's prowess now clearly eclipsed his own. How had such a transformation occurred in so short a time? Before Xianxiao could speak, Bai Xiao chimed in with a chuckle. It seems our second sister was fortunate enough to encounter the opportunity prepared for us by Brother Lu during her travels, leading to her breakthrough. I can't help but wonder when my luck will improve gazing at Xianxiao's serene countenance. Duo Bao's heart surged with tumultuous waves. It turned out that the opportunities spoken of by their elder brother were indeed real. After departing from the Duo Bao had contemplated seeking out his elder brother's fortune. However, upon encountering a celestial cave of blessings, he had resolved to focus on his own breakthrough, which led to his delay. Who could have predicted that, in the end, it was Xianxiao who would emerge with the greatest fortune? However, what surprised Duo Bao even more was that the other disciples of the erupted into a flurry of excitement after hearing Bixiao's words. Could it be that the opportunity left by the eldest senior brother was indeed real? I had merely speculated before, and now I lament the time lost. Is it still possible for me to venture out in search of the eldest senior brother's opportunity? Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Xianxiao and the others exchanged glances and then nodded in agreement. The opportunities left by the eldest senior brother are predetermined. If you possess such intentions, feel free to seek them out. Just as they were conversing, a sudden flash of light descended, revealing none other than the Golden Light Immortal. The Golden Light Immortal surveyed the group before fixing his gaze upon his second senior brother. Second senior brother, why is your strength not yet advanced? Chapter 18. The deception succeeded. Upon hearing Jin Guanxian's words, Duo Bao was initially taken aback. However, he soon sensed the profound aura of Dao emanating from Jin Guanxian, leaving him utterly astonished. Have you also discovered the opportunity left by our senior brother? He inquired. Jin Guanxian chuckled and patted his chest. I did not seek it. This opportunity was personally bestowed upon me by our senior brother. The astonishment in the eyes of the onlookers intensified with Jin Guanxian's revelation. While they were aware that some possessed good fortune, they were unaware of the extraordinary luck Jin Guanxian had encountered. Merely sustaining an injury had resulted in their senior brother directly granting him such an opportunity. They could not help but wonder if they might also find a pretext to return to Jin Ao Island and beseech their senior brother for a similar boon. However, This thought merely flitted through the minds of the Jie disciples. How could they dare to actually return to Jian'ao Island and demand resources from their senior brother? Wouldn't that be a loss of face? Jing Guangxian, oblivious to the envy etched on the faces of those around him, turned to Duo Bao. Second brother, you haven't yet found the opportunity left by our senior brother, have you? That seems unlikely. Duo Bao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had initially believed that Lu Feng's comments were meant to console them. Who could have anticipated that Lu Feng's words were genuine and that he had indeed prepared opportunities for them? Now, not only had xianxia obtained one, but even Jing Guangxian had as well. Here he was, the second brother, left with nothing and stagnating in place. How could he uphold his dignity? The thought of it soured his mood instantly. To make matters worse, Jing Guangxian was watching him with an expression that suggested he was on the verge of saying something, which only deepened Duo Bao's discomfort. However, Duo Bao quickly scanned the gathering of disciples and noticed they were all in the same predicament as he, having failed to discover the opportunity prepared by Lu Shixiang. This realization brought him some semblance of peace. After all, he was not alone in his misfortune. There were many others in the same boat. Besides, was the opportunity bestowed by Lu Shixiang truly so easily found? It appeared that only Qiong Xiao and Jing Guangxian had been fortunate enough to receive it. Just as he was lost in thought, a streak of light descended, revealing Zhao Gongming. Initially, Zhao Gongming's arrival did not attract much attention, but as his aura became apparent, the crowd gradually sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. Why does Zhao Gongming's aura seem so robust? They murmured, and his strength has evidently increased significantly. As Duo Bao gazed at Zhao Gongming standing before him, shock filled his eyes. It was only recently that this junior brother had been beneath him in strength. How could he have surpassed him so dramatically in such a short time? Greetings, second brother. Zhao Gongming bowed respectfully to Duo Bao, then smiled at the Sanshao sisters, who also returned the gesture. Brother, by the looks of you, it seems you have achieved a breakthrough? Duo Bao observed Zhao Gongming's gentle smile. As he cast a glance toward Duo Bao, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Had senior brother Duo Bao been unable to find any fortuitous encounters of late? With another wound piercing his chest, Duo Bao felt an urge to curse. Was he truly reluctant to seek the opportunities left behind by senior brother? He was utterly unaware. What troubled him most was the sympathetic gazes directed at him by others, leaving him with a sense of frustration he could not articulate. Taking a deep breath, he managed to conjure a smile. I have yet to commence my search, he stated. Zhao Gongming nodded in acknowledgement. The second senior brother must expedite his search. The opportunities left by senior brother should encompass the totality of our Jie disciples, albeit with the inevitable interference of the Chan Jiao disciples. Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's words, the group was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there were those meddlesome Chan Jiao disciples to contend with. Yet, the thought of Zhao Gongming and his companions having elevated their cultivation to such heights left Duo Bao feeling somewhat disquieted. After all, he was the second senior brother of Jie, the foremost disciple beneath Lu Feng. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his fellow disciples had surpassed him. While he could still find solace in his previous interactions with xianxia, now, with Jing Guangxian and Zhao Gongming consistently outpacing him, Duo Bao's mindset had genuinely shifted. Nevertheless, amidst this shift, he could not help but hold a deep admiration for Lu Feng. Truly, he was their senior brother, possessing remarkable abilities that enabled his fellow disciples to achieve such significant progress. Were he in their position, his strength would undoubtedly rival that of Zhao Gongming and the others, would it not? Just as Zhao Gongming skillfully diverted the conversation, he remarked, it seems everyone is quite eager, likely due to matters concerning the Chan Jiao. The individuals present nodded in agreement. Observing this, Duo Bao promptly added, now that we have all witnessed the effects of the opportunities left by senior brother Lu, we must remain vigilant. The Chan Jiao's intentions are far from benign, and they have likely received word of our situation. Moreover, with our Jie disciples in their grasp, it is only natural for us to feel a sense of unease. It is precisely for this reason that we must unite to rescue our Jie brethren. However, if anyone is unwilling to take risks, they are free to stay behind. I, Duo Bao, shall never force anyone. Upon finishing this declaration, the crowd fell into an immediate silence. Yet, not a single soul chose to leave. Having come this far, they were clearly resolute in their decision. Second senior brother, I will not depart, nor will I. Although Jie had been disbanded, the disciples remained steadfast. Indeed, what was there to fear from those hypocritical Chan Jiao disciples? Witnessing the fervent battle spirit in the eyes of his fellow Jie disciples, Duo Bao couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. Since they were united in purpose, let us set forth. Engaging in combat with the Chan Jiao shall not be in vain. As the voice of Duobao faded, he instantly transformed into a streak of flowing light, darting towards the foot of the distant mountain. Behind him, numerous disciples of the followed suit, displaying not a trace of trepidation. Meanwhile, the members of the remained utterly oblivious to these events. On another front, the tiger demon and the snake demon reveled in their possession of for it was a primordial spiritual treasure, further refined through the trials of the saints. It was rather astonishing that the disciples of, lacking in acumen, were deceived by the casual words of the tiger demon. In fact, even the tiger demon himself had not anticipated that he could so effortlessly procure from the hands of Guangchengzi. However, now that the treasure was in his grasp, the tiger demon had no intention of relinquishing it. Chapter 19, Guangchengzi, Return My Treasure. At that moment, the tiger demon cast a quick glance at the serpent demon, who nodded in understanding. The two of them were now in a conspiratorial alliance, their thoughts aligned. A mere glance was sufficient for the serpent demon to grasp the tiger demon's intent. He immediately raised his voice, declaring, "Now that the spiritual treasure is in my possession, I shall commence the transfer of spiritual energy forthwith. However, this time, utmost diligence is imperative. There can be no missteps once the transfer is initiated, for failure would lead to irretrievable loss, and it would be 10 days before we could attempt to guide the energy again." Upon hearing that failure would result in a 10-day wait for guidance, the gathered crowd collectively focused, refraining from even a heavy breath. Yet, the subsequent words from the tiger demon nearly caused the assembly to falter. "Since we are all present, you shall heed my commands. Now, divide yourselves into 2 lines, one to the left and one to the right, and then squat down as I do." The tiger demon promptly transformed into his tiger form, lowering his forelimbs to the ground and kneeling on his hind legs. The striking normalcy of this posture for a tiger made it all the more shocking for Guangchengzi and the others, who found the position utterly humiliating. Was this not akin to prostrating themselves? Guangchengzi's face reflected uncertainty. This posture, they would prostrate before the 3 pure ones and bow to the heavens and earth, but they had never bowed before this inexplicable stone tower. The tiger demon glared fiercely. "What is wrong with this posture? I assure you, this is the swiftest method we, the disciples of thee, have discovered after much deliberation. Besides, does your not frequently adopt this stance? You might even execute it better than our beastly kin. Why the reluctance now? Could it be that you lack capability? Or are you merely a facade without substance?" Such disdain from a mere beast ignited the fighting spirit within Guangchengzi and his companions. Furthermore, there was known for its strict adherence to rules. If anyone were to excel in rituals, it would undoubtedly be them. For the sake of the opportunity, they were willing to endure a moment of indignity. Thus, in just a few seconds, Guangchengzi promptly knelt before the stone tower held by the tiger demon. The disciples of the following him quickly followed suit. As they beheld a multitude kneeling before them, the tiger and serpent demons struggled to contain their glee. The stone tower was in the tiger demon's possession, and from this angle, it appeared as though the throng was bowing to them. The sensation was indescribably exhilarating. In truth, the serpent demon was equally astonished. He could scarcely fathom that the tiger demon could devise such a cunning strategy. The usually dull-witted creature had managed to orchestrate such a masterful scheme. With just a few words, he had compelled this loathsome group to kneel before them, and on their knees, no less. The exhilaration was overwhelming. Even the serpent demon couldn't resist giving the tiger demon a playful wink. "It's all thanks to you." Now, the tiger demon stood tall, one hand clutching the stone tower while the other wielded the heavenly seal. "All right, I shall now gradually infuse my spiritual energy. You need only follow my guidance and bow thrice." Upon hearing the instruction to bow to the walls, the disciples of the Chan teaching finally realized something was amiss. Why, during this worship, must they also bow their heads? Yet, when Guangchengzi observed the smiles on the faces of the tiger and serpent demons, clarity dawned upon him. Good gracious, it turns out these 2 demons had been deceiving them all along. Looking at their kneeling figures, Guangchengzi felt a surge of blood rush to his head. "How dare you play us for fools?" He immediately raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy in a clear display of indignation. The audacity of the tiger and serpent demons to mock them had rendered them akin to the dead in Guangchengzi's eyes. Moreover, they had countless methods to compel the tiger and serpent demons to reveal the secrets of fortune, yet here they were, resorting to such tricks. Now, it was evident they had been duped into kneeling before these 2 demons. Before Guangchengzi could act, the serpent demon transformed into its true form, swiftly flicking its tail. The force of the serpent's movement was tremendous. As its tail swept down, the ground trembled violently. Guangchengzi was nearly thrown off balance by this sudden display. In that moment of distraction, the serpent demon struck again with its tail. The heavy blow landed squarely on Guang Qingzi's chest, propelling him hundreds of feet away and forcing him to spit out a mouthful of foul blood. Did you truly believe we would tolerate such disrespect? The serpent demon's sudden assault caught everyone present completely off guard. They had not anticipated such an abrupt action from the serpent, especially employing such a crude and straightforward method. Having succeeded with its first strike, the tiger demon brandished the xianxia seal. Whether striking one or a multitude, it mattered not. Why not test the prowess of your senior brother's treasure? With that, the tiger demon enlarged the xianxia seal and brought it crashing down towards the disciples of the Chan teaching. How could the disciples withstand such a blow? The xianxia seal, after all, was a primordial spiritual treasure, even if it did not belong entirely to the tiger demon in its hands. It was more than capable of toppling their entire vessel. The disciples of the Chan teaching were left reeling under the weight of the xianxia seal. Even the most formidable among them, the lantern-bearer, was forced back several meters. Witnessing the state of the crowd before him, the tiger demon cherished the xianxia seal all the more. Who would have thought this treasure would be so effective? Had I known sooner, I would have procured it earlier to avoid such troubles. Guang Qingzi, watching his treasured artifact being wielded against his own disciples, was on the verge of losing his composure. Impudent! Return my treasure. With that, Guang Qingzi charged directly at the two demons. However, to the tiger demon, his meager attack was hardly of any consequence. Moreover, how could he still possess the celestial seal? Truly audacious. Today, I shall subdue you. Upon finishing his words, the celestial seal in the hands of the tiger demon suddenly expanded in size. Yet, this celestial seal was indeed a treasure of Guang Qingzi. Witnessing the tiger demon wielding his own artifact against him, Guang Qingzi was nearly driven into the ground with fury. However, he quickly steadied his mind and recited the incantation softly. As the incantation resonated, the tiger demon sensed a disturbance emanating from the artifact in his grasp. The celestial seal appeared poised to slip from his fingers and return to Guang Qingzi. Having painstakingly acquired this treasure, the tiger demon would never allow it to escape so easily. Chapter 20. Have all those from the Jie Sect perished? He immediately called out to the serpent demon beside him. Junior brother, come to my aid. The serpent demon promptly soared forward, seizing the talisman of heaven from the tiger demon's grasp, while deftly sweeping its tail towards the disciples of the Jie Sect. Such audacity to dare steal my elder brother's treasure. Upon hearing the serpent demon's words, the faces of the Jie Sect members turned a shade of green with anger. Brothers, why do you hesitate? Let us suppress these two. With a commanding shout from Guang Qingzi, the Jie Sect members erupted into chaos. Yet, at that very moment, the disciples of the Jie Sect also rushed to the scene. Elsewhere, Feng was tending to the spiritual roots he had planted. After a period of diligent nurturing, this batch of spiritual roots was flourishing remarkably. Moreover, with the acquisition of a substantial amount of nurturing liquid, he could greatly expedite the growth of the roots. Observing the towering peach tree before him, Feng felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. To his surprise, the system proved to be quite formidable. With just a single application of the nurturing liquid, he had effectively saved himself 6,000 years of effort. Calculating the timeline, it seemed the day of bearing fruit for this peach tree was not far off. The very thought of tasting the divine peaches filled Feng with anticipation. Feeling the immense power bestowed by the system, Feng resolved to write a novel by hand each day. After all, casting a wide net would yield better catches, wouldn't it? However, even with a plethora of stories swirling in his mind, he found himself at a creative standstill. What should he write today? Dully gazing at the paper and pen in his hand, a moment of inspiration struck him. Having penned so many novels about ascension, why not write one about formations today? He pondered whether any of the disciples had studied formations. Yet, without overthinking, he decided to proceed and raised his hand to begin writing. With the enhancement of spiritual power, Feng's writing flowed with astonishing speed. In merely half a day's time, a new novel took shape. Coincidentally, at that moment, a notification from the system chimed. Detected that the host has created a new genre of novel, rewarding 10,000 years of cultivation and a piece of spirit stone. Upon hearing the system's notification, Feng paused momentarily, then clicked his tongue in surprise. He had not anticipated that writing in a different genre would yield rewards. Yet, he couldn't help but feel the reward was rather meager. Previously, the system's rewards had started at 100,000 years of cultivation. Why was it so paltry now? Nevertheless, even the smallest of gains was still a gain. Feng was not one to disdain such offerings. Just then, the system chimed again. The host has completed 100 novels. A single opportunity for novel transmission is granted. Hearing this, Feng was taken aback. A novel transmission opportunity. What an intriguing concept. However, he quickly grasped the rules behind it. The so-called novel transmission involved delivering the freshly penned novel to the disciple most suited to receive it. Regrettably, this opportunity was limited to just one use. Amidst the thrill of surprise, Lu Feng was also filled with a sense of regret. If he had the opportunity to come here a few more times, would he not be prosperous? Of course, the system would not permit such a flaw to exist. May I inquire if the host is currently utilizing the novel transmission? Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Feng immediately opted to proceed. In the next moment, the novel before him swiftly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from his sight. As he watched the light dissipate, Lu Feng propped his chin upon his hand. As a disciple of the, Lu Feng might not know everyone, but he was quite familiar with a good number of them. After pondering, it seemed that only one individual fit the description of the novel he had written. Yet, would this novel reach the hands of the person he had in mind? In the depths of the Wanqing Mountain, within a cave, Jin Guxian Ma Sui looked on with a hint of confusion. He had merely taken a nap. So why were they about to engage in battle? Moreover, the scale of the conflict appeared to be monumental. He wondered what the situation was like for his senior brothers. Should he venture over to see? Yet, he was concerned that by the time he arrived, the battle might already be concluded. Frustration began to rise within Ma Sui. Just then, a streak of light suddenly appeared above Wanqing Mountain and swiftly flew towards the cave where Ma Sui resided. Before he could react, the light struck him solidly. What was that? Ma Sui clutched his head as he looked down to the ground. There, he beheld a shimmering novel glistening in gold. What could this be? A formation diagram? Ma Sui gazed in astonishment at the book in his hands, and it soon dawned on him. Could it be that while I sat at home, fortune descended from the heavens? Is this not the opportunity spoken of by my senior brother? With this thought, Ma Sui could no longer remain seated and promptly opened the book in his hands. Since it was his own resource, he must hold it firmly. Surely, it did not require his assistance at this moment, considering that his senior brother and the others were still present. Moreover, if even his senior brother could not resolve the situation, how much could he contribute with his current power? It would be wiser to fully comprehend this opportunity and, once his strength had grown, to revisit the matter. Having made up his mind, Ma Sui immediately immersed himself in cultivation. At this moment, the two tiger demons awaited their reinforcements. The disciples of the had considered numerous possibilities, yet they had never anticipated this scenario. At the foot of the mountain, the tiger demon and the snake demon were indeed locked in battle with the group. However, the scene was utterly comical. One hand of Guangchengzi was gripped by the tiger demon's Tianfan seal, while his other hand was clamped down by the tiger's bite. The snake demon had transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, pressing both hands against the Tianfan seal in the tiger demon's grasp, while its tail wildly whipped about, obstructing the approaching disciples. It seemed the disciples had never imagined they would find themselves in such a predicament, and for a moment, they were thoroughly flustered by the snake demon's tail. Upon the arrival of the disciples of the, witnessing the unfolding scene rendered them utterly incapable of remaining passive. How could they allow their own brothers to be oppressed by the followers of right before their very eyes? Thus, with a resounding roar from and his companions, the disciples surged forward. Brother, I come to your aid. Let us see who dares to bully my junior. Today, all you curs shall extend your necks for a reckoning. The air was thick with invective. This unexpected turn of events caught the group off guard. Though was particularly taken aback, his expression one of bewilderment. How could such a multitude arrive unexpectedly? This certainly deviated from their anticipations. The critical issue was that with the arrival of, how could they continue to employ their numerical superiority? In fact, was disinclined to engage in further discourse. As he observed the serpent demon's tail lash towards he swiftly delivered a powerful blow to his eye. You audacious! How dare you take advantage of our absence to bully the disciples of? Do you truly believe that all of us have perished? Chapter 21. Infuriated, the disciples of the two sects converged at a location, nearly uprooting the mountaintop in the process. Although the disciples of the Chan sect and the Jie sect typically maintained a respectful distance from one another, they certainly held no admiration for each other. At this moment, the audacity of the Chan sect disciples to openly bully their Jie sect counterparts was intolerable for Duobao and his companions. Unable to endure any longer, they resolved to engage in a confrontation. Previously, their exchanges had been limited to verbal sparring. This marked their first encounter with genuine weapons in hand. Moreover, faced with the hypocritical demeanor of the Chan sect disciples, Duobao and the others instinctively intensified their efforts. They hoped to vanquish the Chan disciples to the point that they would never dare to intrude upon their circle again. With Duobao's involvement, the tiger demon and snake demon clutched tightly to their possession of the turning seal. This artifact is mine, and no one shall seize it. Guang Qingzi's face flushed with anger. He had never anticipated that the tiger and snake demons could stoop to such shamelessness. This object rightfully belonged to him. How had it come to be in the tiger demon's grasp? Furthermore, the turning seal was refined by the primordial heavenly venerable specifically for him. And now it was being clutched by these brazen creatures. This was an affront to his revered master. At that moment, Guang Qingzi could no longer maintain his composure, and he erupted in indignation. This clearly belongs to me. You, tiger demon, how can you be so unscrupulous? Release it at once, lest I be forced to show you no mercy. Yet the tiger demon adopted a thoroughly robed demeanor. This artifact is now in the possession of your lord tiger. No one shall reclaim it. Moreover, you claim it as yours. Call to it, and let us see if it responds. Guang Qingzi was nearly struck senseless by the tiger demon's words. He had attempted to summon it. But the crux of the matter was that the tiger demon refused to relinquish it. No matter how fervently he invoked his spells, he could not retrieve the turning seal. What a brazen rogue! Guang Qingzi shouted in frustration, but he felt increasingly powerless. Given his strength, reclaiming his treasure from these two demons should have been a simple task. It was precisely for this reason that he had confidently entrusted the turning seal to the tiger demon. Who could have foreseen that their power far exceeded his expectations? Even with all his might, he was unable to reclaim what was rightfully his from the fox demon. Logically, the turning seal had already recognized its master. It was uncertain what sorcery the tiger demon had employed to so firmly control his treasured artifact. At this moment, Guang Qingzi began to sense something amiss. First, it was the Jie Sect's xianxia, and now these two demons. Could it be that the Jie Sect had truly encountered a great fortune, thus empowering their disciples? As this realization dawned upon him, Guang Qingzi felt a wave of despair wash over him. If this trend continued, what face would the Chan sect have to maintain its standing in the vast wilderness? However, the disciples of the Chan sect were already embroiled in conflict with those of the Jie sect, and Guang Qingzi found himself ensnared by these two rogues, utterly unable to provide support on the battlefield. Nevertheless, he still sought to make every effort to try. After all, it is one's own treasure. One cannot possibly be left without any trump cards, can they? Thus, Guang Qingzi once again began to activate his magical artifact. Unbeknownst to him, the tiger demon also promptly summoned its spiritual power. In terms of strength, the tiger demon might not match the serpent demon beside him. However, the advantage lay in his technique, which allowed him to forcibly seize others' artifacts and sever the connection between the artifact and its owner. The effectiveness of this severance depended on the relative strengths of the parties involved. Nevertheless, given the current prowess of the tiger demon, easily cutting off the connection between the celestial seal and Guang Qingzi was a trivial matter. Consequently, no matter how Guang Qingzi called upon his treasured artifact, he was destined to receive no response. To make matters worse, the serpent demon was right beside the tiger demon. Every time Guang Qingzi attempted to activate his spell, the serpent demon would retaliate swiftly with its tail, leaving Guang Qingzi's head buzzing. While the serpent demon's strength was no match for Guang Qingzi, the element of surprise was its advantage. Moreover, the serpent demon had now evolved into a dragon, its scales exceptionally hard. The impact of its tail against Guang Qingzi was indeed quite painful. However, this minor harassment failed to shake Guang Qingzi's resolve. Realizing that mere tail swipes were ineffective, the serpent demon transformed directly into its beastly form. A colossal dragon soared into the sky, fixating its enormous eyes upon Guang Qingzi. For a fleeting moment, Guang Qingzi felt momentarily intimidated. A dragon? Wasn't this merely a snake? How did it transform so abruptly into a dragon? Before Guang Qingzi could fully comprehend this transformation, the serpent demon struck again with its tail, spinning Guang Qingzi around. In the next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his rear, a cry of despair involuntarily escaping his lips. The serpent demon, however, merely scoffed, undeterred, as it clamped down on Guang Qingzi's backside. Since it could not overpower Guang Qingzi, it resorted to poison instead. If one were to consider where the serpent demon was most toxic, it would undoubtedly be its fangs. Even though the serpent demon had now evolved into a dragon, this aspect remained unchanged. As Guang Qingzi felt the pain in his rear transform into a numbing sensation, he was overwhelmed with frustration. Who engages in combat with mere bites? Others wield genuine blades and weapons, and here he was, subjected to a direct bite? At this juncture, Guang Qingzi found himself utterly helpless, retreating frantically while clutching his rear. However, it wasn't long before he felt a sudden chill at his backside. Turning to look, a flurry of expletives raced through his mind. His rear was exposed. Meanwhile, the serpent demon spat out the fabric it had clamped down on, followed by several disdainful noises. What a foul taste. Hadn't that garment been washed in days? It had sullied the demon's mouth. Guang Qingzi was infuriated, feeling as though flames were erupting from him, but with his backside exposed. He could only cover it with his hands. If lethal glares could kill, the tiger demon and serpent demon would have perished 1,000 times over. At that moment, Zhao Gongming had dealt with the disciples of the Chan sect who stood in his way and approached the tiger demon and the snake demon. Upon seeing Zhao Gongming, the two demons immediately rushed towards him, tears welling in their eyes. Master brother, you must stand up for us. This old wretch has actually stolen my treasured artifact. Indeed, and he hasn't even bathed, tainting my reputation. Master brother, he even intends to brutally suppress us, to flay our skins and strip our tendons. Moreover, he has the audacity to claim that we are nothing more than mere beasts, unworthy of mention. The tiger demon and the snake demon took turns lamenting, causing the veins on Guang Qingzi's forehead to throb with agitation. When did he ever threaten to flay their skins and strip their tendons? Chapter 22. The victory this time relies entirely on the senior brother. However, Zhao Gongming was indifferent to such matters, though his heart was as clear as a mirror. The disciples of Jie Sect had one defining characteristic. They were fiercely protective of their own. After all, this was his fellow disciple. Why should he blame him for the sake of an outsider? Furthermore, it was merely a treasure. What significance could it possibly hold? Zhao Gongming immediately turned around, glaring fiercely. Guang Qingzi, I never imagined you to be such a person. Not only do you bully the few with your numbers, but you also seek to seize the treasures of my Jie Sect disciples. Are all disciples of the Chan sect such shameless rascals? Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's words, Guang Qingzi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the tiger demon and snake demon from Jie Sect nodded in agreement, chiming in, Senior brother. Not only does he wish to steal our Jie Sect disciples' possessions, but he also covets their opportunities. He deliberately lured us here just to pilfer our belongings. Isn't that right? Only disciples of the Chan sect would stoop to such actions. Zhao Gongming, appearing quite earnest, pounded his chest. As long as I am here today, no one from the Chan sect shall lay a finger on my Jie Sect disciples. Witnessing the three of them conspire to paint Jie Sect as a band of rogues, Guang Qingzi felt a surge of fury. The poison that had been lingering in his body suddenly surged through his meridians, reaching his heart. Unable to contain himself any longer, he promptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing Guang Qingzi so enraged that he spat blood, the tiger and snake demons shook their heads repeatedly. I see that the senior brother of the Chan sect is not all that impressive. His capacity to endure pressure is remarkably low. We haven't even said much, and he has already bled. Guang Qingzi's eyes turned crimson, filled with a desire to rend the tiger and snake demons to pieces. In truth, he had lost his composure, disregarding even his own dignity, as he raised his hand to strike at them. Today, I shall kill you both. Guang Qingzi's full-force strike, even with the tiger and snake demons having gained opportunities, would surely result in their grievous injury, if not death. After all, Guang Qingzi was the senior brother of the Chan sect, possessing the cultivation of a quasi-saint. However, with Zhao Gongming present, how could he allow Guang Qingzi to harm his Jie Sect disciples before his very eyes? Thus, he stepped forward. Let us see who dares to bully my Jie Sect disciples today. In the next moment, a long sword appeared in Zhao Gongming's hand, as if conjured from thin air. Ever since he comprehended his own opportunity, this innate spiritual treasure had manifested in his grasp. The moment he held the sword, he felt a shiver run through his soul, not from fear, but from exhilaration. He had not engaged in combat since his breakthrough, and now Guang Qingzi was just the opponent he needed to hone his skills. Sensing the rising aura emanating from Zhao Gongming, Guang Qingzi vaguely felt that something was amiss. Yet, his fury clouded his judgment, preventing him from retreating. In but a fleeting moment, the longsword held by Zhao Gongming clashed with Guang Qingzi's weapon. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Zhao Gongming's effortless strike was imbued with a momentum capable of piercing through the heavens and the earth. In contrast, Guang Qingzi's full-force assault seemed to falter, revealing a subtle inclination towards defeat. Guang Qingzi had not anticipated that Zhao Gongming's prowess had ascended to such heights. However, having already unleashed his attack, he found himself unable to evade, and was directly pierced through by Zhao Gongming's sword, subsequently sent flying. As Guang Qingzi was vanquished by a single move, all gazes present gravitated toward this moment. Upon witnessing Zhao Gongming standing amidst the expanse, sword in hand, the disciples of the erupted in exuberant cheers. Zhao Xixiang is formidable. Zhao Xixiang is astonishing. Ha! Conversely, Guang Qingzi lay sprawled on the ground, his fellow disciples from the wearing expressions of disbelief. How could this be? How could Brother Guang Chengzi be defeated? It was inconceivable. Yet, the outcome was indeed as it appeared. The disciples have felt as though the divine figure they revered had crumbled before their eyes. It is crucial to note that Guang Chengzi held a pivotal position within, ranking among its top 3 in strength. Yet, such a figure had been bested by Zhao Gongming in a single blow. How could the disciples have reconciled this? Doubts began to seep into their minds. If even the eldest senior brother had fallen, could they possibly contend against? Naturally, they could not. As the saying goes, the first surge of energy carries one forward. The second weakens, and the third exhausts. Guang Chengzi's defeat had already deflated the morale of the disciples. They had lost all fighting spirit. Especially upon witnessing Guang Chengzi's disheveled state, some disciples could no longer restrain themselves and spoke up. Brother, shall we retreat? Indeed, our senior brother is gravely injured. It would be wise to depart. Listening to the chorus of agreement around him, the burning lamp Taoist's eyes reflected a hint of resignation. However, he soon nodded in acquiescence. If that is the case, let us leave. The disciples have observed the retreating group and refrained from pressing further. Although there was no explicit prohibition against disciples of the two factions battling, it had become an unwritten rule. To pursue relentlessly now would undoubtedly lower their standing. Most importantly, it would bring trouble to their own senior brother and master, which would be most undesirable. As the disciples have transformed into streaks of light and departed, a thunderous cheer erupted at the foot of the mountain. Duo Bao cast a deep glance in the direction of the departing, before turning to his companions and solemnly stating, "Brothers, although we have triumphed over today, for what reason did we achieve this victory?" The assembled crowd exchanged glances, and after a lengthy pause, a disciple finally spoke. "It is due to Brother Zhao Gongming, Sister Qiong Xiao, Brother Jin Guang, and the 2 demon clan brothers. Without them, we could not have secured such an effortless victory." The protracted conflict between the two teachings over the millennia cannot simply be resolved by a solitary battle. In the past, the and the have indeed engaged in skirmishes. However, it was universally understood that such confrontations would likely yield only mutual devastation. Yet today, the has emerged triumphant, largely due to the enhanced prowess of several senior brothers. This truth is apparent to all. Nevertheless, shook his head in dissent. "You are mistaken," he declared. At his words, a moment of stunned silence enveloped the group, soon replaced by expressions of bewilderment. Just then, and a few others stepped forward. "I believe that today's victory does not solely belong to us, but rather to the fortuitous opportunities arranged for us by our eldest brother, which have enabled our ascension in strength." Even the tiger and serpent demons began to grasp the implication. "Indeed, our success this time hinges upon our eldest brother." Chapter 23. The primordial purple chi. Initially, the tiger demon and the snake demon reveled in the compliments bestowed upon them, their hearts swelling with pride. However, after receiving the insightful remarks from Duo Bao, they soon realized the truth. Their present fortune was entirely dependent on the opportunities bestowed upon them by their elder brother. Had they not fortuitously encountered these chances, the outcome of the day might not have been so gratifying. Duo Bao nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, our current triumph is solely due to our elder brother's generosity." Yet, amidst the crowd, how many were truly able to uncover the opportunities left behind by him? It is clear to all the benefits that such opportunities confer. If only we were all capable of discovering our own paths. Duo Bao left the rest unsaid, allowing the audience to ponder the implications. In truth, it was unnecessary for him to elaborate further. Everyone could envision the future. Currently, merely 4 individuals had seized the opportunities from their elder brother. But what if there were 10? What if there were 100? The mere thought of each person discovering their own chance left many breathless with anticipation. If that were to happen, would their sect not dominate the entirety of Hongluang? At this moment, everyone comprehended the true intention behind their elder brother's actions. His decision to disband the sect was a deliberate strategy to encourage them to disperse across Hongluang in search of their own fortunes. With the protection of the sect, complacency would ensue. Only by relinquishing the necessity of the sect could they truly grow together. How profound was the elder brother's foresight. At this juncture, most disciples of the sect were deeply moved, their hearts brimming with fervent expectation. Meanwhile, at Wanshuan Mountain, a figure sat cross-legged upon the ground, their aura steadily ascending. Suspended before the golden hoop immortal was a golden book, its pages fluttering in tandem with the rising energy emanating from him. Eventually, as the book closed, the golden hoop immortal's aura peaked. In the span of a fleeting moment, his cultivation realm had soared. I have actually broken through. It is worth noting that the golden hoop immortal had been stagnated in this realm for a full 30,000 years. Astonishingly, Merely comprehending the array's opportunity had compensated for 3 decades of his cultivation. How terrifying was this? Moreover, he had acquired a method from this array's opportunity, albeit one that felt rather peculiar. Digging ancestral graves. Only by incessantly excavating these graves could one continuously enhance their strength. Yet, in the vast expanse of Hongluang, where could one possibly unearth ancestral graves? Upon receiving this method, the Golden Hoop Immortal initially felt a surge of joy, but upon further contemplation, his spirits dwindled. Who in Hongluang would go to such lengths to establish graves, let alone ancestral ones? Did this not imply a complete stagnation in his progress? However, upon deeper reflection, he reasoned that his elder brother would not bestow upon him an opportunity so utterly unattainable. There must certainly be aspects he had not considered. The Golden Hoop Immortal pondered deeply, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. If he could not disturb the ancestral graves, then he could obliterate their dojo. An ancestral grave and a dojo should be similar constructs, wouldn't they? As the thought crystallized, the Golden Hoop Immortal immediately rose, brushed off the non-existent dust upon himself, and swiftly transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Kunlun Mountain. At that moment, the disciples of the Jie Sect were engaged in a fierce battle against the pious followers of the Chan Sect. It was too late for him to offer support. Instead, he resolved to seize this opportunity to strike at their very stronghold. Surely, his elder brother would be pleased to witness such a turn of events. After all, how else could he have been granted such an opportunity? Having comprehended a new technique, the Golden Hoop Immortal felt an exhilarating rush. In a mere moment, he arrived at the dojo of the Chan Sect. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he beheld the place before him. Today, he would bring their dojo to an end. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Chan Sect, reeling from the defeat of Guangqingzi, were hastily making their way back to Kunlun Mountain. They dared not linger for a moment, fearing that the Jie Sect might pursue them. After all, those individuals were not known for their reason. Should they be ensnared, it would require considerable effort to extricate themselves. Hastening onward, they finally reached a valley. Yet, upon stepping into this valley, the lamplighting Taoist furrowed his brow. Hold on. As the vice master of the Chan Sect, he was acutely aware of his surroundings. Logically, this place was merely tens of thousands of miles from Kunlun Mountain, and there should be no Jie Sect members here. However, the lamplighting Taoist felt an unsettling thrum in his heart, akin to foreboding misfortune. The Chan Sect disciples halted, hesitant to move. Vice Master, has something occurred? I see that the Jie Sect does not seem to have followed us. Perhaps we should return to the dojo promptly. We are quite close to Kunlun Mountain, and surely they would not dare pursue us here. Yet the lamplighting Taoist suddenly bellowed, quickly retreat. This is a formation laid down by the Jie Sect. Upon hearing his words, the disciples' faces turned ashen. Outside the formation, Yunxiao and others exchanged knowing smiles. This is our meticulously researched 9 curves Yellow River formation. Once the Jie Sect enters this array, escaping will not be so simple. Even if they do not perish, they will certainly suffer greatly. After all, when 2 sects clash, it is not a matter of simply coming and going at will. They initiated the conflict, and they must also bear the consequences of their actions. Zhao Gongming nodded in agreement. Let us observe closely. At this moment, on Janeo Island, Lu Feng, having sneezed several times, was greeted by a series of system notifications chiming in his ears. Congratulations, host. The disciple cultivation completion rate has reached 86%, rewarding the host with 100,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host. The number of cultivated disciples has reached 6, rewarding the host with a strand of primordial purple energy. As the host perseveres, upon cultivating 10 disciples, a delightful surprise package awaits. Congratulations, host, for achieving a cultivation completion rate of 92%. You are rewarded with the principles of formations. A plethora of rewards suddenly surged forth, leaving Lu Feng utterly bewildered. Could it be that such an abundance of rewards has materialized all at once? Yet, before Lu Feng could fully comprehend the situation, the essence of 100,000 years of cultivation was already credited to him. However, Lu Feng's current strength had already ascended, rendering the essence of 100,000 years insufficient for a breakthrough as it once would have. Only the much-anticipated surprise package, as mentioned by the system, could facilitate such a leap. After absorbing the essence of 100,000 years, Lu Feng promptly examined the rewards bestowed by the system. Besides the 100,000 years of cultivation, the most remarkable reward was undoubtedly the primordial purple qi awarded by the system. Chapter 24. How it should be. One must understand that in order to transcend from a quasi-saint to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, one indispensable element is the primordial purple energy. Yet, in the vastness of the universe, There exist only 7 strands of such energy, and one has already vanished. Originally, Lu Feng held little hope. However, with the system rewarding him a strand of primordial purple energy, did this not imply the possibility of creating saints in the future? The mere thought of this sent waves of exhilaration through Lu Feng. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. He had not forgotten that the system had also bestowed upon him a law. This so-called formation law was likely provided by the Golden Cudgel Immortal. The Golden Cudgel Immortal had achieved remarkable proficiency in the art of formations, and when Lu Feng first utilized the privileges granted by the system, he was the first person to come to mind. At this moment, Lu Feng had received rewards corresponding to his cultivation level, and the Golden Cudgel Immortal had already comprehended the novel he specially wrote for him. Moreover, the depth of his understanding was quite substantial, compelling the system to generously grant him the laws he had grasped. In the primordial chaos, there are 3,000 great paths. Lu Feng currently held mastery over 6 of them. Excluding the wood law he had inherently comprehended, the remaining paths were all acquired through the system's rewards. Furthermore, the laws in Lu Feng's possession, once comprehended, were in a state of perfection. It seemed that even the laws held by saints paled in comparison to his understanding. Lu Feng even began to envision the exhilarating day when he could master all 3,000 great paths. However, for now, it was merely a fleeting thought. At this moment, Lu Feng had completely forgotten the fact that he had just sneezed several times, focusing entirely on the laws he had acquired. In stark contrast to Lu Feng's tranquility, the Taoist of the lamp and his companions were in a state of utter disarray, especially when the Taoist of the lamp, accompanied by the disciples of the Chan teaching, had been traversing the formation for quite some time without finding an exit. The mood among them had shifted to one of evident anxiety. "Deputy Master, what should we do now?" Tai Yizhenren could no longer contain himself and inquired. They had lingered there for far too long, and the longer they remained, the more unsettled they felt. In truth, the Taoist of the lamp was equally at a loss. The 9 Curves Yellow River formation could not be unraveled by his strength alone. Moreover, upon reflection, the disciples of the Jie teaching were not devoid of intellect. It seemed likely that this formation was the handiwork of the 3 Heaven Sisters. However, throughout their escape, they had been so preoccupied that they had failed to notice the glaring formation. Now, having entered the array, breaking free would surely require a tremendous sacrifice. Just as he pondered this, a sudden exclamation erupted from behind. Accompanying the shout was a scream. The once tranquil formation had transformed in an instant into a lethal array. The nearest disciple of the teaching was horrifically cleaved in half by the wind blades within the formation. Witnessing this, the Taoist of the lamp immediately called out, "Everyone retreat." In the blink of an eye, they had already lost a comrade. The expressions of those present were decidedly grim, as the formation within continued to shift and change. However, it was precisely due to the earlier commotion that the lamp-lighting Taoist gained some insight. This should be the 9 Curves Yellow River formation crafted by the 3 Sisters of the Shaos. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? It is actually the 9 Curves Yellow River formation? It is well known that anyone ensnared within this formation faces a fate of neither death nor injury. After all, the formidable reputation of this formation is enough to instill fear, especially among the disciples of the Chan religion. The countenance of the lamp-lighting Taoist was also troubled. Yet, upon witnessing the crowd's growing anxiety, he could not help but offer some words of reassurance. There is no need for such panic. The 9 Curves Yellow River formation is currently without a master, and its power is diminished compared to its peak. Despite his reassurances, the lamp-lighting Taoist felt a twinge of unease regarding the prospect of breaking the formation. After all, it was a creation of the combined efforts of the 3 sisters. With Guang Qingzi gravely injured, only the lamp-lighting Taoist remained to lead, and even with the addition of the 12 Golden Immortals, breaching the formation would still be a formidable challenge. In stark contrast to the ominous cloud looming over the Chan disciples, the atmosphere among Duo Bao and his companions was considerably lighter. The absence of a master to the 9 Curves Yellow River formation left them pondering how long it could potentially confine them. Yin Xiao huffed lightly. "Merely confining us? That would be an underestimation of our trio. Now that the disciples of the Chan religion have entered our formation, even without a master, escaping will surely cost them dearly." Bai Xiao chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, this formation is not easily traversed, and should they manage to escape, the losses for the Chan will be substantial." Intrigued by Bai Xiao's words, Duo Bao and the others couldn't help but wonder how the 3 sisters intended to proceed. Xianxia calmly placed a piece on the board before speaking. In the 9 Curves Yellow River formation, disciples below the rank of 12 Golden Immortals face either death or injury. At these brief yet weighty words, Duo Bao and the others collectively gasped. It seems the disciples of the Chan religion are indeed facing insurmountable peril. Yet, one could not help but ponder whether they could withstand the impending losses. At this moment, both Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming shared an unspoken sense of schadenfreude. The Chan religion had exerted considerable effort to seize opportunities from the disciples of the Jie religion, often at great risk, including those of remarkable talent. Yet, those below the rank of the 12 golden immortals now found themselves in jeopardy. Would Guang Qingzi be able to bear the consequences upon awakening? Amidst their amusement, Duo Bao and others regarded the Xianxia sisters with a profound respect. As the saying goes, if one does not act, all is well, but when one does, they leave an indelible mark. The three sisters had remained unseen on the battlefield. Yet unbeknownst to all, they had stealthily orchestrated such a formation. Indeed, with the fortuitous alignment of time, location, and human factors, it was a rare opportunity to thwart the Chan religion, and they were determined to seize it. However, one might argue that such severity was excessive. Nonetheless, it was undeniably satisfying. Duo Bao chuckled softly before regaining his composure. This time, we have dealt a significant blow to the Chan sect. If we were to wait for the teachers to return from the Zixiao palace, there would surely be more turmoil. Xiao raised her head with a steady gaze towards the direction of the Chan disciples. Thus, I spared some of them. After all, we did not annihilate them entirely within the formation. When the time comes, even if they come seeking retribution, it would be the Jie Sect that holds the upper hand. After all, it was not they who initiated the provocation. The fact that we did not completely eradicate the Chan disciples can be seen as mercy from the three Xiao sisters. Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming quickly grasped this point and chuckled softly. My junior sister is correct. At the very least, we have left them with some survivors. Therefore, even if the saints seek justice, we shall have our justification, shall we not? However, considering that these individuals dared to seize our opportunities, merely imposing a minor punishment seems rather lenient. Zhao Gongming immediately raised an eyebrow. So, what do you, my senior brother, believe we ought to do? Chapter 25, Daring to Demand Interest from Me? Duo Bao cleared his throat. After such a prolonged engagement, it would be unreasonable not to extract any interest at all. Rather than letting them depart unscathed, it would be wiser to compel them to surrender their treasures. Exchanging their lives for these belongings would be worthwhile. The inspiration for Duo Bao's idea stemmed from the sight of the heaven-turning seal in the hands of the tiger demon. Since they were to release their captives anyway, why not collect some interest in return? This would ensure their effort was not in vain. The others, including Bi Xiao, were genuinely surprised by Duo Bao's cunning. Yet, this cunning aligned perfectly with their sentiments. Truly, he was a senior brother whose considerations surpassed their own. Clearly, when it came to scheming, Duo Bao was leagues ahead of the disciples of the Chan sect. When should we strike? Bi Xiao was already brimming with eagerness, and Duo Bao could only chuckle helplessly. Since there were no objections, why not act immediately? The Sanxiao sisters nodded eagerly. As for how to proceed, it would depend on their intentions. It was merely a matter of making those inside suffer a little. Only through such hardship would the forthcoming negotiations be smoother, wouldn't it? In truth, the Taoist of Randalamp and his companions were seething with frustration. The myriad transformations within the formation had already left them exasperated. Now, with someone guiding the formation, its strength had multiplied significantly. Yet, even with the combined might of the Taoist of Randalamp and the 12 golden immortals, they could barely withstand the 9 curves Yellow River formation. Indeed, they were merely enduring. Deep down they understood that resistance was futile. After all, this was the 9 curves Yellow River formation, and having inadvertently entered, how could they expect those outside to allow an easy escape? With the Sanxiao sisters now joining the fray, the Taoist of Randalamp felt a shiver run through his teeth. Tai Jinren's complexion turned a deep shade of red. Filled with regret, had he known that the tiger and snake demons would prove so formidable, he would never have led the Chan disciples into this predicament. Such humiliation could have been avoided. Yet now, regretting was futile. They were already ensnared in the formation. Could they possibly go back and make a different choice? Deputy Master, it is evident that someone is directing this formation. If we continue in this manner, I fear we won't last even a quarter of an hour. Should we falter, the disciples trapped within will suffer grievous losses. Such a consequence was unbearable for them. The Taoist of Randalamp's expression darkened. He was acutely aware of this reality. In truth, with the strength of himself and the 12 golden immortals, they could escape the formation if they desired. However, what would become of the remaining disciples trapped within? Given the nature of the Jie Sect, they would certainly show no mercy to the Chan disciples inside the formation. Now, with no way in or out, the Taoist of Randalamp felt an increasing sense of urgency. The pressure upon them was mounting, nearing a breaking point. Exhaling a deep breath, he spoke coldly. In truth, there remained one more option. Upon hearing the words of the lamplighting Taoist, the Supreme One of Tai immediately inquired, "What method?" The lamplighting Taoist lifted his gaze towards the perimeter of the formation. To negotiate with that group from the moment these words were uttered, all present wore expressions of astonishment. Were they truly to engage in negotiations with thereby relegating their own teachings? Yet, if they refrained from negotiation, it appeared they had no alternative in their current predicament. After a moment of silence, they reluctantly resolved to make a choice. As the initial demands for negotiation were voiced by the lamplighting Taoist and his companions, Duobao leisurely savored the tea in his hands. No need to concern ourselves. Some individuals require a measure of time to temper their temperament before fruitful discussions can occur. This sentiment resonated with everyone present. Thus, even as the lamplighting Taoist and his allies shouted themselves hoarse within the formation, they received no response from those outside. This only served to heighten the anxiety of the already restless hearts. Countless disciples of the began to doubt whether the truly intended to eliminate them here. Fear led to a swift decline in their resolve. In a brief span, the lamplighting Taoist issued a second request for negotiations. Meanwhile, outside the formation, Duobao and Zhao Gongming sat facing one another, their demeanor remarkably relaxed. Let us wait a little longer. The most crucial moment has not yet arrived. The three Heaven Sisters shared this sentiment, and thus they intensified the pressure within the formation. As the weight of their influence grew heavier, the lamplighting Taoist and his companions found themselves unable to remain composed. What were they truly plotting? All were disciples of the same lineage. Could it be that they wished to annihilate them here? They shared a common origin. At this juncture, maintaining even the most basic semblance of rationality seemed increasingly improbable. In truth, the mindset of the lamplighting Taoist had transitioned from lofty superiority to one of humility. From his perspective, many disciples of the had already perished, including several of notable talent. This sight pierced his heart with profound sorrow. It was essential to remember that these disciples had been painstakingly recruited, and now, merely on this outing, they had suffered such losses. How could he not feel as though his heart were bleeding? What news? Is there any response from outside? The lamplighting Taoist glanced at the compassionate voyage Taoist, who was persistently attempting to contact the. However, the compassionate voyage Taoist shook his head, indicating that they had not yet responded. Upon hearing this, the lamplighting Taoist could no longer remain seated. Allow me to handle this. As the frequency of cries within the formation escalated, the three Heavens Sisters gradually alleviated the pressure. This momentary reprieve afforded the disciples of the a brief respite. Seizing the opportunity, the lamplighting Taoist called out, "Duobao, may we engage in a dialogue?" Duobao chuckled softly and gestured towards the three Heaven Sisters. Soon, the lamplighting Taoist beheld Duobao and the others seated beyond the formation. Unlike his previous arrogance, at this moment, the lamp-bearer had shed his haughtiness. "Master Duobao, might I inquire if you could extend a gracious hand?" The Master of Treasures held a chess piece in his hand, yet his gaze did not waver towards the lamp-bearer ensconced within the formation. "I wonder what sort of price you esteemed elders would be willing to offer." Upon hearing Duobao's words, the lamp-bearer felt a sudden constriction in his chest. "What do you mean by that?" "Surely, it is the overt implication." Duobao replied with a faint smile. "Since you have come to seek me out, it is only fitting that we receive a modicum of interest, is it not? We cannot be expected to undertake this journey without due recompense." The lamp-bearer, almost overcome with indignation at Duobao's shamelessness, retorted, "And you claim this is merely a fruitless endeavor? Your journey nearly resulted in the complete annihilation of our disciples, and now you dare to demand interest?" Chapter 26. Not so easily obtained were it not for the current predicament where I am the fish on the chopping block. The radiant lamp Taoist might have boldly confronted Duobao. Yet, who can defy the forces above? In truth, several members of the Jie Sect couldn't help but commend Duobao with a thumbs up. Indeed, such matters are best handled by our esteemed senior brother Duobao. The audacity of his words was infuriating. Ultimately, the radiant lamp Taoist managed to regain his composure under the soothing influence of the many disciples of the Jie Sect. "So, Duobao, do you intend to oppose my teachings? Have you considered how you and your Jie Sect will fare once the sage returns?" The radiant lamp Taoist clearly sought to leverage the name of the primordial heavenly venerable to exert pressure on Duobao and his companions, hoping they would release him and his followers at the earliest. The Nine Yellow River Array is truly no place for mortals. However, Duobao is not one to succumb to intimidation. "If you choose to come at me with force, I shall respond with even greater force." For instance, at this very moment, Duobao let out a cold snort and stated icily, "Even if this matter were to reach the Tao ancestor, we would still be in the right." What gives you the right to seize the opportunities of our Jie Sect disciples without cause? Are we not entitled to defend ourselves? Moreover, since you are prepared to strike, you must also be ready to face the consequences. Furthermore, do you believe you will even survive until the sages return? Duobao's words were decidedly ungracious, leaving no face for the radiant lamp Taoist. In the presence of these individuals from the Chan sect, one must exhibit even greater pride to achieve one's aims. Furthermore, such a rare occasion to assert oneself would not allow the Jie sect to be placed at a disadvantage. Upon hearing Duobao's pronouncement, every disciple of the Chan sect present shuddered. Concurrently, the pressure within the formation surged dramatically, rendering the radiant lamp Taoist and his companions breathless. These Jie sect disciples truly dared to act. It is worth noting that the Jie and Chan sects are of the same lineage. Yet, at this moment, the Jie disciples were genuinely harboring murderous intent against them. The radiant lamp Taoist had no doubt that should he utter another provocation, it would likely lead to the demise of everyone present, including himself, within this array. It was only at this juncture that the radiant lamp Taoist realized that the Jie sect disciples before him could no longer be the easily ridiculed sect they once were. Once perceived as a disheveled sect, they should have been inferior to the more disciplined Chan sect. However, now, they had undergone a remarkable transformation, their cohesion surpassing that of the Chan sect. Such a sect left the radiant lamp Taoist questioning within himself, could they still triumph? After all, the current Chan sect could not achieve such a feat. The radiant lamp Taoist could indeed invoke the name of the sage. But Duobao raised a valid point. Would they truly live to see the sage's return? Casting a glance at the intricate 9 formation above, the radiant lamp Taoist let out a silent sigh. At this juncture, even if he wished to stand firm, he found himself compelled to bow his head. Disciple Duobao, I acknowledge my earlier transgressions and my careless words. I implore you, do not take them to heart. Pray tell, what interest do you seek? The ease with which the radiant lamp acquiesced was so disarming that the disciples of the were momentarily taken aback. The tiger demon, known for its straightforwardness, wore a look of pure astonishment. Is this what has frightened our esteemed brother Duobao? Truly, he is impressive. The art of conversation is beyond compare. The laughter that followed from the Sanxiao sisters was involuntary, yet Duobao's countenance grew slightly somber. However, uniting against a common foe took precedence, and Duobao chose not to engage further with the tiger demon. Within the confines of the formation, Radiant Lamp found himself observing the camaraderie among Duobao and his companions, feeling an unexpected twinge of envy. Such an atmosphere had never graced there. All along, Radiant Lamp had perceived them as a group of unruly beings, resistant to guidance, thereby precluding any notion of harmony. Yet, witnessing their interactions, he found himself wrestling with self-doubt. If their school of could be deemed a sect, then resembled a true family. In contrast to the individualistic mindset prevalent within their sect, the cohesive spirit of the family was palpably stronger. Who would have thought your brotherly ties were so unexpectedly profound? With such praise directed towards him, Duobao couldn't help but bask in the limelight. Indeed, the achievements of today owe much to the daily teachings of our esteemed elder brother. The mention of the elder brother's name, Feng, left the radiant lamp momentarily dazed. Duobao merely smiled in response, eager to delve deeper. The radiant lamp attempted to inquire further, but Duobao's demeanor clearly indicated his reluctance to divulge any details. Thus, he pressed on, Disciple Duobao, perhaps you could simply state what must be done to secure our release? Duobao regarded the radiant lamp and his companions before responding with a measured tone. We require 3 innate spiritual treasures, 5 acquired supreme treasures, 15 acquired spiritual treasures, and 30 spiritual roots. The gravity of his words prompted a collective gasp from the radiant lamp and his companions. This truly felt like a demand for their very lives. While the disciples of possessed numerous treasures, to relinquish such a multitude at once felt akin to carving away their flesh. Nevertheless, considering the nature of Duobao and his companions, the radiant lamp refrained from further negotiation. Recognizing the absence of bargaining power, he simply nodded in acceptance. Then, I ask that you allow us a moment. With the agreement reached, Duobao exchanged a conspiratorial glance with the Sanxiao sisters. Perhaps motivated by the instinct for self-preservation, the disciples of, though pained at the prospect of parting with their treasures, moved with surprising alacrity to procure them. In a mere moment, the requested spiritual roots were in hand. Once the items were secured, Duobao, true to his principles, would not act in disregard of righteousness. Soon, the 3 celestial sisters activated the 9-bend Yellow River formation. As the formation was unveiled, the figures of Ran Deng and his companions swiftly materialized before Duobao and the others. If one were to inquire whether Ran Deng and his associates harbored any resentment, the answer would undoubtedly be affirmative. However, having spent an extensive period within the formation, their internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, rendering them incapable of engaging in combat with Duo Bao and his group. Thus, at this moment, they could only swallow their indignation in silence. It seems you are still short of delivering 2 innate spiritual treasures. Upon hearing Duo Bao's remark, a hint of helplessness flickered in Ran Deng Daoren's eyes. While acquiring spiritual roots and postnatal treasures might be relatively straightforward, obtaining innate treasures is far from an easy endeavor. Chapter 27. Unable to locate the grave-digging site, moreover, their sole innate spiritual treasure, the Treading Heaven Seal, remains in the possession of the Tiger Demon. At present, we do not possess an abundance of magical artifacts. Perhaps we could use the Treading Heaven Seal as collateral? Upon hearing this, the Tiger Demon became quite displeased. How dare you? This Treading Heaven Seal belongs to my esteemed lord, the Tiger. How can you presume to offer my lord's treasure in exchange for your own? At this, the Lantern Master found himself utterly exasperated. Would it not be better to wait until we return to the Jie Sect, and then present it? Duo Bao snorted lightly. Once they return, whether they acknowledge it or not is an entirely different matter. Ultimately, it was the Tiger Demon who spoke again. The affairs of today must be settled today. If you do not present the items, you shall not leave. The disciples of the Jie Sect, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of indignation yet remained silent. The Lantern Master also found himself in a state of distress. However, we currently lacked such innate spiritual treasures. The Tiger Demon boldly declared. It matters not that you lack them now. You merely need to acknowledge that you owe us 2 innate spiritual treasures. The Lantern Master's brow twitched in agitation. And what do you propose? A promissory note. Clearly state that you owe us 2 innate spiritual treasures. Furthermore, I observe that you do not appear capable of producing 2 innate treasures. Rest assured, our master will seek your master for recompense when the time comes. This tactic employed by the Tiger Demon was even more ruthless than that of Duo Bao, who in the vast primordial realm is unaware of the discord between their master and the primordial heavenly venerable. The promissory note signed today by the Lantern Master and his companions will certainly provide entertainment when their master comes to claim the treasures. Moreover, with the note in hand, they need not fear any default on their obligations, unless they wish to suffer humiliation before the entirety of the primordial realm. However, for the Lantern Master and his companions, this situation was akin to disgrace on a grand scale. Not only would they tarnish the reputation of the Jie Sect, but they would also bring shame upon their own master. Yet, should they refuse to sign the promissory note, it seemed that none present would survive to leave this place. Thus, the Lantern Master had no choice but to swallow his pride and sign the note. Unbeknownst to them, at this very moment, a figure had stealthily entered the Jie Sect's sacred grounds within Kunlun Mountain. Compared to losing their dignity, they risked losing their very stronghold. On Jinao Island, Lu Feng's daily preoccupation was the well-being of his peach tree. Among the various spiritual plants beneath the tree, the peach tree was indeed the most alluring. After all, once the peach tree matured, it would bear fruit, while other spiritual plants offered little more than a taste. Nevertheless, since he had planted these spiritual roots, they had significantly contributed to his spiritual energy growth. Being of the wood element, the flourishing of these roots had resulted in an immense influx of spiritual energy, greatly enhancing Lu Feng's cultivation speed. Although the increase may be modest, it was certainly better than having none at all. Just as Lu Feng contemplated whether to plant additional spiritual roots, he once again heard the notification sound from the system. Congratulations to the host. The disciples of the have achieved a remarkable victory, and the rewards for the host are being dispensed. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Are such rewards even possible? In the next instant, the notification of rewards chimed once more. Congratulations to the host. Proficiency in 6 random laws has been increased by 15%. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a fragment of the creation jade plate. Congratulations to the host. You have received a key to the Panga's secret realm. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 800,000 years of cultivation. The sudden influx of rewards left Lu Feng in a state of astonishment. Is the system truly this generous? To bestow upon him 800,000 years of cultivation directly is extraordinary. The previous 100,000 years of cultivation had little effect on enhancing his strength. However, 800,000 years of cultivation will yield significant results. With such a vast amount of cultivation infused into him, Lu Feng managed to break through his current realm in one fell swoop. Had he not been diligently suppressing himself, he would likely have already reached the threshold of quasi-sainthood. 800,000 years is no trivial sum. Lu Feng contemplated solidifying his foundation and thus restrained his cultivation at the late stage of Deluo Jinxian. Yet, what astonished him even more was the elevation of the laws granted by the system. Aside from the laws he had already comprehended, the system now enabled him to familiarize himself with 6 new laws of power. Although his proficiency is presently low, it is certainly better than having none. Even though Lu Feng has not yet attained quasi-saint cultivation, with his current prowess, he could likely contend with even the late-stage powers of quasi-saints. After all, Lu Feng possessed a considerable number of treasures. Having received his rewards in the form of laws and cultivation, Lu Feng then directed his attention to the tangible rewards provided by the system. The system had given him a fragment of the creation jade butterfly. This fragment contains the essence of the 3,000 great paths of the primordial chaos. However, to comprehend it will require a considerable amount of time. Yet it will hasten Lu Feng's understanding of the new laws he has mastered. The other item is the Panga key. This key pertains to the Panga secret realm, which harbors the legacy of the great god Pangu. It is well known that legends surrounding Pangu abound in this primordial chaos. The 3 pure ones, as descendants of Pangu, have ascended to the status of saints. It goes without saying that entering the Panga secret realm would provide immense assistance. However, there are 2 keys to the Panga secret realm, and Lu Feng has only acquired one. Thus, entering the Panga secret realm remains a distant prospect. Although entry is not possible at the moment, one must always have dreams. Who knows? Perhaps one day he will obtain the 2nd key and gain immediate access to the Panga secret realm? While Lu Feng was receiving his system rewards, at this moment within Kunlun Mountain, the Golden Hoop Fairy was traversing the Taoist grounds of the Chan teaching. He possesses considerable expertise in formations. Otherwise, the formation diagram Lu Feng created would not have fallen into his hands. Even though the Tao he comprehended is akin to digging up ancestral graves, he has nonetheless gained profound insights in the realm of formations. While he has not yet reached perfection, he is not far from achieving it. Therefore, even though the Kunlun Mountain Taoist grounds are home to numerous saintly masterpieces, for the Golden Cudgel Immortal, it was akin to traversing an uninhabited realm. After all, the Radiant Lamp Taoist had led a significant portion of the disciples of the Chan sect down the mountain. At this moment, there were scarcely any disciples remaining within the Kunlun Mountain. Moreover, in comparison to their opposing sect, the Chan sect adhered to a plethora of regulations. Under ordinary circumstances, these Chan disciples would not venture out casually. The Golden Cudgel Immortal wandered through the expansive Kunlun Mountain Temple, yet he failed to uncover any location suitable for his excavation. It seems the Chan sect indeed possesses its own methodologies. Otherwise, he would have long since discovered the repository of their treasured artifacts. After all, he aimed to unearth their ancestral burial grounds. No, he intended to delve into their temple, and one must surely know where their previous treasures were concealed. However, after circling the Kunlun Mountain, he found no signs of any treasures. Logically speaking, such a vast expanse as Kunlun Mountain, serving as the temple of Chan disciples, ought not to be so impoverished. Thus, there exists only one possibility. The members of the Chan sect have concealed their treasures. Chapter 28. Selecting treasures. The mere thought of all the treasures being hidden away sent the Golden Cudgel Immortal into a frenzy. He was acutely aware that the disciples of the Chan sect could return at any moment, and if he intended to infiltrate their domain, he needed to act swiftly. However, how was he to locate the hidden treasures of the Chan sect? After much contemplation, the Golden Cudgel Immortal finally devised a brilliant plan. Since he could not ascertain the whereabouts of the treasures, he would infiltrate the enemy's ranks. This tactic was imparted to him by his elder brother. In the next moment, the Golden Cudgel Immortal cast a formation upon himself. This formation concealed his aura and drastically altered his appearance. As the mist surrounding him dissipated, the Golden Cudgel Immortal had vanished, replaced instead by the figure of Tai Zhenren. The remnants of disciples from Kunlun Mountain were few, yet among them were individuals of considerable standing. By transforming into Tai Zhenren, the Golden Cudgel Immortal aimed to seek out these disciples and extract the location of the treasures. Why assume the guise of Tai Zhenren, you may wonder? It was simply because he had encountered Tai Zhenren's disciple during his exploration of Kunlun Mountain. Furthermore, compared to the other third-generation disciples, Neza, the young lad, was evidently much easier to deceive. In just a few breaths, the Golden Cudgel Immortal, now masquerading as Tai Zhenren, appeared within Neza's cave dwelling. At that moment, Neza was still in seclusion, but upon sensing his master's aura, he immediately dashed out. "Master, you've returned," exclaimed the exuberant child as he rushed into the Golden Cudgel Immortal's embrace, momentarily catching him off guard. However, he quickly regained his composure. "Having completed my affairs, I have indeed returned. What? Do you not wish to see your master? Neza's face beamed with joy as he grasped the sleeve of the golden cudgel immortal. Not at all. I have been eagerly awaiting your return. Besides, you promised me last time that upon your return, you would take me to the treasure vault. The golden cudgel immortal had not anticipated such a fortunate turn of events, as if a pillow had been provided just as he was feeling drowsy. Yet, this seemed almost too smooth a progression, did it not? Could it be that the Jie Sect had already returned ahead of him and set a trap? But then, he dismissed this notion. He had been vigilantly stationed outside Kunlun Mountain since dawn. If the Jie Sect had returned, how could the mountain possibly be so tranquil? Moreover, today's decision had been impulsive. Even his elder brother could not have foreseen his actions. How could the Jie Sect possibly anticipate them? Having resolved this conundrum, the golden cudgel immortal straightened his posture. Neza, still possessing the innocence of childhood, chattered incessantly upon seeing his beloved master. Master, you have no idea what transpired during your absence. A book suddenly fell upon my head. It was an extraordinary tome, and from it, I gleaned a great deal of profound techniques. Hearing Neza's account, the golden cudgel immortal felt a surge of astonishment within. Why did Neza's experience bear such resemblance to the fortunes bestowed upon the disciples of their own sect? In principle, the elder brother should not bestow the fortunes of the disciples upon those of the. However, the golden cudgel immortal soon cast a glance at Neza. Given the boy's incessant chatter, it seemed rather unsurprising that he would encounter a stroke of fortune. Perhaps this lad was a covert agent placed within by the elder brother. Thus, the duo, one grand and one small, continued their journey toward the treasure trove of Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, the lamp-lighting Taoist and his companions remained blissfully unaware that they were about to be deceived, diligently documenting promissory notes instead. Upon completing a note, the expressions on their faces were nothing short of dismal. Duo Bao received the note and nodded in satisfaction, noting its commendable quality. With this document in hand, should ever wish to retract their agreement, he could readily present these notes to their master. At that juncture, the task of debt collection would fall to the master, who would surely relish the opportunity. The mere thought of this scene filled Duo Bao with delight, prompting him to gesture for their departure. Upon hearing Duo Bao's words, the disciples of finally exhaled a sigh of relief. This time, they had indeed made an unfortunate misstep, unwittingly stepping into the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, allowing them to extort a considerable sum from them. Once this affair was concluded, they would surely reclaim their dignity. The intentions of disciples were clear to Duo Bao and his companions without needing to speculate. A group of sanctimonious individuals, Duo Bao could hardly be bothered to engage with them. Nonetheless, the spiritual treasures provided by were worthy of careful distribution. Duo Bao possessed numerous magical artifacts, while Zhao Gongming and the three sisters also had their own. Consequently, all these spiritual treasures were ultimately allocated to the remaining disciples of. With these artifacts in their possession, they were afforded an additional layer of security as they traversed the primordial wilderness. As the serpent demon, who had exerted considerable effort during this venture, successfully acquired a piece of innate spiritual treasure, it stood as the sole such artifact among the spoils. Gazing at the innate treasure in his hands, the serpent demon was exceedingly pleased. He earnestly hoped that such opportunities would arise more frequently, for it would undoubtedly fill his meager purse. Truly, the prowess of the elder brother and his ilk was remarkable. He had merely uttered a few words and flicked his tail, yet he was rewarded with an innate spiritual treasure. It was an exceedingly profitable transaction. The disciples of, having received their share, dispersed in every direction. After all, they were still preoccupied with the opportunities mentioned by the elder brother. With the examples of Zhao Gongming and xianxia before them, everyone was eager to discover the elder brother's fortunes as soon as possible. Particularly Duo Bao, as the second senior brother beneath the elder brother, felt the most urgency. Previously, among all the brothers, excluding the elder brother, he had been the strongest. Yet now, both Zhao Gongming and xianxia had surpassed him. If he did not elevate his own strength, would he still retain his position as second senior brother? In mere moments, the once bustling crowd had vanished entirely. At this moment within the Kunlun Mountains, the golden cudgel fairy walked alongside Neza, who was animatedly recounting his experiences in the secret realm. However, the golden cudgel fairy felt an increasing sense of astonishment with each word he heard. Such grand endeavors could undoubtedly be attributed to his elder brother. Yet, he was left pondering what kind of inheritance Neza had acquired within that secret domain. Just as the golden cudgel fairy was about to inquire further, Neza suddenly spoke up. Master, do you think there remains any bond of camaraderie among us disciples? After witnessing the trials of the demon child in that secret realm, I felt a profound sense of dread, as though such events were destined to manifest in my own life. The golden cudgel fairy gazed at Neza, whose eyes were filled with confusion, and could not help but tousle his hair. It's all right. Even if the bonds of brotherhood have faded, you still have your master. Do you not? How about we go select some treasures for you now? Chapter 29. The heist at the mere mention of selecting treasures. Neza leapt 3 meters into the air. Let us go at once. In no time, the two arrived at the entrance of the treasure vault of the Chan sect. Gazing at the vault before him, Jin Guxian finally comprehended why he had been unable to locate this place. It turned out that this location was situated beneath a cliff, and without someone to guide him, Jin Guxian would never have reached it alone. Furthermore, there were disciples specifically assigned to guard the entrance. With Neza by his side, Jin Guxian effortlessly entered the vault. However, as soon as they stepped inside, Neza abruptly flung his hand away. He fixed a steady gaze upon Jin Guxian. You are not my master. Who are you? What brings you to Kunlun Mountain? Jin Guxian was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Neza could discern his identity at a glance. Yet, he quickly cleared his throat and softened his tone. Disciple, if I am not your master, who else could be your master? Neza scoffed lightly. My master would never pat my head nor speak to me in such a gentle manner. Besides, I have long possessed the magical artifact bestowed upon me by my master. I was merely testing you. Listening to Neza's words, Jin Guxian felt a chill run down his spine. He never anticipated that, after a lifetime of hunting, he would one day be caught by the very quarry he pursued. Moreover, this young lad was not easily deceived. It was evident that he was exceedingly astute. As Jin Guxian pondered how to cleverly navigate the situation, Neza followed with a cold smirk. I have read a book authored by Feng. Although I do not know this author personally, I have heard of his name. You are from the Jie Sect, are you not? Jin Guxian was thoroughly stunned that this child could so effortlessly unveil his identity. This little rascal was indeed sharp-witted. However, the next moment, Neza's actions left Jin Guxian in utter shock. With a single hand, Neza summoned a red tassel spear, while a golden ring materialized in his other hand, and red ribbons danced around him. The child, who had previously seemed to be looking up at Jin Guxian, had somehow elevated himself to eye level. What is this? Jin Guxian exclaimed in astonishment. Neza sneered. The Chan sect is cold and unfeeling. Though their reputation may sound pleasant, they are merely a troop of puppets. Today, I shall sever those strings. No one shall control me. Jin Guxian could hardly believe that Neza would be so devoted to this extent. He had merely intended to excavate their temple, yet Neza sought to destroy it. The key point was that they had brainwashed their very own. Truly, as the eldest disciple, he struck with such ferocity. As flames erupted from Neza's hand, Jin Guxian felt an unbearable heat radiating towards him. Wait, Neza coldly glared at him. Do you intend to stop me? The golden-banded immortal shook his head vehemently, as if caught in a tempest. How could this be possible? He secretly wished for Neza to create chaos upon Kunlun Mountain. Yet, his mission was to excavate its treasure trove. Would you reconsider? There are alternative methods to achieve destruction. Neza scoffed. What could possibly surpass my burning this place to the ground? The golden-banded immortal cleared his throat. Indeed, there are other options. For instance, we could excavate all the treasures and then set fire to the place. However, I wonder how the disciples of the Chan sect will react upon their return. Their madness would not concern us. With a piercing gaze, the golden-banded immortal asked Neza, have you contemplated what you shall do after committing such acts? If the Chan sect pursues you, what can a mere child like you do? Hide indefinitely? He added, moreover, your current actions cannot possibly be avenged upon anyone. I have a plan. Would you care to hear it? Neza regarded him with skepticism. What plan? You pretended to be my master to deceive me once. How can I trust you not to do so again? The golden-banded immortal had not anticipated Neza's tenacity, but had no intention of deceiving him. The author of that book you read is our senior brother. Have you heard of the master of the Jie Sect, Feng? Neza's expression shifted dramatically. Is that your senior brother? The golden-banded immortal nodded. Shall I tell you more? Neza hesitated for a moment, then nodded eagerly. He held no particular animosity towards the Jie Sect. However, since joining the Chan sect, he had been indoctrinated by his master and others to view the Jie Sect as a band of unruly miscreants, lacking proper decorum and discipline. Over time, his sentiments towards the Jie Sect had soured. Yet, after reading that novel, he felt as though the fog clouding his mind had dissipated. Some matters should not be judged solely by others' words, but rather by their actions. For millennia, the Jie Sect had never harmed outsiders. In contrast, the Chan sect, a collection of hypocrites, masqueraded under their banner while engaging in duplicitous deeds. This realization intensified Neza's disdain for the Chan sect. Now, having received a boon from the Jie Sect's senior brother, he was willing to listen to the Golden Banded Immortal's plan. The Golden Banded Immortal had no ulterior motives. He simply wished to plunder the Jie Sect's treasury. What do you think about us raiding the Jie Sect's treasures? Given your current strength, even with all your might, reclaiming their treasures is nearly impossible. However, if we join forces to empty their treasury and you set it ablaze afterward. Nez's eyes sparkled with growing excitement as he considered the high feasibility of this plan. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. You urge me to take such actions. Yet are you not concerned that the disciples of the may seek retribution against you afterward? The Golden Cudgel Immortal let out a cold snort. If they possess the capability, let them come and confront me, as if no one has a backing behind them. Detecting the pride in the Golden Cudgel Immortal's tone, Neza couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. However, he soon nodded in agreement. After all, it was merely a matter of causing trouble for them. The methods employed were inconsequential. Furthermore, the temperament of the Golden Cudgel Immortal resonated well with his own. It could even be said that the modus operandi of aligned perfectly with his preferences, akin to the magical child from that novel, Discovering His Kin. Neza suppressed his envy and quickly joined the Golden Cudgel Immortal in looting their treasure vault. Chapter 30. My teacher wouldn't punish me, would he? In but a fleeting moment, the treasury of the Jie Sect was swiftly emptied. It must be said, the Jie Sect possessed a considerable array of treasures. The Golden Cudgel had indeed swelled the coffers of its wielder. Before departing, the Golden Cudgel even made sure to tally his spoils, ensuring that not a single hair was left behind, before swaggering out of the treasury alongside Neza. Their plundering escapade was drawing to a close. Just as the Golden Cudgel resolved to leave Kunlun Mountain with Neza, the latter suddenly spoke up. The Jie Sect is vast. Surely, there are more treasures to be found. The Golden Cudgel's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Goodness, are there more treasures? Upon reflection, it did seem plausible. The Jie Sect, being as grand as it was, could not possibly confine all its riches to this treasury. It was conceivable that the second-generation disciples below might possess their own private hoards. With this thought in mind, the Golden Cudgel turned to Neza, patiently awaiting his elaboration. Neza did not disappoint. Our esteemed leader values reputation highly. The more precious artifacts are actually located at the heart of the temple. Upon hearing this, the Golden Cudgel immediately gazed toward the central Jade Void Palace. In the center stood only the Jade Void Palace. Could it be? It seemed Neza had divined the Golden Cudgel's thoughts, as he promptly nodded with a grin. Just as you surmised, our Jie Sect's greatest treasure is indeed the Jade Void Palace. However, I wonder if you dare to claim this treasure for yourself. The Golden Cudgel was momentarily taken aback, then clenched his teeth. Since we are here, let us make a grand move. After all, it was merely a Jade Void Palace. He did not believe he couldn't conquer it today. Meanwhile, at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the disciples of the Jie Sect began to sway as they walked. They had been trapped within the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation for so long that their internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. The fact that they could manage to walk this far was already quite remarkable. In truth, had it not been for the protection of the lantern-bearing Taoist, these disciples would have collapsed long ago. The lantern-bearing Taoist bore an expression of anger. Having suffered such a significant loss today and relinquished so many treasures, it was understandable that anyone in his position would wear a grim countenance, especially when they were all in such a disheveled state. At this moment, the disciples of the Jie Sect were all filled with discontent. Perhaps it was because Kunlun Mountain was so near, they began to speak with abandon. The behavior of those Jie Sect disciples was exceedingly intolerable. Their brazen and unscrupulous actions were truly detestable. If they had the courage, they should come forth with swords in hand, rather than resorting to such despicable tactics. If there is a next time, I shall not spare them. Listening to the intermittent curses from his disciples, the lantern-bearing Taoist felt a swell of displeasure. However, his mind was preoccupied with a certain IOU. In fact, the 12 Golden Immortals were contemplating the very same IOU. Deputy Leader, how shall we handle that IOU? Surely, we cannot allow the leader of the to come knocking at our door. As the words of the 12 Golden Immortals fell, the countless disciples present turned their gazes towards the radiant lamp Taoist. This was a matter of great significance regarding there, and it warranted careful handling. The radiant lamp Taoist gritted his teeth before coldly declaring, "Let them come and demand it. Do you possess any surplus of innate spiritual treasures?" Upon hearing the radiant lamp Taoist's words, the crowd immediately shook their heads. Such treasures were not easily obtainable, and even if they had them, they would be loath to part with them. Witnessing the collective denial, the radiant lamp Taoist merely scoffed softly. Then that settles it. Since no one can produce them, we shall simply refuse to acknowledge this matter. If it were not for their underhanded tactics, how could we have found ourselves in such a predicament? If anyone is to be deemed unreasonable, it is undoubtedly them. Even if we were to be humiliated, it would be their shame. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly grasped the underlying sentiment. Indeed, it was that group from who resorted to despicable means, coercing us into writing that promissory note. We shall not recognize such an occurrence. As the harmonious voices of agreement filled the air, the radiant lamp Taoist's gaze shimmered. Now that they had unified their stance, they would have an excuse when they stood before the primordial heavenly venerable. Even if the truth deviated from their claims, as long as they asserted it, it would become their reality. Surely, the saints would not dwell excessively on such matters. Furthermore, even if it escalated to the presence of the two saints, they would simply have to admit their lack of treasures. Could truly transport there? Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, the Golden Hoop Immortal was indeed contemplating how to relocate it was surrounded by numerous formations, enveloping it completely. To move one must dismantle these formations. Fortunately, the Golden Hoop Immortal was well versed in these arrays, and thus, upon arriving at he immediately began to observe the layout of the formations. The sudden appearance of a stranger outside naturally drew the attention of the other disciples of. However, upon seeing Neza standing beside the Golden Hoop Immortal, the disciples have softened their stance. Neza, who are you? How did you come to be here? Neza, however, remained silent, raising his red tassel spear with one hand. Why waste words? I shall go wherever I please. What business is it of an outer sect disciple like you? Though the disciple felt a surge of indignation at Neza's words, they ultimately had to concede to Neza's status and reluctantly withdrew. Witnessing Neza's imposing demeanor, the Golden Hoop Immortal could not help but nod in approval. Indeed, young lad, you possess quite the prowess. Neza surveyed the intricate formations before him and spoke in a low voice. I can sense the presence of my master and the others. It would be prudent for you to resolve this matter swiftly, lest their return brings unforeseen consequences. The Golden Hoop Immortal immediately regained his focus. Numerous formations, established by the saints, adorned the Jade Void Palace. However, most of these formations were primarily defensive in nature. Although the Golden Hoop Immortal lacked the means to dismantle them, evading their grasp proved to be quite effortless. Thus, under Neza's protection, the Golden Hoop Immortal commenced his grand endeavor of breaking through the formations. At this moment, Feng was blissfully unaware that his seemingly casual toss of a novel had inadvertently led to a full-scale raid on Kunlun Mountain, and it was an operation that was perfectly coordinated. Nevertheless, even if he were cognizant of this development, it would not weigh heavily on his mind. After all, his primary concern remained with his teacher. It had been quite some time. Tongtian and the others should be returning soon. He pondered whether his abrupt dissolution of the would result in his teacher's wrath upon his arrival. Yet, the prospect of punishment paled in comparison to the looming cataclysm of the investiture of the gods. Chapter 31. If you can't be destroyed, I look down upon you. After all, everything Feng is currently undertaking is for the purpose of sealing the divine calamity. It remains uncertain whether the disciples of the Jie Sect can evade this ordeal. Fortunately, he still possesses the system. The novel he authored has transformed into a legacy, falling into the hands of these Jie Sect disciples, allowing for a temporary shielding of the heavenly secrets. Even as a sage, it would be exceedingly difficult to uncover the connections within. Even a fleeting moment is entirely sufficient for Feng. At this opportune moment, the system's notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. The comprehension level of the new novel has reached 75%. Reward: 100,000 years of cultivation and a fragment of the Law of Yin. Feng was momentarily taken aback. This system announcement was distinctly different from previous ones. Earlier notifications had always pertained to the Jie Sect disciples, yet today, there was not a single mention of them. Could it be that this particular novel had not been acquired by the Jie Sect disciples? Upon contemplating this, Feng promptly inquired within his system. What is the title of this novel? The Demon Child Comes to the World. Feng paused, and an unlikely conjecture began to form in his mind. The Demon Child Comes to the World was a work he had carelessly penned, unaware of where the system would disseminate it. However, given the system's response and the associated integration level, Feng surmised that this novel had likely found its way to the territory of the cicadas, potentially even into the hands of that mischievous child. Indeed, this group of children referred to is none other than Neza. After all, this book was tailored specifically for Neza, wasn't it? If Neza were to absorb it as a gift, achieving a 100% integration level would be effortlessly attainable. As Feng's thoughts wandered, the system's voice resonated once more. This time, the one comprehending is not a Jie Sect disciple, but is still considered among the 10 candidates. Feng was utterly astonished. Individuals from the Chan sect are counted as well? Before he could fully digest this information, the reward of 100,000 years of cultivation had already been credited to him, compelling Feng to once again plunge into his cultivation state. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, the Golden Hoop Immortal tirelessly dismantled the formations before him. Whenever he encountered an insurmountable barrier, he would straightforwardly evade it. For his understanding of the laws of formations had yet to reach perfection. Achieving a complete breach of a sage's formation was fundamentally an impossible task. Nevertheless, Neza observed with surprise as the formations before the Golden Hoop Immortal dwindled in number. Initially, he had merely spoken in jest. But who would have anticipated that a Jie Sect disciple could be so obstinate? Not only stubborn, but he was now on the brink of success. Just as Neza finished this thought, the formations outside the Yushu Palace collapsed entirely. This left Neza in a state of bewilderment. Successful? The Golden Hoop Immortal nodded, gazing at the Yushu Palace before him. To be honest, he had not anticipated that he could truly succeed. Moreover, the Yushu Palace was indeed quite surprising to him. It was no wonder Neza claimed that this palace was the most treasured possession of Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, upon finishing his observations, the Golden Cudgel Immortal realized the truth in what had been said. After all, the Yushu Palace, once stripped of its protective formations, finally revealed its interior composition. The materials within were none other than dragon crystals. Ever since the calamity of the Dragon Han, the ancestor dragon clan had sunk into the depths of the ocean. These dragon crystals were products of the ancestor dragon lineage, and their present quantity was exceedingly rare. The value of dragon crystals lies not merely in their scarcity, but in their formidable energy and indestructible nature. Yet, astonishingly, the entirety of the Yushu Palace was constructed from dragon gold. This was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Encountering such a remarkable treasure, the Golden Cudgel Immortal, adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, could hardly let this opportunity slip away. He promptly raised his hand and swiftly tucked the entire Yushu Palace into his satchel. As the palace diminished in size before him, Neza's eyes widened in disbelief. This individual truly intended to claim the Yushu Palace? In truth, there was nothing the Golden Cudgel Immortal was incapable of undertaking. It was merely a whole palace. If it could be taken, then so be it. Such fine materials were certainly worthy of being preserved for his master's future endeavors in establishing a sacred site. Neza was genuinely impressed. The disciples of the were indeed audacious, daring to intrude upon the territory of the Chan religion, pilfering its vaults, and now even attempting to steal the Yushu Palace. Fortuitously, the deputy leader and others were not present. Had they been here, they might have been driven to fury. Nevertheless, despite the Golden Cudgel Immortal's efforts to keep a low profile, the disappearance of such a grand palace would inevitably attract the attention of numerous disciples from the Chan religion. When they arrived, however, they beheld only the Yushu Palace dwindling, half of which had already found its way into the Golden Cudgel Immortal's satchel. Sensing an ominous chill behind him, the Golden Cudgel Immortal could not help but glance back, then gestured towards Neza, indicating that his fellow disciples were approaching. Neza's expression shifted. Could you not make such noise? The Golden Cudgel Immortal shrugged helplessly. He wanted to minimize the commotion, but the reality was rather unforgiving. After all, extracting such a vast palace was no small feat at that moment. The disciples of the Chan religion, upon seeing Neza and the Golden Cudgel Immortal conspiring together to steal the Yushu Palace, erupted in furious shouts. Neza, how dare you consort with outsiders and lay hands on the Yushu Palace? Neza, however, remained silent, casting a glance towards the Golden Cudgel Immortal. The Golden Cudgel Immortal returned the gaze. Don't look at me. I am busy here, he remarked. By the way, aren't those your fellow disciples? Shouldn't you be fostering some camaraderie? Neza scoffed. What camaraderie is there to cultivate? The Chan religion is merely a gathering of hypocrites, all facade and no substance. If it weren't for the Golden Cudgel Immortal, the Chan religion's vault would have been reduced to ashes today. The Golden Cudgel Immortal raised an eyebrow with a smile. Surely there are bonds to be forged, such as the adage that hitting is a form of affection. Shouldn't you strive to maintain a good rapport? Neza felt a sudden chill, accompanied by the unsettling prickling of goosebumps. Could you refrain from speaking in such a revolting manner? At that moment, a disciple of the Chan sect bellowed once more. You beast of the Jie Sect, how dare you incite my junior brother Neza? Today, I shall suppress you. Jing Wuxian wore a perplexed expression. Casting a glance at Neza and then at himself, he pondered when he had ever been addressed as a beast. If it were up to him, he would rather eliminate such a disciple of the Chan sect than entertain any notions of camaraderie. Moreover, how could he be accused of inciting Neza? Did they not see that it was Neza himself who had incited his own mischief within the Jade Void Palace? No, that could not be termed as mere mischief. It was a bold and audacious excavation. Can you rid us of him? If you cannot, I shall lose all respect for you. Chapter 32. stealing my Yushu palace. Upon hearing the words of the golden cudgel immortal, Neza could not help but inhale sharply. Then why do you not eliminate him? The golden cudgel immortal whistled at the Yushu palace before him. I would dearly love to do so, but alas, I have other pressing matters to attend to. Neza shot him an exasperated glare. Yet, despite his words, the golden cudgel immortal swiftly delivered a resounding slap. The arrogant disciple of the Jie Sect, who had just spoken out of turn, was sent hurtling through the air by the force of the blow. I truly could not restrain myself. My strength was perhaps a tad excessive. I wonder, does your esteemed master possess a dojo? His current favorite pastime was to unearth other sanctuaries. The Jie disciple, now unable to rise after being struck, glared fiercely at the golden cudgel immortal upon hearing his words. However, the golden cudgel immortal was not one to suffer fools gladly. It appears there is none. Then allow me to accompany you on your journey. As soon as he finished speaking, the aforementioned Jie disciple transformed into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating into the air. The golden cudgel immortal's display had indeed instilled fear among the Jie disciples. In that moment, none dared to make a move. Yet, their inaction did not imply that the golden cudgel immortal intended to spare them. Are you certain you do not wish to send them off? Neza rolled his eyes in annoyance. Witnessing the golden cudgel immortal still attempting to incite Neza at such a moment, countless Jie disciples erupted in outrage. Neza, are you aware that your treachery with outsiders has wrought tremendous calamity? Surrender yourself at once. Upon hearing their shouts, Neza scoffed. A mere assembly of hypocrites dares to admonish me here? If you wish to take me, then come forth. As his words fell, Neza directed his red tassel spear towards the multitude of Jie disciples before him. The moment the spear was aimed at them, chaos ensued among the Jie disciples. Neza has betrayed the Jie Sect. Let us unite to subdue him. No sooner had the words left their lips than countless Jie disciples soared into the air, charging towards Neza. Observing that these former comrades showed him no mercy, Neza too would not hold back. Immediately leaping onto his wind-fire wheels and brandishing his universe ring as he surged forward. As Neza clashed fervently with the disciples of the Jie Sect, the golden cudgel immortal did not linger. His sole focus was on swiftly extracting the entirety of the Yushu palace, ideally leaving not a single blade of grass behind. After all, he had summoned considerable courage for this expedition to Kunlun Mountain. Should he fail to bring home sufficient treasures, his heart would ache immeasurably. Moreover, whether he brought back one item or two, acquiring the Yushu palace would allow him to store the treasures of Kunlun Mountain within it. With this thought in mind, the golden cudgel immortal renewed his resolve. However, just as the Yushu palace was about to shrink to the size of his palm, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the formation. This revelation sent a jolt of alarm through the golden cudgel immortal. Logically, the intricate formations surrounding the Jade Void Palace had been entirely dismantled by him, and any that could not be disarmed were deftly avoided. So, what was the reason for the current predicament? After a thorough search, the Golden Hoop Immortal finally identified the source of the issue, the plaque of the Jade Void Palace. On this resplendent plaque, a formation had been inscribed, one that had been personally established by a sage. Evading it was no longer an option. The only course of action left was to dismantle it. However, should he succeed in breaking this formation, the sage would undoubtedly become aware instantaneously. At this critical juncture, the Golden Hoop Immortal found himself in a state of profound indecision. If he chose inaction, all the effort he had expended would be rendered futile. Yet, should he take action, the repercussions from the sage would be dire. To hell with it. In but a fleeting moment, the Golden Hoop Immortal made his choice in his mind. Regardless of the outcome, he had already offended the sage. Whether it was sooner or later, what difference did it make? With such a grand plaque, once he dismantled the formation, he could simply hoist it away and, upon encountering any disciple of the Jie school whom he found displeasing, he would send them flying with a mere flick. The thought of such a scene invigorated the Golden Hoop Immortal once more. This time, he was set to dismantle a sage-esque formation. In truth, the formation devised by the primordial heavenly master was not particularly formidable. Given the Golden Hoop Immortal's current strength, although dismantling the formation presented some challenges, it was certainly within the realm of possibility. As he observed the formation gradually turn gray, the Golden Hoop Immortal felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Truly, he was remarkable. Even dismantling a sage's formation was a feat he could accomplish with ease. Meanwhile, within the Purple Cloud Palace, the primordial heavenly master felt a sudden tightness in his chest. And in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Who dared to intrude upon my Jade Void Palace? The primordial heavenly master could hardly fathom that. Just as he departed from Kunlun Mountain, someone had the audacity to invade his sanctum. They were on the verge of finalizing an agenda. And with Tongtian already at a disadvantage, he now found himself robbed of his home. How could the primordial heavenly master find any joy in this? Truth be told, Tongtian's situation was far from favorable. This calamity of canonization was directed at their sections. The Western two schools were no exception. They had initially attained their positions as sages through deception and trickery. Now, upon hearing the call for their participation in the canonization calamity, they were utterly unwilling. They began to lament and weep, recounting the hardships of establishing the Western world. As for the Xianmen faction, their circumstances were not much better. Among the three teachings of Xianmen, the Chan school and the intercepting school were the most formidable. Although Laozi had founded the human school, he had only one disciple, Xuandu. Thus, he remained a mere observer, sitting alongside Nuwa. Nevertheless, while the Chan school and the intercepting school engaged in their verbal skirmishes, Laozi had not forgotten to subtly lend his support. Naturally, his support leaned towards the primordial heavenly master. It was precisely for this reason that Tongtian had suffered repeated setbacks during this council. At this moment, the primordial heavenly master's complexion changed dramatically, and Tongtian fell silent. At this moment, Tongtian recalled the words spoken by his disciple long ago. The current predicament mirrored precisely what his disciple had forewarned. Regrettably, he found himself unable to turn back time. At the same time, Yuanshi Tianzuan was not in a much better position. He sought to investigate the audacious individual who dared to steal his Yusu palace. However, despite his calculations, he could not discern the identity of this bold thief. Upon further scrutiny, he discovered that this person had cleverly concealed their actions from the heavenly mechanism, suggesting prior preparation. In this chaotic era, only those from the Jie possessed such formidable power. With this realization, Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze towards Tongtian burned with indignation. Someone had pilfered his Yusu palace. In this dire situation, Yuanshi Tianzuan cast aside any concerns for his dignity, consumed only by thoughts of the theft of his cherished palace. Chapter 33. Shall we walk together? Upon hearing the words of the primordial supreme being, Tongtian and the others were momentarily taken aback. Nuwa remained composed, quietly sipping her tea beside them. The Western saints, however, displayed a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. The Jade Void Palace represented not only the face of the Chan sect, but also that of the primordial supreme being himself. With such a grand palace having been stolen, anyone would feel a burning shame, wouldn't they? Tongtian and Laozi turned their heads upon receiving the news. Tongtian's expression was one of astonishment. How could someone dare to steal your Jade Void Palace? The primordial supreme being, already suspicious that Tongtian had a hand in the matter, was incensed by Tongtian's inquiry. How can there be no one involved? Tongtian, my dear disciple, you must be reveling in this chaos. Tongtian was utterly perplexed by the primordial supreme being's unwarranted fury, which only served to aggravate his mood further. Thus, he began to deduce the heavenly secrets, only to arrive at a conclusion that coincided with that of the primordial supreme being. The realization that even matters on the primordial supreme being's side were amiss prompted Tongtian to hastily calculate the affairs of his own sect. The more he probed, the darker his expression grew. How could he not ascertain the situation of the Jie Sect? Moreover, the veiled heavenly secrets were surprisingly potent. Could it be that the calamity of the gods had arrived prematurely? With this thought, Tongtian found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. Meanwhile, the gold-banded immortal was unaware of the unfolding events at the Xiao Palace, as he was preoccupied with stuffing the Jade Void Palace into his pouch. As for Neza, he single-handedly held off the members of the Chan sect. As the Jade Void Palace continued to shrink, the gold-banded immortal sensed the pressure emanating from it. Yet, Neza was unable to disengage, leaving the gold-banded immortal no choice but to glance toward him. I must summon some assistance. This palace is too vast for me to manage alone. Neza's forehead was nearly adorned with dark lines of exasperation. At such a critical moment, he was still contemplating calling for help. The gold-banded immortal, having no intention of consulting him, departed the instant he finished speaking. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the gold-banded immortal searched until he finally located two disciples of the Jie Sect. In truth, the Tiger Demon and the Snake Demon were already scheming to extort the Chan sect disciples once more when they were unexpectedly approached by the gold-banded immortal. Greetings, senior brother. What brings you here? The gold-banded immortal waved his hand and spoke gravely. Would you care to join me in a significant endeavor? Upon hearing this, both the Tiger Demon and the Snake Demon perked up instantly. What does senior brother wish us to do? Let us infiltrate the Chan sect's domain. The gold-banded immortal's words were spoken with a casual tone, yet the Tiger Demon and the Snake Demon felt their blood surge with excitement. Indeed, it's thanks to you, Brother Ma, that we can undertake such a bold venture without a whisper of warning. What would you have us do? The gold-banded immortal gestured for them to follow. Just come with me. Thus, The trio swiftly formed a team and once again set forth towards the direction of the Yushu Palace at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, the disciples of the Chan sect had finally managed to recuperate adequately. It was not that they hesitated to ascend the mountain upon reaching its base. Rather, the towering height of Kunlun Mountain, combined with their previously depleted spiritual energy, rendered it improbable for them to ascend even halfway. Now that they had regained some of their strength, it was only prudent to ascend and restore their vigor. They had already conferred on the matter, deciding to treat the incident as if it had never transpired. When their master returned, they would certainly present their grievances before him. The Radiant Lamp Taoist had also recuperated sufficiently and turned his gaze towards the assembled Chan sect disciples. I am aware that many of you harbor discontent in your hearts. However, let us set aside today's events for now. There will inevitably be future opportunities to address them. Moreover, since everyone has contributed from their own resources this time, upon our return, I shall open the treasury, and you may each select 1 or 2 treasures from it. Upon hearing that the treasury would be opened, excitement ignited in the eyes of the disciples, for all present had suffered significant losses. Without restitution, discontent might fester among them. It was precisely for this reason that the Radiant Lamp Taoist offered them the chance to choose treasures. What they remained unaware of was that the treasury of Kunlun Mountain had already been thoroughly plundered by the Golden Hoop Immortal. Especially after the Golden Hoop Immortal had brought the Tiger Demon and the Snake Demon along, the Yushu Palace diminished at an alarming rate. In a mere span of time, the once majestic Yushu Palace had shrunk to the size of a thumb and was completely stowed away in the Golden Hoop Immortal's pouch. Yet, the events did not cease there. Surrounding the Yushu Palace were numerous bricks and stones. Although the materials were not on par with dragon crystal, they were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the surrounding spiritual roots and flora were equally valuable. With a command from the Golden Hoop Immortal, the Tiger Demon and Snake Demon wasted no time, gnawing and devouring, hastily stuffing all these valuable items into their own pouches. After all, Brother Ma had decreed that nothing within their sight should be left behind. Not even a blade of grass. In the blink of an eye, Neza and his companions found themselves utterly stunned. Not only had the Yushu Palace vanished, but the entire vicinity had become barren. Neza was left completely flabbergasted. No wonder the Golden Hoop Immortal sought assistance. It seemed those 2 companions were professionals in their craft. Gazing upon the desolate Yushu Palace, the Chan sect disciples could no longer contain themselves. You truly dared to dismantle the Yushu Palace. Boldness indeed. Our master will not spare you upon his return. Ignoring the impotent roars of the Chan sect disciples, the Golden Hoop Immortal resolved to conclude their expedition. However, the Tiger Demon and Snake Demon felt unsatisfied. What is there to lament about merely dismantling a palace? Indeed, it is a wonder I did not raise the entire Kunlun Mountain. As their words echoed, the 2 demons exchanged a knowing glance. Indeed, how could we stop at merely dismantling the Yushu Palace? Since we are here, why not simply dismantle Kunlun Mountain altogether? Observing the fervent gazes of the 2 demons, the Golden Cudgel Immortal could not suppress a cough. Today, it seems, is not the day. Considering the time, it is likely that the disciples of the Chan sect shall return. When that moment arrives, the Golden Cudgel Immortal harbors little confidence in escorting the Tiger Demon and the Snake Demon to safety. Upon hearing his words, the 2 demons immediately lowered their heads, their spirits visibly dampened. However, the next words from the Golden Cudgel Immortal soon revitalized them. Next time we come, I shall bring you along. These 2 little rascals are truly indispensable when it comes to dismantling. They would save her a considerable amount of effort. With this assurance from the Golden Cudgel Immortal, the Tiger Demon and the Snake Demon felt as if they had been rejuvenated. Shall we depart now? The Golden Cudgel Immortal nodded and then turned to Neza, inquiring, will you accompany us? Chapter 34. A few more shouts for the esteemed senior brother after all. What Neza did today has incited the wrath of both deities and mortals alike. Remaining in the Chan sect has become an impossibility. Neza never intended to stay in the Chan sect. Since the Golden Cudgel Fairy has spoken, he naturally must depart alongside her. However, as they prepared to leave, the Tiger Demon and Serpent Demon were filled with profound reluctance. The vast Kunlun Mountain is home to more than just the Yushu Palace. If only they could dismantle the Yushu Palace, wouldn't that lead to great fortune? Who knows when their senior brother will bring them back again? When that time comes, I shall ensure that this place is thoroughly demolished. As the Tiger Demons swiftly departed, the disciples of the Chan sect were nearly beside themselves with rage. Not only had they destroyed our palace, but now they were also contemplating a return visit, and with the intention of leaving no stone unturned. Can they not act like decent beings? No, they were never human. They are a pack of beasts. Just as the Golden Cudgel Fairy and her companions departed, The Lantern Master and his group returned. Upon sighting Kunlun Mountain, expressions of delight spontaneously illuminated their faces. It is known that the Deputy Master had previously stated that upon their return to the Jie Sect, they would be allowed to select treasures from the treasury. Now, that moment had finally arrived. Tai Jinren was brimming with excitement. This time, we must diligently cultivate and ensure that they do not have the chance to return. However, as they stepped into Kunlun Mountain, an unsettling feeling washed over them. The Lantern Master was the first to notice something amiss. His gaze drifted toward the original location of the Yushu Palace. Where is our Grand Palace? The vast Yushu Palace. Who could have devoured it? Many disciples, slow to grasp the situation, finally reacted. Senior brother, where is the Yushu Palace? The voice of the speaking disciple trembled with anxiety. Without the Yushu Palace, how would they explain to their master upon his return? In truth, the Lantern Master himself was bewildered. Logically, such a grand palace could not simply vanish without a trace. There wasn't even a blade of grass left. The Lantern Master felt a tightening in his chest. The golden boy, equally perplexed, asked, Senior brother, could it be that we are still within the formation? It seems there is no other explanation. After all, a palace of such magnitude could not just disappear into thin air. And who would steal a palace, anyway? Yet, the reality was as it appeared. The Lantern Master and his companions rubbed their eyes multiple times and inspected the area thoroughly. Ultimately, they confirmed that it was indeed the disciples of the Jie Sect who had come to pilfer their palace. A palace of such enormity, and they claimed it as theirs with such audacity. At that moment, the remaining disciples of the Jie Sect could no longer contain their grievances and rushed forward to lament. Deputy Master, you have finally returned. Those ruffians from the Jie Sect have stolen our Yushu Palace. In the vast expanse of the Jade Void Palace, not a single brick was left for us amidst their relentless digging and plundering. At this moment, the burning lamp Taoist felt darkness clouding his vision. The Jade Void Palace served as the residence of his master, and now, such a grand sanctum had been reduced to nothingness. The countenance of the sage was undeniably struck with indignation. In a fit of rage, the burning lamp Taoist stepped forward. They have gone too far. Just as his words fell, another disciple of the Chan teaching, with a hoarse voice, cried out. Moreover, they have looted our Kunlun Mountain-esque treasury and even set ablaze a great fire, leaving nothing but ashes. Upon hearing this, the burning lamp Taoist felt a ringing in his ears, and soon, darkness enveloped his sight as he collapsed to the ground. As he fell, the disciples of the Chan teaching were suddenly thrown into disarray. With their master brother Guang Chung severely injured and their vice leader, the burning lamp Taoist, now down, what could they possibly do? For a moment, they felt as if they were cloaked in a shroud of despair. In stark contrast, the side was filled with elation. The Golden Cudgel Fairy, accompanied by Neza, the Tiger Demon, and the Serpent Demon, departed from Kunlun Mountain. Once assured that the Chan disciples could not pursue them, he turned towards Neza. What do you intend to do next? Neza shrugged. What else can I do, given the current circumstances? Returning to the Chan teaching is out of the question. I would likely be drowned by their spit before I even set foot back on Kunlun Mountain. However, the Golden Cudgel Fairy felt a pang of compassion for leaving such a young child alone in the world. Yet, compassion aside, his scheming thoughts began to stir. Since you can't return to the Chan teaching, how about this? Come with me to the... Our master brother has a wonderful character, and you should be grateful for the opportunities he has afforded you. Perhaps, upon your arrival, you might even be honored as a brother. Neza, however, shook his head. I do not wish to join the... I only seek to find Lu Feng. The Golden Cudgel Fairy was taken aback. Is there a conflict between seeking your master brother and joining the Tiger Demon and Serpent Demon, intrigued, chimed in. Once you join you can have ample opportunity to converse with your master brother. Hearing this, Neza realized he had indeed backed himself into a corner. Can I truly seek my master brother? Of course. The Golden Cudgel Fairy patted Neza on the shoulder, unable to resist ruffling the boy's round little head. Our master brother possesses a gentle nature, and had it not been for him, we would not be where we are today. So will you join the... Without hesitation, Neza nodded. I shall certainly join. Yet, a moment later, he hesitated. But hasn't he the disbanded? The Golden Cudgel Fairy chuckled. Indeed, the has disbanded. But who says we cannot welcome new members? Besides, we have just accomplished something grand. Although he did not participate in the battle against the Chan Sect, the gold-banded Celestial was confident in his own achievements. After all, who among the vast expanse of the primordial era would dare to venture alone to Kunlun Mountain and dismantle the palace of a sage? Such a momentous occasion surely deserves to be celebrated collectively. The Tiger Demon and the Serpent Demon found themselves yearning for Golden Ao Island. However, despite their nostalgia, Their thoughts remained fixated on the treasures residing in Kunlun Mountain. Alas, they had emerged too late this time. Had they arrived sooner, they might have been able to empty the Chan Sect's treasury. Upon hearing the words of the tiger demon and the serpent demon, Neza exchanged a glance with the gold-banded celestial and burst into laughter. Neza pointed at the gold-banded celestial, who had anticipated this all along. The treasures from that treasury were now safely tucked away in his possession. If only they could shout a few more times in praise of their esteemed senior brother. He might just share some of those precious items with them. Chapter 35. Come as you please. Upon hearing Neza's words, the tiger demon and the snake demon could hardly contain themselves, immediately sweetly addressing the golden hoop immortal as senior brother. The mere utterance sent shivers down the golden hoop immortal's arm. No. Whatever treasures you desire, feel free to choose at will. Just refrain from calling me that. I am not a delicate maiden. As he spoke, he took out his pouch, allowing the tiger and snake demons to select their treasures. The two demons gazed at the pouch, drooling in anticipation. Yet, as they surveyed the contents, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered. After a prolonged silence, the snake demon finally raised its head. Senior brother, you have collected only the treasures. Why did you not also take the stand that held them? The golden hoop immortal paused, puzzled. What value did the stand possess? Surely, he could not be reduced to such poverty. However, the snake demon smacked its thigh. Senior brother, you are mistaken. The stand for the treasures is undoubtedly not an ordinary item. Consider how extravagant the Chan school is. At this revelation, the golden hoop immortal suddenly felt a wave of regret wash over him. How could he have overlooked such a valuable opportunity? The tiger demon chimed in. Why do I see no door among these treasures? My abode is in dire need of a grand entrance. The golden hoop immortal's gaze shifted towards the two demons, realizing that he had underestimated their greed. He had thought himself sufficiently cunning, yet these two were even more avaricious. Unwilling to spare even a door, he could only shrug in disappointment. There's no chance left. The door has already been burned. Upon hearing this, the tiger and snake demons exchanged glances of disbelief, swiftly replaced by profound sorrow. Such a magnificent door, reduced to ashes? The golden hoop immortal gestured towards Neza beside him. Indeed, it was he who set it ablaze. Neza, maintaining a serious demeanor, affirmed, yes, I did burn it. The expressions of the tiger and snake demons morphed into one of deep sympathy, as if gazing upon two profligate heirs. After a long pause, the tiger demon remarked meaningfully, Senior brother, should you embark on any heists in the future, remember to include me. The golden hoop immortal pondered his former exploits. Digging up ancestral graves seemed to necessitate such capable accomplices. Thus, he nodded in agreement. In the East Sea, the golden hoop immortal and his companions diligently sought information, eventually discovering the whereabouts of Duo Bao. Upon learning that they had emptied the Chan school's treasury, Duo Bao's astonishment was nearly insurmountable. You actually raided the Chan school's treasury? The golden hoop immortal cleared his throat. Second senior brother, what you term a raid, we refer to as a visit, during which we merely took a few trifles. Duo Bao was left speechless, his forehead adorned with beads of sweat. If they had only taken a mere few items, that would indeed be a different matter. The crux of the matter is that you have taken the entirety of another's treasure trove, have you not? If the disciples of the Chan sect were to learn of this, it would surely cause an uproar. Duo Bao could not help but shake his head, fearing that someone might faint from the outrage. However, his gaze soon turned to Neza, who stood nearby. What was his story? Not only had he plundered another's treasury, but he had also whisked away a disciple of the third generation? Xianxia chuckled. I find this little junior brother quite admirable, hence I took him along. Moreover, it seems a bit beneath him to remain under the tutelage of Tai Yizhenren. Why not come and be our junior brother instead? As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the tiger and serpent demons nodded in agreement. Indeed, we think it is splendid. Duo Bao genuinely believed that Xianxia and his companions had gone mad. One had lost their mind, and now three had followed suit. You have taken away a direct disciple without the consent of either the master or the disciple himself. Duo Bao took a deep breath and turned to Neza, attempting to soften his voice. Did you come of your own volition, or were you coerced into this? If it were the latter, he would certainly insist on returning him. Unbeknownst to him, Neza immediately shook his head. I came willingly. Seeing Neza's affirmation, Duo Bao could only gaze intently at Xianxia and the others. They truly had succeeded. Not only had they taken possessions, but they had also brought a person along, who, remarkably, had come of his own accord. Who could deny the exceptional persuasion skills of the Chan sect? Yet, somehow, Xianxia and his companions had managed to achieve this feat. In truth, Xianxia did not wish to bear the blame for this. This little junior brother is not someone I lured. He came for the sake of the eldest brother. He then briefly recounted how Neza had obtained the opportunity from Lu Feng. Only then did Duo Bao realize that Neza had indeed come for the eldest brother. Since that was the case, he refrained from further objections. However, there were matters he could not guarantee. Whether our master would accept this junior brother was beyond our authority. Just as Duo Bao finished speaking, Neza interjected, "Then I can serve as your disciple. I will take Lu Feng as my master." Duo Bao was genuinely surprised to see that Neza, despite his youthful appearance, possessed such determination. Yet, given Neza's declaration, he felt it unwise to voice further concerns. In truth, Neza observed the camaraderie among the brothers with a sense of envy, feeling fortunate that he had acquired such an opportunity. Otherwise, he might still be a mere puppet within the Chan sect. As Neza stood there, looking somewhat dazed, Jing Guxian could not resist ruffling his hair. "What are you still doing here?" Call out to the second elder brother. "Do you truly wish to be considered a generation below us?" Upon hearing Jing Guxian's words, Neza's eyes brightened, and he promptly bowed respectfully to Duo Bao. "I have met the second elder brother." Duo Bao casually waved his hand. "Amongst us brothers, we do not adhere to such rigid conventions. From now on, let us embrace a more carefree approach." Neza murmured softly, "Embrace a more carefree approach." At this moment, he truly realized that he had indeed arrived at the right place. During his time in the Chan sect, no one had ever spoken such words to him. Now, standing before Duo Bao and the others, Neza comprehended that there existed an alternative mode of interaction among brothers. They did not require deceitful scheming nor the pretense of falsehood. Neza earnestly nodded, and his gaze towards Duo Bao and the others was imbued with a newfound respect. Within this sect, Neza felt he might find greater joy than he had experienced in the Chan sect. Indeed, this was the truth. The Jie Sect was devoid of excessive rules. Brothers could express whatever thoughts came to mind without concern for propriety or the need to contemplate the appropriateness of their words or how to phrase them differently. Chapter 36. Clouds of Doubt. As soon as Neza called out, the second disciple couldn't help but chuckle, prompting the others to join in. Finally, the tiger demon, scratching his head in confusion, remarked, "Does this mean we are inadvertently lowering our status?" After all, Neza used to address them as Shi when he met them at the Chan sect. Why is it that upon arriving at he directly refers to them as xianxia? To be frank, Jing Guxian and his companions had not considered this issue until now. Upon hearing this, a competitive spirit suddenly ignited within them. Jing Guxian turned his gaze directly towards Duo Bao. "Second brother, if I recall correctly, you have a few disciples, don't you? Why not let Neza take them as his masters?" Duo Bao quickly grasped Jing Guxian's implication and responded with a mix of anger and amusement. "You have quite the scheme. If Neza were to become a disciple under your students, he would eventually have to call you Shizu. In that case, even the saint from the Chan sect would have to acknowledge our master as his senior." Such jesting could be amusing in casual conversation, but if it were to become public, it would surely lead to complications. Despite the laughter, Duo Bao ultimately insisted that Neza address them as Shirshu. After all, no one wished to unnecessarily elevate their status. It was better to maintain the previous hierarchy. Neza had no objections. As long as he could join and stand alongside his elder brother, he was content. Once Neza's affiliation was settled, Jing Guxian cleared his throat. "Second brother, I have something else to discuss with you." Duo Bao huffed, "If you have something to say, just say it. I knew you sought me out for something. And I doubt it's good news." Jing Guxian chuckled. "Actually, there is something good, but I wonder if you can handle it." Duo Bao, intrigued, replied, "How could I possibly not handle it? Do enlighten me about this grand opportunity." Jing Guxian coughed twice and whispered, "We have stolen the Yushu Palace." Duo Bao's voice shot up in disbelief. "What did you say?" Fearing Duo Bao might not have heard correctly, the tiger demon and the snake demon quickly chimed in. "We have indeed stolen the Yushu Palace, leaving not a brick or blade of grass behind." Duo Bao was genuinely stunned. "You can't be serious." Jing Guxian puffed out his chest. "When have I ever deceived you, second brother? If you don't believe me, I can show you the plaque right now." With that, Jing Guxian promptly brought out the plaque of the Yushu Palace, a trophy he had painstakingly removed from the palace itself. As Duo Bao gazed upon the plaque, his heart raced with disbelief. You all." The tiger demon nodded eagerly. "Indeed, it was us." Duo Bao was rendered speechless. These individuals were exceedingly audacious. Meanwhile, the tiger demon looked at the Yushu Palace plaque with gleaming eyes. "What a magnificent plaque. I believe it surpasses even my celestial seal. How about this, Brother Ma? Shall we exchange? You give me that item, and I shall offer you the celestial seal in return. Thus, we both emerge unscathed, do we not?" The golden staff immortal promptly reclaimed the plaque of the Jade Void Palace. "I would never trade. Your so-called celestial seal is merely a shattered peak." This plaque of mine is far superior to your mountain. Listening to the words of his junior disciples, Duobao felt as though the entire world was spiraling into chaos. The Jade Void Palace is the abode of saints. How could the Golden Staff Immortal and his companions truly have carried it away? Was this not inviting catastrophe on an unprecedented scale? A fortuitous event? Could any good arise from such a calamity? For a fleeting moment, Duobao began to fear the descent of divine retribution. After all, this was no trivial matter. The residence of saints, dismantled by the Golden Staff Immortal and his comrades. The ramifications of this act would be monumental. One could very well expect divine punishment to rain down at any moment. With this thought, Duobao's gaze swiftly returned to the Golden Staff Immortal and his company. Wait a moment. By all logical reasoning, having committed such a grand act, they should have been engulfed by immense karmic power. Yet now, they appeared utterly unscathed, devoid of any semblance of karmic influence. Contemplating this, Duobao cautiously inquired, "Did you not sense anything amiss while dismantling the palace?" The Golden Staff Immortal immediately shook his head. "No, I felt nothing unusual. I merely wished for more time. Or else we could have dismantled the entire Kunlun Mountain." The Tiger Demon and the Serpent Demon nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we hadn't finished. Duobao, I concede." At this moment, he comprehended fully. This carefree bunch had not only escaped the grasp of karmic power, but thrived instead. After much deliberation, Duobao could only attribute this phenomenon to the fortune of his elder brother. After all, such occurrences had never transpired before. However, the magnitude of what the Golden Staff Immortal and his companions had done was beyond what even Duobao could contain. Thus, he could only wave his hand dismissively. "You all have now acquired great fortune, yet I have yet to discover the blessing bestowed upon me by my elder brother. Furthermore, this matter is far too significant. You should seek out our elder brother. I cannot bear this burden." Upon hearing Duobao's words, the Golden Staff Immortal and his companions immediately became displeased. "Did you not just claim you could handle it? Indeed, now that you cannot, you wish to pass the responsibility to our elder brother. Are you truly incapable?" Duobao endured for a moment longer, but ultimately could not restrain himself and sent one of them flying. "What does it matter if you bunch have received fortune from our elder brother? Your strength is still inferior to mine. Each one of you only knows how to stir up trouble. It is best to leave this mess for our elder brother to resolve. After all, who could have anticipated that these unfortunate souls would engage in such an act of dismantling a palace?" The mere thought of the storm that would ensue when the teachers returned from the Purple Cloud Palace sent shivers down Duobao's spine. The celestial beings, Jin Gu and his companions, were sent tumbling by Duobao several times before they finally steadied themselves. Ultimately, they found themselves with no recourse but to silently soar towards the direction of Jinao Island. Within the Xixiao Palace, the venerable Taoist Tongtian, seated at the head, could not help but furrow his brow. The calamity of the Fengshen was on the brink of commencement, and time was of the essence for the six saints. The pressing question was how to incite the six saints to advance the Fengshen calamity, a matter that required his utmost contemplation. After all, the forthcoming developments were pivotal not only to the heavenly Tao, but also to his own strategies. Yet today, despite Hongjuan's relentless calculations, he could discern not a trace of clarity. Gazing at the nebulous expanse before him, his eyes brimmed with astonishment. Who was it that shrouded the horizon? Moreover, this individual had obscured the heavenly secrets governing the Fengshen calamity, leading to his repeated attempts at divination yielding no fruit. A veil of uncertainty began to envelop his heart. Chapter 37. So it shall be, then this calamity concerning the sealing of gods is of paramount importance, and there must be no room for error. The only beings capable of concealing the heavenly secrets, apart from the sages present, are none other. Could it be Tongtian? The moment this possibility flickered in his mind, Hongjun shook his head. It cannot be Tongtian. If Tongtian had already deduced the heavenly secrets, he would not have appeared in the Xixiao Palace. With the situation now altered, it seems prudent to prepare in advance. With this thought, Hongjun rose immediately and made his way deeper into the Xixiao Palace, where the list of deities and the god-slaying whip were stored. This matter pertains to his grand plan. On Jinao Island, tranquility reigned. The Bodhi tree on the island stretched its branches gracefully. However, after the chorus of birdsong, for streaks of light descended upon the island. Neza gazed at Jinao Island before him, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Is this the sacred ground of the Jie Sect? He had never set foot on Jinao Island since his birth. His previous knowledge of the Jie Sect was largely derived from the fragmented words of his master and fellow disciples. Now, standing before Jinao Island, though devoid of any visible presence or spiritual aura, it still emanated an imposing grandeur. Neza sensed vaguely that the Jie Sect before him seemed far more formidable than the Chan Sect. If the Chan Sect's aura radiated outward, then the malevolent aura of the Jie Sect was reined in, evoking a sense of trepidation. The Golden Hoop Immortal looked upon the island with nostalgia. I never expected to return here again. This is indeed the sacred ground of our Jie Sect. Now that the Jie Sect has disbanded, everyone has scattered throughout the primordial wilderness, and only the eldest senior brother remains on the island. Although we had previously suggested you join the Jie Sect, we dared not make such a decision without the nod of the eldest senior brother. Once we meet him, you know what to do, right? Neza recalled the methods taught to him by the tiger demon and the snake demon, then forced a charming smile. Is that so? Seeing Neza's adorable expression, the Golden Hoop Immortal nodded with satisfaction. Precisely. Just remember to remain endearing, and the eldest senior brother will surely allow you to join the Jie Sect. With these words, Neza felt a wave of relief wash over him. So when shall we seek out the eldest senior brother? In truth, both the tiger demon and the snake demon also longed to see him. Why not go find him right now? With that, the tiger demon and the snake demon transformed into their beast forms and dashed towards the abode of Lu Feng. The Golden Hoop Immortal and Neza, not to be outdone, followed closely behind the two demons. However, as they reached the entrance of Lu Feng's cave, they were astonished by the plethora of spiritual roots nearby. So many spiritual roots? And is that an innate spiritual root peach tree? The soil is actually the five-colored divine soil. My goodness, I'm utterly tempted. The tiger demon and the snake demon were practically drooling at the sight. However, upon reflecting that these items were cultivated by the senior brother himself, one quickly wiped away the drool, hesitant to gaze any longer. Yet, it had scarcely been long since their departure, and the senior brother had already transformed the entrance of his cave into such a remarkable sight. Truly, it was astonishing. As the others pondered this, the cave's door suddenly swung open. As usual, Lu Feng emerged to tend to his peach tree. To his surprise, the moment the door opened, he was startled by four voices at the entrance. How did you four return? Upon seeing Lu Feng, Xianxia and the others immediately adopted a more subdued demeanor. Senior brother, we have brought back a child. Lu Feng recognized Xianxia, but the snake demon and tiger demon behind him felt vaguely familiar. Particularly, the half-human, half-beast forms of the snake and tiger were quite an eyesore for Lu Feng, who has a tiger's head atop a body clad in bright red shorts, and who possesses a dragon's head with a serpent's body wrapped in an excessively green garment that drapes over its head. It was indeed an overwhelming shade of green. Lu Feng discreetly averted his gaze, only to then spot Neza standing behind Xianxia. It must be said, in comparison to Xianxia and the others, Neza appeared exquisitely chiseled, adorned with a red bellyband and matching shorts, and sporting two little pigtails. He was simply adorable. Merely catching a glimpse of Lu Feng, Neza immediately recognized him. Neza? This group of mischievous youngsters had ventured out and returned with a third-generation disciple of the Chan Sect. Neza obediently stood before Lu Feng, not forgetting to cutely show off his charms as he had learned previously in the Chan teachings. I greet you, senior brother. Lu Feng had anticipated Neza's departure from the Chan Sect, yet he had not expected the boy would come to him afterward. Upon further contemplation, Lu Feng decided not to dwell on it too much. Since he was here, they might as well sit for a while. However, he was curious about the purpose of their visit. To his surprise, Neza's eyes sparkled with excitement at being so readily acknowledged by Lu Feng. Yet, Xianxia appeared a bit apprehensive after Lu Feng's inquiry. Well, we did engage in a certain matter. This affair could have serious repercussions, and the second brother said he couldn't handle it, so he sent us to find you, senior brother. As Xianxia spoke, his voice dwindled to a whisper. Lu Feng listened, utterly perplexed. What kind of matter could yield such grave consequences? Moreover, it was something even Duo Bao could not handle. You haven't done anything wrong, have you? Xianxia quickly shook his head. We haven't done anything wrong. We did something beneficial for the Jie Sect. Indeed, it is beneficial for the Jie Sect. As for the Chan Sect, they need not concern themselves with that. Lu Feng paused for a moment and casually remarked. Then it's settled. As long as you Haven T demolished the Yushu Palace, what issue could possibly be unmanageable? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the apprehension on Xianxia and the others' faces grew even more pronounced. Observing the shift in their expressions, Lu Feng immediately raised his gaze towards them. Surely, you do not intend to dismantle the Jade Void Palace, do you? Upon uttering these words, Lu Feng first cast a glance at the Golden Hoop Immortal, then at the Tiger Demon and Snake Demon. Well then, what mischief could this trio possibly concoct together? Subsequently, Lu Feng's attention fell upon Neza, another disciple of the Chan school. Goodness, they are engaging in a direct scheme of collaboration. The crux of the matter is, considering your youth, Do you truly harbor no fear in repeatedly assaulting the Jade Void Palace? At this moment, Lu Feng finally comprehended why Duo Bao had tossed this troublesome matter into his lap. Such a significant affair would instill trepidation in anyone, would it not? However, upon further reflection, with the impending cataclysm of the Tongtian, why not proceed with the dismantling? When the two sects inevitably clash, it will unfold as if no blood were shed. For now, it merely adds another layer of animosity before the calamity arrives. Chapter 38. Reluctance. Having come to this realization, Lu Feng decisively pulled out a chair and sat down. It was not a significant matter. The damage was done. One could not simply restore what had been dismantled, could they? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Jin Guxian and the others felt a sense of relief wash over them. With senior brother Lu's assurance, they were certain that second senior brother would no longer criticize them. Truly, he was the esteemed senior brother. We adore you, senior brother. Lu Feng handed each of them a chair before he sighed softly. You have dismantled the Yushu Palace, but have you accomplished anything else? At Lu Feng's inquiry, Jin Guxian promptly retrieved his storage bag. Not only have we dismantled the Yushu Palace, but we have also seized their treasury. Lu Feng nodded approvingly. Indeed. It seems you are aware of the importance of interest. After all, one should not fret over a multitude of debts. At this moment, Neza and the others were comfortably seated with Lu Feng, while on the other side, Duo Bao had ventured to the East Sea, where he finally discovered his fortuitous opportunity. After a long search that took him across much of the vast wilderness, he had at last encountered his destined chance in the East Sea, igniting a profound excitement within him. Holding the scroll in his hands, Duo Bao couldn't help but open the first page. In an instant, a beam of golden light pierced his mind. Endless laws and principles surged forth, intertwining before his eyes. Observing the accessible laws and principles, Duo Bao quickly became engrossed in his cultivation. Eventually, countless laws and principles coalesced into a singular technique, inscribed within his consciousness. Sacred Path. The moment he softly uttered these two words, his previously stagnant cultivation began to ascend continuously. The waves of the East Sea relentlessly crashed against the shore. Yet Duo Bao remained motionless, calmly awaiting his breakthrough amidst the tumultuous tides. When he finally opened his eyes again, he had ascended a significant tier in his cultivation, swiftly entering the realm of quasi-saint. At this moment, Duo Bao truly comprehended why xianxia and the others had gained such substantial strength after receiving the senior brother's opportunity. It was now his turn, and he understood just how arduous this journey had been. The opportunity bestowed by the senior brother was akin to a small secret realm. Only through comprehension within such a realm could one gain enhancement. Conversely, failure meant death. Meanwhile, Lu Feng also received feedback from Duo Bao. Congratulations, host. The disciple's comprehension level has reached 97%, setting a new record, rewarding the host with 50 years of cultivation and a law of the immortal path. As the number of disciples from the Jiejiao has reached 8, a surprise gift package will be awarded. Shall I proceed with the opening? With the prospect of a gift package, Lu Feng naturally chose to open it without hesitation. Soon, amidst a display of fireworks, Lu Feng received his new reward. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a grand-level crafting skill. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Goodness, the system just unveiled a formidable skill right from the start. Crafting skills are indeed far more challenging than alchemy. In the present day, only the young master Duo Bao possesses the ability to forge weapons within the. After all, his name stands as a testament to his prowess. To his astonishment, the system has bestowed upon him a remarkable surprise. Given the system's tendencies, it is likely that this breakthrough will indeed be achieved by Duo Bao. Observing the degree of fusion, it is merely one final push away from reaching completion. This prospect ignited a growing anticipation within Lu Feng. With the acquisition of a new skill, it is imperative for Lu Feng to practice. Relying solely on his modest resources would prove insufficient. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Jin Guxian and the others. You dismantle the palace. Why not grant me the entirety of the Jade Void Palace? Upon hearing Lu Feng's request, Jin Guxian was momentarily taken aback. Brother, what do you intend to do with it? Lately, I've been feeling a bit restless and would like to craft a few weapons for you. What are your thoughts on your own armaments? The excitement that surged through Jin Guxian and his companions at the prospect of receiving weapons forged by Lu Feng was palpable. The very notion of wielding weapons crafted from the remnants of the palace during future confrontations with the disciples of the was exhilarating. It might even enhance their attack speed. Brother, this bag is filled with everything. They promptly handed over their storage bags to Lu Feng and hurriedly departed. Lu Feng had previously informed them that the vastness of the wilderness was replete with opportunities. Merely obtaining one was insufficient. Furthermore, Their understanding of their own resources had not yet reached fullness. Continued exploration was essential. Motivated by Lu Feng's encouragement, Jing Guxian and the others could hardly remain at the Golden Ao any longer, eagerly preparing to traverse the wilderness. Meanwhile, Lu Feng contemplated how to gather 10 disciples to seize opportunities. With Duobao's recent addition, only 2 more were needed to unlock the grand surprise package the system had mentioned. Yet, he pondered whether this package would bring joy or dread. Casting a glance skyward, Lu Feng quietly stowed away his stool and returned to the study of his new skill. At Kunlun Mountain, the disciples of the gazed upon the desolate town. Having gone several days without sustenance, the realization that the disciples had completely plundered their treasury only worsened their appetite. Upon awakening, Guangqingzi was confronted with this dire predicament. Their Jade Void Palace had been dismantled, the disciples had sustained injuries, and their treasury was no more. This excursion had resulted in a complete loss of dignity and resources. The thought of his Tian seal made Guangqingzi's heart bleed. After suffering such extensive losses, who could withstand the weight of it all? Just then, a gentle knock resonated at the door. Master Brother, the deputy sect leader has awakened. Upon hearing the news of the Taoist Ran Deng's awakening, Guangqingzi hurried to his chamber. Even in recovery, the expression on Ran Deng's face remained grim. The consecutive blows had left him troubled, and he was at a loss for how to report to the sect leader. Now, as he meticulously reviewed the events, the discovery of talent by the Burning Lamp Taoist reveals the profound scheming of the. Initially, they decisively dissolved the, only to subsequently entice them into a trap, besieging the disciples of and seizing their resources. Ultimately, this led to a tumultuous confrontation with members of, who, amidst their defeat, unwittingly found themselves ensnared within their adversaries' formations. Concurrently, dispatched individuals to plunder Kunlun Mountain. This was undeniably a meticulously orchestrated operation, leaving no opportunity for counteraction. The Burning Lamp Taoist had previously clashed with the likes of Duobao from and recognized that they could not conceive such a cunning stratagem. Thus, it is reasonable to surmise that it was the handiwork of the esteemed senior brother of. That elusive Lu Feng had remained entirely in the shadows. Yet he managed to consolidate all affairs into his grasp, clearly indicating that he is no ordinary figure. In light of all these events, it is evident that the Burning Lamp has faced a significant defeat. Nevertheless, he is still engulfed in a profound sense of dissatisfaction. Chapter 39. The 3 radiant auras of primordial chaos. Whether the enlightening lamp was disheartened or not, Lu Feng remained oblivious. At that moment, he truly had no time to ponder such matters. In Qingfeng Valley, 3 beams of shimmering light gracefully descended, revealing the figures of the Sanshao sisters. Bai Xiao pounded her knee in frustration. We've been searching for so long. Why have we yet to uncover our senior brother's fortune? He shows no concern for our plight. Yun Xiao, somewhat exasperated, gently tapped Bai Xiao's forehead. The opportunities left by senior brother must be well concealed. If others were to discover them and seize your fortune, would you be satisfied? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao immediately shook her head. Of course not. How could the treasures left for us by senior brother be taken by others? Yun Xiao smiled softly. Indeed, so you should calmly continue your search for fortune. Bai Xiao pouted. I haven't found any fortune, and neither have you. Aren't you anxious? Yun Xiao shook her head. How can one rush such matters? Besides, I sense my fortune is near. As soon as she spoke, a streak of light suddenly soared from the horizon towards the 3 of them. In the blink of an eye, this radiant beam landed in Yun Xiao's embrace. Gazing at the scroll in her hands, Yun Xiao appeared contemplative. However, Bai Xiao quickly reacted, exclaiming, bad senior brother. Unfortunately, Bai Xiao's frantic cries failed to reach Yun Xiao's ears, for she was preoccupied with receiving messages from her small world. Scenes unfolded before her eyes, and ultimately, she witnessed a tear sliding down the eye of a saint amidst heaven and earth. The scroll in her hands transformed into a stream of light, and Yun Xiao opened her eyes to discover a new martial art in her mind, the Heavenly Maiden Scripture. At that moment, her face radiated with joy. A Tao-level martial art. Senior brother truly is generous. Meanwhile, the generous senior brother gazed contentedly at the Pan Tao tree before him. After nurturing it for so long, it had finally blossomed today, and he anticipated the fruits to follow shortly. The thought of those delectable peaches made Lu Feng yearn to hasten their ripening. Alas, he had yet to grasp the laws of time. If only he possessed the laws of time, such trivial matters would be a breeze. While lost in thought, the system's notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Disciples' comprehension has reached 89%, rewarding the host with 200,000 years of cultivation and 1 law of time. It seemed that fortune had come knocking just as he had wished for it. Just as Lu Feng contemplated when he might savor the Pan Tao, The law of time presented itself. However, before he could bask in his joy, the 200,000 years of cultivation surged into his being. Coupled with the previous 500,000 years of cultivation, Lu Feng found himself once again with tasks at hand. Yet, his obsession with the Pan Tao still prevailed. Lu Feng resolutely suppressed his desire to return to cultivation and instead retrieved the 5-colored divine soil and divine light spirit water from his spatial backpack. Both of these items are exceptional for hastening the ripening of the peach tree. Coupled with his grasp of the laws of time, they should significantly accelerate the growth of the peaches. After contemplating the laws of time in his hands, Lu Feng slowly placed his palm before the peach tree. In an instant, a domain enveloped both him and the tree. Lu Feng was taken aback by his own display of power. The time domain. Such a phenomenon is not easily attained. Who would have expected Lu Feng to succeed on his first attempt? However, his understanding of the laws of time was still quite rudimentary, limiting him to merely facilitating ripening. As boundless time energy surged into the peach tree, he observed the flowering tree begin to shed its blossoms. Witnessing this scene, Lu Feng's heart soared with joy. His peaches were promising to flourish. In the next moment, the system's notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host. Disciple Xianxia of the Jie has surpassed a comprehension level of 95%. You have been rewarded with 200,000 years of cultivation. Concerning the disciple's divine weapon, it has entered the divine weapon pavilion. Please check it at your convenience. At this critical juncture, Lu Feng could hardly afford to divert his attention to such matters. Nevertheless, the infusion of 200,000 years of cultivation truly elevated his aura significantly. Gazing at the peach tree before him, Lu Feng wished to continue the ripening process, but realized he had reached a critical juncture. No matter how he wielded the laws of time, it proved futile. Thus, he reluctantly withdrew his hand and turned his focus to the weapon bestowed upon him by the system. If memory served him correctly, the system had granted him a weapon as a disciple reward. Within the divine weapon pavilion, the very first weapon in history appeared. Lu Feng stared at the peculiar object. Akin to a toy, and involuntarily felt a few beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. What use could such a thing possibly serve? Just then, the system's notification echoed in his mind. The host may refine the divine weapon. If successful, additional rewards will be granted. Lu Feng paused for a moment. But since the system was willing to provide a reward, he certainly would not let the opportunity slip by. The system has consistently been generous, and who knows? Perhaps this time he might be rewarded with 100 or 80,000 years of cultivation. If that were the case, breaking through to quasi-saint would become an assured outcome. With this thought, Lu Feng promptly retrieved a large red bowl. Since he was to refine it, he would certainly need materials. Fortunately, he had amassed quite a collection of materials from the earlier offerings of Jin Guxian and his companions, allowing him to select a variety of usable components. Moreover, Lu Feng now possessed grand-level refining skills. Such basic crafting was merely a walk in the park for him. Before long, Lu Feng cast the red bowl into the large furnace before him. With the aid of various materials, he continuously infused his spiritual energy into the mixture. A full day passed. Lu Feng gazed at the crimson bowl, where intricate black patterns began to emerge. Upon closer inspection, these patterns revealed themselves to be profound inscriptions. Concurrently, Lu Feng remained mindful of the necessity to infuse the weapon with the laws of devouring, for this artifact was destined for Xianxia. Naturally, the laws had to be tailored to her unique circumstances. As he meticulously engraved the runes of law, Lu Feng finally awaited the moment of his first refinement. Suddenly, a resplendent golden light burst forth from the furnace, reminiscent of the vibrancy of spring. In the next instant, the light vanished, leaving only a black and crimson bowl suspended within the furnace. Lu Feng retrieved the bowl, weighing it in his hands before giving it a gentle tap. Remarkably, the sound was quite crisp. Just then, the system's reward arrived, announcing, "Congratulations, host, for completing your first refinement. You are awarded 3 strands of primordial purple energy. Congratulations, host, for obtaining." Chapter 40. The sage's gaze. A cascade of rewards flooded into Lu Feng's backpack, and he finally grasped the essence of having a golden finger. The sensation was nothing short of exhilarating. Most importantly, the system had granted him an astonishing reward of 800,000 cultivation points, just as he had wished before the alchemy process. With his prior accumulation of 900,000, transcending to the quasi-saint realm was well within his reach. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng embraced the full magnitude of this 800,000 years of cultivation, then sought a fitting place to await his breakthrough. Meanwhile, in another direction, at Kunlun Mountain, the onlookers beheld radiant golden light emanating from the direction of Golden Ao Island. This golden luminescence lingered in the air above the island for quite some time before a powerful cyclone materialized, consuming the entirety of the golden glow. Ren Deng Daoist could not help but widen his eyes. That spectacle appeared to originate from the direction of Golden Ao Island. Tai Yizhen Ren, with a hint of confusion in his gaze, remarked that Golden Ao Island was supposed to be deserted now, wasn't it? Ren Deng Daoist clenched his fists tightly. Indeed, the island was devoid of inhabitants, but let us not forget their esteemed senior brother. Upon hearing Ren Deng Daoist's words, the assembled crowd collectively gasped. They had never before witnessed such a celestial phenomenon. The atmosphere suggested that a rare treasure was emerging. Could it be that this commotion was orchestrated by their senior brother? Ren Deng Daoist scoffed. Who else could be responsible, if not him? Throughout the entirety of the Jie Sect, no one possessed such audacity or capability. Guang Qingzi and the others remained silent, overwhelmed by the staggering blow they had received from this event. The realization that everything transpired due to the machinations of their senior brother filled them with trepidation. As they gazed toward Golden Ao Island, all that remained was a profound sigh. At Wu Zhuangguan, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly lifted his head, staring at the horizon. Beside him, the young disciples Qing Feng and Mingyu wore expressions of astonishment. Master, what an immense vortex. It's terrifying. The two were filled with dread merely at the sight of the vortex. If it were to erupt, would it not swallow them whole? Zhen Yuanzi lowered his head and calculated for a moment, then sighed softly. Jie, it appears there is an anomaly this time. Qing Feng and Mingyu, puzzled, exchanged glances. What does master mean? They thought, struggling to comprehend. Zhen Yuanzi spoke with a steady demeanor. Do not venture outside for the time being. Engaging with any side would not bode well for us. With their master's admonition, Qing Feng and Mingyu nodded repeatedly. In truth, they dared not step outside. They could only wish to conceal themselves within the temple, hoping to evade the impending storm. In Chaoga City, Xian naturally noticed the stirring in the distant sky. His eyes sparkled with curiosity, yet his expression was predominantly one of perplexity. Master Wen, what do you suppose that phenomenon is? When Taisher squinted, a wave of astonishment washing over him, yet he maintained an impassive demeanor as he spoke. That direction, your majesty, seems to be Jinao Island. Xian pondered for a moment. Jinao Island. Is it not the sacred ground of the? When Taisher nodded. Indeed. However, he dared not elaborate further. Xian, in contrast, let out a hearty laugh. I never anticipated that would be so formidable. I wonder what prerequisites we must fulfill to join their ranks. When Taisher was taken aback. Your majesty wishes to join? Xian nodded. As the sovereign of humanity, he naturally revered the most exalted sections. Given the recent disturbances at Jinao Island, it seemed the esteemed master behind it all could no longer remain idle. Thus, he resolved to seize the opportunity to be part of this grand scheme. When Taisher fell silent, was it so simple to gain entry into? Moreover, the sect had already been disbanded. Where could his majesty find a mentor? Noting when Taisher's silence, Xian grasped his implication. Do you believe that master from Jinao Island would refuse to accept me as a disciple? When Taisher hesitated to pierce Xian's heart with such words. Furthermore, how could one expect consent in such matters? After all, despite his many years in, he had never heard of this particular uncle receiving disciples. Seeing this, Xian ceased to press the issue. One day, I shall become his disciple. With his majesty so resolute, when Taisher felt it inappropriate to dampen his spirits and could only nod in silence. Meanwhile, Lu Feng had finally ascended to the quasi-saint realm. Thanks to the substantial cultivation bestowed by the system, he had directly advanced to the mid-stage of the quasi-saint level. Upon entering this realm, Lu Feng comprehended the distinction between a great Luo golden immortal and a quasi-saint. No wonder so many devoted their lives to pursuing the Tao. The chasm between these two states was indeed vast. His sensitivity to the world around him heightened significantly, and he also acquired a glimpse into the secrets of heaven. Yet, what transformations would unfold when the calamity of the Feng Shin arrived? Considering the time, it was likely that his esteemed master had already begun to pressure their teacher into signing the Feng Shin list. However, this time, they were destined for disappointment. Lu Feng gazed towards the exterior of Jinao Island, pondering where the final fortunate one would land. On Putuo Mountain, the Qiushou immortal stared at the empty valley, feeling an inexplicable void within. Not far off, something seemed to be calling out to him. Could it be the opportunity left for him by his elder brother? Qiushou immortal searched extensively, following the strongest sense of resonance until he arrived at a cliff. Standing at the edge, the sensation intensified. A voice echoed in his mind, urging him to leap. Yet, Qiushou immortal hesitated. Should he truly jump? After a moment of contemplation, he steeled himself. Regardless of the outcome, How could one seize an opportunity without venturing forth? In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of flowing light, plummeting into the depths of the cliff. As he felt the wind intensifying on either side of his face, the dragon-headed immortal silently closed his eyes. Today, regardless of the outcome, he was prepared to gamble everything for the opportunity of his elder brother. In the end, the dragon-headed immortal even relinquished all his spiritual energy, patiently awaiting the arrival of fate. Should it not come, he would accept his lot today. Just as the weight in his heart grew heavier, a dense cloud suddenly enveloped him, firmly supporting his form. Simultaneously, a golden radiance completely enveloped the dragon-headed immortal. In mere moments, he was drawn into a small world, where a scroll materialized before him. The title of this scroll was remarkably prominent, The Gaze of the Sage. Within this small realm, the dragon-headed immortal witnessed countless extraordinary powers, until a warm current gradually flowed into his eyes. Chapter 41. How can one endure? In a place unseen by the dragon-headed immortal, his eyes began to transform from their original black to a shimmering gold, gradually shifting to a deep red. Upon closer inspection, intricate patterns became visible within his irises. Xianxia first exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze now imbued with a hint of coldness. His strength had experienced a remarkable breakthrough, ascending from the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal to the consummate level of Tai Golden Immortal. Were it not for his deliberate suppression, he might have easily contended with the great Luo Golden Immortal at this moment. When he finally opened his eyes again, only astonishment lingered within them. This fortuitous opportunity had been orchestrated by his senior brother. What the dragon-headed immortal had not anticipated was the sheer multitude of methods employed by his senior brother, who had even gone so far as to create a minor realm for his cultivation breakthrough. If this were the case, what level of power had his senior brother attained? The pinnacle of Precinct? The dragon-headed immortal found it hard to imagine. At this moment, within Golden Ao Island, Feng finally awaited the familiar chime of the system notification. Congratulations, host. The comprehension level of your disciple has reached 80%, rewarding you with 200,000 years of cultivation and a principle of chaos. Congratulations, host. You have now completed the real name disciple cultivation program and will receive a surprise gift package. Would you like to open it? Feng eagerly anticipated this surprise gift package and unhesitatingly chose to open it. Accompanied by a burst of fireworks, the system notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host. You have gained one opportunity to glimpse the Purple Cloud Palace. Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected such a surprise from the system. The Purple Cloud Palace was the domain of Dao ancestor Hongjun. Not only he, but even his own master, Tongtian, could not peer into the matters within the Purple Cloud Palace. Now, the system had granted him this chance. It was indeed precisely what he needed at this moment. No one knew the current state of affairs within the Purple Cloud Palace, and the timing for the initiation of the Tongtian calamity remained uncertain, entirely dependent on the will of that figure in the Purple Cloud Palace. Most crucially, Feng was unaware if those four shameless saints had pressured Tongtian into signing that so-called Tongtian list. Can I use it now? Of course. If I were to glimpse the Purple Cloud Palace, would I be discovered? With the system's concealment, this glimpse will go unnoticed by anyone, and it will also shield the heavenly secrets. Hearing this, Feng felt even more satisfied. As long as he wouldn't be discovered, it was all for the best. He still needed to bide his time. If the Dao ancestor from the Purple Cloud Palace took notice of him too early, it would not bode well for him. Please wait a moment, host. The glimpse into the Purple Cloud Palace will commence shortly. As the system's voice faded, a mirror soon materialized before him. Initially, the image within the mirror was quite blurred, but as the ripples gradually dispersed, the scene became increasingly clear. Feng scrutinized it closely and realized that the image revealed was indeed the abode of the Dao ancestor, the Purple Cloud Palace. As Feng's thoughts shifted, the scene swiftly zoomed in. He entered the Xiao Palace and soon found the figure of the Dao ancestor. However, at that moment, the two artifacts in Hongjuan's hands surprised Feng, the Tongtian list and the Dashen whip. The emergence of these items signified that the primordial era was on the brink of a cataclysm. Within the Five Zhuang Temple, Xianxia gazed at the two young disciples seated before him. The atmosphere shifted ominously. It seemed chaos was imminent in the primordial realm. From today onwards, you two shall diligently cultivate within this temple, he instructed. Upon hearing this, Feng and Mingwei exchanged puzzled glances. Master, have we not always been cultivating here? Why the need for special admonition? Xianxia shook his head in exasperation. His caution was not without reason. The Five Zhuang Temple might not be entirely safe. The impending Tongtian calamity would sweep through the entire primordial realm. You must remain hidden, he cautioned. At this, Feng and Mingyue looked at each other, then inquired, "Is it true that even our master cannot protect us?" Xuanyuanzi shook his head. "Were it not for unforeseen circumstances, the three of us would surely remain secure. But now, with unexpected variables emerging within the primordial realm, the situation becomes precarious. This Fengshan calamity may surpass all expectations." Upon hearing this, Feng and Mingyue gasped in shock. Throughout the primordial realm, countless powerful beings, like Xuanyuanzi, chose to seclude themselves during this tumultuous time. After enduring millions of years, each calamity had claimed innumerable lives. And with this new crisis approaching, all sought to conceal their presence, driven by a desire to evade disaster. On Golden Ao Island, Feng observed the unfolding events within the Xixiao Palace. The appearance of the Fengshan list and the Daishan whip indicated that this negotiation was nearing its conclusion. If he was not mistaken, Hongjun would indeed pressure the four saints to compel Tongtian to sign the Fengshan list. If that were to occur, the fate of the Jie Sect would inevitably be sealed. Yet, Feng found himself uncertain. He had disbanded the Jie Sect. If the signing of the Fengshan list were to take place, would there be unforeseen complications? Nevertheless, Feng remained patient, resolved to continue observing the developments. At this moment, the 6 individuals within the Xixiao Palace continued to deliberate the impending Fengshan calamity. However, this discussion was destined to fall under the influence of Hongjun, casting a shadow over the Jie Sect. Among the 6 saints, only 4 sects were considered. Niuhua and Laozi were not part of this consideration, leaving only the Jie Sect, the Chan Sect, and the Western Sect. Tongtian, recalling his brotherly bond, sought to ally with the Chan Sect to pressure the Western Sect into addressing this calamity. In doing so, the Xianmen could extricate themselves from the impending disaster. However, when Tongtian turned to Yuanshi Tianzun, he was met with a mere cold snort. Yuanshi Tianzun preferred to see the Jie Sect face this calamity alone rather than witness a union between the Chan Sect and the Xianmen. Upon reflecting that their own Jade Void Palace has been seized by the disciples of the primordial supreme being can hardly concern himself with the distinctions of the mystical gate. Furthermore, how could the Western Church possibly compare to their orthodox mystical teachings? On the contrary, it poses a far greater threat to the. Should the face calamity this time, the orthodox mystical teachings would be left solely in the hands of the. For both public and private reasons, it would be prudent to support the 2 saints of the West, who are accustomed to reading expressions, have now noticed the unusual atmosphere between Tongtian and the primordial supreme being. After exchanging knowing glances, they spoke with cheerful demeanor. "What are your thoughts on this impending calamity?" Despite their words, the 2 from the West direct their gazes towards Tongtian. Known for his irritable temperament, how could he possibly endure such blatant provocation? Chapter 42. No need for leniency. There is no necessity to wait for others to speak. Tongtian was the first to voice his thoughts. "What if we allow the Western Sect to take the lead this time? What do you all think?" Tongtian not only aimed to exert pressure on the Western Sect, but also sought to align himself with Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun. However, this time, Yuanshi Tianzun unexpectedly remarked, "This calamity is unlike any other. Since we must choose the candidates for the tribulation, we ought to deliberate carefully. In my opinion, why not let your sect of interception take the lead?" Upon hearing Yuanshi Tianzun's words, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flickering in his eyes. With Yuanshi Tianzun firing the first shot, the 2 saints of the West immediately grew bolder. "We concur with what Brother Yuanshi has said. After all, our Western Sect has been established for far fewer years than yours. Moreover, given the impoverished nature of the Western world, should we clash this time, it is likely we will not exist in the next tribulation." At this point, Jane feigned sorrow, shedding a couple of tears. Seeing Jane's demeanor, Tongtian could no longer contain himself and slammed the table. "You Western Sect is merely 10,000 years shorter than us. How can you claim you cannot face the tribulation?" The 2 from the West, known for their thick skins, maintained their composure and replied, "Our Western world is indeed impoverished. In contrast, Brother Tongtian's domain is far more prosperous. Why not let you take the lead this time?" Faced with the Western duo's provocations, Tongtian's expression darkened. "Nonsense. Why should we of the sect of interception bear the burdens of your dissatisfaction?" However, as soon as Tongtian's words fell, a mysterious aura swept through the entire palace. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the previously empty space, none other than Hongjun. Upon seeing Hongjun, everyone present immediately bowed in respect. "Greetings, Master." Hongjun waved his hand and spoke in a deep tone. "Have you made your selection?" Upon hearing this, Yuanshi stepped forward first, directing his gaze towards Tongtian. "Master, we have made our choice. Let the sect of interception take the lead this time." At Yuanshi's declaration, Tongtian's eyes flared with anger. Yet his ire was deftly suppressed by Hongjun. Hongjun raised his hand, casting his gaze upon the 6 individuals standing below, while Tongtian simmered with indignation. Yuanshi wore a self-satisfied expression. Enhua remained aloof, seemingly unconcerned. Although Laozi did not speak, his position behind Yuanshi signified his stance. In contrast to the others, the 2 saints of the West grinned widely. As long as it isn't us from the West, it matters not who faces the tribulation. Tongtian gazed intently at Yuanshi, having once believed they shared a bond of brotherhood despite their occasional disagreements. Yet now, Yuanshi Tianzuan's words struck him like a heavy blow. Hongjun did not elaborate further, merely stating calmly, "The impending calamity of the Fengshan is upon us, and I trust you all sense its approach. The purpose of gathering you here is to deliberate and reach a consensus. Over the course of the past century, I am certain you have formulated your thoughts. Today, we must arrive at a resolution regarding this matter. As I speak, my voice carries a weightier tone. I possess 2 treasures, which are the vital artifacts for this impending calamity." With that, 2 radiant orbs appeared in my hand. One was the god-slaying whip, and the other was the list of deities. The sect destined to face this calamity must sign the list of deities. Upon completion of this identification, the calamity can be unleashed. Upon hearing my words, the thoughts of those present diverged. In truth, they had already begun contemplating how to shift the responsibility onto others. With this matter at hand, have you all reached an agreement on the final candidate? At my repeated inquiry, Yuanshi Tianzun eagerly stepped forward. Master, the most suitable candidate for this calamity is undoubtedly the Jie. After making this statement, Yuanshi Tianzun even cast a provocative glance at Tongtian. Following Yuanshi's declaration, the 2 saints of the West also stood up. However, their gazes dared not meet Tongtian's. Instead, they humbly stated, "Master, our thoughts align with Brother Yuanshi. The candidate for this calamity must indeed be Jie." On the side, Tongtian could not help but clench his fists. Yet, with Hongjun present, he refrained from unleashing a tirade as he had before, quietly awaiting Hongjun's judgment. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjun spoke. "Why choose Jie?" Yuanshi rose again, respectfully responding, "In terms of sect membership, Jie surpasses us all. Moreover, my junior brother indiscriminately accepts disciples, regardless of their talent or background, resulting in a diverse and uneven caliber. Thus, they are most suitable for this calamity." Having delivered this reasoning, Yuanshi returned to his position. In truth, even without the incident at Yusu Palace, Yuanshi had intended to propose Jie for this calamity. His previous statements reflected his deepest concern. With Jie's vast number of disciples, if this trend continues, where would there be space for the development of our own sect? It would be prudent to seize this opportunity to cast Jie into the fray. However, Yuanshi was astute enough to keep his ulterior motives concealed, presenting instead a facade of fairness and impartiality. With Yuanshi's compelling rationale, the 2 saints of the West naturally did not oppose, even fervently agreeing. The 2 factions, originally positioned in opposition, found themselves united on this front, while those who should have been allied now stood at odds. Regardless of the outcome, the 2 saints of the West merely hoped that the final candidate for the calamity would not fall upon them. As for the matters between their brotherhood, they would handle it amongst themselves. The Western 2 saints take pleasure in witnessing the internal strife among their ranks. Among the 6 saints, 3 have already made their positions known. Yet, Tongtian remains incredulous. After all, Yuanshi Tianzuan is his second brother and also his elder. How could he turn against him with such hostility? "Senior brother, why must you act in this manner?" At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan displays an air of compassion. "Junior brother, your sect is filled with a group of beastly individuals. This calamity can be seen as a means to cleanse your ranks." Upon hearing these words from Yuanshi Tianzuan, Tongtian merely scoffs. He is not a fool, easily swayed by the hypocritical facade of his elder brother's rhetoric. Before arriving at the Zhixiao Palace, Tongtian held his 2 brothers in high regard. Now that Yuanshi Tianzuan has cast aside his pretense, Tongtian feels no obligation to show him leniency. Chapter 43. The dissolution of the and the impending calamity. At this moment, Tongtian's curiosity was piqued more by his elder brother's stance. His gaze swiftly shifted to Laozi. "Elder brother, what are your thoughts?" After a brief silence, Laozi spoke thoughtfully. "The doctrines of thee are indeed somewhat flawed. My younger brother, it is for your own good." Upon hearing Laozi's words, Tongtian felt his heart plummet. In that instant, both of his elder brothers had firmly positioned themselves against him. He could not help but recall the words of Lu Feng before his departure, which he had found amusing at the time. Now he realized he was the true jest. The bonds of brotherhood seemed insignificant compared to such selfish desires. With 4 saints now voicing their opinions, it seemed inevitable that would face its tribulation. Yet, thoughts of his disciples stirred a sense of reluctance within Tongtian. Hongjun believed that the longer they delayed, the more complications would arise. With the sudden changes, it would be prudent to finalize matters swiftly. However, just as he was about to speak, the celestial mechanisms became clear. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjun was suddenly taken aback. His gaze swiftly turned to Tongtian. Why? How could it have dissolved after your departure? What would become of in the wake of this dissolution? For a fleeting moment, Hongjun struggled to maintain his composure. Yet, under the scrutinizing gazes of the other saints, he managed to uphold a facade of indifference. Shaking his head, I believe it is inappropriate for to face this calamity. Upon hearing Hongjun's remark, the other saints initially assumed he was attempting to favor Tongtian, and discontent erupted among them. Why should they not face the calamity? Is clearly the best candidate. Even Tongtian himself was bewildered. Could it be that the master truly wished to show favoritism towards? Hongjun cast a profound glance at Tongtian before calmly stating, has already dissolved. The moment those words fell, the atmosphere within the Xiao palace became palpably tense. Originally, Yuanshi Tianzuan and the others were deliberating on how to persuade Master Hongjun to allow to face the calamity, but now, they found themselves at a loss for words. The fact that had dissolved left them with nothing to argue. In truth, Hongjun had never anticipated such a scenario. Initially, his preferred choice was Indeed, which is why he had supported Yuanshi Tianzuan and the others. Who could have foreseen that within a century would disband? How could a dissolved sect possibly confront a calamity? It was clear that this was no longer a possibility. Consequently, the only options remaining were the Zen sect and the Western teachings. Yuanshi Tianzuan stared in disbelief. How could this be? He fixed his gaze on Tongtian, unable to fathom that he would take such actions. The 2 saints from the West felt as though the sky had collapsed. With gone, the burden now fell upon their Western teachings and the Chuan sect. As for who would take the lead, who could say? In summary, the 2 saints of the West cannot dare to rely on Tongtian. After all, the 3 pure ones stand united. Once the 3 of them express their stance, the Western Church will be compelled to participate, even if it is reluctant. Upon contemplating this, the 2 saints from the West felt a wave of unease. All eyes in the arena were fixed upon Tongtian, who himself felt quite aggrieved. He had departed in good spirits and had merely spent a century in the Xiao palace. Now, he was informed that his sect had ceased to exist. The most puzzling aspect was that he was equally in the dark. Yet, the questioning gazes cast upon him only added to his indignation. He wore an expression laden with profound meaning. This incident was, in truth, unrelated to their human sect. However, the dissolution of the still surprised everyone present, especially since no prior notice had been given. It was likely the result of Tongtian's own machinations. For who would dare to disband his sect without his consent? In fact, someone had the audacity to do so. Just like the currently silent observer, Lu Feng. Observing the bewildered expressions of the saints in the scene, Lu Feng felt an immense satisfaction. This was retribution for those who bullied the teacher. Now, they appeared utterly lost. Did they not? Dreaming of the stepping forward to face calamity? What a naive fantasy. Throughout the entire episode, Hongjun had been attentively observing the changes in Tongtian's demeanor. After all, the movements of the over the past century had even eluded his awareness. It was possible that Tongtian himself was unaware of the developments. Witnessing Tongtian's confused expression, Hongjun had already reached a conclusion. It seemed that Tongtian had no knowledge of the dissolution of the. Could it be that there were formidable figures still lurking within the sect? Perhaps it was their influence that orchestrated today's events. With this thought, Hongjun could not help but glance at Tongtian once more, before casually averting his gaze. Now that the had dissolved, the matter of facing calamity could only be decided between the 2 remaining sects, the and the Western Church. Upon hearing Hongjun's mention, both the primordial supreme being and the 2 saints of the West felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. The most suitable candidates were no longer available, leaving only the 2 sects to choose from. As for whom to select, one could discern from Hongjun's demeanor what the inclination was. The 2 saints from the West understood that if they continued to rely on the votes of these individuals, their Western Church might indeed be thrust forward to face calamity. Nevertheless, for the sake of their Western Church, Jane had no choice but to lay aside his pride. Teacher, with the now dissolved, I believe it would be more prudent to entrust the selection of candidates for the calamity to the. At this point, Jane began to shed tears. Our Western world is barren, and the Western Church has only developed over a brief span of time. If we are once again forced to face calamity, we might witness a repeat of past disasters. The primordial supreme being genuinely did not anticipate that Jane and his companions would change their stance so swiftly. Just moments ago, Everyone was united against a common foe, and now, he felt the knife being plunged into his own heart. The crux of the matter was, if they did not wish to face calamity, did that imply they was eager to do so? The primordial supreme being is truly incensed at this moment. Observing his fury, Tongtian finds an unusual sense of satisfaction. Was he not just stabbed in the back by his own esteemed senior brother? Now, it is only fitting that his senior brother experiences the sting of betrayal in return. Witnessing the decline of his position, the primordial supreme being can only strive to rectify the situation. Thus, he promptly steps forward and declares, "Master, I believe that the candidates for this calamity should predominantly come from the Western teachings. The lands they occupy are barren and their numbers few. Thus, the devastation caused would be comparatively minor. Moreover, having been in existence for only a short time, even if they suffer damage, recovery would merely require a brief period." The primordial supreme being feels that his argument is both reasonable and well-founded. Chapter 44. The fortuity of the tribulation must be entrusted to the teaching of enlightenment. Little did he know, every word he spoke inadvertently struck the sensitive points of the two from the West. In truth, I believe the teaching of enlightenment is more suitable. Their disciples far exceed ours in number, and their quality is commendable, with remarkable resilience. The primordial heavenly venerable, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Yet, your losses in the tribulation are the least." The worthy of precept replied, somewhat exasperated, "Why did you not suggest we take the lead earlier, but instead nominated Brother Tongtian? Their sect is significantly larger. Their losses in the tribulation would surpass those of our two teachings by far." As the conversation unfolded, the recently formed alliance disintegrated in an instant. The primordial heavenly venerable was genuinely taken aback by the sharpness of the Western saint's words, each piercing his heart. Nonetheless, in defense of his dignity, he continued to argue. "My recommendation of Brother Tongtian from the teaching of interception stems from the belief that his sect's tribulation could also be seen as a fortuitous opportunity. After all, the quality of his disciples varies. What harm would there be in a thorough cleansing?" No sooner had the primordial heavenly venerable finished speaking than Tongtian interjected, "I believe the quality of your disciples is commendable. Perhaps this tribulation could present a fortuitous opportunity for you." Upon hearing Tongtian's words, the primordial heavenly venerable found himself momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the worthy of precept and the worthy of guidance showed no intention of sparing him any dignity, bursting into laughter. "Indeed, your tribulation might even enhance the quality of your disciples. We from the Western world have no such need. We must develop gradually." The primordial heavenly venerable's face darkened. "Brother Tongtian, at this moment, we should be united against external forces. Why are you?" Before he could finish, Tongtian cast him a cold glance and turned away. Sensing Tongtian's aloofness, the primordial heavenly venerable felt a wave of anger rising within him. Although there had been disagreements between them in the past, Tongtian had always been on his side. How could he utter such words today, especially in front of the two Western saints? It was a profound embarrassment. Just looking at the beaming faces of the Western saints only intensified his ire. Unable to unleash his frustration upon them, the primordial heavenly venerable directed his ire at Tongtian instead. "Do you harbor any grievances against me, Brother Tongtian?" Tongtian was genuinely surprised that the primordial heavenly venerable could be so shameless at this juncture. Did he truly forget the actions he had taken before? Did he think Tongtian was a fool easily swayed by fraternal bonds? After the earlier coercion from the four saints, Tongtian had come to a clear realization. The brother he had always held dear did not regard him with the same affection. In fact, for their own selfish desires, they could even cast him into peril. Such a brother, why should he continue to hold in his heart? At this moment, the primordial supreme one merely wished to express his stance, sending the Western teachings to face their tribulations. In contrast to the hypocritical demeanor of his two elder brothers, Tongtian preferred to aid the two from the Western teachings. At the very least, these two had laid their selfish motives bare for all to see. Conversely, Laozi and xianxia evoked a sense of distaste. Faced with the inquiry from the primordial supreme one, Tongtian remained silent, simply offering a cold smile. After all, Master Hongjun was still present. If he were to sever their facade now, who could predict whether the primordial supreme one would go mad? It was wiser to proceed with caution. "What does my esteemed brother suggest I should do? Since you have spoken your mind, why must I utter another word? Or do you wish for me to restore thee and elevate it to meet its fate? At that point, would you stand by and deliver a few more blows, while I extend my greetings to you?" Having reached this juncture, Tongtian truly left no face for the primordial supreme one. He did not wish to clash with the primordial supreme one before their master, yet that did not imply he was a pushover, allowing the primordial supreme one to trample him. In this moment, Tongtian found himself genuinely grateful to the one who had disbanded the. Had it not been for that timely dissolution, he would undoubtedly have fallen victim to the blades of his two well-meaning brothers. Reflecting upon the words of Lu Feng before he departed, Tongtian realized today that he had finally grasped the essence of human nature, something he had never truly fathomed before. And he found Lu Feng's insight far more profound. The primordial Supreme One was rendered speechless by Tongtian's remarks, left pondering how to respond for quite some time. Tongtian's arguments were both logical and compelling, rendering the primordial Supreme One unable to refute them. Throughout their interactions, the primordial Supreme One had never considered the emotions of his younger brother, assuming that Tongtian's forbearance was a matter of course. Now that Tongtian had laid everything plainly on the table, the primordial Supreme One found himself unable to utter a single word of contradiction, as he could not produce a single counterexample. He had once believed that a fraternal bond still existed between them, but now it seemed that this bond had been entirely exhausted. With this revelation, the primordial Supreme One's expression darkened to an extreme. Yet he still could not comprehend. If Tongtian had tolerated him time and again, why could he not extend that tolerance once more? Was it merely a sect? How could it possibly outweigh their fraternal bond? In this vast primordial realm, could he find anyone closer than them? Were Tongtian to be aware of the primordial Supreme One's thoughts, he would likely scoff again. However, unbeknownst to Tongtian, Lu Feng had perceived it all through the eye of God. It seemed that the primordial Supreme One had yet to grasp the truth. Fraternal affection is one thing, but matters of life and death between sects are no trifling matter, especially when such a matter is propelled by one's own kin. How could Tongtian maintain tranquility and composure in such a moment? Xianxia Tianzuan regarded Tongtian with a frosty gaze as he stood opposite him. So, my junior brother, do you intend to provide no assistance? Tongtian turned away, dismissing the man entirely. An individual steeped in self-absorption will perpetually remain oblivious to their own shortcomings. Even at this juncture, he would never engage in self-reflection, instead casting blame upon others. He had not even considered the merit of softening his tone to speak amicably. Given such an attitude, why would Tongtian offer him any semblance of kindness? Silence from Tongtian did not imply that Jane and Junti would remain mute. In fact, the two of them were eager for a rift to develop between Tongtian and Xianxia Tianzuan. Only if the three purities remained disunited would the Western teachings stand a chance. For after all, such fortuitous events should be bestowed upon the Chan teaching. Chapter 45. A satisfying turn of events. It has become abundantly clear to me that some individuals treat their junior disciples with less regard than they would a complete stranger. At this critical juncture, they have failed even to soften their tone. One cannot help but wonder how much oppression Brother Tongtian has endured in the past. Now that Jie Jiao has disbanded, why not invite Brother Tongtian to join our Western teaching? The two, Jane and Junti, exchanged words, occasionally extending an olive branch towards Tongtian. However, with every utterance, the expression on Xianxia Tianzuan's face grew increasingly displeased. It was one thing to mock him to his face, but to attempt to poach members from the Xianmen? Did they truly believe he was powerless? Yet, at that moment, Xianxia Tianzuan found himself at a loss for words to refute them. As Jane and Junti grew bolder in their rhetoric, they continued, Brother Tongtian, why bother with courtesy towards such individuals in the future? Everything he has done has been revealed to us. While you may consider their feelings, they certainly do not reciprocate. Tongtian was well aware that Jane and Junti were attempting to sow discord. After all, with the dust yet to settle, who could predict what unforeseen developments might arise? He had no desire to become a pawn in their game, so he chose silence. Little did he realize that his reticence was also interpreted as a fault by Xianxia Tianzuan. If Tongtian remained unresponsive, it could be construed as tacit agreement. Tongtian, is this truly your perspective? Before Tongtian could voice his opinion, Jane interjected, Xianxia, why the excessive reaction? Brother Tongtian has not uttered a word. Moreover, why does your expression appear so grim? Perhaps we should expedite the selection of the candidates for the calamity, allowing Brother Xianxia to return to rest sooner. The current situation was evidently advantageous for the two from the west. Jane was eager to resolve matters swiftly to prevent prolonged complications. Xianxia Tianzuan's face flushed a deep crimson, yet he found himself unable to confront Jane and Junti. Observing the trio, the onlooking Enwa could no longer contain her laughter. However, she quickly stifled it, resuming her composed demeanor as she sat at the fishing platform. Unbeknownst to her, Jane and Junti were both incorrigible. Upon seeing Enwa take the stage, they were eager to draw her onto their side. Junti, grinning, turned to Enwa. I noticed you smiled just now, so you must wholeheartedly agree with our sentiments, correct? Jane chimed in, indeed. After all, who wouldn't want to witness such a spectacle? As Jane and Zhuanti began to weave tales of their own, Yuanshi Tianzuan could no longer restrain himself and slammed his hand on the table. Silence. Yet, Jane and Zhuanti were not easily intimidated. Jane took several steps back, clutching his chest. What is this? Brother Yuanshi is angry? You wouldn't dare treat us as you do Brother Tongtian, would you? Zhuanti hastily hid behind Jane. What should we do, brother? I'm so frightened. Enhua suppressed the urge to smile, managing to stifle her laughter. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan was nearly on the verge of exploding with fury. Meanwhile, the two rascals from the west were causing a ruckus, stubbornly refusing to relent. If they succeeded in luring Tongtian over to their side, it might very well spell doom for the Jie Sect. Furthermore, Yuanshi Tianzuan understood Tongtian's temperament. Once the matter at hand was settled, he could comfort him properly, and everything would be resolved. After all, they were brothers. Was there truly any lingering animosity? In comparison to the two from the west, it was evident that they, as older brothers, were far more trustworthy. Moreover, the three of them from the Xianmen, if united in purpose, could easily deal with the impending tribulation from the west. Thus, the pressing concern was to persuade Tongtian to relent. Yuanshi Tianzuan once again turned his gaze toward Tongtian, his tone imbued with an unusual gentleness. Junior brother, my previous methods were indeed flawed. However, I genuinely have your best interests at heart. Now that we are united as one in the Xianmen, we must work together in this critical moment. Do you not agree? Upon hearing Yuanshi Tianzuan still attempting to win over Tongtian at this juncture, the two from the Western sect remained unfazed. They had a far clearer understanding of the situation than Yuanshi Tianzuan. It was evident that Yuanshi Tianzuan had incurred Tongtian's displeasure. If Tongtian were to assist the Xianmen against them, it would truly be an act of folly. Consequently, Jane and Zhuanti fell silent, biding their time until the dust settled, eager to return to their western realm. Once again, the eyes of those present were drawn to Tongtian, yet this time, his tone was resolute and commanding. As for the Tongtian ceremony, I firmly believe it belongs solely to the Jie Sect. With those words, Tongtian directly returned the sentiment to Yuanshi Tianzuan. At this moment on Jinao Island, Feng could hardly contain his applause for his master. He had witnessed the events within the Zhixiao Palace firsthand. His master had never intended to allow that rogue, Yuanshi Tianzuan, to take advantage. Since Yuanshi Tianzuan had dared to betray them earlier, he must now prepare for retribution in kind. Feng felt a sense of vindication regarding the dissolution of the Jie Sect. Though nurturing disciples was indeed troublesome, it had allowed them to evade a catastrophe. Furthermore, due to the sudden disbandment of the Jie Sect, even the Taoist ancestor Hongjun had failed to perceive it. Thus, it was now Yuanshi Tianzuan's misfortune. He could not help but wonder how many disciples of the Jie Sect would remain after this ordeal. The mere thought of the ensuing chaos made Feng chuckle to himself. Logically, this Tongtian calamity had been triggered because the disciples of the Jie Sect had committed a grave sin, compounded by the Taoist ancestor Hongjun's schemes and the requests from the Heavenly Emperor. With multiple factors at play, this calamity had come to fruition. Nevertheless, it was clear that this tribulation had no connection to them. Yet, this group sought to make the Jie Sect the scapegoat, working as pawns for the Heavenly Emperor. This could be regarded as a relatively favorable conclusion for the disciples of the. But what of those with a less fortunate fate? The majority perished amidst this understanding. The disciples of are numerous, yet the positions on the divine list are limited. Those who cannot ascend the divine list will inevitably meet their demise in the primordial chaos, their bodies left unclaimed. The mere thought that all of this was orchestrated by thee and his cohorts fills with a profound sense of satisfaction. The has now disbanded. No one can compel its disciples to become mere pawns in their schemes. If you require labor or need to face tribulations, step forward and take on the challenge yourselves. Steadied his mind, and the scene before him began to fade gradually. What lay ahead was, of course, beyond doubt. His teacher is no fool. When they have been cornered at their very doorstep, why would they grant passage? Chapter 46. A reluctance to endure at this moment. Within the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, the Supreme Emperor Haoyan awaited the outcome with bated breath. In this cataclysmic event of the Tongtian calamity, Haoyan played the role of the instigator. The disciples of various sects, who once served in the heavenly court, were notoriously unruly, leaving Haoyan to be a mere figurehead. As the attendant of the Tao ancestor, he felt compelled to approach his master and lament his grievances. After a series of discussions, the decision to orchestrate the Tongtian calamity was made. At that juncture, celestial soldiers entered to report, "Your Majesty, as per your command, we have scoured the vast wilderness for the movements of the disciples of the. They are indeed in pursuit of what they deem opportunities. Moreover, those who have acquired such opportunities have experienced remarkable enhancements in their abilities. Upon hearing this, Emperor Haoyan waved his hand dismissively. He had previously heard whispers of the disciples' fortunes, but had not taken them seriously at the time. After some reflection, he had sent his subordinates to investigate, yet the pace of their inquiries had been excruciatingly slow. With insufficient manpower and a desire to avoid alarming the snakes in the grass, he could only instruct his men to proceed with utmost caution. Consequently, his acquisition of information lagged considerably behind others. Before the celestial soldiers could depart, Haoyan called them back. Wait, return and ascertain the nature of the opportunities they have obtained. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what kind of opportunity could lead such a significant sect to dissolve and dispatch all its members in search of fortune. With examples set by the disciples, even if Haoyan's interest was initially tepid, it was now undeniably stirred. If he could seize one of those opportunities, his brow furrowed slightly, indicating a shift in focus toward even with the Saint Tongtian still residing in the Xiao Palace. There remained individuals within the capable of holding the fort, suggesting their stature was formidable and their strength considerable. Meanwhile, within the Xiao Palace, the atmosphere plummeted to a frigid low following Tongtian's pronouncement. What began as a collective fervor to bring to face the calamity had transformed dramatically. The disciples' dissolution had led to candidates from the Jie Sect and the Western teachings stepping into the fray. The situation had indeed undergone tumultuous changes. In truth, while the duo from the Western teachings harbored confidence, they remained apprehensive about Tongtian potentially betraying them at the last moment. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, they felt a profound sense of relief wash over them. Conversely, Yuan Shi, standing across from them, found his countenance darken instantaneously. Junior brother, are you truly intent on forcing the Jie Sect into this calamity? Everyone present understood that this impending trial was far from fortuitous. Yet Tongtian's actions felt akin to delivering a resounding slap to Yuan Shi in front of the assembly. Hongjun had granted the 6 of them time to deliberate, and now, when it was time for them to take a stand, Tongtian brazenly called for the Jie Sect to take the stage. Such a development was utterly unacceptable to Yuan Shi. Meanwhile, Jane stifled a laugh, finding amusement in the unfolding events. Master Yuan Shi, how is it that Brother Tongtian of the Jie can respond to calamities, while you from the Jiao cannot? Is it possible that your Jiao holds a more esteemed position than Jie? Moreover, you were once fervently determined to have Brother Tongtian seize this grand opportunity amidst the calamity. How is it that now, upon the tables turning, you have grown irate? While it may seem that Jie speaks up for Tongtian, he is, in fact, subtly accusing Master Yuan Shi of excessive selfishness. In other words, this individual exhibits a rather double standard. At least Jie and his companion openly acknowledge their own desires, whereas Master Yuan Shi wishes to have it both ways. What does he think this is? A mere dream? With a fierce glare, Master Yuan Shi retorted, I am conversing with my disciple. It is not your place to interject. Once again, he turned to Tongtian, his tone laced with impatience. Brother Tongtian, I shall grant you one final chance. We of the Xianmen are united. Do not err in your judgment. Observing Master Yuan Shi's threats at this juncture, Tongtian merely scoffed. In truth, had Master Yuan Shi not committed this act today, Tongtian might have been swayed by his words. The unity of the 3 teachings of Xianmen rests on the foundation of Master Yuan Shi's regard for them. Now, faced with a calamity, Master Yuan Shi would cast aside Jie to satisfy his own desires. Does he expect Tongtian to align with him? Indeed, Master Yuan Shi's ambitions are grand. With Jie now disbanded, he believes the Xianmen stand solely under his dominance. Next, he intends to ally with Tongtian to send the Western Church to face their calamity. When the time comes, how to eliminate that group of bald monks will be entirely at his discretion. Master Yuan Shi presumed that his tone had softened sufficiently. After all, Tongtian is known for his deep emotional ties. Under repeated entreaties, he would not dare to defy him further. Yet, this time, Master Yuan Shi miscalculated. Tongtian fixed his gaze upon the seated Hongjun, and in a solemn tone declared, Master, I believe it would be more fitting for the Jiao to respond to this calamity. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, the 2 from the west could hardly contain their mirth, regarding Master Yuan Shi as one might observe a spectacle. Regardless of how much you argue, the facade has been torn. Can you expect to mend it on the spot? Hongjun nodded, yet refrained from announcing the candidates. Meanwhile, the tempest of fury within Master Yuan Shi had been ignited. Tongtian, are you deliberately opposing me? At that moment, Laozi, who had remained silent thus far, placed a hand on Master Yuan Shi's shoulder and gently spoke, Brother Tongtian, although Yuan Shi's tone may be amiss, you ought not to act so impulsively. We of the Xianmen are united. In this critical moment of life and death, do not engage in such futile actions. Moreover, as a venerable sage of the mystical sect, if today's events were to be disseminated, what regard would remain for your esteemed reputation? As the eldest among the trio, I seldom express my opinions publicly. Each time a conflict arose between the primordial heavenly sovereign and the celestial lord, I consistently maintained an impartial stance, embodying the essence of fairness. Until today, the celestial lord had harbored the belief that his elder brother held some degree of affection for him. However, upon aligning himself with the primordial heavenly sovereign, he has come to the disheartening realization that they are indeed two of a kind. What he once perceived as impartiality was merely my subtle maneuvering and diplomatic balancing act, ultimately sacrificing the celestial lord's sentiments as the resolution to each affair. As of now, the celestial lord is utterly unwilling to endure any longer. Chapter 47. When one strikes. It is a remarkable impact, given that Lao Zi's elder brother is so deeply concerned for xianxia. Why not let this calamity be jointly faced by the teachings of both Rinjiao and Chanjiao? The celestial path is interconnected. I yearn to partake, yet alas, the Chanjiao has disbanded. Since you are both part of the same celestial lineage, why not collaborate this time? In the midst of the impending tribulation, it would offer mutual support. I believe that Lao Zi would not object to this arrangement. This splendid opportunity would indeed highlight the bond between the two of you. If Lao Zi were to decline, would not his prior words become null and void? Upon hearing Tongtian's remarks, both Jane and Zhuanti felt an urge to applaud him. Truly, when he chooses to act, he does so with astonishing effect. The impact of his words far surpasses any performance they could deliver in unison. Is not Lao Zi known for his amiable disposition? Has he not long proclaimed the unity of the celestial sects? Now that Chanjiao faces tribulation, why not join forces? Even if the numbers are few, it is the sentiment that counts. Should Rinjiao choose not to participate, Jane and Zhuanti exchanged knowing glances, both detecting a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. Yet, in such a moment, they recognized the need for restraint, refraining from laughter. In truth, both Lao Zi and xianxia were taken aback. They struggled to process the implications of Tongtian's lengthy discourse. Was he truly intending to cast aside the ties of their celestial fraternity? Were they to ignore even the slightest semblance of camaraderie? At that moment, Lao Zi and xianxia felt a sudden jolt. However, for Tongtian, today's events were not a spontaneous eruption, but rather the culmination of accumulated disappointment that left him feeling aggrieved. The occurrences of the day served merely as a spark, igniting a torrent of emotions that had long been bottled up. In the past, Tongtian had indeed prioritized the celestial path above all else. What was the outcome? They had even plotted against his Chanjiao. Tongtian could concede a step, or even two. Yet when one is pushed to the precipice, all Tongtian desires is to advance, not retreat. The profound disappointment he harbored towards his two elder brothers left no room for a change of heart prompted by their fleeting words. Noticing the shift in Tongtian's demeanor, Lao Zi fell silent. Yet xianxia was the first to voice his grievances. Elder brother, see how Tongtian now disregards your words. Does he even hold us in any regard? At this critical juncture, he disregards the interests of the celestial path, solely pursuing his own desires, intending to ensnare us. I suspect he had meticulously planned this even before arriving at Xixiao Palace, deliberately disbanding Chanjiao to ensure that this heavenly calamity would not befall it. As xianxia spoke, his words became increasingly reckless. This declaration irreparably tore apart the facade of brotherhood. To this, Tongtian merely responded with a cold laugh, then turned away, choosing silence. Faced with such shameless individuals, what more could he possibly say? Any further words would merely be superfluous. Yet, even in his silence, xianxia relentlessly pursued him with scorn. Tongtian, do you intend to sever our ties within the Xianmen completely? If so, there is no need for us to maintain any future relations. Tongtian coldly lifted his gaze. Who, indeed, sought to sever the bonds of Xianmen? Why is it permissible for you, xianxia, to cast my Jie into tribulation? Yet I am forbidden from recommending you to the Chanjiao? What logic is this? It appears that my elder brother's faade has become increasingly impenetrable. As Tongtian uttered his final remark, Nuwa could not help but chuckle once more. Tongtian was known for his acerbic tongue, though he had never revealed this facet in front of xianxia and the others before. At this moment, his audacious confrontation with xianxia struck Nuwa as quite intriguing. In truth, Tongtian had little desire to overthink matters. The faade between them had been torn asunder, rendering further contemplation futile. It was better to seize the opportunity to rebuke all those deserving of it. Were it not for the presence of Daozu, Tongtian would likely have unsheathed the sword array of extermination long ago. Engaging in verbal sparring with such individuals felt like a waste of breath. It would be far more satisfying to take action and vent his frustrations. At this moment, Taishang Laozi perceived some underlying currents, yet he could not refrain from offering counsel. Tongtian, my junior brother, the three of us have journeyed together to this day. Why must we resort to this spectacle? Tongtian scoffed. You have consistently been the ones to coerce me. Why is it that you could utter both kind and unkind words? If that is the case, why should I speak at all? I might as well send you off to your tribulation directly. Tongtian's words rendered Taishang Laozi momentarily speechless. Indeed, this was the truth. When Yuanshi sought to unilaterally send Jie Jiao to face tribulation, Taishang Laozi had never stepped forward to voice such righteous sentiments. Now, transformed into the Chan Jiao, why was there suddenly a sense of lamentation? Why invoke the banner of Xianmen ties to pressure him? Had such actions been taken earlier, the current outcome could have been avoided. The so-called cause and effect are simply as such. Observing the turmoil among his disciples, Hong Jun maintained an expression of calm detachment. Though the sages had become independent of the primordial chaos, entrusted to the Tao of heaven, this did not imply the absence of conflict or emotions. Moreover, this impending Feng calamity indeed required sacrifices. Although the situation diverged significantly from his expectations, overall, it mattered little who faced the tribulation for Hong Jun. It was precisely because he sought a resolution that Yuan Shi and the others felt emboldened. They even brought their brotherly discord before Hong Jun. Meanwhile, the two from the West, who had just been performing grand theatrics, now quietly observed from a corner, having transitioned from the stage to the audience. The internal strife of the Xianmen, under ordinary circumstances, would not have been scrutinized so closely. It is indeed a rare and opportune moment to indulge in the spectacle before us. They would not act recklessly. Moreover, the more fiercely the three teachings of the Xianmen clash, the greater the opportunity for their Western doctrines to flourish. Observing the unfolding drama from the sidelines is Nuwa as well. Since the calamity wrought by the Lich, she has been reluctant to intervene in the disputes among these sections. During the previous coercion of the Jie Sect by the four saints, Nuwa remained silent, and now she is even less inclined to involve herself. The discord between Tongtian and Yuanshi has reached an irreconcilable state. Even if she were to intervene, what could she possibly achieve? Furthermore, her master remains firmly seated upon the mountain. Why should she stir up unnecessary commotion? It would be far more prudent to sip tea and enjoy the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Yuanshi and Tongtian have directly confronted one another, and their relationship has irreparably soured. Given Tongtian's temperament, he will certainly not yield an inch. Chapter 48. Comprehending the secret realm thus, Yuanshi truly did not gain any advantage from Tongtian this time. In fact, the more Tongtian pondered, the more he found Lu Feng's words resonated with truth. Had he heeded Lu Feng's counsel earlier, how could he have encountered the current predicament? Nevertheless, it is not too late. That has been disbanded. No matter how fierce the storms may rage, they shall not reach the heads of their disciples. However, since the mask has already been torn, it would be prudent to rend it further. This would prevent the group from coming before him in the future, causing distaste. Yuan Shi was seething with rage, nearly beside himself. Yet, Taishang Laozi restrained him and then bowed to Hongjun Master. This is a matter between our Xianmen sect. Since reconciliation is impossible, I wish to request that we settle this through battle. The challenge had already been issued. Naturally, Tongtian was unafraid. He had just been on the verge of striking, had it not been for the presence of his master. He would not have given Yuan Shi and the others the chance to prattle on. Seeing both parties in agreement, Hong Jun would not intervene. With his approval, the three figures swiftly vanished from the Zhixiao Palace. In the next moment, they appeared in the midst of chaos. It was a rare spectacle to witness a battle between saints, and Nuwa along with the two from the west did not wish to miss such a scene. Moreover, it had been a while since saints had clashed. Today was indeed an occasion worth witnessing. The reason Taishang Laozi proposed this idea was to subdue Tongtian. However, with two on his side and Tongtian standing alone, the two from Xianmen, despite their lack of shame, would not engage in such blatant acts of overwhelming the few with the many. Thus, as soon as they emerged, Yuan Shi rolled up his sleeves and advanced towards Tongtian. Brother, allow me to take the lead. It has been long since I last fought, and I am perplexed as to when Tongtian, my junior, began to harbor rebellious thoughts against me. Taishang Laozi naturally did not object. He nodded in agreement and stepped aside. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti were the types who relished in the unfolding drama. At this moment, seeing Taishang Laozi retreat, they positioned themselves beside him, one on each side, smiling as they spoke. I wonder which of the two, Brother Tongtian or Brother Yuan Shi, you believe will emerge victorious? However, Taishang Laozi merely cast a glance at them and solemnly replied, "It is undoubtedly Brother Yuan Shi." Observing Taishang Laozi's unwavering support for Yuan Shi, Jie and Zhuan exchanged glances, but said nothing, merely sharing a faint smile. In fact, compared to Taishang Laozi's confidence in Yuan Shi, they were more inclined to favor Tongtian. Although Tongtian typically remained low-key, it was evident that he was not intimidated by the current situation. Conversely, Yuan Shi seemed to be at a disadvantage. "Honestly, I believe Brother Tongtian may have the upper hand," one remarked. "I too believe that even though Brother Tongtian is relatively young, who can truly predict the nuances of cultivation?" In the presence of the instigators Jie and Zhuan, the venerable Laozi remained unfazed, gazing intently at the Yuan Shi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian. Though Nuwa did not vocalize her thoughts, her faith in Tongtian was unwavering. Throughout the years, Tongtian had refrained from direct confrontation. Yet her intuition assured her that Tongtian was by no means inferior to Yuan Shi. The battle between the sages commenced with remarkable swiftness. As Yuan Shi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian resolved to settle their differences through combat, they were undeniably prepared for the mental toll it would entail. Thus, they deliberately chose the depths of chaos for their duel. Had they engaged within the primordial realm, it would have undoubtedly resulted in the demise of countless beings within moments. Yuan Shi, Tianzuan sought to convey to Tongtian through this clash that he was the elder brother, wielding absolute authority. In contrast, Tongtian, incensed by Yuan Shi's provocations, desired only to engage in battle, remaining silent. "Are you certain you wish to confront me?" Yuan Shi, Tianzuan proclaimed, still bearing an air of arrogance. Tongtian, however, remained mute, silently summoning his Zuzhan sword. Upon witnessing the Zuzhan sword in Tongtian's grasp, Yuan Shi let out a cold snort, dismissing him as obstinate. The two sages then unleashed their formidable auras, which collided in an instant, producing an overwhelming force. The might of the saints was indeed fearsome. Meanwhile, within the primordial realm at Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi peered into the depths of chaos, his expression tinged with bewilderment. "The saints have taken action. Have matters escalated to this extent?" In the Lingxiao Palace, Hao Yan frowned as he sensed the powerful auras emanating from the chaotic depths. The familiarity of these presences struck him. One bore the unmistakable essence of his elder brother Yuan Shi, yet the other remained an enigma. In the underworld, amid the cycle of reincarnation, a graceful figure emerged, accompanied by a chilling laughter. "Has the holy war commenced? I wonder if the underworld will be affected by this turmoil." On Jineo Island, Lu Feng, now having ascended to the quasi-saint realm, felt a stirring within him as he gazed towards the chaos beyond the primordial realm. He could sense the potent fluctuations of a sage's aura, unmistakably strong. If his intuition served him well, it seemed Yuan Shi, Tianzuan, and the others had not yet relinquished their ambitions. What actions might they undertake now that their resolve was rekindled? Would they target the disciples of Jie? Such a possibility loomed large. The dissolution of Jie by Lu Feng had undoubtedly become a calamity for the Western Sect and the Chan Sect. Should they seek to regroup the Jie disciples in response, the situation would remain unchanged. It merely depended on their audacity. Reflecting on this, Lu Feng considered that both the Western Saints and Yuan Shi, Tianzuan possessed quite a thick skin. It seemed imperative for the Jie disciples to accelerate their training. After all, should these saints descend into battle, the current strength of the Jie disciples would render them defenseless, likely leading to their immediate downfall. However, Lu Feng was not without his defenses. After his recent foray into the Xiao Palace, he had garnered a considerable array of rewards. One of the rewards is the understanding of the secret realm. This reward is specifically designed for the disciples of the who have already comprehended the world of the novel. They are granted the opportunity to enter the secret realm to contemplate the laws and principles, thereby enhancing their integration with the insights of the novel's universe. Now that it is clear that Yuan Shi, Tianzuan, and his peers are not easily willing to relinquish their hold, Lu Feng is naturally eager to activate the secret realm for contemplation as soon as possible. Is the system capable of opening the secret realm now? It can be opened. Then please proceed with the opening immediately. Understood. Host, opening the secret realm. The secret realm has been successfully opened. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Feng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. They must now hasten the passage of time. The calamity of the Fengshan is imminent. And even though Lu Feng has altered the fate of the disciples, he cannot guarantee that they will emerge unscathed from this cataclysm. After much contemplation, it seems the only course of action is to alter the course of this impending Fengshan calamity. Chapter 49. The saints are not easily trifled with. As Lu Feng contemplated this, the system chimed. The host can obtain substantial rewards by altering the trajectory of the Fengshan calamity. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time the system had provided such an overt reminder. Nevertheless, since the system had indicated as much, he knew he must exert himself further. At this moment, within the primordial chaos, several luminous gates began to manifest across the expanse, drawn by the allure emanating from within these gates. Figures such as Duobao could not resist approaching. Despite being positioned in different locales, Duobao and his companions simultaneously opted to enter the secret realm, for they were certain this was yet another stratagem of their senior brother, perhaps even a fortuitous opportunity meticulously prepared for them. Meanwhile, in the depths of chaos, Xianxia Tianzuan had already engaged Tongtian in a fierce exchange for several hundred rounds. Observing Xianxia Tianzuan's offensive maneuvers, Jane and Junti could not help but exchange sarcastic remarks. They had initially believed that Xianxia intended to teach his younger brother a lesson, only to discover that his every strike was a lethal move. Who knows? Perhaps Xianxia was merely demonstrating respect for his opponent? After all, should he fail to subdue his own disciple, his reputation would surely be in tatters. As Jane and Junti bantered, Laojun could only furrow his brow in response. He wished to interject, yet the two had already exhausted the conversation, leaving him to quietly observe the unfolding conflict. Niwa, disinterested in the exchanges between Jane and Junti, understood the rarity of witnessing a battle amongst saints and chose to focus intently on the situation at hand. Xianxia raised his hand, and the Pangu banner fluttered behind him. In truth, Tongtian had not engaged in combat for quite some time. The Zhuxian sword in his grasp emitted a resonant hum. Faced with Xianxia Tianzuan's formidable presence, Tongtian showed no sign of retreat. Not even a flicker of concern crossed his visage. With a leisurely motion, he lifted his hand, and in an instant, a silver beam of light sliced through the heavens, severing the void itself. Witnessing this sword imbued with divine power, even Laojun and the others could not help but squint. Jane, upon witnessing this, chuckled softly. I told you, Tongtian's strength is undoubtedly far beyond what we perceive on the surface. The outcome of this brotherly conflict seemed precarious. Laojun was acutely aware that Jane's remarks were intentionally directed at him. In truth, he too found himself clenching his fists. They had refrained from engaging in battle for so long that both he and Xianxia were beginning to forget that Tongtian's potential far surpassed their own. The might Tongtian displayed was already sufficient to demonstrate that he was not to be underestimated. If this trend continued, it was likely that Xianxia Tianzuan would ultimately face defeat. It was crucial to note that every strike from Xianxia was delivered with utmost effort, while Tongtian merely waved his hand with a casual ease. The chasm between them was as vast as the heavens. The battle raged on, and Tongtian quickly found himself once again locked in combat with Xianxia Tianzuan. Two formidable attacks collided in the void, unleashing an immense force that instantaneously shattered the surrounding space. The pressure emanating from Tongtian was palpable, prompting Xianxia to draw forth his treasured three treasures Rui. The Rui shimmered with a triad of colors, and under Xianxia's guidance, it surged towards Tongtian's rear. Observing this audacious maneuver by the celestial master Xianxia, both Jiejin and Zhuani could not help but feel a twinge of admiration for such shamelessness. How cunning! A surprise attack. Indeed, it seemed that the earlier words of senior brother Tongtian rang true. When it comes to brazen audacity, Xianxia undoubtedly took the lead, leaving no one else daring to rival him. I dare say that senior brother Tongtian and the Xianmen truly differ in character. They say that an unsteady upper beam leads to a crooked lower beam. Yet who would have thought that this ill-bred bamboo could yield such fine shoots? At this moment, Laozi's expression was far from pleasant. Who could maintain a cheerful demeanor while being subtly berated? What does it mean when one speaks of an unsteady upper beam leading to a crooked lower beam? Who is being insulted here? Yet, Jiejin and Zhuani remained oblivious, continuing to critique the ongoing battle with their ungracious remarks. Meanwhile, Tongtian had certainly noticed Xianxia's underhanded attack. In truth, he was quite familiar with Xianxia's temperament. If he could not prevail in a direct confrontation, he would resort to cunning tactics. However, in the face of absolute strength, such subterfuge was hardly formidable. Still, Tongtian felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite sharing the same lineage with Xianxia, who had achieved such heights, it was evident that he had never considered Tongtian a true brother. At this juncture, Tongtian resolved not to hold back any longer and swiftly summoned his Zhuxian sword. Yet, more adeptly wielded was the Qingping sword, his innate treasure. In the midst of Xianxia's bewildered gaze, Tongtian unleashed a flurry of sword lights. Not only did he shatter the three beams of light aimed at him, but he also struck at Xianxia from 36 different directions. Simultaneously, a colossal green lotus emerged behind Tongtian, a 36th grade lotus imbued with the most exquisite sword intent. This sword intent manifested as 36 beams directed towards Xianxia, catching him off guard. Xianxia intended to shield himself with the 3 treasures Rui, yet he had underestimated Tongtian's prowess. The 36 beams of sword light swiftly tore through Xianxia's garments, causing golden holy blood to drip continuously from his form. The clash between Tongtian and Laozi drew the attention of not only the saints, but also numerous powerful beings from the primordial realm. For long, Tongtian had exhibited a demeanor of nonchalance and indifference, leading to a misperception of his capabilities. Now, as he made his move, it became evident to Xianxia. Xuanyuanzi was so astonished that he dropped his teacup. How could this be? Tongtian had single-handedly triumphed over Xianxia. According to his understanding, Tongtian should be ranked among the lowest within the Xianmen. Yet, this time, Tongtian's actions left him utterly astonished, as the outcome was exceedingly unexpected. In the Lingxiao treasure palace, feeling the waning aura of Xianxia Tianzuan, Hao Yin narrowed his eyes. After such a lengthy period of observation, he had recognized that the other aura belonged to Tongtian. Now witnessing Tongtian's triumph over Xianxia Tianzuan, Hao Yin was not overly surprised. Instead, he found it rather reasonable. It seems that the significant transformation within the Jie Sect primarily hinges upon Tongtian himself. In the underworld, amidst the cycle of reincarnation, a woman's voice echoed softly. It appears that Tongtian is indeed remarkable. Truly, none among this group of sages is easy to contend with. Chapter 50. Within the purple cloud palace, an enveloping silence prevailed. Indeed, the scene before them left the supreme Laozi and his companions utterly astonished. While both Jane and Junti had anticipated that Tongtian would triumph over Xianxia Tianzuan, they were taken aback by the overwhelming manner in which Tongtian achieved his victory. After a brief moment of recovery, Jane and Junti began to exchange remarks. "Brother Laozi, it appears your understanding of your junior brother is rather lacking," they quipped. "However, it seems illogical that you, Brother Laozi, should misjudge your 2 disciples. What could have led to such an error? Perhaps it was not a misjudgment at all. Perhaps Xianxia had intentionally allowed Tongtian to prevail. If that were the case," one retorted, "then why resort to ambush tactics?" In any case, Jane and Junti were determined to voice all their critiques of Xianxia Tianzuan without leaving any room for rebuttal. How absurd. At such a moment, instead of allowing their adversary to rise, should they not instead trample him underfoot? Supreme Laozi felt an overwhelming weariness settle upon him, his expression darkening with each passing moment. The deteriorating relationship among the 3 of them had been exacerbated by Hongjuan's influence, a fact Laozi was keenly aware of, though reluctant to confront directly. Now, as Tongtian displayed his formidable prowess, it compelled Supreme Laozi to reconsider their intricate dynamics. Before Laozi could fully digest these thoughts, he heard the resonant voice of the Tao ancestor. In an instant, Laozi moved towards the interior of the purple cloud palace. After bowing respectfully to the seated Tao ancestor, he inquired softly, "Master, have you summoned me for a specific purpose?" Hongjun nodded and then asked in a calm tone, "What do you believe the outcome of this battle will be?" Supreme Laozi hesitated momentarily before responding, "I believe that my junior brother Xianxia will not be defeated." He had a certain understanding of Xianxia Tianzuan, aware of the depths of his strength. However, Hongjun shook his head. "You are mistaken. He will not prevail." Laozi was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He had not anticipated such bluntness from his master. Meanwhile, within the chaos, the battle between Xianxia Tianzuan and Tongtian had reached a fever pitch. Particularly, as Tongtian showed no signs of restraint, Xianxia Tianzuan began to exhibit signs of frustration. The 3 treasures jade Rui in his hand shimmered with brilliance, while the Panga banner behind him radiated a fierce, chilling aura. Tongtian displayed no change in expression, merely unleashing a series of strikes, each one effortlessly dismantling Xianxia Tianzuan's attacks. On the other side, Niwa observed the fierce clash between the 2 combatants, unable to suppress her exclamation. "I never imagined that Xianxia's power would surpass my expectations." Yet, her curiosity now lay in how Tongtian would respond to Xianxia's relentless challenges. The previously bantering figures of Junti and Jane fell silent, their lips sealed in contemplation. Initially, their intentions to provoke one another had been spurred by the presence of Laozi. Yet, as they observed the unfolding battle, a subtle sense of disquiet began to take root within them. It appeared that the Xianxia Tianzun was imbued with the essence of the heavenly Tao. Although these sages had transcended the confines of the primordial chaos, they remained bound by the dictates of the Tao. Under its influence, even the mightiest of sages were unable to resist. If Xianxia Tianzun had indeed garnered the support of the heavenly Tao, Could it not spell inevitable defeat for Tongtian? However, when had Yuan Shi Tianzun come to comprehend such celestial energies? This revelation was remarkably well concealed. In truth, Laozi himself was also engulfed in perplexity. With the empowerment of the heavenly Tao, it would seem that Yuan Shi Tianzun ought to secure victory. So why did his master voice otherwise? Laozi dared not utter a word, choosing instead to observe the conflict in silence. At that moment, Tongtian too sensed the oppressive force emanating from Yuan Shi Tianzun. Nevertheless, he displayed no change in demeanor, resolutely raising the Qingping sword in his grasp. At the sage level, their every movement was not overtly complex. Rather, it was imbued with the profound fluctuations of the Tao. In the face of the pressure from Yuan Shi Tianzun, Tongtian merely lifted his hand with quiet determination. Though his actions were deliberate and slow, an intense sword intent radiated from him, palpable to all. As Tongtian's hand descended, the sword cleaved through the vast expanse of the sky. Concurrently, the principles of swordsmanship and array surged forth around him, accompanied by the rapid whirling of the 36-petal Qinglian behind him. In this chaotic realm, only the ethereal glow emitted by the Qinglian remained, intensifying with every pulse of power, thus amplifying Tongtian's sword intent and augmenting the weight of his momentum against Yuan Shi Tianzun. Even with the enhancement of the heavenly Tao, the 36-petal Qinglian remained undeterred, showing no signs of waning. Boundless force erupted from the Qingping sword in Tongtian's hand, cleaving not only through the void but also slicing through the very fabric of chaos itself. Faced with such a formidable strike, even Yuan Shi Tianzun could not conceal his changing countenance. Alas, the brilliance of the sword descended with such swiftness that he had insufficient time to react. Witnessing the blade breach his layers of defense and approach him directly, Yuan Shi Tianzun intended to draw forth his defensive treasure, yet his movements proved too sluggish. The sword light crashed through the luminous barrier of the Jade Rui before descending upon Yuan Shi Tianzun himself. This scene, witnessed by all present, rendered them breathless with astonishment. Amidst the chaos, Tongtian regarded his pristine Qingping sword and let out a soft huff. Xuanti and Jane exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they discerned an unmistakable disbelief. They had anticipated Tongtian's victory, yet they had not fathomed it would come so effortlessly. Moreover, the recent strike from Tongtian was such that even the two of them would have found it arduous to withstand. Though they were both saints at this moment, they acutely sensed the vast chasm that separated them. How fearsome it was. In this very instance, Jane and Xuanti could only feel a sense of relief. Thankfully, they had not overly pressured Tongtian previously. Had Tongtian's teachings truly faced calamity, given his protective nature, it would have surely led to an irreconcilable enmity between them. Unfortunately, some still remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Amidst their relief, Jane and Xuanti found themselves harboring a tinge of schadenfreude. They had narrowly evaded this disaster, while others had undoubtedly suffered greatly. Ultimately, as long as they were unscathed, their spirits soared. At this moment, Nuwa was equally taken aback. The prowess displayed by Tongtian far exceeded her expectations. Meanwhile, within the Xixiao Palace, an eerie silence prevailed. Chapter 51. The unforeseen revelation. No one could have anticipated that Tongtian's strength had ascended to such extraordinary heights. Even the supreme Laozi himself might not possess the confidence to withstand 3 moves from Tongtian. Moreover, the power Tongtian displayed was but a fraction of his true capabilities. One can only imagine the terror that would ensue should he unleash his full might. At this moment, the astonishment on the face of the supreme Laozi was unmistakable. Nevertheless, he forcibly redirected his attention from Tongtian and his associates, turning instead to the figure seated before him, Hongjun. Master, you summoned me for a purpose? Hongjun, eschewing any pretense, stated, the calamity of the Feng is inevitable. I have brought you here to convey that the most suitable candidate for this tribulation is indeed the Jiejiao. Yet, it perplexes me why Jiejiao disbanded prior to the discussions at the Xixiao Palace. If possible, Hongjun's gaze flickered. Upon hearing these words, Laozi was momentarily taken aback. Master, do you imply that Jiejiao can be reassembled? The crucial question is, would Tongtian be amenable to it? Hongjun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I wish to reunite Jiejiao. During this period at the Xixiao Palace, I can obscure Tongtian's perception of Jiejiao. At that juncture, how to gather Jiejiao anew will be your responsibility. Hearing Hongjun's declaration, Laozi's heart raced like a drum. Should this endeavor succeed, it would likely sever the ties between them and Tongtian irrevocably. However, as the matter was broached by his master, Laozi found himself at a loss for a decisive course of action. Noticing Laozi's silence, Hongjun continued, I intend to entrust this task to you and Yuan Shi. As for Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin, I will ensure their cooperation. Hong Jun had already cleared the obstacles before them. It was now contingent upon Laozi and Yuan Shi to determine whether they would allow Jiejiao to partake in the tribulation. For Laozi, the notion of Jiejiao participating was only fitting. Had Jiejiao not disbanded prematurely, such a significant event would not have befallen the Chan sect. Now presented with the opportunity to rectify the chaos, he was willing to take the chance. As for Yuan Shi, as long as his Chan sect was spared from the tribulation, what did it matter if Jiejiao were reformed? The inclinations of Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti required little elaboration. Their disposition had always favored self-preservation over camaraderie, even if they fanned the flames from the sidelines, as long as the candidates for the tribulation did not fall upon them. Jiejiao and Chan sect were, in essence, interchangeable to them. Having resolved this aspect, the Supreme Laozi nodded in agreement. I shall obey your command. Despite being a sage, he too was bound by the constraints of the heavenly Tao. If Hongjun could veil Tongtian's perception, then during this time, both Laozi and Yuan Shi could employ their Dharma bodies to gather the disciples of Jiejiao and re-establish the sect. At that moment, Jiejiao would have no means to evade the tribulation. Meanwhile, at Wuzhuang Temple, Jin Yuanzi lifted his gaze towards the chaos beyond the Honghuang realm. Upon sensing the defeat of a certain aura, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated that this battle would result in the loss of Yuan Shi Tianzun. Among the 6 great sages, Yuan Shi Tianzun had always been positioned at the forefront in terms of strength. However, Jin Yuanzi was taken aback that Tongtian could vanquish Yuan Shi Tianzun in such a brief span of time. Logically speaking, even if they were to engage in combat, the odds should have favored Yuan Shi at 70-30, with Tongtian possessing only a third of the likelihood of victory. The outcome diverged significantly from his expectations, prompting Jin Yuanzi to fall into deep contemplation. Recently, Jiejiao had been unusually active, with numerous disciples traversing the Honghuang. It seemed that Jiejiao was not as indifferent as it appeared on the surface. They were likely orchestrating a grand scheme. With the impending calamity of the Feng, it was reasonable to surmise that Jiejiao had ulterior motives for this catastrophe. The thought of the celestial sages being deceived by Tongtian left Jin Yuanzi with a heavy sigh. Truly, one must admire the sagacity of a sage. Such cunning is indeed worthy of reverence. In his view, the recent actions of Jiejiao were undoubtedly under Tongtian's directive. Tongtian's decisive victory over Yuan Shi Tianzun indicated that he was no longer willing to endure. It seemed the tides of the Honghuang were about to shift. Meanwhile, in the Lingxiao treasure palace, Emperor Haoyan awaited the final outcome with a stoic demeanor, showing no signs of emotion in response to Tongtian's triumph. Among the many mighty beings, Haoyan's attention towards Jiejiao far surpassed that of others. Thus, witnessing Tongtian single-handedly defeat Yuan Shi Tianzun did not surprise him. Instead, he found it entirely expected. If Tongtian had not possessed formidable backing, how could Jiejiao have dared to undertake such bold initiatives? Yet, based on Jiejiao's recent performances, from the leader to the disciples, it was indeed quite unexpected. This revealed that Jiejiao was not as they had previously perceived. In the Honghuang, Jiejiao stood alongside Chan Jiao. Those with exceptional talents and extraordinary origins often gravitated towards Chan Jiao. Conversely, Jiejiao seemed to attract those of lesser pedigree. On the disciple front alone, Chan Jiao had already gained the upper hand. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that from the very inception of their sect, Chan Jiao had unwittingly stepped into Jiejiao's trap, perhaps even being manipulated entirely. Truly, the schemes of a sage are formidable. Among the celestial sages, he likely stood alone in his cunning. On Jineo Island, Lu Feng felt a chill creeping down the back of his neck. He held no doubt regarding the outcome of his teacher's battle. After all, his mentor had the prowess to wield the Zhuxian sword array and single-handedly confront 4 sages. Now, with the Qingping sword in hand, defeating Yuan Shi Tianzun should be a trivial matter. Yet, Lu Feng could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. The calamity of Fengshen would inevitably arrive. However, Lu Feng was only aware of the specific events, devoid of any knowledge regarding the exact timing. In comparison to the sages, Lu Feng was still considerably lacking in his ability to deduce. Moreover, he harbored a persistent feeling that the current predicament would not be easily resolved. The audacity of the Yuan Shi Tianzun and his companions was already thicker than the walls of a fortress. Following such a significant defeat, who could predict the underhanded tactics they might resort to next? Furthermore, with their teacher absent, if Hongjun were to also show favoritism, would this group of Jiejiao disciples not become mere prey on the chopping block? This was unacceptable. It was imperative to swiftly enhance their strength. Only by augmenting their power could they hope to navigate the myriad of risks ahead. Just as Lu Feng contemplated this, his senses suddenly stirred. There was movement in the secret realm. Chapter 52. The 12 Golden Immortals are not to be underestimated. Lu Feng carefully sensed the atmosphere around him. It appeared that during this period, Duo Bao and his companions had indeed made some significant gains within the secret realm. Through the trials of the secret realm, their cultivation had seen considerable advancement. With this progress, Lu Feng felt much more at ease. Now, 10 individuals had grasped their respective narratives. The cultivation speed of these 10 within the secret realm far surpassed that of the outside world. Should others manage to enter and discover their own narratives, Lu Feng would not hesitate to send them in immediately for training. However, seeing his junior disciples working so diligently, Lu Feng knew he could not afford to lag behind. Thus, he promptly immersed himself in his own cultivation. At that moment within the Xiao Palace, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall had grown tense. The Supreme Old One stood quietly to one side, while in the center of the hall were the primordial Supreme Being, along with Jane and Jundi. Just moments ago, Hongjun had reiterated his words to the Supreme Old One before the three of them. Upon learning that this time it was indeed the Jie Sect facing tribulation, the primordial Supreme Being was overwhelmed with joy, having already suffered the humiliation of losing to his own junior brother. He was astonished to find a glimmer of hope. His master had actually instructed them to reunite the Jie Sect. This meant that neither the Chan sect nor the Western sect would have to scramble for such a position any longer. Hongjun gazed at his 4 disciples and spoke with a calm demeanor. I have conveyed all that needs to be said. The rest is for you to handle. As his words faded, the primordial Supreme Being and the others bowed in unison, respectfully responding, yes. Watching the figures of the Supreme Old One and the others depart, Hongjuan's eyes flickered momentarily. His favored choice had always been the Jie Sect. Although the Jie Sect had disbanded this time, its disciples remained. Hence, the potential for revival still existed. After all, the calamity of the Feng could not afford to falter. This impending change was fraught with uncertainty. What if the next occurrence impacted significant matters? It would be wiser to address the uncertainty now, even to eliminate it, rather than be caught unprepared later. With a deep sigh, Hongjuan's gaze drifted toward Tongtian, who stood outside the Grand Hall. Ever since learning of the Jie Sect's disbandment, Hongjun had meticulously observed his disciple. Yet, regardless of how he calculated, he ultimately found that the dissolution of the Jie Sect bore no relation to Tongtian. But if it weren't Tongtian, then who could it possibly be? Who else possessed such influence, capable of obscuring the heavens to such an extent, even deceiving him? Regardless of the identity of this individual, this uncertainty must be resolved. Tongtian gazed at the plaque of the Xiao Palace, his eyes cast downward, lost in thought. At that moment, Hongjun's voice resonated within the palace. Tongtian. Upon hearing the call of his master, Tongtian immediately stepped forward into the Xiao Palace. Master. Meanwhile, outside the palace, the Supreme Old One and the 3 others had gathered together. Jane and Junie, 2 individuals of remarkable temperament, refrained from any mockery or derision. Yet, neither of them intended to intervene. Today, Tongtian's display of prowess had already left them astounded. Furthermore, the 2 saints from the west had already instigated a rift among the 3 saints of the Xianmen. At this juncture, what purpose would it serve to meddle further? After all, their master had merely instructed them to provide assistance from the sidelines. Who knows? They might even be unwelcome in that regard. Indeed, this was the case. Amidst the chaos outside of the Xiao Palace, the primordial Heavenly Venerable cast a glance towards Jane and Jundi. This time, let us, as brothers, take the initiative. The primordial Heavenly Venerable was quite irked by Jane and Jundi, not having forgotten their previous derision directed at him. Moreover, with a mere sect like the Jie Sect, how could he and his senior brother require the assistance of Jane and Jundi? Upon hearing the primordial Heavenly Venerable's words, Jane and Jundi found themselves relieved. Very well. You may proceed. We shall await your news. What a farce. It was evident that the endeavor the primordial Heavenly Venerable intended to undertake would undoubtedly infringe upon Tongtian's limits. Regardless, the primordial Heavenly Venerable and his brother had already severed ties with Tongtian. Even if Tongtian were to discern that they were the ones orchestrating the behind-the-scenes machinations, he would only seek retribution from them. Should the 2 saints from the west involve themselves, who could foresee whether Tongtian might vent his frustrations upon them? Such thankless labor was not something they were inclined to undertake. Seeing this, the primordial Heavenly Venerable did not linger any longer. After nodding to the Grand Supreme Elder, he swiftly transformed into a streak of light and departed. However, during the journey to the primordial chaos, the Grand Supreme Elder could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, How confident are you in this reunion of the Jie Sect? The primordial heavenly venerable displayed an air of disdain. Such matters are surely as good as guaranteed. Furthermore, I would assert that the restoration of the heretical sect does not even necessitate our involvement. The 12 golden immortals under my command are more than sufficient to handle it. Tongtian's disciples are merely a ragtag bunch. When faced with the 12 golden immortals, they will undoubtedly submit. After hearing this, the Grand Supreme Elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, your 12 golden immortals are not to be underestimated. If they can take action, this endeavor should proceed without any oversight. The primordial heavenly venerable and the Grand Supreme Elder deliberated further. This time, the saints were certainly not to descend into the fray. However, they could utilize the body of the law to convey notifications to the disciples of the Chan sect. In this manner, their objectives would be accomplished. In contrast to the overconfident primordial heavenly venerable, the Grand Supreme Elder remained considerably more cautious. After all, prudence is the mother of safety. This task was personally entrusted by their master, and any misstep could potentially lead to dire consequences for the Chan sect. The primordial heavenly venerable harbored no objections to this approach, although he regarded it as a futile endeavor. Soon, the primordial supreme being and the Grand Supreme Elder Lord arrived in the vast expanse of the Hongwang. After a brief discussion, they each transformed into their respective incarnations. The primordial supreme being intended to entrust this matter entirely to his disciples of the way of the teachings. After all, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord had only one sole disciple, Xuandu. It would be unreasonable to summon the master while also involving his disciple. Moreover, the primordial supreme being wished to present his own apprentice before the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. Unlike Tongtian, who accepted disciples without thorough scrutiny, he meticulously evaluated both their lineage and innate talent. Now, as the Grand Supreme Elder Lord prepared to observe his disciple, the primordial supreme being could hardly contain his eagerness to bring his apprentice to his own Kunlun mountain. Meanwhile, outside the Xiao Palace, Nuwa's gaze flickered with intrigue. Chapter 53, The Injustice. First, the Supreme Laozi entered the Purple Cloud Palace. Shortly thereafter, the Primordial Supreme and the two saints of the West followed suit. Now, even Brother Tongtian has ventured inside. Just as Brother Tongtian departed, both the Primordial Supreme and the Supreme Laozi unexpectedly manifested their own avatars and left. Meanwhile, the two figures of Jane and Zhuanti remained conspicuously silent. Witnessing this scene, one cannot help but marvel at its extraordinary nature. However, Nuwa was disinclined to ponder the underlying reasons behind it all. After all, they had no intention of revealing their plans to her. So what purpose would it serve to speculate? Moreover, with the impending calamity of the Feng, what sort of upheaval awaited them? Even Nuwa herself could not fathom. How could she afford the luxury of time to contemplate such matters? Meanwhile, the avatars of the Supreme Laozi and the Primordial Supreme had already arrived at Kunlun Mountain. Observing the nearby Taoist sanctuary, a smile crept onto the face of the Primordial Supreme. After suffering defeat at the hands of Tongtian, he had believed that this time the Chan sect would inevitably face disaster. Who could have anticipated that his master would provide him with another choice? The reunion of the Jie Sect. As long as the Jie Sect could be reassembled, they could simply push them forward to face the calamity. Why would they need to trouble themselves with the Chan sect? The thought that the Jie Sect was soon to confront the grand catastrophe of Feng dissolved the lingering frustration within the Primordial Supreme. However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a beaming smile directed at the Supreme Laozi, remarked, "Brother, it has been quite some time since you last visited my Chan sect. Today, I shall take you to meet my disciples." The Supreme Laozi nodded in agreement. "Let us go and take a look." The two soon entered Kunlun Mountain. Yet, upon seeing the central area of Kunlun Mountain completely desolate, both were momentarily taken aback. The Supreme Laozi exhibited a hint of confusion. "Junior brother, I recall that your Yushu Palace should be situated here, is it not?" Not only the Supreme Laozi, but even the Primordial Supreme felt utterly bewildered. He was aware that the formation inscribed upon the plaque of his Yushu Palace had been frozen, leading him to suspect that someone had stealthily entered his palace and made off with numerous treasures. However, he had not anticipated the audacity of this individual. His grand Yushu Palace had seemingly vanished without a trace. What is this madness? Not receiving a response from the Primordial Supreme, the Supreme Laozi turned to him and inquired, "Did you move the Yushu Palace?" At that moment, the Primordial Supreme wished he could vanish into the ground. If only he had truly moved the Yushu Palace. The crux of the matter was that he himself was utterly oblivious to the situation. Such a grand palace. And now it was simply gone. The Supreme Laozi, awaiting an answer from the Primordial Supreme, was instead met with his furious outburst. Someone has stolen my Yushu palace. The supreme Laozi. At that moment, he was truly dumbfounded. He had considered numerous possibilities, yet he had never contemplated this one. The Grand Yushu Palace, originally constructed by the primordial heavenly sovereign with a significant investment of rare materials, has now been brazenly stolen? What audacity this thief possesses! Moreover, the Yushu Palace is undoubtedly fortified with the spells of the saints. With all 6 saints present in the Xiao Palace, who could possibly breach the sanctity of such a place? The Taishang Laojun is utterly perplexed. However, he soon laid eyes upon a barren expanse of grass. Goodness, not a single blade of grass has been spared. While the vicinity of Yushu Palace is home to relatively low-level spiritual herbs, their abundance is undeniable. Yet now, not only are the low-grade spiritual herbs gone, but even the bricks on the ground have vanished. The primordial heavenly sovereign is now trembling with rage. Who has dared to violate my Yushu Palace? Perhaps the intensity of his fury, coupled with his recent explosive emergence, has drawn the attention of the disciples from the Jie Sect. Upon realizing it was their esteemed teacher in distress, they hurriedly rushed over. Leading the group was Ruan Deng, who, upon confronting the primordial heavenly sovereign, wore a look of guilt upon his face. Teacher, anyone witnessing their home being pilfered would surely be livid, and the primordial heavenly sovereign must feel no different. Not to mention, prior to this incident, he had extolled his disciples to the heavens, yet now, in the face of this calamity, they are rendered mute with fear. Where does that leave his dignity? In truth, Ruan Deng and the others also feel quite wronged. Teacher, it is our fault for failing to safeguard the Yushu Palace. The primordial heavenly sovereign's countenance darkens. Who dares to lay hands on my Yushu Palace? Where has the culprit fled? Upon hearing the primordial heavenly sovereign's inquiry regarding the whereabouts of his palace, Ruan Deng's heart raced, and he quickly knelt, exclaiming, "It was the Jie Sect. Those despicable individuals. They deliberately lured us away, and then came to steal your Yushu Palace, teacher." At the mention of the Jie Sect, the primordial heavenly sovereign's fury escalates. The Jie Sect? Has Tongtian made an appearance? After all, very few within the Jie Sect could traverse Kunlun Mountain. The formations he set within Kunlun are certainly beyond the capabilities of the Jie Sect disciples to dismantle. Hence, it must be that Tongtian himself has intervened. Indeed, he had deliberately left a mark upon the plaque of the Yushu Palace. Who could have anticipated that the primordial heavenly sovereign had taken such precautions? Adding an additional formation to the plaque to safeguard against intruders? Should anyone dare to assault his palace, he would receive immediate notification. Consequently, the sight of the desolate landscape only deepens his ire. In truth, Ruan Deng and the others remain oblivious to the identity of the perpetrator, for by the time they returned, the palace had already been stripped bare. However, this does not imply that the cicadas are chirping, nor are there other eyewitnesses. Soon, he pointed at the disciples standing beside him, who immediately fell silent. Master, it was all done by the disciples of the leader among them bore a visage reminiscent of a donkey, accompanied by a tiger demon and a serpent demon behind him. Upon discovering that his precious art was pilfered by such a motley crew, the primordial supreme one was on the verge of erupting with rage. Under the immense pressure of his saintly aura, all disciples of the fell to their knees. Yet, in the face of their master's furious wrath, none dared utter a word. Once the primordial supreme one had vented his anger, he immediately turned his gaze towards the few standing with. Since it was a ragtag band of horned and furred beings who stole from the, why did you not intervene? In response to the primordial supreme one's inquiry, and the others felt quite aggrieved as well. Chapter 54. Is it all a scheme of celestial machinations? Are they truly unwilling to intervene? It is evident that the disciples of the are utterly shameless, to a degree that is almost infuriating. Ultimately, it was the silent figure of Ruan Deng who stood forth and spoke. Master, it is not that we refrained from action, but at that time, the disciples were engaged in combat with us. Upon hearing Ruan Deng's words, the anger of Yuan Shi Tian Zun slightly abated. In this light, it could be deemed somewhat understandable. However, Yuan Shi Tian Zun soon furrowed his brow once more. Logically, the disciples of should not have been defeated by those of. Could it be that the group harbored ulterior motives, deliberately orchestrating this outcome? Contemplating this, Yuan Shi Tian Zun continued his inquiry. Did the disciples employ trickery, resulting in this outcome? Yuan Shi Tian Zun had extended an olive branch, and naturally, Ruan Deng followed suit. Indeed, the disciples employed diversionary tactics. While we battled them, they dispatched others to launch a surprise attack on our sanctum. It is utterly despicable. By the end of his statement, Ruan Deng's breath had grown somewhat unsteady. What was the result of your engagement with them? Yuan Shi Tian Zun inquired once more. However, upon the utterance of these words, the expressions of Ruan Deng and Zi turned bleak. After a considerable pause, they hesitantly admitted, "We lost." Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianzun could no longer contain his fury. He struck the table with a resounding slap. "How could you possibly lose to that group from? If you cannot even best them, what can we expect of you?" In Yuan Tianzun's eyes, the disciples were mere ruffians. His own disciples, possessing exceptional talents, were now unable to best such individuals. Was this not a disgrace? It must be noted that before arriving, Yuan Tianzun had boasted before Taishang Laozi, claiming that with his disciples' intervention, they would undoubtedly triumph over the disciples. Yet now, they stood before him, admitting defeat, especially in the presence of Taishang Laozi. Yuan Tianzun found himself utterly humiliated. The key issue was the painful sting of embarrassment. Taishang Laozi, too, was taken aback. However, he soon began to deduce the implications of Wan Deng's account. When he discerned that the disciples have not only lost, but suffered a particularly devastating defeat, the expression in Taishang Laozi's gaze toward Yuan Tianzun shifted. After all, prior to this, Yuan Tianzun had given his word before him. Among the three sects of the Xianmen, only the disciples of the were few in number. Yuan Tianzun's prided itself on being superior to. Now it seemed that his earlier bravado was misplaced. Yuan Tianzun's countenance was indeed far from favorable. Consequently, Taishang Laozi chose not to speak at this juncture, merely standing silently to the side. Regardless, this matter would be resolved by their saint's intervention. Even if the disciples could not manage, the two saints could ultimately turn the tide. In summary, the must regroup and the must commence. It remains a mystery why the disciples of the Jie have proven to be significantly stronger than he had anticipated. It is likely that they have encountered certain fortuitous opportunities. The Grand Master, Laozi, wished to ascertain the source of these resources. Yet no matter how he attempted to deduce it, he was enveloped in a fog of uncertainty. After several calculations, Laozi realized that someone must have deliberately obscured the heavenly secrets. The entire Jie was, indeed, inscrutable. However, with Tongtian still present in the Zhixiao Palace, who could it be that has concealed the mysteries of Jie? This individual, possessing such capabilities, must surely be as formidable as they are. If such a person resides within Jie, then surely the Changjiao must become a sacrificial lamb in the impending calamity of the Fengshan tribulation. At this moment, Ran Deng and Guangqingzi took a deep breath, summoning their courage to approach the primordial heavenly venerable. "Master, we wonder if your sudden return is due to pressing matters?" Upon hearing their words, the previously extinguished ire of the primordial heavenly venerable flared once more. Yet, before he could unleash a torrent of wrath, Laozi merely shook his head at him. "Junior brother," upon hearing these words, the primordial heavenly venerable fell silent. Laozi then turned his gaze toward the two. "When you engaged with the disciples of Jie, did you notice anything unusual?" Seeing Laozi's inquiry, Ran Deng and the others dared not withhold the truth. The disciples of Jie have found opportunities, which is why their strength has increased significantly. That is why we suffered such a defeat. Laozi did not dwell excessively on this matter, but continued to inquire. "Do you know why they sought to dissolve Jie?" Ran Deng paused momentarily before responding earnestly. The dissolution of Jie was likely the idea of their senior brother. Upon hearing this name, Laozi was somewhat taken aback. Senior brother? Understanding that Laozi and the others had not been attentive to the developments within Jie, Ran Deng proceeded to explain. "He is the vice master of Jie, who seldom departs from Jinao Island. However, we have recently suffered considerable losses at his hands. This senior brother not only disbanded Jie, but also enlightened its disciples about their opportunities. Hence, their strengths have surged, with some even grasping the principles directly." After hearing this, Laozi narrowed his eyes. He had not paid much attention to this senior brother of Jie, as he was known to be reclusive and rarely made appearances. However, now listening to Ran Deng's account, it became evident that this person had managed to orchestrate the affairs of Jie and even caused Changjiao to suffer a setback. Such a display of prowess was indeed hard for Laozi to believe. He wished to calculate the nature of this individual, yet, as was customary, the heavenly secrets remained obscured, rendering any calculations futile. At this moment, the primordial heavenly venerable also began to perceive the implications. "Senior brother, is there something amiss?" Lu Feng, being of average strength and bearing, hardly seemed the likely mastermind. Yet, Laozi shook his head in response. "Not necessarily. Even though this matter is not directly associated with him, it is undoubtedly linked to his interests." Yet, Yuan Shi remained somewhat skeptical. After all, he is merely an ordinary disciple of the. If he truly possessed any formidable abilities, why did he not reveal himself to the world in earlier years? In my opinion, This could very well be a scheme orchestrated by Tongtian. After all, only Tongtian could inflict such a significant setback upon there. Moreover, what can a mere senior disciple achieve with the so-called fortuitous opportunity? However, Laozi always senses an underlying discord. Perhaps it is not as it seems. After all, Tongtian is constantly within their sight, even if he were to extend his influence. How could he intervene in the matters that have transpired over the past century? Perhaps this disciple indeed possesses some remarkable skills. Chapter 55. How to Withstand It. Yuan Shi Tianzun regarded the situation with a measure of indifference. What significance did his abilities hold? Since both of us are here, how could a mere disciple instill fear? After hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's words, Taishang Laozi began to think that perhaps this individual was not worthy of concern. No matter how formidable he might be, could he truly surpass the cunning of the saints? Furthermore, their immediate priority was to locate the disciples of Jie and gather them once more. Meanwhile, on Jinao Island, Lu Feng felt the steady rise of his cultivation and nodded with satisfaction. He had now reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint rank. Although he seemed just a step away from the realm of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, for him, that step felt monumental. At present, Lu Feng's temperament and strength were still far from the threshold of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. However, he did not dwell on this matter excessively. Cultivation should naturally unfold in due course. Moreover, Lu Feng had opened a secret realm where 10 disciples had already entered. As their comprehension deepened, Lu Feng would also receive system rewards. With time, it was merely a matter of time before Lu Feng would break through to Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Nevertheless, Lu Feng was not lacking in strength at the moment. He could be considered an outstanding figure within the Honghuang realm. After all, his current power surpassed mere appearances. As Lu Feng blissfully envisioned his future days of retirement, a sudden notification from the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Xianxia has achieved a significant breakthrough in the secret realm, rewarding the host with 1,000,000 years of cultivation. As always, the system's generosity left Lu Feng utterly astonished. This was the first time the system had bestowed such an immense amount of cultivation. However, for Lu Feng at this juncture, the influx of 1,000,000 years of cultivation felt but a trickle. It seemed that upon entering the quasi-saint realm, the path to enhancing one's cultivation had become exceedingly arduous. This 1,000,000 years merely nudged his progress bar slightly upward, leaving him still far from the brink of a breakthrough. It appeared that should Lu Feng wish to advance in the future, he would need to accumulate much more cultivation. Yet, given that the system had provided such a valuable channel, Lu Feng was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. The pressing matter was to cultivate the disciples of Jie swiftly. If their strength improved, his own resources would multiply considerably. As long as he could hold on until his master returned, perhaps they could navigate this impending calamity of the Fengshan safely. However, the disciples of Jie currently lacked other avenues for cultivation. Those who had yet to discover their own fortunes could not even enter the secret realm, and among those who had, only a handful had managed to gain entry. How could he enhance their strength? Lu Feng pondered thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. Magical artifacts. He could forge magical artifacts. As long as formidable magical artifacts are crafted for the disciples of the, wouldn't their strength also be significantly enhanced? At present, Lu Feng possesses a ready-made. At this moment, within the, a flicker of blue ethereal light flashed before a great door materialized from the void. Shortly thereafter, a figure gracefully stepped through this portal. Xianxia glanced back at the vanishing door, her eyes reflecting a mixture of sentiment and wonder. She had not anticipated that her senior brother's prowess had reached such extraordinary heights, enabling him to independently construct a secret realm to facilitate our cultivation. During her time spent training within this secret realm, Xianxia felt the abundant spiritual energy, which notably accelerated her cultivation speed. Most importantly, her comprehension of the laws had deepened considerably. She firmly believed that soon, she would break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal stage and ascend to the quasi-saint realm. Before this, it would have taken her perhaps 1,000,000 or even 10,000,000 years to achieve such a feat, yet now she found herself achieving this in a mere short span of time, leaving her in a state of disbelief. She pondered when her master would return. Surely, he would be astonished to witness their rapid progression in strength. Such swift advancement could only be accomplished by her senior brother. Unbeknownst to her, 2 figures were approaching her direction, none other than the Taishang Laojun and the Yuan Shi Tianzun. They had conspired atop Kunlun Mountain and ultimately decided to adopt a straightforward and forceful approach. The disciples of the were notoriously unruly, rather than attempting to persuade them individually. It would be more effective to gather them all together. Hence, Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan chose to traverse the wilderness in search of the disciples. Upon spotting the figure in the distance, a glimmer of joy appeared on Yuanshi Tianzuan's face. Senior brother, that must be xianxia of the. Capturing her will likely compel the other disciples to comply. Taishang Laojun nodded. Then I shall leave this matter to you, junior brother. Yuanshi Tianzuan readily accepted. As a sage, it was imperative for him to adopt a different visage, lest it be deemed undignified for a sage to confront a mere disciple of the. Thus, at this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan transformed his appearance and hastened towards xianxia, who was not far away. Meanwhile, Taishang Laojun observed xianxia, lost in contemplation. He sensed that something was amiss with this disciple. Compared to Lu Feng, the senior brother of the, xianxia was undeniably not inconspicuous. As one of the, her strength and lineage were among the most distinguished. However, upon encountering her today, the aura surrounding xianxia had undergone a dramatic transformation. This sensation stirred an unsettling feeling within him, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. At this moment, the primordial heavenly sovereign had arrived before xianxia. Observing the sudden appearance of the young man before her, xianxia bore an expression tinged with displeasure. Who are you? Why do you obstruct my path? Xianxia could sense the formidable aura emanating from him. Yet, with the vast road stretching in all directions, it was perplexing that he chose to stand directly in her way. One could surmise that his intentions were far from benign. The primordial heavenly sovereign, uninterested in engaging in trivial conversation with xianxia, inquired, "Are you xianxia of the Jie? Xianxia nodded affirmatively. Upon receiving her response, the primordial heavenly sovereign raised his hand and struck towards xianxia with a swift palm. Though this was merely a manifestation of his divine form, the sheer force of the saint's strike was overwhelming, especially considering that xianxia's current power was only that of a perfected great Luo golden immortal. How could she possibly withstand such an assault? Chapter 56. Has Tongtian been schemed against? In but a fleeting moment, the space surrounding xianxia had been entirely sealed. Yet, at that very instant, she emanated an aura of law. The power of the devouring law surged around her, continuously absorbing the might emanating from Yuanshi Tianzuan. Simultaneously, a green lotus blossomed beneath her feet. With the emergence of this lotus, xianxia's presence surged, doubling in intensity. Seeing such blatant disrespect, as the individual dared to strike against her, xianxia found no need for further discourse. She immediately directed a palm strike towards Yuanshi Tianzuan. This palm, when compared to Yuanshi Tianzuan's formidable strike, appeared soft and lacking in force, yet was imbued with the full essence of the devouring law. The palm that Yuanshi Tianzuan had just unleashed was completely consumed by xianxia's counterattack. This outcome was entirely unforeseen by Yuanshi Tianzuan. He was, after all, a saint. Even though this body was merely an avatar, his strength was not something an ordinary being could withstand. Yet, astonishingly, xianxia managed to contend with him on equal footing, despite her cultivation being merely that of a great Luo Jingxian. The situation was indeed a slap in the face for him, particularly with lousy Taishang present nearby. A saint was rendered powerless against a disciple of Jie, causing Yuanshi Tianzuan to feel a stinging humiliation. Realizing that capturing xianxia would not be an easy feat, he hesitated no longer and launched another assault. Today, he must decisively deal with her. To his surprise, xianxia's reaction was equally formidable. After retreating several hundred zhang, she retaliated once more towards Yuanshi Tianzuan, her power of the devouring law intensifying even further. I have comprehended the supreme law within the secret realm, albeit it bears a heavy essence of slaughter. I had no desire to engage with you, yet you have relentlessly pursued me. Thus, I shall not hold back today. As her words fell, numerous green lotuses began to blossom beneath her. These lotuses were imbued with a profound essence of the devouring law, spreading outwards relentlessly. In a mere moment, the boundless power of the devouring law had enveloped the entirety of the surrounding void. Even creatures nearby could sense the imminent approach of death from this space. At the closest location, Wuzhuangguan, Zhen Yuanzi was struck with profound astonishment as he sensed the deathly aura permeating the air. This presence is overwhelmingly potent, he mused. The unfathomable power of the law as a disciple of Jie. Zhen Yuanzi could vaguely discern the heavy intent of slaughter within this law. However, having dwelled in the primordial world for so long, he had never encountered such laws, nor did he know who had struck today. One thing he was certain of, this individual was a disciple of Jie. Could it be the deputy leader of Jie? Zhen Yuanzi murmured softly to himself, for he was acquainted with most of Jie's disciples. Only Lu Feng of the has been heard of, yet he has never been witnessed wielding his prowess. At this moment, Feng and Mingyue, who are by Xinyuanzi's side, could not help but inquire, "Master, is the vice leader of the truly this formidable?" Although they could not perceive the power of the laws, they could certainly sense the overwhelming aura. Xinyuanzi chuckled softly and nodded. Indeed, his strength must be extraordinarily formidable. However, I am curious as to why, with such means and might, his name remains obscure. Furthermore, Xinyuanzi glanced at the heavens, suppressing his unfinished thoughts. He felt that this person might even be worthy of a sacred status. Feng and Mingyue exchanged glances, utterly astonished by Xinyuanzi's words. Gaining the master's acknowledgement is an immensely significant matter, especially when he recognizes someone as exceptionally strong. Xinyuanzi chose not to linger on the topic and gently remarked, "I wonder if I shall have the opportunity to discuss doctrines with this esteemed senior brother of the." Feng, eager, replied, "Of course. If you were to invite him, what reason would he have to decline?" Xinyuanzi shook his head. "Not necessarily. Feng is particularly low-key. Moreover, over the years, we have only heard his name, but have never witnessed his abilities. Now that he is making frequent moves, perhaps he even looks down upon our Wuzhuangwen." Upon hearing this, Feng and Mingyue were taken aback. If the master speaks thus, how formidable must this senior brother of the truly be, to dare refuse even him? In truth, not only Wuzhuangwen, but also xianxia and her companions were under scrutiny. As the heavenly emperor, Hao Yan has been closely monitoring the situation concerning xianxia and her group. More precisely, he has been paying keen attention to the movements of all those from the. Hao Yan is acutely aware of the significance of this impending calamity of canonization, understanding that it may very well be this trial. Yet, even before the outcomes of the canonization calamity could be deliberated, a dispute has already arisen between the teachings, with the seemingly at odds with the, which has yet to engage in battle with them. This piqued Hao Yan's interest immensely. After some unraveling, he discovered that several disciples of the had indeed attained fortuitous opportunities, all orchestrated by that senior brother. Even the disbandment of the was his doing. As the other party makes frequent moves, Hao Yan is curious as to what actions he will take next. With the saints descending, could he truly dare to oppose them? At this moment, within the realms of the underworld, before the wheel of reincarnation, a graceful figure gazes languidly towards the vast wilderness. It has been quite some time since she felt the power of the laws. To her surprise, someone has managed to comprehend such forces. It is indeed remarkable. The graceful figure turned her head, her eyes reflecting a tinge of compassion. Clad in a flowing yellow gown, she emanates a commanding presence. It is undoubtedly Hutu. However, it was not long before Hutu furrowed her brows and let out a cold laugh. Truly, this was the essence of the Chan teaching. How shameless it was to engage in combat with a junior. Although Hutu was not a saint, her current prowess was comparable to that of one. Moreover, the individual she faced was merely an incarnation of a saint. Upon closer inspection, Hutu could discern this fact. Nevertheless, she found herself somewhat puzzled. With the impending calamity of the Tongtian, the 6 saints should presumably be within the Zixiao Palace. What could this individual possibly be doing out here? Engaging in a skirmish with a junior, no less. Upon further scrutiny, Hutu curled her lip in disdain. It seemed that more than one had arrived. It appeared that Brother Tongtian had been ensnared in a scheme. Hutu could not help but glance toward the heavens, a cold smile gracing her lips. To suggest that these two had ventured into the primordial realm without the machinations of Hanjun was utterly implausible. Reflecting upon it now, it was likely that the disbandment of the Jie teaching had caught them unawares. Chapter 57. Indifference, however, at this moment. The confrontation between Yuanshi and the disciple of the Jie Jiao was quite surprising to Hutu. Despite Yuanshi's arrogance, he possessed considerable strength, certainly surpassing that of the 2 saints from the west. Yet now, a mere disciple from Jie Jiao was proving to be a formidable opponent. This left Hutu perplexed. Was Yuanshi's strength overrated, or was this disciple exceptionally powerful? Suddenly, Hutu recalled the rumors circulating in the primordial realm. It seemed that the eldest disciple of Jie Jiao had bestowed immense opportunities upon his followers, enabling those who received such favor to experience significant enhancement. Could this all be the handiwork of that senior disciple? Perhaps Hutu should seize an opportunity to visit Jinao Island. She might glean some insights from that esteemed figure. Meanwhile, the battle between Yuanshi and xianxia continued unabated. Since comprehending the law of devouring, xianxia's power had undergone a remarkable transformation. The most evident change was the unique nature of the law of devouring itself. As the name suggests, this law could consume all things, which meant that xianxia had become stronger in the face of formidable opponents. Had it not been for the overwhelming disparity in strength, he could have even contended against the saint. Of course, This came with significant repercussions for Xianxia himself. Nevertheless, Yuanshi was merely an incarnation, making him a manageable opponent for Xianxia. Conversely, Yuanshi's mindset was far from relaxed. Initially, he had regarded Xianxia as an ordinary disciple. However, upon clashing with him, he quickly found himself ensnared within the scope of Xianxia's law of devouring. At that moment, Yuanshi was surrounded by an inexhaustible force of consumption, and one misstep could plunge him into an abyss of despair. On the other side, Taishang Laojun wore an expression of astonishment. Logically, Yuanshi should have been able to defeat Xianxia effortlessly. Even if Xianxia possessed certain peculiarities, he should not have been capable of surpassing a saint. Yet now, Taishang Laojun was left bewildered. Was Xianxia's strength truly so formidable? Moreover, the techniques he employed were simply unfathomable. And all of this was attributed to the efforts of that esteemed eldest disciple of Jie. Taishang Laojun felt a stirring in his brow, acutely aware of the profound influence that this senior disciple held over the Jie disciples. If an opportunity arose in the future, it would be prudent to recruit this esteemed figure into their own sect. However, at this moment, Yuanshi's predicament was undeniably dire. The instant he chose to engage Xianxia, he had already succumbed to a passive stance, even one that could lead to his demise. This was beyond the wildest imagination of both Yuanshi and Taishang Laojun. At this moment, Xianxia floated in the void, surrounded by an endless array of azure lotuses, and gazed at Yuanshi with an air of serene indifference. It was as if one were observing ants, yet now, the esteemed Yuanshi Tianzuan was cast in the role of the ant. This predicament proved to be unbearable for him. It is essential to remember that he, a formidable embodiment of a sage, was now cornered by a mere disciple. Should his incarnation truly be vanquished by Xianxia today, it would be an utter disgrace. As he pondered, Xianxia took a step closer to Yuanshi Tianzuan. Concurrently, the devouring principles emanating from Xianxia intensified, causing a noticeable shift in Yuanshi Tianzuan's countenance. He could not afford to delay any longer. If Xianxia were to slay him here, where would his dignity as a sage reside? In a matter of moments, a surge of power began to ascend from Yuanshi Tianzuan. In an instant, a divine might surged forth, directed at Xianxia. Though merely an incarnation, it was still the manifestation of a sage. Previously, Yuanshi refrained from revealing his identity, but now, faced with the imminent threat of annihilation from Xianxia, he could no longer remain passive. In truth, Yuanshi Tianzuan harbored great confidence. He believed that by wielding the might of a sage, he could undoubtedly turn the tide. At that moment, Xianxia felt the divine pressure emanating from Yuanshi Tianzuan. Despite its weakness, it instilled in him an inexplicable sense of peril. It was as if failing to exert his utmost strength would result in his instant demise at the hands of this individual. Thus, Xianxia resolved to cease any delay and unleash his full power to overcome him. With determination, Xianxia raised his hand, and at that moment, the azure lotus surrounding him erupted with an overwhelming aura. Simultaneously, a blue demonic face emerged behind Xianxia, half smiling and half weeping. Upon its appearance, Xianxia's aura surged exponentially. An endless torrent of devouring principles surged towards Yuanshi Tianzuan. Faced with this nearly transcendent force of law, even Yuanshi Tianzuan found himself in a precarious situation. Therefore, he had no choice but to muster all his energy, unleashing the entirety of his sage's might. Now, his only reliance lay in the remnant divine pressure that still lingered within him. A golden radiance enveloped him, as if he were clad in a layer of golden armor. When the boundless devouring principles struck this golden light, they produced a cacophony of sounds. However, beneath this golden armor, Yuanshi Tianzuan remained unscathed. Xianxia furrowed his brow. In the next moment, he had already closed the distance to Yuanshi Tianzuan. Under the wide-eyed gaze of Yuanshi Tianzuan, Xianxia's bracelet transformed into a 3-foot azure longsword, which he wielded with a swiftness that left Yuanshi Tianzuan hardly able to react, striking directly at his form. Even this seemingly casual strike cleaved through the void, creating ripples of distortion in the surrounding space. In that instant, all was silent, save for the resounding crash that echoed forth. Under the incredulous gaze of the primordial supreme being, his form suddenly collapsed heavily to the ground, scattering a myriad of glimmering lights. The very essence of the primordial supreme being disintegrated effortlessly beneath a mere stroke of the sword, leaving only a swirling manifestation of devouring laws in the space around. Xianxia cast a glance at the azure sword in his hand, and with a flicker of thought, transformed it once again into a bracelet. As the avatar dissipated, the consciousness of the primordial supreme being lingered below. The disciples of the truly possess remarkable audacity. Upon my return, I shall ensure your demise on the spot." Xianxia let out a soft snort, his tone imbued with chilling resolve. The simplicity of those two words nearly incited the primordial supreme being to the brink of fury. However, his avatar had been obliterated, and his consciousness soon faded with the wind. Chapter 58. The death of friends does not imply the death of a Taoist having resolved the matter with Yuan Shi. Xiong Zhao's gaze swiftly shifted towards the void beside her. At that moment, the hidden figure of the great Lord Laozi felt a chill run down his spine. How had the disciples of the Jie Sect attained such formidable prowess? Notably, these were not even their direct descendants. Moreover, the fact that they could effortlessly sever the avatar of the primordial lord raised concerns about their capability to do the same to him. The great Lord Laozi was reluctant to engage in conflict with them, and thus he spoke. "I merely wish to observe." Although he was aware that his words might lack conviction, he harbored no malice, did he? Furthermore, the great Lord Laozi held a keen interest in the laws wielded by Xianxia. Such power, as he recalled, was unprecedented in his experience. It could easily engulf even the laws of the saints, rendering it an extraordinary weapon of invincibility. Xianxia, however, merely snorted dismissively. She was no fool, easily discerning the camaraderie between the two. Yet, recognizing his willingness to be sensible, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Just as she was about to depart, the great Lord Laozi could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Might I ask what kind of laws you command?" Perhaps due to his natural inclination to teach, and his usual authoritative presence before Tongtian, he now adopted a tone befitting an elder, even when addressing a disciple of Tongtian. Unfortunately, Xianxia was not swayed by such tactics. "Do you wish to know? Why not experience it for yourself?" With that, an overwhelming force of laws surged forth towards the great Lord Laozi in the void. Observing the precision with which she targeted him, the great Lord Laozi opted to avoid a confrontation and silently chanted a spell, causing his form to dissipate instantly. Meanwhile, in the realm of chaos, Yuan Shi Tianzun's consciousness had returned to his essence. However, he found himself unable to contain the fury that enveloped him. "Wretched creature, utterly insolent. How dare you destroy my avatar?" Yuan Shi Tianzun was a tempest of anger and frustration. It was unfathomable for him to accept that an avatar of his, which he had always looked down upon, had been annihilated by a disciple of Jie. Moreover, he was a dignified saint. The notion that a mere Jie disciple could overpower him was utterly humiliating. If word of this got out, what would become of his reputation? Fortunately, only the great Lord Laozi was present today. Otherwise, he would have lost all dignity. After his fury subsided, Yuan Shi Tianzun glanced at the great Lord Laozi, who sat beside him in meditation. "Senior brother, it appears Tongtian has long been scheming. What shall we do now? After all, if Tongtian had not intervened, why would those Jie disciples act so brazenly? Furthermore, if I had simply lost to a Jie disciple without Tongtian's interference, would that not be excessively disgraceful? Therefore, Tongtian must bear the blame." The great Lord Laozi regarded Yuan Shi Tianzun with a hint of exasperation in his gaze. Indeed, this situation had taken both of them by surprise. Moreover, Xianxiao's strength surpassed their expectations. Fortunately, the primordial supreme being was the first to have his incarnation severed. Otherwise, witnessing his escape would have been a shared embarrassment for both. However, this matter is certainly something that the Supreme Old One would not disclose. Ultimately, only heaven, earth, him, and Xianxiao are privy to this secret. There should be no fifth party involved. Contemplating this, the Supreme Old One promptly cleared his throat. "This time we were indeed overly audacious. I never anticipated that my disciple would orchestrate such a scheme." Upon hearing the Supreme Old One's words, the primordial supreme being felt something was amiss. His elder brother was not typically of such temperament. Why was he now echoing his sentiments? Could it be, "Brother, you have not also had your incarnation severed by that disciple, have you? After all, we are all incarnations of saints. If that disciple possesses such formidable strength to sever one, he could easily sever another." The Supreme Old One immediately shook his head. "Of course not. With my prowess, he is not yet capable of affecting my incarnation. Nevertheless, this last statement is one the Supreme Old One would certainly refrain from voicing. So what should we do now?" The primordial supreme being felt a wave of anxiety wash over him at the thought of this task. With their incarnations, they were unable to contend with the disciples of Jie. If not for their true forms being unable to venture into the primordial chaos, how could they be facing such a predicament? The Supreme Old One pondered for a moment before responding. "If it were solely based on the strength of the two of us, it would be quite challenging to contend with them. However, did not the Master mention that the two from the west would assist us? If that is the case, we might as well bring them along. After all, this is merely the first Jie Jiao disciple we have encountered. Who can say if there are others who have also received the fortune of Lu Feng? In the event that there are 10 or 8 more, the two of us, as incarnations of saints, might not even stand a chance against that group of Jie Jiao disciples. Of course, such thoughts are ones the Supreme Old One would never utter. Even if he internally acknowledged them, he would never admit it aloud, for he still valued his dignity. The primordial Supreme being nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed as you suggest, brother, and bring them here. If we fail to accomplish this task, our Chan school will face dire repercussions. Such an outcome is certainly something the primordial Supreme being wishes to avoid. As the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a living foe. Let such a fortuitous event be handled by Jie Jiao instead. After the two brothers reached a consensus, they swiftly returned to the Purple Sky Palace. At that moment, outside the Purple Sky Palace, Jane and Junti were engaged in conversation with Nuwa. When the primordial Supreme Being and the Supreme Old One arrived, Jane and Junti were still engrossed in their game of chess. Esteemed Dao brothers, might we have a moment to converse? Upon seeing the primordial Supreme Being and the Supreme Old One, Jane and Junti were somewhat taken aback. Did you not go to fulfill the task assigned by the Master? Why have you returned now? Regarding the departure of the primordial Supreme Being and the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, both Jane and Junti were acutely aware of the underlying circumstances. However, upon witnessing their return, they were somewhat taken aback. After all, when Hong Jun had issued the mission, he had explicitly stated that the four of them were to undertake it together. Yet, the primordial Supreme Being and the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord were the principal forces, with the other two merely assisting. Now that the primordial Supreme Being and the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord had chosen not to include them, what purpose did their return serve? Surely, it could not simply be to summon reinforcements? As humble disciples of Jie Jiao, the intervention of two revered saints was already a significant favor. The primordial Supreme Being exchanged a glance with the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, who then smiled and remarked, "What words are these, dear brothers?" When the Master assigned the task, we were all present. Since this mission has been entrusted to the four of us, why not join us in this endeavor? Chapter 59. The variables. Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Elder, both Jane and Junti were momentarily taken aback. So, they truly had come to summon reinforcements. To be candid, neither Jane nor Junti held much enthusiasm for this task. However, they found themselves unable to resist the directives issued by the Supreme Elder and the Primordial Lord, who were acting upon the orders of their master. Thus, despite their inner reluctance, they ultimately acquiesced. Very well then, let us also send our avatars down, Jane remarked. However, I am curious to know how many disciples of the Jie Sect you two have already apprehended. Both Jane and Junti were unwilling to labor without recompense. At the very least, they desired an update on the progress of their mission. They were wary of being summoned merely to serve as foot soldiers, while the others lounged comfortably behind them. Who would willingly accept such a fate? Nevertheless, upon hearing their words, both the Primordial Lord and the Supreme Elder exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of discomfort. After a moment, the Primordial Lord cleared his throat and spoke. We have not encountered any disciples of the Jie Sect thus far. Given the multitude of Jie Sect disciples, it would indeed be challenging for the two of us to capture them all. If you two were to assist us, we could expedite the completion of our master's task, could we not? Jane, however, could not suppress a subtle smirk. He understood the true nature of the Primordial Lord all too well. This individual was one who would not shed a tear until faced with the grave reality. While his words were grand, the actual situation was still uncertain. Jane suspected that these two, brimming with confidence, had run into unforeseen complications below. Thus, he and his brother would need to exercise caution. With this thought in mind, Jane exchanged a knowing glance with Junti. Over the years, the two had engaged in numerous schemes to advance the development of the Western realms. Consequently, to avoid falling into any traps, Jane and Junti had become meticulous in their preparations whenever venturing out. The casual words of the Primordial Lord and the Supreme Elder had not succeeded in disarming their vigilance. In fact, they had equipped themselves with full armor. Upon witnessing the cultivation level of Jane and Junti's avatars, both the Primordial Lord and the Supreme Elder were taken aback. Complete sage to be? Is this cultivation level not a tad excessive? After all, they intended to operate discreetly. With such formidable power, how could they possibly maintain a low profile? This was precisely why the Primordial Lord and the Supreme Elder had previously dispatched an avatar at the initial stage of sage to be. They had merely intended to elevate their strength slightly this time, but never had they imagined it would reach the level of complete sage to be. This was nearly on par with the realm of saints. However, Jane and Juanti merely scanned the two with a cursory glance. If they were to traverse the vast wilderness, it was only prudent to ensure their safety. Who knew what formidable adversaries they might encounter? Jane had spoken these words casually, yet they inadvertently struck a nerve with the primordial lord. Had he not just encountered a formidable challenge? The crux of the matter was that the primordial supreme being found himself unable to refute it. Consequently, he silently conjured a new incarnation, albeit one significantly more powerful than the previous, now possessing the strength of a late-stage quasi-saint. Upon witnessing this new incarnation, the heavenly leader could not contain his exclamation. "Senior brother Yuan Shi, why have you created yet another incarnation? What became of your former one? Surely it has not been destroyed." At this moment, the primordial supreme being was thoroughly impressed by this cunning individual. However, out of concern for his own reputation, he reluctantly explained, "I had previously stored away that incarnation. After hearing your words, I deemed it prudent to manifest another." Having experienced the loss of his incarnation at the hands of xianxia, he now recognized that although the heavenly leader and the heavenly teacher were somewhat cautious, their insights on survival were indeed invaluable. After all, it was his own underestimation that led to the severing of his incarnation by xianxia. Now, with this new incarnation boasting late-stage quasi-saint prowess, he stood among the pinnacle of the vast wilderness. There was no harm in being a bit ostentatious. Preserving his dignity was paramount. Soon, the four saints' incarnations set forth once again towards the wilderness. However, once they departed, Nuwa's tightly shut eyes stirred. Although the primordial supreme being and Laozi had made every effort to avoid Nuwa's attention, she was not blind. The commotion caused by the four of them made it nearly impossible for her to overlook. Initially, with only the primordial supreme being and Laozi's incarnations leaving, Nuwa had been indifferent. After all, she had no idle desire to concern herself with such matters. Yet now, with even the heavenly leader and the heavenly teacher being led away, deliberately circumventing her, it signified a significant issue among them. Moreover, their reliance solely on incarnation suggested they might be concealing something. Nuwa's mind raced with thoughts. In a moment, she discerned the underlying connections. At present, they were amidst the unfolding of the Tongtian calamity. Considering the previous transgressions of these four, Nuwa quickly shifted her focus to the Jie Sect. Perhaps their intentions were aimed at the Jie Sect? Seizing the rare opportunity to observe these four united in action, Nuwa promptly created an incarnation to follow them. With that, she was determined to uncover their plans. Since she was manifesting a saintly incarnation, Nuwa chose not to be subtle, directly augmenting her power to a level just shy of the sacred realm. Should these four conspire against her, she would at least possess the strength to defend herself. Wouldn't she? Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the happenings outside the Purple Cloud Palace, Tongtian remained in the dark. Within the palace, he gazed intently at Hongjun, who sat at the head of the table. "Master, you summoned me. Is there something you wish to instruct me on?" Hongjun opened his eyes, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking in a calm tone. "Regarding this calamity of the divine appointment, what are your thoughts?" Tongtian did not foresee that Hongjun would summon him merely to inquire about his opinions. However, after a moment of astonishment, he candidly replied, "As a disciple, I believe that this calamity arose from certain provocations, and thus, it should conclude with those responsible." In that instant, Tongtian was no longer the naive youth he once was, eager to shoulder every burden. It was evident that Yuan Shi, Tianzuan, and the others were scheming against him, disregarding the bonds of brotherhood entirely. Why then should he concern himself with their dignity? It is inconceivable that he would take the blame for others. Upon hearing Tongtian's response, Hongjuan's expression remained unchanged. This divine appointment calamity has presented some unforeseen variables. For reasons unknown, Tongtian felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding upon hearing Hongjuan's words. Chapter 60. Hongjuan's inquiry. The teacher's sudden summons for him to enter could hardly signify a desire for heartfelt conversation. Indeed, the purpose had swiftly manifested. Even if Hongjun did not explicitly state it, Tongtian was no fool. Hongjuan's words clearly alluded to the Jie Sect as the variable in question. After all, it was customary to consider the Jie Sect as the rightful candidates for the imminent calamity of the Tongtian tribulation. However, the premature dissolution of the Jie Sect had introduced an unforeseen element into the equation. Nevertheless, despite their mutual understanding, Tongtian could only feign ignorance at this moment. "Please enlighten me, master," he implored. Hongjun fixed a steady gaze upon Tongtian. "Have you disbanded the Jie Sect?" Faced with this question, Tongtian displayed an unusual degree of confidence. "I have not disbanded the Jie Sect," he asserted, despite being its leader. He was indeed unaware of the sect's dissolution. Were it not for Hongjuan's intervention, he would still be in the dark. In truth, Hongjun had discerned this situation long before. Being his disciple, he possessed a certain understanding of Tongtian. If Tongtian was genuinely oblivious, then who had orchestrated the dissolution of the Jie Sect? Whom did you entrust with its management before you departed? Confronted with such a straightforward inquiry, Tongtian hesitated momentarily. Yet, under Hongjun's unwavering gaze, he spoke. I entrusted the management of the Jie Sect to Lu Feng. Upon hearing Lu Feng's name, Hongjun raised an eyebrow. He was already familiar with this individual. Although Tongtian had not formally acknowledged him, the disciples of the Jie Sect had tacitly accepted him as their senior brother. Tongtian had also conferred upon him the position of deputy leader. When this title was bestowed, Tongtian had sought a heavenly oath from Hongjun. However, Hongjun did not possess extensive knowledge of Lu Feng. Moreover, at this juncture, even if he wished to divine Lu Feng's intentions, he found himself unable. The secrets of the Jie Sect, from Lu Feng down to any of its disciples, had been obscured from divine insight. Even Hongjun himself could not glean any understanding. Yet, it seemed that the notion of disbanding the Jie Sect might have originated with Lu Feng. If so, was this young man acting from foresight? Or was it a matter of happenstance? Hongjun's expression became more contemplative as he turned his gaze toward Tongtian. Do you perceive any extraordinary qualities in your disciple? Upon hearing Hongjun's query, Tongtian initially paused, then shook his head. Lu Feng is rather ordinary in both lineage and strength. However, he possesses a perceptive mind. And due to our fateful encounter at the time of my ascension, he became a part of the Jie Sect. Our bond does not truly reflect the depth of a master-disciple relationship. At this point, Tongtian's tone faltered. He found himself reminiscing about their first meeting. In truth, upon their initial encounter, he had been compelled to divine the heavens concerning Lu Feng. Yet, at that time, the results had yielded only a blank slate. It was perplexing, for Lu Feng appeared to be merely an ordinary creature of the primordial world. Perhaps the two individuals were engaged in a delightful conversation, as Tongtian extended an invitation for the other to become the vice leader of the sect. However, Tongtian chose to selectively conceal certain details surrounding this proposition. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Hongjun's previously furrowed brow deepened into a profound frown. Logically speaking, there should be nothing peculiar about this Lu Feng. He ought not to be the variable in question. Thus, Hongjun refrained from further inquiry and swiftly redirected the conversation. Recently, a hidden realm has emerged within the chaos. Your senior brothers are reluctant to venture forth. I wonder if you harbor any such intentions? Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Tongtian immediately perked up. A hidden realm? Hongjun nodded and continued. I have investigated this realm. It is likely a remnant from the catastrophic Dragonhan calamity. At this revelation, Tongtian felt a stirring of interest. A hidden realm from the era of the Dragonhan calamity should contain a considerable number of spiritual treasures. If he could procure one or two from it, he would find great joy in presenting them to his disciples upon his return to Hongluang. I am willing to go. Hongjun said no more and immediately cast a ray of spiritual light before Tongtian, serving as a guide. With the spiritual shadow, Tongtian quickly located the hidden realm. Meanwhile, Hongjun was lost in contemplation, pondering the nature of the variable that had impacted the entirety of the Jie Sect. At this moment, on Golden Ao Island. Congratulations, host. Jie Sect disciple xianxia has slain a formidable enemy, rewarding the host with 200,000 years of cultivation. Upon seeing the system notification, Lu Feng found himself in a state of deliberation. It seemed that the Jie Sect disciples' victories were also advantageous to him. Moreover, the reward amounted to 200,000 years of cultivation. Although this sum pales in comparison to the previous rewards of 800,000 and 1,000,000 years. It is worth noting that a newly initiated disciple typically receives only 10 to 20,000 years of cultivation as a reward. One wonders which unfortunate soul xianxia had vanquished to warrant such a generous reward. While 200,000 years may not seem excessive, it would certainly save Lu Feng a considerable amount of effort. After all, even the smallest morsel is still nourishment. If there is an opportunity to take it easy, one should relish it. Lu Feng, feeling quite pleased, emerged from his cave dwelling and made his way to his orchard. Indeed, he had designated the area surrounding the peach trees as his orchard. Among the spiritual herbs, a towering peach tree stood, adorned with numerous ripe peaches. Most of these peaches were white, with only a few exhibiting a blush of pink. Although they had yet to ripen, this did not deter Lu Feng from salivating at the sight of the tree each day. It was not that he did not wish to indulge, rather. The maturation of the peaches was a slow process, consuming an inordinate amount of time. Despite Lu Feng's daily efforts of watering and fertilizing, the progress toward ripeness was disappointingly gradual. While the peach tree's growth lagged, the crafting of the sky-devouring demon jar was gradually nearing completion. This jar was originally intended for xianxia, and Lu Feng planned to present it to her once the crafting was perfected, thereby significantly enhancing her strength. Perhaps she would even be rewarded in return. At this moment, a shimmering light gracefully descended from the chaos into the primordial realm, ultimately transforming into an enchanting maiden. Nuwa lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings, unable to suppress a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. She had seldom ventured into the primordial realm. After all, her sovereign domain, the Huangtian, resided within the chaos, and she would never recklessly enter the world of the primordial unless absolutely necessary. However, upon her return, Nuwa noticed several changes. To her surprise, there had indeed been a conflict between the Jie Sect and the Chan Sect, and astonishingly, the Chan Sect had emerged defeated. It is worth noting that the primordial lord had frequently praised his disciples of the Chan Sect, yet they had generally been disregarded. The fact that the Chan Sect had lost to the Jie Sect was indeed a surprise for Nuwa. Chapter 61. Will you just let it be? Upon careful consideration, Nuwa's gaze flickered. It became apparent that the disciples of the had significantly enhanced their capabilities. However, the reason for their augmentation was rather uniform: Lu Feng. It was indeed due to the resources provided by Lu Feng that these disciples experienced such rapid growth. Having grasped this insight, Nuwa hesitated no longer and promptly set her course toward the golden Ao island of the. Without any obstruction, she swiftly entered the island. Yet, as she surveyed her surroundings, she was utterly astounded by the scene before her. Meanwhile, the incarnations of Xianxia, Tianzuan, and his companions returned to the primordial earth. Their task was to swiftly capture the disciples to facilitate the re-establishment of the. However, the number of disciples was overwhelming, presenting a considerable undertaking for the four sages. Particularly for Xianxia, Tianzuan, and Taishang Laojun, caution was paramount to avoid the presence of xianxia, given their prior discord and the fact that her abilities surpassed their expectations. Should they encounter her again, their previous efforts would be in vain. Furthermore, even if they could prevail, with Jujing and Zhuanti by her side, a simple recognition by xianxia would jeopardize their dignity as sages. Thus, through their deliberate evasion, although their pace was slightly diminished, they still made some progress. As they observed the number of disciples in their possession gradually increase, Jujing's brow remained furrowed. Recently, they had been fervently capturing disciples across the primordial realm, yet to date, they had only succeeded in apprehending a number of outer disciples. The third and second generation disciples remained untouched. At this rate, how could they hope to reconstruct the. Brother Xianxia, we have indeed captured numerous disciples, but their lack of prominence renders them rather useless, even if we secure them, Jujing remarked. Zhuanti nodded in agreement. Indeed, our master has stated that the disciples of must not be altered. If we are left with merely a group of outer disciples, it is unlikely to meet his expectations. In truth, both Xianxia Tianzuan and Taishang Laojun shared a sense of helplessness. Day after day, they encountered only outer disciples. To refrain from capturing them raised concerns of future complications, while capturing them felt excessively futile. It was truly a vexing dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, Taishang Laojun finally spoke. What do you believe we should do moving forward? Should we focus solely on capturing core disciples? Or should we indiscriminately apprehend both core and outer disciples? Jujing and Zhuanti exchanged glances before responding, regardless of whether they are core or outer disciples. We only need to seize the spokesperson of the. Once we capture him, will we not be able to keep the disciples in line? Upon hearing this, Taishang Laojun and Xianxia Tianzuan were taken aback. What does our junior brother mean? Jujing cryptically shook his head. Since Brother Tongtian is unaware of the dissolution of the Jiejiao, it indicates that within this sect, apart from him, there exists another individual who holds authority. If we could identify this person of influence, we could summon all the disciples of Jiejiao and restore the sect, which would be far more efficient than our current efforts of searching for disciples scattered far and wide. As soon as this thought was voiced by Jie, the eyes of Laozi and Xianxia Tianzuan brightened. Indeed, how had they not conceived of this brilliant plan earlier? Had they thought of it sooner, they would not have faced such setbacks below. Xianxia Tianzuan then lowered his head in contemplation before raising it to speak. I believe I have discerned who the authoritative figure of Jiejiao is. There exists a vice leader of the sect, albeit one whose reputation is not widely known. Upon hearing these words from Xianxia Tianzuan, Jie and Zhuanti were momentarily taken aback. They seldom paid attention to matters concerning Jiejiao, and given the remote location of Jinao Island, they had no inclination to come and seize opportunities. Naturally, they would not be aware of any vice leaders in Jiejiao. Laozi nodded in acknowledgement. That person is Lu Feng. However, his reputation is obscure and his strength is lacking. Nevertheless, he is merely the eldest disciple of Tongtian, and his power cannot exceed that of a Deluo Xian. With Laozi's affirmation, Jie and Zhuan immediately felt invigorated. In that case, should we not act swiftly? Yet, where could the eldest disciple of Jie be found? Laozi raised his gaze towards the direction of Jinao Island. This individual rarely ventured out. Even now that Jie has disbanded, he is likely still residing on Jinao Island. With a clear destination in mind and the knowledge that their opponent is merely a Deluo Xian, Jie and Zhuan were filled with confidence. Shall we not hasten to Jinao Island? Upon uttering these words, the four of them transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward Jinao Island. Meanwhile, on Jinao Island, Enwa was taking a leisurely stroll across the land. Initially, upon her arrival, she perceived nothing unusual about Jinao Island compared to her previous visits. However, once she stepped inside, Enwa quickly realized the significant changes the island had undergone since her last sojourn. The spiritual energy present on Jinao Island was now several times denser than before, particularly when Enwa felt the overwhelming spiritual energy at the entrance of Lu Feng's cave. Her astonishment became impossible to conceal. The abundance of spiritual energy at the doorway was so overwhelming that she directed all her divine consciousness toward it. As Enwa beheld the vast array of spiritual roots and fruits, even her typically affluent demeanor could not hide her astonishment. After all, most of the spiritual roots and fruits capable of thriving in such an environment were of innate quality. There was even a peaches of immortality tree. This was one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots. Yet, at this moment, it stood quietly beside Lu Feng's cave. Shifting her gaze downward, Enwa quickly noticed the expansive area of 5-colored divine soil. At this moment, even Enwa found it difficult to contain her astonishment. It is worth noting that when she first created humanity, the clay she utilized lacked the exquisite quality of the 5-colored divine soil. Thus, the sudden appearance of these ethereal entities beside Lu Feng's cave was nothing short of astonishing. After all, such spiritual treasures are not encountered in ordinary circumstances. Yet, here they were, clustered around Lu Feng. Moreover, a mere glance at the growth of these spiritual roots revealed that Lu Feng had hardly taken the time to tend to them with care. The thought of these spiritual roots thriving so freely in Lu Feng's domain filled Enwa with envy. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that Lu Feng had no protective measures in place whatsoever. With so many primordial spiritual roots present, including one of the top 10 primordial roots, how could he carelessly leave them at the entrance of his cave? Did he not fear that some wandering cultivator might seize the opportunity to pilfer them? Chapter 62, A Wasteful Thing. Niwa was genuinely feeling a twinge of heartache. How on earth did Brother Tongtian manage to raise such a wasteful creature? Moreover, she couldn't fathom how the disciples below were so extravagant. Such innate spiritual roots were treated with such casualness. If it were anyone else, they would likely cherish it as a treasure, wouldn't they? At this moment, Niwa could hardly contain her emotions and could only exhale a sigh of frustration before hastily making her way to the entrance of Lu Feng's cave dwelling. Upon reaching the firmly shut door, she couldn't help but knock twice. Inside the cave, Lu Feng sat at a stone table, one hand gripping a brush while the other rested on his bent leg. After composing an abundance of mythological tales, he found himself momentarily stumped when attempting to write again. The well of mythological stories was finite. No matter how much he replicated, there would inevitably come a day when he could replicate no more. Furthermore, crafting a short story imbued with the essence of a methodical world was no small feat. Lu Feng rubbed his temples in exasperation. Just then, an unexpected knocking echoed from outside the cave. Lu Feng paused for a brief moment before raising his hand, and in an instant, the cave door swung open. A figure appeared before him. Staring at the stunningly beautiful woman with a shapely figure, Lu Feng found himself momentarily entranced. This woman seemed unfamiliar, as he had never encountered her before. Unlike the aura of the Sanshao sisters, this woman exuded a more commanding presence. The fury etched on her face left Lu Feng utterly bewildered. After all, he had never crossed paths with her, had he? The key point was that he hadn't stepped beyond the gates of Jinao Island for years. How could he have possibly provoked this woman? As she approached in a fit of rage, Lu Feng feared she might be here to extort him. He could only speak up, inquiring, "Might I ask what brings you to my humble abode, fair maiden?" Hearing Lu Feng's perplexed response, Niwa felt her anger swell even further. With a huff, she seated herself opposite him. Truth be told, Lu Feng's cave was quite comfortably arranged. The chair beneath her was just the right degree of comfort. However, such trivial details would hardly sway Niwa. Am I not permitted to visit without cause? Niwa had deliberately altered her appearance to avoid recognition. She chose a visage that was starkly different from her original, such that even the likes of Yuan Shitian Zun might not recognize her. Lu Feng, upon hearing her words, found the situation exceedingly baffling. But it seems I have never encountered you before, let alone caused you to visit. Niwa huffed in exasperation. I merely happened to pass by and noticed a peach tree growing outside your door. But now I am quite curious. How can such a distinguished innate spiritual root be carelessly planted at your entrance? What would your teacher say if he knew of this? Surely, anyone who sees this would think that I have a prodigal disciple, wouldn't they? At this point, Niwa glanced at the young man seated across from her, Lu Feng, and felt compelled to confirm his identity. You must be Lu Feng, correct? Still dazed from Niwa's earlier barrage of criticisms. Lu Feng nodded in a somewhat dazed manner upon hearing the inquiry. However, his reflexes were not sluggish. He quickly deduced that her interest lay in his precious peach tree and the vast array of spiritual roots surrounding it. Are you here for my peach tree? He asked, a hint of pride in his voice. I've taken great care of it, watering and fertilizing it daily. Upon hearing his words, Niwa was instantly filled with exasperation. Is this what you call diligence? You haven't even put in place any protective measures. Your tree is laden with fruit, and you aren't concerned about others pilfering your harvest? Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. But no one ever comes to Gold Tortoise Island. Except for you, of course, he thought to himself, refraining from voicing his thoughts in front of her. The woman before him certainly did not appear to be someone easily trifled with. Moreover, a gentleman should not spar with a lady. What if a conflict arose? He wouldn't want to be labeled as someone who bullies women. Since he was still unaware of her true identity, Lu Feng chose to keep his words to a minimum. Niwa, however, wore a disapproving expression. Having so many innate spiritual roots exposed is quite unsafe. Lu Feng was puzzled. What was unsafe about it? These innate spiritual roots are hardly treasures. Aside from that one peach tree, he mused, thinking that the other roots lacked the value that would compel someone to steal them. Niwa nearly rolled her eyes at his ignorance. Did this young man truly grasp the significance of innate spiritual roots? How could he dare to downplay them as mere weeds by the roadside? What frustrated her most was that she currently possessed not a single innate spiritual root. Looking at Lu Feng, whose garden flourished with them, was simply infuriating. Taking a deep breath, Niwa managed to suppress her urge to give Lu Feng a good thrashing. Meanwhile, Lu Feng began to question Niwa's intentions. How did this woman manage to enter? Gold Tortoise Island is protected by a formation. Even though that has disbanded, the formation should still hold. Moreover, he had set up a formation around his dwelling. Yet, she had arrived silently, without disturbing him in the slightest. What was her origin? Surely she couldn't be a saint? As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Feng quickly dismissed it. Among the 6 saints, the only female was Niwa. Surely, a saintess wouldn't take the time to visit Gold Tortoise Island. Furthermore, if Niwa were to visit, he would certainly recognize her. Although he seldom ventured outside, he could unmistakably sense the aura of a saint, unless she were to use an avatar. However, it seems that this group of sages is not so bored as to that extent. Discarding the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Feng turned his gaze towards the goddess Niwa before him. My dear lady, you have yet to disclose the purpose of your visit to my Golden Turtle Island. Niwa paused momentarily, preparing to articulate her thoughts, when suddenly her eyes widened in surprise. Why had she encountered such items within Lu Feng's abode? What on earth had this young man been up to? Noticing Niwa's intense gaze, Lu Feng also shifted his attention. Yet, all he beheld was a barren emptiness. There was nothing particularly remarkable, was there? Glancing back at Niwa, he noticed her eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Why is there a dragon crystal here? Chapter 63, Niwa's Astonishment. As Niwa appeared on the verge of fainting, Lu Feng merely scoffed. You see, this is merely a heap of worthless materials. The moment Niwa heard Lu Feng refer to the dragon crystals as worthless, she felt a surge of frustration rising within her. If even the dragon crystals were deemed useless, what materials in the vast primordial world could possibly capture Lu Feng's attention? Moreover, the dragon crystals he had casually piled in the corner were abundant. Niwa could hardly fathom the frenzy of competition that would ensue if these materials were to be released into the world. The crucial point was that each of these dragon crystals was as large as a fist. If they were offered to her, she could forge numerous defensive treasures. Had this individual been her disciple, Niwa would have undoubtedly taken it upon herself to teach him a lesson. Yet, this disciple belonged to Tongtian. While she contemplated reprimanding Tongtian, she realized that this young man had already managed to outmaneuver him. For now, he merely seemed to be a spendthrift. When Tongtian eventually returned, it would likely be he who would be left bloodied and bruised. With this thought, Niwa's heart found a semblance of balance. Lu Feng, observing the shifting emotions on Niwa's face, tentatively inquired, My lady, do you happen to know my master? Niwa glanced at Lu Feng, neither confirming nor denying his question. After all, she had altered her appearance, and it was only natural for Lu Feng to harbor suspicions upon encountering a stranger in his abode. Besides, what was there to deny in acknowledging her acquaintance with Tongtian? Upon hearing Nua's words, Lu Feng nodded in understanding. I see. Nua, however, was taken aback by his demeanor. Could it be that my master sent you here to broaden your horizons? Lu Feng continued, scanning her from head to toe before adding, these are all I have. If you find them satisfactory, feel free to take a closer look. At Lu Feng's words, a wave of indignation surged within Nua. This audacious young man dared to openly disdain her? For a fleeting moment, she considered confronting him directly. However, upon sensing Lu Feng's formidable strength, she quickly tempered her intentions. This young man possessed considerable power, having reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint cultivation. Although Nua herself had attained the pinnacle of quasi-saint status, who could say if Lu Feng had any hidden cards up his sleeve? After all, he was a disciple of Tongtian. It would be unreasonable for him not to have some form of backing. Nevertheless, Nua was genuinely surprised. As the foremost disciple of the Jie, why had Lu Feng's reputation remained obscure despite his mid-stage quasi-saint prowess? Had it been Yuan Shi Tianzun, he would have undoubtedly made his name known throughout the entire primordial world by now. Reflecting on Yuan Shi Tianzun, Nua suddenly recalled his Yusu Palace. If her memory served her correctly, Yuan Shi Tianzun had invested considerable effort into crafting the bathing chamber of Yusu Palace, which was primarily composed of dragon crystals. Consequently, it has become nearly impossible to procure such a multitude of dragon crystals amidst the primordial chaos. Even a sage would find this endeavor unfeasible. In a moment of abstraction, Nua's gaze fell upon a plaque resting atop a pile of materials. Upon closer inspection, she discerned 3 bold characters, Yusu Palace. At that instant, Nua felt her mind momentarily falter. Lu Feng also noticed Nua's attention and immediately waved his hand dismissively. This item was brought back by disciples of the. They had grown bored recently and decided to dismantle Yusu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Nua was filled with disbelief. Disciples of had actually dismantled Yusu Palace? In the presence of her own esteemed teacher's acquaintance, Lu Feng had little to conceal. Indeed, it was entirely taken apart. They must have brought back quite a lot. Nua fell into a profound silence. The audacity of the disciples left one at a loss for words. That was a sacred place of the sages. Yet this daring group had truly dismantled Yusu Palace entirely. How could the dignity of the sage be preserved now? Nua turned her gaze back to Lu Feng. Did you have no intention of reprimanding the disciples for dismantling Yusu Palace? Lu Feng shrugged. What could I do? They informed me only after the deed was done. Moreover, they did a thorough job. It seems they even pried up the floor tiles. Surely, the primordial master and the others will not hold us accountable. After all, the laborers must have been quite exhausted. Furthermore, the thoroughness of their work will facilitate future reconstruction. Nua. At this point, she was thoroughly convinced. As the senior disciple of, he not only refrained from discipline, but even maintained such a nonchalant attitude. If the primordial lord were to discover this, he would likely be furious. Lu Feng, observing Nua seated before him, began to contemplate how to bolster the defenses of his island. At the very least, Nua was correct about one thing. The defenses on his island were woefully inadequate. Should an unwelcome intruder happen upon it, Lu Feng would likely be none the wiser. Thus, fortification was imperative. With this thought, Lu Feng stood decisively and strode toward the entrance of the cave dwelling. Seeing him depart, Nua hastily followed his lead. What do you intend to do? Lu Feng pointed toward the entrance of Jineo Island. I believe the island's defenses are insufficient. I am going to reinforce the formation. After saying this, Nua paused in astonishment. You understand formations? Lu Feng looked at her incredulously. Is it so surprising that we understand formations? Which mountain did you descend from to be so uninformed? Nevertheless, it matters not. Today, you shall broaden your horizons, and consider it my duty to look after you in place of our teacher. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Nua couldn't help but roll her eyes. Yet she refrained from voicing any objections. She was eager to witness what kind of formation Lu Feng could devise. Soon, the two arrived at Golden Ao Island. Lu Feng surveyed the terrain of the island and then raised his hand. Instantly, a dense force of law surged forth from his palm, enveloping the entire Golden Ao Island in an impenetrable embrace. Countless intricate strands of this power, guided by Lu Feng's spiritual energy, gradually wove together into a complex and obscure array. With a decisive motion, Lu Feng thrust this formation deep into the ground of Golden Ao Island. At that very moment, Nua sensed the stirring of the surrounding forces of law, yet her predominant feeling was one of astonishment. Could this truly be a formation that a disciple could establish? However, Before Nuwa could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Feng raised his hand once more. This time, the force of law emanating from his palm caused Nuwa's expression to change dramatically. Chapter 64. Accelerating time, merely to cultivate peaches? Nuwa never anticipated that she would witness the laws of time manifesting in the presence of Lu Feng. Moreover, his mastery over these temporal laws appeared to be remarkably proficient. Yet, what astonished Nuwa even further lay ahead. As the formation of the time laws took shape, Lu Feng raised his hand once more, this time channeling the power of the yin-yang laws. For a fleeting moment, Nuwa began to question the accuracy of her perceptions. The crucial detail was that Lu Feng seemed utterly oblivious to it all. After setting up 10 formations, Lu Feng finally withdrew his hand, assured that all was well. Observing Lu Feng's relaxed demeanor, Nuwa felt an urge to express her disbelief. This was not merely a matter of being well. The formations he had established were far more intricate than her own sacred domain. If Nuwa wished to enter now, she would likely be met with insurmountable barriers. Each of the 10 formations contained a myriad of laws, some of which Nuwa could not even discern. It must be said that Lu Feng had indeed broadened her horizons this time. Furthermore, his calm and composed demeanor suggested that arranging these formations was a trivial task for him. Just how formidable was this disciple of the? In a brief moment of reflection, Nuwa felt a sense of relief that she had refrained from engaging him earlier. Otherwise, it might have been she who found herself in dire straits. At that moment, for streaks of light appeared in an instant. Gazing towards the distant Jineo Island, Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Jineo Island was near, soon. We shall breach its defenses. However, Jane furrowed his brow. Although they had been disbanded, it remained a domain of Tongtian. Moreover, the island's protective formations were still in place. Yuan Shi waved his hand impatiently. So what? Tongtian is not present now, and it is merely a formation. With the combined strength of the 4 of us, can we not overcome the defenses of Jineo Island? Upon hearing Yuan Shi's assertion, Jane and the others felt their worries dissipate. While Tongtian's expertise in formations was indeed profound, they were still 4 revered saints. Together, they could easily dismantle the protective formations before them. Meanwhile, at Wuzhuangguan, a yellow tome floated serenely in the air, emanating a soft yellow glow. Before this book sat Zhen Yuanzi, who was seated cross-legged. Observing the earth book before him, Zhen Yuanzi narrowed his eyes. With the impending calamity of the Fengshen, he sought to harness the earth book to enhance his own strength. However, at that moment, he sensed an unusual disturbance. The earth book encompassed the vast expanse of the primordial land. Through its guidance, Zhen Yuanzi's awareness of the changes within the primordial world was significantly heightened. Thus, when Yuan Shi Tianzun and his companions made their appearance, Zhen Yuanzi was filled with curiosity. Why had 4 quasi-saints suddenly emerged, and so close to Jineo Island? However, in the next moment, Zhen Yuanzi's brow unfurled once more. Could it be that disciples of the have encountered fortuitous opportunities, thus achieving breakthroughs to quasi-saint status? The thought left Zhen Yuanzi somewhat astonished. The sudden emergence of 4 quasi-saints within the wood certainly surpassed the strength of the, wouldn't it? Yet, he swiftly dismissed his prior speculation. These 4 individuals were not disciples of the. If they were not from, what could possibly compel them to venture to Jineo Island? Presently, Jineo Island harbored no disciples of. Only the elder brother of Lu Feng. With this realization, Zhen Yuanzi's gaze flickered with intrigue. It appeared that these 4 were pursuing something of great significance. At the Lingxiao Palace, the Emperor Haoyan sat regally upon his throne. Unlike Zhen Yuanzi, who had the assistance of the Earth Book, the Emperor relied solely on his intuition, directing his attention towards the. This focus enabled him to be the first to receive the news. The disciple, xianxia, had engaged in combat with a stranger upon emerging from seclusion, even managing to slay him. As for this stranger, the Emperor had a few conjectures. Yet he had no intention of intervening. The current situation was advantageous for him. However, though was rife with uncertainties, it seemed only natural for a saint to take action, though it remained unclear who this saint might be. In the realm of the underworld, at the reincarnation station, Hutu sat idly by the banks of the Yellow Springs. Suddenly, her gaze shifted towards the direction of Jineo Island. For quasi-saints? How peculiar. Hutu snorted softly. These 4 quasi-saints were likely aiming for the, and even the saints had entered the fray. Let them create their commotion. Hutu plucked a flower from the other shore, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. This time, during the Fengshen calamity, the underworld would not intervene. How they chose to contend was of no concern to the underworld. Within Jineo Island, Lu Feng remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside. After completing the formation, he returned to his cave abode. To be honest, Lu Feng felt quite satisfied with the formation he had laid out today. After all, it was a synthesis of dozens of principles he had recently comprehended, resulting in the establishment of 10 formations. These 10 formations complemented each other, making it no easy task for even a saint to breach them. However, it was primarily due to Lu Feng's insufficient strength that he had to rely on the power of the formations. Lu Feng sprawled on his recliner, letting out a sigh. Another busy day had passed. Hearing this, Nuwa cast him a disapproving glance. She had observed closely. Lu Feng had exerted minimal effort in arranging the formations. Even if Nuwa herself were to attempt laying out such numerous formations, it would be nearly impossible. Yet, this young man, with his mid-quasi-saint strength, had indeed succeeded. Completing the task was one thing, but to claim he was busy was quite another. What was he busy with? From the initiation of the formation to its successful completion, it had only taken a brief moment. Despite the inner murmurs of Nuwa's dissatisfaction, she maintained a composed silence. Conversely, Lu Feng found inspiration from the array he had just set. If he could deploy a formation harnessing the power of the temporal laws, what if he crafted a dedicated array to hasten the ripening of spiritual roots? His longing for the tree laden with peaches was undeniable. With this thought, Lu Feng resolutely rose once more. What do you intend to do now? Nuwa inquired just as Lu Feng raised his hand, casting another formation that enveloped all the spiritual roots. Observing this protective barrier, Nuwa felt a flicker of satisfaction. It appeared this young man had grasped the importance of safeguarding his possessions. After all, such an extensive array of spiritual roots was indeed quite valuable. However, in the next moment, Lu Feng chuckled mischievously. With this formation in place, my tree of peaches should ripen swiftly, wouldn't it? Nuwa responded with an exasperated silence. So you devised this entire formation solely to accelerate the ripening of the peaches? Chapter 65. The primordial breakthrough at Golden AO. The formation had been meticulously arranged, and Lu Feng decided to engage in some activity today. Thus, he retrieved a long sword from his system space. Lacking a hoe at the moment, he could only resort to this sword as a substitute. Recently, he had become quite adept at wielding it, and this innate spiritual treasure was proving its worth as he turned the soil. Observing Lu Feng digging with the sword, Nuwa silently turned away. What a prodigal! If he were in her hands, she would surely use the innate gourd vine to punish him. It baffled her to think how Tongtian could appoint such a wastrel as a deputy leader. If it weren't for this, would the Jie Sect have faced disbandment? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Nuwa suddenly paused. The Jie Sect was disbanded, and the calamity of the Tongtian was imminent. Had they not dissolved, their involvement in the calamity would have been a foregone conclusion. Yet now that the Jie Sect was indeed disbanded, Nuwa's probing gaze fell squarely on Lu Feng. Was this all part of his design? Was he merely fortunate, or was he cunningly wise? However, the next moment, she witnessed Lu Feng carelessly tossing the spiritual roots and herbs into the pit he had dug, and her previously calmed emotions surged once more. This wastrel, who plants spiritual roots in such a manner, what if they perish? That innate purple orchid ought not to be planted like this. Lu Feng glanced at the upright purple orchid before him and blinked. Is it not still alive? Nuwa. Yet the growth conditions for the purple orchid are exceedingly stringent. Planting it here. She glanced at the 5-colored divine soil beneath the orchid, her tone faltering before she continued. Even with the 5-colored divine soil, if it dies. Lu Feng remained silent, merely casting an immortal law formation into the pit. Simultaneously, he incorporated a gathering spirit formation. The two formations fused into one, and in an instant, the purple orchid thrived even more. At that moment, Nuwa felt as though Lu Feng's actions had delivered an invisible slap across her face, leaving her with a desire to retort, but utterly at a loss for words. It was the first time she had witnessed such a method of planting spiritual roots. Remarkably, he had actually succeeded. Who uses the power of laws combined with formations to cultivate spiritual roots? And he had even combined 2 or 3 of them. Nuwa found herself rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Feng surveyed the abundant spiritual roots before him and nodded silently. These roots had been pilfered by Jie Sect disciples from the treasure house of Yushu Palace. Although they were significantly inferior to his own roots, they were better than nothing. However, he had heard that the spiritual roots of Nuwa's realm flourished exceptionally well. The moment Lu Feng mentioned her realm, Nuwa glared at him fiercely. You dare think of sending someone to raid my Nuwa palace? Have you a death wish? Noticing Nuwa's predatory gaze, Lu Feng cleared his throat twice. I'm merely speaking. There are no ulterior motives. Nuwa let out a cold snort. Who would believe such a feeble excuse? Observing the disbelief on Nuwa's face, Lu Feng continued to elaborate. I truly had no intention of stealing, or rather, of robbing. It's not that. I'm certainly not envious of Lady Nuwa's spiritual roots. Nuo scoffed again. Do you truly expect anyone to take that seriously? Lu Feng rubbed his temples. Isn't my statement quite sincere? Nuo gestured towards the plaque of the Yushu Palace behind her. Does this seem sincere to you? Lu Feng replied. Well, I admit it does lack a touch of sincerity. However, Lu Feng's audacity was not easily diminished. We merely collected a bit of interest. After all, it was they who first assaulted our disciples of the Jie Sect. When our disciples were harmed, is it not justifiable to retaliate by dismantling their Yushu Palace? There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Besides, such actions are a form of affection. Demolishing their palace is an expression of deep care. Moreover, our Jie Sect disciples are known for their good temper and straightforwardness. We left their palace in pristine condition for future renovations. Perhaps they may even come to reconcile with us later. Nuo remained speechless, utterly unable to find a counterargument to Lu Feng's assertions. How could this fellow possibly muster the audacity to articulate such claims? Meanwhile, the avatars of the Primordial Supreme and his 3 companions arrived outside Golden Ao Island. Among them, Jane and Zhuanti possessed pinnacle quasi-saint cultivation, while Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shi were at mid-level quasi-saint. With their combined strength, they could easily sweep through the primordial chaos. Even against the underworld's Hutu, their simultaneous efforts could potentially overcome her. However, at that moment, Taishang Laojun and the others found themselves staring in astonishment at the formation on Golden Ao Island. It was astonishing to discover that there was indeed a formation present. With Tongtian absent and few disciples remaining on the island, who would have set up such a formation? Nevertheless, Yuan Shi did not regard the formation as a threat. The existence of the formation merely indicated that there were still inhabitants on Golden Ao Island. Perhaps Lu Feng was among them. Prior to their arrival, they had been somewhat concerned that Lu Feng might not be on the island, but now, the presence of the formation reassured them greatly. Zhuanti and Jane nodded in agreement. In that case, let us breach this formation and directly enter Golden Ao Island to capture Lu Feng. Yuan Shi raised his hand. Allow me to be the first to dismantle this formation. Having closely observed the formation moments earlier, Yuan Shi noted that it bore no trace of Tongtian's essence. It seemed to be merely a casual arrangement set by the disciples of the Jie Sect, since he is not a saintly figure. With the current prowess of the primordial supreme deity, breaking through the array before him should be a trivial task. The revered figures of the Taishang Laojun retreated a step, allowing the primordial supreme deity to take the lead. Soon, the aura surrounding the primordial supreme deity surged dramatically and with a swift motion. He unleashed a powerful punch towards the array. However, this punch did not shatter the formation. Instead, he found himself drawn within its confines. In an instant, the surroundings transformed dramatically. Upon entering the array, the primordial supreme deity realized that a formidable force of law resided within. Moreover, this force was strikingly familiar to him. Was it not the very essence of law he had encountered during his battle with xianxia? Now, it had manifested within this array. Enraged, the primordial supreme deity raised his hand, and in a blink, a long banner appeared in his grasp, the Panga banner. With a flourish of the Panga banner, torrents of spiritual energy surged forth towards the heart of the formation. Chapter 66. It turns out to be a reckless pursuit of wealth. The Panga banner is a companion treasure of the primordial supreme being. Previously, during the confrontation with xianxia, the primordial supreme being did not bring it along. Having learned from past experiences, he now chose to employ the Panga banner to break the formation at this moment. Although the Taoist ancestor had limited understanding of the formation techniques, upon witnessing the primordial supreme being brandishing the Panga banner, a semblance of ease appeared on his countenance. With his disciples' full force strike, it seemed likely that the formation would shatter in an instant. Both Jie and Zhuanti nodded in agreement. After all, it was not their burden to bear. They might as well wait idly by. The primordial supreme being initially believed that his full force strike would dismantle the formation before him. However, to his astonishment, the spiritual energy from the Panga banner heavily struck the formation, yet it remained utterly undisturbed. At this moment, the primordial supreme being felt a tinge of embarrassment. Thus, he immediately unleashed a second attack. Yet, after several successive strikes, the formation remained unyielding. It was at this juncture that the primordial supreme being recognized something was amiss. As a manifestation of a sage, he quickly discerned the anomaly within the formation. It turned out that the spiritual energy from his Panga banner was completely devoured upon contact with the formation. This revelation ignited a spark of anger within the primordial supreme being. After exerting himself for so long, the formation not only remained intact, but also absorbed his spiritual energy. Was this not a futile endeavor? His frustration escalated. If he could not conquer a mere formation after struggling with xianxia, How could he face Jie and Zhuan, who were observing? Would it not be a source of ridicule if he failed to breach such a simple formation? Consequently, a new spiritual treasure soon materialized in the hands of the primordial supreme being. This time, he summoned numerous treasures, including the burning heaven jade fan, a treasure of equal caliber to the Panga banner. These innate treasures were exceptional items that the primordial supreme being had acquired at the treasure division cliff long ago. Their formidable power would surely allow him to break the formation in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing the treasure in the hands of the primordial supreme being, Jie and Zhuan's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. It was well known that Jie had long coveted this burning heaven jade fan. Thus, encountering this treasure before them stirred a wave of excitement. However, amidst their exhilaration, Jie and Zhuan felt a sense of reassurance. Although the primordial supreme being had failed to breach the formation with his prior attempts, the emergence of the burning heaven jade fan undoubtedly signaled the formation's impending collapse. The Taoist ancestor nodded in agreement. Today, the formation must be dismantled. Within the formation, the primordial supreme being wielded the burning heaven jade fan in one hand while brandishing the Panga banner in the other. In an instant, thick flames surged throughout the formation, gradually advancing towards several key points. The previously tranquil formation began to exhibit signs of disturbance. The primordial supreme being felt a ripple of energy and could not help but smile slightly. However, the countenance of the Grand Supreme Elder became suddenly grave outside the formation. A formation within a formation. This is troubling. The Grand Supreme Elder could never have anticipated that such a seemingly small array would possess so many intricate variations, and furthermore, a nested formation? It seemed that once again, the primordial supreme being might suffer a setback. Within the chaos, the actions of the Saint's incarnation were crystal clear to the original being. At this moment, upon witnessing Lu Feng's myriad of strategies, Nuwa no longer harbored any dismissive sentiments. Although they had fallen into a disadvantage, with Tongtian facing 4 saints alone, the pressure must be immense. As for her, should she remain a mere spectator or plunge into the fray to assist Tongtian? From the beginning, Nuwa had never contemplated joining forces with Jie and Zhuan. After all, the 4 of them were clearly acting in concert. Even if she were to approach them, they might suspect her intentions. Conversely, aligning with Tongtian was a different matter. Nuwa had always maintained a good rapport with Tongtian, and if she were to engage now, perhaps there was a chance to turn the tide. After all, they still had Lu Feng. If the saints did not intervene, Lu Feng alone might very well withstand the overwhelming pressure from all sides. After a moment of careful contemplation, Nuwa quickly made her decision. In light of the circumstances, it would be best to immerse herself in the situation and assist the Grand Supreme Elder and his companions were clearly not benevolent. Should she refrain from intervening, it was likely that when Tongtian returned, she would also be held accountable. Having resolved her thoughts, Nuwa swiftly turned her attention to Tongtian. Just as Tongtian emerged from the Xiao Palace, Nuwa approached him from behind. "Brother Tongtian," she called out. Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. "Sister Nuwa?" Nuwa cast a glance at the Xiao Palace behind them, her gaze flickering. "May I inquire where you intend to go, brother?" Tongtian, not overthinking it, replied earnestly. "The master mentioned a hidden realm left over from the Longhan era. I thought to venture there in search of some spiritual treasures and roots. Perhaps even bring back some fortune for my disciples." Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Nuwa was initially taken aback. Spiritual treasures and roots? Does he truly need to seek these out? Tongtian too was momentarily puzzled. The innate spiritual roots and treasures are not so easily found. If he did not seek them, what would his disciples rely upon? Unbeknownst to him, Nuwa was filled with confusion. So this is how the affluent come to be. Despite having an abundance of spiritual roots and treasures at home, he still sought to extract benefits from other hidden realms. The vast array of spiritual roots possessed by Lu Feng far exceeded that of her Nuwa palace by several folds. It is likely that even the combined resources of the 6 revered saints would not match the abundance Lu Feng had. Tongtian, interpreting Nuwa's bewilderment, patiently continued. "In our sect, we lack spiritual roots, and many disciples have not made any breakthroughs for years. If we could acquire some spiritual roots or treasures, it might aid them in their cultivation." In truth, Tongtian's thoughts were primarily on Lu Feng. Given Lu Feng's foundation, without external assistance, his strength might remain stagnant throughout this lifetime. Thus, Tongtian contemplated venturing out in search of spiritual roots, hoping that his disciples might find them useful. Upon hearing Tongtian's explanation, Nuwa finally understood. "Tongtian, does your sect not possess any innate spiritual roots?" Tongtian immediately shook his head. "If we had innate spiritual roots, why would I venture alone into the secret realms?" At this, Nua's gaze towards Tongtian was tinged with sympathy. Goodness. So, it turns out that Lu Feng's extravagant behavior was conducted behind Tongtian's back. Chapter 67. Nua's mischievous delight. Initially, Nua felt a pang of envy when she discovered the multitude of treasures possessed by Lu Feng. However, upon realizing that Tongtian was utterly oblivious to the extent of his own wealth, her feelings of jealousy swiftly dissipated. Tongtian, on the other hand, found Nua's gaze towards him rather peculiar. Although their relationship had always been amicable, she had never before posed such seemingly inconsequential inquiries. Moreover, it was one thing to question the family assets, but the manner in which she regarded him was perplexing. What did it matter if the resources of their sect were less than those of the Huang heaven? After all, weren't there more disciples in their sect? While Tongtian pondered these thoughts, he maintained a tranquil demeanor. Nua, dear sister, is there a specific matter that has prompted your visit today? Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Nua instinctively repressed what she had intended to say. After all, with her avatar still present in the primordial realm, Tongtian's absence would not be of significant consequence. Moreover, she was quite curious about the expression Tongtian would wear upon returning to witness Lu Feng's vast array of innate spiritual roots. With this thought, Nua set aside her hidden musings. In truth, I find the secret realm you mentioned rather appealing. If you do not mind, might I accompany you, brother? Of course. Should we encounter any spiritual roots or herbs along the way, I would not require them, as there are but a few individuals in my Huang heaven. Upon hearing Nua's words, Tongtian swiftly nodded in agreement. Since she had expressed her disinterest in the spiritual roots and merely desired to accompany him to the secret realm, he had no reason to refuse. Furthermore, the secret realms of the Longhan era were not without their dangers. Having Nua by his side would offer mutual reassurance, potentially averting any unforeseen calamities. Thus, the two made arrangements and soon set off towards the secret realm that Tongtian had described. Meanwhile, observing Nua departing alongside Tongtian, the four figures of Taishang Laojun and the others exchanged glances of astonishment. Is Nua leaving with our friend Tongtian? Yuan Shi Tianzun let out a soft snort. Let them go. As long as they do not return to the primordial realm to cause chaos, what can Tongtian do when he is reunited? The others shared a similar sentiment. In truth, Nua's presence or absence made no difference to their mission. Yet, her previous detachment from their affairs, coupled with her rare involvement today, stirred a subtle unease among the four. What they failed to realize was that only Nua's true form had departed. Her avatar remained on Jineo Island. At the entrance of Lu Feng's cave residence, he had set up a table and 2 chairs to admire the flourishing peach trees. Now, he and Nua sat together comfortably. Nua turned to gaze at the abundant spiritual roots in Lu Feng's garden and smiled brightly. I did not expect your spiritual roots to thrive so well. I wonder if your master is aware of this? Lu Feng paused for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. What does it matter whether he knows or not? Moreover, the teacher has never visited my abode. Typically, any matters arise that require attention. It is Lu Feng who ventures to his Bayou Palace. Thus, Lu Feng harbors no fear of Tongtian's return, discovering his garden flourishing with spiritual roots. Furthermore, these spiritual roots were cultivated after Tongtian's departure. Their current vitality surely warrants praise. However, Nua merely smiled, her expression tinged with an enigmatic depth. Amidst their jovial banter, Lu Feng's gaze abruptly turned frosty as he lifted his eyes toward the entrance of Jineo Island. Astonishingly, someone dared to intrude. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Nua was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that an unwitting intruder had breached Lu Feng's formation. Before witnessing Lu Feng's prowess in arrangement, Nua might have dismissed the defenses of Jineo Island. However, after observing the formation he crafted, she felt inclined to silently light 3 incense sticks for the intruder. After all, even she could not hope to penetrate this formidable array. Just as she contemplated this, Lu Feng appeared intrigued. With a swift motion of his hand, a shimmering water mirror materialized before them. Gazing into this mirror, Nua's eyes widened in surprise. You have indeed grasped the principles of water? Lu Feng did not deny it, merely gesturing toward the scene within the mirror. Nua refocused her attention on the vision captured in the water mirror. Within it, they beheld a raging sea of flames, amidst which stood a solitary figure. This individual wielded a jade fan, with the Pangu flag billowing behind him. Nua could not help but understand. This was the incarnation of Yuan Shi Tianzun, personally attempting to breach the formation. Joyful mischief danced in Nua's heart. With Yuan Shi Tianzun present, it was certain that Laozi and the others were also nearby. Nua was well aware of the formidable power of the formation Lu Feng had established. Not to mention these 4 saintly incarnations, even the saints themselves would find it a daunting task to dismantle the array before them. Anticipating Yuan Shi Tianzun's impending struggle, Nuwa settled into a state of quiet anticipation. Lu Feng, too, was taken aback by the audacity of the intruder, brazenly setting fire to his formation. Contemplating the changes within the array, Lu Feng raised his hand decisively. After all, the formation was his own creation, and its dynamics naturally shifted in accordance with his will. Under their watchful eyes, the suppression of the formation surged exponentially. At this moment, Yuan Shi finally sensed the dissonance within the array. Initially believing it to be an ordinary formation, he was astounded as the pressure intensifying revealed that this was an array within an array. The combined might of these two formations far surpassed that of a solitary one. Yet, realizing this now was not too late. Yuan Shi Tianzun possessed numerous concealed strengths, and the burning heaven jade fan was not so easily dismissed. Upon reaching this conclusion, the primordial heavenly sovereign resolutely brandished the heavenly fan of destruction in his hand. In an instant, the flames within the formation surged with increased ferocity. Simultaneously, the devouring force within the formation began to gradually permeate the vicinity of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Sensing this repugnant aura, a fierce fire ignited within his heart, compelling him to unleash his own power of the laws. The boundless might of the laws collided thunderously with this devouring force. In that fleeting moment, the very formation quivered violently. Observing the diminishing power of the laws enveloping the formation, both Jane and Junti exchanged glances filled with astonishment and unexpected delight. Could it be that this formation was on the verge of collapse? Truly worthy of being the revered senior brother, primordial. Chapter 68. Who to offend, if not Lu Feng? At this moment, however, the gaze of the Supreme One transformed instantaneously. Initially, he presumed that this was merely a formation within a formation. Yet, upon witnessing the changes within this array, he began to sense something amiss. He was, after all, not particularly adept in the art of formations. Among the three brothers, it was undoubtedly Tongtian who excelled in this domain. Nevertheless, this did not preclude the Supreme One from perceiving the peculiarity of the formation before him. Especially as he discerned several other presences stirring within, an ominous premonition gradually surfaced in his heart. This formation is far from ordinary. It appears to encompass more than just a simple array within an array. There may well be other formations intertwined within it. Upon hearing the Supreme One's words, Jane and Junti were momentarily taken aback. After exchanging a glance, Jane cautiously inquired, "Are you suggesting that this formation contains more than two arrays?" The Supreme One nodded affirmatively. Junti, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed on. "So, this implies that the formation actually harbors three arrays?" However, this time the Supreme One shook his head. Observing his denial, Junti's heart raced with anticipation. Could it be that there are four arrays? The Supreme One continued to shake his head. Now, even Jane felt a surge of irregularity in his heartbeat. Are we to conclude that there are five arrays at play? The Supreme One exhaled deeply. Just as Jane thought he had deduced correctly, he heard the Supreme One's voice resonate. In my estimation, there are at least 7 arrays within this formation. It is even quite possible that there are more than 7. Jane and Junti were entirely unversed in the intricacies of formations. Yet, upon hearing the gravity in the Supreme One's tone, they both felt the weight of his revelation. Jane gasped in astonishment. How can this be? 7 arrays. Can a mere mortal orchestrate such complexity? And this formation is not even the handiwork of Tongtian? If not his, then whose could it be? Could it be that there are others within the Jie Sect who are proficient in the art of formations? Moreover, who could ever conceive of 7 arrays converging into one? The Supreme One's earlier statement also hinted at more. This formation contains at least 7 arrays. This implies that his perception of 7 does not necessarily mean that only 7 exist. As they contemplated this, Jane and Junti were engulfed in profound astonishment. It is essential to remember that the Supreme One is indeed a saint. Although he presently manifests only as a saint's incarnation, his awareness is at the saintly level. The fact that even a saint cannot discern the full extent of this formation indicates that the one who devised it possesses talents in the realm of formations that surpass even that of a saint. In truth, had it not been for the Supreme One's guidance, Jane and Junti would have been oblivious to the number of arrays at play. Just as they were grappling with their shock, a sudden cry echoed from Yuan Shi Tianzun. Upon hearing the piercing screams, the gazes of Taishang Laojun and his companions were instantly drawn towards the formation. Through the layers of mist, they could vaguely discern the silhouette of Yuan Shi. Indeed, the once formidable Yuan Shi, now besieged by several formations, found himself utterly preoccupied, with no time to spare for his own safety, let alone to break the formation. Taishang Laojun, fully aware of the formation's might, was unwilling to let Yuan Shi Tianzuan endure the ordeal alone within the array. He promptly turned his attention to Jane and Zhuanti. It was clear that Yuan Shi could not dismantle the formation single-handedly. Only by entering the formation together could the four of them hope to shatter it. Otherwise, Jane and Zhuanti recalled the purpose of their outing. They quickly nodded in agreement, for time was of the essence. Moreover, should Yuan Shi indeed meet his demise within the formation, their own reputations would be tarnished. Yet, despite their agreement, Jane and Zhuanti had their own calculations. Their sole aim was to accomplish the task without risking their own lives in the process. At present, Yuan Shi Tianzuan was clearly at risk of being slain. If they ventured in, what if they shared his fate? The death of a saintly incarnation might not significantly impact their true selves, yet they had no desire to experience the sensation of being slain. Meanwhile, within the confines of Jinao Island, Nuwa quietly observed Yuan Shi Tianzuan's plight within the formation. Suddenly, she turned and inquired, "This formation clearly amalgamates 10 arrays. Yet why has it only activated 4? If Lu Feng were to unleash the full power of the formation, Yuan Shi Tianzuan would likely perish within it on the spot." Little did she know that Lu Feng was precisely considering this aspect. If I were to activate the entire formation now, what if those outside are unwilling to enter? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Nuwa paused in astonishment. Goodness, it seems you have become quite cunning. Nuwa had initially thought Lu Feng's decision to activate only 4 formations stemmed from compassion. It turned out he was scheming to lure others into the formation to eliminate them collectively. Reflecting on Lu Feng's earlier covetousness towards her spiritual roots within Huang Tian, Nuwa pondered whether she should reinforce the barriers around Huang Tian upon her return, lest this rascal one day attempt to pilfer from her. In the midst of her thoughts, Taishang Laojun urged Jane and Zhuanti to enter the formation together. Recognizing that there was no alternative, they hesitated briefly before following Taishang Laojun into the array. The moment they stepped into the formation, the scene upon the water mirror transformed. Observing the addition of Taishang Laojun and the other 2 within the formation, Nuwa was thoroughly impressed. Although Lu Feng rarely ventured beyond his abode, his strategic acumen rivaled that of the saints, having orchestrated the involvement of 4. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Feng was exceedingly pleased. Since they had all entered together, they might as well face their demise together. As Lu Feng's voice faded, the previously tranquil formation underwent a momentous transformation. Initially, only 4 formations were visible, but now all 10 formations burst open, simultaneously directing their energies towards the 4 incarnations of the saints before them. The oppressive force emanating from these formations clearly aimed to annihilate the 4 saints on the spot. Even Nuwa, witnessing Lu Feng's methods, could not suppress her astonishment. This young man acted with ruthless determination and strategic foresight. His future accomplishments would undoubtedly rival those of the saints. Casting a glance at the figures of the Supreme Elder in the water mirror, Nuwa could only silently light a candle for them. Why choose to offend this living embodiment of death? Who could they blame? All that remained was to hope for their fortune, that they might swiftly escape this dire fate. Chapter 69. 1 Force slays 4 saints. At this moment, within the depths of chaos, after departing from the site of the Purple Sky Palace, Nuwa finally articulated her intentions to Tongtian. After all, this visit was meant to foster goodwill, rather than to sow discord. Tongtian, surprised by Nuwa's willingness to ally with him under such circumstances, quickly nodded in agreement. In times of crisis, having an ally rather than an adversary is indeed beneficial. Moreover, Nuwa's readiness to engage directly, despite her ability to remain an observer, astounded Tongtian. Yet, amidst his astonishment, Tongtian did not forget to inquire, "What prompted your sudden decision to ally with me?" The current situation is evident to any discerning individual. The forces of the Jie Sect are weak. Even you must contend against 4 saints alone. Your involvement will undoubtedly provoke the ire of the others. Surely, there must be a reason behind your unwavering choice to side with me? Nuwa merely blinked. You have a commendable disciple. Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. He had numerous disciples. Which one did Nuwa refer to? Did she have an interest in one of them? As his mind raced through possibilities, Nuwa shot him a knowing glance. Instantly discerning his thoughts, how could she possibly be interested in Sukai? After all, he was merely her own disciple's nephew. It's your eldest disciple, Lu Feng. Now, Tongtian was even more bewildered. Why choose him of all people? Although Lu Feng held the title of eldest disciple, in terms of lineage and talent, he could not compare with the likes of Dao Bao and others. Yet, when it came to intellect, Lu Feng certainly surpassed many. Additionally, he was quite handsome. Contemplating this, Tongtian's gaze towards Nuwa shifted. Noticing the change in his expression, Niwa assumed he had grasped the implication of her words. After all, Lu Feng possessed numerous talents. Hinting at this now would surely absolve her of any blame for not informing him sooner, wouldn't it? Among saints, one must tread lightly. Niwa swiftly redirected the conversation. Currently, among the 6 of us saints, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Taishang Lao Zi will inevitably align. And there is little doubt about the alliance between Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti. Our alliance will enhance our chances in the impending calamity of the Feng Shen. Moreover, your disciple Lu Feng appears quite exceptional. Niwa's sudden praise for Lu Feng prompted Tongtian to ponder. It seemed that her primary motivation for forming an alliance lay chiefly with Lu Feng. Could it be that this young man, with his charming visage, could truly sway a saint? As this thought crossed his mind, Tongtian couldn't help but reflect on his disciple's appearance. It must be said, among all the beings in the vast expanse of Hong Huang, his disciple's looks could indeed be counted among the finest. Thus, it was not entirely surprising that he had captured the attention of the esteemed Niwa. At this moment, relying on his own disciple to gain the alliance of Niwa, Tongtian felt a twinge of guilt. After all, this ally was acquired at the cost of his disciple as sacrifice. Upon returning, perhaps he should bestow more spiritual roots upon Lu Feng as a form of compensation. It would be unjust to allow Lu Feng to sacrifice himself without any reward. Niwa, however, was not pondering such matters. She was unaware that her thoughts diverged significantly from Tongtian's. The secret realm spoken of by the master should be just ahead. Let us hasten our journey, allowing for an early return, she suggested. Naturally, Tongtian had no objections. Thus, the two swiftly transformed into a streak of radiant light and vanished from the spot. In the primordial realm, at Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi gazed at the earth book in his hands, his eyes filled with profound astonishment. While the simultaneous emergence of the 4 quasi-saints had surprised him, the terrifying aura he sensed from the earth book filled him with an even greater dread. The pressure emanating from this presence was overwhelmingly oppressive. Even he, faced with such might have been instantly subdued. The troubling part was that, despite relying on the earth book, Zhen Yuanzi found it increasingly difficult to glean any further information. What could it be? Was the primordial world about to undergo another transformation? He lifted his gaze to the heavens, his expression one of bewilderment. In the Lingxiao treasure palace, Hao Yin sat upon the main seat. Before him floated a mirror. This mirror, bestowed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun, was known as the Hao Yin mirror. With the aid of the Hao Yin mirror, the Emperor Hao Yin could observe many affairs of the mortal realm. Typically, the Hao Yin mirror remained suspended above the palace's plaque, and the Emperor would not easily remove it. However, today, a sense of unease plagued him, prompting him to take the mirror down for a closer look. Yet, no matter how he wielded the Hao Yin mirror, it remained shrouded in obscurity, revealing nothing clearly. Witnessing this, the Emperor's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. In the past, his attempts to peer into the primordial realm were hardly ever thwarted. Today's situation was unprecedented. Not only could he see nothing, but an unseen force seemed to have forcibly suppressed the Hao Yin mirror. The Emperor wished to investigate further, but the moment he intensified his spiritual energy, the Hao Yin mirror suddenly fell to the ground. The resounding crash made his heart tremble. How could this be? As he looked at the fallen mirror, his expression was one of shock, yet more so, confusion. Since acquiring the Hao Yin mirror, he had never encountered such an obstacle. Even more astonishing was the moment his hand touched the mirror on the ground. An immense surge of spiritual energy collided with his chest, sending him hurtling back into his seat. A metallic taste filled his throat, and the Emperor ultimately could not suppress a mouthful of blood. Was this a backlash? Unexpectedly, his attempt to spy was thwarted, and he found himself subjected to a backlash from the Hao Yin mirror. The Emperor Hao Yin, filled with a sense of reluctance, could only stagger towards his Hao Yin mirror. At that very moment, amidst the previously obscured mist of the Hao Yin realm, 4 indistinct figures suddenly materialized. These 4 vague silhouettes now stood prominently upon the golden Ao island of the. Witnessing this scene, the Emperor Hao Yin felt an inkling of awareness. Sacred might. He yearned to utter the final word, yet constrained by the celestial laws, he could only silently swallow his words. He could not endure another round of turmoil. Yet, even this mere glimpse he had obtained was enough to instill profound dread within the Hao Yin realm. Golden Ao Island. The formation that dared to unilaterally annihilate 4 saints. Chapter 70. Perhaps facing death? Within the underworld, Hutu could no longer restrain herself and extended her head to observe the unfolding situation in the Hongwang realm. To her dismay, the scene before her was one she wished she could erase from her memory. Although Hutu had yet to achieve sainthood, her power was unrivaled beneath that level. Thus, Her sensitivity to the aura of the saints was heightened. From the moment the incarnations of Taishang Laojun and the others arrived in Honghuang, she sensed their presence. However, upon their journey to Jinao Island, she resolved to remain a mere spectator and refrain from intervening in the matter. Little did she anticipate that the vice master of the Jie was audacious enough to attempt to slay them on Jinao Island, despite only being 4 incarnations of saints. Was he out of his mind? Huta's thoughts raced, and she finally exhaled a long, heavy sigh. It was best not to involve herself any further. At this moment, within the formation, Taishang Laojun and his companions remained unaware of the impending crisis. In fact, they were rather optimistic about their chances. What if this formation contained several arrays? They were incarnations of saints after all, and they believed the disciples within the formation could not possibly match their strength. Once they relied on sheer force to dismantle the formation and entered Jinao Island to capture Lu Feng, everything would fall into place. However, at present, they had just entered the formation and had yet to unleash their full power when the devouring laws within the formation surged exponentially. Even the slowest among them, Jane and Xuanzi, sensed the changes in the laws emanating from the formation. Initially, only 4 arrays were operational within the formation, but the moment the 3 of them joined, 3 additional arrays activated simultaneously, and that was not the end of it. As they felt one array after another emerge beneath their feet, Jane and his brother finally experienced a modicum of panic. Logically, 7 arrays should have been the limit. Yet who would have imagined that the one who arranged the formation had the audacity to set up 10? Jane pointed at the intricate patterns beneath their feet, his eyes aflame with frustration. It was not surprising that their composure shattered. Had they known that this grand formation contained 10 arrays, neither Jane nor Xuanzi would have dared to enter. After all, Taishang Laojun had previously stated that the 4 of them could breach this formation together. Yet now, it was evident that their combined strength would not suffice to overcome the challenge before them. They were likely to be annihilated the moment they stepped inside. In truth, Taishang Laojun himself was bewildered. He had not anticipated such a predicament upon entering. Moreover, the existence of 10 intricate formations, is this truly within their realm of play? However, at this juncture, the Grand Supreme Elder, weary of squabbling with the 2, Jane and Zunti, decided it prudent to set aside their differences. After all, should they engage in internal strife now, escaping the formations would become an even more arduous endeavor. For the moment, the priority was to stabilize these 2, ideally uniting their efforts to break free from the formations. The prospect of their collective demise within this array would indeed be a source of ridicule. Do not panic. Quickly seek out our junior brother, Yuan Shi. Once he is located, we shall tear open a rift and make our escape. As for dismantling the formation, the Grand Supreme Elder dared not entertain such thoughts at present. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi Tianzun, whom the Grand Supreme Elder held in his thoughts, found himself in the very heart of the formation, overwhelmed and bloodied by the immense pressure. It is worth noting that his position was the core of the entire array, with forces converging from all directions upon him. Even with the protection of the Panga banner and the heavenly flame jade fan, he was hardly in a comfortable state. After all, he was merely a manifestation of a saint, possessing only mid-stage quasi-saint strength. What did it matter that he wielded innate spiritual treasures? Furthermore, Yuan Shi Tianzun harbored a genuine fear of losing his innate treasures within this formation. Yet, the thought of perishing here left him with a profound sense of discontent. He was, after all, a dignified saint, having faced destruction at the hands of the disciples of the Twice. Such a tale would surely tarnish his reputation. Just then, in his dazed state, Yuan Shi Tianzun finally awaited the arrival of the Grand Supreme Elder and his companions. Upon seeing the Grand Supreme Elder, tears welled in his eyes. Elder brother. At this moment, the Grand Supreme Elder had no time for pleasantries. Every additional minute spent within the formation heightened their risk of annihilation. Jane and Zunti wore equally grim expressions. It was only when Yuan Shi Tianzun noticed their presence that he remarked, "You 2 have also entered?" The mention of this matter caused a knot of frustration to form in their hearts. Speaking of it was unnecessary. Merely contemplating the notion of their saintly bodies perishing within this formation was suffocating. Losing Yuan Shi was already sufficient. Now, all 4 of them faced the peril of demise here. Yet, given the circumstances, there was no alternative but to press forward. The Grand Supreme Elder exhaled a heavy sigh and said, "Fellow Taoists, since we have all entered, we must now exert our utmost effort to carve a path to freedom. Otherwise, it seems we may all meet our end within this formation." Jane and Zuni understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Yuan Shi Tianzun was eager to escape immediately, having endured far longer within the formation than the others. He had suffered immensely and longed to break free. As for dismantling the formation, that thought had long since vanished from his mind, perhaps due to the dire nature of his predicament. Jane and Xundi promptly produced their respective treasures. In the hands of the celestial being, a golden lotus of merit blossomed, while the sage held a bamboo of pure clarity. The revered Laozi produced the southern flame flag, emanating a radiant light. All of them were indeed saints, and the treasures they wielded were anything but trivial. Moreover, the artifacts they possessed were primordial spiritual treasures. Should their incarnations meet their demise here, it was conceivable that their precious belongings might vanish alongside them. Thus, even if not for the sake of their lives, they were compelled to fight fiercely for the sake of their invaluable treasures, particularly for Jane and Xundi. Their magical implements were limited, and had it not been for the anticipation of their utility on this occasion, they would not have brought forth their innate artifacts. Yet now, even their most treasured possessions had been summoned. To perish here today would indeed be an immense loss. Chapter 71, Total Loss. Just as despair began to envelop the few, the venerable Taishang Laojun suddenly interjected. If we simultaneously strike at a focal point, we may yet discover a glimmer of hope. Perhaps inspired by Taishang Laojun's words, both Jane and Xundi nodded in agreement, unwilling to see their treasured artifacts lost here. Yuanshi Tianzuan shared the same sentiment, feeling a profound dread in the presence of the myriad laws permeating the formation. Under Taishang Laojun's guidance, the four swiftly concentrated their assaults on a singular direction. The simultaneous efforts of four sages of profound cultivation soon caused the entire formation to tremble. Remarkably, the first layer of the formation began to dissipate gradually. At that moment, Lu Feng sensed the disturbances within the formation. His brow furrowed. It appeared they possessed some measure of strength. Yet, alas, they had encountered me today? A smile graced Lu Feng's lips as he waved his hand, unleashing the astonishing power of 10 formations once more. The four, who had felt victory was within their grasp, now found themselves engulfed by an overwhelming pressure. How could this be? Jane and Xundi were the first to succumb to panic. The power of the 10 formations had already left them breathless, and now it surged forth with several times the intensity, rendering any hope of breaking the formation utterly futile. The oppressive force swiftly forced them to their knees. Jane and Xundi erupted in curses. Taishang Laojun, how dare you deceive us? Once we are free, we shall settle the score. Yet, before their grievances could fully escape their lips, the formation obliterated their avatars entirely. In the blink of an eye, the four sages who had just been within the formation were reduced to ashes, and the once bloodthirsty formation abruptly fell silent. The scene on Golden Ao Island remained tranquil as ever, but the few artifacts scattered on the ground drew significant attention. Lu Feng was astonished to discover such unexpected spoils, and these artifacts appeared somewhat familiar. Who could have anticipated that the four sages descending to the mortal realm would meet such a catastrophic fate on Golden Ao Island? In the chaos, Jane and Xundi's expressions turned grim, especially Xundi, who lamented the loss of his 6 pure bamboos on Golden Ao Island. Jane's demeanor was somewhat less severe. After all, his merit golden lotus resided within his consciousness and had not been lost. However, the Western teachings possessed few treasures to begin with, and the loss of Xundi's artifacts, especially through deceit, was intolerable for Jane as well. The four sages, once united, now faced off in pairs, directing their ire towards Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan. You two conspired together to deceive us. Today, we shall engage in an eternal struggle with you. As the words fell, an overwhelming aura of sanctity erupted from the bodies of 2 saints. At Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly opened his eyes, his expression laden with profound astonishment. He had been closely monitoring the situation at Jinao Island, aided by the Earth Book, allowing him to glimpse scenes beyond the perception of others. Yet, Zhen Yuanzi had not anticipated that all 4 of the quasi-saints had perished. It is worth noting that among those 4, 2 were peak quasi-saints of formidable strength. How could it be that, despite their collective efforts, they failed to subdue the individuals on Jinao Island? Was there truly another saint present on Jinao Island? After all, aside from saints, Zhen Yuanzi could not fathom anyone capable of eradicating 4 quasi-saints in an instant. However, it was evident that only 6 saints existed in the primordial realm. Logically, there should not be an additional saint. Otherwise, the figure from Xiao Palace would certainly be aware of it. At the very least, they would have informed others. Pondering this, Zhen Yuanzi found himself at a loss. The first tier of powerful beings in the primordial realm consisted of only a few. Excluding himself, there remained only the figures from the underworld and the Lingxiao Palace. Yet, the entity from the Lingxiao Palace rarely intervened, and the figure from the underworld would certainly not meddle in this affair. Who could it possibly be? Or perhaps, The means of the Jie were far more intricate than they appeared. Zhen Yuanzi silently contemplated, then turned his gaze to Lu Feng. The abrupt dissolution of Jie was undoubtedly linked to him. Presently, there were few disciples of Jie on Jineo Island, but Lu Feng was certainly among them. Coupling this with the fact that he was now the deputy leader of Jie, Zhen Yuanzi's thoughts began to expand. Perhaps Lu Feng had attained peak quasi-saint status, or even half-saint. The mere thought of this caused Zhen Yuanzi to feel restless. If such were the case, he would need to reconsider his approach toward Jie in the future. At Lingxiao Palace, Emperor Haoyin took some time to regain his composure after the backlash from the Haoyin mirror, which had inflicted considerable internal injuries upon him. Even the Haoyin mirror had sustained some damage, being his treasured artifact. The impairment of this artifact would naturally affect Emperor Haoyin's strength. Yet, when he cast his gaze once more toward Jineo Island, he could no longer contain his astonishment. They had all perished? Emperor Haoyin abruptly sat upright, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly fathom the audacity of the Jie group. For saints. And now, they had all been slain on Jineo Island? This individual was truly mad. Moreover, the incarnations of these four saints had been utterly defenseless against the disciples of Jie. Emperor Haoyin even held his breath, his mind racing. All along, he had yearned to break free from constraints and embody the rightful heavenly emperor. Regrettably, he was constrained by the dictates of the heavenly law, overshadowed by the presence of the sages, which left him feeling particularly suffocated. However, the recent actions of the disciples of the provided him with a novel perspective. If this disciple could triumph, did that not imply that he too might possess such potential? Although the Emperor Haoyin was acutely aware that such thoughts were profoundly contrary to the heavenly edicts, the mere contemplation of a path to sanctity ignited within him a fervor that was undeniably reckless. With this in mind, the Emperor Haoyin disregarded his own injuries and promptly seized the Haoyin mirror beside him. Expecting this endeavor to demand considerable effort, he was taken aback when, as soon as his spiritual energy was infused, the images within the mirror began to manifest in real time, in stark contrast to the previous hazy visions. This time the scenes within the Haoyin realm were astonishingly vivid. Observing this, the Emperor Haoyin exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Chapter 72. A swift resolution, however. As he gazed upon Jineo Island, the brows of the Emperor Haoyin furrowed in an instant. Why did the scene before him deviate so markedly from his expectations? At this moment, Jineo Island appeared remarkably tranquil, bearing no semblance of a fierce battle having occurred. Yet, the foreboding that had earlier gripped the Emperor Haoyin was not unfounded. The auras of the four saints had indeed dissipated into the ether. But what was the meaning of this? For a fleeting moment, self-doubt began to creep into the Emperor's mind. What was truly unfolding? Could it be that the disciples of Jie had suffered defeat? No, that could not be right. The Emperor Haoyin steadied his gaze. If the Jie disciples had truly been vanquished, then Jineo Island would not remain so unwaveringly serene. Not even a trace of damage was evident. After all, those four saints were formidable adversaries. Yet, if they had indeed launched an assault on Jie, it seemed implausible that the matter would end so simply. Moreover, he could still vividly recall the images within the Haoyin mirror before his unconsciousness. The four saints had been unmistakably cornered by the disciples of Jie. Now, observing the picturesque scenery of Jineo Island, a weight lifted from the Emperor Haoyin's heart. Yet, this relief stirred a tumult in his soul, for these were four saints. Four embodiments of their essence had been felled at the hands of Jie. Such a revelation would surely be met with disbelief. And yet, it was a reality that had transpired. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, the Emperor would scarcely have dared to believe it. Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts within, the Emperor Haoyin exhaled a deep breath, centering his mind. His period of unconsciousness had lasted but half an hour. Yet, within that brief span, all four saintly embodiments had been slain. This demonstrated that Jie was far from the superficial image it projected. Should an opportunity arise in the future, it would be prudent to avoid provoking Jie's disciples. Before long, however, the Emperor Haoyin narrowed his eyes once more. The Jie of Yer did not possess the might it now wielded. The transformation had commenced with Lu Feng's dissolution of Jie, leading its disciples to acquire remarkable fortunes. Now, with one individual on Jineo Island having slain four saints, the implications were profound. Pondering this, the Emperor Haoyin concluded that this was undoubtedly the doing of Lu Feng. After all, he could envision no other candidate. Yet, Lu Feng was merely a disciple under Tongtian's tutelage. Could it be that his prowess had ascended to such terrifying heights? Among the four quasi-saints, at least two stood at the pinnacle of their realm. With Lu Feng's strength, He had not only effortlessly dispatched them, but had done so without a single display of his own abilities. This suggested that Lu Feng's power likely surpassed the Emperor's wildest imaginings. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the gaze of Ho Tu reflected a hint of astonishment. She had been aware of the four saints' journey to Jineo Island from the outset. Now, with the complete disappearance of their auras in less than half a day's time, the implications were clear. The sudden vanishing of the four saints' essences could not indicate their departure from the Honghuan. Thus, there remained only one possibility. They had been slain. At the moment of realization, Ho Tu's heart momentarily halted. The four incarnations of the saints had been utterly vanquished. What formidable power was this? Had they truly evolved to such an extraordinary extent? For a fleeting instant, Ho Tu began to doubt whether her prolonged absence had caused her to drift away from the primordial realm. Lu Feng. Ho Tu could not help but gaze up at the heavens, curiosity igniting in her eyes. On Golden Ao Island, Lu Feng sneezed several times in succession, rubbing his slightly itchy nose. He felt a twinge of confusion. Why did it feel rather chilly behind him today? Yet, he quickly dismissed this peculiar thought, lifting his gaze to behold the treasures before him. Initially, these artifacts seemed familiar, but upon closer inspection, he suddenly recalled their origins. Were these not the treasures of the saints? How had these divine relics ended up on Golden Ao Island? After much contemplation, Lu Feng surmised that perhaps those saints had sent scouts to probe the area, only to be completely eradicated by him, leaving their treasures behind. Nonetheless, these artifacts arrived just in time. He promptly gathered them all and hurriedly dispatched them to the Divine Armory Pavilion. Observing Lu Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Nuwa felt a sense of exasperation. These were innate spiritual treasures. Was he truly so careless in his treatment of them? Lu Feng turned to glance at her, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. What else was I supposed to do? Should I enshrine them and offer incense daily? Nuwa. After a brief pause, she could not refrain from speaking again. Are you aware of who those you just dispatched were? Lu Feng shrugged. What does it matter? Even if a saint were to come, the treasures would still remain. Wouldn't they? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, a realization struck Nuwa. It appeared this young man was not oblivious. He had perceived everything but chose not to articulate it. So, you were aware all along. Lu Feng blinked innocently. I know nothing at all. And even if I did, what difference would it make? As long as the Fengshen calamity persists, today's events will continue to repeat. Besides, I rather enjoy receiving treasures delivered to my doorstep. Seeing Lu Feng's naive demeanor, Nuwa felt a headache coming on, but she soon shook her head. If one were to label this youth as foolish, it was clear his mind was as clear as a mirror. Yet, if one were to claim he was not foolish, his actions were undeniably difficult to articulate. Strangely, when he spoke of reason, he was quite articulate. In the present moment within the primordial realm, amidst the chaos, a divine aura pervaded. Jane and Juani stood to one side, glaring furiously at the Taishang Laojun and the Yuan Shi Tianzun across from them. Despite their prowess, the strength of the two brothers paled in comparison to that of Yuan Shi Tianzun and his companion. However, today, everyone has lost their treasured artifacts, with only the merit-laden golden lotus of the guiding sage remaining. Thus, the two brothers still possess the strength to fight. In truth, both Laozi and the primordial heavenly master bore grim expressions. After all, the four of them had perished together, hadn't they? Their treasures were also lost in unison. Why? Then, do these two insist on troubling them? While Laozi pondered this, he ultimately wished to maintain a semblance of harmony. Conversely, the primordial heavenly master was far less inclined to do so. He had already endured the severing of his saintly incarnations twice. Who wouldn't he feel an inferno of wrath burning within? Moreover, everyone had suffered together today. For you two to seek us out for an explanation, what is the meaning of this? Since all treasures were lost in unison, why not resolve this matter with a decisive confrontation? The primordial heavenly master is not limited to merely those two artifacts. As for the guiding sage and the subtle sage, their fates remain uncertain. Chapter 73. Why not take matters into your own hands, master? At this moment, the primordial lord was entirely unperturbed, even managing to reflect the anger back at them. Did you lose your treasures and expect us to compensate? Everyone's valuables are currently ensconced within that formation. Why is it only your hearts that ache? Let it be known that the primordial lord himself has lost two treasures therein. At this juncture, the messenger was momentarily rendered speechless by the primordial lord's words. During the division of treasures at the Rock of Division, it was their trio that had claimed the most. Had it not been for their inadequate strength, would they truly be reduced to this state of despair over the loss of a single item? The Bodhi Master glared furiously at the primordial lord. Had you not forcibly dragged me and my brother into this predicament, we would not have lost our treasures. nor would we have taken such a significant tumble within that formation. The primordial lord let out a cold laugh. The messenger, regaining his composure, was now seething with rage, entirely provoked by the primordial lord's demeanor. It was a clear case of being wronged, and they intended to hold the Grand Supreme Elder accountable. After all, it was he who had lured them into the formation. Now that their treasures were lost within, he must provide them with an explanation. Grand Supreme Elder, you were the one who led us into that formation. Our valuables are now trapped within. Surely you owe us some accountability? If they failed to receive a satisfactory answer today, the messenger and the Bodhi master might well erupt on the spot. However, both harbored a degree of trepidation. After all, the conflicts among saints were no trivial matter. Moreover, with their treasures lost, who could ascertain how many cards the Grand Supreme Elder and the Primordial Lord still held? Should a confrontation ensue, the risk of defeat loomed large for the two of them. Historically, the messenger and the Bodhi master had struggled against the three pure ones. Even with their treasures missing, what if they still proved insufficient? The Grand Supreme Elder sighed quietly. I believe today as circumstances are undesirable for all parties involved. What if we simply let this matter rest? After all, the loss of treasures did not befall you alone. My own valuables also lay within that formation, and collectively, the Primordial Lord and I have lost 3 treasures. The messenger and the Bodhi master have merely lost a single piece of the pure bamboo, which is indeed rather fortunate. Before the messenger could respond, the Bodhi master interjected vehemently. Your words are spoken too lightly. I possess but one innate treasure, and now that it has been lost, you expect us to disregard it? The Grand Supreme Elder shook his head in silence. What else can be done? If the 4 of us saints were to transform and enter the formation, losing our treasures, it would only result in a farcical spectacle, bringing shame upon us all. At that moment, the Primordial Lord let out a cold huff. You are not the only ones who have lost treasures. My brother and I have also seen our valuables ensnared within. In fact, we have collectively lost 3 items. Upon hearing this, the messenger promptly rolled up his sleeves. As the 2 brothers appeared on the verge of conflict, the Grand Supreme Elder hurriedly intervened. In truth, we are not incapable of retrieving what was lost. After all, that treasure lies ensconced within the formation of the. When Tongtian returns, we can certainly demand its return from him, can we not? Upon hearing these words, both Jane and Junti were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances before reluctantly acquiescing. Very well, then we shall await the return of Brother Tongtian. At this juncture, the 2 were decidedly disinclined to engage further with the Grand Supreme Elder. Seeing that he had managed to placate Jane and Junti, the Grand Supreme Elder felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, he was soon reminded of the task entrusted to them by Hongjun. How then should they address the affairs of the? No sooner had the Grand Supreme Elder uttered these thoughts than Jane and Junti froze. The previously relaxed expression of Yuan Shirtian Zun tensed instantly. Should they fail to resolve the matter concerning their own sect would soon face a calamity. The mere prospect of such a possibility made Yuan Shirtian Zun feel utterly ill at ease. After all, the 4 saints had united precisely to re-establish the. Not only had they failed in their endeavor, but they had also suffered repeated humiliation, losing the treasure in the process. The thought of this becoming a source of ridicule was unbearable. Jane and Junti exchanged glances, both hesitant to involve themselves in this affair. Yet, the matter was undeniably pertinent to them. If the could not be reassembled, what if the repercussions were to bounce back and forth between their Western teachings and they? After much contemplation, it seemed more prudent for them to face the calamity. Thus, Jane cleared his throat. In that case, let us consult our teacher. This task was assigned to us by Hongjun, and if we are unable to fulfill it, we must earnestly discuss it with him. No sooner had Jane spoken than Yuan Shirtian Zun and the others nodded in agreement. They found themselves utterly at a loss regarding the. Sending their avatars had resulted in swift defeat, and they could not afford to act brazenly. Moreover, since this task had been designated by Hongjun, it was reasonable to assume he possessed a solution. With Jane's words still resonating, the Grand Supreme Elder and the others promptly made their way toward the Zixiao Palace. Before long, the 4 entered the Zixiao Palace together. Upon seeing the 4 return, Hongjuan's expression momentarily froze. Did you not descend to the mortal realm? Why have you come back to me? Faced with Hongjuan's inquiry, the Grand Supreme Elder and the others felt a pang of embarrassment. Indeed, this incident had been a significant loss of face, for saints had ventured forth, yet they could not even handle a single disciple of the. Following Hongjuan's words, a rare silence enveloped the hall. After a prolonged pause, the Grand Supreme Elder stepped forward. Master, we indeed dispatched our avatars, but we encountered numerous unforeseen complications along the way. In the end, it resulted in failure. Upon hearing this, Even the revered Laozi felt his old visage was at stake. The words of Laozi sparked a flicker of astonishment in Hongjuan's eyes. Had they truly failed? Furthermore, all four had succumbed to defeat simultaneously? However, the surprise in Hongjuan's gaze was fleeting. If failure was indeed the case, and the calamity of the divine appointment loomed, it may be prudent to adhere to the original plan. Upon hearing Hongjuan's proposition, the hearts of those present momentarily halted. The primordial supreme being, in particular, was filled with agitation. If they were to follow the original arrangement, would that not mean his Jie Sect would be compelled to face the calamity? Such an outcome was far from what the primordial supreme being desired. Consequently, he could not restrain himself from speaking out, suggesting, given our inability to accomplish the task, might it be more fitting for you, Master, to take the lead personally? Chapter 74. The dauntless spirit of xianxia within the depths of chaos. A secluded realm glimmers with ethereal white light in the distance. One can faintly perceive the palpable force of the laws emanating from this hidden domain. At this moment, a colossal beast lies at the entrance of the secret realm, exuding an aura of formidable weight. Indeed, as Hongjun had described, this secret realm is a remnant from the era of Long Han, having withstood the test of countless epochs, allowing it to persist in this location. Within this realm, innumerable spiritual roots and celestial herbs abound. Tongtian and Nuwa exerted considerable effort to gain entry into this sanctuary. Upon witnessing the ground strewn with spiritual roots, a joyful smile illuminated Tongtian's countenance. To discover such a wealth of spiritual roots here is nothing short of a windfall. The abundant growth of these spiritual roots has resulted in an extraordinary concentration of spiritual energy, even manifesting as a delicate mist. This magnificent energy, in turn, enhances the quality of the spiritual roots and celestial herbs significantly. From a distance, Tongtian surveyed the scene, his excitement palpable. Although the inventory of spiritual roots here may not match that of several other saints, the sheer quantity is overwhelming. After all, with so many disciples in the Jie Sect, bringing these spiritual roots back would greatly bolster their strength. Observing Tongtian's exuberance, Nuwa felt a twinge of disbelief. Pray tell, you cultivate numerous spiritual roots at home, yet now you covet those within this secret realm? What a jest! After some contemplation, Nuwa could no longer restrain herself and remarked, Brother, does your Jie Sect truly lack individuals skilled in cultivating spiritual roots? Tongtian paused momentarily before shaking his head emphatically. Indeed, we possess no one adept in this art. Upon hearing Tongtian's unwavering certainty, Nuwa pressed on. But what if someone has secretly cultivated an abundance of spiritual roots unbeknownst to you? Tongtian waved his hand dismissively. How could that be? I am well acquainted with the disposition of my disciples. They may excel in combat, yet in matters of cultivating spiritual roots and herbs, they are utterly hopeless. Nuwa, witnessing Tongtian's resolute demeanor, found herself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, she endeavored one last time. Perhaps your disciples are concealing their talents from you? Tongtian erupted in laughter. When they entered, I was fully aware of their true nature. Relying on them to cultivate spiritual roots is akin to expecting me to do so myself. Yet, Tongtian himself was not particularly skilled in cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have ventured into this secret realm to gather these roots and herbs. Hearing his words, Nuwa could only shake her head in silent resignation. She now believed that Tongtian's ability to nurture a disciple like Feng was not entirely surprising, considering neither of them possessed a sense of propriety. Moreover, Nuwa found herself anticipating the moment Tongtian would eventually learn the truth. Thus, she chose to refrain from shattering the facade, allowing Tongtian to indulge in his whimsical endeavors. When the time comes for Tongtian to return, he will witness the situation on Jineo Island. At that moment, Nuwa must surely go to enjoy the spectacle. Perhaps she will even witness a grand performance. The mere thought of such a scene makes Nuwa unable to contain her eager anticipation. After Tongtian finished responding to Nuwa, he immediately began to gather the abundant spiritual roots scattered about. As for Nuwa, she indeed did not cast a glance at the myriad of spiritual roots, nor did she lift a finger. However, seeing Tongtian working so diligently, she ultimately could not bear to stand idly by. Senior brother, shall I lend you a hand? After all, two people can accomplish tasks more swiftly. Although collecting these spiritual roots and grasses requires little physical strength, gathering them from the vast expanse still consumes time. With Nuwa's assistance, Tongtian and his companions soon completed the task at hand. Observing Nuwa's nimbleness, Tongtian could not help but express his gratitude. Thank you, junior sister Nuwa. When we return, I shall share some of these spiritual roots and grasses with you. Nuwa waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for such courtesy, senior brother. When the time comes, you may simply ask Lu Feng for a favor. Upon hearing Nua's words, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. After all, Nua is a saint. What could she possibly require assistance with? Moreover, she had directly requested that Lu Feng be the one to help her. Tongtian found himself in a quandary. It was evident that Nua had taken a liking to his disciple, but should he push his disciple into this fiery pit? He discreetly glanced at Nua. She was quite attractive, with a commendable figure and formidable strength. She seemed to be a fitting match for his disciple. Furthermore, it was rare for someone like her to have an interest in his apprentice. After much internal conflict, Tongtian ultimately nodded. There was no alternative. It was not merely about sacrificing Lu Feng's allure, but rather, the opportunity she presented was too enticing. No problem. Meanwhile, Lu Feng remained blissfully unaware that his teacher was effectively selling him out for a bounty of spiritual grasses. Thus, after sneezing, he brushed the matter aside. On the other side, within the Zixiao Palace, ever since the primordial heavenly venerable suggested that Hong Jun take matters into his own hands, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. Even the slowest of the group, Jane and Juanti, appeared somewhat dazed. Had they misheard? Was the primordial heavenly venerable audacious enough to utter such words? To suggest that Hong Jun act personally? How could he dare? The crux of the matter was that by allowing Hong Jun to take action, all the benefits would undoubtedly accrue to him alone, leaving Hong Jun with nothing in return. Laozi felt a twinge of awkwardness. His younger brother had been rather foolish to voice such ludicrous remarks at this juncture. Anyone else would likely deem this a case of rebellion. Yet, it was already too late for Laozi to intervene. Little did they know, the primordial heavenly venerable's words were not uttered thoughtlessly. They had been carefully considered. After all, the situation of the Jie Sect was no longer what it once was. Were it in the past, a mere avatar of the primordial heavenly sovereign could effortlessly resolve such matters. So how could it possibly require the labor of so many? Yet, after descending to the mortal realm twice in succession, even the primordial heavenly sovereign, regardless of his naivety, could discern that something was amiss. The changes within have been nothing short of profound. Setting aside the premature dissolution of the, one need only consider the formidable prowess of xianxia and the intricate formations beyond Gold Ao Island. These are matters beyond the sovereign's control. Were it not for his inability to descend in his true form, it is likely that the primordial heavenly sovereign would have ventured down to retrieve those disciples of himself. As a sage, the relentless pursuit of self-enhancement has always been his ultimate aspiration, especially since these means would evidently confer significant benefits upon him. However, the current circumstances render him powerless against, hence his plea for Hong Jun to take action. This, in turn, has inadvertently placed the responsibility squarely at Hong Jun's feet. Chapter 75. The primordial beginning has broken through. He could hardly believe that Hong Jun, as the Tao ancestor, would remain oblivious to these changes. Given Hong Jun's formidable strength, he should have been the first to perceive the shifts within the Jie Sect. If he was aware, it was certain that he would harbor a keen interest. Indeed, after listening to the words of the primordial supreme being, while Hong Jun displayed a hint of surprise, it was quickly replaced by a composed demeanor. There was no visible fury upon his countenance. The heart of the primordial supreme being eased somewhat at this realization. Soon, Hong Jun spoke, inquiring about the circumstances surrounding Jie. Upon hearing this, the primordial supreme being was reassured that his earlier proposal was likely to be accepted. However, the expressions on the faces of Laozi and the others were filled with astonishment. How could they have anticipated that Hong Jun would genuinely entertain thoughts regarding Jie? It even seemed he was inclined to agree with the primordial supreme being's exceedingly absurd suggestion. Nevertheless, since Hong Jun had voiced his thoughts, Laozi and the others could not oppose it. Moreover, Jie and Juanti were quite eager for their master to confront Jie, especially since their treasures had fallen within the sect's formation. If their master intervened, he would undoubtedly be able to retrieve their belongings. Thus, the prospect of their treasures returning to their hands invigorated Jie and Juanti with enthusiasm. Jie quickly interjected, "Master, allow me to enlighten you on the situation regarding Jie." In a few succinct phrases, Jie recounted their recent descent into the mortal realm, focusing primarily on the formation at Golden Ao Island. Throughout his narration, he also took care to mention his junior disciple's treasures, subtly shifting the blame onto Laozi and the primordial supreme being. After all, had it not been for their excessive arrogance, Jie and Juanti would have never recklessly entered the formation. After listening to Jie's account, Hong Jun merely nodded. In truth, he had long sensed the power of the laws emanating from the four of them. Though faint, he could still discern them with precision. However, Hong Jun had not considered that this power was wielded by Laozi and the others. Being their master, He was well aware of their capabilities. The subtle laws could not possibly stem from his disciples. They must have been encountered during their skirmishes with others. To Hongjun's surprise, he detected the presence of 5 or 6 distinct laws. The ability to comprehend such a multitude of laws indicated that this individual's strength was beyond what a mere assembly of saints could contend with. Moreover, this individual resided within Jie, underscoring the significant transformations the sect had undergone. As the protection of celestial destiny gradually waned, Hongjun found himself capable of divining certain aspects of Jie, particularly concerning its disciples. Yet, despite his efforts to extrapolate, some core disciples remained shrouded beneath the veil of celestial protection. Hongjun was unable to decipher the enigma that eluded him. Among the myriad of mysteries, his curiosity was particularly piqued by Feng, the elder disciple of the. Unlike other locations obscured by the veil of heavenly secrets, Feng remained an unfathomable entity, eluding any semblance of clarity. Even with all of Hongjun's methods employed, the outcome remained an indistinct haze. As the representative of the Tao, Hongjun's dominion over the primordial realm was unequivocal. Yet, the sudden emergence of such an individual prompted a subtle awareness within him. Could the upheaval within stem from this very person? Nonetheless, Hongjun refrained from jumping to conclusions, harboring merely a vague hypothesis. Should this variable indeed be Feng, perhaps he could leverage this individual to orchestrate a new scheme. With this thought in mind, Hongjun's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Yuan Shitianzun. Upon receiving the attention of his master, Yuan Shitianzun straightened his posture. Master, the changes within extend beyond this. Earlier, during my exchange with my junior brother, I encountered a disciple of xianxia's prowess has significantly escalated, and her mastery of the laws is something I have never witnessed before. Intrigued, Hongjun inquired, pray tell, what of her mastery of the laws? Sensing Hongjun's earnest interest, Yuan Shitianzun promptly divulged all that he had comprehended and experienced. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjun shook his head. The power of the laws you speak of is unfamiliar to me. Though not omniscient regarding the 3,000 paths of the primordial realm, I possess a fair understanding of their essence. Yet, this particular aspect remains elusive, which is indeed surprising. The astonishment on the faces of Jane and Juanti was unmistakable. Even the master is unaware? What could this power of the laws be? So shrouded in mystery. However, Hongjun chose not to elaborate further and remarked coolly, this power of the laws must carry a significant aura of lethality. Otherwise, Yuan Shi would not have been so readily vanquished by that individual. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Jane and Juanti instantly turned their gazes towards Yuan Shitianzun, their eyes wide with incredulity. You did not mention this earlier, they thought. Had it not been for Hongjun's sudden reference, they might have remained blissfully ignorant. Ah, I see. I had wondered why you would seek us out to assist you. It seems you have previously encountered a substantial setback. Juanti remarked without reservation. Yuan Shitianzun felt a rare wave of embarrassment wash over him. At that time, my incarnation was merely at the early stage of quasi-saint. The disciple wielded a particularly fierce power of the laws. It was not unexpected to suffer a defeat. Jane scoffed. Not expected? You, a venerable saint, were bested by a disciple of, and not even a direct descendant at that. Juanti added quietly. No wonder your Yushu palace was dismantled. Upon the mere mention of his esteemed Yushu palace, the primordial heavenly sovereign found himself momentarily disarmed. What of its destruction? Moreover, have you not both fallen into the hands of others? Not to mention, you stand at the pinnacle of quasi-saintly cultivation. Little do you realize that Jane and Juanti are wholly unperturbed by such matters. What does it matter if one possesses quasi-saintly prowess? We were vanquished by the intricacies of a formation, while you succumbed directly to the disciples of the. Furthermore, you faced demise not once, but twice. The primordial heavenly sovereign is genuinely incensed now. Ironically, Jane and Juanti chose to voice their remarks in the presence of Hongjun, rendering it inconvenient for the primordial heavenly sovereign to take action. Had this transpired outside the Xixiao palace, one might fear that he would have readily rolled up his sleeves to engage in a brawl with the two brothers. Chapter 76. So naive Hongjun observed the thoughts of his disciples with keen interest, yet he had no intention of intervening. His primary focus remained on the teachings of the Jie Sect, especially after learning that the disciples of the Jie Sect had acquired certain fortuitous opportunities. His curiosity was further piqued. Are you suggesting that the fortuitous opportunities gained by those Jie Sect disciples are merely stories? Upon hearing Hongjun's inquiry, Yuan Shitianzun promptly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we only discovered this information after extensive inquiries in the lower realms. Had it not been for their fortunate circumstances in capturing a few Jie Sect disciples and pressing them for answers, this news might have remained concealed for a considerable time. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjun mused that the novels capable of significantly enhancing the Jie Sect disciple strength might harbor substantial secrets. Since Yuanshi Tianzuan had graciously provided him with an opening, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity. In that case, allow me to investigate further. The prospect of Hongjun personally taking action sent a jolt of surprise through the hearts of Yuanshi Tianzuan and his three companions. Although they had sensed this possibility beforehand, hearing it confirmed was quite different. Nevertheless, with Hongjun's decision made, they could do nothing but bow respectfully in agreement. Very well, Hongjun remarked, casting a glance at the four disciples before adding, you shall remain here in the Zixiao Palace for the time being. His implication was clear. They were to await his return for further discussions. Yuanshi Tianzuan couldn't help but smile at this, with Hongjun personally involved. The unfolding events surrounding the Fengshan calamity were sure to be unpredictable. Meanwhile, on Jinao Island, Lu Feng observed Nuwa, who lingered in his cave dwelling without any sign of leaving. He refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, she was a person acquainted with his master, and it would be improper to expel her. Moreover, it seemed beneficial for her to experience the world a bit more. During her time in Lu Feng's abode, Nuwa had grown increasingly comfortable. The longer she stayed, the more she came to understand Lu Feng. She realized that his capabilities extended far beyond what he had initially revealed, consistently surprising her. It appeared that Lu Feng was shrouded in a veil of mystery, as no matter how Nuwa attempted to divine his secrets, she could glean nothing. Lu Feng was aware that Nuwa had clandestinely attempted to calculate his fate, her efforts being quite blatant. Even if he wished to feign ignorance, it was futile. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he finally spoke up. You needn't concern yourself with that. Some matters should simply unfold in their own time, wouldn't you agree? Hearing Lu Feng's words, a faint blush crept across Nuwa's face. It was indeed somewhat improper to have her calculations so openly discerned. However, Lu Feng seemed entirely unperturbed by the situation. You have already been here for quite some time. What is your name? Nuwa fixed her gaze on Lu Feng, then broke into a radiant smile. Are you certain you wish to know my name? Observing the smile on Nuwa's face, Lu Feng felt an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine, prompting him to immediately shake his head. Actually, I find myself suddenly disinterested in knowing. Seeing Lu Feng's perceptiveness, Nuwa chuckled softly. Weren't you just eager to know? Lu Feng, ever the curious soul, replied, I believe some matters are best left unknown. After all, I am currently living quite comfortably. Discovering some earth-shattering secret could hasten my demise. Nuwa could not help but roll her eyes at Lu Feng's bluntness. You squander the opportunity one present. Lu Feng turned his gaze towards the sun, cheerfully dragging a lounge chair from his abode and reclining under the warm rays. Observing Lu Feng's leisurely demeanor, Nuwa glanced at herself, still standing in place. What about me? Lu Feng asked, a puzzled expression crossing his face. What? Nuwa was utterly taken aback. This Lu Feng truly lived up to the reputation of being a disciple of the celestial master. The straightforward nature of him and his master was evidently a shared trait. Eventually, Nuwa fetched a lounge chair for herself. To be fair, the little trinkets within Lu Feng's dwelling were quite comfortable. The two reclined side by side at the entrance of the cave, basking in the sun. After a while, Nuwa spoke up. Aren't you curious about what I am? Why I have come to Golden Tortoise Island? Lu Feng cast her a sidelong glance. Not curious. The more Lu Feng dismissed her, the more conflicted Nuwa felt. Then I shall enlighten you. I am actually Hutu. Upon hearing Nuwa's declaration, Lu Feng was momentarily stunned, before his gaze shifted to her. Noticing the surprise in his eyes, a glint of cunning flickered in Nuwa's expression. Huh, I shall see if I cannot win you over. In truth, Lu Feng was genuinely taken aback. After all, Hutu was a renowned ancestral shaman, also known as the Lady of Equanimity. She was among the few female saints who could stand alongside Nuwa in the primordial world. Even though Hutu had not attained the status of a saint, who could truly assess her strength? The fact that a saint stood directly before him would leave anyone's mind momentarily awestruck. However, Lu Feng quickly shook his head. No, you are not Hutu. Nuwa was taken aback by his assertion. How could this young man discern her identity so effortlessly? By all accounts, he should not have encountered Hutu before. How can you be so certain? Lu Feng directed his gaze to her chest, then averted his eyes. The disparity between you two is quite significant. Upon realizing what Lu Feng meant, Nuwa's eyes widened in realization. You, indeed, the impudent lad, Lu Feng, truly shares the same irritable temperament as his teacher. However, despite her frustration, Nuwa ultimately refrained from taking any action against Lu Feng, recognizing the futility of it. After much contemplation, she concluded that a leisurely stroll would be far more beneficial. Facing Lu Feng was proving to be somewhat disheartening. Is there anywhere to explore on Golden Turtle Island? Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Feel free to wander. Upon hearing Lu Feng's nonchalant words, Nuwa did not hesitate and promptly headed towards the Divine Weapon Pavilion. She had not forgotten how Lu Feng had carelessly discarded 4 innate spiritual treasures into the pavilion earlier. It was evident that the treasures within the Divine Weapon Pavilion were abundant. Meanwhile, Lu Feng gazed at Nuwa's departing figure, shaking his head in silence. Some individuals, it seems, remain blissfully naive. Chapter 77. Self-evident Lu Feng is not a fool. In the current primordial realm, there are only 2 powerful female saints. If it is not the Earth Mother, then the figure before him must undoubtedly be Nuwa. However, sensing the aura emanating from her, Lu Feng perceives that her strength is merely at the quasi-saint level. It is likely that this figure is not her true self. As for why Lu Feng has refrained from taking action in recent times, it is primarily due to his mentor. Given the arduous circumstances of the primordial realm, his mentor faces far greater challenges compared to a self-sufficient being like Nuwa. It is far more advantageous to find an ally for his mentor than to create another adversary. He wonders if his mentor will be particularly touched upon learning of his intentions. Meanwhile, deep within the primordial realm, a figure emerges gracefully from the mists. This figure, ethereal and elusive, radiates a formidable aura of spiritual energy. It is none other than Hongjun. Unlike the avatars dispatched directly by the primordial heavenly venerates, Hongjun's presence appears less solid and, upon closer inspection, seems almost insubstantial. In the chaos, within the Dragon Han secret realm, Tongtian gazes at the abundant spiritual roots and herbs before him, his excitement palpable. Without waiting to step outside, he begins categorizing the vast array of resources. These will ultimately be presented to Lu Feng, who, with his exceptional foundation, should experience a significant enhancement after absorbing them. Standing beside him, Nuwa silently shakes her head at Tongtian's enthusiasm. Their dynamic is rather amusing, his relentless efforts to gather resources for his disciple. It remains to be seen whether Tongtian will maintain his benevolent demeanor once he uncovers the truth. At Golden Ao Island, Nuwa soon arrives at the entrance of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Her gaze flits to the plaque overhead, and she cannot help but be momentarily captivated. At first glance, the plaque appears rather simplistic, yet upon closer examination, Nuwa discerns that the 3 characters inscribed upon it seem to embody a profound aura of the Tao. Merely a fleeting glance causes her consciousness to tremble in response. The aura of the Tao. Such an entity is not easily encountered, and this is merely a plaque. Should she delve deeper into its essence, she might even grasp some principles of the Tao, despite not having yet entered the pavilion. Perhaps due to Lu Feng's permission, Nuwa finds her entry into the Divine Weapon Pavilion remarkably effortless. However, as she observes the interior, she feels a twinge of surprise. Based on her understanding of Lu Feng, she had expected the pavilion to be filled with treasures akin to the spiritual roots and herbs he cultivates. In reality, the Divine Weapon Pavilion is quite sparse. It consists of 2 levels, with the first floor being a spacious hall where the few treasures Lu Feng previously acquired are carelessly strewn about. It is uncertain whether the arrival of these innate treasures has triggered a response within the Armory Pavilion. Nuwa perceives the 4 innate treasures, seemingly enveloped by a translucent sphere, gently floating in midair on the first floor. After a moment of contemplation, she concludes that no other treasures are within her sight and shifts her gaze to the second floor. Logically, the Armory Pavilion should house more than just these few items, leading her to ponder if the finer treasures are situated above. With this thought, Nuwa ascends towards the second floor. Upon entering, she is immediately greeted by a blinding radiance. The scene before her shifts dramatically. The once antiquated elegance of the pavilion morphs into a vast, chaotic expanse. Witnessing this spectacle, Nuwa cannot suppress her astonishment. This manifests as a spatial law. The ability to distort the realm of the second floor into a chaotic world is not a feat achievable by ordinary hands. Even Nuwa herself lacks such prowess. Yet, her attention soon fixates on a luminous point amidst the chaos. With her keen vision, she discerns the object within the light, a jar. More precisely, a magenta-hued demon jar, inscribed with intricate patterns of the great Tao. Even from a considerable distance, Nuwa can perceive the power of the laws emanating from this jar, though they feel strangely unfamiliar. This law is unlike any she has encountered before, yet it evokes a sense of familiarity. Upon deeper reflection, she recalls that this very law recently appeared within a formation laid out by Lu Feng. Consequently, Nuwa understands the essence of this demon jar, an artifact crafted by Lu Feng. Although it remains a step short of completion, The aura it radiates is not something an ordinary person could easily approach. As for the final step, Nuwa's gaze shifts. The crafting of spiritual treasures is not a mere matter of exertion. This last step is particularly crucial. It pertains to the nurturing of spiritual essence. For others, this process could take an exceedingly long time, even spanning millions of years, requiring meticulous care to avoid total failure. However, for Lu Feng, nurturing spiritual essence is merely a matter of time. Within the armory pavilion, the sky-swallowing demon jar will grow autonomously. Lu Feng need only wait patiently for it to develop to the extent he requires. Though Nuwa cannot fully comprehend this, she senses the jar's uniqueness. Unlike other spiritual treasures, this demon jar possesses the capacity for growth. Although it currently resides at the stage of an innate treasure, Nuwa perceives that, given time, it may well evolve into an innate supreme treasure. Her eyes are now filled with profound astonishment, and it takes her a considerable while to regain her composure. This environment is indeed perfectly suited for spiritual entities, especially this expanse of chaos. Upon realizing that the swallowing heaven demon cauldron is a growth-type spiritual treasure, Nuwa's gaze became fixated upon this chaotic realm before her. Since it is a growth-type treasure, its development is undoubtedly intertwined with its surroundings. The chaotic expanse she beholds harbors laws of spiritual energy that may surpass her wildest imaginings. If the treasure were to be placed within such an environment, would its ascension not become an effortless endeavor? Thus, in comparison to the swallowing heaven demon cauldron, this chaotic environment holds even greater significance. After all, the swallowing heaven demon cauldron is merely a congenital spiritual treasure, whereas this chaotic realm possesses the potential to birth countless congenital treasures in a short span of time. The choice between a golden egg and the hen that lays golden eggs is, at this moment, almost self-evident. Chapter 78. The emergence of Hongjun. Just as Nuwa believed that the second floor contained only the swallowing heaven demon jar, a sudden flash of light in the vicinity drew her attention. When Nuwa cast her gaze towards it, her eyes momentarily widened in astonishment. Within this orb of light lay a long sword. At first glance, the sword appeared unremarkable. However, upon sensing the aura emanating from it, Nuwa's eyes filled with a renewed sense of shock. The previously encountered swallowing heaven demon jar was merely a congenital spiritual treasure, but the sword before her was undeniably a true congenital supreme treasure. To think that such a precious artifact was carelessly placed on the second floor by Lu Feng, Nuwa couldn't help but wonder if Lu Feng had lost his sanity. Yet, upon further reflection, she concluded that his decision was indeed astute. After all, in such a uniquely advantageous environment, housing spiritual treasures within it seemed the most prudent choice. For Nuwa, this environment was particularly exceptional. With this thought in mind, she promptly sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the laws of this place. Meanwhile, Lu Feng sensed Nuwa's movements almost instantaneously. However, surprise flickered in his eyes. Every action within the divine weapon pavilion was under his control, otherwise, he would not have allowed Nuwa to enter. In fact, the second level of the pavilion had been deliberately configured by Lu Feng. Since he intended to refine spiritual treasures, he was well versed in the process. Infusing spiritual treasures with essence was no trivial task, which is why he had placed his treasures on the second floor. Yet, Nuwa's choice to seek enlightenment there was unexpected for Lu Feng. Nevertheless, he soon shrugged it off. If she had made her choice, he would not impose his will upon her. As a sage, the restrictions placed upon him were no less than those faced by the beings of the primordial chaos. Not even excluding Hongjun, the vast expanse of the primordial chaos resembled a grand chessboard, where useless pieces would inevitably fall to their opponents. Ultimately, the remaining pieces were still merely pieces. Lu Feng closed his eyes once more, choosing to disregard the happenings within the divine weapon pavilion. At that moment, in the primordial chaos, a purple figure appeared, standing majestically atop a mountain peak. Hongjun surveyed the myriad beings within the chaos with a gaze that bore an air of indifference. He had not descended to the lower realms for quite some time. This descent was solely for matters concerning the Jiejiao. After keenly sensing his surroundings, Hongjun quickly pinpointed his target's location. A gentle breeze swept by, yet the mountaintop remained devoid of any presence. Although they were all sages, there existed a significant disparity between them. For instance, Hongjun's strength was separated by a vast chasm from that of Tongtian and his peers. Nevertheless, Hongjun felt compelled to undertake this journey himself. The calamity of the function was inevitable, and he needed to maintain firm control over the variables involved. Initially, Hongjun had contemplated directly eliminating the uncertainties. Only those variables are safeguarded by the celestial principle. As the earthly representative of this principle, Hong Jun must reluctantly abandon this path. Since annihilation is not feasible, it is imperative to establish certainty first. After a brief moment, Hong Jun arrived at a mountain range. Gazing upon the remnants of what was once a majestic landscape, a sense of nostalgia stirred within him. In times past, he had traversed these very peaks. Yet, to the eyes of a sage, time is but a fleeting moment. Moreover, as his integration with the celestial principle deepened, Hong Jun noticed his emotional fluctuations began to diminish. As one embodying the celestial order, he ought not to be ensnared by personal desires. After a prolonged contemplation of the mountains, he sighed softly and transformed into a streak of light, departing once more. This time, Hong Jun found himself amidst a dense forest. With a casual wave of his hand, a book emanating a greenish glow materialized before him. Observing the book, Hong Jun's eyes flickered with intrigue. He lifted his hand, intending to peruse its pages. However, the moment his fingers brushed against the cover, the book seemingly responded, instantly dispersing into a constellation of luminous particles. Taken aback by the sudden occurrence, Hong Jun paused momentarily. This book contained the fates of the disciples of the. Yet, he did not anticipate that it would behave in such a manner upon falling into his hands. Hong Jun's gaze returned to the original location of the book. He beheld the scattered particles coalescing once more into its original form. This time, however, he refrained from hastily reaching out and instead observed the book intently. Meanwhile, Feng remained oblivious to the fact that someone had fixated on the novels he had disseminated throughout the primordial realm. In this moment, he took the rare opportunity to reflect on the stories he had penned. He had authored numerous well-known mythological tales. Yet, after a time, the repetition of these narratives began to wear on him. Thus, alongside these familiar stories, he had also woven in a few others, tinged with a sense of dark humor. After all, sometimes luck is an integral part of strength. Should an unfortunate disciple stumble upon these tales, it would simply denote their ill fortune. At this moment, Hong Jun's gaze remained fixed upon the book before him, his attention ensnared by its peculiar title, Do Not Touch. The name struck him as particularly strange. Despite being a chance scattered throughout the primordial world, why would it bear such a warning? Hong Jun attempted to lift his hand to open the book, but then recalled the earlier spectacle. Therefore, he employed a subtle tactic. After all, the protective measures surrounding the book were merely intended to prevent other beings of the primordial realm, especially the disciples of the, from inadvertently opening it. However, to Hong Jun, such trivial defenses were hardly sufficient. As he turned the pages, he quickly encountered the first line. If you have opened this book, please close it immediately. Otherwise, dire consequences will ensue. Upon reading these simple yet alarming words, Hong Jun let out a cold snort. An artifice of mystique. What more could emerge from a book? Yet, as Hong Jun turned the next page, the world before him underwent a sudden transformation. Countless forces of the laws surged forth wildly, enveloping him in an instant. When Hong Jun opened his eyes again, the primordial landscape had vanished, replaced instead by an expanse of black chaos. More precisely, it was a thick mist of black fog that permeated this chaos. At that moment, Hong Jun's consciousness found itself shrouded within this very fog. Just as he was lost in thought, a dark chain surged towards him from a diagonal rear. Chapter 79. Hong Jun in distress upon seeing the black chains. Hong Jun immediately raised his hand and severed them all. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As one chain fell, hundreds more surged forth from various directions. The speed of these chains was astonishing, so much so that even Hong Jun found it challenging to withstand their onslaught. What surprised him even more was the palpable demonic energy permeating this chaotic realm, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of blood. Here, the connection between Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao seemed to be abruptly severed. In his previous confrontation with the demon ancestor Lihu, Hong Jun had despised the overwhelming demonic energy. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand to disperse the rampant demonic aura within a 100-mile radius. As the malevolent energy retreated, a solemn expression crossed Hong Jun's brow. This realm was evidently one that came preordained within the text. Could it be that Feng had a connection to the demon ancestor Lihu? Contemplating this, Hong Jun felt a sense of urgency. Just as he prepared to launch a second wave of attack, the surrounding demonic aura once again filled every void around him. No matter how Hong Jun struck, the ceaseless tide of demonic energy seemed inexhaustible. As he struggled against the overwhelming onslaught, the space around him gradually transformed from black to a deep crimson. Observing the surrounding demonic energy take on a scarlet hue, which seemed to shimmer with countless blood-red eyes, Hong Jun couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Trickery. He then raised his hand and directed his assault towards those blood-red eyes. In truth, he succeeded. Wherever Hongjuan's attacks landed, countless crimson eyes burst apart. Witnessing the space around him being cleared, Hongjuan remained vigilant. After all, the seemingly infinite expanse before him was merely a fraction of the whole. Thus, he raised his hand once more, intending to strike in another direction. Since he could not cleanse this space entirely, he would have to obliterate it completely. Upon reaching the quasi-saint level, one could independently carve out space. For Hongjuan, breaking through the current space was simply a matter of power. Consequently, he swiftly initiated his first round of attack. However, this space proved to be exceedingly tenacious. Despite expending considerable effort, it was only after an indeterminate number of strikes that Hongjuan finally heard that familiar cracking sound. As the noise grew louder, what began as a single fracture gradually coalesced into a larger rift. A flicker of joy crossed Hongjuan's eyes. Yet, before his exhilaration could fully settle, countless fragments erupted explosively. This left Hongjuan momentarily stunned. He had descended with merely a fragment of consciousness. Yet now, under the shockwave of the spatial explosion, that very consciousness wavered precariously. Fortunately, Hongjuan's reflexes were sharp. Seizing the opportunity created by the ruptured space, he swiftly escaped from that realm. Compared to his previous entrance, Hongjuan now appeared considerably disheveled. His purple robe was tattered beyond recognition, and his once intact right hand was now utterly devoid of any substance. Virtually every inch of his being was marred, and the malevolent energy within that space exuded an intensely corrosive aura. This energy had tainted Hongjuan, and even after exiting that realm, it continued to gnaw at his consciousness. What surprised Hongjuan even more was the realization that he had not actually shattered that space. In truth, it possessed a contingency for self-preservation. Should anyone attempt to forcibly breach it, it would trigger a self-detonation before being breached. This unforeseen circumstance had caught Hongjuan off guard, leaving him in such a dire predicament. However, his plight bore little relevance to Tongtian and Nuwa, who were currently in the midst of a grand heist within the Chaos secret realm. In a matter of moments, they had thoroughly ransacked the domain, with Tongtian collecting nearly every valuable item in sight. Observing Tongtian's pillaging demeanor, Nuwa found it increasingly difficult to bear. Was it customary for virtuous individuals to behave like bandits in such realms? Brother Tongtian, must we truly take everything? She inquired. Tongtian paused momentarily before affirming with a solemn nod, of course. With so many disciples in the Jie Sect, this modest amount of spiritual herbs and roots would scarcely suffice to share among them. Sister Nuwa, you have yet to establish a sect, which is why you remain oblivious to the scarcity of resources. Moreover, the upcoming calamity of the Feng is imminent. If I do not consider my disciples now, how will they fare when the tribulation arrives? Nuwa was rendered speechless. Tongtian's thoroughness in his looting was undeniable. Yet even his efforts paled in comparison to the rapid cultivation undertaken by Feng. Nuwa's manifestation had observed clearly that during this time frame, Feng had harvested far more spiritual roots and herbs than Tongtian had during his expedition. Nevertheless, the secret realm had not been entirely stripped bare. As a sage, Tongtian possessed the discernment to retain only that which was truly valuable. The worthless remnants remained within the realm. Glancing around the secret realm, Nuwa ultimately chose to remain silent. She had offered her warnings, and any future consequences would not be her responsibility. Tongtian, content with his haul, stood up and remarked, "Sister, we have gathered quite enough. Shall we return now?" Nuwa nodded in agreement. The secret realm was relatively small. Had Nuwa's method of collection been employed, they would not have needed to linger for so long. Yet, Tongtian's insatiable appetite for treasures had prolonged their stay. Unable to restrain himself, Tongtian inquired, "Sister Nuwa, will you truly not share any of these spoils with me?" Nuwa promptly shook her head. "My Hua Huang Tian lacks for nothing. After all, she is not like Tongtian, burdened with a multitude of disciples to support." Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Tongtian ceased further discussion. In Nuwa's realm, there was only him, and at most, 2 young attendants within the Nuwa palace. Altogether, they amounted to merely 3 individuals. In contrast, Tongtian boasted 5 direct disciples, with an even greater number of recognized and unrecognized students. Thus, neither party hesitated any longer and swiftly made their way toward the secret realm. At this moment, on Jineo Island, within the halls of the Divine Armament Pavilion, the second floor's chaotic world remained a self-contained entity. 2 treasures occupied their respective spaces, continuously engaging in cultivation and evolution. In a corner of this chaotic world, a figure sat quietly in meditation. Chapter 80. Can you tell me how you achieved this breakthrough? Countless forces of the laws swirl around Nuwa. She had been residing in the Divine Weapon Pavilion for some time now. However, to the outside world, this duration is hardly noteworthy. The flow of time on the second floor of the Divine Weapon Pavilion does not correspond with that of the outside realm. It was only after Nuwa's profound contemplation that she came to realize this fact. She initially believed that the second floor merely incorporated spatial laws. Little did she anticipate that it also infused the essence of time. After spending several hundred years within the pavilion, only a few days had transpired in the outer world. This implies that not only did Nuwa benefit, but the spiritual treasures on the second floor also experienced a significantly shortened period of spiritual nurturing. During her centuries in the pavilion, Nuwa continually pondered the laws of creation that she had once mastered. After all, her ascension to sainthood was predicated on the principles of creation. The laws of creation are intrinsically her own path. She had always been aware that this chaotic space could greatly enhance her cultivation. Yet, she never imagined the magnitude of the improvement she would achieve in this realm. For instance, despite having entered the space for merely a century, her understanding of her own path has multiplied several times. This is an elevation she could not have attained, no matter how many years she practiced within the Nuwa Emperor's domain. Now, having entered this chaos, she has unexpectedly transcended into a higher realm. At that moment, as Nuwa returned to the city alongside Tongtian, a sudden glimmer of light flickered across her form. Upon sensing this radiant glow, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. "Junior sister, what is happening?" Nuwa merely offered a gentle smile in response. "I might inadvertently break through. Please wait for me here, senior brother." Tongtian was left bewildered by her words. They had merely entered a secret realm, so how could Nuwa achieve a breakthrough so swiftly? Crucially, it seemed they had done nothing significant upon entering the secret realm. They had all merely gathered spiritual roots and herbs together. Why was it only she who had advanced, while he felt no shift in his own realm? The more he pondered, the more discontent he felt. However, since Nuwa was on the verge of a breakthrough and they were within the chaos, Tongtian dutifully shielded her with his laws. At this moment, Nuwa was not particularly concerned about Tongtian. In the past, she would never have entrusted her safety to any saint. Yet now, she regarded Tongtian and the others as her allies. Besides, they were all comrades now. Protecting her should not pose any difficulty, should it? Soon, Nuwa immersed herself deeply into her breakthrough. Even the great truths realized by her incarnations were equivalent to her true self. Meanwhile, within the Xixiao Palace, the three sages, including Yuan Shi Tianzun, noticed the commotion in the chaos not far away. The disturbance caused by a saint's breakthrough is anything but subtle. As Nuwa's breakthrough progressed, more and more spiritual energy began to swirl around her. Do not mention the primordial supreme being. Even Hongjun exhibited a hint of astonishment. Nuwa actually achieved a breakthrough? The primordial supreme being felt a sense of discontent brewing within. Both Jane and Juni were equally taken aback. How could she have suddenly surpassed her limits? All being of the same rank as saints, the disparity in their powers was palpable. Just as the primordial supreme being had been ruthlessly subdued by Tongtian not long ago, Nuwa's ascension now instilled a sense of urgency among the assembly of saints. After all, this calamity of the canonization of gods had no ties to Nuwa whatsoever. She could have easily distanced herself from it all. In contrast, the primordial supreme being and his companions had suffered losses, some losing treasures, others having their incarnations severed. Their plight was indeed pitiful. Now, comparing their circumstances to Nuwa's, an imbalance began to stir within their hearts. In fact, Nuwa had already surpassed even Tongtian in the primordial supreme being's estimation, as Tongtian still had the Jie Sect to contend with, which was on the brink of facing tribulations under Hongjuan's influence. In this calamity, it could be said that the five of them had gained nothing, while Nuwa incurred no losses and had even achieved a breakthrough. Who wouldn't feel discomfort by such an inequity? Yet, she had already transcended to a higher realm. Despite their reluctance, they could not bring themselves to intervene in another's breakthrough, for such matters were deeply rooted in causality. Upon reaching the saintly stage, none wished to be inadvertently entangled in the affairs of such profound consequence. Meanwhile, Nuwa sensed the overwhelming density of spiritual energy surrounding her, yet it was beyond her control. Her strength had ascended to the 5th stage of the saintly realm, and this breakthrough would elevate her to the 6th stage. Though it appeared to be merely a minor progression, the amount of spiritual energy required was immense. Thus, the spiritual energy enveloping Nuwa transformed into a tangible vortex. In a brief moment, her realm began to shift, advancing from the initial 5th stage to the mid-5th stage. As the influx of spiritual energy continued, she swiftly reached the late 5th stage and then the pinnacle of the 5th stage. Subsequently, Nuwa felt an abundance of spiritual energy accumulating within her. At last, she awaited the most crucial opportunity. Her gaze transformed, and she began to fervently absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. A subtle sound resonated within her, and the energy began to surge into her being. In this fleeting moment, Nuwa's power finally ascended to the initial stage of the sixth realm. As she sensed the spiritual energy around her gradually dissipating, the brilliance in her eyes intensified. Clad in flowing white robes that danced without wind, her figure was accentuated, making her stand out even amidst the chaos. However, Tongtian remained oblivious to the enchanting aura emanating from Nuwa, bluntly remarking, "Did you finish so soon?" Nuwa offered a respectful bow to Tongtian. "Thank you, senior brother, for your protection earlier." Tongtian waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. After all, there are no vested interests between him and Nuwa. Moreover, why would one seek to gain an enemy when one can have an additional friend?" However, what piques Tongtian's curiosity even further is the fact that, although everyone entered the secret realm together, it is you who has attained a breakthrough. Tongtian has always been one to speak candidly, and in this moment, he does not hold back. "Sister Nuwa, could you please enlighten me on how you achieved this breakthrough?" Chapter 81. Late stage of Semi-Saint. Nuwa blinked her eyes. "Why not inquire with your esteemed disciple Lu Feng?" Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. Lu Feng, how did he become entangled in this matter? Moreover, Nuwa was a revered sage. What did her breakthrough have to do with Lu Feng? However, Tongtian quickly regained his composure. At times, Lu Feng might indeed be of little assistance, yet he could certainly provide emotional value. This also suggested that Nuwa, perhaps, harbored some ulterior motives regarding her favored disciple. If that were the case, perhaps he could play matchmaker for them in the future. Although there was a generational gap between the two, he was not one to be overly concerned with such hierarchies. Who knows what might blossom between them? With this thought, Tongtian resolved to let go of his previous concerns. "Since you have already achieved your breakthrough, let us hasten our return." Nuwa, oblivious to Tongtian's thoughts, nodded in agreement. Soon, the two made their way back to the Purple Cloud Palace. With Tongtian's return, it was time to finalize the candidates for the upcoming heavenly calamity. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Buzhou, Hongjun found himself in disarray, his eyes wide with astonishment. Despite his advanced cultivation, he was shocked to have sustained such significant injuries. Had he not reacted swiftly, his essence would have been obliterated in the explosion of that realm. Moreover, it was precisely within that realm that his arm had been destroyed. The ability to inflict such damage upon a sage attested to the terrifying nature of that realm. Hongjun sought to locate the book that had initially guided him into that world. However, after an extensive search, he discovered that the tome had vanished without a trace, taking with it even the residual aura. Having suffered such a considerable loss, Hongjun was understandably filled with rage, especially since, even after escaping that realm, he was still enveloped in lingering demonic energy. This energy clung to him, and Hongjun loathed it deeply. Reflecting on his current predicament, which was largely due to this malevolent force, he decided to unleash his fury upon the demonic energy surrounding him. Summoning a long sword with one hand, he channeled his spiritual energy to expel the suffocating demonic energy from his body. In an instant, with a swift motion of his sword, the malevolent force dissipated beneath its blade. After a prolonged struggle, Hongjun finally managed to cleanse himself of all demonic energy, both within and without. Nonetheless, he felt a lingering sense of frustration. Since his ascension to sagehood, he had never encountered such a significant setback. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of a mere disciple of the Jie Sect. After much contemplation, Hongjun could only think of one individual responsible for this predicament: his former rival, the demon ancestor, Luoho. Aside from this individual, Hongjun could scarcely conceive of another capable of inflicting such profound harm upon him. However, what piqued his curiosity even further was the intricate connection between the Jie Jiao and the demon ancestor. Why did the destinies of those belonging to Jie Jiao resonate so heavily with the essence of the demonic path? Meanwhile, Lu Feng, basking in the sunlight at the entrance, was startled by the sudden notification from the system. It had been quite some time since he last heard such a prompt, and its unexpected arrival caught him off guard. "Congratulations, host. The demonic novel you previously penned has activated its self-destruction protocol, simultaneously delivering a significant blow to its readers. Based on the severity of the impact and the strength of the affected individuals, you are rewarded with 100 million years of cultivation and an 80% increase in proficiency of demonic laws." Lu Feng was utterly bewildered. Yet, he had no time to ponder further, as the immense cultivation surged into his body in an instant. In no time, his power escalated rapidly. Originally stagnating at the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint, he began to advance towards the late stage of Quasi-Saint with the infusion of this cultivation. With a faint crack, Lu Feng successfully ascended to the late stage of Quasi-Saint. Yet, this was merely the beginning, compared to the several 100,000 years of cultivation previously granted by the system. This 100 million years continued to surge, relentlessly pushing him towards the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Sensing the loosening of his bottleneck, Lu Feng no longer hesitated. He focused his mind and continued to elevate his strength. Soon, he transitioned from the late stage of quasi-saint to the pinnacle, ultimately leaping into the realm of quasi-saint perfection. Once his realm stabilized, Lu Feng finally freed his mind to contemplate other matters. This demonic novel was something he had casually written during his leisure time. He had never anticipated that, compared to his other works, this particular narrative would yield such considerable benefits. However, recalling the system's notification, Lu Feng quickly regained his composure. The system had never been so generous before, yet today it had bestowed upon him 100 million years of cultivation. This was indicative of the extraordinary strength of the individual who had suffered such a severe blow, surpassing even that of Daobao, xianxia, and their companions. The only beings capable of surpassing Daobao and xianxia were the saints. With this thought, Lu Feng's mind began to swirl with uncertainty. Saints should not have descended to the mortal realm yet. So, who had sustained the heavy injury within the world of his novel? After all of Lu Feng's writings were specifically crafted for the disciples of Jie, who had always been obedient to his words. He had explicitly inscribed 2 large characters on that novel, and if it truly were a Jie disciple who discovered it, they would have likely cast it aside long ago. Yet now, someone had managed to find the novel he had intended for the Jie disciples, and so fortuitously entered the world of the story. Lu Feng's gaze flickered with intrigue. If that individual had the means to locate the novel, they undoubtedly could find their way to Jineo Island as well. If the adversary truly possesses capabilities that rival those of a sage, it stands to reason that the formations I have established would be insufficient to impede them. Upon realizing this, Lu Feng promptly rose to his feet and strode purposefully towards the entrance of Jineo Island. Since the opponent has arrived well prepared, Lu Feng must certainly take the initiative to make the necessary arrangements. After all, his current strength is neither overwhelmingly potent nor insignificantly weak. However, it is better to be overly cautious than to underestimate potential threats, is it not? In a brief span of time, Lu Feng devised a new formation. Unlike the previous 10, this new formation was suffused with a profound aura of demonic energy. Moreover, this time, Lu Feng seamlessly integrated all 11 formations into one. Perhaps due to the addition of this new formation, the entirety of Jineo Island resonated with a thunderous roar. Chapter 82. No one is more familiar with the law of devouring when Nuwa sensed the commotion. The formation set by Lu Feng had already taken shape. Watching the formation gradually sink into the earth beneath her feet, Nuwa felt a hint of confusion. The formations that Lu Feng had previously arranged were already formidable. Why suddenly add another layer? With her mind puzzled, Nuwa directly inquired, "What is happening? Weren't the previous 10 formations sufficient?" Lu Feng chuckled softly. The 10 formations can deter ordinary beings, but they cannot withstand the presence of the one who is coming. He added, "The additional formation is merely a sign of respect." Nuwa's confusion deepened upon hearing this. Someone else is coming? Furthermore, this individual possessed considerable strength, prompting Lu Feng to enhance the formation yet again. However, the original 10 formations were formidable enough that even Nuwa herself would require considerable effort to breach them. In this primordial realm, who could possibly dismantle Lu Feng's formations, if not a sage? With her heart filled with doubts, Nuwa chose not to press further, but instead waited quietly for the arrival of the individual. Meanwhile, outside Jineo Island, Hongjun had changed into a new attire. He wore a similar purple robe, yet one sleeve hung empty. This was not due to a lack of desire to restore his arm. Rather, it had been obliterated by a spatial explosion, tainted with dark energy. By the time Hongjun sought to regenerate a new arm, the wound had already succumbed to the encroaching malevolence. Thus, he arrived at Jineo Island missing a limb. Upon observing the formations on Jineo Island, Hongjun's expression remained unchanged as he boldly stepped into the formation. The moment he entered, his gaze abruptly shifted to a certain point in the void. He could sense that, just as he entered the formation, someone had already taken note of his presence. Lu Feng, gazing into the water mirror before him, shook his head in silence. It appeared that this visitor was far more intriguing than the previous ones. At that moment, however, Nuwa felt a surge of terror as she beheld the figure reflected in the mirror. How could she have anticipated that this time it was the Taoist ancestor Hongjun himself descending to the mortal realm? It was well known that Hongjun had not set foot in the primordial world for many years. Yet, after such a lengthy absence, his first return was to Jineo Island? For a brief moment, Nuwa wondered if the array Lu Feng had set up outside Jineo Island was insufficient. With only 11 formations, how could they possibly withstand the Taoist ancestor? But the pressing question remained. Why had the Taoist ancestor chosen to descend at this moment? Moreover, judging by Lu Feng's demeanor, he clearly recognized the identity of the visitor, yet still opted to confront him. Upon realizing this, Nua's heart sank. Engaging in combat with the Taoist ancestor, had Lu Feng lost his senses? Even Nua and the others had never contemplated such an audacious act. Yet here was Lu Feng, daring to carry it out. Even if the presence in the netherworld is merely a fragment of Daozu's consciousness, it is not something they can easily withstand. Nua hesitated for a moment, desiring to speak, yet uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Should she inform Lu Feng that the person outside is Daozu and urge him to dismantle the formation? Moreover, deep within her heart, Nua harbored a flicker of anticipation. Since her arrival on Golden Ao Island, she had witnessed Lu Feng's astonishing feats. First, there were the abundant innate spiritual roots and herbs, followed by the construction of numerous formations. Most impressively, he had directly annihilated 4 incarnations of saints with his formations. Now, facing Daozu Hongjun, it would be disingenuous for Nua to claim she was not hopeful, although she understood that Lu Feng's current strength would likely lead to his defeat against Hongjun. One can never dismiss the possibility of a miracle, can they? What if Lu Feng emerged victorious? What if he truly vanquished Daozu? What if? Nua's eyes flickered, afraid to contemplate further, and instead, she quietly observed the movements within the water mirror. The moment Hongjuan's gaze swept across, Lu Feng comprehended that the battle between them had officially commenced. At that moment, Hongjun, situated within the formation, let out a soft snort. From the instant he entered the formation, he sensed the presence of someone covertly observing him. He even speculated that this clandestine observer might be one of the individuals behind the Jiejiao. Judging by their methods, their strength was indeed formidable, and they had schemed for years, even willing to sacrifice the entirety of Jiejiao as a pawn. Perhaps they were targeting him specifically. Yet, Hongjun found himself perplexed. When had this individual appeared, and when had they infiltrated Jiejiao? What was their true identity? Were they an ancient innate being left over from primordial times, or one of the 3,000 demonic deities of yore? Regardless of the circumstance, it was evident that this person harbored significant intentions and had remained dormant for an extended period, unbeknownst to him. Had it not been for the impending calamity of the Tongtian and the unforeseen changes within Jiejiao, Hongjun might not have even noticed this individual. Observing the 10 formations activating around him, Hongjuan's expression remained unchanged. These formations were indeed impressive. It was no wonder they had managed to eliminate the likes of Taishang Laojun and the others. However, before Hongjun, these formations appeared somewhat lacking. He languidly raised his hand, and soon, the power of the laws surged forth from his palm, transforming in the blink of an eye into a long sword. With one hand, Hongjun grasped the sword and aimed it directly at the grand formation forged by the convergence of the 10 arrays. In the face of absolute strength, all techniques seemed exceedingly superfluous. Today, Hongjun intended to shatter all with sheer force. On the other side, Nua watched Hongjuan's actions, her gaze shifting with surprise. She had not anticipated that Hongjun would strike first, even before the formation was fully operational. This clearly indicated that his intentions were far from benign. The sword in Hongjuan's hand swiftly cleaved through the first array, imbued with the principles of devouring. Immediately thereafter, it surged towards the second formation. Though Hongjun currently existed merely as a strand of spiritual awareness, his embodiment of consciousness far surpassed that of the likes of Taishang Laojun and his companions. For Taishang Laojun and his peers, the 10 arrays combined into a formidable stronghold posed a considerable challenge. Yet, before Hongjun, it was nothing more than a trivial formation. Simultaneously, the sword in Hongjuan's grasp began to emanate a deep crimson glow. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. No one was more familiar with the principles of devouring than he. The aura that enveloped Hongjuan's sword was indeed that of devouring. It appeared that this individual's strength far exceeded his initial expectations. Any force of law that passed through his hands seemed to be absorbed and transformed for his own use. Such power is not something just anyone can possess. Chapter 83. Is it not my turn yet? At this moment, Hongjun paid no heed to the slightest semblance of the power of the devouring laws. He turned and unleashed another sword strike. This strike was imbued with profound sacred might, further bolstered by the support of the heavenly Tao, instantly surging towards the entire formation. The grand array trembled under the impact of Hongjuan's sword, causing Nua to silently lower her gaze. It appeared that her master's strength surpassed her expectations. Even such a formidable formation could not impede her master's advance. Lu Feng, however, observed with a flicker of his eyes. The current circumstances had long been anticipated by him. It is essential to recognize that the world of his novel was not one that could be traversed at will by just anyone. Particularly, the realm depicted within the novel was a world of demonic paths. Those who managed to emerge from such a realm undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. Thus, the present symptoms were not entirely perplexing. Yet, it seemed the opponent had underestimated the situation. With a light snort, Feng raised his hand once more, amplifying the power of the laws within the formation. Suddenly, the hidden 11th formation emerged from the grand array, charging directly towards Hongjun. Upon sensing the manifestation of the 11th formation, a flicker of astonishment crossed Hongjun's eyes. There was indeed another formation? It seemed this individual possessed considerable mastery over formations. Though surprised, Hongjun remained resolute. The previously clear sky erupted with deafening thunder, followed by a thick blanket of dark clouds that swiftly enveloped the entirety of Golden Ao Island. In a mere moment, bolts of lightning descended. Hongjun regarded the formation that ensnared him with disdain. This formation could not possibly confine me. He raised his hand once more, and with a thunderous strike, he brought down his sword again. This blade contained an overwhelming celestial might, intertwined with the power of thunder. Merely witnessing it was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Feng, upon witnessing this scene, could not suppress a hearty laugh. Nuo, however, deemed Feng to be in a fit of madness. What are you doing? Perhaps it would be wise to concede today. The strength of my master has already been displayed. Moreover, it is commendable that you, with your quasi-saintly cultivation, have managed to push him to such an extent. Yet, Feng shook his head. I have not yet lost. At Feng's declaration, a hint of confusion appeared in Yua's eyes. Under the might of Hongjun's sword, the formation Feng had established was shattered in the blink of an eye. Why did Feng still claim he had not lost? Perceiving the bewilderment in Yua's gaze, Feng spoke softly. This formation was merely a diversion. I never intended to rely on it to stop him. Nuo was left utterly astonished. So, Feng had foreseen the current situation from the very beginning. Hence he had not exerted much effort. If he were to break through the formation and enter, Feng chuckled again. He would indeed breach the formation. However, he likely would not be able to enter. Upon hearing Feng's words, Nuo was suddenly enlightened, and she immediately turned to gaze into the water mirror before her. Within the mirror, in the wake of Hongjun's recent strike, the entire formation began to tremble, even showing faint signs of fracturing. Before long, the power of the laws within the formation began to wreak havoc. The already numerous laws, without the formation's support, surged forth with an overwhelming force, pressing outward in all directions. The moment Hongjun sensed the laws spiraling out of control, he realized that something was amiss. The illusion. At that instant, Feng wore a serene smile. The time had come. No sooner had he uttered these words than the previously intact formation began to shatter. Within mere breaths, a powerful energy erupted from the formation. Hongjun sought to escape, but having ventured into the heart of the formation, he found it far too late to flee. A thunderous boom resounded from Jinao Island as the array violently exploded, taking everything within its confines into oblivion. Hongjun struggled against the impact of the explosion, yet he was utterly powerless, forced to watch as he was engulfed by the entire formation. Meanwhile, the water mirror before Feng and Nuo shattered with a resounding crash. Witnessing this, Nuo realized that the situation within the formation was dire. The explosion of such a formidable array was sufficient to sever the connection between the water mirror and the formation. The sound of the explosion reverberated throughout the entirety of Hongwang, yet did not disturb a certain cave dwelling on Jinao Island. Feng, observing the rising smoke from the explosion not far away, wore an expression of tranquility, leisurely reclining in a chair while nibbling on fruit. The mushroom cloud was rather picturesque. Hearing Feng's remarks, Nuo felt a surge of indignation, swiftly replaced by trepidation. Such a feat was not something just anyone could accomplish, especially not the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Feng had truly succeeded. He had meticulously set all the traps beforehand without Nuo even sensing it, merely waiting for Tao ancestor Hongjun to leap into the fray. How could a being capable of devising schemes against a saint not cause Nuo to tremble? Observing Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Nuo found herself at a loss for words. At this moment, within the Zixiao Palace, Taishang Laojun and the other three sat quietly, anticipating good news from Hongjun. After all, this time, their teacher was personally intervening. They was likely facing an inevitable disaster. Once they was reassembled, it was certain that they would be the ones chosen for the calamity of the function. Yuan Shi Tianzun wore a faint smile, as if he had already envisioned the moment of reckoning. Yet, at that instant, Hongjun, seated at the forefront, suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, a demonic law manifested upon his arm. Gazing at the demonic law on his arm, Hongjun snorted coldly and, with a flick of his hand, obliterated it entirely. However, Hongjuan's actions rendered Yuanshi Tianzuan and the others speechless, leaving them with no choice but to patiently await his pronouncement. The expression on Hongjuan's face was far from pleasant, and it appeared that his recent descent had not unfolded favorably. Despite the trepidation brewing within, Yuanshi Tianzuan maintained an air of urgency. Yet, with Hongjun remaining silent, Yuanshi Tianzuan naturally refrained from voicing further comments. Casting a glance outside the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun spoke softly, indicating that Tongtian had returned. It was time to commence the consecration of deities. Upon hearing this, expressions of joy instantly illuminated the faces of Yuanshi Tianzuan and the others. Did this not imply that they had successfully reunited? Thus, the candidates for this tribulation would undoubtedly not include them. Chapter 84. What is the intention? In the pursuit of bestowing divinity, it is imperative that the disciples of the ascend. However, the Supreme Laozi, after experiencing a moment of joy, furrowed his brow in contemplation. With the matters of resolved, what then was the source of the formidable power of laws emanating from Hongjun's arm? The essence of that power had resonated profoundly with the Supreme Laozi. It seemed as though it had materialized from thin air, ensnaring Hongjun directly. Upon reflection, despite Hongjuan's efforts to eradicate the power from his arm, its sudden manifestation around him indicated its exceptional caliber. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Hongjuan's true form had remained in their immediate vicinity. How, then, did this power of laws infiltrate the Zixiao Palace? Could it be that Hongjuan's avatar encountered misfortune? The mere thought of Hongjuan's avatar potentially suffering a setback akin to their own rendered the Supreme Laozi restless. If that were indeed the case, would the impending divine tribulation unfold as they had envisioned? Yet, there was no time for the Supreme Laozi to voice his concerns. As Yuanshi Tianzuan and the others had already begun to follow in Hongjuan's footsteps towards the Grand Hall. Observing this, the Supreme Laozi hastily joined their ranks. At this moment, within the boundless wilderness, although Hongjuan's avatar had dissipated within the formation, the explosion triggered by the array reverberated throughout the entire realm. Such a display of force had scarcely been witnessed before in the wilderness, and they were left bewildered, utterly unaware of the events that had provoked such intense spatial tremors. Upon reaching the level of Deluo Xianxia, beings of the wilderness typically activate corresponding spatial domains for combat, aimed at mitigating the impact of such powerful energies on their surroundings. However, the explosion from this formation exceeded all expectations. Even the lowest-tier beings of the wilderness could sense it. What transpired? Why was there such a violent disturbance in space? Surely, the individual responsible possessed formidable strength? Judging by the commotion, it must be at least at the saint level. Yet, had not all the saints gathered at the Tao ancestors' side? Throughout the wilderness, countless eyes turned towards the direction of Xianxia Island, their expressions laced with profound confusion. No matter how they speculated, they found it challenging to uncover even a hint of clarity. Moreover, with the tribulation looming, many beings felt an inkling of foreboding. In such times, their sensitivity heightened. At Wuzhuangguan, Zenyuanzi observed the undulating earth book before him. With a wave of his hand, he withdrew it into his sleeve. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Zenyuanzi's eyes reflected a trace of perplexity. Earlier, he could glean some insights into the commotion at Xianxia Island, yet now he was utterly unaware of any details. He did not even know the identities of the two combatants, let alone the outcome of their clash. Nevertheless, Zenyuanzi harbored a sense of foreboding. Such tremendous power can hardly be attributed to anyone other than those few individuals, can it? Moreover, this recent spatial explosion was not without its forewarnings. The numerous strands of the forces of law permeating that space were sufficient to astound Zenyuanzi. The chaotic movement of so many laws, some of which even Zenyuanzi had never encountered, left him in awe. For an ordinary person to master a single force of law is already remarkable, yet within that space, a multitude of over 10 different forces was intermingling. The ability to wield such a variety indicates that the strength of that individual must surely be on par with, if not surpassing, his own. The impending calamity suggests a need for heightened caution. It appears that retreating behind closed doors is prudent. Even Zenyuanzi dares not approach the battlefield recklessly. Once the divine calamity commences, who can predict the ensuing chaos? It is wiser to remain secluded and refrain from engaging in futile endeavors. In the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, Hao Yin gazed intently toward the direction of Golden Ao Island, his astonishment still evident. The recent tremors in the primordial realm were overwhelmingly intense, impacting even his heavenly court. Such a significant disturbance could hardly be dismissed as anything other than a confrontation among saints. Yet, presently, he hesitated to activate the Tongtian mirror. The last time he attempted to probe those individuals, he emerged severely injured. Given the residual force of the explosion, Tongtian dared not take the risk again. Who knows what level of harm he might incur this time? Despite his speculations, he remained entirely in the dark regarding who from the Jie Sect had engaged in such a cataclysmic clash. Upon reflection, the list of potential suspects is quite limited. Coupled with the recent appearances of those individuals, Tongtian began to form a vague hypothesis, though he dismissed it as unlikely. After all, would that esteemed figure truly condescend to such a level? In the realm of the underworld, at the reincarnation station, Hutu donned a new white robe today. The chilling winds of the underworld carried with them the wails of tormented souls, which only served to heighten her impatience. After brushing her ears, Hutu languidly turned her gaze toward Golden Ao Island. Since the cataclysm of the witch and demon tribes, she had not ventured out of the underworld. Remaining within its confines proved beneficial for her. However, she was not entirely oblivious to the happenings above ground, especially with the recent tumultuous battle erupting on Golden Ao Island, which piqued her curiosity. The previous descent of the four saints was already quite unexpected, yet this latest uproar seemed even more pronounced. She pondered the identity of those involved in this latest confrontation. Leaning against the three-live stone, her eyes narrowed in contemplation. Could it be that esteemed individual? Yet, upon further reflection, Hutu deemed it improbable. If that figure had personally intervened, the outcome would likely have been different. Setting aside these questions, her interest was increasingly drawn to the chaotic forces of law swirling within that space on Golden Ao Island. The power of these laws is exceedingly intricate. Upon careful perception, it elicited an involuntary chuckle from Hutu. It turned out to be an incarnation. However, this time, the incarnation had descended. Could it be that his arch-nemesis had resurfaced? Contemplating the adversary in question, Hutu silently shook his head. Impossible. The last time those two clashed, they had effectively obliterated the entirety of the Western realm. If he were to truly re-emerge, it would be illogical for him to choose Golden Ao Island as his venue. Yet, the laws of power present on Golden Ao Island unmistakably resonate with celestial principles. Were it not for Hongjun, Hutu would struggle to identify another candidate. Nevertheless, the presence of the individual on Golden Ao Island, who had managed to endure under Hongjun's command, genuinely piqued Hutu's interest. Yet, the suspicions in Hutu's heart only deepened. Why had Hongjun suddenly dispatched an incarnation to the mortal realm, landing directly on Golden Ao Island? What could be his intention? Chapter 85. No place to stir my heart outside Honghuang Island. Speculations ran rampant. However, within the serene confines of Jinao Island, a tranquil atmosphere prevailed. Nuwa gazed at the focused Lu Feng, who was leisurely indulging in fruit, and found it hard to fathom how this individual had just severed the Tao ancestor's consciousness amidst casual banter. After all, that was the Tao ancestor. Even a mere fragment of spiritual awareness was beyond the capabilities of someone of Lu Feng's caliber. Yet, astonishingly, Lu Feng had accomplished it. He had meticulously orchestrated his plan from the very beginning, first with four saints, and then the Tao ancestor. What exactly did Lu Feng intend to achieve? Nuwa's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer. A person capable of outmaneuvering even saints undoubtedly possessed remarkable scheming and accomplishments. At this point, Nuwa genuinely worried that one day Lu Feng might send his disciples to usurp her sovereignty over the Nuwa Emperor's domain. After all, it seemed he truly had the capacity to do so. At that moment, Lu Feng became aware of Nuwa's intense scrutiny. This woman had been fixated on him for quite some time. When Nuwa cast her gaze upon him once more, Lu Feng finally discarded the fruit pit in his hand. "You need not regard me so intently. There is truly nothing about you that stirs my heart," he declared, suddenly taken aback by Lu Feng's words. Nuwa found herself momentarily speechless. "What?" Lu Feng appraised her from head to toe. "You are older than I am. Your talents are inferior to mine. You couldn't even fit a bun in front of you. What could I possibly desire from you?" Upon comprehending Lu Feng's remarks, Nuwa felt a surge of indignation rise to her forehead. This insolent brat. How dare he speak of her in such a manner? While she could not contest the fact of her age, she was undeniably one of the most gifted beings in the Honghuang realm. Yet, in comparison to the individual before her, Nuwa's confidence wavered momentarily. However, she quickly recalled Lu Feng's third statement. You couldn't even fit a bun in front of you. Was he insinuating that she was small? She was certainly not diminutive, was she? Were it not for Lu Feng being a disciple of Tongtian, she might have been tempted to confront him directly. Observing the fiery indignation flickering in Nuwa's eyes, Lu Feng casually conjured a formation that enveloped the entirety of Jinao Island. Nuwa's fleeting rationality was restored. She would not engage in combat with this impudent youth. It was certainly not because her current incarnation was incapable of defeating him. This was simply due to the fact that this brat had an endless array of tricks. If her true form were present, she could effortlessly crush him. As the hostility in Nuwa's eyes dissipated, Lu Feng merely chuckled and shook his head. Another dozen formations descended upon Jinao Island. However, this time, Lu Feng's spiritual energy was evidently depleted. Although the Jie Sect had disbanded, it was clear to any discerning observer that the strife between the Jie Sect and the Chan Sect was far from over. Moreover, there was the presence of the Western Church, lurking like an opportunistic sixth party. As the calamity of the Tongtian approached, who could predict the unfolding events? It would be prudent to prepare in advance, ensuring that the Golden Ao Island is well arranged, thereby increasing the chances of success. Moreover, the current Lu Feng remained uncertain of whether his master possessed the strength to confront 4 adversaries simultaneously. Rumor had it that Tongtian could indeed engage 4 saints at once. Yet the veracity of such claims was uncertain. With this thought in mind, Lu Feng cast a radiant smile at Enhua by his side. Would you care for some fruit? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Enhua felt a surge of appreciation, gracefully accepting the fruit platter he offered. Well done, young man. You know which alliances to forge. At that moment, within the grand hall of the Xiao Palace, Enhua turned to her companion, Tongtian. Brother Tongtian, I shall stand by your side shortly. Tongtian nodded appreciatively. Thank you, junior sister. After we return, I shall facilitate matters between you and Lu Feng. Enhua thought to herself, what an undeniably mutual pursuit this master and disciple share. I am utterly astounded. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, Enhua would have been tempted to produce her innate gourd vine and give Tongtian a good thrashing. What absurd thoughts occupied his mind? Was she the sort to pursue younger companions? Although Lu Feng was indeed more handsome, resourceful, and affluent, it did not imply that she was smitten with him. Yet, Tongtian continued to present himself as self-sacrificial. Just as Enhua had calmed her turbulent thoughts, she found herself once again vexed by Tongtian's demeanor. Fortunately, Hongjun soon entered the hall. Upon seeing the 4 saints accompanying Hongjun, Enhua let out a soft huff and distanced herself from Tongtian. Yuanshi Tianzun initially worried that Enhua might align herself with Tongtian, but to his surprise, he caught sight of her subtle gestures as he entered, which brought a smile to his face. It appeared that even though Enhua had ventured into the secret realm with Tongtian, no consensus had been reached. Reflecting on his master's earlier words, Yuanshi Tianzun felt even more elated. His joy made it difficult for him to contain his tongue. Tongtian, the sealing of the gods is about to commence. Are you prepared? Taken aback by Yuanshi Tianzun's inquiry, Tongtian felt perplexed. What relevance did the sealing of the gods have to him? Shouldn't it be the responsibility of the Chan sect to be prepared? Enhua, too, was momentarily stunned. She possessed far more knowledge than Tongtian. Among the 4 saints, who had sought to provoke Lu Feng, it was unexpected that they were all vanquished by him. The defeat of these lesser figures had summoned the likes of Hongjun, who, too, fell victim to Lu Feng's intricate formations. Clearly, the matter of sealing the gods could no longer rest upon the shoulders of the Jie Sect. Why was Yuanshi Tianzun still in such high spirits? Did they possess alternative strategies? Taishang Laozi sensed that something was amiss. However, given the multitude present, Laozi felt it inappropriate to directly urge Yuanshi Tianzun. Thus he could only clear his throat twice as a subtle reminder. Soon, with Hongjun taking his seat, the grand event of the Fengshen calamity began to unfold. Since the great calamity of Longhan, the celestial order has deemed this tribulation inevitable. This Fengshen tribulation, aimed at restoring equilibrium among the factions and mitigating losses, is the reason for my proposal regarding the Fengshen. As soon as I finished speaking, 2 treasures materialized in Hongjun's hands. You have all previously encountered these 2 items. The success of this Fengshen tribulation hinges upon these 2 treasures. Now, we must determine who shall be entrusted with the signing of the Fengshen list. Hardly had Hongjun's words left his lips when Yuanshi Tianzun could no longer contain himself. Master, I firmly believe that the candidate for signing the Fengshen list must unequivocally be a disciple of the Jiejiao. Chapter 86. Let us sign the list of deities together with the esteemed Yuanshi Tianzun leading the discourse. The duo of Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti naturally followed suit. Master, we all firmly believe that the candidates for this signing must undoubtedly be disciples of the Jiejiao. As Yuanshi Tianzun and the others took the initiative, Laozi, standing nearby, appeared as if his eyes might bulge from their sockets. In contrast, Nuwa merely smiled faintly. She understood the schemes of these individuals all too well. They likely believed that the Jie Jiao had successfully reunited under the intervention of the Tao ancestor. Alas, the Jie Jiao remained in a state of disbandment. It was virtually impossible for its disciples to be included on the list of deities. After all, even Hongjun's personal descent to the mortal realm had culminated in a diminished outcome. One could only wonder what expressions xianxia Tianzun and the others would bear upon learning the truth. At this moment, Tongtian was utterly perplexed. With the Jie Jiao already disbanded, how could one discuss the list of deities? Upon hearing Tongtian's words, xianxia Tianzun could not contain his laughter. Tongtian, are you certain that the Jie Jiao remains disbanded? For some reason, Tongtian felt a sudden unease at xianxia Tianzun's words. Earlier, the master had explicitly stated that the Jie Jiao was disbanded, yet he was oblivious to the happenings in the Honghuang realm. However, he believed the master would not deceive them. Thus, not long after, Tongtian responded directly. Did the master not say that the Jie Jiao has been disbanded? Since it has been disbanded, how can we discuss responding to the calamity? Seeing Tongtian's bewildered expression, xianxia Tianzun erupted in hearty laughter. Tongtian, do you think that just because the Jie Jiao is disbanded, it can evade this calamity? This time, the Jie Jiao must respond. With Hongjun present, xianxia Tianzun was unafraid of any rash actions from Tongtian. After all, regardless of Tongtian's audacity, he would not dare to offend the master. Furthermore, this time, Hongjun had specifically descended to handle matters concerning the Jie Jiao. It seemed that the master harbored a desire for the Jie Jiao to engage with the calamity. With such favorable circumstances, xianxia Tianzun was determined to bestow all the quotas of the list of deities upon the Jie Jiao. He was eager to see what excuses Tongtian would conjure to continue his resistance. With xianxia Tianzun taking the lead, Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti exchanged glances before voicing their agreement. Tongtian, perhaps we should allow the Jie Jiao to respond this time. After all, there are no better candidates in the Honghuang realm. Witnessing their back and forth, Tongtian's confusion deepened. Nuwa, on the other hand, was well aware of the situation but preferred not to reveal her knowledge at this moment. Conversely, she eagerly anticipated the expressions of Laozi and the others later on. Tongtian, perplexed and seeking clarity, turned to the venerable Hongjun seated at the head of the assembly. Master, might I inquire about the current state of the Jie Jiao? Since my arrival at the Zishao Palace, I have not descended to the mortal realm and thus remain unaware of the circumstances within the Jie Jiao. Thus, Daozu has now become the foremost individual to whom he turns for inquiry. At this moment, Hongjun finds himself in a somewhat awkward position. Who should he ask if he himself is uncertain? Moreover, the avatars he previously sent from the Jie Sect have been vanquished. How could he possibly be aware of the internal circumstances within the Jie Sect? Although he remains uninformed of the specifics, he still retains the authority to determine matters concerning the function. Just as Hongjun intends to finalize the candidates for the function, xianxia Tianzun speaks up once more, suggesting, Tongtian Shidi, I believe it would be prudent for you to sign off directly. The candidates for the function list should unequivocally come from your Jie Sect. However, Tongtian does not even grant him a glance, patiently awaiting Hongjun's pronouncement. With an expression of tranquil indifference, Hongjun firmly asserts, the Jie Sect has already disbanded. Thus, there is no need for signatures this time. xianxia Tianzun, still hoping for Hongjun's support, chuckles and says, Tongtian Shidi, did you hear that? The Jie Sect has. Just as he begins to speak, his eyes widen in disbelief. What? The Jie Sect has disbanded? No signatures required? This implies that the candidates for this signing must be drawn from their Chan sect instead. As this realization dawns on him, xianxia Tianzun hastily turns to Hongjun, exclaiming, Master, what does this mean? However, before he can finish his thought, Hongjun's cold gaze interrupts him. There are certain things that can be said, and others that cannot. xianxia Tianzun, aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly swallows his words. Neither Jane nor Zhuanti anticipated such an outcome. Prior to Hongjun's declaration, they had assumed that the Jie Sect had reformed. Thus, it was only natural to expect that they would take the lead in this function calamity. Who would have thought that the Jie Sect had not reassembled? But did not the master descend personally to the mortal realm? How could this be the result? Or perhaps even Hongjun faced setbacks on Jineo Island. As this possibility flickered in the minds of the saints, they were suddenly gripped by a chilling fear. If Hongjun has faltered, in truth, Taishan Laojun is also feeling somewhat unsettled. Even though he had recognized this eventuality long before xianxia Tianzun and the others, hearing it confirmed is still profoundly disconcerting. The master has indeed failed. Furthermore, the master's spiritual consciousness has been diminished in the process. Had it not been for the destruction of his spiritual essence, how could such a force of law have traced back to his true form? Contemplating the unseen adversary capable of obliterating even Hongjuan's avatar and audacious enough to confront his true self, Taishang Laojun cannot help but gasp in astonishment. Observing the varied expressions among the four of them, Enhua feels a surge of joy. Such a scene is indeed rare to behold. Dear brothers, what troubles you? Upon hearing Enhua's inquiry, Taishang Laojun and the others hastily conceal their expressions. The events that have transpired are simply too difficult for them to articulate. At the outset, they were fervently confident in their ability to navigate the impending tribulations. But now, they are left with the stinging sensation of humiliation. The crux of the matter is that just moments ago, the primordial supreme being had indulged in mocking Tongtian. Now, they are reaping the bitter fruits of their hubris. Since they cannot withstand the trials, the primordial supreme being quickly regained his composure. Master, how shall we select the candidates for the divine calamity this time? We cannot possibly choose them all from within the ranks of can we? With a mere flick of his wrist, Hongjun effortlessly unfurled the list of deities, which gracefully descended before the 6 saints. This is the divine list. Since you are unwilling to face the trials as a single sect, you shall collectively inscribe your names upon this list. Upon hearing Hongjuan's pronouncement and gazing at the divine list before them, the expressions on the faces of Yuanshi and the others shifted dramatically. Chapter 87. Should the sage remain uninvolved? Yuanshi Tianzun's mind raced, wishing fervently to cast aside this troublesome task. Master, my disciples from the Chan teaching are exceptionally talented. It would be a grave misfortune for them not to ascend the Fengshan ranking. Upon hearing Yuanshi Tianzun's words, Jie and Zhuan promptly interjected, Master, our Western teachings have few disciples. Would it not be an even greater loss for us if they do not make it onto the Fengshan ranking? Indeed, Master. As Yuanshi Tianzun and the others expressed their concerns, Laozi felt increasingly restless. Regardless of the circumstances, both Yuanshi Tianzun's Chan teaching and Jie and Zhuan Ti's Western teachings boasted a considerable number of disciples, while he had but one. If the Fengshan ranking were to occur, would he not lose his sole disciple? Observing the varied expressions on the faces of the 4 sages, each presenting their own reasoning, Tongtian felt an unexpected sense of ease. After all, the matter of the Fengshan ranking bore no relevance to him. His Jie Jiao had already disbanded. Where would he go to sign the Fengshan ranking? At that moment, Tongtian thought that Lu Feng had executed this matter with remarkable finesse. As for the disbandment of Jie Jiao, so be it. His position as the leader remained intact. Surely, his former disciples would not lose their way back to the Taoist temple. It was merely a matter of name. The advantageous timing still persisted. However, at this moment, Hongjun remained composed. Regardless of Yuanshi Tianzun's entreaties, his words remained cold and detached. Since you are all unwilling to sign, then let us sign together. A total of 365 deities must be selected. As long as you gather these individuals, this matter shall be resolved. Upon hearing Hongjun's statement, the expressions of Yuanshi Tianzun and the others eased somewhat. The implication of the master's words was clear. As long as they could assemble these 365 individuals, it mattered not whether they were disciples of their sections. If that were the case, did it imply that the disciples of Jie Jiao could also ascend the ranking? The mere thought quickened Yuanshi Tianzun's heartbeat. At the same time, Jie and Zhuan grasped this possibility as well. Thus, their gazes swiftly returned to Tongtian. Being astute individuals, Tongtian was well aware of their intentions and immediately grew furious. What are you all staring at me for? Yuanshi Tianzun adopted a serious demeanor. Tongtian shitty, even if you employ some minor schemes, do not think you can evade this impending calamity of the Fengshan ranking. It was rare for someone to stand in solidarity with him, and Jie and Zhuan were eager to hastily cast this volatile burden away. Indeed, Tongtian Xixiao, some matters are inescapable. Tongtian Xixiao, I believe it is best for you to comply. As Yuanshi Tianzun and the others pressed the issue, Laozi was all too willing to pass this hot potato along, considering he had only one solitary disciple. If this calamity must be faced, then would not the teachings of humanity lead directly to their demise? Brother Tongtian, I implore you to ponder this matter deeply. As the 4 individuals converge upon him with hostility, how could Tongtian possibly restrain his temper? Yet, at that moment, Hongjun suddenly broke the silence, declaring that the list of deities would be jointly endorsed by the 3 teachings, allowing you to appoint your own deities. Furthermore, during this calamity of deification, the sages must refrain from intervening. I urge you to remember this. Let us proceed with the endorsement now. As his words fell, the deification list began to emanate a resplendent golden light. Glancing at the list before them, Taishang Laojun and the others harbored a sense of disbelief. The endorsement by the 3 teachings Were they not now the sole representatives of their respective sects? The teachings of humanity, the teachings of the cicada, and the teachings of the West, none were missing. They felt the overwhelming aura of the heavenly Tao radiating from the list, and Taishang Laojun and the others understood that this was inevitable, seemingly protected by the heavenly Tao. Staring at the deification list, even if the four sages were reluctant, they had no choice but to inscribe their names one by one. As the 365 vacancies were filled, Hongjun presented the God-smiting whip to Yuan Shi Tianzun. This whip, measuring 3 feet and 6 inches with 5 segments, comprised a total of 21 sections, each inscribed with 4 mystical symbols. This instrument of calamity shall be entrusted to you, Yuan Shi, until the destined one appears, at which point it shall be returned to its rightful owner. Soon, the endorsed deification list and the God-smiting whip landed simultaneously in Yuan Shi Tianzun's hands. Observing the 2 treasures descend, his countenance brightened considerably. "Thank you, master." As the treasures reached Yuan Shi Tianzun, both Jane and Zhuanti displayed a glimmer of joy. After all, they were all in the same boat. Now that such a powerful item as the God-smiting whip was in Yuan Shi Tianzun's possession, he would surely grant them some conveniences when the time for deification arrived. Meanwhile, Taishang Laojun maintained an expression of serenity, refraining from uttering much until the situation had fully unfolded. On the other hand, Tongtian's expression was inscrutable. Seeing his master bestow the deification list and the God-smiting whip upon Yuan Shi Tianzun, Tongtian's feelings were anything but joyful. It was evident that Yuan Shi and the other 3 sages formed a united front. With such formidable treasures in Yuan Shi Tianzun's grasp, should he choose to target the Jie Sect during the great calamity of deification, they would have the upper hand. Logically, to remain impartial, Hongjun should have entrusted the deification list and the whip to Tongtian, or at the very least, they should have gone to Nuwa. Yet, Hongjun's favoritism was glaringly apparent. The items had already been surrendered, and Hongjun showed no desire to linger. "The affairs of deification are for you to discuss amongst yourselves. Unless there is a matter of great urgency, do not seek me out." With that, Hongjun transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the Grand Hall. Soon, only the 6 of them remained in the Grand Hall. With Hongjun having departed, Tongtian naturally contemplated returning to observe his own Jiejiao. After all, he had garnered a substantial collection of spiritual roots and herbs within the secret realm. If he could bring these back to enhance the strength of his disciples, it would undoubtedly serve as an additional safeguard. As for the matter of the Feng, the treasures were already in the possession of the Yuan Shi Tianzun and his associates, leaving no room for him to interject. Thus, in this moment, Tongtian had no desire to engage in further dialogue with Yuan Shi Tianzun and the others. One must fortify oneself before attempting to forge iron. It was evident that the 3 opposing sects were adversarial towards him. The calamity of Feng was no trivial matter. Should they employ any underhanded tactics, the consequences could be dire. Therefore, it was imperative to bolster the strength of his disciples. After all, Hongjun had already forewarned that during this calamity, the saints were not to intervene. Chapter 88. A moment's carelessness leads to irreversible consequences. However, as Tongtian sought to depart, the Yuan Shi Tianzun and his companions would not grant him such a wish. Observing the 4 esteemed figures before him, Tongtian let out a cold snort, perplexed by their intentions. "Why does Brother Tongtian wish to leave?" Jane inquired with a smile, exchanging glances with Yuan Shi Tianzun. "Indeed, Brother Tongtian, have you perhaps forgotten some unfinished business?" added Zhuanti, joining in the playful banter. Tongtian felt a rising irritation at their synchronized antics. "If there is something you wish to say, do so plainly. There is no need for this veiled insinuation." Noticing the displeasure etched on Tongtian's face, Yuan Shi Tianzun interjected, "Brother Tongtian, it is rare for anyone to evade the repercussions of their misdeeds." Taishang Laojun nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it would be wise for you to rectify your errors sooner rather than later." Tongtian was taken aback. What wrong had he committed? Their harmonious exchange suggested they were colluding against him. Thus, he displayed no warmth. "If I have erred, there is no need for obfuscation. I ask you to state it plainly." Upon witnessing Tongtian's feigned ignorance, Yuan Shi Tianzun scoffed. "Brother Tongtian, you have surreptitiously taken our spiritual treasures. Do you not find it inappropriate to waltz away as if nothing has transpired?" At this accusation, Tongtian's demeanor soured instantly. These saints appeared utterly devoid of shame. How could they claim he had stolen their treasures? Were they truly seeking a confrontation? Though impoverished, his sect would never resort to thievery. Moreover, how could a dignified sage engage in such dishonorable conduct? Zhuanti, equally concerned for his own treasures, chimed in, "Brother Tongtian, you cannot simply walk away. My 6 roots of purity bamboo is still in your possession. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, my accompanying treasure, the Panga banner, along with my exquisite innate treasure, the burning heaven jade fan, are also with you. Taishang Laojun could not be left behind. My southern flame light flag is likewise within your sect. As they continued to insist on reclaiming their treasures, Tongtian felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Could they not concoct a more credible excuse for their grievances? Their shamelessness was astounding. Meanwhile, Nuwa understood the situation perfectly. It was apparent that their avatars had carelessly left their treasures within the formation, prompting this quest to reclaim them. She found it audacious that they sought to retrieve items discarded after their avatars had been vanquished. As a fellow sage, she felt a twinge of embarrassment in their company. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Tongtian, however, held no such reservations. What an audacious display of arrogance. When did I ever steal anything from you? If you wish to provoke me, why not confront me directly instead of fabricating such a feeble excuse? Truly, you have no sense of dignity. After venting his outrage, Tongtian felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Ignoring the ashen faces of Taishang Laojun and the others, he continued, I have never deigned to steal your trifling possessions. Those worthless items you possess do not even catch my eye. If you have no further business, then be gone at once. With the repeated provocations from the other party, Tongtian was no longer willing to tolerate their insolence. He unleashed his entire aura, and the 4 swords of killing immortals materialized behind him. Had Taishang Laojun and his companions attempted to engage him directly today, perhaps he would have regarded them with a modicum of respect. Yet, they chose to seek such absurd excuses to humiliate him. Tongtian's temper flared, and he felt no desire to hold back. Ultimately, a confrontation was inevitable. So why not engage in battle immediately? An overwhelming and boundless divine might swiftly envelop the grand hall, cascading outward and enveloping the entire chaos within. Simultaneously, a fierce sword aura mingled with this might. The commotion caused by Tongtian was considerable, clearly the result of his frustration with Yuanshi Tianzuan and the others. At that moment, countless powerful beings in the primordial realm sensed this immense surge of divine power. In the underworld, Hota gazed towards the heavens, her exquisite visage etched with profound astonishment. Had the battle among the saints commenced so swiftly? Moreover, this aura seemed to belong to Tongtian. Before Hotu could fully attune to the energy, for powerful presences surged forth simultaneously. Now, Hota found herself unable to remain composed. It appeared that she would have to face 4 saints alone. The calamity of the Feng was truly terrifying. A cataclysm involving 5 saints had never been witnessed before. Furthermore, battles among saints were not easily overlooked. Hutu could only be thankful that their conflict was taking place in the distant chaos. Were they to engage in the primordial realm, the entire expanse would likely face utter devastation. To think this Feng calamity would be instigated by a confrontation among 5 saints. If this were to continue, Huta's heart tightened with apprehension. If this persisted, it was likely that this calamity would soon engulf the entire primordial realm. At such a time, even with Huta's presence, the underworld would struggle to escape unscathed from this turmoil. The very thought of such a possibility made Hutu feel restless. Having already endured the calamity of the witches and the demons, she was reluctant to step into another catastrophe. Yet, given the current trajectory, it seemed increasingly improbable for the underworld to remain uninvolved. Should they then enter the fray? Huta hesitated. Meanwhile, in the Lingxiao treasure hall, Hao Yin also sensed the overwhelming divine might at the first instance. The moment he sensed the divine might, Hao Yin immediately understood that the cataclysm of the deities had been irrevocably set in motion. Yet, he pondered, how many factions were now poised to intervene? From which sect would the divine positions of this calamity be selected? As Hao Yin's thoughts raced, they were abruptly interrupted by 4 distinct auras of sanctity. Upon recognizing those familiar energies, he found himself momentarily stunned. 5 sages. This calamity would see the participation of 5 sages simultaneously? Reflecting on the recent descent of Taishang Laojun and his companions to Jineo Island, Hao Yin, the great emperor, grasped the gravity of the situation. It appeared that the Jie Sect would struggle to withstand such overwhelming odds. 1 against 4, even with Tongtian's formidable strength. He stood alone against the combined might of the sages. Though the Jie Sect possessed myriad stratagems, the essence of a sage remained unparalleled. At this juncture, every decision Hao Yin made required meticulous consideration. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Chapter 89. Tongtian truly dares to venture. As he sensed the overwhelming and sacred might, Jin Yuanzi immediately rose to his feet. It had been a long time since he felt such an intense pressure. If he was not mistaken, This aura must emanate from Tongtian and his companions. With the impending cataclysm of the Feng, even the saints could no longer remain passive. What direction would the primordial world take next? Unable to restrain himself, Xianxia summoned the Earth Book. Watching the brilliance on the Earth Book gradually intensify, he promptly settled into a meditative posture. The calamity had commenced. The only recourse was to strengthen oneself. Reflecting on the formidable aura he had just sensed, Xianxia could not help but feel a yearning within. The saint realm. He yearned to attain sainthood. Only by becoming a saint could he attain true freedom. At Jinao Island, Feng took a moment to rest after meticulously rearranging the array. Compared to the previous minor formations, the array he had set up now wielded an exponentially greater power. Of course, it required considerable mental effort. However, with the Feng calamity approaching, Feng could not afford to be concerned about the depletion of his spiritual energy. In summary, everything was executed with the utmost excellence. As soon as he heard that his teacher was returning, everything became worthwhile. Once the array was properly arranged, Feng turned his attention to the spiritual roots he had nurtured. With the array's support, these roots were flourishing remarkably well. In a few days, they would likely be ready for their first harvest. At this moment, Enhua gazed enviously at the flourishing garden of spiritual roots and herbs, whose household cultivates spiritual roots in such abundance. Moreover, Feng had ingeniously employed the array to assist in their cultivation. Strangely enough, this method seemed to be genuinely effective. Observing that these roots were nearing maturity, Enhua couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude at the thought of Tongtian's return. Feng, are you not concerned that your teacher will come back to hold you accountable for cultivating such a vast expanse of spiritual roots? Enhua teased. Feng shrugged nonchalantly. I am not afraid of him coming to settle accounts with me. I fear he might return with a plethora of spiritual roots and herbs himself. Enhua chuckled at Feng's words. The bond between this master and disciple was truly remarkable. Were it not for Feng's inability to glean any information regarding the saint's whereabouts, Enhua might have suspected that he had sent an avatar to accompany Tongtian. Yet, amidst their banter, Feng suddenly cast his gaze towards the heavens. In the midst of chaos, the pressure exerted by the saints grew increasingly intense. Suffused with a profound sword intent, an essence Feng was well acquainted with. It was the aura of Tongtian. As for the four other auras opposing Tongtian, Feng did not need to think twice to deduce their identities. They were none other than Taishang Laojun, Yuanshi Tianzuan, along with the two from the Western teachings. It appeared that these four sought to replicate history, intending to suppress Tongtian with the combined might of the four saints, while Tongtian held dominion over the Zhuxian sword array. The Zhurong sword array is renowned as the foremost killing formation of the primordial era. Even though the four Zhurong swords are merely postnatal spiritual treasures, their power is significantly amplified within the formation, allowing Tongtian to confront three saints single-handedly. Why not four saints, you ask? It is because only the four saints can dismantle the Zhurong sword array. At this moment, Nuwa, who was beside him, noticed Feng's gaze and seemingly sensed his concern, saying, "You need not worry. Given your teacher's prowess, those four cannot pose a threat to him." Feng, however, chuckled and shook his head. "I am not worried about my teacher. Rather, I am concerned for those four. Just by observing the atmosphere, I can tell that my teacher is clearly enraged. Tongtian in a state of fury is not someone easily pacified." According to the original narrative, Tongtian's confrontation with the four saints occurred after the calamity of the Feng. It was precisely for this reason that Hongjun, that exceedingly biased teacher, decided to confine Tongtian back in the Purple Cloud Palace. After all, the calamity had already passed. Imprisoning Tongtian would not have any significant repercussions for the greater understanding. Now, however, the calamity has only just begun, and those individuals have already lost patience in provoking Tongtian. Given Tongtian's temperament, it is certain that he will not relent until he has thoroughly defeated them. The calamity is far from over, and even if Hongjun intervenes later, it is unlikely that he would impose any severe consequences on Tongtian. Feng understands that Tongtian is harboring frustration. He only hopes that Tongtian can engage in a satisfying battle. Even saints are susceptible to inner demons. If they remain pent up, the situation could become even graver later on. Thus, if his teacher is inclined to fight, Feng would wholeheartedly support him. Were it not for the current circumstances, he might even bring a chair to cheer for his teacher. Hearing Feng's words, Nuwa felt a profound astonishment. This young man increasingly resembles Tongtian, especially in temperament. They are nearly indistinguishable. As she watched Feng return to his abode with a smile, Nuwa could only shake her head. It seems that today's battle is unavoidable. In the chaos, the pressure of the saints is omnipresent, and sword energy permeates for hundreds of miles. A man clad in azure stands in the void, wielding a long azure sword, while 4 additional swords hover behind him. Opposite Tongtian stand the 4 saints, their expressions markedly less favorable than before. All 4 glare at Tongtian with resentment. Ultimately, it is Yuan Shi Tianzun who speaks first. Tongtian, if you return our treasures today, this matter can be resolved. Should you refuse, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Qing Ti also nods eagerly, his thoughts consumed by his treasured 6 pure bamboo. He longs for Tongtian to promptly present the bamboo. Indeed, Tongtian, if you return our treasures sooner, there may still be room for reconciliation. Yet Tongtian merely laughs heartily. What nonsense! Do you need an excuse to fight? If you wish to engage, feel free to strike. This sovereign fears you not. Unwilling to engage in further pretense with the individuals before him, Tongtian grasped the Qingping sword, its blade pointed directly at the 4 figures of Yuan Shi Tianzun. In the midst of chaos, Tongtian's voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. To this day, I, Tongtian, sever all ties with the 2 holy beings of the Xianmen, Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shi Tianzun. Should we cross paths in the future, it shall be as adversaries, not as brothers. Let heaven and earth bear witness to this. Suddenly, the firmament echoed with the sound of distant thunder. The expressions of Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shi Tianzun instantly darkened. This was a testament from the heavenly Tao. Moreover, this declaration was not only witnessed by the heavenly Tao, but even the beings within the primordial wilderness heard this oath. Hutu lifted her head, her eyes filled with astonishment. The oath of the heavenly Tao. Truly, Tongtian is audacious. Chapter 90. The emergence of the exquisite sword in ordinary times. No one would dare to invoke the oath of heaven. As the name implies, the oath of heaven is a vow that has been validated by the celestial order and is subject to its scrutiny. Should anyone dare to breach this oath, they would be met with the direct retribution of the heavenly law, a punishment that does not merely affect the individual but reverberates through bloodlines and teachings. Today, Tongtian has taken such an oath, signifying his unwavering resolve, a determination to engage in a relentless struggle against the 2 saints of the Xianmen. How could this not astonish and bewilder Hutu? Since the establishment of the 3 teachings of the Xianmen, such a profound upheaval has never occurred. In an instant, the vast wilderness is enveloped in a tempest of change. On Jineo Island, Lu Feng, upon hearing his master's vow, could no longer contain his mirth and burst into laughter. Ha ha! Truly, my master is remarkable. This oath is splendid. However, in stark contrast to Lu Feng's exuberance, a tense and bewildered atmosphere pervades throughout the wilderness. In the Lingxiao Palace, upon hearing the oath of heaven, Hao Yin nearly shattered the jade cup in his grasp. The oath of heaven. Has he lost his mind? Once validated by the celestial order, this oath signifies an eternal conflict. As a sage, Tongtian must surely understand this. Yet today he has chosen to proclaim such a vow. Contemplating this, Hao Yin's gaze flickered with apprehension. The schism within the Xianmen is now laid bare, and with Tongtian's oath, chaos in the wilderness is all but inevitable. Who, in this impending calamity, will ultimately prevail? At Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi had already entered a state of seclusion. Yet, the magnitude of Tongtian's declaration was so immense that it pulled him from his meditation. Feeling the response of the heavenly law, Xinyuanzi's eyes were filled with astonishment. The division within the Xianmen. Previously, when Tongtian clashed with the other 2 saints, it could still be regarded as a contest among peers. But now, with the oath of heaven validated, it signifies that reconciliation among the 3 is no longer possible. This situation will undoubtedly lead to greater turmoil in the wilderness. In a fleeting moment, Xinyuanzi resolved firmly, in the coming days, the doors shall remain tightly closed. None shall step beyond Wuzhuang Temple without my command. Qingfeng and Mingyue, still reeling from the day's shocking news, readily concurred with their master. Given the current tumultuous state of the wilderness, this is hardly the time to intervene. Even Xinyuanzi, if ensnared in the affairs of the sages, could meet a fate of annihilation, let alone the 2 of them, mere young disciples. In an instant, nearly all sentient beings across the wilderness sensed the shifting tides and began to stir. Yet, this commotion failed to disturb the main players. Amidst the chaos, both Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shi bore expressions of palpable fury. The gaze directed towards Tongtian resembled a flame, filled with an intense desire to tear him apart. The oaths he proclaimed were nothing short of a slap in the face. Who among them would dare to establish such a celestial vow to sever ties? From Tongtian's actions alone, anyone could discern his disdain for the 2 of them. Was this not an affront to their dignity? The thought that these venerable sages were collectively humiliated by Tongtian left Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan in a state of profound dismay. Meanwhile, Jane and Zhuani exchanged silent sighs of relief. At least Tongtian's oath was directed at the two saints of the Xianmen. Had he included their Western sect, Jane and Zhuani would have hesitated to confront him, especially in the absence of Taishang Laojun. However, Tongtian's actions were still unexpected. He had never previously held enmity towards these two. Today, by suddenly establishing a celestial vow, he revealed his resolute determination to the world. Given their past dispositions, Jane and Zhuani would never have involved themselves in such matters. Yet now, they found themselves irrevocably tied to Taishang Laojun's cause, despite their reluctance. Nuwa observed the determination etched on Tongtian's face and recalled the image of Lu Feng's departure, shaking her head in silence. This master and disciple pair bore an uncanny resemblance, particularly in their approach to significant matters. It was no wonder they had forged such a bond. Yuanshi Tianzuan's face contorted with fury. Tongtian, do not forget the words you have uttered today. Should you come to regret them in the future, there will be no turning back. Yuanshi Tianzuan's words also echoed Taishang Laojun's stance. Thus, even though his tone was harsh, Taishang Laojun remained silent, which was tantamount to acquiescence and support. Tongtian calmly replied, I shall not forget. With the celestial authority observing, I should have undertaken this long ago. After procrastinating for so many years, I now find only regret. Had I seen through your true faces sooner, I would not be severing ties with you today. Yet, it is better late than never. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, the expressions of Taishang Laojun and the others grew increasingly grim. Yuanshi Tianzuan's fury escalated. Brother, I believe it is time we confront him directly. Granting him any further chances is futile. Taishang Laojun nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed. Tongtian's declarations and actions had fully ignited Taishang Laojun's wrath. In former times, he might have sought to mediate the situation. But now that Tongtian had taken such irrevocable steps, he saw no reason to extend any further leniency. With a few decisive words, Taishang Laojun summoned forth his treasure, with Yuanshi Tianzuan following suit. As the venerable Laozi and the primordial heavenly sovereign commenced their actions, it was only natural for the two allies, Jane and Zhuani, to follow suit. Although Zhuani had lost the 6 pristine bamboos, he still possessed other formidable treasures. In the blink of an eye, a resplendent treasure tree manifested in his right hand, his protective artifact, the 7 treasures Miao tree. Jane, too, promptly summoned the golden lotus of merit. In that moment, the atmosphere was charged with divine might. With 4 saints joining forces, it was evident that Tongtian was destined for defeat. Regardless of his possession of the extermination sword formation, the combined strength of the 4 would render it ineffective. As the 4 adversaries launched their assault, Tongtian remained unperturbed, methodically arranging the extermination sword formation. Soon, the 4 extermination swords soared from behind him, positioning themselves at each cardinal point. In an instant, a dense aura of sword energy enveloped the entire space. Chapter 91. Unable to overcome the Supreme One, Yuanshi and his companions gazed at Tongtian as he summoned the sword array of extermination. A hint of disdain crept onto their faces. Tongtian, this array cannot be breached without the 4 saints. Today, with all 4 of us present, do you really believe you can confine us with this formation? Yet, no sooner had Yuanshi uttered these words than Nuwa, who had remained passive until then, suddenly appeared beside Tongtian. The sword array of extermination can only be dismantled by the 4 saints working together. But what if 2 saints were to wield it? The laws of creation swirled around Nuwa's hands, dancing with an ethereal grace. The moment Yuanshi and the others beheld Nuwa's actions, they were momentarily taken aback. Nuwa, are you truly choosing to involve yourself? Nuwa merely huffed in response, choosing not to answer. As she prepared to assist Tongtian, Yuanshi's fury erupted. Nuwa, you would do well to consider your involvement carefully. Do you truly wish to meddle in this affair? Detecting the threat in Yuanshi's tone, Nuwa remained unperturbed. My actions require no guidance from others. And who are you, Yuanshi, to impose your will upon me? If it were merely a matter of words, I would not even deign to converse with you today. Yuanshi's anger flared at her defiance. However, Tongtian was not one to be underestimated. He promptly activated the sword array of extermination. With 2 saints now controlling the formation, it unleashed an unprecedented pressure, forcefully pinning Yuanshi and his companions within its confines. At this moment, Tongtian turned to Nuwa, who had unexpectedly allied with him. He had thought that as long as she refrained from adding to his troubles, it would be a significant advantage. To his astonishment, she was willing to assist him in this dire moment. Sister Nuwa, Your actions today may have offended them all. Nuwa smiled, her demeanor light and carefree. If I have offended them, so be it. I, Nuwa, stand alone. Am I to fear their wrath? If you truly feel remorse, brother, perhaps you could persuade that Lu Feng to heed my requests in the future. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, a flicker of conflict crossed Tongtian's face. Yet he quickly nodded in agreement. In the future, I shall ensure that Lu Feng follows your lead. Wherever you go, he shall not dare stray. For any significant matters, all decisions will rest with you. For reasons unknown, Nuwa felt that Tongtian's words carried a conspicuous directive. The crux, however, was that it was not her intention at all. Yet, any attempt to argue was futile at this point. Meanwhile, within the sword array of extermination, xianxia and his companions were not idle. The elements of wind, thunder, water, and fire manifested within the array, each demonstrating its might. As the foremost killing formation in the primordial realm, even the four saints faced the risk of injury within its confines. Coupled with Nuwa's assistance, xianxia and his companions found themselves in a rather precarious situation. Fortunately, this situation did not persist for long. Hongjun would not remain idle. The grand calamity of the canonization still required advancement. If the six saints were to engage in a disgraceful spectacle at this juncture, how would the matter of the canonization be resolved? The instant Hongjun appeared, the eyes of Xianxia Tianzuan and his companions brightened. Master. Yet, Hongjun disregarded their enthusiasm and turned his gaze towards Tongtian and Nuwa. Let matters rest for now. There will come a time for resolution between you, but the moment is not ripe. Upon hearing this, Tongtian naturally withdrew the Excalibur array. Xianxia Tianzuan wore a smug expression. After all, his master favored him. Thus, as he departed, a hint of provocation flickered in his glance towards Tongtian. Tongtian, we shall see how this unfolds. This time, with the three teachings united, he was confident they could compel the disciples of Jie Sect onto the list of canonization. Tongtian, however, immediately darkened in countenance, realizing that he should not have entangled himself with Xianxia and the others for so long. Now, they had squandered precious time. After all, those who have nothing to lose fear nothing, especially now that both treasures rested in Xianxia Tianzuan's possession. Should he truly find an opportunity to elevate the Jie Sect disciples onto the canonization list, it would render all their efforts futile. Contemplating this, Tongtian concluded that he should return to Jineo Island as soon as possible. It would be best to impart teachings multiple times, striving to enhance the strength of the Jie Sect disciples early on, thus enabling them to seize greater opportunities in this impending canonization calamity. Meanwhile, after Tongtian and Nuwa departed, Xianxia Tianzuan and his three companions returned once more to the Zixiao Palace. Observing Hongjun seated before them, Xianxia Tianzuan immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, master. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summoning? Hongjun merely waved his hand. His summoning of the four was, in truth, a reflection of his attitude. The partiality Hongjun displayed towards Xianxia Tianzuan was now abundantly clear. It was precisely for this reason that Xianxia Tianzuan treated Tongtian with such disdain. The master's stance significantly indicated that they still harbored hope. If they operated astutely, it would only be a matter of time before the disciples of Jie Sect made their mark on the list. Hongjuan's expression remained impassive as he spoke softly. The matter I wish to discuss concerns the canonization. If the saints do not intervene this time, what are your chances of success? At this statement, Xianxia Tianzuan and his companions were left momentarily speechless. Without the saints' involvement, allowing only the disciples to fight, what were their odds? Certainly, they were negligible. Take the Chan Sect. For instance, previously, when the Chan Sect and Jie Sect disciples clashed, what was the outcome? The Chan Sect disciples were nearly annihilated by their Jie Sect counterparts. Were it not for the esteemed reputation of the sages, it is likely that those disciples would have had no chance of returning alive to Kunlun Mountain. Moreover, it is inconceivable that the disciples of the wood audaciously plunder his sacred grounds. As for the Western teachings, there is even less to be said. Although in recent years, the efforts of Jane and Zhuanti to expand the Western teachings have been relentless, they are acutely aware of the limited number of followers they have truly garnered. The meager count of adherents would hardly suffice when confronted by the disciples of. Furthermore, concerning the teachings of humanity, the plight of Taishang Laojun is even more poignant. With but a single disciple in his fold, to present this lone pupil before the disciples of would be tantamount to delivering them to certain demise. In that moment, the four sages present fell into a profound silence. They were utterly outmatched. They truly could not contend. Chapter 92. Did the heavenly path develop only after Tongtian departed? As the four saints remained silent, Hongjun felt an understanding dawning within him. He sighed softly, uncertain of how to initiate the conversation. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Hongjuan's sigh. The faces of Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the others flushed crimson, wishing fervently for a hole to swallow them whole. After all, they were 4 esteemed saints, representing 3 distinct sects. Yet, when brought forth, none of them were capable of standing their ground. To have them personally intervene would merely invite further defeat. However, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the others had not considered this. Even if they, the saints, were to descend, it was far from certain that Tongtian would be bested by them. Shaking his head, Hongjuan ultimately extended his hand. Before the assembly, a treasure emanating a soft white glow swiftly materialized. The sight of this artifact left Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the others momentarily stunned. "This is a treasure I have prepared for you," Hongjuan declared. The mere mention of a treasure caused their astonishment to deepen. What kind of treasure could it be? The item in Hongjuan's grasp seemed rather unassuming. Though it radiated white light, upon closer inspection, one would discern that it was, in fact, a grand purple gate. Further attunement revealed it was imbued with Hongjuan's celestial laws. Without withholding any details, Hongjuan continued, "This is a treasure I have crafted, containing a secret realm within. I have infused it with formations and numerous laws, alongside the power of the heavenly Tao." At this revelation, the attendees could not help but hold their breath. A secret realm, fortified with laws and the strength of the heavenly Tao. How formidable must this be? Hongjuan passed the item to Yuanshi, Tianzuan. "This secret realm is entrusted to you. Dispatch the disciples of your sect within to enhance their cultivation. They are sure to reap substantial rewards." Upon hearing this, Yuanshi, Tianzuan's expression blossomed with elation as he gazed at the treasure in his hands. "Thank you, master. We shall not disappoint your trust." Hongjuan merely waved his hand. "Hasten back to your tasks." Watching as Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the others vanished from the grand hall, Hongjuan's countenance darkened. In such a brief span, Jie had undergone such drastic changes. Who was the mastermind behind these shifts? After several probes, Hongjuan was now aware that the transformations within Jie had no connection to Tongtian. After all, Tongtian was also a saint of the heavenly Tao and possessed an intricate understanding of his disciples' nature. If it were truly Tongtian's doing, such turmoil would not have ensued. Regrettably, he remained bound by the constraints of the heavenly Tao, unable to descend directly to the mortal realm. Were it otherwise, with his true form, he could elucidate the matters at hand with clarity. Moreover, given the critical nature of the current period, Hongjuan could not afford to entertain any distractions. Thus, he had no choice but to delegate the task to others, allowing Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and his companions to explore the void of Jie first. Originally intending to observe from the sidelines, Hongjuan found himself compelled to partake in this grand calamity. In the primordial world, 2 radiant streaks descended from the heavens, swiftly landing upon the ancient earth. Upon returning to the primordial realm, Tongtian felt a notable reduction in his hostility. "Thank you, Sister Nuwa." With Hongjuan present, Tongtian had refrained from speaking earlier. Now, having returned to the primordial realm, he finally had the opportunity to express his gratitude to Nuwa. She had, after all, offended the other 4 saints on his behalf. Initially, she could have remained an outsider and extricated herself from the situation unscathed. Yet, she chose to intervene. As the saying goes, it is easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to offer coal in snowy times. Tongtian was indeed aware of this favor. Nuwa, however, chose to remain silent, concerned that Tongtian's imaginative tendencies might lead him to propose sending his disciples over. Though she indeed desired Tongtian's disciple, it was not in the manner she wished. "Brother Tongtian, now that this matter is settled, what are your plans next?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tongtian replied, "I intend to return to Jineo Island. There have been numerous developments within and I must return to oversee matters. Furthermore, those saints are approaching with fierce intent. I must swiftly enhance the strength of our disciples to prevent them from finding any weaknesses." He then inquired, "But what are your arrangements for this period, sister?" What he truly wished to ask was whether Nuwa would accompany him to meet that mischievous lad, Feng. However, considering Nuwa had glared at him several times prior, he dared not voice his curiosity directly, opting instead for subtle hints. Nuwa waved her hand dismissively. "Having been away for so long, I must first return to the Wahuang Palace. Although few inhabit my palace, there are many affairs that require my attention." Upon hearing this, Tongtian nodded in agreement. Indeed, after such an absence, the well-being of the disciples is a source of concern. I plan to dedicate the next few days to imparting teachings to enhance their strength. After all, this calamity of ascending to divinity is no trifling matter. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it is crucial that my disciples possess the ability to protect themselves. At this, Nuwa's eyes flickered with interest. It seemed her elder brother lacked a clear understanding of his disciples' strength. "Brother Tongtian, How do you perceive the strength of your disciples in comparison to those of the other three sects? Taken aback by Nuwa's sudden inquiry, Tongtian paused for a moment. After careful consideration, he solemnly responded, in comparison to the Chan sect, ours is certainly not inferior. However, the Chan sect, the human sect, and the Western sect have clearly united. If they were to simultaneously attack I fear our disciples would struggle to withstand their assault. Moreover, my disciples are mostly straightforward, while the Chan sect's disciples are cunning and treacherous, and those of the Western sect are particularly eloquent. In countering them, Tongtian's face was awash with concern. If he were to merely compete with them, he would have no cause for concern regarding his disciples. Yet, at this moment, he does not wish for the saints to intervene. The opposing side possesses both intellect and strength, while his disciples appear rather foolish and lacking in insight. If the adversaries were to engage them in a battle of wits, one might fear that these simpletons would unwittingly fall into their traps. Upon hearing Tongtian's remarks, Nuwa found herself at a loss for words. Just how profoundly does the leader Tongtian misunderstand his own disciples? Whether it be a contest of intellect or sheer power, it seems there is not a single inferior disciple among the Jiejiao. After all, no one could have single-handedly dismantled the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain purely through strength. However, a new possibility soon blossomed in Nuwa's mind. Could it be that these disciples of Jiejiao only began to flourish after Tongtian's departure? Chapter 93. The God-slaying spear as the leader of the Jie Sect. Tongtian should have had a profound understanding of his disciples. Yet, the words he spoke were in stark contrast to the behavior exhibited by the Jie Sect disciples. If there were no faults to be found in Tongtian, then the issue must lie with Feng. Contemplating this young man, Nuwa's astonishment deepened. Initially, she had thought Feng's abilities were limited, but upon reflection, it seemed this youth possessed an inexhaustible array of talents, each more surprising than the last. However, attributing the significant changes among the Jie Sect disciples to Feng did not seem entirely implausible. Nuwa cast another glance at Tongtian, and at this moment, she began to comprehend fully. The decision Tongtian made to establish the Jie Sect and appoint Feng as his chief disciple, granting him authority over the sect, was undoubtedly one of his most astute choices. It was infuriatingly enviable. If only she, as the sovereign of the Nuwa, could have such a remarkable disciple, her sect would surely flourish. She couldn't help but wonder what extraordinary fortune Tongtian must have encountered to attract such a disciple. The more she pondered, the more discontent she felt. Clearing her throat, she addressed him. Brother Tongtian, I believe your concerns are indeed warranted. The disciples of the Jie Sect are not lacking in power, but rather in the capacity to enhance their intellect. In light of this, why not devise a strategy that would not only bolster their strength, but also expose them to cunning methods? Upon hearing Nuwa's suggestion, Tongtian's eyes brightened. Sister Nuwa has a plan? A flicker of amusement crossed Nuwa's eyes as she nodded earnestly. Indeed, but this plan may impose some burden upon you, brother. Tongtian waved his hand dismissively. If it enables my disciples to grow stronger, a little inconvenience is of no consequence. The prospect of enhancing their intellect was too enticing to overlook, as the Jie Sect disciples were indeed most efficient in that regard. Nuwa smiled in response. In that case, allow me to propose a course of action. You need only conceal your identity and test your disciples. With your intellect, brother, are you concerned about being outsmarted by them? In due course, your disciples will not only witness the cunning strategies of the primordial world, but, with your personal guidance, their strength will undoubtedly increase. Is this not a win-win situation? Tongtian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he absorbed Nuwa's words, and by the time she finished speaking, he had nearly made his decision. Let it be as you say, sister. Truly, you are astoundingly clever. Nuwa wore a gentle smile, and after a brief exchange, they parted ways. However, instead of returning immediately to the Nuwa heaven, she found a secluded spot to sit in meditation. Before long, she raised her hand and gestured. Soon, the previous conflict between the and the, along with the subsequent series of events, was thoroughly concealed by Nuwa. Although her methods could not render these occurrences permanently hidden, a temporary reprieve was sufficient. Contemplating this, Nuwa could not help but smile with satisfaction. The game appeared to be growing increasingly intriguing. Tongtian, unable to discern the happenings between the and, disguised himself to test the strength of his disciples. It seemed that a splendid performance awaited. Meanwhile, Yuanshi Tianzuan had intended to intervene and obscure the celestial secrets surrounding the prior events between the and. Upon witnessing someone take action prematurely, he found solace in the situation. After all, nearly all the saints had returned, and the affair was hardly one of glory. The more individuals aware of it, the more his reputation would suffer. With someone now assisting in the concealment, Yuanshi Tianzuan felt a measure of relief. On the other side, at Jineo Island, Lu Feng diligently nurtured spiritual roots and herbs. Observing the impending maturity of these spiritual entities filled him with joy. Having cultivated such an abundance, he planned to summon the disciples of Bak to enhance their powers. Alas, he lacked the skill to concoct elixirs. If only he could refine these into potions, he would feed them to the disciples without a second thought. He was confident they would surpass that usual crowd. Nearby, Nuwa rested her chin on her hand, watching Lu Feng busily tending to the herb garden. Suddenly, a thought struck her. This seemed to have concluded, yet the great calamity was only just beginning. Lu Feng nodded. It appeared his master would soon return. The mere thought of Tongtian's return filled him with exuberance. Nuwa, however, could hardly tolerate Lu Feng's delight. Did he not fear that his master would return to find the garden brimming with spiritual roots and herbs, inciting his wrath? Lu Feng appeared unfazed. If he gets angry, then so be it. At worst, I shall receive a few blows. Nuwa was momentarily taken aback by his response. It seemed that Lu Feng had experienced his fair share of discipline. Among the saints, Tongtian maintained a resplendent reputation. At that moment, Nuwa could hardly envision Tongtian as a figure capable of administering punishment, especially to his cherished disciple. This only heightened her anticipation. She longed for Tongtian to arrive swiftly and witness the fruits of his disciple's labor. At that instant, Lu Feng's hands paused, as the long-forgotten notification from the system echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. A disciple from the has attained enlightenment and emerged from the secret realm, rewarding the host with 800,000 years of cultivation and a fragment of the creation jade butterfly. The comprehension level of the disciple has increased by 5%, rewarding the host with a gift package. Would you like to open it? Without hesitation, Lu Feng chose to open it. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the blueprint for the god-slaying spear. Congratulations to the host. Your comprehension of the ancient demon laws has reached 80%. A prompt. The host has discovered the damaged god-slaying spear. It can be restored according to the crafting diagram of the spear. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting upon the demon laws he had previously mastered and now the god-slaying spear, it felt as though he was receiving a complimentary gift, an exquisite buy one, get one free. Such an artifact as the god-slaying spear is indeed a treasure of the demon path. Even a sage would find it impossible to withstand its formidable might. What is most significant is that the god-slaying spear was once a treasure of the demon ancestor, Luo Ho. The possibility of acquiring it now is truly astonishing. It is well known that after the battle between the demon ancestor Luo Ho and the Dao ancestor Hong Jun, the former's whereabouts became a mystery, and the god-slaying spear vanished with him. The sudden appearance of it in Lu Feng's sight has piqued his curiosity. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng immediately opened the crafting diagram of the god-slaying spear. Chapter 94. What is this? With a cursory glance, even Lu Feng could not help but draw in a sharp breath. In comparison to the creation of the devouring demon jar, the restoration of the god-slaying spear was a far more arduous task. The sheer effort and time required for such a restoration were staggering. Not only was an extensive array of rare materials needed, but it also demanded an immense investment of mental fortitude. Lu Feng swiftly perused the entire restoration process outlined in the chapter. Just as he intended to close the book, his gaze abruptly fell upon a line of small text at the bottom of the blueprint. After the demon ancestor Luoho was defeated and fled, the restored god-slaying spear can pinpoint Luoho's location. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow. So, the god-slaying spear possessed such a function. He wondered how Hong Jun would react upon learning this revelation. Perhaps, at that moment, Hong Jun's eagerness to seek the god-slaying spear would surpass his own. After all, he and the demon ancestor were bitter adversaries. Years ago, their struggle for supremacy in the primordial world had seen Hong Jun emerge victorious, albeit at the cost of devastating the entire Western realm. With Luoho's retreat, Hong Jun was left to pick up the pieces of the shattered Western world and even directly granted the 2 positions of saints to the duo from the West. Otherwise, how could the likes of Jane and Junti have ascended to such esteemed ranks amidst a sea of competitors? Lu Feng's thoughts raced. It took him a while to realize that the system had seemingly rewarded him with a new law. A new law? He paused momentarily. Then, after a careful introspection, he came to the enlightening conclusion that it must have been the tiger demon emerging from the secret realm. The mere thought of that tiger demon gave Lu Feng a headache. Its aesthetic sensibilities were utterly perplexing. This tiger demon was not without a name, as it had taken upon itself a grandiose title to signify its might. Compared to that imposing moniker, Lu Feng preferred to refer to it simply as the tiger demon. Now that it had unexpectedly emerged from its seclusion, its strength had undoubtedly increased significantly. Furthermore, if Lu Feng recalled correctly, That imposing figure possessed the celestial seal. Did it not? The thought of impending misfortune befalling someone made Lu Feng offer silent prayers for that individual. As the eldest disciple of the, he certainly would not intervene. He could only hope that those involved would find their own fortune. As for the imposing figure, Lu Feng had little concern. If it were an ordinary demon clan member, he might have needed to exert extra caution. However, this particular case was an exception. Despite appearing somewhat simple-minded, this fellow was sharper than most. When it came to self-preservation, few disciples of the three teachings could rival him. Lu Feng soon set aside thoughts of this individual and devoted himself to absorbing the newfound cultivation he had obtained. Having reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, the cultivation he now possessed allowed his spiritual power to continuously augment. Whether it was due to the constraints imposed by the heavenly Tao, Lu Feng felt as though the speed of his breakthroughs had been extended countless times. The influx of 800,000 years of cultivation seemed to create barely a ripple. Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, the addition of cultivation was undoubtedly beneficial. Conversely, for the present-day Lu Feng, this is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. At the very least, he no longer needs to create such a grand spectacle to achieve breakthroughs. Thus, Lu Feng, while absorbing the influx of spiritual energy within him, joyfully tended to his garden. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the desolate forest, a towering gate, standing twice the height of a man, leisurely materialized from the void. Soon after, a tiger burst forth from this grand entrance. The instant its forepaws touched the ground, the creature transformed into human form. Upon glancing at his attire, Wei Zhentian could not suppress a sound of disapproval. He rummaged through his waist pouch and eventually pulled out a pink garment to don. Compared to his black attire, he had a distinct preference for the vibrant colors. However, his skin, particularly dark, contrasted strikingly with the pink clothing, a disparity that he remained blissfully unaware of. Even feeling particularly pleased. To his astonishment, the secret realm prepared by his elder brother was remarkably powerful. Having emerged from the shattered mirror, he had already attained the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. It wouldn't be long before he could presumably break through to the quasi-saint level, would it? It is worth noting that in the past, he, Wei Zhentian, was merely an ordinary tiger demon within the Jie Sect. Who could have anticipated that by discovering the opportunity prepared by Lu Feng for his fellow disciples, he would turn his fate around and continuously advance, transforming into the formidable practitioner he is today. The exhilaration of this realization was overwhelming. Having emerged from the secret realm, he pondered whether he could seek out a few pets for amusement. After his last fortunate encounter, Wei Zhentian had not fully indulged in play. Now that he had finally exited the secret realm, it seemed only fitting to seize the opportunity for some enjoyment. With this thought in mind, he could no longer contain himself and transformed into a streak of pink light, dashing into the distance. Shortly after Wei Zhentian departed, a cyan figure gracefully emerged from the forest. Observing the vanishing streak of light, Tongtian revealed a glimmer of delight in his eyes. After a prolonged search, he had finally located a disciple of Jie. To enhance the authenticity of his presence, Tongtian had deliberately suppressed his strength to the mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. When he left, most of his disciples possessed merely the strength of Tai Golden Immortal, with only a handful, such as Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming, having reached the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Now, merely a century had passed, and Tongtian's choice of mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal strength was a calculated decision. Sensing Wei Zhentian's aura ahead, Tongtian swiftly pursued him, leaving the primordial chaos. It was essential for these disciples to witness the treacherous methods of the world, so that when they encountered disciples from the other three teachings, they would possess the strength for self-preservation, wouldn't they? In a moment, Tongtian appeared before Wei Zhentian. The instant Wei Zhentian beheld Tongtian, he was filled with excitement. A person? Just in time, as I was struggling to find a pet today. Why not make you my first pet? Listening to Megatron's words, Tongtian fell silent instantly. What nonsense was this insolent brat speaking? Was he truly a disciple of the Jie Sect? And why did that garish outfit of his, so glaringly pink, assault the eyes? For a fleeting moment, Tongtian contemplated transforming this disciple back into a beast form, lest his eyes suffer further torment. Before Tongtian could utter a word, Megatron stood before him, hands on his hips. My dearest pet, will you choose to submit now or submit immediately? Being my first pet comes with tremendous benefits, you know, Tongtian thought to himself, wishing he could pour out the nonsense swimming in this lad's mind. What on earth was he babbling about? To be your pet? Surely, he must be lacking a few screws. And who, pray tell, seizes another and demands they become their pet? Is this a game? Chapter 95, Direct Combat. Who brought this deception upon you? The path of training disciples has been opened on Tongtian's side. Naturally, the four of them, including the primordial heavenly venerable, are no exception. The Fengshen has concluded, yet the calamity of Fengshen has merely begun. Originally, the disciples of their three sects were incapable of contending with the Jie Sect. However, with the assistance of Daozu Hongjun, they are determined to seize the opportunity to enhance the strength of their disciples. Consequently, after a brief discussion, the four saints, including the primordial heavenly venerable, swiftly agreed upon a date. They would gather the disciples from their three sects and send them into the secret realm provided by Hongjun to elevate their cultivation levels. In truth, the primordial heavenly venerable did not feel particularly fearful at this moment. After all, they had the support of Daozu Hongjun behind them. Despite any tricks Jie might employ, they could never surpass the grasp of Daozu Hongjun, could they? Moreover, the disciples of the Jie Sect are even better positioned. By entering the secret realm offered by Hongjun, it is likely that their cultivation will increase significantly. At that time, how could Jie possibly contend with the Jie Sect? The thought of being able to suppress Tongtian filled the primordial heavenly venerable with great joy. Sitting in his newly constructed Yushu Palace, his spirits were considerably lifted. His Yushu Palace had been rebuilt, and being one who favored opulence, the new palace had cost him a considerable amount of rare treasures. Yet, despite the vast resources expended, this new palace could never compare to the previous dragon crystal. After all, even the primordial heavenly venerable could no longer find as many dragon crystals as before. After contemplating for a while in his position, he called for the disciples of the Jie Sect. The purpose of summoning you today is to inform you that I have signed the Fengshen list alongside the Taishang Laojun and several saints from the Western teachings. This pertains to the calamity we are facing. Upon hearing these words from the primordial heavenly venerable, the hearts of the gathered disciples sank. The notion of calamity did not sound like a favorable one. Fortunately, there was someone to alleviate the tension. Tai Jinren quickly spoke, Master. Since you have signed the Fengshen list, there must be your reasoning behind it. We shall heed your instructions. Hearing Tai Jinren's words, the primordial heavenly venerable's expression brightened considerably. He would not disclose to these disciples that his decision to sign the Fengshen list was made out of necessity. However, there was still a way forward. Tai Jinren's words provided him with a timely opportunity to redirect the conversation. The primordial heavenly venerable raised his hand and revealed the Fengshen list. My reason for signing the Fengshen list is that both the Fengshen list and the God-subduing whip are in my possession. In this way, our Jie Sect disciples shall not be placed in a passive position. Moreover, signing the Fengshen list does not necessarily mean that only our sect's disciples will be listed. Disciples from other sects may also respond to the calamity and attain divinity. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the gathered disciples gleamed with newfound hope. Indeed, the Master had his reasons for undertaking these actions. Now the initiative lies in their hands. When the time comes, sending the entire group of Jie Sect members onto the list of deities would be quite delightful, would it not? In truth, the primordial lord also harbored this thought. He even cleared his throat, declaring, I have signed the list of deities alongside the saints from the other two sects, with the intent of jointly confronting the Jie Sect. Upon hearing this proclamation from their master, the disciples of the Jie Sect felt their spirits soar. Guang Qingzi displayed a hint of excitement on his face. Indeed, the master is formidable. With the four saints collaborating, it seems that the disciples of the Jie Sect are destined to face calamity. Guang Qingzi took the lead in voicing his enthusiasm, and naturally, the Taoist of Lamp could not be left behind. The master thinks far ahead. We should learn diligently, he mused. The other Jie Sect disciples were chattering away in praise. Listening to their words, the primordial lord felt a surge of satisfaction, though his demeanor remained composed. Very well. Since you have perceived my grace, focus on your cultivation and strive to enhance your strength. Upon hearing the primordial lord's words, Guang Qingzi and the others' expressions shifted. They, too, wished to elevate their power. Yet the Jie Sect disciples seemed to ascend with the speed of a rocket. How could they possibly keep up? Sensing their concerns, the primordial lord swiftly reassured them, do not fret unduly about your cultivation. Upon my return, the Tao ancestor entrusted me with a secret treasure, which contains a hidden realm to aid in your advancement. In due time, I shall allow you to enter the secret realm alongside the disciples from the other two sections. At that point, you need only focus on your training. With the primordial lord's words, the Jie Sect disciples felt as if they had received a calming tonic, and they began to cheer exuberantly. In stark contrast to the soaring morale of the Jie Sect, Tongtian gazed at his Jie Sect disciples before him, feeling utterly disheartened. The current demeanor of Wei Zhentian was exceedingly disconcerting, and paired with his words, Tongtian was tempted to turn and walk away. Yet at that moment, Wei Tian had fixed his gaze upon him, leaving Tongtian with no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Regardless, the Jie Sect had already disbanded. Finding such a disciple was fortuitous, and Tongtian had no desire to seek another. Moreover, this disciple clearly hailed from the demon race, typically rather simple-minded, easily swayed by a few words. It seemed beneficial to impart some lessons upon him. Indeed, Wei Tian was also quite pleased. He had just been contemplating how to gather companions when unexpectedly, one had been delivered to him. The crucial thing was that this individual was thoroughly to his liking. Furthermore, the person's strength was merely at the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while he himself was a peak Great Luo Golden Immortal. Capturing this companion would be a breeze. With this thought, Wei Tian immediately clasped his hands together. Had he not been aware that this individual was a disciple of his own Jie Sect, Tongtian might mistakenly believe that he is a disciple of those two bald monks from the Western Church. Behold, Wei Tian's eyes narrowed, his voice ethereal and distant. Today, this emperor perceives a fateful connection between us. Why not become my cherished pet? I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly. In truth, the moment he spoke, Wei Tian had already begun to channel his own cultivation method. His technique served but two purposes: to seize others' treasures and to manipulate the hearts of men. Had he not already aligned himself with his skills would have been exceptionally suited for the Western Church. Tongtian was taken aback by Wei Tian's unexpected prowess. In fact, prior to this, he had deliberately sealed both his spiritual power and strength to maintain the illusion. After all, in the past, no one from the had resorted to such tactics. They preferred direct confrontation. Who would employ such underhanded means? Chapter 96. The primordial wilderness is indeed treacherous. At this moment, within the divine sea of Tongtian, an overwhelming sense of confusion enveloped him. He could only hear the incessant murmurs of Wei Tian resonating in his ears. Initially plagued by irritation, he gradually succumbed to a semblance of acquiescence within his mind. Agree to him. Agree to him. Even the garish attire that had previously offended his aesthetic sensibilities now appeared remarkably sacred in his eyes. Fortunately, Tongtian soon liberated himself from this bewildering state. He prided himself on his discerning taste. Such a flamboyant pink garment could never appeal to him. He could not fathom how this disciple had acquired such a skill, nearly deceiving him in the process. However, at this moment, Wei Tian remained oblivious to the fact that Tongtian had sensed something amiss, and he was still languidly murmuring, "Pet, why do you not kneel quickly?" Listening to Wei Tian's ethereal voice, Tongtian's resolve began to stabilize. Yet, he found himself ensnared within the spiritual seal imposed by Wei Tian's techniques, which proved to be quite arduous. As his thoughts became increasingly muddled, Tongtian could not help but bite his tongue. After a brief moment of clarity, he hurriedly sought to dispel the mental seal afflicting him. However, halfway through, he discovered that the seal was utterly unbreakable. A significant portion of the seal had been set by Nuwa herself. Without her intervention, he would have been forced to break through it by sheer force. Yet, the current circumstances clearly did not afford him the opportunity to do so. How could this ostentatious tiger demon allow him to escape the confines of the seal? As the tiger demon's voice grew increasingly fervent, it boomed, "Pet, why do you not kneel quickly? Pay homage to your deity. Under your master's guidance, you shall tread upon a more expansive and sacred path." Feeling the mental pressure emanating from the tiger demon, Tongtian was now filled with regret. Who could have anticipated that his disciple possessed such capabilities? Moreover, Tongtian had evidently shot himself in the foot. Now he found himself at a loss on how to liberate himself. Meanwhile, Wei Tian relentlessly intensified his mental seduction over Tongtian. Tongtian struggled to divide his focus to resist, while simultaneously attempting to dispel the seals within him. It was an utterly exhausting endeavor. Even in battles against Yuanshi Tianzuan and the others, Tongtian had never felt this beleaguered. Perhaps sensing Tongtian's plight, Nuwa lifted her gaze toward the distant east. After all, she was a sage. Such a mundane plea for her attention from Tongtian could be sensed in an instant. After a moment of contemplation, Nuwa grasped the situation's intricacies. Unable to contain her amusement, she burst into laughter. In the Nuwa palace, she reveled in her solitude, finding Tongtian's predicament to be utterly hilarious. Ironically, it was his own beloved disciple who had ensnared him in such a predicament. The disciple incessantly uttered phrases of servitude, repeatedly kneeling before the presence. How could Nuwa possibly endure such a display? The fervent summons from Tongtian must have filled him with deep regret. Initially, Nuwa merely intended for Tongtian to witness the transformations of his disciples, yet she had not anticipated this hidden facet to emerge. It seems Tongtian has come to recognize the treachery of the primordial realm. At this moment, Tongtian remained oblivious to the fact that Nuwa had already discerned his disgraceful conduct. Instead, he was desperately resisting the mental manipulations of Wei Tian. Before embarking, he had not anticipated the primordial realm's inherent dangers, which extended not only to his disciples, but also to Nuwa herself. Seeing Tongtian refuse to surrender, the great black dog let out a disdainful snort. Your resolve is commendable. However, today I have taken a liking to you. You shall obediently serve as my favored companion. Should you kneel and accept me as your master, I will guide you towards a prosperous path. Tongtian was now filled with regret, wishing he had never heeded Nuwa's counsel to seal away his spiritual and magical powers. What a predicament he now faced. To make matters worse, the first disciple he encountered was such a creature. Even if he wished to swiftly break free, he could not withstand the incessant nagging from Wei Tian. Moreover, the seal Nuwa had placed upon him was indeed formidable. After such a lengthy struggle, he had barely managed to dispel 1/5 of the seal, and there were still 10 more layers to break. Tongtian now yearned for an end to this torment. Servant, why do you not promptly submit to me? Kneel. As Wei Tian's command echoed, a sense of bewilderment washed over Tongtian's mind. Subsequently, under the ethereal resonance of the Tao, he joined his hands in reverence and bowed towards Wei Tian. Observing Tongtian's gesture, Wei Tian's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Quite well. This acquisition of a favored companion has proceeded remarkably smoothly. Now that he had secured a pet, Wei Tian was eager to assert his rights as a master. He leapt into the air and settled upon Tongtian's neck, playfully patting his head. Servant, why do you not hasten forward? The abrupt pat from Wei Tian jolted Tongtian from his stupor. Perhaps due to Wei Tian's momentary lapse, Tongtian seized the opportunity to violently shatter the seals binding him. At the instant the seals broke, his aura surged dramatically. In the next moment, the Qingping sword materialized in his grasp. Sensing the sudden surge of power beneath him, Wei Tian quickly rolled off Tongtian. Just then, a piercing beam of sword light streaked forth, aimed directly at Wei Tian's forehead. Tongtian's strike was unmistakably fueled by immense fury. He had never before been so trifled with. This tiger demon must perish today. Yet, Wei Tian was not without his wits. Sensing the piercing sword aura, he immediately darted aside in a panic. This strike severed a portion of the fabric from the rear of the formidable Wei Tian. Upon discovering his exposed backside, Wei Tian was instantly consumed by indignation. How dare you, a mere pet, dare to ruin my attire? Yet, what awaited him was the second strike from Tongtian. Tongtian had unsealed his mental powers, but the seal on his strength remained intact. Otherwise, after that previous strike, there would have been no chance for Wei Tian to survive. Wei Tian did not anticipate the overwhelming strength that this individual possessed. Although he was merely at the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, the sword aura he emanated was astonishingly terrifying. Wei Tian endeavored to defend against the onslaught, yet he found his hair repeatedly severed by Tongtian's relentless strikes. Consequently, a surge of fury began to swell within him. Chapter 97. The unconventional disciple of the Jie Jiao, my dear pet, having submitted to your sovereign, you ought not to lay a hand upon me. At this moment, upon hearing the words of the formidable Wei Tian, Tongtian felt a throbbing pain in his forehead from sheer irritation. Initially, he had thought that this demon, being a disciple of Jie Jiao, would merely require a couple of strikes to vent his frustration. Yet now, this tiger demon seemed to be prancing upon his last nerve. He resolved that today would be the day to impart a lasting lesson. In truth, Wei Tian harbored a deep-seated fear of Tongtian's sword energy. Despite Tongtian's current strength being sealed, his comprehension of the sword path rivaled Wei Tian's understanding of the ancient demon laws. Consequently, as Tongtian unleashed one sword strike after another, it instilled in Wei Tian a palpable dread. Were it not for Wei Tian seizing the initiative earlier with a mental assault, Tongtian might have remained oblivious to his scheme. Now, having regained his senses and fueled by indignation, Wei Tian stood no chance against him. The techniques at Wei Tian's disposal were either underhanded or exceedingly devious. Engaging in a genuine battle with Tongtian was not a fool's errand. Realizing he could not best Tongtian, Wei Tian promptly prepared to flee. Tongtian, perceiving Wei Tian's intent to escape, swung his sword once more. Thus, within the dense forest, a shadowy figure darted amid the trees, clad in tattered garments, revealing a considerable expanse of bare skin. In some areas, even the fur had thinned. Trailing behind him was a greenish figure. With each flash of the sword, Wei Tian's attire grew increasingly tattered. This was not an issue of Tongtian's aim. Rather, Wei Tian proved far more cunning than he had anticipated. Out of every 10 strikes, A mere one would find its mark. When he finally succeeded, it was only in striking inconsequential areas. This tiger demon, it seemed, possessed a fair amount of wits. Just as Tongtian was on the verge of losing his temper, Xianxia shouted once more, "Do you know who I am? I have a lineage. When I return to find my senior brothers and sisters, do you believe I can have them bring you to heel, forcing you to be my steed?" Upon hearing this, Tongtian was nearly driven to laughter by his sheer audacity. He promptly swung his sword again, severing Xianxia's belt. As his trousers slipped to his thighs, Xianxia hastily grasped them with one hand while the other covered his exposed rear. "Oh no, don't cut my trousers. It's broad daylight, and I cannot run about bare-bottomed. I'll agree not to make you my pet anymore. Is that acceptable?" At this moment within the Nuwa palace, Nuwa could not contain her laughter at the spectacle. She had never imagined that Tongtian would have such a disciple. With a personality like that, he surely must be prancing upon Tongtian's last nerve at every turn. In truth, Tongtian was indeed angry, yet amidst his fury, he felt a sense of solace. Although he had suffered losses at the hands of this disciple, upon reflection, even this sage had been left at a disadvantage. Were it to be one of the disciples of the Jie Sect, the outcome might not have been significantly more favorable. This indirectly attests to the fact that this tiger demon possesses at least some degree of self-preservation capability. Regardless, casting him into the primordial wilderness would not lead to his own detriment. Rather, it could provoke a considerable uproar among others, especially with that mouth of his. Each time Tongtian contemplated concluding matters, the roar of Xianxia could ignite his ire. In such a state, which sage could possibly let him off the hook? At this moment, Xianxia was running, his tongue lolling out. Ultimately, he transformed directly into his tiger form. Though this appearance was far less imposing than when he first emerged from the secret realm, his fur was nearly worn away by Tongtian, particularly around his rear, which had been reduced to a bare bottom. It must be said that running on 4 legs was indeed more comfortable. However, this could not withstand Tongtian's leisurely pursuit from behind. Just as despair began to creep in on Xianxia, a flash of golden light appeared ahead. Upon recognizing that familiar golden glow, he immediately rushed forward, tears welling in his eyes. "My golden light senior brother, please save me. Someone is trying to kill me." The golden light immortal had just emerged from seclusion when a bald tiger practically pounced upon him. Before the golden light immortal could react, the tiger had already taken refuge behind him. After a moment of recognition, he suddenly realized, "Junior brother, what are you doing here?" Xianxia, with tears in his eyes, pointed at the pursuing Tongtian. "Senior brother, you must avenge me. He has been chasing me across nearly half the primordial wilderness. Look at my rear, and then at my forehead. He has nearly reduced the illustrious me to a featherless chicken." It must be said, Xianxia's appearance at this moment was truly pitiful, yet undeniably amusing. The golden light immortal struggled to suppress the smile that threatened to break through. Meanwhile, Feng received a reward from the golden light immortal. "Congratulations, host. A disciple of the Jie Sect has emerged from seclusion, rewarding the host with 800,000 years of cultivation." As Feng felt the influx of spiritual power into his being, he silently nodded. Despite the infusion of such spiritual energy, he felt no immediate reaction. This was largely due to the immense amount of spiritual power required to advance to the sage level, a threshold not easily breached. Moreover, with his current strength, as long as no sages intervened, no one could pose a threat to him. Thus, Feng had no reason to rush. Day by day, tending to his flowers and weeding brought him immense joy. At this moment, however, the embodiment of Nuwa beside Feng suddenly burst into laughter. Unable to resist, Feng turned to look back. This person had been rather peculiar today, occasionally breaking into laughter. Were it anyone else, Feng would certainly think them quite mad. However, as Feng beheld the sight of the person before him, whose chest quivered with each smile, he silently closed his mouth. Yet, despite his silence, Nuwa was acutely aware of his gaze and promptly covered her own bosom. Feng, however, promptly averted his eyes. "Next time you smile, remember to cover up." "What if you smile too broadly?" Nuwa replied. "I can't believe your mischief." Nevertheless, in that moment, Nuwa was in good spirits and chose not to dwell on such trivial matters with Feng. Yet, her curiosity regarding Xianxia was piqued. "It seems your sect possesses a rather extraordinary tiger demon, does it not?" Upon suddenly hearing Nuwa mention Xianxia, Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. "Have you encountered him? I hope you did not suffer any misfortune at his hands." Chapter 98. You call yourself honest? Upon hearing Feng's words, Nuwa found herself momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Feng possessed an extraordinary understanding of that tiger demon. Moreover, It seemed that the tiger demon had been causing trouble for quite some time. In fact, Lu Feng was silently reflecting on this. Given the tempestuous nature of Wei Tian, it was hardly surprising that he would stir up trouble. Now that Niwa had suddenly brought it up, it was evident that she was aware of Wei Tian's misdeeds. However, considering Niwa's esteemed identity, Lu Feng could not help but inquire, "You haven't let him suffer, have you?" Niwa shot him a glance. With him in that state, how could he possibly suffer? Upon further contemplation, Lu Feng realized she had a point. Wei Tian's cunning demeanor indeed suggested that he was not one to easily fall victim to misfortune. Since neither Niwa nor Wei Tian had endured any setbacks, Lu Feng felt no inclination to concern himself with the matter. After all, it would not affect him directly. As for those unfortunate souls outside, one could only say they were simply out of luck. At this moment, Niwa remained unaware of Lu Feng's thoughts and instead found the situation quite amusing. Although Wei Tian had not suffered himself, he seemed to revel in deceiving others. Lu Feng did not even lift his head, thinking it was of little consequence if he played tricks on a couple of people. Hearing this, Niwa burst into another fit of laughter. Observing her shaking with mirth, Lu Feng was left puzzled. Was what he said truly that amusing? Surely, it did not warrant such laughter. Niwa stifled her amusement. Noting that the individual Wei Tian had deceived appeared to be rather unusual, Lu Feng tucked his small shovel away and reclined on the lounge chair beside Niwa. Regardless, he felt confident that whatever tricks Wei Tian executed would not reach his teacher. What began as a mere offhand remark unexpectedly became a reality. At that moment, Jie, upon hearing that someone dared to bully his junior, immediately stepped forward. "Who dares to bully my junior?" Jie strength far surpassed that of Wei Tian. Since emerging from the secret realm, his power had ascended to the level of quasi-saint. Now, facing Tongtian, he felt no fear whatsoever. Tongtian, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Jie, sheathed his Qingping sword from afar and opted for a green longsword instead. As one of the 7 celestials, Jie recognized his own companion treasure. However, it was uncertain whether Wei Tian would be able to identify the difference. Perhaps Tongtian could throw both the Qingping sword and the green longsword before Wei Tian, and he might still be unable to discern them. Having already switched swords, Jie had not recognized that the person before him was indeed his teacher. Conversely, upon glimpsing Jie, Tongtian's earlier fury dissipated like a fleeting shadow. Nevertheless, despite the anger subsiding, Tongtian still wished to test his disciple's abilities. Thus, shortly thereafter, he proclaimed with a booming voice, "You are utterly unreasonable. Have you even inquired about the good deeds your junior has accomplished?" As soon as Tongtian finished speaking, the formidable Wei Tian could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Brother, this person slanders me. I clearly witnessed him on the brink of madness, and it was only out of the desire to assist that I acted. Who could have anticipated that he would repay my kindness with malice, seeking to eliminate me instead? Thankfully, I encountered you, brother." Otherwise, Wei Tian's eyes glistened with tears. Hearing his lamentations, Tongtian's fury was once again ignited. This tiger demon was truly insufferable. Perceiving Tongtian raise his sword, Wei Tian hastily clutched the sleeve of Jie, concealing himself behind him. "Brother, you must not forsake my quest for vengeance. You know my nature. I am typically so honest and never provoke others. Yet today, someone dares to attempt my assassination in your presence. Such is the height of injustice." Upon hearing Wei Tian's wails, Tongtian felt as though his very worldview was being shattered. "You, of all people, dare to call yourself honest? What honest man, or rather, what truthful tiger, would resort to underhanded tactics? And now you dare to turn the tables." At that moment, Tongtian could no longer restrain himself. If he didn't deliver a sound thrashing to this rascal, he would no longer share his surname. With that, Tongtian raised his sword high and struck directly toward Wei Tian. The chilling sword light surged toward Wei Tian's forehead. Having pursued Wei Tian for so long, Tongtian had nearly unsealed the spiritual energy within him, though the seal on his power remained. Thus, he was still merely at the mid-stage of the Deluo golden immortal realm. However, with the augmentation of his spiritual energy, this strike was equivalent to the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal. As the sword light hurtled toward Wei Tian, Jie, positioned beside him, would not remain passive. A flash of golden light appeared before them. Tongtian's furious strike collided with this golden barrier and, astonishingly, dissipated into nothingness. Surprised by this turn of events, Tongtian could hardly believe that his strike had indeed been thwarted by Jie. Observing Jie's composed demeanor, it seemed he had effortlessly deflected the blow. As the golden light faded, Tongtian discerned that Jingguangxian was wielding a shield-like spiritual treasure, more aptly, a divine weapon. The golden radiance must have emanated from this shield. Tongtian couldn't help but recall that he had never bestowed such a remarkable divine weapon upon Jingguangxian. Therefore, it must be that Jingguangxian had found this treasure on his own. Moreover, upon assessing Jingguangxian's current strength, he realized he had ascended to the early stage of quasi-sainthood. When Tongtian departed, Jingguangxian seemed to have only reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. How could it be that so little time had passed, and he had already crossed an entire realm into quasi-sainthood? In comparison to Jingguangxian's ability to withstand his strike, the notable enhancement of his power left Tongtian utterly astonished. However, the golden light immortal was alerted by the sudden assault launched by Tongtian. Swiftly, a long spear materialized in his right hand. Upon witnessing the spear in the hands of the golden light immortal, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback once more. How could there be another divine weapon? Two divine weapons, a spear and a shield, were astonishingly wielded by the golden light immortal. Capable of both offense and defense, they were indeed well suited to this young man. Yet, at this moment, he was both attacking and defending against himself. For some inexplicable reason, Tongtian felt a sense of unease. However, his gaze soon became fixated. The aura of a law. Tongtian's eyes rapidly locked onto the golden light immortal. If his perception had not been erroneous, it seemed that the golden light immortal had grasped some form of law, perhaps one that was exceedingly rare. Chapter 99. How did the sect of enlightenment come to this? He had only been away for a mere few centuries, yet the power of the golden light immortal had ascended so remarkably. Now possessing two divine artifacts and mastering the force of laws. Truly extraordinary. At this moment, the anger that once resided in Tongtian had dissipated entirely, leaving only satisfaction with the golden light immortal. Regardless of the circumstances, the strength of the golden light immortal was indeed commendable, even with the onset of the divine calamity. As long as he did not face underhanded tactics, he should encounter no significant issues. Nevertheless, Tongtian wished to conduct further tests. As a teacher, he could not be entirely devoid of involvement, could he? Being a saint had its advantages, such as the ability to maintain a facade of calmness despite inner satisfaction. No matter the level of contentment within, his expression revealed nothing. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the golden light immortal and his companion. Why does your sect act with such audacity? Wei Zhentian, hiding behind the golden light immortal, let out a disdainful snort. This is how we, the sect of enlightenment, operate. If you take issue with it, then endure. Moreover, our teacher has instructed us thus. If you have the ability, go and complain to him. Tongtian was taken aback. Am I to confront myself? Surely, I must be losing my mind. When did he ever teach Wei Zhentian to act in such a brazen manner? This is utterly tarnishing his reputation. Were it not for the golden light immortal standing beside him, Tongtian would have been seething with anger by now. Your teacher, as a saint, is the epitome of reason. When has he ever been unreasonable? It seems it is you, the tiger demon, who tarnishes your teacher's name. Wei Zhentian cast a sidelong glance at him. Am I his disciple, or are you? Do you think I am unaware of what our teacher is like? You have no right to speak here. Our teacher has clearly stated that when encountering someone displeasing, simply take them down. Who do you think you are to dictate terms? Tongtian fell silent. Where had this impudent youth emerged from? Why did his words provoke such discomfort? The urge to strike him down was overwhelming. One couldn't help but wonder if the realm of Hutu could facilitate his reincarnation. At this moment, Wei Zhentian remained oblivious to Tongtian's thoughts. Bolstered by the support of the golden light immortal, he grew even more brazen. I told you, had you been willing to be my pet earlier, I would have treated you well. Although it may be a tad late now, it is not yet too late. Why not reconsider? I assure you, I will treat you exceptionally. Hearing Wei Zhentian refer to him as a pet once more ignited Tongtian's ire. What is the purpose of wasting so many words on him? Just strike him down. Once he is defeated, let us see what he has to say. As Tongtian raised his sword for another strike, Wei Zhentian hurriedly retreated behind the golden light immortal. Brother, look at him. Quickly, teach him a lesson. Jingguangxian immediately brandished his shield and spear and charged forward. With Jingguangxian leading the way, every attack from Tongtian was effectively neutralized by the shield in his hands. Moreover, Jingguangxian adeptly found openings to counterattack with his spear. Observing Jingguangxian's agile maneuvers, Tongtian felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. Subsequently, the aura surrounding him intensified. His sword began to emanate the essence of swordsmanship. And with this enhancement, Jingguangxian was forcefully pushed back several meters. Yet, rather than displaying any signs of distress, this only ignited his fighting spirit. Emerging from the secret realm, he had yet to encounter anyone who could match him. Now, Having found a worthy opponent for practice, he felt quite pleased. Without hesitation, Jingguangshan charged at Tongtian with his shield raised. The master and disciple exchanged blows, with most of Tongtian's strikes landing on Jingguangshan's shield, causing the frequency of Tongtian's attacks to increase. Tongtian lunged at Jingguangshan's waist with his sword. Naturally, Jingguangshan raised his shield to defend, while simultaneously thrusting his spear towards Tongtian's torso. Tongtian could only retract his sword to parry the spear. However, in that instant, the shield, initially intended for defense, surged with an unexpected vigor in Jingguangshan's hands. In a heartbeat, he swung the shield directly at Tongtian's face. Tongtian never anticipated that his most earnest and straightforward disciple would employ such tactics in battle. Moreover, was that shield not meant for defense? How had it transformed into a formidable weapon in Jingguangshan's grasp? Bolstered by the power of the laws, the shield struck Tongtian with a surprising force that caused him genuine discomfort. Even with the protection of his sword, he nearly found himself thrown off balance by the blow. Regaining his composure, Tongtian regarded Jingguangshan with a mixture of astonishment and admiration, realizing that his disciple had progressed far beyond his expectations. Yet, Jingguangshan was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He fixed his gaze on Tongtian, his tone laced with a palpable threat. Should you dare to harm my fellow disciples of the Jie Sect again, beware of a relentless confrontation. As he uttered these words, his aura surged dramatically. Beside them, Wei Zhentian's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze toward Jingguangshan reflecting an unnamable emotion. Tongtian had not anticipated the degree of cohesion among the Jie Sect disciples to be so profound. Nevertheless, he soon lifted his sword once more, this time unsealing an additional layer of his strength. The previously subdued aura around him began to swell exponentially. With the seal lifted, Tongtian found himself gaining the upper hand against Jingguangshan during their next exchange. In truth, Tongtian was exercising restraint. After all, as a sage, the last thing he wanted was to inadvertently harm his own disciple, leaving him with nowhere to lament his misfortune. Regardless of his attempts at restraint, the golden light immortal before him seemed to possess formidable combat prowess. As the battle unfolded over time, the golden light immortal even adeptly seized opportunities to launch attacks. Observing his disciple, who grew increasingly valiant in the face of adversity, Tongtian could not help but narrow his eyes. The golden light immortal was personally taken under his wing. Thus his understanding of him far surpassed that of the formidable Lord of Heaven. As a sage, even at full strength, he could only achieve a stalemate against the golden light immortal. What did this signify? It indicated that his disciple had transcended the ordinary. Yet, before departing from Jineo Island, everything had appeared to be as usual. Tongtian was utterly perplexed. However, the golden light immortal was not one to allow him to dwell in confusion. An overwhelming aura of the immortal law surged forth from him. Chapter 100. The mysterious Jie Jiao. A long spear tore through the fabric of space, directly aimed at the throat of Tongtian. Do you know who I am? Tongtian appeared momentarily dazed. The one before him was none other than Jingguangshan, one of the 7 immortals of Jie Jiao. Jingguangshan shook his head. I am an immortal being, destined for eternal life. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of Wei Zhentian were filled with profound astonishment. Truly, he was worthy of being his senior brother, displaying an air of superiority even beyond his own. He felt compelled to remember this statement, for it might prove useful in the future. However, Tongtian was left feeling vexed. He had anticipated some profound insights from the young man, yet he was met with these trivial utterances instead. Moreover, they were utterly useless. Tongtian cleared his throat. So, who taught you these nonsensical phrases? Surely, your master would not instruct you to speak in such a manner. He certainly did not possess such a pretense. At this moment, Wei Zhentian, unusually, nodded in agreement. Our master would never impart such teachings. Just as Tongtian felt a sense of relief for preserving his reputation, Wei Zhentian's next words nearly caused him to stumble. Our master is incapable of teaching such things. Tongtian glared at Wei Zhentian with indignation. Is this some sort of compliment? How could he possibly teach that? Unbeknownst to them, Nuwa could hardly contain herself, and the spirit tea she had just sipped was forcefully expelled once more. Ha ha ha. Observing Nuwa in such a state of mirth, Lu Feng merely turned his head away, preferring to avoid such scenes lest he be infected by the laughter. Once Nuwa had calmed her amusement, she found herself at a loss for words. The disciples of Jie Jiao seemed to have lost their minds, each uttering more absurdities than the last. The key point was that no one had taught them this. However, her attention soon shifted to Lu Feng. Tongtian certainly would not have instructed his disciples to speak in such a manner, which meant that only Lu Feng could be responsible for it. At that moment, Lu Feng remained blissfully unaware of the heavy burden placed upon him, contentedly savoring the peach in his hand. After much diligent care, his pan tao had finally ripened. Gazing at the fruit, which was larger than his own face, Lu Feng took a hearty bite. The juices burst forth in his mouth, and he nodded in satisfaction. Truly, it was the essence of innate spiritual roots. The fruit it bore was exceptional. Seeing Lu Feng's expression of utter contentment, Nuwa could only shake her head in silence. He certainly did not seem like the type to utter such words. However, her attention was soon drawn once again to the commotion nearby. This time, it was not Tongtian and his companions who caught her eye, but a disciple of Jie Jiao approaching them, xianxia. Compared to Wei Jintian and Jing Guangxian, Nuwa was far more familiar with xianxia. After all, she was one of the rare disciples of Jie Jiao known for her formidable abilities. Moreover, she had single-handedly vanquished an incarnation of the primordial lord, showcasing strength that was indeed exceptional. At present, should she encounter Tongtian, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Nuwa's eyes, indicating that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Unbeknownst to Tongtian, he remained oblivious to the imminent arrival of xianxia. After all, his current prowess paled in comparison to hers, and with xianxia deliberately masking her aura, he was completely unaware of her presence. Since her emergence from the secret realm, xianxia had dedicated herself to rigorous training in the outside world, striving to enhance her comprehension of her own techniques and the principles governing them. Consequently, she sought opportunities to hone her skills. Just days prior, she had discovered a secluded cave for meditation, but before she could immerse herself in her practice, an instinctive sense drew her toward an alluring source. This compelled xianxia to abandon her stillness. Upon her breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm, she found her sensitivity to the heavenly Tao significantly heightened. Thus, upon sensing a potential opportunity, she promptly resolved to pursue the source of her attraction. However, despite her diligent searching over several days, she could not locate the promised fortune. Yet, she remained undeterred, instead using this time to absorb and refine her techniques. Throughout this process, her understanding of her craft deepened, and with her growing strength, a possibility began to emerge in her mind. Could this technique indeed enable her to transcend to the saintly realm? Realizing this potential, xianxia hastily dismissed the thought, fearing that such aspirations might waver her resolve. At this juncture, she knew she must progress steadily, one step at a time. Even if she were ultimately able to ascend to the saintly realm through her techniques, it was not something she could achieve at present. To reach too high too soon would only lead to her own detriment. Nevertheless, if she could truly leverage her techniques to attain the saintly realm, what heights would her elder brother reach? The thought became increasingly daunting. Before long, xianxia sensed familiar fluctuations of energy ahead. Upon closer inspection, she immediately recognized that two of the presences belonged to Jing Guangxian and his companions, having encountered them previously and thus familiarized herself with their auras. However, another presence felt somewhat alien, and the energy dynamics among them suggested that they were embroiled in conflict. With a swift thought, xianxia headed toward Jing Guangxian and his party, speculating that he and Wei Jintian had clashed with others. Yet, it was unclear why even Jing Guangxian's junior brother seemed powerless against their adversary. Witnessing Jing Guangxian falter, xianxia quickened her pace. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as she was present, no one would dare to bully the disciples of the Jie Jiao. At that moment, Jing Guangxian had withstood a strike from Tongtian, causing his spear to slip from his grasp. After battling Jing Guangxian for an extended period, Tongtian had come to appreciate his peculiar fighting style, having never encountered anyone who could wield a spear like a boomerang. However, he has now discerned the methods of Jing Guangxian, and such trifling tactics no longer captivate his attention. Is this truly all you possess? Jing Guangxian pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze towards Tongtian brimming with fierce combat intent. Am I limited to such meager skills? Why not continue to test and find out? As his words fell, the spear that had just been propelled forth erupted with an overwhelming force of the immortal laws. In an instant, its momentum surged, even beginning to eclipse the aura emanating from Tongtian. As the spear flew towards him, Tongtian rarely furrowed his brow. With his current strength, he could indeed withstand this strike. Yet, to successfully deflect it, he would undoubtedly have to pay a price. Chapter 101. Senior Sister, Save Me. Kunlun Mountain. In recent days, Kunlun Mountain has been bustling with activity. Under the auspices of the four saints, disciples from the Chan school, the Western Church, and even the human sect have gathered in one place. The unification of the three teachings has created an unprecedented spectacle. This remarkable event unfolded swiftly, thanks to the efforts of the four saints. Today, on Kunlun Mountain, the disciples of the three teachings occupy three distinct areas: Chan, Western, and human. Though the territory of the Western Church is barren, its disciples are plentiful, surpassing those of the Chan school in number. However, the quality of the disciples varies significantly. Upon observing the followers of the Western Church, Yuan-Shi furrowed his brow, for in his eyes, the disciples of the Western Church were not much different from those of the, were it not for the necessity of the two Western saints at this moment. Yuan-Shi would have hesitated to permit their entrance into Kunlun Mountain. In his view, these disciples were not worthy of sitting alongside the disciples of the Chan school, whose lineage and qualifications are undeniably superior. To associate with the disciples of the Western Church would be a degradation of status. However, these thoughts remained unvoiced. Currently, the three teachings occupy three sections, with the Chan school in the center, its prime location. The Western Church occupies the west, while the human sect is situated to the east. The four saints convene in a position of authority. As Yuan-Shi, the host, occupies the central seat, he gazes downwards. Yuan-Shi begins to speak. The decree of the gods has arrived. This great calamity encompasses the vast expanse of the primordial earth and involves a wide array of matters. The Tao ancestor has summoned us to discuss and seek solutions. After a millennium of deliberation, we have recently arrived at a resolution. At Yuan-Shi's opening remarks, the hearts of the disciples from the three teachings trembled, and they looked up to the four saints above, attentively listening to their words of wisdom. Yuan-Shi continued, after surveying the assembly, in order to confront this calamity, we four saints have sealed the items of the impending tribulation, the list of deities. Once the destined individuals appear, we shall confer divinity upon them to address the calamity. Before that, however, you must enhance your own strength. As Yuan-Shi spoke, a small door appeared in his hand. The door shimmered in a purple hue, emanating an extraordinary power of the laws. Its sudden appearance caused a stir among all present, clearly indicating its remarkable nature. Yuan-Shi explained, this is an unparalleled treasure, containing the secret realm of heaven and earth, bestowed upon us by the Tao ancestor, allowing us to select qualified disciples to enter and cultivate within, thereby enhancing their strength. Today, I shall open this secret realm for your training. Rising, Yuan-Shi looked down upon the gathering and spoke lightly. When you have achieved your cultivation, the conferral of divinity shall commence, and your objective will be to eliminate all disciples of thee and place them on the list. As Yuan-Shi concluded, the eyes of the disciples from the three teachings shimmered with determination, and they echoed in unison. We shall faithfully obey the decree of the saints. Yuan-Shi's gaze swept across the assembly before he turned his attention away. He then extended his palm, and the purple door soared into the air, radiating a faint purple glow. Beneath the violet light, the portal suddenly ascended, swiftly enlarging into a colossal gateway that materialized in an instant. It then descended from the heavens with a thunderous thud, landing with finality. The center of the door shimmered with the flow of arcane laws, adorned with mysterious markings that exuded an enigmatic aura. As the portal settled, the four saints stepped forward, forming intricate seals with their hands before pointing in unison. For formidable attacks, imbued with the might of saints, were unleashed simultaneously. Subsequently, a gentle hum resonated, heralding the opening of the portal. The winds and clouds shifted dramatically, with tempestuous gales swirling above Kunlun Mountain, yet they dared not descend. Yuan-Shi, with a glance, spoke softly, you shall enter. Upon Kunlun Mountain, the tempest surged once more as the portal swung wide open. The primordial landscape was destined to change from this day forth. At that moment, in the celestial realm, the golden light immortal, wielding the crimson peak spear, hovered in the air, surveying below with an air of disdain. With his lips moving slightly, he uttered another boastful remark. At the pinnacle of immortals, I stand proud above the world. With my golden mane, the heavens are mine. With a resounding crash, he thrust the spear downward, the force creating a howling wind that echoed through the space, vibrating with the sheer power of his strike. Even Tongtian, confronted by the torrent of sword energy, raised his sword forcefully to collide against it. Coldly, Tongtian remarked, your strength cannot sustain such arrogance. The golden light immortal, unperturbed, retorted, and what of it? He advanced once more, spear in hand, as if wielding dominion over all beneath him. He proclaimed, even with the weight of the abyss upon my shoulders, I, the golden light immortal, remain unmatched in this world. Upon hearing his words, Tongtian could scarcely contain himself. The audacity was overwhelming. This scene did not escape the notice of Nuwa, who, hearing the golden light immortal's incessant bravado, could not help but smirk. Despite the golden light immortal's commendable strength, his words seemed unworthy of such grandiosity. Some declarations even surpassed what a saint would dare to utter. He was merely a Daluo golden immortal. Truly, This disciple of the had a distinctive personality. Nuwa found herself at a loss for words, for his proclamations were utterly conspicuous. At that moment, she sensed another disciple of approaching from a distance, xianxia. Nuwa recalled that xianxia had previously vanquished an avatar of Yuan Shi Tianzun, and her power was undeniably formidable. Now, she was making her way toward them. If xianxia were to confront Tongtian, it would indeed be intriguing. She pondered whether Tongtian, while suppressing his cultivation, would prevail against his own disciple. Should he falter, it would be quite the spectacle. At this juncture, a figure halted at a distance from Tongtian and the others. Xianxia had now ascended to the realm of quasi-saint. Upon emerging from that enigmatic realm, she sought a secluded place to quietly cultivate her skills. Through the study of that tome, her prowess gradually flourished. Once outside, she sensed the distant echoes of battle. It was unmistakable that two of the energies belonged to disciples of the. She could clearly perceive these two, but what of the third? Whose presence did it signify? Moreover, the two factions were still engaged in combat. It appeared that the disciples of had encountered some discord with others. After a moment's contemplation, resolved not to hesitate any longer. In an instant, she transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the source of the conflict. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not bear to witness her fellow disciples suffer. At that moment, could no longer endure the onslaught from. Without delay, he wielded his sword, which astonishingly surpassed the might of A, pressing fiercely toward the. In that very instant, S' expression shifted dramatically, for he realized his defenses were crumbling. Just then, a streak of light approached, had arrived. "Do not harm my disciples," she cried out sharply. Upon hearing her voice, abruptly turned his head, urgently exclaiming, "Sister, save me." Chapter 102. Xianxia battles Tongtian. With a sudden cry of "Sister, save me," from Jing Guangxian, Tongtian's hand, poised to strike, froze in disbelief. The contrast was striking. After all the grandiloquent banter, he was now pleading for rescue. The nearby tiger demon was equally taken aback, watching the scene unfold for quite some time before exclaiming, "How embarrassing, brother!" Xianxia had arrived. Upon witnessing Jing Guangxian in peril, she let out a fierce command, "Do not harm my disciple." At the sound of her voice, Tongtian immediately withdrew his attack. His intention had merely been to teach Jing Guangxian a lesson. However, he had come perilously close to disaster. Had he not unleashed a strike rivaling that of a quasi-saint at a critical moment, he would surely have faced defeat. Relieved, Tongtian exhaled deeply. "Thank goodness I am not truly a great Luo golden immortal," he pondered, baffled by the slow progress of his disciples during his presence, only to witness their rapid advancements in his absence. In merely a millennium apart, their strengths had escalated several tiers. Was my presence in the sect somehow detrimental to your cultivation? Am I, your master, a hindrance to your breakthroughs? As these thoughts plagued him, he felt a twinge of frustration. If it were just one or two disciples, he might chalk it up to coincidence or luck in discovering fortuitous opportunities. But now, three of them had experienced significant breakthroughs, and it seemed there might be more. This compelled Tongtian to reflect, especially regarding the tiger demon. He remembered it as an ordinary creature of its kind, possessing mediocre bloodlines and even poorer potential, commonplace among the sect. To put it bluntly, it was the sort that would elicit a chorus of barks if a bone were tossed into the crowd. Yet now, a great Luo golden immortal? Though he was accustomed to the absurdity of the situation, this was an elevation he found hard to fathom. Jing Guangxian was somewhat understandable, as he had decent cultivation and aptitude. However, Tongtian recalled him as a straightforward and honest lad. How had he transformed into such a pretender in just a few years? What had transpired in his absence? Then there was Xianxia. At that moment, feeling the aura emanating from her, Tongtian was taken aback. She had achieved quasi-saint status. While he could accept one or two disciples making significant strides, three was beyond belief. He genuinely began to question whether his presence in the sect had impeded their progress. Was I inadvertently a barrier to your advancements? This notion felt utterly unreasonable. Tongtian wrestled with these thoughts, but Xianxia did not afford him much time for contemplation. Noticing that Tongtian had ceased his assault, Jing Guangxian had already made his escape. As Xianxia gracefully approached, adorned in ethereal white garments, she resembled a celestial being, existing apart from the mundane world. With each step she took, ethereal lotuses blossomed beneath her feet, manifesting the profound mastery she possessed over the laws of existence. This was indisputable. Furthermore, Tongtian sensed an overwhelming and tyrannical aura emanating from her, a force bold enough to consume all of creation. Such a manifestation of the laws was something even he, as a sage, had never encountered. As Xianxia descended, the celestial lotuses continued to arise. She cast a glance at Tongtian and spoke in a calm voice. A mere quasi-saint masquerading as a great Luo golden immortal, bullying the disciples of my sect. What are your intentions? In an instant, she discerned the hidden depth of Tongtian's cultivation. With that previous strike, he had surreptitiously elevated his prowess, while she herself had also ascended to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Such strength was more than sufficient to overpower the likes of Jin Guangxian. Although the reasons behind these events remained unclear, xianxia had already deduced much, her gaze reflecting a chilling resolve. She then stated nonchalantly, "What is it to bully a great Luo? I shall engage you in battle." "Very well." Tongtian replied with a nod, tightening his grip on the long sword he wielded. He chose to employ only a postnatal spiritual treasure, not wishing to overpower his own disciple. In that moment, as he grasped the sword, it vibrated in anticipation. With his mastery of swordsmanship, their minds connected instantaneously. Then, with a resounding hum, the sword's cry reverberated through the heavens. He raised his hand, and a silver-white beam of light shot forth towards xianxia. Unfazed, xianxia remained composed. As the blade of light surged towards her, she merely pointed, unleashing the devouring law. A small vortex emerged, colliding with the sword's light, consuming it entirely. Yet, in the aftermath of this consumption, the vortex could not withstand the sword's energy and erupted with a resounding bang. Observing this, Tongtian's expression shifted. His disciple's grasp of the laws was indeed extraordinary. However, as a mentor, even if his disciple was formidable, he must retain the heart of a guide, at the very least. The original intent must not waver. Yet, xianxia was not burdened by such contemplations. With each step she took, more celestial lotuses bloomed, and the aura of devouring intensified around her. In that moment, her presence gave Tongtian the illusion of encountering an unparalleled empress, emerging from the mortal realm, transcending the river of time, eternally unchanged. Her cold gaze shimmered with the brilliance of stars, but upon closer inspection, one might perceive the depths of two black holes within her eyes. Tongtian glanced briefly before quickly averting his gaze, aware that this was a secret technique aimed at the soul. A moment's carelessness may lead to injury. Although Tongtian remains fearless, he is not impervious to influence. In this instant, as Qiong Lei strides forth, hundreds of celestial lotuses materialize, encircling Tongtian. With Qiong Zhao's movement, these hundreds of lotuses simultaneously bloom. Each blossom emits an overwhelmingly potent aura of devouring energy, only to dissipate and transform into voracious whirlpools. Thus, within the span of a fleeting moment, numerous devouring whirlpools surround Tongtian. At this moment, observing the swirling vortexes and feeling the terrifying force of their consumption, even Tongtian cannot afford to disregard them any longer. He forms a sword seal, and with a wave of his blade, an ethereal shadow of a blue lotus emerges. This lotus, of the 12th rank, gradually unfurls as Tongtian moves. The 12th bloom. Each petal is composed of unparalleled sword energy, crashing against the whirlpools, which then dissipate, while the blue lotus shatters. This scene transpires in an instant. Tongtian remains indifferent, while xianxia is unperturbed. As the whirlpools fade, they coalesce once more into a devouring aura, which then converges beside xianxia's visage. In the next moment, it transforms into a ghastly mask, seemingly caught between laughter and tears. The instant this mask appears, the aura surrounding xianxia ascends to its zenith, growing ever stronger. Chapter 103. Could it really end up like this? At this moment, observing xianxia in the arena, both the tiger demon and the golden light fairy felt a sense of trepidation. The tiger demon remarked, "Elder brother, elder sister is simply too powerful. She is on an entirely different level than us." Indeed, the golden light fairy nodded in agreement. "It is fortunate that our elder sister has arrived, otherwise, we would truly be at a loss." The tiger demon nodded in affirmation, and the two quietly turned their attention back to the center of the arena. Suddenly, xianxia made her move. She abruptly rose, and with a swift motion of her hand, a terrifying vortex materialized in an instant. The Tongtian sword swung horizontally, cleaving the vortex in two. However, this was merely a ruse. At the very moment the sword sliced through the vortex, a sudden gust of wind echoed. Upon closer inspection, Tongtian was horrified to discover that the entire space had transformed into a colossal whirlpool. It became clear that at the moment the celestial lotus dissipated, xianxia had already set her trap. He found himself ensnared within her schemes. Tongtian was immediately struck with disbelief. How could she have mastered such a terrifying technique? This was inconceivable. Overcome with shock, he felt the vortex whirl around him, its overwhelming force causing him to lose his balance in an instant. Even with his mid-stage quasi-saint power, he struggled against Xianxia's might. Under the relentless pull of the vortex, Tongtian had no choice but to unseal his power once more, ascending to the late quasi-saint stage. Yet, this state did not last long, for the force of the vortex remained formidable and showed signs of intensifying. In that moment, realization dawned upon him. His disciple had set more than one trap. The immense vortex created from the celestial lotus was merely the first. The ghostly mask worn by Xianxia represented the second. As the mask dissipated, the power of the vortex escalated further. Gritting his teeth, Tongtian pushed his cultivation to break through once again, achieving the pinnacle of quasi-saint perfection. Initially, Tongtian could have discerned Xianxia's intentions from the very beginning. However, he had been infuriated by the antics of the golden light fairy and the tiger demon, feeling that they had become utterly reckless. He feared that Xianxia might be the same. Thus, he had not focused his attention on the matter. Yet now, with one misstep, he found himself utterly ensnared by Xianxia's machinations. Damn it! In that instant, Tongtian recalled the words he had once spoken to Nuwa, urging the disciples of the Jie Sect to comprehend the perils of the primordial world. But now, whether the Jie Sect disciples truly understood this peril, Tongtian did not know. What he did know was that these disciples, one more cunning than the last, were proving to be a handful. As their master, he felt as though he were on the verge of being outmaneuvered. Despite having elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of quasi-saint perfection, Tongtian still felt overwhelmed. The trap had been set, and breaking free was proving exceedingly difficult. Coupled with Xianxia's unique grasp of the law of devouring, it was evident that she possessed unparalleled mastery in this regard. Presently, the law of devouring was the one that Feng had mastered to the highest degree. Thus, one could clearly discern the formidable strength of Xianxia. At this moment, observing the ensuing battle, the nearby tiger demon chuckled, seemingly sensing an inevitable conclusion. It appeared that the royal companion of his was doomed. Why, of all encounters, did it have to be with the senior sister? Was this not a grave misfortune? Xianxia nodded, estimating that defeat was imminent. Engaging with the senior sister, one could hardly predict how one might meet their demise. Hearing such remarks, Tongtian's nostrils flared in indignation. What manner of words were these? Were they truly casting curses upon their revered master? Not only were the two of them culpable, but so was Xianxia, whose methods were indeed ruthless. With every move, she aimed to bring her opponent to ruin. Prior to this, Tongtian had believed his disciples were earnest and virtuous, devoid of any duplicitous intentions, easily deceived by the teachings of the Jie Sect. Yet, it now became evident that he had been overly naive. This was outrageous. They had nearly led to the downfall of their master. Tongtian realized he could no longer conceal his strength. Should he choose to refrain, he risked sustaining severe injuries here. However, even with his current power, merely utilizing the late-stage quasi-saint prowess would result in minor wounds. Nonetheless, as the master, being injured in a bout with his disciples was profoundly embarrassing. Thus, he endeavored to elevate his strength further. At this juncture, he was on the verge of attaining the strength of a sage. Yet, he encountered a dilemma: to elevate or not to elevate. To refrain would likely lead to injury, yet to ascend, against disciples of the quasi-saint realm, the master would need to employ the might of a sage. Even Tongtian, with his thick skin, found this somewhat unbearable. Fortunately, he was fervently reassuring himself that it was inconsequential. After all, they were unaware of his true identity. Upon this realization, Tongtian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thus, he resolved to break through. Without further hesitation, he unleashed his full power. With a resounding boom, the intricate trap laid by Xianxia was obliterated in an instant. The speed was astonishing, and at the moment of destruction, Tongtian abruptly suppressed his strength. Following this, he overheard Xianxia muttering, "Did I just sense the aura of our master?" The tiger demon replied, "Is that so? Perhaps you misperceived?" Tongtian, upon hearing this, promptly restrained his power and made a hasty exit. He feared that remaining any longer might lead to his true identity being unveiled. He needed to make a swift departure. After Tongtian's exit, Xianxia's complexion paled slightly. She too had sustained some injuries when the devouring vortex shattered, albeit not gravely. However, as Tongtian departed, a glimmering green spiritual herb fell from the sky. Xianxia caught it, momentarily stunned. Healing herbs? What was the meaning of this? Not only was Xianxia perplexed, but the tiger demon was equally bewildered. He remarked, "Senior sister, that person just now couldn't possibly have lost their wits, could they? Jingguangshan represents the path. Just now, it seems I sensed the presence of my master." Then they both turned to Xianxia, their expressions filled with suspicion. "Sister, the one you just chased away, could it possibly be our master?" Tongtian never imagined he would find himself in such a dismal predicament. It transcended mere misfortune. Suddenly, he recalled that from the moment he returned and sought to test the disciples of the Jie Sect, something seemed amiss. At that time, Nuwa had exerted considerable effort in offering him advice. In retrospect, it appears rather peculiar. Moreover, as he reminisced about Nuwa's demeanor during that moment, he grew increasingly convinced that something was indeed wrong. But what could it be? He could not fathom it. Could it be that Nuwa had long been privy to all of this? That seemed implausible. He distinctly remembered that since the commencement of the Feng conference, Nuwa had not departed. Subsequently, he calculated, only to find himself unable to discern anything. Logically speaking, if he could not perceive it, then Nuwa, being of the same saintly realm, should also be unable to deduce anything. Yet that day, was it possible he was overthinking it, and that there was, in fact, nothing amiss? He then recalled the 3 disciples he encountered. Each one was more exasperating than the last. Like a charlatan, the tiger demon, the ostentatious xianxia, and then, xianxia, their strategic prowess and methods. He had no idea who had taught them. Certainly, he could not have imparted such teachings. In the future, if someone were to inquire whether xianxia was his student, Tongtian would find it difficult to respond without blushing or losing his composure. This was truly rather embarrassing. And that tiger demon, incessantly claiming to collect admirers. While lacking in strength, he was quite adept at deceiving others. Suddenly, Tongtian slapped his forehead, a headache brewing as he pondered whether his disciples in the Jie Sect had all turned out this way. Chapter 104. Did Tongtian actually lose? At this moment, Tongtian had successfully broken all seals. Having tested a portion, he deemed further probing unnecessary. Nevertheless, he resolved to ascertain his disciples' reactions. It was then that he overheard Jing Guangxian muttering, "But why do I feel as if I can sense the masteress aura?" Upon hearing this, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback, his countenance shifting uncontrollably. Following this, the words of the tiger demon echoed, "How could that be? Our master is not that feeble. As a sage, he shouldn't be unable to defeat even a quasi-saint, right? Yet, I truly sense the masteress presence. Could it be a ruse? If so, that seems rather weak, doesn't it? Or perhaps the master is intentionally allowing us to toy with him, to test our strength?" Listening to this, Tongtian's expression fluctuated from afar. How utterly shameful, setting aside everything else, being toyed with by his own disciples, and ultimately resorting to using his sage-level prowess was a source of deep humiliation. Fortunately, he had only revealed a trace of his power and had not fully exposed himself. Otherwise, he could scarcely imagine the embarrassment of being recognized. He let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a flicker of gratitude within. However, given the circumstances, there was little else to be done. Tongtian concluded that any further probing would yield no new insights. The 3 disciples he encountered were undoubtedly among the most formidable in the sect. The others, he presumed, would pale in comparison. It simply could not be otherwise. How could an entire sect of disciples grow stronger all at once? It was incomprehensible. He had only been absent for a millennium. How could such a significant transformation occur in that time? When he was present, these disciples had struggled for thousands of years, barely advancing a single realm. Yet upon his sudden departure, their ranks surged. Tongtian reflected on this disbelief. If that were the case, returning to the sect would be prudent. At the very least, he was confident that he could ascertain the status of his eldest disciple, Lu Feng. He knew him well. Despite his affection, Lu Feng's aptitude and foundation were evident, and nothing extraordinary stood out. The recent breakthroughs of the others were commendable. Yet the tiger demon was merely a return to ancestral traits. But what of Lu Feng? How much further could he possibly advance? He had already reached the pinnacle of golden immortality. Surely he could not ascend to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal? Tongtian deemed himself overly contemplative. He had resolved to return to the sect, summon the other disciples, and meticulously assess their cultivation levels. As a master, he had an obligation to ensure their comprehensive development, lest the disciples of the Chan sect and other schools conspire to bully his own. With a determined mind, Tongtian planned to provide special training for his disciples upon his return to enhance their strength, especially since he had gathered an abundance of spiritual herbs. It was undoubtedly for the better. These must be utilized, specifically collected for the disciples of the intended to enhance their prowess. At that moment, felt the heavy burden of being a master. He realized that as a mentor, it was imperative for him to assume the responsibility for his disciples' cultivation. After some contemplation, transformed into a streak of light and soared towards the location of. He was resolute in his decision to return to the island first. Shortly after his departure, at the place where and the others were, suddenly looked up and cast a silent glance at the spot where had just been. Turning back, he focused on and remarked, "Let us depart." Upon hearing his voice, the tiger demon let out a howl, akin to a creature whose tail had been stepped on, emitting a peculiar cry. Oh my! Could it possibly be true? The nearby was startled and shot an annoyed glare at the tiger demon, exclaiming, "What are you barking about? You nearly gave me a fright." The tiger demon paid no heed to him, its eyes wide with astonishment, still grappling with the shock. Initially, when the individual was referred to as the master, it was merely banter. Deep down, he had not truly believed it. After all, which sage would engage in such playful antics, subjecting oneself to ridicule? Yet, in that moment of reflection, he began to reconsider, sensing that perhaps it might indeed be plausible. In the beginning, when he encountered the tiger demon, his strength was not particularly formidable. At first, his own power was merely at the level of. Ultimately, through battles with, he ascended to the realm of a quasi-saint, and further elevated his prowess in combat with. What does this signify? It indicates that his inherent strength was indeed remarkable. At the very least, he was considerably superior. Moreover, possessing such elevated cultivation, the individual had not pursued retribution for the earlier transgressions of the tiger demon. Does this not hint at certain implications? Any reasonable person, in such a situation, would feel immense indignation, possibly resorting to a confrontation. Surely, one must learn a lesson, right? However, the contrast emerged here. Beyond his initial anger, which led him to remove a portion of his own fur, there seemed to be little else. This is quite perplexing. The more the tiger demon pondered, the greater the astonishment in its eyes became. Finally, it exhaled heavily, resigning itself to the reality of the situation. Based on the current clues, it appeared to be true. He truly was the master. Then, it stared blankly at and inquired, "Did you truly sense the master's aura?" Shrugged, opened his hands, and replied with an expression of resignation. Could there be any doubt? In that moment, the tiger demon was convinced. It nodded, realizing that indeed, it was the master. "Wait, how can you be so certain?" asked, bewildered. The tiger demon cast a glance at him, and suddenly, with a fierce snap of its claws, its mood soared. It bellowed, "Human pet, kneel before me." Bang! In an instant, the golden light immortal delivered a resounding slap to the tiger demon's head, the force of which left it dazed. After a considerable pause, the tiger demon finally regained its senses and looked at the golden light immortal, asking, "What do you think?" The golden light immortal tightened his grip on the chiefing spear, ready to thrust it forward, exclaiming, "I see you wish to become a tiger skewer today." "Misunderstanding, brother. It's a misunderstanding." The tiger demon waved its hands and hastily explained, "I didn't mean it that way. I was asking how you felt after what I said just now." The golden light immortal retorted flatly, "I just want to turn you into a tiger skewer." The tiger demon nodded, realizing, "Yes, I indeed managed to fool you for quite some time." Hearing this, the golden light immortal was momentarily stunned, his gaze faltering as he envisioned the scene from earlier. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on the chiefing spear, the principles of immortality manifesting instantly. This frightened the tiger demon into retreating repeatedly. "During your battle with the senior sister, the aura you displayed was incredibly formidable. It could easily crush us both. If it weren't for the master's words, I would have been finished." "That makes sense. At the very least, you should belong to our sect. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been spared," the golden light immortal acknowledged. The tiger demon shot him a sidelong glance, realizing that without the protection of his brother, he would have been swiftly subdued. Damn it! At that moment, the golden light immortal delivered another sharp slap to the tiger demon's head, producing a loud crack. The sensation was surprisingly satisfying, causing the tiger demon to flinch and seek refuge behind xianxia. At this juncture, the two had nearly analyzed the situation, concluding that this was the general state of affairs, yet uncertainty lingered. After all, what if? Thus, the golden light immortal narrowed his eyes at the now mostly furless tiger demon, pondering whether it had intended to groom him, perhaps finding him alluring. Upon hearing this, the tiger demon was taken aback for a long moment, then retreated several steps, looking thoroughly alarmed. It shouted at the golden light immortal, "Brother, you don't have any issues with your orientation, do you?" The golden light immortal replied, "Are you asking for a beating?" The tiger demon continued to back away, insisting, "Don't come near me. I prefer females. I am perfectly normal." In the sky, a bare-bottomed tiger demon fled, with someone in pursuit, creating a scene of sheer absurdity and a delightfully jovial atmosphere. xianxia observed from the side, her expression unchanged and unaffected by the antics of these two lively characters. She had grown accustomed to their antics. However, she turned her gaze back to the distance, beginning to ponder, could that be the master? The possibility seemed very high. Firstly, possessing immense strength, yet choosing not to unleash it immediately, but rather gradually. Xianxia is capable of sensing the power of those who engage in battle, and thus he mirrors that very strength. This already indicates that he is deliberately holding back. In the entire primordial world, aside from the master, it seems no one else would dare to act in such a manner. As for the senior brother, Xianxia pondered, how could the senior brother possibly be at a disadvantage? It must be the master. At this moment, the tiger demon and golden light fairy halted. Landing beside Xianxia, they then turned to him. Senior sister, that individual. Xianxia nodded. It is quite possible. Then we. A flicker of determination crossed Xianxia's eyes as she declared, let us inform the senior brother. Inform the senior brother? The tiger demon was taken aback. He then queried in confusion, are we inviting the senior brother to mock the master? Bang. In response, Xianxia delivered a swift slap to the tiger demon's head. She realized that this fellow harbored no worthwhile thoughts. By relaying the situation to the senior brother, with his understanding of the master, he would undoubtedly ascertain the truth of the matter. The golden light fairy nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit of the suggestion. There was nothing beyond the senior brother's capabilities. Once they reached a consensus, the trio prepared to depart. Returning to Jie, what if the truth remained elusive? That would be simple. Just consult the senior brother. Disciples of Jie have always possessed such awareness. Thus, the three of them, like beams of light, departed. Meanwhile, within the confines of Jian'ao Island, the ever-aware Nuwa displayed an expression of peculiar intrigue. She had never anticipated that Tongtian, after disguising his identity, would indeed suffer defeat. Was Xianxia's strength truly so formidable? Although not yet at the pinnacle of quasi-saint perfection, after careful scheming, Xianxia's prowess was nearly on par with the foremost beneath the saints. Such might was astonishing. In this moment, Nuwa contemplated that even if she were to engage Xianxia without utilizing her saintly cultivation, relying solely on quasi-saint techniques, she could only hope to secure victory with a decisive strike, delivering a crippling blow in advance. Otherwise, if the battle were to prolong, she feared she would not be a match for Xianxia. Yet, given Xianxia's strength, how could one expect to deliver such a decisive strike? Overcoming him was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. This realization dawned upon Nuwa. Xianxia's methods were exceedingly potent. At this moment, she suddenly recalled that such formidable techniques seemed to originate from Feng. Not only Xianxia, but also the tiger demon and golden light fairy possessed remarkable abilities. In any realm, their skills would be among the very best. As she considered this, astonishment flickered in Nuwa's eyes. It was utterly unbelievable. Chapter 105. In Nuwa's subtle schemes, she suddenly turned her head, directing her gaze towards Feng, her eyes brimming with incredulity. Although Feng did not look back at Nuwa, he was acutely aware that she was observing him. Without turning, he remarked, "What's wrong? Have I sprouted flowers on my face?" Nuwa shot him a glare, retorting peevishly, "Indeed, a whole cluster, tender and glistening." Upon hearing this, Feng abruptly rose to his feet, scrutinizing Nuwa with a furrowed brow. "What nonsense are you spouting today? Are you unwell?" He stood there in a daze, then instinctively extended his hand, naturally resting it on her forehead. Smooth to the touch, like a piece of exquisite jade. The sensation was delightful. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hand and compared it to his own, muttering, "There shouldn't be anything wrong, so why does she seem off?" Thud, thud. At that moment, Nuwa could hear the rhythmic beating of her heart within her chest, its frequency escalating. Unbeknownst to her, her delicate face had begun to flush, the warmth lingering on her forehead. Nuwa found herself momentarily bewildered by Feng's audacious gesture. After all, who would dare to engage in such intimate actions towards her in everyday life? It was inconceivable. No one would have the audacity, not even among the saints. Moreover, the crucial point was that even if Nuwa currently embodied a saint, it would pose no issue. Her state of mind was nearly impeccable. Regardless of Feng's actions, she would remain unfazed, like a stone sinking into the ocean, creating minimal ripples. However, this moment was different. She was but an incarnation. Her state of mind not entirely flawless, revealing subtle vulnerabilities. Furthermore, the reactions of the incarnation could be synchronized with her true self. Thus, in this moment, Nuwa felt a shift within herself. At the very least, her mental state had undergone slight changes. Feng initially thought nothing was amiss. His actions were merely habitual remnants from his past life. However, as he processed the situation, he realized that as a cultivator, he could hardly fall ill. Yet, seeing Nuwa's nearly crimson complexion, he began to harbor doubts. Could something truly be wrong? Perhaps his touch had not registered accurately. In the next instant, he leaned in closer, his hand brushing against her head with gentle pressure, bringing their faces nearly together. Quite warm, but it should be fine. Then, in an abrupt motion, he was suddenly pushed away. Looking at Inhua again, he noticed her face had turned a vibrant shade, almost reaching her neck. This incarnation of hers had been crafted to resonate more closely with humanity. Beyond her inherent strength, she exhibited all human responses. Furthermore, after successfully taking form, Inhua was pleasantly surprised to find it possessed a heightened sense of awareness. Over time, it had developed an irreplaceable significance. At this moment, the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. With Inhua feeling the brunt of the embarrassment, Lu Feng was utterly unperturbed, stroking his chin as he assessed the awkward demeanor of Nuwa before him. Ultimately, he spread his hands and inquired, "What seems to be troubling you?" "What troubles me?" Upon hearing his question, Nuwa was momentarily taken aback. At that instant, she had no doubt Lu Feng was undoubtedly a disciple of Tongtian. In terms of candor, he surpassed even the master himself, who would never be so forthright. Yet here he was, achieving it. Bravo. She exhaled, her thoughts gradually calming. However, recalling Lu Feng's earlier actions still ignited a warmth within her. Her resolve had begun to waver, certain sensations seeping in like a slow poison. Nevertheless, she regained her composure and swiftly shifted the topic. "Considering the time, your master should be returning soon, shouldn't he?" Lu Feng nodded. "He should be back within a few days." After uttering this, he was momentarily stunned, his gaze narrowing as memories resurfaced. Ah, yes, his master's return signified the conclusion of the investiture of the gods. The other saints would also be making their way back. He glanced at the heap of materials from the Jade Void Palace strewn across the ground. Damn it, there were still those foolish matters to contend with. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Yuan-Shi Tianzun was aware of this situation. He might very well lose his mind. When the master came looking for him, he wouldn't know how to respond. Mainly because he was entirely disinclined to take action. Fighting a saint was pointless. One could not kill them, and it would merely expose his own strength. It was an endeavor fraught with futility. Who would willingly engage in such a task? Certainly not him. Engaging with saints was out of the question, now and forever. His only contribution could be to assist in nurturing disciples. However, in light of future complications, Lu Feng felt compelled to set up some formations in advance. At the very least, they should be capable of countering those at the saint level. With his current abilities, he could indeed arrange them. Thus, Lu Feng returned to the area designated for the formations. Seeing his actions, Nuwa was momentarily stunned and then asked in confusion, "Are you still going to set up formations?" Lu Feng nodded. "Indeed, those fools dismantled the Jade Void Palace not long ago. I thought it prudent to add a few more formations, lest Yuan-Shi Tianzun arrives, and we find ourselves defenseless." Nuwa agreed, acknowledging the validity of his reasoning. She then recalled that Tongtian was indeed returning soon. With a flicker of her gaze, she considered that, under such circumstances, the formations needed to be more formidable, otherwise, with the full might of a saint, they might be difficult to withstand. Lu Feng concurred, recognizing her insight. He then commenced with the arrangements. To bolster their defenses against the saint's assault, he even utilized numerous materials sourced from the Jade Void Palace, contemplating the effectiveness of using Yuan-Shi's own resources against him. It was indeed a rather clever strategy. Firstly, Lu Feng established a trap formation, followed by an illusion formation. The initial arrangements were merely minor formations, of little significance. The subsequent killing formation, however, is the true focal point. At this moment, as Lu Feng utilized materials from the Jade Void Palace, Nuwa, ever considerate and attentive, was selecting the most suitable ones for him. While assisting, she remarked, "Since we are setting this up, we must amplify its power, so that those who dare to intrude clearly understand that the is not to be trifled with." Chapter 106. Tongtian. Has the been vanquished by the? Lu Feng found himself perplexed by the remarkable dedication of the girl. However, he did not dwell on it for long, as time was of the essence. Soon, the killing formations were meticulously arranged, a total of 18 in number. Given the formidable nature of the grand formations and the superior materials employed as their foundation, even a sage would find it challenging to breach a single one, let alone the fact that Lu Feng had established 18 consecutively. The prospect of dismantling them in a short span was virtually impossible, as long as they remained intact. The combined force of the 18 killing formations would surely leave him in a state of disarray. Moreover, Lu Feng had devised an additional formation, which, albeit not particularly potent, possessed a deceptive quality. He had incorporated the plaque from the Yushu Palace into its design. Upon witnessing this, Nuwa expressed her admiration, remarking, "Splendid. I dare say, upon seeing this, the primordial lord will surely go mad." She also mused to herself, "Indeed, Tongtian will likely lose his wits as well." Yet, she refrained from vocalizing these thoughts. At that moment, Her true self had already received the news and was on her way to seek out Tongtian. She resolved to orchestrate a delightful misunderstanding for the master and disciple. After completing his arrangements, Lu Feng clapped his hands in satisfaction before reclining in a rattan chair, intending to indulge in a comfortable afternoon slumber. Nuwa, ever so considerate, ensured that everything was in place for Lu Feng's peace of mind. Meanwhile, her true self had arrived at Tongtian's side. As the flow of light ceased, Nuwa's figure became visible. Tongtian was taken aback. "Junior sister, what brings you here?" Nuwa did not respond immediately. Instead, she gazed intently at him and inquired, "Brother, do you intend to return to the—" "Yes, why do you ask?" Tongtian sensed something amiss with Nuwa. "How did your assessment of the disciples fare?" It was better not to mention it, for as soon as he did, Tongtian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could he explain? He had tested 3 disciples. The first nearly fell victim to his deceptions. The second had put on an elaborate act, and the third was even more outrageous. Could he admit to not having fought them? Thus, Tongtian waved his hand dismissively. "It's manageable. I have been away for some time. The disciples should not have squandered their time, and they have been earnest in their cultivation. However, they still require my guidance." He sighed, reflecting that without his oversight, these disciples might never achieve greatness. Observing Tongtian's serious demeanor, Nuwa's expression turned slightly peculiar. She was well aware of the underlying details. Indeed, her elder brother could put on quite the act. Yet, she chose not to expose him, instead suggesting, "Since you intend to return to assess the disciples, why not disguise yourself once more?" This, to be honest, he was quite reluctant. What if unforeseen complications arose? Nuwa had witnessed the embarrassing moments he wished to keep hidden. Nuwa, perceiving Tongtian's hesitation, elaborated, "Oh, brother, isn't it crucial for the disciples to recognize the perils of the world? Given that we've already severed ties with the, why not pretend to be the primordial lord this time?" Upon hearing Nuwa's suggestion, Tongtian's curiosity was piqued. At that moment, Tongtian's eyes sparkled with excitement. This strategy was splendid. It allowed for validation without the need to conceal one's true strength. The key was that it also enabled him to maintain an impressive facade. When the time came, he could use the power of a saint to crush them effortlessly, then reveal his true self and begin to impart wisdom. It was simply perfect. Thus, Tongtian was captivated by this idea and nodded in approval. "Sister, this method is truly commendable." He then cast a spell, transforming into the likeness of the primordial supreme being. Even adopting an exaggerated tone, he inquired, "Sister, do I resemble him?" Nuwa chuckled, "Indeed. There is no one who resembles my elder brother more." With that affirmation, Tongtian declared, "Then I shall proceed." As he spoke, he transformed into a streak of light and soared towards Golden Ao Island. Watching Tongtian's silhouette, Nuwa revealed a satisfied smile. She harbored no malicious intent. She merely wished to create a beautiful misunderstanding for this master-disciple pair. She had witnessed the formidable array techniques of Lu Feng, yet even a quasi-saint's formations could ensnare a saint, potentially inflicting some damage. However, the notion that it could harm a saint or even cause greater injury was something Nuwa firmly dismissed as impossible. At most, the formations devised by Lu Feng might cause Tongtian a slight headache. After spending some time dismantling them, he would ultimately uncover that it was merely a delightful misunderstanding. This was, indeed, quite amusing, at least from Nuwa's perspective. Moreover, it would clarify the changes occurring within Tongtian's disciples. Overall, it would be beneficial without any drawbacks. A notion that Nuwa could certainly perceive. However, there was another matter at hand. It seemed that xianxia and the others were also preparing to return. Naturally, Nuwa had to intervene somewhat. At the very least, they could not return so soon. Otherwise, how could the grand spectacle commence? Contemplating this, Nuwa transformed into a streak of light and departed. Meanwhile, outside Golden Ao Island, Tongtian, still in the guise of the primordial supreme being, had arrived. The once beautiful scenery now lay charred and desolate. The aura of the Tao had vanished, yet the traces of destruction remained evident. This clearly indicated that a fierce battle had recently taken place. Even outside Golden Ao Island, there were formations laid by Tongtian designed to protect the environment from damage. The protective capabilities of these formations were quite remarkable. Even assaults from quasi-saint level beings could be thwarted. However, now, the formations lay in ruins. The exterior of Golden Ao Island had suffered significant damage. Upon witnessing this, Tongtian felt a sudden jolt of alarm. He suspected that during his absence, someone had seized the opportunity to launch an attack. Had they targeted his disciples? In a moment of clarity, he recalled the primordial supreme being, his so-called elder brother, who had always regarded him with disdain. This time, Had it not been for the advantage of sealing the gods, he might have remained concealed. Yet now that his presence was revealed, Tongtian could not help but ponder other pressing matters. After all, it is evident that the primordial heavenly sovereign has long held his prejudices. If that is the case, then such a thing is something he would unwittingly be capable of. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions. Could it be that the Jie Sect has indeed taken action? The prowess of the disciples of the Jie Sect is formidable. If a confrontation were to occur, the disciples of them might not necessarily prevail against those of the Jie Sect. This was how Tongtian perceived the situation. After all, aside from those three, he largely viewed the disciples of the as simple and honest, entirely devoid of cunning. When they encountered the disciples of the Jie Sect, would they not be thoroughly outmaneuvered? As Tongtian pondered this, he turned his gaze and noticed an array outside Jineo Island. Crucially, the array was adorned with a gleaming plaque. The material of the plaque was exquisite, and it was inscribed with Tao principles. The aura emanating from it was strikingly familiar to Tongtian. Upon glancing at the characters inscribed upon it, familiarity surged within him. The bold characters read, Yusu Palace. Immediately, upon seeing these three characters, a surge of fury erupted within him. His Taoist sanctuary had not only been ravaged by overwhelming forces, but it was also ensnared by an unknown array. Moreover, the plaque bearing the name of Yusu Palace was placed upon it. This was intolerable. When did my sanctuary become the Yusu Palace of your Jie Sect? In that moment, Tongtian was consumed by rage, for he perceived this as a direct provocation from the primordial heavenly sovereign. Otherwise, how could one explain the presence of a plaque inscribed with the words Yusu Palace? Surely, this could not be a deliberate act by the primordial heavenly sovereign to place it here. Could it be that the disciples have dismantled the Yusu Palace and placed the plaque here in an effort to enrage the sovereign? How could that be possible? Thus, in Tongtian's eyes, it was clear that Jineo Island had been usurped. This was a demonstration of power, a challenge directed at him. In his fury, he had no time to contemplate further. Suddenly, the might of the saint erupted in a cataclysmic display, enveloping the entirety of Jineo Island in an instant. In his rage, Tongtian's strength became overwhelmingly fearsome, as he unleashed his full power without a hint of restraint. Then, with a thunderous roar, he did not hesitate to unleash a kick upon the array before him. In that moment, a sharp crack echoed as the array shattered. This array held little significance, merely serving as a provocation. When Feng set it up, he likely intended to incite the primordial heavenly sovereign, hoping to provoke him into charging directly into the array. After all, the fade of the other's sanctuary was laid bare before him. Such a blatant insult would surely ignite fury. Feng was well aware of this. However, what he did not anticipate was that instead of the primordial heavenly sovereign, it was Master Tongtian who arrived, and he happened to misunderstand the situation. This turned out to be quite intriguing. However, at this moment, Feng was indifferent to such matters. Having arranged everything, he had peacefully succumbed to slumber, for it was the time for an afternoon nap. Meanwhile, at Wuzhuang Temple on Jineo Island, an overwhelming aura of a sage was sensed by Zhen Yuanzi. Awakening from his meditative state, he briefly attuned to the atmosphere, only to be astounded. Was a sage making a move? And with such profound rage? What could possibly have transpired? Regrettably, after a fleeting moment of perception, he found that due to Tongtian entering the formation, the barriers of the formation had sealed off the aura. Consequently, he could discern little more, and his brow furrowed in increasing perplexity. What on earth had occurred? Why would a sage be so enraged? At that instant, a thought struck him. The sealing of the gods had already commenced. Previously, there had been a clash between sages, and now another sage's fury was evident, underscoring the terror of this divine sealing. It was utterly daunting. No, he must diligently cultivate. Only with formidable strength could he ensure his own safety. Contemplating this, Zhen Yuanzi resumed his practice. Within the Lingxiao Palace, Hao Yan also sensed the disturbance. However, unlike Zhen Yuanzi, a look of skepticism crossed his face. Something was amiss. The sealing of the gods had already concluded, with the three teachings signing the list of divine seals. There should be no issues. Furthermore, the Tao ancestor had imposed restrictions, forbidding sages from intervening. Yet, how could there be the aura of a sage, especially emanating from Jineo Island? Could it be? A horrifying realization dawned upon him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Could it be that the master brother of the had already broken through and become a sage? Heaven help us. Would that not affirm the status as the mightiest sect with two sages? Even if it had been disbanded. Chapter 107, Embracing the Thigh of the? Yet, even if it is disbanded, it remains a formidable ally. At this moment, after a brief contemplation, Hao Yan suddenly made a resolute decision. He must cultivate a close relationship with Clinging to this powerful ally will surely ensure a life of stability during the impending divine tribulation. In the underworld, Hutu emerged from her palace, increasingly perplexed by the current circumstances. The recent series of significant events revealed a distinct variation in the impending calamity. She recalled that in times past, such occurrences would soon herald a great battle, a clash between the Wu and the Yao clans. But now, could it be a chaotic struggle among the sects? Hutu narrowed her eyes, pondering whether the underworld should intervene in these turbulent times. Should she merely observe without participation, or seize this opportunity presented by the calamity? Despite possessing the strength of a saint, she found herself confined within the underworld, limited in her potential, without significant fortuity. Was she truly willing to remain in such a state? After the conflicts between the Wu and Yao, she had grown weary of strife, retreating into seclusion for an extended period before finally attaining this opportunity. Yet, an insatiable yearning remained within her. Although endowed with the might of a saint, she felt incomplete, constantly constrained, and struggling to break free. When would she achieve true transcendence and liberation? This pursuit of freedom was Hutu's ultimate aspiration. In this impending calamity, the tides had shifted. Was there a chance for her? After much contemplation, her gaze once again focused on the. In recent days, the sect had been at the center of numerous significant events, seemingly intertwined with all occurrences. At this pivotal juncture, appeared remarkably crucial. After a prolonged period of reflection, Hutu produced a flag from her possession. This was the last treasured artifact left by the Wu clan, comprising the essence of the remaining ancestral witches and embodying the hopes of their entire lineage. Upon receiving this flag, she had been informed that when the great forces converged and uncertainty prevailed, she could wield this flag to glimpse the celestial mysteries, thus gaining a thread of divine insight. She needed to ascertain whether that thread of insight belonged to her within the. With a hum, the flag materialized, and a surge of black-purple light enveloped Hutu. This was an unparalleled grand formation. As it manifested, faint shouts seemed to resonate. At that moment, it felt as if a tribe was revealed, crying out in blessing, even willing to sacrifice their lives. This flag was their final blessing, dedicated to the last remaining kin. The formation fully activated. Within the haze, numerous figures began to materialize. The first, akin to a yellow sack, radiant as crimson flames, possessed 6 feet and 4 wings, formless in visage. Its name was Dijiao. The second, green as bamboo, bore a bird's body with a human face, supported by 2 dragons. Its name was Jimong. The third, the fourth. 11 figures in total appeared before Hutu. They were the ancestral witches, yet what manifested now were merely remnants of their spiritual consciousness. The true beings had long since perished. Upon witnessing the 11 ancestral sorcerers, Hutu's eyes revealed a hint of sorrow. It was a profoundly painful reminiscence, a tale steeped in anguish, the war of the sorcerers, a collective suffering of a clan, the witch tribe, now a bygone lineage. Presently, all hopes resided upon Hutu. In the next moment, as the principles of the cosmos manifested, the 11 ancestral sorcerers advanced in succession, igniting their bodies, utilizing their final remnants of consciousness to unravel the celestial mysteries. In a brief span, the 11 sorcerers gradually faded from existence. Following them were the great sorcerers, the ordinary members of the witch tribe, who too vanished entirely. Ultimately, even the array flag in Hutu's grasp dissipated, and the power that belonged to the witch tribe within her began to wane, until, after a moment's pause, it ceased altogether. The initial glimpse of celestial secrets emerged, but only a faint whisper of knowledge remained. All her prior preparations crumbled into oblivion, and the backlash was terrifying in its intensity. Despite her strength rivaling that of a sage, she found herself utterly incapable of withstanding such a recoil. Then, with a crack, the palace she occupied could not endure the strain and shattered. In tandem, Hutu too succumbed to the pressure, spitting forth a mouthful of blood, grievously injured. Yet, in the wake of her wounds, she finally caught a fleeting glimpse of celestial secrets. Though her understanding remained nebulous, the exorbitant cost revealed to her 2 critical words: intercepting teachings. The future was intertwined with the intercepting teachings, her future. Thus, in that moment, Hutu resolved to seek opportunity within the intercepting teachings. However, not at that instant. She was immensely intrigued by the suddenly surging aura of the intercepting teachings. Even though it masqueraded as the form of the primordial supreme being, the aura was undeniably overwhelming. What transpired? The matter had grown exceedingly intriguing. At this juncture, within the array, Tongtian seethed with rage, disregarding all else, eager to plunge into the intercepting teachings. Yet, the more furious he became, the more he found himself ensnared within the array. Upon entry, he abruptly realized that the formation was rather challenging to breach. At least for the moment. Tongtian had been circling within, struggling to discern a method of escape. Narrowing his eyes, he acknowledged the illusionary array. Indeed, it was an illusion, yet within the intercepting teachings. There should be no one possessing such profound mastery of formations. This illusion had ensnared him for an extended period despite his unmasked cultivation. In his recollections, no one within the intercepting teachings should possess such expertise in formations. But if not from the intercepting teachings, then what was that plaque of the Jade Void Palace outside? With confusion lingering in his mind, Tongtian ultimately harnessed the principles of the cosmos, intending to forcibly dismantle the illusion. Though fraught with peril, it was indeed the most viable course of action. In the next moment, Tongtian narrowed his eyes, his aura surging as sword energy enveloped him. With a huff, he leapt into the air, swiftly extending his hand to grasp, causing the ethereal energy in the air to whirl instantaneously. In the fleeting moment of a grip and a twist, a sword of silvery hue, forged from spiritual energy, was clasped firmly in his hand. The principles of the universe formed the blade, the essence of the sword constituted its body, and the spiritual energy served as the hilt. This epitomized the might of Tongtian. The emergence of this sword underscored Tongtian's profound mastery of the swordsmanship, unparalleled and exceedingly powerful. He possessed an extraordinary control over it. Tongtian had a unique understanding of the sword path, and moreover, he also exhibited considerable insight into the intricacies of formations. The reason he refrained from employing magical artifacts was his awareness that his weapon wielded a greater destructive potential against formations, yielding superior results. Thus, Tongtian chose not to utilize any magical treasures. With a casual flick of his wrist, the sword energy converged and surged forth. As the clouds parted, clarity ensued before his eyes. Immediately, Tongtian discerned the position of the formation's foundation and struck with his sword. A beam of sword energy shot forth. With a resonant thud, the foundation shattered instantly, revealing a flaw in the trapping formation. Subsequently, Tongtian beheld the unique materials belonging to the Jade Void Palace. Upon sighting these materials, all his doubts evaporated. He was utterly convinced that this was the handiwork of xianxia. After all, how else could such materials have come to be? These were undeniably possessions of xianxia. In that moment, his fury intensified. Ah, xianxia, you shameless scoundrel! How dare you lay hands on my Jie? Tongtian's rage was uncontainable. Meanwhile, outside the formation, the slumbering Lu Feng abruptly opened his eyes, sensing the disruption in the formation. Someone had entered the array. Who could it be? Rising swiftly, Lu Feng cast a spell, and instantly, a luminous mirror materialized before him. Through this mirror, he discerned a figure. Upon closer inspection, Lu Feng squinted. xianxia Tianzun. He has indeed come. He surmised that this was in retaliation for the Jie disciples dismantling the Jade Void Palace. Given the furious demeanor, it was evident that matters would not conclude easily. Fortunately, he had set up the formation, and for good measure, he had arranged multiple layers of arrays. In this regard, even if xianxia was enraged, he would find no means to breach it. Lu Feng pondered. He would even let xianxia witness the prowess of the formation. While saints are difficult to slay, inflicting some damage upon him was certainly feasible. Yet, as Lu Feng continued his observation, an inexplicable expression crossed his face. He detected something amiss. Although the figure resembled xianxia Tianzun, how could he wield a sword with such proficiency? The mastery of the sword path was so refined, and his aura felt so familiar. It appeared incongruous, as if it were more befitting of his Navi master. Chapter 108. Is this a joke? Upon reflecting on this, Lu Feng found himself momentarily stunned, his expression turning peculiar. Could it truly be his somewhat foolish master? Judging by appearances, it indeed resembled the primordial supreme being. However, the methods and principles exhibited were unmistakably those of his own master. After observing for a brief period, Lu Feng was nearly convinced. This individual was clearly not the primordial supreme being. Rather, it was his own naive master, the heavenly teacher. But why would he return home and impersonate someone else? Is this some form of amusement? It was quite a coincidence that he had unwittingly entered the formation Lu Feng had set up. Suddenly, a thought struck him. When he arranged this formation, that girl had seemed to exert herself particularly. Just as Lu Feng was pondering this, a figure approached, none other than Nuwa. Upon seeing the image reflected in the mirror, Nuwa instantly felt a sense of relief, stepping forward a couple of paces, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, "Ah, the primordial supreme being has arrived, so swiftly. Huh, you truly do play your part well. No wonder women are said to be natural actors. Is this the primordial supreme being? This is clearly the heavenly teacher." Lu Feng surmised that this was merely an incarnation, and judging by his previous actions, it seemed that his master and Nuwa had formed an alliance. Now, some strange turn of events had arisen, evidently a result of her machinations. Huh, do you think your shallow intellect can deceive someone as astute as I? Lu Feng contemplated, realizing that this was indeed Nuwa's scheme. It was likely intended for his master to transform into the primordial supreme being, though the exact purpose remained unclear. Nevertheless, Lu Feng chose not to expose her just yet. If she wished to play, he would indulge her and see how it unfolded. At the same time, Lu Feng was eager to test the power of this formation. Although he suspected it could contend with a sage and possibly inflict considerable damage due to its unique nature, the extent of its power remained untested. Given this opportunity, he felt compelled to explore its capabilities, as such a chance was rarely afforded. His master would certainly be reluctant otherwise. But now his identity was unknown. At that moment, Lu Feng narrowed his eyes. How could he have arrived so quickly? Hearing Lu Feng's words, Nuwa's lips curled into a subtle smile, an expression of triumph. You've fallen into my trap. Little do you know, the one trapped in the formation is none other than your master, the heavenly teacher. When your master breaks free and realizes everything is your doing, he will surely unleash his wrath upon you. Nuwa fantasized, her mood brightening. In her view, although Lu Feng's formation was commendable, she doubted it could inflict significant harm on a sage. At most, it would merely require some effort for the heavenly teacher to break through. At this moment, observing Lu Feng's reaction, she confirmed that he had not recognized the heavenly teacher. Nature indeed evokes a certain exhilaration. At this moment, as Lu Feng deftly manipulated the situation to his advantage, the formation was thoroughly activated. The layer of the illusionary array that had been breached was merely the second level, one which Lu Feng had not meticulously arranged, but had only set up to avoid oversleeping and failing to notice its presence. With the dismantling of the illusion, the lethal array concealed within was revealed in all its terrifying glory. Among the 18 lethal formations, the first 5 were sword arrays. Upon recognizing that the figure within the array was none other than his master, Lu Feng felt no obligation to hold back. He was well aware of his master's unparalleled prowess in the sword arts, a prowess that could only be described as transcendent, without a hint of doubt. It could be said that in the entirety of the vast primordial land, few could rival his master's skill in swordsmanship. Thus, there was no need for restraint. The 5 lethal formations surged forth in unison. Immediately, Lu Feng summoned the 5 deadly arrays while also maintaining a facade of bravado, proclaiming, "Ah, you, primordial one, have dared to approach my domain. Behold my formation." Nuwa observed from behind with keen interest, and Lu Feng shared her amusement. The only one who felt a lack of entertainment was within the array. Upon seeing the materials associated with the Jade Void Palace, Tongtian confirmed that this was indeed connected to the primordial supreme and the Jie Sect. After all, with so many elements related to the Jade Void Palace present, how could there be no link? This formation, perhaps it was laid down by the Grand Master Laozi himself, intended to obstruct him upon his return. Anger surged upon Tongtian's countenance. Grasping the spiritual energy sword in his hand, he struck once more. At this moment, as Tongtian made his move, an overwhelming sword energy began to emanate within the array. In an instant, Tongtian narrowed his eyes, for he realized that the sword energy within the array had intensified. He squinted in intrigue. A sword array? How fascinating. Having cultivated in the sword arts for countless years, Tongtian's prowess was formidable beyond compare. He mused that even if he was not the foremost sword master, few could rival his mastery of the sword. How could mere sword arrays stand against him? The primordial supreme truly displayed a lack of vision. Resorting to sword arrays to contend with him was a farcical notion. At this moment, under the onslaught of the torrential sword energy from the sword array, a colossal sword, forged from the very essence of sword energy, surged forth towards Tongtian. This strike, composed of boundless sword energy, was immensely powerful. Upon witnessing this assault, a trace of disdain flickered in Tongtian's eyes. He tightened his grip on the long sword formed from the convergence of spiritual energy and principles. The sword energy surged and spread across the heavens. A tempest arose as the colossal sword approached in a heartbeat. Tongtian gripped his long sword, sweeping it with a flourish. An infinite wave of sword energy followed in his wake. In that moment, he was the sovereign of swords. With a single stroke, myriad swords accompanied him. The clash resounded with an immense roar as the two swords collided, unleashing a formidable force. Bolstered by the sword array, the power of the colossal sword was formidable indeed. Yet, the sword path of the celestial realm proved to be exceptionally formidable. With a single stroke, it shattered with a resounding crack, leaving behind a fissure. Then, With a second swing, the colossal sword disintegrated, transforming into a myriad of sword energies, restoring tranquility once more. However, before the celestial could catch his breath, the giant sword reformed, this time manifesting as two. With a swift motion, the celestial unleashed an overwhelming divine might, simultaneously shattering both colossal swords. Yet, soon there were three, four. It seemed an endless barrage, each sword wielding considerable power. As the onslaught intensified, the might of the colossal swords grew so formidable that even the celestial's expression turned grave. He felt on the verge of collapse. This was simply interminable. After an arduous battle, he finally obliterated all the giant swords, having learned from experience to shatter the sword energies as well. Once these tasks were accomplished, he exhaled in relief, believing the ordeal to be over. At that moment, outside the array, Lu Feng observed the scene with flickering eyes. His master was indeed impressive, managing to withstand such a relentless assault for so long. He had indeed activated all 5 sword arrays, but only with 7/10 of their might. Now, witnessing the celestial's ease, Lu Feng decided to increase the challenge. Without hesitation, he fully unleashed the arrays. Inside the formation, a thunderous roar erupted. Once again, the sword energies surged forth before the celestial, who had not yet had the chance to catch his breath, only to suddenly behold the reappearance of the colossal swords. Counting them revealed a staggering number, nearly 10,000. Instantly, the celestial's expression shifted. This was absurd. Was he being toyed with? Chapter 109. The celestial sword within the formation. When Tongtian beheld the resurgence of countless colossal swords, his heart sank into despair. The reason was simple. Despite his formidable prowess, his mastery over the sword path was unmatched by many. Yet, no matter how powerful one might be, one cannot possess infinite strength. The onslaught of this sword formation seemed inexhaustible, relentlessly following one after another. He had previously shattered all the sword energies, yet they emerged anew, even stronger than before. Was this some form of mockery? Would there be no end to this? However, he found himself helpless, with no recourse but to wield his sword in defense. Ultimately, the weapon in his grasp shattered into pieces. Left with no option, Tongtian resorted to the Qingping sword, his token of enlightenment, which resonated with him on a deeper level. Outside the formation, when Nuwa witnessed the appearance of the Qingping sword in Tongtian's hand, she momentarily froze. Her first reaction was one of dread. Would she be pierced through? A glance at Lu Feng revealed his calm demeanor, albeit with a hint of anger etched upon his brow. At that moment, Lu Feng, seemingly oblivious to Nuwa's gaze, was acutely aware that she was scrutinizing him. He pondered that he must not reveal any signs of weakness. Failure to do so could lead to disastrous consequences if his master were to intervene. Who would take the blame then? How audacious of Nuwa to dare utilize another magical artifact disguised as his master's Qingping sword, believing such a ruse would lead him to forsake his pursuit of her. How naive. Lu Feng seethed inwardly, tightening his fists as if truly harboring animosity. Yet, it was merely a performance intended for Nuwa's observation. He believed that with his acting skills, securing a small golden figure would pose no challenge. Upon witnessing Lu Feng's reaction, Nuwa exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had not been discovered. Hearing Lu Feng dismiss the emerging entity as a mere disguise, she instinctively patted her chest, then addressed Lu Feng. You possess great wisdom. It would not be easy for the primordial heavenly sovereign to deceive you. Indeed, Lu Feng replied without turning back. It would not be so simple to fool me. Do you think such trivial tricks can escape my discerning eye? He chuckled to himself, simultaneously maintaining an unwavering grip on the formation's control, even amplifying its potency. He realized that Tongtian was indeed able to withstand the onslaught. The 5 sword path killing formations had been resisted. Truly, he was a sage. It appeared that 5 formations alone would no longer suffice. No matter, there were still more at his disposal. A total of 18 had been arranged. Rest assured, master. This time, I shall ensure your satisfaction. Lu Feng mused, and with a wave of his hand, 3 more killing formations emerged. These new formations were of fire, but not ordinary flames. They were ethereal fires concealed within the boundless chaos, specially targeting the soul, manifesting in a transparent form. However, the soul bears an immense destructive force. In this moment, with Lu Feng's arrangement, the situation within the formation transformed instantaneously. At this juncture, Tongtian appeared utterly disheveled, struggling to defend himself with great difficulty. Now, with the addition of 3 murderous formations, in an instant, the attacks infused with sword intent converged upon Tongtian like 2 transparent flames. As expected of a sage, Tongtian immediately sensed the presence of these flames, his eyes widening in shock. What a surprise! With his extensive experience, how could he not recognize what these flames were? They were the ethereal flames, specifically targeting the soul. How truly ruthless of you, Taishang. Concealing the formation of ethereal flames within the sword array. He had failed to notice this before, but now he comprehended the cunning at play. Both of you were exceptionally devious. Tongtian cursed Yuan Shi and Taishang incessantly, primarily because he found himself in a dire predicament under the pressure of the formation. At this moment, as Tongtian spoke, the two saints far away on Kunlun Mountain suddenly sneezed twice in succession. Taishang and Yuan Shi were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. Brother, why are you sneezing? Taishang inquired, shaking his head. I don't know. Perhaps someone is cursing us. Yuan Shi suggested. Just then, Jie interjected. What is there to deduce? I already know who it is. Yuan Shi turned to him, and Jie continued. Who else could it be but Tongtian? And it's clearly both of you, he aspirating. It doesn't take much thought. Instantly, Yuan Shi and Taishang understood, realizing that apart from Tongtian, it was indeed unlikely anyone else would dare to insult them. Thus, Yuan Shi exclaimed in anger, Tongtian is truly contemptible, narrow-minded to the extreme, cursing us for no reason. Once our disciples finish their training, we must ensure that all of his disciples are placed on the list. Although Taishang said nothing, his eyes reflected displeasure as he nodded slightly. Finally, he remarked, this youth will never achieve greatness. At that moment, as the two concluded their conversation, within the spatial confines of the formation, Tongtian barely evaded the attack. He sneezed again, and amidst the sneezing, he narrowly escaped being struck by the onslaught of the sword array. Enraged, he thought, you, Taishang and Yuan Shi, are indeed petty and exceedingly shameless. A sage should not sneeze, yet such words carry a certain consequence, thus invoking the principle of cause and effect. Tongtian, amidst his furious outbursts, simultaneously dodged the scorching ethereal flames while contending with the assaults of the sword array. He found himself increasingly exhausted. Under the combined pressure of the sword array and the ethereal flames, he felt utterly drained, facing an exceptionally arduous battle. In the end, Tongtian resolved to make one final gamble. If he does not take the plunge now, he fears that opportunities may slip away forever. Firmly grasping the Qingping sword in his hand, an overwhelming sacred aura erupted from his being. In that moment, the vastness around him stirred, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged forth, clear and resplendent in its path. With the stroke of the Tongtian sword, wondrous phenomena emerged, resembling the myriad forms of existence, encompassing all. This strike encapsulated his profound understanding of the way of the sword, infused with an ardent obsession and unwavering belief. In essence, he poured all of his essence into this single strike, rendering it the most formidable of swords. At this moment, Tongtian tightened his grip on the Qingping sword and resolutely swung it forth. The sword energy surged with fervor, stirring up colossal waves of azure currents behind him. This was a strike imbued with faith, a sword radiating unmatched sacred might. The sound of the sword resonated, a tremor of excitement emanating from the Qingping sword, yearning for battle. Tongtian, holding the Qingping sword, felt its will harmonize with his own. In this moment, the man and the sword truly became one. Chapter 110. Is this my master? The Tao of the sword is profound, and the heart of the sword is tranquil. Suddenly, he struck out with a slash. At that moment, the heavens and the earth changed color. Within the array space, countless sword energies surged forth, creating instant chaos. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, reverberating against the edges of the formation. The residual force alone caused a tremor that resonated throughout. Then, the sword light cleaved horizontally, striking the boundary. Sizzle! A faint sound emerged. Beneath this strike, the formation merely exhibited signs of fracturing, and this was only the beginning. Crack! Under the brilliance of the sword, the once solid walls of the formation shattered in an instant, revealing an exceedingly long gash. Upon realizing this, Feng was momentarily stunned. Truly, my master is formidable. His strength is indeed impressive. The array, which I painstakingly arranged, is so easily breached. It seems that mere 8 killing formations cannot contend with you. In light of this, perhaps I should unleash all 18 formations. However, while Feng contemplated this, he kept it to himself. Instead, he cast a casual glance at the scene in the mirror, pondered for a moment, and then let out a cold snort. I never expected the primordial heaven's strength to be so overwhelming. Yet even the mightiest is of no consequence. I have my own trump cards. This remark was naturally directed at Nuwa. Upon hearing this, Nuwa's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Truth be told, she had already discerned that while Tongtian appeared formidable, he was, in fact, nearing his limits. Witnessing this scene, she found it difficult to believe. Is this array truly that powerful? It shouldn't be. How can a dignified sage be unable to withstand it? Tongtian's prowess is indeed considerable among the 6 sages. Nuwa believed that she could not measure up to him. Yet, at this moment, he was struggling within the array. Could this lead to a serious situation? Nuwa felt a twinge of doubt, especially upon seeing Lu Feng's expression filled with anger. Moreover, he spoke of having a backup plan. He still has more tricks up his sleeve. You intend to escalate this? Remember, he is your master. Be cautious and refrain from excessive force. Nuwa felt a sense of urgency. She immediately suggested, perhaps we should reconsider. I find this individual's behavior rather strange. Perhaps he is not the primordial heaven? Nuwa's words were intended to guide Lu Feng, prompting him to recognize Tongtian's anomalies. She was acutely aware that this was not the primordial heaven, but rather Tongtian. Initially, she believed the array was inconsequential, but now it had far exceeded her expectations. If this situation continued, she feared that something truly unfortunate might occur. Thus, she quickly spoke up. Lu Feng, of course, understood Nuwa's concerns. However, the matter had been initiated by her, and even when things spiraled out of control, she wished to conclude it so easily. Such matters are rarely so straightforward. Moreover, Lu Feng was confident in his control and would never allow Tongtian to come to harm. However, he was indeed somewhat restless, firstly to test the prowess of his master, and secondly to discern the limits of the formation. Therefore, no matter the circumstance, Lu Feng would not conclude matters so hastily. In this moment, he paid no heed to Nuwa. What difference did it make? It was evident that the primordial supreme being had come here seeking vengeance. Should he be allowed entry? Would it not bring chaos to the realm of the? Absolutely not. Lu Feng resolutely declared, this is the domain of the. I have promised my master to safeguard it diligently, and I shall not allow any harm to befall him. Each word he uttered carried the weight of sincerity, embodying a visage of profound anger. Observing Lu Feng's demeanor, Nuwa experienced a disconcerting illusion, as if persuading him to cease would equate to opposing the and colluding with the primordial, intent on its destruction. This realization greatly vexed Nuwa. To counsel him felt exceedingly awkward, and it was clear that Lu Feng was resolute in his refusal to heed advice. Yet, to remain silent seemed equally perilous. Given the current situation, Nuwa was embroiled in a tumult of indecision. In contrast, Lu Feng was utterly unperturbed. What was there to deliberate? Action was imperative. Without a trace of hesitation, he unleashed all 18 formations in unison. At that moment, as the formations were activated, the formidable strike of Tongtian was instantly subdued. His sword, which had been charged with power for an extended duration, struck the edge of the formation with immense force. In an instant, a cracking sound echoed, signaling signs of fracture within the formation. Yet, despite these signs, Boundless surged into the fissure. Tongtian, disregarding all else, vowed to shatter the formation. Bracing against he unleashed another strike. This time, with a single swing, the barrier of the formation shattered. Instantly, Tongtian's face lit up with joy as he charged forth, braving the. However, at the very moment he broke through, he looked up in astonishment. What in the world? He exclaimed, unable to restrain his outburst. For upon his exit, he had not breached the formation but rather entered another one altogether, one that, astonishingly, was even more perilous. In that instant, Tongtian's composure began to unravel. Yet, there was no recourse available to him. This was no longer a realm dominated by fierce sword energy, but a landscape filled with. This was far more challenging than the previous sword array. Exhaling heavily, Tongtian surveyed the pervasive, his heart a tumult of emotions. Especially now, with all 18 killing formations activated by Lu Feng, even as a sage, he found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the pressure. Soon, they began to encircle him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Meanwhile, outside, Nuwa, witnessing this turn of events, was utterly flustered. She never imagined that matters would escalate to such a degree. The formation. The array arranged by Lu Feng is astonishingly formidable, reaching such an extraordinary level. Initially, she merely intended for Tongtian to dismantle the formation, and then, upon discovering it was devised by Lu Feng, to teach him a lesson. However, now, it has spiraled out of control. Who could have anticipated the overwhelming power of this formation? Even Tongtian, a sage, finds it exceedingly challenging to dismantle it. In fact, it is not merely difficult to dismantle. At this moment, Enhua lifted her gaze to the bright mirror, observing Tongtian's condition. He was not only unable to break free, but was also enduring immense torment within it. Immediately, Enhua spoke again. Stop. Do not act, Lu Feng. Something is amiss, truly amiss. What is wrong? Lu Feng inquired with evident confusion. Of course, he was currently moderating his strength, not unleashing the full might of the 18 killing formations. Yet even so, Tongtian was on the brink of collapse. This Dao-level formation is indeed formidable. Even a sage cannot withstand it. Unfortunately, it can only be utilized on Golden Ao Island. In other locations, achieving such potency would be exceedingly difficult. Enhua glanced again at Tongtian's state and quickly continued. Look at the Dao principle he employs. It is the sword Dao principle, the one of xianxia. How could he possibly master it to such an exquisite degree? Furthermore, observe the Qingping sword in his hand. It must truly belong to your master. Lu Feng was filled with skepticism. Impossible. If that were truly the case, why would he disguise himself as xianxia Tianzuan? Surely, my master is not so trivial. Upon hearing this, Enhua momentarily faltered. Why would he masquerade as xianxia Tianzuan? Because I suggested he try to test your capabilities. Who could have known your formation would be so perverse? It is beyond even a sage's power to dismantle. At this moment, he was even more perplexed by Lu Feng's strength. To orchestrate such a formation is nothing short of comparable to a sage. It is truly astonishing. If this is the case, then the Jie Jiao could indeed be considered to possess two sages. However, Lu Feng relies on the formation. Nonetheless, it remains remarkable. Coupled with his previously enigmatic demeanor, he has nurtured so many extraordinary disciples. This Lu Feng is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. After Enhua spoke again, Lu Feng felt it was sufficient. The power of the formation had been adequately tested. It can withstand a sage's might, and if fully unleashed, it could even inflict wounds upon a sage. As for becoming stronger, that is impossible. Even his master at this moment, due to a lack of understanding of the formation and the fact that this is on Golden Ao Island, has not utilized powerful treasures. Were other sages, particularly xianxia and others, to intervene, they would not hesitate to use their innate treasures, which would cause far greater damage. If Tongtian were to employ the Zhuxian sword array, this formation, no matter how strong, could hardly endure for long. However, at that moment, due to the overwhelming power regarding Janeo Island, it may inflict wounds that are difficult to heal. Lu Feng also understands the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw. Thus, at this moment, he turned to gaze at the bright mirror, and then revealed an expression of sudden realization. Ah, this is actually master, it is truly so. Chapter 111. The Ascendance of the Sword Array. Lu Feng's eyes widened as if he had just made a startling discovery. Indeed, that is your master, the Tongtian. You must swiftly dismantle the formation, Enhua urged. Suddenly, Lu Feng found himself at a loss. To think that it was his master. How could he have kept his master trapped within the formation for so long? Alas, he exclaimed, turning to Enhua with a face full of despair. I have forgotten how to dismantle the formation. Enhua regarded Lu Feng with an expression of utter disbelief. Her gaze fixed upon him in stunned silence. Then, she noticed a smile creeping onto Lu Feng's lips, a peculiar grin that hinted at mischief. After a brief moment of realization, Enhua comprehended the truth. He had done this intentionally. The smile was oddly whimsical, tinged with amusement. In an instant, Enhua felt as though she had been toyed with. Observing Lu Feng's demeanor, it was evident that he had been aware all along. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She chided. So you knew from the very beginning? Lu Feng chuckled. Of course. As the eldest disciple, how could I possibly fail to recognize my own master? Upon grasping the reality, Enhua's frustration surged. It dawned on her that Lu Feng had been playing her for a fool all this time, indulging in this charade for her amusement. The revelation brought forth a torrent of emotions, leaving her with a strong urge to strangle Lu Feng. Initially, she had felt elated, believing her scheme had succeeded. Yet, it was now clear that Lu Feng had turned the tables on her. Men, she scoffed, her irritation palpable. After their playful exchange, Lu Feng resolved to dismantle the formation entirely. It was no longer necessary. However, what he did not anticipate was the furious reaction from within the array. Without a moment's hesitation, Tongtian sheathed the Qingping sword, disregarding everything else. In its stead, a sword imbued with celestial energy materialized, its name, the Zhuxian sword. As Lu Feng beheld the Zhuxian sword, he was momentarily stunned. No way, he gasped, realizing that his master would indeed summon the Zhuxian sword. The emergence of this weapon signified the impending use of the Zhuxian sword array. Enhua, witnessing the same scene, was equally taken aback. Hurry, dismantle the formation, she urged. Without hesitation, Lu Feng sprang into action, attempting to dismantle the array, but it was ultimately too late. The four swords, along with the Zhuxian array diagram, had already been unleashed. Initially, Tongtian had no intention of employing the array. However, after dismantling the sword formation, he discovered that a more formidable array lay hidden behind it. The crucial point was that this subsequent array evidently possessed greater power, yet it had not been activated immediately. What did this signify? It felt as though he was being toyed with. He now suspected that this formation had been laid out by Taishang and xianxia. At this moment, the formation possessed an unparalleled strength, yet was bound, subjected to the torment of ethereal flames. Was this not a profound humiliation? How could Tongtian endure such indignity? Thus, he resolved to cast aside any pretense of restraint. Without hesitation, he summoned the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, laying out the formation diagram with purpose. Instantly, the Zhu Xian sword array was established. Almost immediately after its inception, the formation began to expand. No matter how formidable Lu Feng's formation was, it could not withstand the might of the Zhu Xian sword array. In that moment, a colossal roar erupted. The golden Ao island trembled, its resonance nearly shaking the heavens. The entire island quivered violently, a relentless tremor coursing through its expanse. Within the island, Lu Feng stood in shock, gazing at the shattered Mingjing, utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that his master would display such audacity, directly invoking the Zhu Xian sword array. Was this not excessively bold? Lu Feng was not alone in his astonishment. Even Yuhua was taken aback, having not expected Tongtian's fervor. How extraordinary, to resort to the sword array at the slightest provocation. The sheer force of the eruption stirred the entire golden Ao island. At that moment, not only did they sense the commotion, but even from afar, xianxia and her companions were also struck by the spectacle, instantly rendered speechless. The great black dog remarked, "It seems, something has transpired within the sect." Jing Guangxian added, "Indeed, the aura appears to belong to our master." What could have happened? The great black dog shook his head, pondering, could it be a confrontation? I believe I sense the presence of the Zhu Xian sword array. In contrast to the two, xianxia, after a brief assessment, transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Golden Ao Island. On their journey, they too were ensnared by the formation. Although the delay was brief, it still consumed precious time. Upon their emergence, they felt the ominous aura emanating from the island. Jing Guangxian suggested, "Something must have occurred. We should hasten our pace." The great black dog nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must inform our senior brother about our earlier encounter with that individual who might be our master, and swiftly return to uncover the truth." Following the thunderous explosion, the 18 formations laid by Lu Feng shattered, utterly incapable of withstanding the overwhelming force of the Zhu Xian sword array. As the foremost killing formation of the primordial age, it far surpassed Lu Feng's arrays in might, even when only a fraction of its power was unleashed. The destruction of Lu Feng's formations was, therefore, an entirely expected outcome. At the moment of their collapse, the array's focal points became vividly apparent. Tongtian cast a sweeping glance, confirming his suspicions. It was undoubtedly the doing of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Resolutely, he grasped the 4 swords of Zhu Xian and the formation diagram, intent on breaching the defenses. However, at that moment, Xianxiao's figure appeared. Upon arrival, he immediately paid his respects to Tongtian, addressing him with utmost reverence. "Master." Tongtian's gaze abruptly faltered, evidently recalling some unpleasant memories. However, he was adept at concealing his emotions. He merely nodded and replied, "Rise." Xianxiao stood up, glanced at Tongtian, and then surveyed the surroundings, inquiring, "Master, what on earth has transpired? You have even resorted to employing the sword array of annihilation." Xianxiao was acutely aware that under ordinary circumstances, Master would never invoke such a formidable array unless it were of paramount importance or necessity. Yet, in this moment, it had been utilized, a testament to the extent of Master's inner fury. Tongtian spoke coldly, "Despicable scoundrels, both Yuanshi and Taishang have audaciously set up a formation outside my sect, attempting to obstruct my entry. Naturally, I could not allow such insolence, and thus I dismantled it." This declaration brought Tongtian immense satisfaction. The audacity of that wretched formation had ensnared him for far too long, inciting his ire. As Tongtian spoke, the great black dog and the golden light immortal arrived. Upon their arrival, Tongtian felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing they had overheard his previous remarks. The great black dog cast a glance over the scattered materials, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. He was all too familiar with these materials, many of which he had consumed piece by piece. Thus, he skeptically regarded Tongtian. "Master, are you suggesting that this was arranged by the other 2 saints?" Tongtian nodded, a hint of pride in his voice as he proclaimed, "You see, this formation is immensely powerful, having ensnared me for quite some time. Had I not ultimately resorted to the sword array of annihilation, I might have been at a loss." His intention was to underscore the formidable nature of the array, thereby redeeming some dignity lost earlier. However, upon concluding his statement, the great black dog's expression grew even more bewildered. But these materials are clearly in the possession of our senior brother. At that moment, Tongtian's expression froze, and he was rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 112. This is the work of the senior brother. Within the confines of Golden Tortoise Island, the power of the exquisite sword array was immeasurably tremendous. Following a resounding tremor, its effects resonated throughout virtually every corner of the island. Even Nuwa and Lu Feng found themselves momentarily bewildered. Neither had anticipated that Tongtian would be so formidable as to directly deploy the Tongtian sword array. Particularly for Nuwa, this situation was one she had orchestrated herself, yet the outcome was entirely unforeseen. Turning to Lu Feng, she spoke with a hint of unease. What shall we do now? What can we do? We simply await the return of our master, Lu Feng replied with a casual shrug, stroking his chin with a trace of amusement. It seems this matter has escalated rather significantly. Seeing the smile on Lu Feng's face, Nuwa shot him a glare and retorted, "Isn't this all because of you? If you hadn't noticed and deliberately gone along with it, it wouldn't have turned out this way." "Come now," Lu Feng countered without reservation. "Wasn't it you who incited this? If it weren't for your prompting, would our master have taken on the guise of xianxia?" Nuwa was momentarily at a loss for words. "If you had seen through it earlier, why did you follow my lead?" With a nonchalant glance her way, Lu Feng replied, "To teach you a lesson." Nuwa huffed, "Soon, Tongtian will return. Will you face any repercussions?" "Certainly not. Even if there are consequences, they would pertain to you, not me," he stated confidently. "Besides, should Tongtian inquire, I was combating xianxia, not you. Am I to be punished for vanquishing an adversary and safeguarding the teachings and tranquility of Golden Tortoise Island? It was not I who transformed you into xianxia. You should seek accountability from whoever caused that transformation. To put it plainly, your troubles with Lu Sun have nothing to do with me, Zhou Shuren." At this juncture, Lu Feng was entirely unfazed. He had already contemplated this scenario. Ultimately, it was Nuwa's affair. It bore no relevance to him. Had Nuwa been privy to his thoughts, she would have undoubtedly wished to strangle him. Nevertheless, the matter stood as it was. Even Nuwa recognized that there seemed to be no remedy at hand. They could only await Tongtian's return. Casting Lu Feng a disgruntled glance, Nuwa thought, "What a predicament. I've been ensnared in his schemes as well." Indeed, such men are perilous. Unbeknownst to Lu Feng, Nuwa's sentiments were far from his concern. As he often mused, what significance does one tree hold against a grove of three? Moreover, his aspirations lay in an entire forest. He envisioned a vast expanse of splendid white trees, the perfect sanctuary from the heat of life. Outside Golden Tortoise Island, at the fringes, the ground lay in disarray. The devastation had intensified significantly. Thankfully, there were few disciples on Golden Tortoise Island. Otherwise, the casualties would likely have been considerable. Yet at this moment, Tongtian's expression was somewhat askew, all stemming from the earlier words of the tiger demon. And at this moment, upon witnessing Tongtian's expression, the tiger demon sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. He ventured to say, perhaps, it might be, roughly, seemingly, likely, it could be, that this is not arranged by Master Brother. Rather, it is merely a coincidence. Following this explanation, Tongtian's countenance darkened further. He had previously extolled the merits of the formation, firmly believing it to be crafted by the two saints in collaboration. The notion of single-handedly dismantling such a sophisticated array was a source of immense pride for him. However, this pride hinged on the assumption that the formation was indeed the work of the two saints. At this critical juncture, the tiger demon asserted that it must have been arranged by Master Brother, which implied that he, a revered sage, had been ensnared by a formation devised by one of his own disciples for an extended period. Ultimately, he had been compelled to deploy the Zhujian sword formation, only to feel a sense of self-satisfaction after its resolution. The sheer awkwardness of the situation was palpable, leaving Tongtian momentarily speechless. Jingwangshan, sensing the discomfort, shot a glare at the tiger demon, exclaiming, "What nonsense! How could this possibly be arranged by Master Brother? Just look at the materials. It's evident they belong to the Yushu Palace. Surely, this is the handiwork of another sage. Otherwise, how could it have detained our master for so long?" Upon hearing this, Tongtian's expression softened somewhat, and he was about to respond when the tiger demon interjected once more. He swiftly picked up a fragment of the material, pointing with his claw as he explained, "This is indeed from the Yushu Palace, but we dismantled it to present to Master Brother. See here? My tooth marks are still evident." The others leaned in to examine the material, and there, unmistakably clear, were the marks of the tiger's teeth. Consequently, Tongtian's previously softened demeanor stiffened once again. The realization struck him with a wave of embarrassment. He had been ensnared for an extended period by a formation crafted by his own disciple. When did you all dismantle the Yushu Palace? He inquired, astonished. Jingguangshan hesitated before glancing at the tiger demon, who pondered briefly before responding. Oh, it was not long ago. He then gestured towards a nearby gleaming plaque, saying, Isn't that sign still prominently displayed? Jingguangshan turned to look and was left speechless. Xianxia was equally taken aback. Is it truly that formidable? After a moment, Jingguangshan blinked a couple of times before addressing the tiger demon. You all are truly remarkable. At the mention of this, the tiger demon's interest piqued, and he eagerly declared, Even so, when we returned with these materials. Do you know what Master Brother's first question was? Is everything cleaned out? And his second was, what about the treasure vault? Have you thoroughly searched it? Master Brother is truly a kindred spirit. The tiger demon's excitement grew as he recounted the tale, completely oblivious to Tongtian's increasingly disconcerted expression. Jingguangshan observed the scene and could not help but reach out to tug at the tiger demon. However, the tiger demon remained unfazed. Subsequently, Jingguangshan suggested, What if I proposed that this formation was perhaps arranged by our senior brother? With a sudden slap to his forehead, Jingguangshan expressed his exasperation. Realizing that there was no hope left, this tiger was exceedingly straightforward. Chapter 113. Xianxia. Is the old woman trying to steal my senior brother? At this moment, Tongtian listened once more, his expression growing increasingly grim. Yet, he found himself powerless against the reality before him. Indeed, the formation had been set up by his own disciple, effectively barring his entrance. Ultimately, Tongtian resigned himself to this truth with a sigh, saying, Very well. Let us return for now. He then led the three individuals into the depths of Jianao Island, and subsequently into the Bayou Palace. Shortly after Tongtian entered the Bayou Palace, Lu Feng arrived alongside Nuwa. Upon seeing Lu Feng and Nuwa together, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. He stared at Nuwa, stammering, Junior sister, when did you arrive? Just now. Nuwa replied hastily. However, before she could elaborate, Lu Feng was about to speak when suddenly, a hand unexpectedly reached for his waist and seized it. A sharp pain shot through him, and he let out a cry, leaving his subsequent words unspoken. Observing the sudden intimacy between the two, Tongtian was left in a state of bewilderment. He pondered how their relationship had progressed so swiftly. They had only just met, yet were already so close. Moreover, what was this incarnation? At that moment, as Nuwa acted, a fearsome surge of energy erupted. A terrifying force of devouring power manifested within the grand hall, directed squarely at Nuwa. Boom. Nuwa swiftly sidestepped and turned to face the icy expression of Xianxia. What do you intend to do? Nuwa inquired, her gaze sharp and unyielding. In response, Xianxia positioned herself protectively in front of Lu Feng, her cold stare fixed upon Nuwa. Though no words were exchanged, the tension was palpable. Witnessing this, the tiger demons were utterly astonished, their minds racing with disbelief. Goodness, my senior sister is astonishingly bold, they thought. She dares to confront a saint without a word of warning. What a formidable presence. At that moment, were it not for their master watching from the sidelines, the tiger demons would likely have cheered their senior sister on. Nevertheless, even now, their eyes shone with excitement, resembling two radiant bulbs, flickering between Xianxia and Nuwa. The golden light fairy appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, while Tongtian showed no inclination to intervene. He had observed the dynamics between the three sisters and Lu Feng throughout, and he was fully aware of their feelings. He chose not to interfere. As for Nuwa, having arrived midway through, she was technically, in human terms, a third party. No, perhaps even a fifth party. Yet, he decided to leave their affairs to themselves. Meanwhile, Lu Feng found himself momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Xianxia would be so audacious as to confront Nuwa directly. This caught him off guard, as he had initially intended to have Tongtian step in. However, when he turned to look, he found Tongtian offering him an encouraging glance. It meant, keep going. My disciple, you can do it. Furthermore, it implied, I have caught you now. Upon witnessing this, Lu Feng realized that he could no longer rely on Tongtian. He had to depend on himself. As he turned around, the tension between the two women remained palpable. With a hint of helplessness, Lu Feng reached out and gently patted Xianxiao's head. Be good, it's all right, he reassured her. After all, she was a sage. He ought to afford her some respect. The once frigid and untouchable Xianxia, upon receiving his affectionate gesture, was momentarily taken aback. Then, her delicate face flushed with an unimaginable swiftness. Lu Feng rarely displayed such intimacy towards them. Now, having done so, he naturally felt a bit awkward. Yet, it felt oddly comfortable. The icy demeanor of Xianxia vanished in an instant, replaced by the demeanor of a young girl. With her cheeks aglow, her formidable aura dissipated entirely. She nodded obediently, her voice soft and uncharacteristic of her usual self. Good, Lu Feng said, ruffling her hair a few more times. Appreciating the pleasant sensation, he then advised, you're a young lady. Why engage in a contest of wills with someone so much older than you? Nuwa, however, suddenly slammed her foot down, her expression darkening as she shot an irate glance at Lu Feng. After observing him for several moments without any reaction, she turned and walked away. Witnessing this, the tiger demon was momentarily stunned, glancing at the nearby golden light fairy in confusion. Why did she leave? The golden light fairy was equally baffled. How would I know? You should ask Master Brother. They both turned to Lu Feng, who was even more perplexed than they were. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, perhaps she misses home? At that moment, xianxia burst into laughter, her smile radiant and enchanting, leaving the tiger demon and the golden light fairy utterly dumbfounded. The tiger demon exclaimed, is this really my senior sister? It can't be. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he dramatically extended his claws. I understand now. Senior sister must have been possessed. You dare to take over my senior sister? You have quite the audacity. Reveal your true form. With a swift motion, xianxia smacked him on the head. The tiger demon staggered, stars dancing before his eyes, and exclaimed, it's true. Senior sister is back. The golden light fairy, possessing slightly more social acumen than the tiger demon, after a brief moment of astonishment, remarked, senior sister looks so beautiful when she smiles. She and Master Brother are simply a perfect match. Upon hearing this, xianxia's face flushed with joy. Her head lowered shyly, as she gazed at her toes, seemingly reluctant to meet their eyes. This scene left the tiger demon agape, his eyes nearly popping out of his head, utterly astonished as if he had never witnessed such a moment before. In order to prevent the tiger spirit from speaking out of turn, the golden light immortal promptly pulled him aside. Meanwhile, Tongtian, seated in the main position, observed the scene with great amusement. After xianxia lifted her head, she undoubtedly felt a sense of embarrassment, blushing as she hurried away. Once xianxia had departed, the tiger's spirit released his grip, rubbing his eyes in disbelief as if he had encountered a ghost. Am I blind? Do you know what I just witnessed? Suddenly, a loud thud interrupted him. Senior brother, why did you hit me too? He turned to look at the golden light immortal, expressing his dissatisfaction. At that moment, Lu Feng, appearing amused, rubbed his palms together and remarked, shall I join in as well? Immediately, the tiger's spirit fell silent, sensing impending danger. Subsequently, Tongtian cast a glance at them and waved his hand, commanding, you may leave. Lu Feng will stay. Understood, replied the golden light immortal as he led the tiger's spirit away. Chapter 114. Soon, only two individuals remained in the Bayou Palace, Tongtian and Lu Feng. Tongtian turned to Lu Feng, inquiring, what do you plan to do? Lu Feng, taken aback, responded, what do you mean? Tongtian gestured towards the direction of Nuwa, saying, the other one. Lu Feng nonchalantly replied, let her be. Tongtian, with a deep breath, emphasized, but that is Nuwa. Lu Feng nodded, I am aware. He then looked at Tongtian, asking, so what? Tongtian found himself at a loss for words. Aren't you going to pursue her? After some contemplation, Tongtian felt it necessary to speak up. Lu Feng shook his head. Why should I chase her? Why don't you go instead? Tongtian nearly spat blood in exasperation. Why should I go? Lu Feng shrugged indifferently. Oh, it doesn't matter. If you don't go and she escapes, when you confront the saints later, you'll have no one to assist you. If you go, perhaps she might stay and help you. Tongtian, in disbelief, exclaimed, are you seriously trying to charm her and expect your master to assist you? Have some dignity. The troubling part was that Lu Feng appeared utterly unconcerned. He remarked, it's such a hassle. Unlike xianxia, a simple pat on the head makes her obedient. This point left Tongtian without rebuttal. He finally relented, saying, suit yourself. I shall not concern myself with you. After a pause, he suddenly fixed his gaze upon Lu Feng, staring intently for quite some time, until Lu Feng felt a bit uneasy and took a couple of steps back. Curiously, Lu Feng asked, Master, you're not a virgin, are you? Tongtian was momentarily stunned. Lu Feng continued, a million-year-old virgin. Oh no, a billion-year-old virgin. Tongtian retorted, could you speak properly? At that moment, Tongtian regarded Lu Feng and asked, those formations outside the island, were they all set by you? Lu Feng admitted, yes. However, he eyed Tongtian suspiciously. But master, why are you pretending to be Yuan Sure? Isn't that self-inflicted torment? Tongtian scoffed. As if I wished for this. It was merely to assess your strengths. Wait. Suddenly, he recalled that it was Nu Wa's suggestion. Lu Feng noticed this and remarked, you fell for it, didn't you? Do you still wish to pursue her? Tongtian glared at Lu Feng. Isn't this all your fault? Why drag me into this? Tongtian then smiled suddenly. Naturally, it's because she has her sights set on you. Lu Feng paused, contemplating the absurdity of that response. Yet, Tongtian, reflecting on the formations, scrutinized Lu Feng for a long while before asking again. Those formations, did you truly set them? Lu Feng rolled his eyes. Nuwa set them. She didn't even allow you entry. Go away. Tongtian chuckled and scolded him lightly. Lu Feng merely pouted. Isn't that quite clear now? Tongtian delivered a sharp slap to Lu Feng's head and remarked, I am your master. Is it too much to inquire a few questions? Lu Feng responded with a perfunctory answer. Eventually, Tongtian found himself at an impasse. After a moment, Lu Feng lifted a cup of hot tea to his lips and took a sip. He then turned to Tongtian and asked, How goes the sealing of the gods? Which sects have signed? At that moment, Tongtian recalled how, before his departure, this young man had urged him several times, suggesting he was privy to certain information. With a sigh, Tongtian replied, Fortunately, you dissolved the Jie Sect. Otherwise, numerous troubles would have arisen. Clearly, this was a moment of realization for Tongtian. The other two saints did not share his convictions. Lu Feng remarked, I was left with no choice. I advised you, but you would not listen. So I had to resort to more drastic measures. Tongtian remained silent, only letting out another sigh, his expression revealing a hint of sorrow. The bond of brotherhood forged over countless millennia weighed heavily on him. Once, the three teachings were united as one, sharing a deep intimacy and even facing life and death together through numerous tribulations. Yet now, they had become estranged. Despite his status as a saint, he could not entirely suppress the remnants of their camaraderie. Otherwise, why would he have cared at all? Why would he have consented to the sealing of the gods at the earnest request of Taishang and Yuanshi? Tongtian was not devoid of emotion. Rather, his feelings had become tools manipulated by others. It was indeed ironic. As a saint and the leader of a sect, he must maintain his authority in front of his disciples. Beyond that, his closest confidants had once been his two senior brothers. However, those who were once dear had now betrayed him. He chuckled bitterly, knowing that even amidst a whirlwind of emotions, he had to swallow them down, unable to share them with anyone. He also bore the responsibility of a vast sect, caring for his disciples, with all the pressure resting squarely on his shoulders. At that moment, Tongtian's figure appeared somewhat desolate, evoking a sense of loneliness. Lu Feng sensed this and pondered what to say. Trying to lighten the mood, he said, It's all right. If you feel like crying, just let it out. I won't mock you. Tongtian retorted, Cry my foot. Unable to suppress his irritation, he snapped back. Do you think I am like you? Lu Feng replied, Well, I'm not miserable either. Besides, if I were to cry, it would be in the embrace of a girl. While where would you be? Crying against that old willow tree on the island? Tongtian, exasperated, thought, Damn it. This disciple is infuriating. Yet, after Lu Feng's antics, his sadness had lessened somewhat. Ultimately, the past was the past. He needed to learn to look ahead. Sorrow, after all, must eventually fade. Lu Feng glanced at Tongtian and nodded, contemplating what to do next. Surely, they would not let this matter rest easily. It seemed he recalled something and added, Oh right. They are unlikely to let it go easily, especially since the Yushu Palace has already been dismantled. The prospect of reconciliation seems rather bleak. Indeed, Tongtian remarked. What else can be done? In the days to come, I shall summon all the disciples back and then individually enhance their cultivation. His expression was resolute, reflecting aspirations of great magnitude. He continued, During the millennium I have been away, they have likely not cultivated diligently. This presents a perfect opportunity to elevate their abilities. Noticing the peculiar look in Lu Feng's eyes, Tongtian inquired, What is it? Is it inappropriate for me to wish to enhance their cultivation? Lu Feng replied, It is indeed permissible, but... Tongtian shot him a stern glance. But what? Lu Feng pondered briefly. It's nothing. As long as you are willing, that suffices. He contemplated the strength of Xianxia and the others, knowing that Tongtian must have perceived it. Yet, he remained undeterred, his determination unwavering. In that case, I shall fulfill my responsibilities as a master, as long as it does not become awkward. At that moment, Tongtian appeared oblivious to Lu Feng's intentions. He nodded and declared, I have already devised a plan. First, I shall impart some teachings to them, then provide individual guidance on their cultivation, and finally enhance their abilities with spiritual herbs. I have gathered a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs. By the way, many of these herbs were collected with the assistance of Sister Enhua. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He regarded Tongtian with astonishment. Are you saying you collected a significant amount of spiritual herbs? Tongtian, looking perplexed, responded, Yes. What of it? Many were indeed gathered with Inhua's help. Lu Feng fell silent. Tongtian scrutinized him. What is the matter? Lu Feng queried. Did Inhua not inform you? At that moment, Tongtian was rendered speechless. After a brief pause, he stammered, Inform me of what? With a resigned sigh, Lu Feng slapped his forehead. Come with me. You will see for yourself. He then led Tongtian to his dwelling. Before they arrived, they were enveloped by an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. Tongtian exclaimed, The spiritual energy here is astonishingly dense. Remarkable. Lu Feng remained silent, merely turning around. As Tongtian's view expanded, he beheld a plethora of spiritual herbs swaying gently in the breeze. In that instant, Tongtian was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Chapter 115. I wish to hear your true words at this moment. Under the guidance of Lu Feng, Tongtian arrived before Lu Feng's cave residence. Initially, he sensed a significant concentration of spiritual energy in this place compared to others. However, there were other matters occupying his mind at the time, so he paid little attention to it, speculating that perhaps Lu Feng had managed to procure something remarkable. Nevertheless, he had only been away for a millennium. What could possibly have been accomplished in such a short span? Tongtian harbored no concerns regarding this matter. After all, he believed he understood the disciples within his sect exceedingly well, intimately so. He had even envisioned that, in his absence, they would be unable to achieve much and would have to await his return to guide them anew. Lu Feng was no exception. Tongtian was well aware of Lu Feng's lethargic nature and doubted whether he could be relied upon to undertake any significant endeavors. Even before his departure, entrusting the sect's affairs to Lu Feng had felt somewhat precarious to Tongtian. Moreover, he could hardly expect Lu Feng to enact any substantial changes. However, at this moment, Tongtian realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. Not only had he erred, but his mistake was utterly profound. Lu Feng had indeed undertaken numerous initiatives. Astonishingly, within mere days of Tongtian's absence, he had already disbanded the Jie. This sudden and unexpected action left Tongtian momentarily stunned within the Xiao palace. His first reaction was disbelief. How could this be? His second thought was that perhaps Lu Feng, disinterested in management, had chosen to dissolve the sect. At that moment, he assumed that his speculations were the truth, believing there could be no ulterior motives behind Lu Feng's actions, given his deep understanding of the young man. Thus, Tongtian felt little worry. After all, he was Lu Feng. Sometimes, Tongtian even mused that had he possessed a less forgiving temperament, he might have been driven to exasperation by this disciple long ago. Yet now, as he beheld the scenes before him, he found himself at a loss for words. A gentle breeze stirred the spiritual herbs, causing them to sway gracefully, reminiscent of a dancing maiden, light and beautiful. Tongtian remained entranced for what felt like an eternity, his mind a blank slate. It was only after a considerable interval, and after witnessing Lu Feng's hand waving before him several times, that he was jolted back to reality, his focus gradually returning. Then, he exclaimed, Goodness, his first utterance in response to the unfolding spectacle. Abruptly, he turned to Lu Feng, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is this for real? Lu Feng glanced at him and quipped, Shall I give you a couple of slaps to bring you back to your senses? That won't be necessary. Tongtian quickly replied, shaking his head. He then turned his gaze back to the wondrous sight before him. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell his surging emotions. With a heavy exhale, he sought to regain his composure. He murmured to himself, Starry grass, refining yuan flower, 7-star leaf. As he spoke each name, his gaze would flicker momentarily. In truth, as a sage, he did not place significant value on such spiritual herbs. However, Tongtian, having traversed the arduous path of seeking these herbs, felt a sense of accomplishment in amassing a collection that could enhance the cultivation of his disciples, and he was quite pleased with himself. Yet, upon his return, he discovered that everything was already prepared in the sect, rendering his efforts seemingly unnecessary. What was the purpose of his role as a master if all the herbs he had gathered, even more abundant and superior than those he had collected, were already present? Tongtian swallowed hard, his expression a mixture of melancholy and indignation. Why was it that during his tenure, Lu Feng accomplished nothing? Did his presence hinder Lu Feng's potential? It seemed that his absence had liberated Lu Feng's capabilities. How could this be? Tongtian felt tears welling in his eyes. Lamenting the arduous journey he undertook into the secret realm to gather these herbs solely for the benefit of his disciples, only to return to find everything already in place. With a heavy sigh, he exhaled deeply, grappling with a myriad of emotions. Moreover, these spiritual herbs were not all that he had discovered. Lu Feng gestured, indicating that there was more than just this single patch. Initially overwhelmed by the sheer abundance of spiritual herbs, Tongtian had failed to notice the additional discovery until Lu Feng's prompt. Upon observing the other patch, Tongtian's eyes widened in disbelief. What? 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 He exclaimed thrice, a clear testament to the extent of his astonishment. He stood in a daze for a full breath, before suddenly turning to Lu Feng. Did you cultivate all of this during my absence? Indeed, Lu Feng responded. Is it not sufficient? Given the limited time, this is what I have managed to achieve. Tongtian, however, could hardly believe his ears. Is this even a matter of sufficiency? You have cultivated spiritual herbs and roots that, although impressive, pale in comparison to what you have here. But this is a primordial spiritual root. A matured peach tree? Is it even possible to cultivate something like this in such a short span? He gazed at Lu Feng, no longer merely astonished, but utterly flabbergasted. While the presence of a primordial spiritual root was not something he would typically marvel at, as a sage, he had cultivated a certain level of emotional fortitude to withstand such revelations. However, as he departed, this phenomenon had yet to exist. It had merely been a millennium since its emergence. Is this not exceedingly rapid? Such a transformation cannot simply be described through conventional nurturing techniques. It is nothing short of a miraculous occurrence. Were it not for the rarity of this entity, even Tongtian might have questioned whether Lu Feng had pilfered it from elsewhere. It is truly astonishing. At this moment, Lu Feng observed Tongtian's reaction, which was, in fact, anticipated. Yet, he was taken aback that Nuwa had said nothing at all and even assisted Tongtian in searching for spiritual herbs. This was already available at home. What was there to seek? Nevertheless, Tongtian had successfully retrieved it. Lu Feng sighed and remarked, "All right, cease this display of naivety. It is merely an innate spiritual root. We are not limited to just one." Tongtian suddenly turned around, disbelief etched on his face as he inquired, "There are more?" Lu Feng nodded and produced the yellow ginseng that he had intended to plant previously but had forgotten. It had matured nonetheless. "There is one more," Lu Feng continued. "I shall plant it shortly. Its effects should be quite remarkable." At this moment, Tongtian gazed at Lu Feng as he unveiled yet another innate spiritual root, rendered speechless. He felt a numbing sensation. Nothing Lu Feng presented could astonish him anymore. In fact, at that instant, Tongtian was engulfed in confusion. Am I truly his master? How can I be this boy's mentor? If that is indeed the case, then why do you possess knowledge of things I do not? Moreover, you possess so many of them. Is it possible you are my disciple? Such doubts arose within Tongtian's heart, compelling him to fixate on Lu Feng, until ultimately, Lu Feng felt unnerved under his scrutiny. Lu Feng queried, "What is it?" After spending such a considerable time with the Tao ancestor, must you return home to broaden your horizons? And upon gaining such experience, why do you still appear so disillusioned? Tongtian did not respond, but instead said, "Feng, speak truthfully to your master. I long to hear your genuine words." Chapter 116. Tongtian must guide his disciple. Upon witnessing Tongtian's sudden seriousness, Lu Feng was utterly bewildered. What could have prompted this shift in demeanor? Why had he become so grave? This left Lu Feng in a state of perplexity. Staring blankly at Tongtian, he stammered, "Oh, please, go ahead and ask." Suddenly, a wave of indignation and sorrow washed over Tongtian's face. "You must tell your master. Do you have someone else outside?" Lu Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing at such a question. "Could you not phrase it so dramatically?" This time, Tongtian fixed his gaze on Lu Feng, asking earnestly, "Tell me, aside from me, do you have any other masters?" Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his mind clouded. He reached out to touch Tongtian's forehead, then his own, and nodded. "Are you feverish? Why the nonsense?" Tongtian. Lu Feng continued, "What are you thinking? There is no other master. Even if I wished to learn, who could possibly teach me to such a level?" He gestured toward the spiritual roots and herbs surrounding them, prompting a moment of reflection from Tongtian. After a lengthy consideration, he grasped the reasoning. Even if Lu Feng desired to learn, there was no one capable of instructing him. With that realization, Tongtian felt considerably enlightened. Yet, another thought struck him. If that were the case, it meant Lu Feng had learned entirely on his own. This was no mere talent. It was extraordinary aptitude. But such remarkable talent, why had it not manifested sooner? If it had, would his master have had to exert so much effort? At that moment, a look of deep melancholy appeared in Tongtian's eyes as he regarded Lu Feng. Eventually, Lu Feng grew uncomfortable under the scrutiny and sighed. "What is troubling you now? I did not deceive you. Nuwa has always been aware of these matters. I assumed she had informed you long ago. But who knew she would take you to gather spiritual herbs? Instead, the mention of this matter only deepened Tongtian's sense of grievance. After all the toil, what had been accomplished? Ultimately, Lu Feng felt he had no choice but to offer some consolation. "The spiritual herbs you collected must possess quite good quality, right? He reasoned that since they were gathered from a mystical realm, they should surpass what he could cultivate in a short time. However, to his surprise, upon posing the question, Tongtian's expression turned peculiar. He produced a specimen of the spiritual herb he had gathered and compared it to those cultivated by Lu Feng, only to discover that both in spiritual energy and other qualities, they fell short. In fact, among the considerable number he had harvested, only one or two could barely measure up. Yet, even then, it was merely a close comparison. In the end, Lu Feng could not bear to watch any longer. With a sigh, he shook his head and declared, "Let us just discard them." Tongtian, what a blatant humiliation. Yet, despite the disgrace, he found himself utterly powerless. With a reluctant nod, he resigned himself to the situation. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Lu Feng suggested, "Is there anything else we might explore?" Just as Tongtian was about to agree, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting him to shake his head instead. "Let it be," he sighed, embodying a sense of nostalgia. "My master has grown old. The flamboyant antics of youth have outpaced me. All that remains is to nurture you." He continued, "Now, I shall assess the cultivation levels of my disciples over these recent days." Tongtian spoke with confidence, believing his strength was commendable, with no issues at all. Lu Feng paused, his expression somewhat peculiar. However, after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from dissuading him. At that juncture, he sensed that within the secret realm, some disciples were nearing the completion of their training. In that moment, Zhao Gongming suddenly opened his eyes, an unparalleled aura emanating from him, fierce and grand. Rising into the air, he stood with a formidable presence and a strong essence. As he unleashed his power, the very fabric of the secret realm trembled. With a determined gaze, Zhao Gongming descended, murmuring, "I have finally broken through. I wonder how things stand outside." His cultivation had reached the late stage of the quasi-saint level, nearing perfection. In other words, it would not be long before he achieved complete mastery, with the prospect of reaching the saint realm ahead. As he contemplated this, a surge of excitement filled his heart. A shadowy portal opened before him, beckoning him to step through. At that moment, he heard Lu Feng's voice calling, "Gongming, return to the teaching chamber. Your master wishes to guide you in your cultivation." Taken aback for a moment, Zhao Gongming's eyes sparkled with joy. The master has returned? This is wonderful. He had long yearned for Tongtian's guidance. Furthermore, having just broken through to the late stage of quasi-saint, it was the perfect opportunity for his master to assess his progress. Elated, Zhao Gongming stepped into the portal. Outside, Lu Feng turned to Tongtian and announced, "I have informed Gongming. You shall see him shortly." Tongtian nodded, his expression neutral, yet internally, he was well prepared. Having faced repeated setbacks in front of Lu Feng, each time overshadowed by his disciple, he now looked forward to guiding his own students. As a dignified sage, surely he could surpass his own pupils? After a moment of silence, Tongtian suddenly declared, "Notify all disciples currently on the island. I shall be instructing them in their cultivation. They must all come and learn." "Is that wise?" Lu Feng blinked, contemplating whether to offer further counsel. After all, the potential for embarrassment fell upon the master. It simply would not do to let him suffer undue humiliation. What a predicament! However, just after Lu Feng finished speaking, Tongtian assumed that Lu Feng was unwilling to provide him with an opportunity for demonstration. He immediately glared and commanded, "Summon everyone. I have been absent for a millennium. How could my cultivation lapse? This time, I shall take advantage of this guidance to expound upon the Tao." Watching Tongtian's unwavering insistence, Lu Feng had no choice but to acquiesce. He replied, "I shall prepare accordingly." Tongtian nodded, a look of delight gracing his features. Finally, the moment for him to showcase his abilities had arrived. Subsequently, Lu Feng went to make preparations. Tongtian had returned for a little while now, and during this time, some disciples, having heard of the events on Jineo Island, hurried back. Thus, there were more than just one present on the island. Since Tongtian wished, since he was unafraid of embarrassment, why should Lu Feng fear anything? Therefore, as he desired, Lu Feng gathered all the disciples on the island and called them to Bo Palace. As for Nuwa, Lu Feng felt a headache coming on. He attempted to summon her, but ultimately encountered a closed door. This compelled Lu Feng to reflect, women can indeed be troublesome. Let her be. At the front of Bo Palace, Tongtian addressed the assembly of disciples. "My dear students, this time I shall employ the power of the early stage of quasi-saintship to impart to you the methods for transcending into quasi-sainthood. Pay close attention." Shortly after Tongtian's words, a shadow emerged from the figure of Zhao Gongming appeared, accompanied by the overwhelming presence of his quasi-saint late-stage cultivation, radiating strength without reservation. Upon sensing this, Tongtian was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed in astonishment. Chapter 117. the scholar GFA at this moment. Within the newly constructed Jade Void Palace atop Kunlun Mountain, the four saints were assembled, deliberating strategies. What do you think? Jane inquired, casting a glance at the primordial heavenly venerable. Do we have any leads regarding the destined one? The Fengshen list and the God-slaying whip were both in the possession of the primordial heavenly venerable. Thus, if they sought to locate the one ordained by destiny, the task would undoubtedly be rendered considerably simpler. Discovering this destined individual would facilitate the process of bestowing divinity, leaving no room for doubt. It was clear that as soon as the destined one made their appearance, all that remained would be to await the disciples of the three teachings to emerge from their seclusion, thereby enabling the formal commencement of the deification process. Subsequently, the disciples of Jie could be inscribed upon the list. This was a shared ambition among them. However, the foremost necessity at present was to identify the destined individual. At that moment, upon Jane's inquiry, the primordial heavenly venerable shook his head. Currently, we have only the faintest indication. The time is not yet ripe. The destined one remains obscured and elusive. Upon hearing the words of the primordial heavenly venerable, the other three saints furrowed their brows. The absence of the destined one cast a shadow over the certainty of the deification process, a matter that weighed heavily on their minds. Finally, Taishang sighed and remarked, "Let us wait a little longer. They are still engaged in their cultivation within the secret realm bestowed by their master, until their training is complete. Even if we were to find the destined one, it would be challenging to initiate the deification." After listening to Taishang, the other three saints nodded in agreement, deciding to temporarily set the matter aside. It was a situation beyond their control. Meanwhile, in the land of Yin and Shang, within the palace of Shiqi, today marked the birthday of the young master GFA. Consequently, a festive atmosphere enveloped the occasion. The young master, endowed with remarkable intelligence from a young age, was deeply cherished. Thus, Ji Chang of Shibua had invited numerous teachers to impart knowledge to the young master. The young master was exceptionally quick to learn, and among the subjects, he was particularly captivated by two disciplines: military strategy and cultivation. Of the two, he favored the latter far more, especially enchanted by tales of immortals. He was utterly fascinated by the bizarre, yet splendid world they inhabited. In this regard, Ji Chang felt a sense of helplessness. The young master's passion for such tales had sparked thoughts of entrusting the future of Shiqi into his hands. Alas, given the current circumstances, this seemed increasingly difficult. Sighing, Ji Chang resolved to allow his son to pursue his interests. Just then, a servant entered with a peculiar object among the gifts for the young master. Ji Chang furrowed his brow, asking, "What is it?" "Present it to me." The servant complied and brought forth a tome that shimmered with a faint glow. Despite its luminescence, nothing could be discerned upon gazing into its pages. "What a mystery," Ji Chang mused, his brows knitting together in surprise. "It is indeed peculiar. This scroll, which undeniably glimmers with a subtle sheen and appears rather extraordinary, reveals nothing at all. Could it possibly be the legendary book of infinite wisdom?" Ji Chang muttered. However, he could not decipher its meaning. Moreover, when he attempted to unfurl it, he discovered it would not budge. No matter how much force he applied, it remained utterly unyielding. What could be the reason for this? Ji Chang squinted, sensing the scroll was indeed remarkable, and resolved to seek counsel later for further examination. Just as he was about to set it aside, a voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. "Father!" A tender child's voice. Shortly thereafter, a delicate child, appearing no more than 3 or 5 years of age, entered. It was none other than GFA. Upon seeing the scroll in Ji Chang's hands, GFA's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Ah, father, how did you know I adore books like this?" After uttering these words, Ji Chang was momentarily stunned, staring incredulously at GFA, and asked, "Fa, can you see the contents of the book?" GFA nodded eagerly. "Yes, quite clearly. The title alone piques my interest. It must be splendid." His eyes brimmed with anticipation. "Father, please give it to me. I can hardly wait." Upon hearing this, Ji Chang remained somewhat astonished. At that moment, an elder minister spoke up. "Shibo, by this account, it appears to be a fortuitous encounter for the young prince." "Fortuitous encounter?" Hearing this, Ji Chang's eyes glimmered with intrigue. The elder continued, "If it were not so, how could we be unable to comprehend it, while only the young prince can perceive it? This indicates he is the chosen one, favored by the heavens." After considering this, Ji Chang nodded and turned to GFA. "Fa, what does it say?" GFA glanced at it and declared, "It seems to be a novel titled The Sage's Lament." Upon hearing this, Ji Chang's eyes brightened significantly, and he cautioned, "Fa, you must cherish this book. It is your fortune and will undoubtedly influence your life." Listening to Ji Chang's words, GFA nodded. albeit with a semblance of confusion, and replied, "I understand. Father, please hand it over to me." Ji Chang then passed the scroll to GFA, who immediately began to leaf through it. The moment he opened it, a brilliant white light enveloped him. Witnessing this, Ji Chang was taken aback and hurriedly ordered, "Send out a decree. No information must leak today, especially concerning the young prince." At this moment, with such an occurrence unfolding, it was imperative to seal all information. Ji Chang sensed that this would herald a transformation for the West Qi. The opportunity must be seized. Meanwhile, at the foot of Bo Palace, the atmosphere grew momentarily stagnant, as Lu Feng heard the voice of the system resonate in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Zhao Gongming has broken through and emerged, rewarding the host with a century's worth of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have attained a proficiency level of 10 in the Cycle Dao. Current proficiency in Cycle Dao, 80. As the system's voice faded, another sound echoed. "Ding! Congratulations, host. A disciple is perusing the book The Saint Sai. The host's arrangements have progressed to the second phase, and upon comprehension, a key to the Panga secret realm shall be awarded." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. If memory serves, The Saint Sai is a work by a remarkably talented individual, one who is also steeped in tragedy. However, he wondered which disciple had laid eyes upon this tome. If he recalled correctly, the author of The Saint Sai bore the surname Ji. Could it be from Shiqi? He narrowed his eyes. Chapter 118. A single strike to victory. In truth, the system's recognition of disciples occurs automatically, designating them as disciples of the Jie Sect upon perusing the texts. This is indisputable. It is believed that no one can resist the allure of these novels. Moreover, should any discontent arise, everything bestowed by Lu Feng could be retracted without hesitation. Thus, at this moment, he is entirely untroubled. He recalls that upon comprehension, he shall obtain the key to the Panga's secret realm, which requires 2 keys for true access. Lu Feng possesses one, and once another is acquired, the Pangu's secret realm shall be unlocked, granting the inheritance of the ancient deity, Pangu. At this juncture, Lu Feng remains discreet about his confirmations. The primary focus lies elsewhere, upon Tongtian. Presently, the Tiger Demon, Golden Light Fairy, xianxia, and other disciples have gathered before the Bo Palace, awaiting their master's guidance. However, the tardy Tiger Demon cannot contain his restlessness and quietly leans towards Golden Light Fairy, murmuring, "What does our master intend to do?" Golden Light Fairy whispers back, "I have heard that he plans to instruct a senior brother in his cultivation and allow us to observe, to learn from the experience." The Tiger Demon pauses, then inquires, "Which senior brother will he be guiding?" Golden Light Fairy seems taken aback as well, then responds, "It appears to be senior brother Zhao Gongming." The Tiger Demon's eyes widen in astonishment. Is the master out of his mind? I am well aware of Zhao Gongming's prowess. He was already formidable, and after receiving the opportunities left by the elder brother, he has become even stronger. And now, the master intends to instruct Zhao Gongming? Moreover, Golden Light Fairy seizes the moment to add, the master even mentioned using the cultivation level of an early-stage true saint. The Tiger Demon is left speechless, exclaiming, "Our master is truly bold." The two exchange furtive glances at Tongtian and stifle their laughter. In their eyes, the master had already endured a thorough beating from senior sister xianxia, demonstrating that after obtaining the elder brother's opportunities, their strength had significantly advanced. Zhao Gongming's power is comparable to that of senior sister xianxia. The outcome of a duel with him is easily predictable. At this moment, several newly returned disciples, who had not witnessed that earlier battle, catch the Tiger Demon's attention. A clever idea strikes him. "Senior brother, how about we place a wager on their match?" Golden Light Fairy is momentarily bewildered. What is there to bet on? Isn't the outcome obvious? The Tiger Demon rolls his eyes at him. "You fool. We know." But the new disciples are unaware. Upon hearing this, Golden Light Fairy quickly grasps the concept, and the two reach an agreement. Even before the battle commences, they are already initiating their bets. Come. The battle between our master and senior brother Zhao begins. The master pays 1-to-1, while senior brother Zhao pays 1-to-5. The Tiger Demon bellows enthusiastically. At that moment, Tongtian turned his head and cast a stern glare at him. The Tiger Demon recoiled in fear, assuming Tongtian intended to punish him. However, to his surprise, after a brief glance, Tongtian merely snorted and silently mused. "Can I suppress myself? Huh." After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly reacted. "Of course, I can suppress. My revered master is certainly capable," Tongtian declared. "Then I shall suppress myself." With an innate treasure. Upon hearing this, the Tiger Demon's face broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, "Master is so generous. Come and see." The master has already placed his bet. The saint himself is taking action. What are you all waiting for? This prompted many disciples to dare to place their bets. As for whom to bet on, naturally, it was Tongtian. It was laughable. As a saint, guiding his disciples, how could he possibly lose? There was no doubt about it. Thus, in their eyes, this was a guaranteed win. At that moment, nearly everyone had bet on Tongtian, with not a single soul wagering on Zhao Gongming. The tiger demon exchanged glances with his companion, sharing a smile, feeling as though they were destined to win. But just then, Lu Feng arrived. Upon seeing Lu Feng, their expressions froze. Lu Feng smiled and asked, "What, can I place a bet? Is that not allowed?" Lu Feng inquired again. Yes. Of course you can." Jin Guangxian hurriedly replied. "Oh," Lu Feng nodded, setting down the weapon in his hand. He then surveyed the scene and remarked, "Ah, everyone is betting on Master, then I shall bet on junior brother Zhao." He too produced an innate treasure. At that moment, the expressions of the two changed drastically. Yet it was not too late, for shortly after Lu Feng departed, xianxia arrived as well. And similarly, she placed her bet on Zhao Gongming. At this juncture, the faces of the tiger demon and Jin Guangxian turned ashen, feeling as though they were about to suffer a crushing defeat. Naturally, Tongtian noticed their expressions and felt a surge of anger. "What kind of expression is that? Do you have so little faith in me? I am the one guiding my disciples. I am a dignified saint. Is it such a simple matter to guide my disciples? To lack such faith in me?" At that moment, Tongtian felt compelled to showcase his true abilities. He needed to humiliate them thoroughly, lest he be unable to hold his head high as their master, especially when he thought of xianxia and her two companions. Every time he recalled them, Tongtian felt a sense of discomfort. Now, he turned to Zhao Gongming and spoke. "In that case, let me see what your current strength is like." "All right," Zhao Gongming nodded. He was genuinely unaware of the circumstances and had come with the intention of receiving guidance from Tongtian. He then looked at Tongtian and said, "In that case, please, master, take action." Tongtian responded, "Unleash your full strength, do not hold back. Let me see where your limits lie." Zhao Gongming was exceedingly obedient and replied, "Yes, master." He had just completed his cultivation, and his grasp of the principles of reincarnation had reached an impressive level. However, having practiced for a considerable time, he felt the necessity to find someone to test his strength. Now that Tongtian had spoken, he was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. In an instant, Zhao Gongming leaped into the air, his formidable aura erupting with unparalleled intensity, unmistakably revealing his cultivation at the late stage of the quasi-saint realm. At that moment, as Zhao Gongming unleashed his power without restraint, Tongtian's expression transformed dramatically. How could his cultivation have surged to such heights? He had initially believed that, despite Zhao Gongming's good fortune, he would only have reached the early stage of the quasi-saint realm, perhaps nearing the mid-stage at best. Thus, he had thought his own early-stage quasi-saint strength would be more than sufficient to contend with him. Yet, to his astonishment, Zhao Gongming had actually attained the late stage of the quasi-saint realm. Was it true that he had hindered their cultivation during his teachings? However, at that moment, Zhao Gongming remained oblivious to Tongtian's internal lamentations. He was fervently concentrating on amplifying his own momentum, striving to deliver his most potent strike. After all, the individual before him was his revered master, a true saint. With this in mind, there was no need to hold back. The strength of his master was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, he resolved to unleash his utmost power. At that instant, the principles of reincarnation emanated from Zhao Gongming, accompanied by an overwhelming, chaotic aura. His presence was monumental, as though he were an ancient deity transcending the river of time, shattering chaos to arrive here. His aura was vast, and his might was formidable. His eyes sparkled with fervent battle intent. Suddenly, he uttered a single word, reversal. Boom. At the moment that word escaped his lips, a tremendous force and the might of thunder converged upon Zhao Gongming. He then fiercely swung his fist, launching a strike imbued with immense power directly towards Tongtian. Then, with a resounding crash that could shake the heavens, the earth trembled under the reverberation. In the aftermath, a figure was seen being sent flying in disarray. After a brief flight, the identity of the figure became clear. It was none other than their master, Tongtian. The tiger demon, witnessing this scene, was left utterly dumbfounded. "I can't believe it. My senior brother is so formidable that even master cannot withstand a single blow." Chapter 119. Witnessing the commotion of the celestial realm. Boom. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. As the sound erupted, the entire Golden Turtle Island trembled. In the next moment, following the roar, a figure was violently propelled outward, appearing rather disheveled. At that instant, numerous disciples gasped in astonishment. exclaiming, "Our master has triumphed. Indeed, our master is incredibly formidable, having defeated Brother Zhao with a single strike. How remarkable! Is this the power of a sage? It is simply unbelievable." At this moment, many disciples voiced their excitement, clearly convinced that Tongtian had won. It is understandable. After all, as a sage, he suppressed his own realm to guide his disciples, thereby exhibiting overwhelming strength. His experience and insight created an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, the image of Tongtian in the eyes of the disciples was undeniably that of a powerful figure, a veritable powerhouse. Thus, they found it reasonable that Tongtian could defeat Zhao Gongming with a single blow. If it took one strike, Brother Zhao was indeed strong. If it took two, he was even stronger. However, the prospect of Brother Zhao gaining the upper hand against their master was utterly unfathomable to them. Yet, as the figure soared through the air, the tiger demon suddenly murmured, "Doesn't it feel rather awkward? That doesn't he look like Brother Zhao?" Beside him, the golden light fairy echoed, "I think it resembles our master more." The tiger demon turned to her, and as their eyes met, they both recognized the astonishment reflected in one another's gaze. The tiger demon then exclaimed, "Could it be? Is it truly our master? Did our master not even withstand a single blow from Brother Zhao?" As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly heavy, drawing the attention of many nearby who immediately refuted the notion. "Impossible. That is our master. Our master is a dignified sage. How could he be defeated by Brother Zhao with a single strike? Brother, you must have misjudged. Surely, you are mistaken. Our master cannot lose." Many disciples still held unwavering faith in Tongtian, believing in the invincibility of a sage. They vocally countered the two. Even xianxia, having glimpsed the figure that had been launched, was momentarily taken aback. Her superior strength allowed her to see more clearly, and it did not take long for her to ascertain that the figure was indeed their master, Tongtian. Instantly, she felt a sense of bewilderment. Initially, like Lu Feng, xianxia had believed that Zhao Gongming would emerge victorious, albeit with a Pyrrhic triumph. After all, as a sage, master possesses undeniable strength. This fact is beyond question. Therefore, xianxia intended to observe carefully, to gauge the extent of Brother Zhao Gongming's prowess. However, she was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Her gaze momentarily faltered, fixated on the arena, filled with incredulity. Was this a single strike? Lu Feng, too, found himself somewhat surprised, yet not overly astonished. After all, the inheritance Zhao Gongming had acquired predetermined that his strength would be formidable. Meanwhile, from a distance, Nuwa was also keenly observing this dramatic scene unfold. Her eyes widened in astonishment, her beautiful gaze brimming with disbelief. She had not anticipated such a scenario. Initially, she believed that Tongtian would prevail, albeit with considerable difficulty. This belief was not unfounded, as a mere glance at Zhao Gongming's aura revealed that he was yet another individual affected by Lu Feng's influence. Once touched by Lu Feng's corruption, one invariably transformed. Thus, Nuwa felt that the situation was indeed quite different. She had entertained the possibility that Zhao Gongming might emerge victorious, given that those who had been influenced by Lu Feng had undergone significant changes. However, this was exceedingly bizarre. A dignified sage, struck down by a single blow? Nuwa found herself momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, in the arena, the spectators had fully grasped the situation. The figure suspended in midair, wearing a bewildered expression, was none other than Zhao Gongming. The disciples of the Jie Sect erupted in confusion. How could this be? Why was Brother Zhao the one left standing? Shouldn't Master have triumphed? Was it possible that Master had transformed into Brother Zhao's form? That seemed plausible. Perhaps Master, in consideration of his disciples' dignity, had allowed this to happen. It must be so. Master, as a sage, could not possibly lose. The disciples voiced their disbelief, clearly unwilling to accept that Tongtian could be defeated. Yet at that moment, Zhao Gongming remained frozen in place, utterly perplexed. He glanced at his own hands, then at the figure that had been flung away. Suddenly realizing the truth. I won. Did I truly just defeat Master? Master, didn't he even manage to withstand a single strike? He lingered in the air for quite some time, dazed. Seeing this, Lu Feng called out, "Come down, Gongming, it should be like this." "Oh, all right." Zhao Gongming finally comprehended, hastily descending to stand before Lu Feng, scratching his head with an embarrassed smile. "Big brother indeed." Lu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Big brother, how did I perform just now?" Before Lu Feng could respond, the two tiger demons approached, though their expressions were far from cheerful. One of the tiger demons appeared as if on the verge of tears. "Brother, you won. You won splendidly." "Jingguangshan, brother, you are remarkably strong." Observing the two junior disciples in such a state, Zhao Gongming felt increasingly awkward. He remarked, Though I have emerged victorious, is it truly necessary for you both to be so moved? His confusion was evident, as he could not comprehend their reaction. At that moment, the tiger demon interjected, "We are not crying out of emotion. We are weeping in anguish over our losses. Woe is us. We have suffered greatly. Brother." The tiger demon gazed at Jingguangshan, while Jingguangshan looked back at the tiger demon. Together, they lamented, "Alas, we are two lost souls." Their interaction left Zhao Gongming utterly bewildered. He then turned to look at Lu Feng, who waved his hand dismissively, indicating that they should be left to their tears, for it was not his loss. At that moment, he patted Zhao Gongming's shoulder, saying, well done. Your strength is commendable." Upon receiving Lu Feng's praise, Zhao Gongming couldn't help but smile bashfully, for he regarded his senior brother's commendation as the utmost validation. However, at this juncture, they seemed to have forgotten something crucial. After a while, a disciple approached to report, "Esteemed brothers, our master has conveyed a message. He is unwell today and will not be instructing the disciples for the time being, but will return on another day." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. His amusement was uncontrollable. Clearly, the humiliation was too much for most disciples to bear, prompting a hasty retreat. He had been wondering how it was possible that Tongtian had not yet returned after such a long time. Now, the answer was revealed. He had fled in embarrassment. Earlier, Lu Feng had attempted to dissuade Tongtian, but Tongtian had stubbornly insisted on guiding the disciples. Now, while guidance had indeed been provided, the results were far from satisfactory. Tongtian chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Let us go." "Where to?" Zhao Gongming inquired. Lu Feng replied, "Where else? We are going to check on our master." His face was alight with mirth. Having faced embarrassment, did they now wish to escape? Such a thing was not so simple. Ha ha. They must certainly seize the momentum and ensure that they pay a proper visit to their master. Chapter 120. Master, you are on fire. Lu Feng remarked. "We must go check on our master. What if, in your fervor just now, you inadvertently injured him? We ought to express our concern." Zhao Gongming was taken aback for a moment before hastily nodding in agreement. "All right, let us proceed to see master." Lu Feng cast a glance at him, observing his innocent demeanor. How delightful. He is indeed a straightforward child. Such candor is commendable. The innocent words of a child can strike without bloodshed. "Oh, master, here we come." Thus, Lu Feng, accompanied by Zhao Gongming, xianxia, the sorrowful-faced tiger demon, and Jingguangshan, hurried towards the Bo Palace. The other disciples, having lost their bets, were in less than splendid spirits and returned to their quarters. Only Lu Feng and his companions remained. At that moment, within the Bo Palace, Tongtian had returned early, his expression far from pleasant. It was indeed an awkward situation. Initially, he had intended to guide his disciples in their cultivation, believing that his suppressed strength at the early stage of quasi-saint would pose no issue. However, recalling the incident with xianxia, he resolved to gradually increase the pressure on them. After all, it could be said that he was merely adding some challenge for his disciples. But the problem was that he had not been granted that opportunity at all. Previously, in an attempt to showcase his prowess, he had boldly declared, "Come on. Don't hold back. Use your strongest attack so that master can evaluate your abilities." To his dismay, they had truly not held back. The assault came swiftly and fiercely, leaving no room for Tongtian to enhance his own strength. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying. Reflecting on the moment when he was sent hurtling away, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he recalled the murmurs of his disciples. Tongtian was utterly mortified. A dignified sage, the master of his disciples, could not even withstand a single strike. He had been directly flung out. The crux of the matter was that he had previously gathered numerous disciples to witness his ordeal. Oh dear, the humiliation was unbearable. Just thinking about that scene made Tongtian feel utterly uncomfortable. How could Zhao Gongming be so straightforward? When I asked him to exert his full strength, he genuinely did. Couldn't he have spared his master a modicum of dignity? Now, this was a predicament. Rubbing his forehead, Tongtian sensed the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, he had fled swiftly, and no one had pursued him. He promptly resolved to announce a period of seclusion, retreating for several days until the commotion subsided. Upon contemplating this course of action, Tongtian's eyes brightened. What an excellent idea. He decided to proceed with it. He prepared to enter seclusion, avoiding all contact with others. As long as he moved quickly, nothing would go amiss. Just as he rose to leave, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Feng, who had arrived with a considerable entourage. Among them was Zhao Gongming, who, upon seeing Tongtian, immediately inquired, "Master, are you all right?" Upon hearing this, Tongtian's expression changed dramatically. "Oh dear master, what is wrong? Why do you look so unwell?" Zhao Gongming observed Tongtian's gloomy demeanor and immediately expressed his concern. Lu Feng then praised Zhao Gongming, deeming him a promising pupil worthy of nurturing. At that moment, Tongtian's face was as dark as a stormy sky. For every word spoken was akin to a dagger piercing his wounds, even sprinkling salt atop them, rendering the situation exceedingly bitter. The irony lay in Zhao Gongming's apparent concern, which left Tongtian, despite his inner displeasure, at a loss for words. This amused Lu Feng greatly, who couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Ultimately, Tongtian cast a resentful glance at Lu Feng, who remarked, "You cannot blame me. I advised you from the outset, yet you chose not to heed my counsel." Lu Feng continued to twist the knife, adding, "In fact, I considered inviting Hua as well." Tongtian turned to him, his gaze shifting. Lu Feng then spread his hands and mused, "In retrospect, it matters little whether I called her. She would undoubtedly hear of your defeat at the hands of your disciple." He clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Master, you are quite the sensation now." Tongtian was incensed, feeling the sting of the situation. Meanwhile, the tiger demon and others quietly observed from the background. The tiger demon gazed at Lu Feng with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "The eloquence of the senior brother is truly remarkable. It is a goal worthy of pursuit throughout my life." Jin Guangxian shot him a cold glance and retorted, "First, you should settle your tuition fees." Upon hearing this, the tiger demon let out a cry and collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Feng turned to Jin Guangxian and said, "If he faints and does not awaken within 3 seconds, let him bear the cost himself." Jin Guangxian's face brightened with joy. "Thank you, master." "Oh, I have awakened." The tiger demon sprang up suddenly. Jin Guangxian, Tongtian, and Lu Feng exchanged bewildered looks at this peculiar tiger. However, it was evident that Lu Feng was not merely present to mock Tongtian. He had other matters at hand. Lu Feng fixed his gaze upon Tongtian and inquired, "The Feng Shenbang and the dashing god whip, are they in the possession of the primordial heavenly venerable?" Tongtian nodded, affirming, "The Tao ancestor bestowed them upon him." Lu Feng, having anticipated this, pressed further, "Is it necessary to await the destined one?" At this moment, Tongtian narrowed his eyes, gazing incredulously at Lu Feng. He was baffled as to how Lu Feng could possess such knowledge. It was indeed unusual, for this was information imparted by the Tao ancestor during their time in the Xixiao Palace. Noticing Tongtian's reaction, Lu Feng discerned the answer and, looking directly at him, uttered the words that left Tongtian in shock. "I know who it is." Tongtian gazed blankly at him. Lu Feng remarked, "By the banks of the Weishui River, there is a man who fishes year-round." Tongtian squinted. "Is he the one destined by heaven?" Lu Feng replied, "That cannot be disclosed, nor can it be spoken of. It is a celestial secret. Once uttered, it ceases to be a secret. Moreover, it is imperative to consider that if such words were spoken, Hongjun would likely become aware of it. This would be a perilous endeavor. The one fated to ascend to divinity is undoubtedly xianxia. No one else can claim that title. Should we take him into the Jie Sect, then the Feng Shenbang and the dashing whip shall rightfully belong to our sect." Upon hearing this, Tongtian turned his gaze towards Lu Feng, inquiring about the course of action. Lu Feng replied, "To bring him into the Jie Sect?" Tongtian questioned, "Shall I go personally?" Lu Feng chuckled, "If you go personally, do you fear that the Chan sect will remain oblivious? I have my own arrangements. The preparation is quite simple. GFA, since he has read the novels he penned, he is considered a disciple of the Jie Sect. Presently, every move made by the disciples of the Jie Sect is under the scrutiny of the Chan sect. Moreover, in Shichi, is there anyone more useful than GFA? Chapter 121. The Immortal patting my crown, bestowing longevity in the ethereal realm of the Purple Cloud Palace. Hongjun had not been idle in recent days. However, his endeavors bore no relation to the grand affair of the canonization. The arrangements concerning the canonization had already been set in motion. All that remained was to fill the ranks on the list of deities. Despite the uncertainties surrounding the, Hongjun found himself preoccupied with other matters. His focus was drawn to the investigation of demonic energy. The origin of this matter lay within the tome titled The Origins of Demon Path, wherein Hongjun sensed an exceptionally pure and potent embodiment of demonic laws. Moreover, these laws were formidable enough to indicate that their wielder possessed considerable power, at least, Hongjun felt, not significantly less than his own. The existence of such a powerful figure hidden within the primordial world deeply concerned him. He recalled the ancient demon ancestor and even entertained the notion that the demon ancestor might still be alive. Hongjun was acutely aware of the implications of this possibility. After a prolonged investigation, he found himself at an impasse. At this moment, he calculated and pondered the identity of xianxia, realizing that it would soon be revealed. However, He surmised that no one had yet made contact with him. After conducting his deductions and uncovering no discrepancies, he settled his mind. Meanwhile, in Shichi, the atmosphere in recent days had felt rather unusual, particularly within the Shibor residence. An inexplicable tension loomed, with guards stationed diligently. Any mention of the young master, GFA, elicited a heightened sensitivity among the people. Speculation abounded that something might have transpired concerning the young master. Yet, only Ji Chong and a handful of others were privy to the truth. It was not a matter of crisis, but rather, no one was permitted to approach GFA. Currently, the main hall of the Shibor residence had been rendered inaccessible, shrouded in an aura that forbade entry. This was all due to a singular circumstance. No one could reach GFA, who was enveloped in a faint white light, serving as a barrier. Ji Chong felt a pang of worry. It had been several days since FA had engaged in such matters. Could there truly be no cause for concern? Rest assured, the young master has encountered a fortuitous opportunity and is undergoing a profound inheritance. He will certainly be safe. Moreover, on the day he awakens, he shall be transformed beyond recognition. Upon hearing these words, Ji Chong gradually eased his apprehensions, though a glimmer of worry still lingered in his eyes as he gazed upon GFA. At this moment, GFA lay with his eyes tightly closed. Within his mind unfolded another realm, inhabited by a formidable sage. He whispered softly, "Who in this world is worthy of white robes?" His essence transcended the mundane, his form ethereal. Gradually, the world around him faded away, accompanied by the strains of a celestial melody. There were no cataclysms or flashes of swords. It was simply nature, unfolding in its most effortless manner, astonishingly simple and profoundly easy. It is likely that no one could fathom the ease with which GFA was able to receive such a legacy. At this moment, GFA received the inheritance of the Sacred King Scripture, a work penned by Feng. The scripture seamlessly infused itself into his being and began to operate autonomously, flowing with remarkable ease as if it were meant to be. Consequently, his cultivation began to ascend from an absolute void, gradually rising with commendable speed. He drew energy into his body, refining it into spirit, then transforming spirit into the ethereal, merging with the Tao, ultimately paving his path to immortality. Nonetheless, the aura halted at this juncture, leaving him at the realm of earth immortal. To the average person, this may be a level to aspire to, yet in this vast, primeval land, it was merely a starting point. However, this was just the beginning. The scene fragmented, and GFA found himself in a mystical space, where laws flowed and spiritual energy surged. He stepped inside, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Within this realm, he beheld a figure clad in white. The attire flowed gracefully, yet it was not the white-clad Sage King, but another individual. Turning his head, Feng smiled gently, his gaze falling upon GFA. "You have arrived," he said. GFA, with an innocent curiosity, inquired, "Who are you?" "I." Feng pondered for a moment. "At this time, it would be more appropriate for you to call me senior brother." GFA regarded him and asked, "Are you an immortal?" Feng chuckled, "Indeed." GFA's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long held an interest in the path of cultivation, and encountering an immortal was fortuitous. Feng continued with a smile. "Now that you have obtained the inheritance, you may consider yourself an immortal as well." GFA grasped the implication. Feng added, "I have come to you today with a task. By the banks of the Weishui River, there is a perennial angler. Seek him out and bring him to me." "But where is senior brother?" GFA inquired. "On Golden Ao Island," Feng replied, placing his hand gently atop GFA's head, declaring with a smile, "From this day forth, you shall be my disciple of the Jie Sect." In that instant, a rich surge of spiritual energy flowed slowly from Feng's palm, infusing GFA's body. At this moment, his stagnant cultivation began to rise once more. Earth immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, mystic immortal, and even beyond the realm of mystic immortal. It did not cease. He traversed through the golden immortal realm, finally halting at the Tai golden immortal level. "An immortal blesses my crown, bestowing longevity." GFA reveled in the overwhelming power coursing through him, his joy palpable. Turning to Feng, he eagerly asked, "Can it be done by any means?" Feng affirmed, "Yes, as long as you bring him to the eastern side of Golden Ao Island. Remember, it must be the eastern side." "Understood," GFA nodded in agreement. Thereafter, Feng's figure gradually faded away, and GFA awakened, the scroll in his hand losing its luster, appearing as an ordinary object. His gaze settled upon the surroundings. And in that moment, a voice suddenly echoed beside Jifa. It was the anxious call of Ji Chong. "Fair, what has happened? What did you just see?" Regaining his senses and realizing he had returned to his own world, Jie smiled brightly. Father, I just encountered an immortal. I even learned some of their techniques. Look, as he extended his hand, an immense surge of spiritual energy manifested. This energy coalesced into a sword, glimmering with sharpness. With a swift motion, he plunged it into the ground. In an instant, it vanished completely, leaving behind a vast chasm. The depth of the gash was formidable, clearly showcasing its power. Should this sword strike a person, it would surely result in immediate demise. Even those of considerable cultivation would not escape unscathed. Witnessing this scene, Jichang's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, he had often heard that the path of cultivation was a long and arduous journey. Yet, in such a brief moment, how could Jie possess such formidable strength? It was nothing short of miraculous, truly an omen of divinity. Gazing at Jie, he spoke earnestly. Far, this is your destiny, and also, the fortune of our Shichi. Jie nodded. By the way, the immortal instructed me to address him as senior brother and entrusted me with a task. Father, do you know which sect that is? Jie paused briefly before replying. I believe it is called the. Upon hearing this name, Jichang was momentarily taken aback. The next instant, a look of joy spread across his face. Is it truly the Far? Indeed, Jie affirmed. Chapter 122, The Fish Bites. Jie nodded. And Jichang was filled with even greater delight. In recent days, the Jie Sect had triumphed over the Chan Sect, gaining renown across the vast expanse of Hongguang. Many had begun to yearn for the Jie Sect, which had undeniably established itself as the foremost sect in all of Hongguang. Thus, upon hearing that the Jie Sect had accepted his son, Jichang felt an overwhelming sense of joy, believing he had secured a formidable ally. However, he soon recalled other matters at hand and said, Far, if the Jie Sect has entrusted you with a task, I shall mobilize all the strength of West Qi to assist you in its completion. Jie replied, Go to the banks of the Weishui River and find a fisherman. Jichang was momentarily taken aback. He inquired, Do you know the name of this person you are to meet? I believe he is called Lu Feng. What? Upon hearing the name Lu Feng, Jichang's eyes widened in astonishment, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Who in the realm was unaware of that esteemed senior disciple of the Jie Sect? Who would not wish to be his apprentice? And now, the opportunity had fallen upon his own son. Jichang, overwhelmed with emotion, stammered, To Weishui we must go. I shall accompany you. Unbeknownst to them, on the eastern side, Lu Feng was with Tongtian. Tongtian gazed at Lu Feng, pondering whether it could truly be concealed. He felt a twinge of doubt. After all, it was the Zhujian sword array. Could it genuinely remain hidden? Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively, assuring him, Fear not, we shall simply await the arrival of our catch. Tongtian nodded in agreement. They had set up the Zhujian sword array here, biding their time for Yuanshi and the others to take the bait. The act of fishing was not solely reserved for Jiangshang. Lu Feng was also partaking in the endeavor. At this moment, by the Weishui River, the water flowed gently. It was summertime, and the current of the Weishui was swift, making it an unsuitable location for fishing. Yet, in recent days, there was one who frequently visited this unfit spot for angling, and he had done so several times. This individual, Jiangshang, was indeed peculiar. On this particular day, a considerable number of people arrived at the Weishui. Leading the group were two figures, Jichang and Jie. Jichang scanned the area around the river for fishermen. Wondering how difficult it would be to locate one, Jie encouraged, Let us search. Father, if necessary, we can take our time. He displayed remarkable patience. However, upon their arrival, they soon discovered there was but a single individual, which made the search considerably easier. A servant then reported, Young master, West boy, we have found the fisherman. He is over there. Following the servants, Jie approached the figure by the Weishui. At that moment, Jie exuded an inexplicable aura, ethereal and striking. Coupled with his youth and handsome appearance, he stood out even more. Thus, it was not long before he captured Jiangshang's attention. Jiangshang turned to him, having heard the earlier conversation, and promptly offered his respects. Young master, Jie, hands clasped behind his back, slowly approached Jiangshang. What is your name? In response to the young master, the old man is named Jiangshang. Observing the elder with his slightly graying hair, Jie nodded thoughtfully, contemplating that there was only one person fishing by the Weishui River. It seems this individual is precisely the one master brother has been seeking. After confirming this, Jie inquired, Jiangshang, do you reside here? Yes. Jiangshang replied with a nod. Then, what are your plans for the future? Jie asked. Jiangshang shook his head, indicating he had no particular thoughts at the moment. If possible, I would like to attempt cultivation. Upon hearing this, Jie's eyes brightened. This was fortuitous. He immediately proposed. This is easily arranged. You shall become my disciple, and I will impart to you the methods of cultivation. Xianxia was taken aback by GFA's words, staring at him in disbelief. You wish for me to become your disciple? Indeed, GFA affirmed, nodding. He then exuded an aura of authority, stating, What? Do you doubt my abilities? I am a disciple of the Jie Sect. Feeling GFA's formidable presence, Xianxia hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved himself. In the next instant, he bowed deeply to GFA, exclaiming, Master, please accept this humble disciple's salute. Rise, GFA instructed. Next, I will take you to the Jie Sect's dojo, where you will truly begin your cultivation journey. This declaration filled Xianxia with excitement. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, within the depths of chaos, in the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun opened his eyes. He formed a series of intricate seals with his hands, and an extraordinarily profound aura enveloped him. After a brief period, the aura dissipated. Rising, he murmured, The time has come, and it is now the moment to reveal the one destined by heaven. With that, he lifted the veil obscuring heavenly secrets. However, at that instant, he was taken aback to discover that Xianxia had already made contact with Shiqi. Whether this was fortunate or unfortunate remained uncertain. Nonetheless, this did not deter Hongjun's focus. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, the four saints awaited the emergence of the destined individual, prepared to bestow upon him the Tongtian list and the God-subduing whip. This destined person was of utmost significance. The primordial heavenly venerable spoke, Once this individual appears, we must spare no effort in securing him, regardless of the cost. This is crucial for the Tongtian endeavor. The other three saints nodded in agreement. At present, they held a favorable position in the Tongtian matter, significantly bolstered by the Tongtian list and the God-subduing whip. Should these treasures fall into the hands of the Jie Sect, their advantage would be lost. Thus, it was imperative that this destined individual remained within their grasp. Suddenly, the four saints sensed the previously obscured heavenly secrets becoming clear. The primordial heavenly venerable declared, The destined individual is about to emerge. We must act swiftly, lest we be outpaced by Tongtian. The other three saints nodded, ready to move as the heavenly secrets clarified. When they sensed the presence of a human, they were momentarily taken aback. By the banks of the Weishui River, a fisherman, Xianxia. This was the clearest indication. However, at the moment this information surfaced, they suddenly deduced that the fated individual was now heading towards them. Instantly, the expressions of the four saints changed dramatically. If that fated individual were to fall into the hands of the treasures they possessed would surely be lost. Such an outcome was simply unacceptable. The primordial supreme being was filled with fury. Tongtian, do not attempt to scheme against me. As soon as the words left his mouth, the primordial supreme being's figure vanished. He took matters into his own hands, vowing to reclaim that fated individual. Failure was not an option. Boom. Under the sacred might, the primordial being descended. The place of his arrival was precisely the eastern side of Jinao Island. At that very moment of his descent, Lu Feng and Tongtian shared a hearty laugh, brimming with joy. The fish had taken the bait. Chapter 123. Wait a moment, I shall slay a saint. At Kunlun Mountain, the figure of the primordial supreme being vanished in an instant. For a saint, drawing near in an instant is remarkably effortless. Prior to the establishment of the Tongtian, it was unnecessary for a saint to intervene. Nonetheless, the primordial made his move, demonstrating his earnestness and the significance he placed on the one destined by the heavens. For the primordial supreme being, Xianxia was an individual of utmost importance, one he could not afford to fail. Moreover, they had calculated that Xianxia had already approached the vicinity of Jinao Island. This was utterly unacceptable to them. Unsurprisingly, the primordial supreme being departed without delay. The remaining three, however, found the situation much more intriguing. Taishang furrowed his brows, deep in contemplation. His expression revealed no struggle, indicating he held a specific opinion on the matter, yet he harbored no immediate intention to act. Zhuan-Ti did have such intentions, but was discreetly restrained by Jie, who transmitted a message through secretive means. Are you foolish? If you go now, Xianxia is already near Jinao Island, which is the territory of the. Who knows what ambushes await there? If the primordial supreme being ventures alone, he would bear the brunt of any traps laid. Furthermore, Jie revealed a smile. He remarked with a hint of amusement, even if problems do arise, it would merely signify a weakening of the strength of the Jie Sect, which has no bearing on the Western teachings. Wouldn't it be more advantageous for us if their power diminishes? Upon hearing these words, Zhuan-Ti paused momentarily, then swiftly grasped the implication, responding with a knowing smile. The two brothers exchanged glances, instantly discerning each other's intentions. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of Jinao Island. GFA had brought Xianxia to this location. As the one destined by fate, he held the power of the Tongtian list and the god-slaying whip. His significance was beyond measure. Yet, at this critical moment, he was brought here by GFA and accepted as a disciple of the. Upon arriving on the eastern side, GFA's eyes sparkled with excitement as he urged Xianxia, "Hurry, disciple, we have arrived. This is the." GFA's enthusiasm was infectious, and Xianxia too felt a surge of exhilaration as he beheld the breathtaking scenery, rich in spiritual energy, resembling a realm of immortals. However, their elation was short-lived. Suddenly, a thunderous presence descended. The furious primordial supreme being, unleashing all his cultivation, sought to arrive immediately to claim Xianxia. Upon reaching the eastern territory, GFA and Xianxia had yet to take in their surroundings when they were overwhelmed by this force. Instantly, Xianxia trembled in fear, but GFA was different. His eyes widened in excitement as he spotted the figure of Lu Feng. Ignoring the oppressive divine aura, he straightened his stance and shouted with exuberance, "Senior brother. I am here. Senior brother." Naturally, Lu Feng noticed them. He then formed a hand gesture, causing the array to shift. In an instant, Xianxia and GFA were drawn close, standing before Lu Feng. GFA, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Senior brother, I have completed the mission." Lu Feng smiled gently, stroking his head. "You have done remarkably well." Upon receiving such praise, GFA naturally became even more exhilarated. He then pulled Xianxia over and said, "Hurry, disciple. Greet your uncle master." "Uncle master." Xianxia quickly paid his respects. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Uncle master." Observing Xianxia's considerable age, it seemed rather peculiar that he would bow to such a young lad as a master. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. He nodded. "Ah, you must be Xianxia. Since GFA has accepted you, then you shall be considered my disciple of the Jiejiao." "Thank you, uncle master." Xianxia's face radiated with excitement. Lu Feng nodded and said, "There are still matters to attend to. You two should remain here, as I may not be able to attend to you shortly." "Senior brother, does this mean we are to hunt a celestial being?" GFA exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. He had not anticipated witnessing such a stunning spectacle on his very first visit. It was simply marvelous. Lu Feng smiled slightly, not shying away from revealing the truth, thus satisfying GFA's curiosity. "Indeed," he replied. "Now, you both wait here while I go and slay a saint." With that, he vanished. GFA remained brimming with excitement, while Xianxia stood frozen, as if his soul had departed. He murmured in disbelief, "Slay a saint? No wonder he is the senior brother. He actually intends to slay a saint." GFA looked at him with admiration. In another location, Tongtian raised his eyes. The atmosphere became distinctly tense, as Yuan Shitianzun was about to arrive. Upon seeing Lu Feng approach, Tongtian remarked, "Knew was not come." If the four of them were to arrive together, it could become quite troublesome. Lu Feng smiled. "That is highly improbable. If they were to come, it would be at most two. At the very least, Jie and Zhuanti will certainly not be present." Tongtian looked at Lu Feng with a hint of confusion. Lu Feng elaborated. "Though they appear united, they are divided into two factions, the Xianmen and the Western teachings. For now, they are merely allies of convenience, but should their self-interests be threatened, they would not act in concert." He lifted his gaze to the sky, where the furious Yuan Shitianzun had suddenly appeared. Though filled with rage, exuding a vast and formidable presence, he was, nonetheless, alone. Lu Feng continued, "For instance, knowing there is a trap, Jie and Zhuanti may not rush here. They will likely wait for Yuan Shitianzun to arrive, to assess the situation before making a move." Lu Feng's reasoning was indeed sound. The current circumstances were as he described. However, even if they were aware of the trap, they had no choice but to come. It was an inescapable dilemma. They must either come and confront the traps laid by the Jiejiao or refrain from coming and thereby lose the destined individuals, ultimately forfeiting the two treasures required for the canonization. This would result in a lost opportunity for ascension. This was an overt strategy. "You know I have laid a trap. I am prepared to counter you, yet you must come." This exemplifies Lu Feng's approach. From the current perspective, it was evident that their side had indeed made an appearance. However, it is evident that the relationship among the four individuals is far more deteriorated than Lu Feng had anticipated. He may have underestimated the audacity of Jie and Zhuanti, as well as the insidious nature of Taishan. It was clear that they were unwilling to wade through this murky water, leaving Yuanshi to confront the situation alone. Alas, Lu Feng sighed softly. "There is but a solitary fish. What a pity." Boom. A thunderous sound echoed through the air. An overwhelming aura of sanctity enveloped the heavens. In a fit of rage, the figure of xianxia Tianzuan emerged, his face contorted with fury as he glared at Lu Feng and his disciple. Tongtian, you dare to seize the destined one from my sect. What cunning tactics you employ! How treacherous you are! Xianxia Tianzuan bellowed in indignation, his wrath palpable enough to stir the very fabric of this realm and cause it to tremble. Yet, Tongtian remained unfazed by Yuanshi's ire. After casting a few indifferent glances, he responded nonchalantly, "Oh, so you are aware." The more furious Xianxia became, the more infuriating Tongtian's nonchalance appeared, especially at this moment when Tongtian not only adopted an air of indifference, but also barely regarded Xianxia Tianzuan. This demeanor only intensified Yuanshi's fury, igniting a blaze within him. "Tongtian, surrender the destined one. I have no desire to engage in idle banter with you." To his surprise, at that moment, Tongtian turned directly to Lu Feng, unabashed in front of Xianxia Tianzuan, and stated, "Fenger, you handle this. Speaking with him feels beneath my dignity." Xianxia Tianzuan. Lu Feng. Lu Feng was rendered speechless. "What do you mean it feels beneath your dignity, but not mine? What kind of reasoning is that? Why are you pretending to be superior?" Immediately, Lu Feng shook his head in refusal. "That won't do. I cannot afford to lose my standing either. How about this? We randomly select someone to match accordingly." Lu Feng proposed. Tongtian nodded, "Excellent. I shall summon a disciple from within the sect shortly. Perhaps a new recruit with particularly humble origins?" Chapter 124, The Saint's Severed Arm. These words were nothing short of blatant humiliation, uttered without the slightest regard for the primordial lord. Naturally, he was incensed. As a saint and the leader of a sect, he held his dignity in high esteem and was exceedingly sensitive to such affronts. After enduring several rounds of ridicule from the Jie, how could he possibly tolerate it? With a thunderous roar, he charged forward, his holy might erupting instantaneously, revealing the three treasures of the Jade Rui in his grasp. He summoned the laws of the saintly Tao, and three beams of azure light materialized, hurtling directly towards Lu Feng. He had discerned that this individual was the foremost disciple of the, holding a position of utmost significance within the sect. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate him first. Witnessing this scene, Tongtian's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. He promptly prepared to intervene. However, at that moment, Lu Feng merely rubbed his nose, and then let out a resounding sneeze. Achoo! The sound was quite pronounced. With that singular sneeze, the three beams of azure light unleashed by the primordial lord were instantly shattered, as though they had suffered a tremendous blow, disintegrating effortlessly and without any semblance of negotiation. This spectacle left Tongtian utterly bewildered, staring at Lu Feng in a daze, unable to regain his composure for a considerable time. The primordial lord was even more confounded. To be fair, his strike had not been delivered with full force, yet it was still formidable enough to possess at least 70% of its power. It should have sufficed to slay a quasi-saint, capable of dispatching him multiple times over without the slightest exertion. Yet now, a mere quasi-saint had effortlessly broken through his attack, and with just a sneeze? This was, without a doubt, surreal. The primordial lord found it difficult to believe, while Tongtian soon recalled that Lu Feng had previously set up a formation in this place. Recalling his own near-death experience within that formation, Tongtian's understanding suddenly crystallized. It was evident that the recent events were the result of the formation's power, having little to do with Lu Feng's own prowess. He glanced back at Lu Feng, the meaning in his gaze unmistakable. "You truly are a master of disguise." Of course, it wasn't long before the primordial lord came to the same realization. It was not Lu Feng who had thwarted his attack. He had been outwitted. Instantly, his anger surged anew, and disregarding everything, he charged forward once more. At this moment, Lu Feng and Tongtian exchanged a knowing smile, radiating a cheerful demeanor. Lu Feng stretched lazily, feeling like a true sunny boy. He waved his hand, and a layer of confinement array materialized instantaneously. Tongtian, too, summoned his spiritual energy, feeling equally radiant. Though not as handsome as his disciple, he at least considered himself a sunny master. He waved his hand, and the shielding formation collapsed in an instant. Sword light flashed, and sword energy surged and spread. For beams of sword light ascended skyward, sealing off the four cardinal directions. As the sword light gradually receded, the forms of four long swords emerged, each occupying a distinct position. The four swords of extermination, the exquisite sword of extermination, the sword of immolation, the sword of entrapment, and the sword of oblivion. Upon witnessing these formidable blades, the countenance of the primordial supreme being shifted dramatically. He had been on high alert against the sword array of extermination, believing that with Tongtian's lack of action and the Panga banner in his possession, he would face no grave danger. Thus, he gradually let down his guard. Yet, to his dismay, he was ensnared. Fortunately, at this moment, it was merely the 4 swords of extermination, and the array diagram had yet to materialize. The sword formation was not yet complete, granting him a fleeting opportunity to escape. The primordial supreme being understood this predicament well. Without hesitation, he brandished the Panga banner. This innate treasure, the Panga banner, was renowned as the foremost offensive artifact of the primordial world and one of the 3 paramount treasures of creation. Its might was indeed formidable. The very act of the primordial supreme being producing this artifact signified his awareness of the gravity of the situation. There was no time to squander. He gripped the Panga banner tightly, a grave expression crossing his features. While the sword array of extermination had yet to fully form, he knew he must act swiftly. Otherwise, the challenges would multiply. As he wielded the Panga banner, an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the very void to tremble. Centered around the primordial supreme being, an immense force erupted instantly. With a fierce determination, he unleashed this power. In an explosive cacophony, the edges of the array were met with fractures, displaying signs of shattering. The might of the Panga banner was indeed overwhelming. Even though Lu Feng had preemptively set the array, it still suffered damage. However, mere fractures meant little. He had not merely laid down a single array. Rather, he had intricately woven 5. Through the methods of grand cosmic arrangement, 5 entrapment formations were established in succession. At that moment, under the might of the Panga banner, one of the entrapment formations shattered with a thunderous crash. Yet, just as the primordial supreme being sought to break free, he was startled to find that another formation awaited him. His expression shifted dramatically. At that instant, Tongtian had unveiled the diagram of the extermination array. With a resounding clang, the sword array of extermination was completed in an instant. An endless tide of sword energy surged forth, enveloping the sky. In that eastern expanse, it seemed as though a realm of sword energy had been birthed, ready to cleave through all. Witnessing this spectacle, Jie and xianxia behind him were filled with astonishment. Jie murmured in disbelief, "Is this the power of a saint? How extraordinary! Every gesture possesses the capacity to annihilate the heavens and shake the firmament, truly worthy of being a saint." Indeed, their words were a tribute to Tongtian's might. As for the primordial supreme being, Jie could muster only a single remark. Blinking in bewilderment, he finally uttered, "He seems so pitiful." Xianxia seized the opportunity to advise, "Master, your words are misguided. As the ancients have said, one who elicits pity must possess faults worthy of disdain. The alliance of my master and uncle to strike him, without any assistance, already reveals much." Xianxia's eloquent references prompted Jie to nod in agreement. He ultimately concluded, "In essence, he is not a virtuous individual." Xianxia responded, "Master, you are indeed astute." This exchange was overheard by Yuan Shi, who was seething with anger. Yet, he found himself powerless to intervene, for the sword array of immortal execution had been fully established and was now launching an assault against him. With the Panga banner held aloft, Yuan Shi invoked the sacred laws, strenuously attempting to defend himself. Although the Panga banner is the foremost treasure for offense in the primordial realm, it pales in comparison when it comes to defense. In that moment, the onslaught of sword energy overwhelmed Yuan Shi, leaving him beleaguered in his efforts to shield himself. Ultimately, caught off guard, a fierce blade of energy struck him directly. Boom! In an instant, it struck Yuan Shi, who was unable to evade, resulting in a violent eruption of sacred blood. Simultaneously, one of his arms was severed and cast away. A sage's limb severed. Chapter 125. What use is this disciple? At this moment, upon Kunlun Mountain, the 3 sages, Taishang, Jie, and Zhuan-Ti, gathered together. Their attention firmly fixed on the events transpiring at Jinao Island. The significance of the Destined One was indeed paramount to them. However, there lay an even more critical facet to consider. The 4 of them now stood united in a common cause. Yet this alliance was not merely superficial. Externally, it appeared as a cooperative endeavor aimed at confronting but beneath the surface, competition simmered. The 4 sages represented 3 distinct sects, with Taishang and Yuan Shi Tianzun each embodying one of these teachings. The relationship between the 2 was notably more intimate, as they both belonged to the Xianmen. In stark contrast, the Western sect seemed to occupy a considerably weaker position. For the time being, this was manageable. However, should future opportunities arise, the 2 might find it exceedingly difficult to surpass the Xianmen. Thus, in this current situation, it was evident that Jie welcomed the developments. If Yuan Shi Tianzun suffered any harm in the conflict against his power would inevitably be diminished. This would lead to a complete equilibrium of strength among the four of them. Furthermore, they held a firm belief that during the time of the Tongtian, the disciples nurtured within the secret realm of the Tao ancestor could never be defeated by those of the. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable to them. The future was almost assuredly theirs to claim. Therefore, in the present moment, the teachings of and emerged as their more formidable adversaries. Both were acutely aware of this reality. Jie turned his gaze towards Taishang, and upon noticing the furrow in his brow, offered a slight smile. Brother Taishang, are you concerned for Brother Yuanshi? Hearing this, Taishang turned his head, his eyes resting on Jie, and nodded slightly. Indeed, Yuanshi's reckless approach raised concerns. Surely, there must be some hidden trap. Jie silently scoffed, recognizing that a trap was undoubtedly present. Yet, knowing this, how could his senior brother remain so composed? If he truly cared not for his junior brother's safety, why feign such a benevolent demeanor? Truly, when it came to audacity, the sages of the Xianmen surpassed their Western counterparts by leaps and bounds. However, this sentiment remained unspoken in Jie's heart. He remarked, that is indeed the case. I share your sentiments. Yet now, Brother Yuanshi has already fallen into the trap. It is appalling to think that Tongtian, a fellow sage of the Xianmen and once his senior brother, would resort to employing the extermination sword array against him. As he spoke, he glanced at Taishang, only to find his expression unperturbed, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Taishang sighed. Fraternal strife is disheartening. As his elder brother, I am reluctant to intervene. He expressed a sense of melancholy, for in the end, both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh and blood. Assisting the primordial master would surely wound the heart of the celestial master, yet aiding the celestial master would equally inflict pain upon the primordial master. I find myself in a most precarious dilemma. Listening to the words of the Supreme Elder, both Jane and Zhuanti exchanged knowing smirks. A dilemma, you say? It appears you are merely seeking an excuse to refrain from action. Such a ruthless heart. They had discerned this truth with remarkable clarity, yet chose not to expose it. If the Supreme Elder is unwilling to intervene, then the two of them are even less inclined to act. They would relish the opportunity for the primordial celestial's power to be diminished. Thus, at this moment, they nodded in agreement and lamented, indeed, we once stood as the 6 saints, never anticipating we would arrive at such a juncture. This scene today is far from our desires. Zhuanti proposed, how about this? Let us refrain from interference and allow the celestial friend and the primordial friend to decide their own outcome. After all, there exists a bond of friendship among us. Following Zhuanti's suggestion, the other two feigned contemplation before nodding in assent. Jane remarked, then it must be so. The Supreme Elder sighed, very well, very well. Thus, the three reached a consensus. None would offer assistance. Of course, they would not simply observe. They prepared to act should Enhua choose to intervene. If Enhua remained uninvolved, they would continue to watch. It is rather ironic, indeed. The alliance among the 4 saints, the connections and ties, are so exceedingly fragile. Yet, this is the nature of their relationships. How many among them truly value friendship? It is but a matter of self-interest. Meanwhile, within the palace of Enhua, the goddess herself was observing the battle, contemplating whether to intervene in the struggle for the chosen one. She was well aware of the events unfolding at her incarnation and recognized their implications, albeit not overwhelmingly significant. As she pondered, she understood that a conflict among saints is no trivial matter. Should a genuine battle ensue, the ramifications would be extensive and profound. Thus, she had to carefully consider whether to intervene. Ultimately, Enhua resolved to refrain from intervening, for the other 3 saints had yet to act. She feared that her involvement might set off a chain reaction. By remaining passive, she could still serve as a threat, restraining the actions of the other 3 saints. However, should she choose to intervene, the situation would undoubtedly change. At this moment, on Golden Tortoise Island, within the sword array of extermination, the air was thick with sword energy, and the scent of blood permeated the atmosphere. The power of the sword array was indeed formidable, even in the hands of the primordial celestial. The Panga banner struggled to withstand its might. Ultimately, an arm was severed and cast aside within the array, ruthlessly annihilated by the terrifying sword chi. This scene was witnessed by GFA and his companion, who expressed their astonishment. What a powerful sword array! GFA exclaimed. Indeed, it can even severely injure a saint. How utterly incredible. Unlike these two, both Lu Feng and Tongtian expressed their astonishment at that moment. Tongtian turned to Lu Feng and inquired, what do you think? The Master S power is certainly not limited to this. Lu Feng replied, indeed, quite impressive. Tongtian continued, the full might of the extermination sword array has yet to be unleashed, and it already. Lu Feng interjected, yes, indeed, quite impressive. Tongtian pressed on you. Lu Feng reiterated, yes, indeed, quite impressive. Tongtian, exasperated, remarked, could you not say something else? Yes, impressive. Oh. He then looked at Tongtian and asked, what are you staring at me for? Tongtian replied. Lu Feng clarified, I was just praising the extermination sword array. It is truly remarkable. Tongtian, feeling disheartened, thought to himself that as a master, he had lost all dignity. It was utterly frustrating. As a disciple, one should at least show reverence to their master. What use is such a disciple? Chapter 126. Bring it on. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Ultimately, he chose to channel all this pent-up emotion towards the primordial supreme being. Subsequently, he executed several intricate hand seals, amplifying the power of the Zhujian sword formation. Meanwhile, the primordial supreme being furrowed his brow, gripping the Pengu banner tightly. Having lost one arm due to an earlier mishap, he now exercised even greater caution. After all, within this sword formation, Tongtian held the upper hand. In his fury, he unleashed attacks intermittently. Yet a perplexing thought nagged at him. Why, after being trapped for so long, had no one come to his aid? This was unexpected. Logically, the other three should be aware of his presence here. Even if they were delayed by some pressing matters, they should have arrived by now. Yet, after such an extended period, there was still no sign of them. This only confirmed one grim realization. He had been abandoned. The three of them had no intention of coming to his rescue at all. Upon this realization, the expression on the primordial supreme being's face grew exceedingly grim. Shrouded in darkness, he understood all too well that, on his own, it was nearly impossible to break free from the Zhujian sword formation. It was fundamentally infeasible, unless he was willing to pay an excruciating price. The Zhujian sword formation was reputed to be impervious to anyone other than the four saints. In truth, however, it was not as formidable as its reputation suggested. Yet, to breach it without the four saints required an exceedingly painful sacrifice. Not only would he sustain grievous injuries, but he would also incur significant losses. Typically, the formation was not set up with great haste, which was why they were not particularly fearful. However, this time, due to Lu Feng's interference, Tongtian had ample time to arrange the formation, especially since they were already waiting for him here. They had naturally made thorough preparations, rendering escape nearly impossible. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, the primordial supreme being concluded that he was trapped in a certain death situation, with no possibility of a breakthrough, unless he exhaled heavily. A small yellow flag was produced from his possession, the central witty yellow flag. The Pengu banner possessed immense power, capable of attempting to dismantle the Zhujian sword formation. After all, its offensive capability was second only to the chaotic supreme treasure, the axe of creation. Although the Zhujian sword formation was the most lethal array in the primordial world, it was somewhat lacking in defensive strength. The reason the primordial supreme being found himself in such a passive position was that within the formation, he had to devote all his energy to defending against the sword array's attacks, leaving him little opportunity to seek a chance to break free. By invoking the central witty yellow flag, he aimed to protect himself in pursuit of a breakthrough. At that moment, not only did he wield the central witty yellow flag, but he also summoned the three treasures of the Jade Rui, suspending them above his head to reinforce his defenses. Then, he approached the entrance of the Zhujian sword formation. Tongtian, seated high upon the 8 trigrams platform, summoned thunder with his hand, causing a tremor that reverberated through the Zhujian sword suspended above the formation. In an instant, an endless wave of sword energy surged forth, and then, the Zhujian sword trembled, its sword energy coalescing instantaneously. And thus, it coalesced beside the sword of extermination, forming an enormous blade. In an instant, this colossal sword surged forth towards the primordial celestial master, aiming to pierce him directly with its overwhelming might. However, the 3 treasures atop the primordial celestial master's head glimmered with a cerulean light, transforming into a protective barrier that thwarted the assault. Yet, this was merely a singular defense. In the next moment, the heavenly sage unleashed a thunderous roar, and the sword of immortal slaying, equally an instrument of attack, surged towards the primordial celestial master. This onslaught was intercepted by the central witty yellow flag, and then another thunderclap resounded. The sword of extermination also launched its attack. At this moment, the primordial celestial master produced the Taiji talisman. As the exquisite sword flew forth, he brandished the Qian Kuan fan. In such a manner, the 4 most potent strikes of the sword array of extermination were successfully halted. Nevertheless, the reason the primordial celestial master could withstand the onslaught of the sword array with his solitary strength was due to the consumption of his treasure's vitality. In other words, He was using his artifacts as shields, and the moment they could no longer endure, they would be utterly destroyed. Having summoned four supreme innate treasures, should they be annihilated, it would be akin to suffering grave wounds. Yet, even so, he had no alternative, for this was the sole means of breaking the deadlock. With the four artifacts momentarily staving off the attacks of the sword array of extermination, the primordial celestial master exhaled a heavy breath. For the time being, it seemed he was safe. No significant issues would arise. He could hear the faint cracking sounds emanating from the Taiji talisman, indicating it would not last long, and his time was running short. Thus, he tightened his grip on the Panga banner, fervently channeling spiritual energy into it. Under the tumult of the Tao laws, his might surged to an unparalleled degree. In response, the heavenly sage, from atop the Bagua platform, called out, "Primordial, there is no need to struggle any longer. After all this time, no one has come to your aid. I suggest you surrender. Doing so may grant you your life. Otherwise, you shall perish within my sword array of extermination." Upon hearing the heavenly sage's words, the primordial celestial master let out a cold snort, declaring, "A mere sword array of extermination can be shattered by my hand alone. Just watch." The heavenly sage sneered, "Since you refuse my offer, let us see what you can do." With determination in his heart, the primordial celestial master gripped the Panga banner tightly, its deep purple surface fluttering and resonating with a fierce sound. At that moment, he suddenly struck with tremendous force. Instantly, a resounding explosion echoed forth. Under the might of the Panga banner, the space trembled violently. With the augmentation of the sacred Tao laws, this strike became incredibly ferocious. As the Panga banner unleashed its blow, it seemed as if the heavens and earth dimmed for a fleeting moment. The space quivered, accompanied by a buzzing sound. And then, boom, an endless torrent of sword energy erupted explosively. This strike hurtled towards the edges, and should it connect, it truly had the potential to shatter the sword array of extermination. Yet, how could the heavenly sage allow that to happen? How could one passively await the annihilation of the sword array by the primordial lord? Naturally, immediate action was imperative. With a swift incantation, one began to resist. In an instant, under the command of Tongtian, the four swords of the immortals unleashed a ferocious assault. Almost instantaneously, a crisp crack echoed through the air. Subsequently, a visible fissure appeared upon the Taiji talisman. Witnessing this, the primordial lord grew increasingly anxious, for should the Taiji talisman shatter completely, he would forfeit his chance of escape. Thus, in this critical moment, he spared no effort and fervently activated the Panga banner. Boom! Its might surged, striking fiercely at the periphery of the sword array. The Panga banner, renowned as the foremost treasure of offensive prowess in the primordial realm, indeed exhibited signs of fracturing at the edges of the array. Yet simultaneously, the Taiji talisman shattered completely, resulting in the destruction of a premier innate spiritual treasure. Seizing the opportunity, the exquisite sword surged forth to assault the primordial lord. Gritting his teeth, the primordial lord once again produced the demon suppression tower, striving to buy himself some time. However, the results were far from satisfactory. At that moment, crack! The Qinkuan fan was also obliterated. Another sword surged towards him. Fortunately, the three treasures Jade Rui and the central Wuji apricot yellow flag remained robust, showing no signs of shattering, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Were any more treasures to be destroyed, he would have lost 4 spiritual artifacts in this battle. Yet, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. Tongtian exerted all his strength to command the sword array, and the clash between the two was intensely fierce. The primordial lord exhausted numerous exotic treasures, even risking severe injury to unleash his essence blood and amplify the Panga banner's might. Both were utilizing their utmost capabilities, yet they failed to notice that Feng, who had remained inactive, was preparing to take action. A flash of brilliance emanated from his hand, revealing a resplendent plaque. In the next moment, he vanished, utilizing the array to position himself behind the primordial lord. He then raised the plaque and struck down upon the primordial lord's head with great force. At this critical juncture, the primordial lord sensed it and swiftly turned his head, coincidentally catching sight of the 3 prominent characters inscribed upon the plaque, Yushu Palace. An overwhelming surge of fury erupted within him. Then bang! The plaque collided with his forehead, causing his attack to falter, and he could no longer grip the Panga banner tightly. This scene was truly unexpected. Seizing the moment, Feng reached out and firmly grasped the Panga banner. Chapter 127. The 3 saints make their move to rescue Yuan Shi. Bang! At this moment, within the extermination sword array, the sound was not particularly sharp, yet it was undeniably striking and captured attention effortlessly. The reason was exceedingly simple. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tongtian were locked in a moment of intense confrontation. It was precisely during this critical juncture that Lu Feng intervened most audaciously. He struck Yuan Shi Tianzun with a sudden, unexpected blow, using the plaque from the Yusu Palace as his weapon. Intriguingly, he ensured that the inscribed side faced downward when he struck, meaning that Yuan Shi had a clear view of his own household sign being misappropriated in such a manner. To add insult to injury, Lu Feng had also casually taken the Panga banner with him. Before departing, he cast a glance back at Yuan Shi Tianzun and felt that leaving without a word would be rather impolite, so he waved the Panga banner and said, "Thank you." This scene left Yuan Shi Tianzun utterly bewildered. He stared at Lu Feng, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, when he finally regained his composure, a surge of fury engulfed him. "Ah, cursed little thief, return my Panga banner, my treasured possession." In truth, the Panga banner was a remarkable artifact, and Yuan Shi Tianzun could have summoned it back at will. However, at the moment he attempted to do so, he suddenly sensed that the connection had been severed. He could not feel the artifact at all. This signified one undeniable truth: the treasure was lost, now belonging to someone else. How could Yuan Shi Tianzun possibly endure such an affront? To make matters worse, Lu Feng had the audacity to express gratitude before leaving, which was akin to pouring salt into a wound. In a fit of rage, Yuan Shi Tianzun disregarded the shattered edges of the formation and immediately pursued Lu Feng. Meanwhile, Lu Feng deftly evaded Yuan Shi Tianzun's onslaught, skillfully avoiding the erase power, and returned to Tongtian's side. Once back, he turned to Tongtian and declared, "All right, the rest is up to you." Tongtian regarded him with a bemused expression. It seemed that he had set up the formation, exerted himself, and bore the brunt of the labor, yet all the benefits accrued to Lu Feng. What had he gained? Was this fair? Lastly, noticing Tongtian's unamused gaze, Lu Feng, feeling slightly sheepish, pointed to the nearby damaged Tai Chi talismans and the ruined Qinkuan fan. "Here, take this," he said. "Tongtian, you truly are an exemplary disciple." Observing Tongtian's nonchalant reaction and indifferent demeanor, Lu Feng added, "One must learn to be content. Only then can one find lasting joy." Tongtian turned his head away, unwilling to face him. One must have some dignity. The actions of Lu Feng did not go unnoticed by Gfa and Xianxia, who were watching from behind. The two remained stunned for a considerable time, unable to comprehend the situation. Finally, Gfa remarked, "The eldest senior brother is indeed audacious." Xianxia nodded in agreement, asserting that this was not merely boldness, it was sheer audacity. To dare seize treasures from a sage's grasp? What could possibly be more thrilling than this? What could be bolder? Others would not even dare to lay eyes upon a sage, let alone act against one. Yet at this moment, Lu Feng not only held the plaque, but also delivered a blow to the sage and snatched away his prized possession. Is this what is meant by the interception of teachings? The two exchanged glances and simultaneously uttered two words: impressive, truly remarkable, beyond measure. At that moment, Lu Feng was examining the Panga banner, harboring a profound interest in this primordial treasure, as it was intrinsically linked to the godly acts of creation. Previously, he had been able to sever the connection between the primordial beginning and the Panga banner, a feat entirely attributable to his mastery of grand-level forging techniques. His control over such artifacts was extraordinary. Were it not for this skill, he would not have been able to directly sever the bond between the primordial beginning and the Panga banner. Additionally, it was crucial to note that this was on Golden Ao Island, where his forging techniques reached the pinnacle of attainment. He possessed a unique comprehension of such artifacts. Nonetheless, even so, severing the connection between the Panga banner and the primordial beginning was no trivial task for Lu Feng. Now, though he appeared unperturbed, the expenditure of mental energy was substantial. After all, that was a congenital supreme treasure, and its master was a sage. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. This statement is not merely rhetoric. The chasm between a sage and other realms is immense. Thus, Lu Feng's complexion paled slightly, and ultimately, unable to endure any longer, he brought forth the plaque inscribed with the characters Yusu Palace, placed it on the ground, and sat upon it. Ah, it felt rather pleasant and quite comfortable. He wondered how the primordial beginning managed this, what principles he employed. Upon taking his seat, Lu Feng sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat amiss. Looking up, he found Tongtian regarding him with a peculiar expression. Not far off stood the primordial beginning, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. However, Lu Feng paid no heed. He was indeed a bit fatigued, and at that moment, he was unconcerned with the minutiae. Comfort was all that mattered. He then turned to Tongtian and called out, "Master, would you care to join me? It's rather comfortable." Tongtian turned away, disinclined to look at him. Lu Feng added, Your senior brother has quite the skill. Tongtian, primordial beginning. I truly appreciate you. At this moment, the primordial supreme being was already seething with wrath. Yet, before he could express his fury, a crisp sound resonated once more. Crack. The sound was exceedingly clear. The demon's subduing tower, which he had only recently summoned, shattered into pieces, utterly destroyed. Upon realizing this, his countenance shifted dramatically. With the Panga banner now seized, he found himself in dire peril. Elsewhere, on Kunlun Mountain, the three revered saints who had been closely monitoring these events could no longer remain passive. If this continued unchecked, the primordial supreme being might truly perish within the sword array of extermination. Although it is often said that saints are immortal and indestructible, should he meet his demise in such a manner, their alliance would inevitably be torn asunder. Moreover, if he were to perish, the primordial supreme being would suffer grave injuries, consequently placing them at a significant disadvantage. At present, it seemed they were at least maintaining a state of equilibrium. By intervening now, they could not only prevent the primordial supreme being from being slain, but also weaken him substantially, all without disrupting the already delicate balance. Thus, it was a twofold advantage. In this moment, Jane turned to Taishang, furrowing his brow, and said, "Fellow Taoist, the situation appears dire. It seems our brother primordial is in peril." Taishang raised an eyebrow and replied, "If that is the case, we must take action. What do you think, Brother Jane?" "Very well," Jane smiled faintly. The three of them then transformed into three streaks of flowing light, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 128. Are you foolish enough to negotiate with me? In the blink of an eye, on the eastern isle of Jineo Island, what was once a serene scene was suddenly engulfed in turbulence. The cause of this upheaval was the arrival of the three saints. Above the head of Taishang floated the Taiji diagram, its aura of a primordial treasure unmistakably potent and formidable. Under its imposing presence, the ocean roiled, waves rising steadily. Beside him, Jane manifested several relics above his head, enveloped in a radiant Buddhist light. The brilliance was so dazzling that it rendered him even more divine, his visage exuding compassion and empathy. Meanwhile, Xuanti presented the seven treasures wonderful tree, its emerald branches and leaves glistening with vitality, imbued with an intense life force. With the three saints gathered, the sea transformed from calm to chaos, as colossal waves surged forth, howling towards the small island on the eastern side of Jineo Island. A thunderous roar echoed repeatedly. At this moment, within the island, Lu Feng rose to his feet, lifting and brushing off a plaque that shone brightly with the characters Yushu Palace. The brilliance was so striking that it provoked Yuan Shi Tianzun to yearn to rush over and eliminate Lu Feng without hesitation. Yet, the sword array of extermination was exhausting him, leaving him too preoccupied to address Lu Feng, who was merely left to glare in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. At that moment, Tongtian suddenly stood up and turned to Lu Feng, stating, "They have arrived." Lu Feng replied, "I know. I am already standing, aren't I?" He then dispelled the formation, revealing the three saints outside, Taishang, Jane, and Xuanti. Notably, they had each produced their respective treasures, suggesting they had been waiting for some time. Lu Feng surveyed them and spoke, "I appreciate your efforts, esteemed ones, for arriving so late. Without your assistance, there would be no Lu Feng as you see today." As he spoke, he waved the Panga banner in his hand, continuing, "This treasure rightfully belongs to each of you as well, but alas, it cannot be divided. Thus, let us agree that when your time comes, I shall use it to forge your tombs." Initially, the three saints merely narrowed their eyes, their expressions filled with displeasure. Though his words held a kernel of truth, the bluntness of his admission rendered it rather meaningless. Moreover, Lu Feng's subsequent remarks only exacerbated the situation. Jane immediately retorted, "Impudent." The other two saints wore expressions of anger as well, with Xuanti asserting, "Who is this little thief, daring to speak so brazenly and audaciously criticize the saints?" With the formation in place, the consequences could not possibly fall upon Lu Feng. Furthermore, Tongtian was present. How could he allow his disciple to suffer the backlash of karmic repercussions? That was utterly inconceivable. Undeterred, Lu Feng turned to Tongtian, remarking, "Did you see that? They are infuriated." Tongtian smiled, feeling quite pleased, as he had not fared well in the presence of these three. Little did he anticipate that his disciple would be so formidable. However, in the next breath, Lu Feng added, "Yet your composure surpasses theirs." Tongtian remained silent. Yet no one would regard him as mute. Listening to Lu Feng's words, GFA felt an increasing admiration. To speak so easily in the presence of a sage, even daring to jest, GFA realized this was his life's aspiration. Not only GFA, But Xianxia was equally astounded. A man well-versed in the classics, his mind was now consumed by two words, endlessly repeating. Formidable, truly formidable. Meanwhile, on Jinao Island, the tiger demons, separated by a barrier, observed the unfolding scene and could hear Lu Feng's words. Instantly, one of the tiger demons remarked, "It must be my senior brother. Not only is he handsome, but his words are also delightful. No wonder so many young ladies are enamored. If it were I would be captivated as well." Jin Guangxian shot him a glance, but it was evident that his senior brother had no interest in tigers, especially since you are but a male tiger. Upon hearing this, the tiger demon reacted as if his tail had been stepped on. What of being a male tiger? Are you discriminating against male tigers? Jin Guangxian cast him a nonchalant glance. In a fit of defiance, the tiger demon huffed indignantly. After a moment, he declared, "At present, I am more human than any human, yet some individuals surpass even me in this regard." As he uttered these words, his gaze was fixed on Jin Guangxian. Jin Guangxian was momentarily taken aback before responding with a swift gesture. "Who are you implying is a tiger?" Meanwhile, Xianxia observed quietly, clenching her fists in anxious anticipation. She was deeply concerned for Lu Feng, fearing for his safety. However, was there any reason for alarm? Certainly not. Outside, Tongtian released xianxia Daoran, cautioning, "If not, we shall not hold back." With a smile, Tongtian retorted, "You speak as if releasing him would earn your courtesy. Enough with the idle chatter. If a battle is desired, let it commence." His imposing aura erupted, standing fearless even before the four great sages. The three sages, however, clearly lacked the resolve to engage in battle. Their purpose for being here was simple, to take xianxia back. Fighting was out of the question. Just then, another streak of light approached, revealing Nuwa, who appeared on Jinao Island and regarded the three sages with unmistakable clarity. The prospect of conflict diminished further. The three sages exchanged glances, with Taishang suggesting, "Tongtian, let us each take a step back. You set this trap for the Fengshan Bang and the dashing whip. We shall return them to you, and in turn, you release xianxia." Taishang's demeanor was earnest, as if he spoke with sincerity. Tongtian scoffed, but remained silent. However, at that moment, Lu Feng interjected with a derisive laugh and turned his gaze toward Taishang. "That is absolutely unacceptable." Taishang narrowed his eyes. "Why not? We have already made concessions. Do not push your luck." As he spoke, the Taiji diagram above his head began to rotate, the energies of yin and yang swirling, suggesting a readiness for conflict. Yet, was Lu Feng intimidated? Not in the slightest. He understood that the Supreme was merely putting on a facade. Even if both Jane and Juni were to take action, he might not be able to retaliate. Moreover, Lu Feng cast a disdainful glance. "Do you truly believe that with such a condition, we would release him?" The Supreme coldly replied, "Do not be greedy. Otherwise, beware of leaving with nothing." Lu Feng shook his head. Then, gesturing towards xianxia, he stated, "Why should we acquiesce to your demands? Those two treasures are in his possession. If we eliminate him, the treasures will belong to us." Upon hearing this, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he found merit in Lu Feng's argument. The disciples behind him, including GFA, were equally stunned for a while, their eyes ablaze with admiration. "Senior brother is exceptionally clever," GFA exclaimed. "Uncle Master possesses wisdom that rivals the saints." "No, he surpasses the saints." Jiangshang displayed an equally excited expression. The tiger demon, however, was far more straightforward. The tiger demon remarked, "Are they foolish enough to negotiate with senior brother?" Jin Guangxian shook his head, perhaps believing he had the upper hand. "What was that term senior brother used last time?" "Mysterious confidence." "Yes, that's it." The tiger demon suddenly slapped his thigh and stood up. He had a strong feeling that senior brother could outmaneuver them. At this moment, upon hearing these words, the three saints were also momentarily stunned. Then, anger surged upon their faces, for they realized Lu Feng's reasoning held substantial weight. So if that is the case, do they possess any leverage? What should be done now? In a fit of rage, Zhuanti pointed at Jinao Island and declared, "Do you believe that today we will break the net and exterminate all the disciples of the on Jinao Island?" Upon hearing this, Lu Feng merely looked at him. "Are you certain? Why not give it a try? Can you even enter?" Then he raised his hand. With a hum, dozens of formations activated instantly, enveloping Jinao Island securely. At this moment, the tiger demon was exhilarated. He shouted, "Come on, my pets, this emperor awaits you." Chapter 129. Infuriating yet invaluable. At this moment, with Lu Feng's actions, a soft hum resonated. Instantly, dozens of formations manifested around Jinao Island, enveloping it in layers, 3 inner layers and 3 outer layers, tightly bound and impenetrable. The tiger demon within Jinao Island, witnessing this spectacle, was immediately exhilarated. Rising to its feet with its massive paws resting on the edge of the formation, striking a unique pose reminiscent of launching something. Fortunately, its large shorts alleviated any oddity. Its enormous tiger eyes gleamed with excitement as it called out to the outside world, "Human pets, hurry over. This sovereign awaits you." The voice was quite loud, carrying a considerable distance. Upon hearing this, GFA stared blankly at Jiangshang, pondering how peculiar this brother was. Jiangshang nodded in agreement. Never having anticipated such boldness, I shall henceforth refer to him as the sovereign among tigers. Turning its head, the tiger demon grinned at him. "Hey, old man. You actually know how to speak. This sovereign has decided to take you as a human pet." At this moment, Jin Guangxian smacked the tiger demon on its head with a resounding clap. "Enough of your nonsense." The tiger demon retorted angrily. "Who are you to meddle with this sovereign?" Jin Guangxian, a disciple of GFA and a newly accepted junior brother, asked if it wanted GFA to negotiate with it. Upon hearing the term senior brother, the tiger demon momentarily froze, hastily shaking its head. Forget it. He lacks the qualifications to be a human pet." Then it turned to the three from Taishang, finding them more appealing. Upon hearing that Jin Guangxian was a sage, the tiger demon grew even more elated. While people ride beasts when they venture out, this sovereign shall ride a sage. How splendid would that be? This remark caused Jin Guangxian to scoff dismissively, while Tongtian seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, his expression darkening. As for the three from Taishang, they were nearly driven to madness, glaring furiously at the tiger demon. "Impudent creature, you seek death. Bold tiger demon, I shall enlighten you." All three sages exclaimed simultaneously. At this moment, within the formation, the tiger demon felt the power of the array, having experienced its might firsthand. Even their master had been unable to breach it without resorting to the extermination sword array, and at that time, the array had not been as formidable. With the protection of the elder brother, who was afraid of whom? Sages are impressive, are they? The tiger demon puffed out its chest, feeling quite majestic. And with wide eyes, it shouted, "Is there any courage in Taishang and Yuanshi?" Taishang was infuriated, having never before been provoked to such a degree by a mere tiger demon. Upon hearing those words, Jane and Juanti exchanged glances, suppressing laughter. Wasn't this akin to placing Taishang and Yuanshi alongside a tiger demon? On the same pedestal. Haraha. A hint of amusement sparkled in their expressions. Who would have thought that at this moment, the tiger demon shot them a sideways glance. "What are you two bald donkeys laughing at? Aren't you the same?" Instantly, both were taken aback, followed by an explosion of rage. This time, it was Taishang's turn to smile. Naturally, they all harbored thoughts of vanquishing the tiger demon. Thoughts that were nearly unbearable. At this moment, Tongtian turned to Lu Feng and inquired, "Are you truly unharmed?" Lu Feng took a couple of steps back, scrutinizing Tongtian, and replied, "Doesn't it feel disingenuous for you to utter such words? Your desire to eliminate him is no less than theirs." Tongtian responded, "Indeed. You speak the truth, but let us refrain from such comments in the future." He gazed at Lu Feng, resolved to impart a valuable lesson. Therefore, he spoke earnestly, "Disciple, speaking the truth too often may lead to repercussions." "Oh," Lu Feng responded, then added, "But master, you are incredibly handsome." Tongtian replied, "That is certainly true." Before he could finish, he abruptly paused and looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng continued, "This is a benevolent lie." Tongtian muttered, "I do not wish to engage with you. After all, conversing with someone so handsome can indeed be daunting. Worry not. Your lack of good looks is not your fault." Tongtian's gaze sharpened at him, as if anticipating the next remark. Yet Lu Feng continued, "Occasionally venturing out is quite pleasant. After all, why engage in combat when one can frighten the enemy? I knew it. This rascal is incapable of uttering anything pleasant." Tongtian turned his head away. In truth, their relaxed demeanor indicated one thing. Lu Feng was entirely unconcerned about the tiger demons. This meant there was no cause for alarm, not even if the three saints joined forces. The disregard shown by Tongtian and Lu Feng only fueled the fury of Taishang and his companions. Qingtai remarked, "Elder brother, it appears that Tongtian has been deceived. Surely, he does not believe that the few feeble formations set by his disciple can truly impede us? Could anyone be so naive?" Jie chuckled, "Tongtian, my friend, this is rather unwise. Wouldn't you agree, Taishang?" Taishang snorted in disdain. How audacious it was for anyone to underestimate their might. At this moment, upon hearing their words, the tiger demon scoffed. "Oh, they think themselves quite powerful." He suppressed his voice, feigning authority, and declared, "The human pet is quite arrogant, believing it can take on 5. Enough is enough." Surprisingly, it was Taishang who spoke first, with the Tai Chi diagram hovering above his head, and he unleashed an expletive. The dual energies of yin and yang split apart, surging directly towards Jinao Island. The might of the saints was boundless, and as they charged forth, countless waves followed in their wake. As the colossal waves surged, Taishang's assault struck the protective formation surrounding Jinao Island. In an instant, there was a thunderous roar. The heavens trembled, the sun and moon dimmed. Words failed to convey the sheer magnitude of Taishang's attack, but it was evident that it was his full-force strike. Yet, upon colliding with the formation, it merely stirred ripples. Beyond that, there was nothing more. Lu Feng had meticulously arranged 49 formations. However, the 49 formations converged all their power into a single entity. In essence, this was tantamount to possessing only one formation. Yet, this singular formation was a culmination of the 49, deemed the most formidable defensive array. Thus, it was evident that with a mere strike from the Supreme, only this level of damage was inflicted. At this moment, the Supreme was rendered bewildered. Not only him, but the Tiger Demon was equally perplexed. Yet, he reacted swiftly, his mind always agile. He crouched above, fixating on the Supreme, and chuckled mockingly. "Hey, pet of the human, have you forgotten to eat? What were you doing just now?" "I felt nothing at all." "Huh, you old fool who skipped a meal." The Supreme was on the verge of fury. He unleashed another strike, powerful yet ineffective. This time, both Jane and Junti were taken aback. Junti inquired, "Elder brother, is the Supreme brother merely warming up?" Jane replied, "It would seem so, though the cost appears quite severe." Junti added, "Indeed, that tiger is insufferable. I long to eliminate him." "Brother, we must not speak thus. As practitioners, we do not take life." Jane clasped his hands together, radiating a brilliant aura of compassion. "We are here to transcend." "Excellent." Junti nodded, "Elder brother, I wish to assist in his transcendence. Then let us do so together." Chapter 130. The Arrival of Hongjun. As anticipated, subsequently, Jane and Junti made their entrance as well. Above Jane's head floated 3 sacred relics, radiating an unparalleled and resplendent Buddhist light. Under this divine illumination, Jane appeared exceptionally pure and sanctified. Abruptly, he extended a finger, and from behind him, a colossal Buddha statue emerged, bearing a compassionate expression, as if lamenting for the suffering of humanity. From his being descended an ineffable sacred radiance, exuding immense power that was beyond compare. With Jane's gesture, the immense Buddha statue mirrored his movement, extending its hand in unison. Then, with a thunderous impact, his finger pressed against the formation. Yet, it merely stirred a faint ripple. Junti, too, wielded the 7 treasures mystic tree in his grasp, suddenly tugging it forcefully. As he did so, the branches of the tree began to sway, their tender green adorned with a subtle rhythm. Upon closer inspection, one could discern peculiar fluctuations within, capable of causing the very fabric of space to tremble, thereby showcasing the formidable might of Junti's strike. However, like Jane's attack, it failed to inflict any damage upon the formation. Instead, post-attack, the Tiger Demon expressed its displeasure, exclaiming, "Hey, you two, step back. Your heads are too bright. You're blinding this Emperor's eyes." Jane. Junti. This Tiger Demon possessed a remarkable talent, which Lu Feng had dubbed the ability to unify. In simpler terms, it could bring people together. After all, anyone who became acquainted with him soon harbored the desire to eliminate him. Regardless of the magnitude of grievances, they could be set aside. Thus, a common goal emerged, uniting everyone in the process. At this moment, even the 3 supreme beings had never been so united, all thanks to the Tiger Demon's influence. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tongtian observed for a while before feeling reassured. He intended to concentrate on confronting Yuanshi Tianzuan. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan was barely holding on, relying primarily on his magical artifacts for sustenance. Not far from him lay several destroyed treasures, and GFA felt a pang of sorrow. After all, having been immersed in the atmosphere of he regarded these as belonging to his elder brother. To see them so easily destroyed by Yuanshi Tianzuan was utterly infuriating. What a detestable individual. If Lu Feng were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be pleased, patting GFA's little head and commending his understanding. Such a well-behaved disciple was hard to come by, especially one who was not only obedient, but also endearing, and above all, enlightened. Of course, he now harbored other thoughts. Slaying Yuanshi Tianzuan today seemed exceedingly unlikely. After all, Lu Feng suspected that Hongjun was watching from the sidelines, unwilling to permit such an act. However, having prepared for so long, it would be disappointing to leave empty-handed. He could not afford such a loss. At this juncture, Lu Feng signaled to Tongtian, instructing him to temper the power of the sword formation. Tongtian hesitated for a moment, but complied. Thereafter, Lu Feng turned his attention to Yuanshi Tianzuan. The primordial supreme being wore a face of fury and exclaimed, "You little thief, what nefarious thoughts are you harboring now?" "Ah, you are mistaken." Lu Feng believed that the primordial was harboring a bias against him, which was quite unfortunate. "There must be some misunderstanding between us." The primordial responded coldly. "Then will you return the Panga banner to me?" Lu Feng shook his head, asserting, "No, that is mine." How could a venerable sage seize the treasures of his own disciple? The primordial was left speechless. He then gestured towards the ruined items below. Realizing that GFA's notion was indeed correct, he ought to collect his debts. "You have destroyed so many of my artifacts, and I have yet to voice my grievances." The primordial cast a glance and was momentarily taken aback. Tongtian, unable to bear the sight any longer, covered his eyes with a smack, feeling somewhat out of place. After all, it was primordial who was being deceived. Although he lacked such talent, he could at least appreciate the unfolding drama. He then spread his fingers apart, creating a gap directed towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng turned around and remarked, "Let us conduct ourselves openly. You have already severed a man's arm. Why shy away from the bloodshed?" Tongtian replied, "I fear you may gnaw his bones to nothing." Lu Feng retorted, "That may be beyond my capability. I shall have to let Dehei handle it." He turned to the primordial and asked, "Are you familiar with Dehei, that boisterous tiger? He relishes gnawing on bones." Now, with the bones of a sage, he would be even more delighted. The primordial supreme being sighed, "At least show me some respect." Yet, it was evident that such respect was unlikely. Lu Feng then turned back to the primordial supreme being. "Now, let us discuss serious matters." He looked earnestly at the primordial and asked, "Do you consider yourself pitiable?" The primordial could not help but sneer. Having destroyed numerous treasures, having his Panga banner snatched, and suffering grave injuries, he now lingered within the sword array of extermination. "You ask if I feel pity? Are you jesting?" Clearly, Lu Feng had also pondered this question. He responded with a nonchalant, "Then you deserve it." The primordial supreme being was left speechless. Enough with the interruptions. Let us resume our discussion of serious matters. Lu Feng asserted. This time, he spoke with gravity, fixing his gaze on the primordial for 3 breaths before turning to point at the 3 figures of Taishang. "Tell me, why are they exerting themselves so fervently?" The primordial turned to look, momentarily stunned. "Why? It is simple. They have no desire to save you," Lu Feng stated with utmost seriousness. As he spoke, Tongtian had wisely severed the barrier, meaning that their conversation was now shielded from the outside world, known only to the 3 of them. Upon hearing this, the primordial was momentarily taken aback. There was an insinuation of discord in those words. He then let out a cold laugh. "What exactly are you trying to convey? Are you attempting to clarify our relationship so that I might assist you? Dream on." Lu Feng regarded him and replied, "You might be overthinking it. In other words, why do you believe you are worthy of my manipulation? Simply because of your age or your lack of breakthroughs? You are still without a treasured artifact?" As he spoke, Lu Feng raised the Panga banner in his hand. The primordial supreme being felt his composure beginning to unravel, though he had quieted down considerably. Lu Feng continued, "Thus, it is evident that clarifying one's position can alleviate many burdens. What I wish to convey is that you have been forsaken. Do not hold yourself in such high esteem. Look at the 3 of them. Do they exhibit any intent to rescue you?" Following Lu Feng's words, Yuanshi Tianzun turned his head. Indeed, he observed those 3 saints vigorously assaulting the formation. At that moment, clarity dawned upon him, and his gaze grew icy. Was it so easy to provoke the Supreme One? Surely not. He remained composed. The same could be said for Jane and Zhuan. Then why, after mere words from the tiger demon, did they lose their composure? Naturally, it was because their focus was elsewhere, sparing them from approaching him. The Zhujian sword array was formidable, with Nuwa watching keenly from the sidelines. Initially, they had contemplated exchanging the Fengshan Bang and the Dashan Whip to summon Yuanshi Tianzun. However, it was apparent that Lu Feng was unwilling. If they were to slay Yuanshi Tianzun, would the treasures not still belong to him? And then what? They found themselves devoid of alternatives. Engaging in battle was not their desire, for it posed a danger. As for trading treasures, who would willingly part with their own? Thus, after much deliberation, it became clear that they were incited by the tiger demon, leading them to angrily strike the formation as a choice. Lu Feng regarded him and remarked, "Surely, you do not believe they are here to save you?" Yuanshi Tianzun gazed back at him. Lu Feng added, "The Tao ancestor will arrive shortly. Their actions are merely for the sake of the Tao ancestor's observation." Upon hearing this, Yuanshi's eyes narrowed sharply, a hint of disbelief flickering within them. Lu Feng then turned his gaze towards Tongtian and called out, "Master, apply a bit more force." With a hum, the 4 swords of Zhujian rose. Yuanshi's expression shifted drastically. At that very moment, a powerful aura descended, accompanied by the figure clad in purple robes of Dao. Hongjun had indeed arrived. All of this had unfolded precisely as Lu Feng had anticipated. Chapter 131. Hongjun, I truly did not expect you to be so shameless. Master, apply a bit more force. At this moment, Lu Feng turned around and called out to Tongtian. Then, with a wave of his hand, Tongtian amplified the power of the Zhuxian sword array once more. Upon sensing this, the expression on Yuan Shi Tianzun's face changed dramatically, for he genuinely felt a sense of threat. Among the 4 Zhuxian swords, 2 had already been unleashed, bestowing them with considerable power as they surged toward Yuan Shi Tianzun. He was already quite fatigued from resisting their onslaught. Thus, at this moment, his face shifted and his body trembled slightly. Fear gripped him. If the full force of the Zhuxian sword array were to descend upon him, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. He sought to fend it off with all his might. Yet, at this very instant, an extraordinarily mysterious aura began to emerge around them. This aura was profoundly enigmatic and, upon its appearance, captured the attention of all present, prompting them to turn their gazes toward a specific direction. There, within their line of sight, a figure gradually materialized. Clad in purple robes, this figure exuded an inscrutable essence, standing there as if in perfect harmony with the cosmos, radiating immense strength. The identity of the newcomer became abundantly clear. Hongjun, the Dao ancestor, Hongjun. As Hongjun appeared, the countenances of all present shifted. First and foremost was Yuan Shi Tianzun, whose expression drastically altered, not due to anything else, but because everything unfolded precisely as Lu Feng had predicted, down to the minutest detail. At that moment, he gazed at Lu Feng in sheer astonishment, his heart overwhelmed. How terrifyingly astute. With the arrival of the Dao ancestor, the other 3 saints undoubtedly felt their anger dissipate, their gazes brightening as they turned to pay their respects to the Dao ancestor, master. Just as Lu Feng had mentioned, their prior actions had all been deliberate, intended to stage a grand performance before Hongjun. Otherwise, they would not have acted in such a manner. With Hongjun's emergence, it signified the conclusion of this act. Tongtian ceased the Zhuxian sword array and also bowed in respect. Master, Hongjun did not respond to the others, instead allowing his gaze to sweep over them one by one, ultimately resting upon Lu Feng. Lu Feng nodded and addressed him, Dao ancestor. Beyond that, he made no further movements. Observing Lu Feng's actions, Tongtian furrowed his brow slightly. Yuan Shi's expression shifted, while the other 3 saints exchanged peculiar glances with him, seemingly laced with disdain. It was as if they thought that showing disrespect before the Dao ancestor was tantamount to courting death. Unexpectedly, when Lu Feng spoke, Hongjun nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. At this moment, the 4 saints were momentarily taken aback, astonished by Hongjun's reaction to Lu Feng, rendering them incredulous. Lu Feng, however, felt no shock. Everything was as he had anticipated. Can the Dao ancestor act freely? Naturally, that is not the case. There are constraints imposed by the heavenly path. Given that the fated individuals are in their hands, it appears they must align themselves more closely with the will of heaven. Why did Hongjun take action? On what grounds? At this moment, Lu Feng is wholly unperturbed. After casting a sweeping glance, Hongjun's gaze once again settled upon Lu Feng. The large black dog quieted down considerably. Hongjun regarded Lu Feng for a long while before uttering, "You are quite impressive." Lu Feng smiled in response, expressing gratitude for the compliment. Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting Lu Feng to accept the praise so candidly. Throughout his encounters, those he had met had always treated him with utmost reverence, never anticipating such straightforwardness from Lu Feng. However, this did not hinder him. Hongjun turned to Tongtian, saying, "Release Yuan Shi." Surprisingly, Tongtian, who had always complied with Hongjun, did not act immediately upon the Dao ancestor's command. Instead, he turned to Lu Feng, implying that the decision rested with him. Hongjun furrowed his brow. Lu Feng stated, "Of course, he must be released. However, what shall we do about the losses we have incurred by letting him go?" Losses? Hongjun was momentarily puzzled, struggling to comprehend. Lu Feng elaborated, "Indeed, we expended considerable effort to capture him, which undoubtedly resulted in losses. Furthermore, look at the numerous treasures he has destroyed." Following Lu Feng's pointed direction, they beheld the remnants of many shattered artifacts beneath Yuan Shi, evidently once his possessions. "Are you claiming these are yours?" In an instant, Hongjun's gaze towards Lu Feng was one of astonishment. It was evident he had not anticipated Lu Feng's assertion. Yuan Shi could only curl his lip in disdain, muttering to himself that it was the first time he had encountered someone so shameless. "Are these yours?" Hongjun inquired. Indeed, while on my territory, they rightfully belong to me. Lu Feng replied. Ignoring Lu Feng's statement, Hongjun continued, hand over the investiture of the gods and the god-slaying whip and release xianxia. Lu Feng shook his head vehemently. No, that simply will not do. We have suffered substantial losses. How can we so easily let them go? At that moment, Jane interjected, Lu Feng, the Tao ancestor is negotiating with you. Do not be ungrateful. Zhuanti added, indeed, you must recognize your own position. Do you truly think you are worthy of addressing the Tao ancestor in such a manner? After their remarks, Lu Feng remained silent. It was Tongtian who spoke up, humph. Energizing the sword array of extermination, Tongtian sneered, recognize your own standing. He is my disciple, Tongtian. If anyone is to be taught a lesson, it is not for you to decide. Why not step into this sword array so we can discuss matters properly? Otherwise, keep your mouth shut. With Tongtian's declaration, Jane and Zhuanti were momentarily at a loss. They had not anticipated that Tongtian would dare to be so bold in front of the Tao ancestor. At that moment, both of them turned their gaze towards the Tao ancestor, their teacher. This was clearly a complaint. However, Hongjun merely waved his hand, signaling his understanding. Beyond this gesture, he exhibited no further response. A flicker of surprise danced in his eyes, prompted by Tongtian's actions. Previously, Tongtian would not have behaved in such a manner. Yet now, it appeared to be entirely due to this disciple. Hongjun had more or less discerned the reason. Nevertheless, what concern was it of his? He reiterated his original statement. Release xianxia and hand over the Feng Bang and the Disband to you. The one destined by heaven lies in the hands of the Jie Sect, and now, regardless of the circumstances, those two treasures must be delivered. However, as soon as Hongjun concluded his words, Lu Feng shook his head. It was still unacceptable. Perhaps it would be better to return the destined one, and they would still receive compensation. Upon hearing this, the four saints were momentarily taken aback. Then, clarity dawned upon them in an instant. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and they were nearly driven to exclaim in outrage. The destined one had now been confirmed to be a disciple of the Jie Sect. To return such a disciple to them? Given this identity, it was imperative that he wield the Feng Bang and the Disband. This was tantamount to saying that the treasures still belonged to the Jie Sect, while simultaneously sending an undercover agent to them. This agent would be treated with utmost hospitality, cared for, and kept safe, yet would also be poised to create turmoil and difficulties at any moment. Such a scheme could only be described as a masterstroke of cunning. Chapter 132, Lu Feng achieves sanctity. Upon uttering these words, Lu Feng was met with immediate rejection from the four saints. The first to object was Taishang, who exclaimed, Master, this is not feasible. Jane interjected, Master, this cannot be allowed. The destined one has already become a disciple of the Jie Sect. Even if he were to return, it would serve no purpose. Qingtue nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, even if he were to come back, his heart would no longer align with us. Xianxia shared the same sentiment. They then turned their gaze towards Hongjun, who nodded in affirmation. Given the circumstances, you shall compensate, Hongjun decreed, finalizing the outcome. With Hongjun's pronouncement, the four saints found themselves without recourse. After a series of discussions, it was determined that the four saints would take action to provide compensation. Naturally, this compensation would not be insignificant. Each saint produced a piece of innate spiritual treasure, while Xianxia alone presented two. When questioned about this, he explained that it was due to Lu Feng possessing a promissory note signed by the disciples of the Jie Sect. At the moment the note was revealed, Xianxia's countenance turned pale, especially in the presence of Hongjun. This left him with no option but to comply and pay. Following this, Hongjun departed, and Tongtian released Xianxia. As Xianxia emerged, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Niwa immediately positioned herself close by. Despite the four saints' solemn gazes, they refrained from taking action. This restraint stemmed from Hongjun's parting words, the closure is about to end. Upon hearing this, the four saints comprehended the implications. The disciples of the three teachings were about to emerge, signaling that the time for the canonization would swiftly commence. Thus, their presence became unnecessary. Once the canonization began, their priority would be to eliminate all Jie Sect disciples and secure their place on the list. After departing, the four saints conducted a rough inventory of their spoils, and a smile illuminated Tongtian's face. In total, they had acquired 5 pieces of innate spiritual treasures, 10 pieces of postnatal treasures, 13 pieces of postnatal spiritual treasures, as well as a pair of spiritual roots and herbs. It was indeed a modest windfall. Observing Tongtian's elated demeanor, Lu Feng cast a casual glance in his direction and remarked, Have a bit of discernment. Don't appear so inexperienced. It's merely a few artifacts, and they are in even of the utmost treasure. As Lu Feng spoke, he lifted the Penga banner, declaring, "See this? This is a true treasure." Tongtian, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, "This is truly infuriating." Ultimately, he decided not to engage further with Lu Feng. At that moment, Lu Feng's ears were graced with a series of notifications. "Congratulations to the host. All disciples have successfully broken through their realms in the secret realm," rewarding the host with a breakthrough in cultivation, elevating to the saint realm. "Please prepare for the breakthrough. Congratulations to the host. All Dao proficiency levels have been maxed out, transforming into the saintly Dao laws." Reward for the host. 1 key to the Pangu secret realm. Reward for the host. 1 fragment of the creation jade butterfly. Reward for the host. A chaos supreme treasure, the chaos pearl. Listening to the voice of the system, Lu Feng's gaze flickered momentarily. He then felt an exceptionally pure force beginning to flow into his body. At that moment, Tongtian turned his attention towards Lu Feng, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Lu Feng reassured him, "It's nothing. Just wait for me to break through. By the way, the disciples have returned. They should be at Bo Palace by now. You might want to check on them." With that, Lu Feng departed immediately. Tongtian paused for a moment before also leaving to see the disciples of the Jie. However, at this point, he no longer harbored any intentions of offering guidance. It had become evident to Tongtian that his disciple had already been thoroughly instructed, rendering further guidance unnecessary. In other words, he had influenced their cultivation during his teaching. Sighing softly, Tongtian made his way towards Bo Palace. Meanwhile, Lu Feng sought out a secluded spot to retrieve the Chaos Pearl. As a primordial treasure, it contained its own realm. Thus, it was an excellent choice for attempting to break through to the Saint realm. Moreover, the breakthrough was closely tied to the system, which would effectively shield him from the heavenly secrets. In the next moment, Lu Feng vanished into the Chaos Pearl. Inside, he found himself in a nascent world, where chaos reigned and the Tao was still not distinctly manifested. After taking a moment to acclimate, he declared, "System, initiate the breakthrough." Ding. The host currently possesses 1 opportunity to break through to the Saint realm. Would you like to proceed? Lu Feng nodded affirmatively. "Yes, proceed." As soon as his words fell, an exceedingly pure force surged into his body instantaneously. Boom. Almost instantly, a powerful aura erupted. Within the chaotic world of the Chaos Pearl, the atmosphere became overwhelmingly potent. The saintly might vast and formidable. The void, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, trembled in response. Had this immense breakthrough occurred in the Honghuang world, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Yet at this moment, he was ensconced within the confines of the Chaos Pearl, where few were aware of the event. Simultaneously, 11 Tao principles manifested around Lu Feng, each reaching a level of remarkable proficiency. They soon began to transform into the principles of the Saint Tao. First, the devouring principle morphed into a colossal vortex, emanating a sacred might that progressively intensified and became increasingly apparent. Ultimately, with a resonant hum, the vortex fully transformed into the principles of the Saint Tao. Next came the reincarnation principle, which evolved into the 6 paths of reincarnation. The transformation was completed in a remarkably short span. Following swiftly were the time principle, the ancient demon principle, the immortal principle, and the chaos principle. A succession of 9 Tao principles. At this moment, as Lu Feng underwent his own metamorphosis, they all transformed into the principles of the Saint Tao. Now, 11 Saint Tao principles floated before Lu Feng, and his task was to integrate these principles entirely into his being. As the call of the land breeze beckoned, the first path of absorption emerged. The principle of absorption delved into his being. Subsequently, he felt an overwhelming sense of devouring. Following this, other principles manifested, 10 in total, each one entering Lu Feng's body in succession. Once the power of the 11 principles permeated his being, he shuddered, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Gradually, a divine aura, characteristic of a sage, began to emanate from Lu Feng. Pure spiritual energy continuously flowed into him, marking the commencement of his transformation. To ascend to the realm of a sage necessitates a profound metamorphosis, not solely of the principles, but also of the body. This transformation was precisely what Lu Feng was undertaking at that moment. However, due to his exceptional innate talents, his breakthrough was remarkably swift. Before long, he reached the first tier of the sage realm. Yet, this was merely the beginning, not the conclusion. Swiftly, he advanced through the tiers, first to the first tier of sage, then to the second, and subsequently to the third tier. It was only upon nearing the pinnacle of the third tier that his cultivation stabilized. At this juncture, he sensed an immense power surging within him, an overwhelming fullness. The breakthrough had been achieved. At the very instant of Lu Feng's ascension, another scene unfolded atop Kunlun Mountain. As an aura surged forth, the entrance to the secret realm swung open. The first to emerge was Ran Deng, exuding an extraordinarily powerful presence, having reached the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Upon his emergence, Yuan Shi Tianzun's gaze flickered, swiftly transforming into a radiant smile. The second to appear was Guang Qingzi, similarly at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. The other disciples of the three teachings followed suit, each experiencing significant breakthroughs. Witnessing this, Yuan Shi's eyes gleamed ever brighter. What could possibly hinder their success in this divine endeavor? However, he had not anticipated that a similar spectacle was unfolding within Baiyu Palace. Observing the influx of disciples, Tongtian was somewhat bewildered. Duo Bao had reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, even showing signs of impending ascension to sagehood. Yun Xiao, slightly weaker than Duo Bao, stood at the same pinnacle. Qiu Xian had also attained the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Tongtian, upon witnessing this, was left astounded. Had they all made such remarkable progress in his absence? Yet, the most astonishing revelation was yet to come. With the emergence of a potent aura, Lu Feng's figure materialized within Baiyu Palace. Upon sensing Lu Feng's presence, Tongtian's eyes widened in shock. You have become a sage? The Jie Sect had unexpectedly gained another sage. Chapter 133. The initiation of the canonization, a shift in the primal chaos 3 days later, atop Kunlun Mountain. The three sects had meticulously arranged their formations in preparation for the forthcoming canonization. They were poised to embark on their expedition to vanquish the Jie Sect. At this moment, they had convened prior to their departure. The Tao platform was magnificently constructed, with the four saints positioned at the pinnacle, surveying the scene below. Their gazes swept over the disciples of their respective sects, and they nodded in satisfaction. The disciples of the Chan sect, boasting the highest cultivation levels, were particularly notable, especially in the sacred grounds of Kunlun Mountain, where the Chan sect would play a pivotal role in the canonization. Consequently, the primordial lord sat at the foremost position, embodying the center of attention. As he surveyed the assembly, he slowly rose and stepped to the forefront of the Tao platform. Upon the appearance of the primordial lord, the disciples below were filled with fervor. After all, he was a saint, second only to the Tao ancestor Hongjun in strength within this vast primal world. Previously, they had only heard tales of the saint's formidable power, but now, having entered the Tao ancestor's secret realm to enhance their cultivation and encountered a higher plane of existence, they had gained a profound understanding of the saint's might. Thus, witnessing the saint once more elevated their spirits even further. At this moment, the primordial lord scanned the multitude before him and nodded in satisfaction. The disciples of the three sects had made commendable progress, particularly the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, each having attained the quasi-saint realm. The other third-generation disciples also exhibited impressive cultivation levels, with many having reached the great Luo realm. The Chan sect had undergone a remarkable transformation, significantly bolstering its strength. Consequently, the primordial lord harbored immense confidence in the canonization, viewing it as an opportunity to turn the tide and utterly annihilate the Jie sect. Under the will of heaven, even if Tongtian sought to intervene, it would not be an easy task. After surveying the assembly, the primordial lord addressed the gathered disciples in a measured tone. The canonization calamity is yet another tribulation following the initial calamities of the Longhan and the Wu Yao. The severity of the previous tribulations led to the obliteration of the once mighty dragon and phoenix clans, as well as the Wu and Yao tribes, all of whom vanished into the annals of history. Now, we face the third tribulation, the canonization calamity. To bring this to an end, our sects must pursue a singular course of action. His gaze swept over the disciples once more, and he continued, we must annihilate the Jie sect. All disciples of the Jie sect must be vanquished and listed. Only then can this calamity be resolved. In reality, the situation was not as dire as the primordial lord suggested. Merely gathering 365 righteous deities would suffice. However, his proclamation was tinged with personal vendetta. The battles with the Jie sect had inflicted significant losses upon him, and thus, he could not easily let them escape. In his view, it was insufficient to merely assemble these 365 individuals. The total destruction of the Jie sect was imperative. Only then could he alleviate the resentment that weighed upon his heart. As Tongtian's words reverberated, the disciples of the three sects were stirred with excitement. The annihilation of the Jie sect, in their view, seemed remarkably effortless after traversing the secret realm bestowed by the Tao ancestor. This sentiment resonated with the disciples of the Chan Jiao, who had previously engaged in battle with the Jie disciples and faced defeat. However, this time, victory was imperative. They had cultivated within the Dao ancestors' secret realm for an extended period, significantly enhancing their prowess. Surely, the elevation granted by the Dao ancestor could not be outmatched by that of Jie Jiao's elder brother. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. At this moment, each individual brimmed with indomitable spirit, particularly the Taoist Ran Deng. The swelling on his forehead had vanished, restoring his original appearance, yet the animosity towards Jie Jiao remained unabated. All other Chan Jiao disciples harbored the desire to redeem their honor. Witnessing the fervor of his disciples, Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded in approval and declared, "In that case, let us commence. Propel the Jie Jiao disciples to the forefront and obliterate Jie Jiao." The disciples of the three teachings roared in unison. Shortly thereafter, countless luminous streaks departed from Kunlun Mountain, heading towards Jinao Island. Meanwhile, at the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun returned, his gaze descending upon the impending battle of the Fengshan. A frown adorned his brow as he reflected on recent events. He had come to a tentative conclusion. Indeed, an extraordinary figure lurked behind Jie Jiao. Otherwise, how could the incessant emergence of enigmatic strategies and the formations atop Jinao Island manifest? Hongjun sensed that the array had been crafted with at least Dao-level expertise. Such formations were beyond even his capabilities to deploy, attesting to the strength of this mysterious individual. Hongjun's brow furrowed deeper. Who could it be? Despite his prolonged investigation, he had yet to uncover any leads. Nonetheless, this forthcoming conflict presented an opportunity. With renewed focus, he turned his attention back to the battle. In Wuzhuangguan, Zhen Yuanzi concluded his cultivation. His current level had ascended to the pinnacle of quasi-saintship, a mere step away from the realm of saints. Yet, that step loomed like an insurmountable chasm, exceedingly difficult to cross. A profound divide existed between saints and quasi-saints. Without breaching it, one would remain perpetually a quasi-saint. Upon concluding his meditation, Zhen Yuanzi performed a rough calculation of the primordial lands and was suddenly struck with astonishment. Was the Fengshan about to commence? The arrival of the Chan Jiao Golden Immortals at Jinao Island? The news left him utterly flabbergasted. A monumental war was poised to unfold. Elsewhere, Huda halted her steps, for she had observed the luminous streaks traversing the sky. They belonged to the immortals of the Chan Jiao, heading towards Jinao Island, the territory of Jie Jiao. What was their purpose? Had the Fengshan War already begun? Suddenly, Huda froze, for what she beheld was not solely the Chan Jiao, but also the presence of the Western Church. She has only just emerged from the underworld today, for departing from that realm is far from a simple endeavor. Even so, she is merely an incarnation, not her true self. Yet upon her emergence, she encountered such circumstances. This left Hutu in a state of hesitation, pondering whether to venture to the place of Jie Jiao. Should she choose to go, there is no assurance that threats will not await her. What should she do? Furrowing her brow, she ultimately made a resolute decision. She would go. After all, that place harbors a sliver of destiny that belongs to her. Whether she can break through and progress further depends upon Jie Jiao. In the Lingxiao Palace, Hao Hian gazed downwards, murmuring, "The war of the gods is finally about to commence. Who shall emerge victorious?" Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Those disciples of your sect are all my subjects and shall heed my commands. I am the revered Hao Hian, the supreme deity." His laughter echoed with exuberance. For after the deification, those who ascend to the ranks of deities will serve in the heavenly court, all under his dominion. Hao Hian was undeniably stirred by this prospect. Deification. His eyes gleamed as he kept a keen watch on the happenings in the mortal realm. Chapter 134. With my presence, you may rest assured on Jinao Island. Tongtian stared blankly at Lu Feng, momentarily lost in thought. Have you truly become a sage? Tongtian found it hard to believe. It felt like a dream. In such a brief interval, his disciple, who had just been a quasi-saint, had suddenly transformed into a sage. Was this a jest? How could it be so effortless? At that moment, as Tongtian spoke, the other disciples of the Jie Sect were made aware of this news. Instantly, their faces lit up with joy, and they began to congratulate him. Congratulations, senior brother, on your breakthrough to sagehood. You are simply remarkable to have achieved this so swiftly. With 2 sages in our Jie Sect, we are invincible. Truly splendid. Senior brother, you are unparalleled. Despite the flattery from his fellow disciples, Lu Feng remained rather unperturbed. He merely waved his hand and replied, "It's a trivial matter, merely a small feat." His demeanor was indeed serene and unconcerned. However, Tongtian could not help but curl his lip in skepticism. "Go ahead and pretend." Lu Feng turned to him, saying, "Ah, you are just envious." He scanned the surroundings before finally settling his gaze back on Tongtian. Now, in this vast sect, there remains but one person who has yet to achieve a breakthrough. Master, Do you know who that is? Upon hearing this, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. His eyes narrowed, seemingly filled with a hint of menace. Lu Feng smiled at him, choosing not to respond, and the other disciples erupted in laughter, creating a joyous atmosphere. Lu Feng sighed. How embarrassing. At your age, you still cannot break through. Truly, you are getting old. Tongtian nearly choked on his indignation. How could this be the same? Their breakthroughs are of a different realm. I am at the first stage of sagehood, and the disparity is as vast as the heavens. How could they be compared? Seemingly sensing Tongtian's thoughts, Lu Feng released his aura. Upon sensing it, Tongtian was rendered speechless. This, third stage? How is this possible? He gazed at Lu Feng in utter astonishment. Lu Feng cast him a nonchalant glance and remarked, if one cannot keep pace, they must not blame the road for being uneven. Oh, by the way, Lu Feng continued, aren't you supposed to assess the disciples' cultivation levels? Come now. He gestured towards the disciples nearby, addressing Tongtian. Tongtian was somewhat at a loss for words. Assess? What was there to assess? It was already abundantly clear that all the disciples had experienced a significant enhancement in their strength. Evidently, his presence was no longer required. This realization left Tongtian feeling rather exasperated, as he found himself utterly unnecessary. During his absence, every disciple's power had surged. Well, now within the Jie Sect. Apart from those who had long departed, it seemed, the only one who had not improved was none other than himself, the master. This somewhat caused him a bit of discomfort. Lu Feng did not dwell on such matters for long. He remarked, I estimate that the people from the Chan school will arrive shortly. Have you thought about what to do? Tongtian replied. Since the teacher has stated that 365 righteous deities must be listed, it is undoubtedly as my teacher has said. Lu Feng cast a casual glance at Tongtian. Relying on your master's words is less reliable than depending on mine. Upon hearing this, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback and then looked at Lu Feng with a hint of confusion. Was this meant to be a self-praise? That shouldn't be the case. Logically, he was not the type of disciple who would boast about himself. Indeed, Tongtian asked, are you complimenting me? Lu Feng shook his head and said, not at all. I am merely contemplating and searching for someone. Tongtian. He had anticipated that Lu Feng would not utter any flattering words. His earlier thoughts were indeed too naive to have believed Lu Feng would praise him. It seems that this was the reality. However, one thing was true. Hong Jun was unreliable. Tongtian furrowed his brow. The most pressing matter at hand was still strength. Yet, achieving a breakthrough as a sage was not a simple task. At the very least, Tongtian currently had no effective methods. If given several thousand years to cultivate, he would indeed be capable of breaking through. But at present, it appeared somewhat challenging. Lu Feng also perceived this and glanced at Tongtian, saying, all right, I understand your limitations. It's not easy to make a breakthrough, so don't lose heart. Lu Feng reassured Tongtian, stating that among sages, he was already quite formidable. At the very least, there were 4 others who were even less capable, so he was not at the bottom. Tongtian, it would be better if you refrained from speaking. Perhaps I would feel a bit better without your so-called comfort. Lu Feng replied, that won't do. If you feel better, how can I be happy? He looked at Tongtian with a puzzled expression. Don't you know that my joy is built upon your suffering? Tongtian took a deep breath, striving to suppress the urge to eliminate Lu Feng. Lu Feng had once mentioned that the tiger demon could always strike a chord in others' hearts with just a few words, stirring their emotions. Consequently, every individual who had been provoked by him would harbor dreams of wanting to eliminate him. However, the lineage of the tiger demon was acquired from Lu Feng. Thus, at this moment, Tongtian was once again profoundly stirred by Lu Feng's words. Nevertheless, as a master who had cared for his disciple for many years, he could always manage to endure. There was no other choice. At this juncture, Lu Feng produced 2 keys and handed them to Tongtian. Here, this is for you. What is this? Upon receiving the 2 keys, Tongtian was momentarily stunned. This is a secret realm. The keys he offered to Tongtian were, of course, the keys to the Panga's secret realm. Such items were of little use to him, as the place contained the inheritance of Pangu. Regarding Tongtian, who is associated with Pangu, his role is indeed more significant. As for Lu Feng, it merely serves to enhance his spiritual power. Thus, it would be more prudent to entrust it directly to Tongtian. Primarily, given Lu Feng's disposition, he is rather disinclined to take action himself. Well, in fact, Lu Feng had just inquired of the system about this secret realm. It is permissible for him not to participate. Tongtian may enter and comprehend the Tao, and the benefits will be directly bestowed upon him by the system. Upon realizing this, Lu Feng dismissed the notion of venturing there himself. The secret realm entails considerable toil. Since the benefits are inevitable, it is wiser to let his master enter. Why should he engage in such labor himself? He patted Tongtian on the shoulder and encouraged him, do your best. Tongtian felt somewhat awkward upon hearing these words. Yet he could not quite discern the source of his discomfort. He had an inkling that Feng would not be so altruistic. Nevertheless, Feng continued. This artifact contains the legacy left by Pangu. Instantly, Tongtian's interest was piqued. Undoubtedly, this represents a remarkable opportunity to enhance his strength. If it had been absent, it would have been one thing, but now that it is present, it must be seized. Consequently, Tongtian accepted the 2 keys. At that very moment, outside Jie Island, countless streams of light converged. The golden immortals of the Jie Sect arrived in unison, all exuding formidable auras. Standing before Jie Island, they declared loudly, "Sages of the Jie Sect, are you not coming out to meet your demise?" Tongtian's gaze turned icy, and his aura shifted slightly. Yet, Feng patted his shoulder once more, reassuring him, "Do not worry, I am here. Go forth with confidence." Tongtian nodded and turned to leave. After taking just a couple of steps, he heard Feng's voice again. "Travel well, and return alive." Chapter 135, Digging 3 feet deep, not a blade of grass grows. Outside Jie Island, the twilight shimmered with ethereal hues, and mist rose languidly into the air. Countless radiant lights converged here, where disciples of the Jie Sect, as well as a few from the Western Sect and the Human Sect, had gathered. Presently, the 4 saints observed from a distance, refraining from direct involvement, as the disciples engaged in combat, rendering the saints' presence unnecessary. At the forefront stood the burning lamp Taoist of the Jie Sect, flanked by over 100 celestial beings from the 3 teachings, all gazing intently at Jie Island. Under the guidance of the burning lamp Taoist, the first to step forward was the Tai Taoist, who boldly advanced and proclaimed with a commanding voice, "To the disciples of the cut-off sect, we, the celestial beings of the 3 teachings, have arrived. Why do you not emerge to meet your demise?" Coldness flickered in his eyes as he continued. "The calamity of the Tongtian has arrived, and the disciples of the cut-off sect are now on the list, as it is in accordance with the heavenly mandate. We, the disciples of the 3 teachings, have gathered to honor the will of heaven and uphold the Tao." His words rang with solemnity, as was characteristic of the Jie Sect, who often spoke in grandiose terms, seeking to assert moral superiority. It was as if standing upon that platform imbued him with an upright posture. Meanwhile, within Jie Island, the words of the Jie Sect disciples reached the ears of the cut-off sect disciples, who turned their attention to Feng, awaiting his command. Feng surveyed the group and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" The tiger demon was the first to respond, wagging his tail, "Let us take them down. How dare they provoke us outside the cut-off sect? I've long found them irksome." "Indeed," echoed the snake demon, "Awu, Lord Dragon is determined to vanquish them." The other cut-off sect disciples shared similar sentiments, their spirits soaring with fervor. Feng considered their enthusiasm and replied, "We shall indeed engage in battle, but there is no need for all of us to participate." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "I will provide you with protective measures to conceal your presence, along with a teleportation array." He pointed to 4 individuals, the recent demolition team, saying, "By now, the new Yushu Palace should be completed." Upon hearing this, the 4 individuals' eyes sparkled with excitement. The tiger demon exclaimed, "Our senior brother truly understands us. He knows that this is what I enjoy most." The other 3 nodded in agreement. Feng waved his hand dismissively. "All right, that's enough chatter. You forego, but there is one condition." He looked at them intently, enunciating clearly, "Dig 3 feet deep, and not a blade of grass shall grow." "Understood," they all affirmed. Thereafter, Feng set about arranging various elements, primarily 2 formations. With his strength having ascended to the saint realm, the deployment of formations had become increasingly effortless. Moreover, as the principles had undergone transformation into the sacred Tao laws, their potency was naturally amplified. Firstly, regarding the concealment of heavenly secrets, it has reached an unparalleled level of mastery. At the very least, the 4 saints of primordial beginning would find it exceedingly difficult to uncover. Furthermore, the teleportation array, derived from the sacred path of space, enables the 4 to return to the swiftly. This is equivalent to being fully prepared. After Feng entrusted these matters to them, the 4 quietly departed. Subsequently, they prepared to confront the disciples of the 3 teachings outside Jie Island. The first to step forward was the Qiushuo immortal, who softly declared, "Master brother, allow me to make the first move. The disciples of the Chan school are far too arrogant. If we let them continue their hubris, would that not bring disgrace to our?" Anger flickered in Qiushuo immortal's eyes. However, Feng waved his hand, saying, "There is no rush." His gaze then shifted, ultimately resting upon Neza. "Neza, You shall take the lead in this first battle." A spark of determination ignited in Neza's eyes as he turned and stepped forward. Lu Feng's decision to allow Neza to engage was not without consideration. There existed a long-standing enmity between Neza and the Tai Daoist. Resolving this conflict sooner rather than later would be beneficial. Harboring it for too long could give rise to inner demons. Moreover, the prospect of a former disciple of the Chan school battling a current disciple of the second generation was highly intriguing. Should Neza succeed in defeating the Tai Daoist, the outcome would indeed be entertaining. With this thought, Lu Feng gazed outward. At this moment, Neza had already exited, reaching the edge of the formation. With a gentle touch, the array rippled in response, and Neza stepped through to the outside. Upon seeing Neza, numerous disciples of the Chan school erupted in fury. "Traitor! Neza, you treacherous wretch! How dare you conspire with outsiders to dismantle our Chan school's sanctum? A traitor like you deserves nothing but a miserable end." In mere moments, many disciples were consumed with rage, all of whom were disciples of the Chan school, with several having witnessed the events of the past. Their hatred for Neza was profound. Yet, Neza remained unfazed. This was his choice, and he held a deep affection for the. He cherished it dearly, finding warmth within its embrace, unlike the cold, almost heartless atmosphere of the Chan school. Today he fought for. On the other side, upon witnessing Neza's emergence, the expressions of the disciples from the Western Church and the human church were markedly different, lacking the intense fury exhibited by the Chan disciples. At this moment, the Tai Daoist turned to the Randing Daoist and respectfully said, "Brother, that rebellious disciple of mine has now appeared. Allow me to rectify this situation." "Very well." Randing Daoist nodded in agreement, entrusting the matter to Tai Daoist. Having emerged from the secret realm, Tai Daoist had significantly enhanced his own cultivation and was now at the early stages of quasi-sainthood. Dealing with a former third-generation disciple would be exceedingly simple. Thus, there was no concern that Tai Daoist would be unable to handle the task at hand. Beside them, the Jade Ding Daoist turned to the Tai Daoist and remarked, "In our first battle, let us secure a splendid victory to temper the arrogance of the Jiejiao." The Tai Daoist nodded in agreement. "It is merely a matter of dealing with a rebellious disciple. Quite simple indeed." With that, the Tai Daoist stepped forward. In stark contrast to the location of the Chan Jiao, within the confines of Golden Ao Island, discussions erupted upon the appearance of the Tai Daoist. The Tiger Demon was the first to voice his thoughts, asking, "How many moves do you think Neza will require to secure victory?" This question ignited a fervent debate among the Jiejiao disciples. Jing Guangxian paused momentarily before responding, "5 moves?" The Snake Demon shook her head, asserting, "I believe it will take just 4. Xiao Xian interjected, 3 moves. Neza's prowess is indeed commendable." Zhao Gongming proclaimed, 2 moves. Neza is incredibly strong. Within the secret realm, Neza's talent and diligence were evident to all. Although he initially lagged far behind his peers in cultivation, he had now managed to break through to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Within the Jiejiao, he could be considered a formidable expert, capable of handling the Tai Daoist without much difficulty. However, these were merely their conjectures. With no consensus reached, their gazes ultimately turned to Lu Feng, with the Tiger Demon inquiring, "Senior brother, how many moves do you think Neza will need to win?" Lu Feng smiled and raised a single finger. 1 move? The crowd was taken aback. Had Neza reached such an extraordinary level? They were filled with astonishment. Chapter 136. 2 moves. 2 individuals on the list. At this moment, in the arena, the Taoist Tai slowly emerged, positioning himself opposite Neza. A breeze swept through, and the two stood in stark contrast. Neza's expression was rather subdued, while Tai's face bore signs of anger and disdain. He declared, "Taking you as my disciple was the gravest mistake of my life. Today, I have finally grasped a profound truth. A wretched seed cannot be nurtured to greatness." In his hand, Tai conjured a pristine whisk. With this proclamation, there was no need for further words. "Let your blood, Neza, ignite the first battle of this divine contest." In response, Neza remained unfazed. He extended his hand, and flames erupted in a dazzling display. The terrifying flames surged forth, transforming into 2 fiery dragons that soared across the sky, their roars echoing through the heavens. In the next moment, the 2 dragons swooped down, and Neza grasped them firmly. Together, they morphed into a weapon in his hands, the fire-tipped spear. Simultaneously, he ascended into the air, and beneath him appeared 2 flaming wheels, the wind and fire wheels. In an instant, multiple treasures manifested around Neza. With a swift motion, he aimed the spear's tip at the Taoist Tai. "I have longed for this battle. Let us conclude it." The words carried a hint of indifference, intertwined with a murderous intent. Tai's gaze turned frosty, and he coldly retorted, "Wretched disciple, today I shall bring your tale to a close." With that, wielding his whisk, he unleashed his full power. This was the inaugural battle, and he intended to win resoundingly. Even when confronting a former disciple, he would not hold back. There is a saying, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Tai understood this well. He would not underestimate Neza merely because of their past connection. As he wielded the whisk, his aura surged forth. Instantly, with his movement, a distant crane's cry resonated. Then, from his whisk, a colossal celestial crane materialized, its form immense and its gaze filled with lethal intent. Upon its appearance, it surged directly toward Neza. Witnessing this attack from the Taoist Tai, the disciples of the Changjiao marveled. Tai, their senior brother, had unleashed his full force right from the outset. It seemed he intended to annihilate his opponent swiftly. Indeed, in the face of such a traitor, he ought to strike decisively, denying him any chance to resist. A traitor must perish. To live is to bring disgrace to our Changjiao. The Changjiao disciples voiced their contempt. Meanwhile, from the Jiejiao side, one remarked, "Unexpectedly, this young man possesses some skills." The tiger demon expressed surprise. His power is considerable," commented the dragon-headed immortal. "It's passable." Zhao Gongming nodded in agreement. Confronted with the Taoist Tai's fierce assault, Neza suddenly lifted his head. With renewed strength, he tightened his grip, and in an instant, flames surged forth once more. Although he wielded a fiery spear from a distance, it appeared as though he grasped a dragon of flames. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. Suddenly, Neza surged forward, his wind-fire wheels continuously exhaling flames. The intense heat scorched everything in its vicinity, producing a sizzling sound. Empowered by the wind-fire wheels, Neza's speed was astonishing. Then, with a fierce roar, the fire dragon in his hand seemed ready to soar. He struck out with tremendous force, and a colossal fire dragon ascended into the sky. In that moment, both Neza and the dragon transformed into a single entity of fire. Finally, with a resounding crash, the celestial crane was seized by the fire dragon, shattering instantly. Flames erupted, incinerating all in their path. The celestial crane and the Tai Chi Taoist were no more. When the flames receded, only a charred whisk remained of the long sword. In that instant, all were left in stunned silence. Within the island, was this truly achieved in a single move? Neza's power was undeniably formidable. Though it appeared as but one strike, it was a brutal annihilation. Indeed, he brought no disgrace to our sect. Haraha. Naturally, within the Jiejiao, joy abounded. After all, in the first battle of the investiture of the gods, to vanquish an opponent in a single move was a significant blow to the Changjiao. Meanwhile, on the Changjiao side, an eerie silence prevailed, an unimaginable quietude. None could have anticipated that one of the 12 golden immortals of Changjiao, the illustrious Tai Chi Taoist, would be slain in his inaugural battle without even a chance to react. The irony lay in the fact that his slayer was none other than his own disciple. The crowd gaped in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. It was utterly inconceivable, akin to a dream. No, it was impossible. This could not be. The voice that broke the silence belonged to the Yu Ding Taoist, another of the 12 golden immortals of Changjiao, who stood frozen in shock. His gaze filled with terror. He found it hard to accept that the Tai Chi Taoist had perished, and even more so, that it was Neza who had done the deed. Flames continued to spread across the battlefield, gradually dissipating, as the fiery spear returned to Neza's grasp, its ringing sound expressing joy. The charred whisk fell into the sea. Neza observed this scene quietly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Tai Chi had been slain by his own hand. Once the flames had fully receded, a nearly transparent spirit emerged, resembling the form of the Tai Chi Taoist. It was the true essence of the Tai Chi Taoist. Now that the investiture of the gods was underway, the true essence needed to ascend the rankings. At that moment, a resounding clang echoed, and Xianxia appeared. One hand holding the investiture of the gods list, and the other wielding the god-slaying whip. Upon his arrival, he directed his gaze toward the true essence of the Tai Chi Taoist, admonishing, "Why do you not ascend the ranks?" The true essence of the Tai Chi Taoist attempted to resist. But in the next instant, the god-slaying whip struck it directly. In an instant, the true essence dimmed and then wilted away. Subsequently, the radiant glow of the investiture of the gods enveloped the Tai Chi Taoist, drawing him within. This scene left numerous disciples of the Chan sect with eyes wide in disbelief. Utterly helpless. Behind them, the four saints, including Yuan Shi, witnessed this event with grim expressions, particularly Yuan Shi Tianzun, whose countenance darkened considerably. At this moment, Jie remarked, "Isn't this Neza supposed to be a disciple of the third generation of the Chan sect?" Yuan Shi Tianzun remained silent. while Zhuan responded, indeed. He is the disciple of the deceased Taiji Taoist. This revelation left Jie momentarily stunned. Before he continued, the quality of Chan sect disciples seems rather lacking. Enraged, Yuan Shi Tianzun retorted, perhaps it would be better for your Western sect to present the next candidate and see if you can measure up. Upon hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's words, Jie smiled faintly and declared, very well, let the next contestant be from my Western sect. Following this, Jie issued a command, and the Western sect promptly received the sage's directive. Soon, a figure emerged, Buddha Yaoshi, who held a significant position within the Western sect and possessed formidable strength, earning him great respect among his peers. In this context, his intervention was a testament to the trust the Western sect placed in him. At this moment, after securing the true spirit of the Taiji Taoist, Xianxia retreated to the sidelines with the investiture of the gods and the god-slaying whip in hand. Neza tightened his grip on the fire spear, awaiting the arrival of the next opponent. After a brief pause, Buddha Yaoshi made his entrance, radiating an overwhelming aura of Buddhist light. His cultivation having reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint, impressively powerful and even more formidable than the already listed Taiji Taoist. Upon his arrival, he wasted no time, unleashing a brilliant blast of Buddhist light, with a shimmering relic appearing above his head. He directed this radiant force toward Neza. The powerful Buddhist light illuminated all directions. However, Neza is swiftly countered, summoning a roaring fire dragon that shook the very heavens. This mighty fire dragon once again consumed the newcomer. Another life extinguished. Chapter 137. The arrival of the red essence at this moment. Within the confines of Golden Ao Island, Tongtian had acquired the key from Feng, which originated from the Panga's secret realm. Upon activation, a formidable spatial principle manifested, instantly revealing a mystical portal. The aura emanating from this portal was profound and enigmatic. Without hesitation, Tongtian stepped into it, finding himself transported to an exceedingly mysterious space, hidden within the chaos and nearly impossible to locate. Without the key, one would be utterly unable to discover this place. Even if one were to stumble upon it, the area was enveloped by terrifying principles. Amidst the Tao ancestors, chains of principles entwined the surroundings. Tongtian sensed that any attempt to forcibly unlock it would unleash a heart-pounding force, potent enough to rebound upon the intruder. In simpler terms, entry was impossible without the key. At this moment, Tongtian produced 2 keys. As he did so, he observed that at the center of the principle was a lock of principles. The instant the keys appeared in his hands, they descended upon the lock. With a resounding click, the lock was released, and the gateway to the secret realm swung open. Tongtian felt a familiar energy, one that resonated with his very essence. Upon realizing this, his expression shifted dramatically. This clearly indicated that the secret realm indeed held the Panga legacy. Filled with exhilaration, Tongtian stepped inside. In a flash of white light, he was engulfed and vanished from sight. No one could have anticipated that after Neza took to the battlefield, he would swiftly propel 2 individuals onto the ranking list. This unforeseen event took everyone by surprise. Even the individual from the Western sect was swiftly dispatched by Neza without hesitation. Despite the fact that the medicine master Buddha possessed both higher cultivation and strength than the Taiji Taoist, he too was effortlessly vanquished by Neza. This spectacle left many in utter astonishment. Xianxia advanced alone, wielding the god-slaying whip to strike the Tongtian bang. The true spirit of the medicine master Buddha was drawn forth, revealing a look of bewilderment even in its ethereal form. Everything transpired too swiftly for him to comprehend, leaving him momentarily dazed. Despite the shock before him, he had fallen to Neza's blade. Now, his true spirit, guided by Xianxia, had entered the Tongtian bang, reuniting with the Taiji Taoist. In just a brief moment, 2 individuals had ascended the ranks within the Tongtian bang, a rapid occurrence indeed. This scene did not escape the notice of the saints, leading to a subtle shift in the atmosphere among the 4. In particular, the expression of Yuan Shi Tianzun bore an inexplicable hint of a smile as he glanced at Jane and Zhuan, tinged with mockery. Such was the strength of the disciples of the Western sect. Indeed formidable, the words of the primordial supreme being naturally reached the ears of the 2 saints of the West. Their expressions, however, revealed a hint of embarrassment. For they had just boasted with great bravado, and now, they found themselves swiftly contradicted. Even with their thick skins, both the saint of enlightenment and the saint of guidance could hardly bear the sting of such a swift rebuke. Consequently, after the primordial supreme being's mocking words, they refrained from retorting. Of course, the primordial supreme being chose not to prolong the jest, recognizing the importance of discretion, especially as they were still allies. What shall we do next? inquired the Saint of Guidance. The primordial supreme being fell into silence for 3 breaths before responding. Let me expound the teachings. This time, let those of higher realms take the lead. The 2 saints of the West nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the lamplighting Taoist received directives from the primordial supreme being. In the next moment, he turned to his companion, the Red Essence Child, and declared, "Junior brother, it is your turn." "Understood," replied the Red Essence Child with a nod. Stepping forward, his cultivation had already reached the late stage of the quasi-saint realm, and he was on the cusp of a breakthrough to the great perfection of the quasi-saint level. As the Red Essence Child emerged on Golden Ao Island, Feng cast a glance, his gaze ultimately settling upon the dragon-headed immortal. "Go forth, he is yours," instructed Feng. "Yes, brother," responded the dragon-headed immortal, promptly turning to depart. Upon breaching the formation surrounding Golden Ao Island, he stepped outside and approached Neza, gently patting him on the shoulder. With a faint smile, he remarked, "You have done exceedingly well, but this time, allow me to take over." Neza, taken aback for a moment, nodded in agreement and subsequently stepped back. As he departed, he encouraged the dragon-headed immortal, saying, "Brother, do your best." The dragon-headed immortal smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, they are but mere trifles, hardly worth mentioning." With Neza gone, the dragon-headed immortal took his place, standing with hands clasped behind his back, observing the approaching Red Essence Child from the direction of the Chan teaching. The dragon-headed immortal appraised him and shook his head. "You are not sufficient. Send someone stronger." Upon hearing this, the Red Essence Child's expression darkened, and he retorted angrily, "You disciples of the Chan teaching, aside from your empty boasts, what else can you do? I have come here today to annihilate all of you and send you to your doom." The dragon-headed immortal narrowed his eyes, his hands still behind his back. He then glanced at the Chan teaching immortals and coolly stated, "I give you one last chance. Withdraw, or..." He surveyed the assembled Chan disciples. "You may all come at once." Arrogance. The dragon-headed immortal's words ignited fury among the Chan disciples behind him. Infuriated, they exclaimed, "Madman, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? A mere thief from the Chan teaching dares to provoke us, courting death. Brother Red Essence, send him to his demise, and let these wet spawn-like disciples of the Chan teaching witness our might." Numerous disciples of the Chan teaching began to voice their indignation, their fury compelling them to wish for nothing less than to rend the Qiushou immortal into countless fragments. Qi Jingzi, turning back, spoke with fervor, "Brothers, do not fret. I shall assuredly slay this wretch and consign him to the list of the vanquished." With those words, a powerful aura surged forth from him, unmistakably revealing his cultivation at the late stage of quasi-saint. He then stepped forward, his voice resonating with authority. "You, the spawn of the Jie Sect. Today I shall make it abundantly clear that not everyone can brazenly challenge us in the presence of the Chan teaching. To dare to boast before the disciples of our sect incurs a price, and that price shall be the divine list of the vanquished." He laughed heartily. "Surely, you never anticipated this. You shall be the first from the Jie Sect to adorn that list." Chapter 138. 4 disciples of the teaching fall. "Those who insult their senior brothers shall perish." With these words, he vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared behind the immortal with the dragon head, launching a fierce punch imbued with the essence of the Tao. The force was terrifyingly potent. As he swung, a sonic boom resonated, causing the surrounding space to tremble as if on the verge of explosion. This demonstrated the immense power of Qi Jingzi's strike. As the blow was about to land on the immortal with the dragon head, many disciples of the teaching grinned maliciously, anticipating the imminent spectacle of the immortal's dismemberment. However, regretfully, you are still too weak. The calm voice of the immortal with the dragon head echoed. Just as Qi Jingzi's fist was about to make contact, the immortal's figure vanished, reappearing directly in front of him. With a single punch, he struck Qi Jingzi squarely. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Qi Jingzi was sent flying. The next moment, a primordial spiritual treasure sword materialized in the immortal's hand. With a swift motion, he hurled it forward. The sword flew with incredible speed, piercing through Qi Jingzi's skull and continuing its trajectory until it pinned him against the reluctant island. A soft sound echoed as the blade embedded itself into the rock, blood splattering forth. Thus, Qi Jingzi met his demise, his true spirit being drawn out by Jiangshang and entering the list of deities. It was that effortless to slay another. This exemplified the might of the immortal with the dragon head. With emotion, he approached Qi Jingzi's lifeless body, withdrew the sword, and with a tremor, reduced both the sword and the corpse to ashes. The immortal wiped the blood from the blade and, with a mirthful expression, remarked, "I have long suggested that you send someone stronger, otherwise, they might as well all come at once." There is no need for these small fry to meet their end. You see, the weak perish upon arrival. He spoke these words with a smile. After he finished, the disciples of the teaching seethed with hatred. Outrageous! How dare he insult the disciples of our sect? How arrogant! I can no longer endure this. I must slay him. At this moment, many disciples were consumed with fury. Even the lantern-bearer was exceedingly enraged. Yet, amidst his fury, he retained his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, Junior brother Tsihong, junior brother Huanglong, you two shall go together. Yes, senior brother. Both Tsihong Daoist and Huanglong Jinren bowed in acknowledgement and stepped out from the ranks of the teaching, facing the immortal with the dragon head. Upon their appearance, the immortal merely shook his head. He stated, not enough, not nearly enough. Arrogant. Tsihong Daoist narrowed his eyes. Soon, you shall not even know how you met your end. Both demonstrated their intentions and then prepared to strike. The immortal with the dragon head continued to shake his head, appearing utterly disinterested. The two individuals, the yellow dragon true man at the peak of the quasi-saint stage and the compassionate navigator at the pinnacle of quasi-saint perfection, exhibited a remarkable synergy as they launched their coordinated assault. One on the left, the other on the right, their combined force was formidable. Witnessing this, many disciples of the Jie Sect clenched their fists in silence, fervently wishing for their demise. They were resolved. This aberration from the must perish. There could be no chance of survival for him. They voiced their sentiments in unison. However, at that moment, their attacks were met head-on by the Xianxia immortal, who single-handedly thwarted their onslaught with astonishing might. His strength was truly formidable. Naturally, numerous disciples from the witnessed this spectacle, yet none expressed concern for the Xianxia immortal. Instead, the great black dog remarked, it seems the Jie Sect disciples are somewhat lacking in intellect. Why do they not heed their elder brother's advice and attack together? Instead, they choose to come one by one, offering their heads as gifts. To which Jing Guang, immortal, responded, but judging by the way our elder brother is fighting, it seems we may not have much to do after all. Not necessarily, Feng interjected. Have you all memorized the formations I taught you? Yes. The disciples replied in unison, glancing at Feng with confusion. But, Marshal Senior, what use are these formations to us? Feng smiled. They will prove useful. Soon. You shall have your opportunity to act. With that, he turned his gaze back to the battlefield. At this moment, the battle raged on, showcasing the formidable strength of the Xianxia immortal. He held his ground against both the compassionate navigator and the yellow dragon true man without losing an inch, even managing to suppress them. As the fight progressed, the Xianxia immortal let out a hearty laugh. Enough playing. It is time to conclude this battle. As his words fell, the compassionate navigator and yellow dragon true man were about to retort with scorn, when suddenly, they beheld a transformation in the Xianxia immortal's eyes. His pupils were filled with mysterious Tao patterns, exuding an aura of immense terror. A single glance was enough to ensnare them. At that moment, as the Xianxia immortal's gaze shifted, their bodies stiffened instantaneously, their energies and Tao principles spiraling into chaos. It was as if they had entered an exceedingly mysterious realm, only for that space to erupt in an instant. Bang! Bang! Two muffled explosions reverberated, and in that moment, the heads of the compassionate navigator and the yellow dragon true man shattered without warning, akin to watermelons bursting open, their brain matter splattering everywhere. Then came a thunderous sound as Jiang Shang stepped forward, wielding the god-subduing whip and the Feng Shen Bang, and collected both the compassionate navigator and the yellow dragon true man into the Feng Shen Bang. This scene was truly astounding. The disciples of the three teachings were left utterly stunned, filled with disbelief. It was astonishing that two celestial beings from the Chan school had perished so swiftly. The dragon-headed immortal, however, merely smiled faintly. So this is what the disciples of the Chan school are like. He chuckled softly. But everyone understood that it was a mockery, a silent derision. Nevertheless, the use of that eye technique to vanquish foes had taken a significant toll on the dragon-headed immortal. Had it not been for that, he might not have been able to annihilate two quasi-saints in an instant. He had paid an unimaginable price. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this, Yuan Shi Tianzun's face darkened to the point of almost dripping with malice. His Chan school had suffered the loss of disciples in rapid succession, for had perished in the blink of an eye. Nearly half of the 12 golden immortals were eliminated. Although they were not entirely dead, merely placed on the list of deities, the thought of being under the jurisdiction of the heavenly sovereign in the future, bound to obey his commands, made Yuan Shi Tianzun feel a surge of anger. The same sentiment echoed in the hearts of Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, who had also lost disciples. Only the human teaching had yet to take any action. Thus, they all turned to Taishang, saying, Brother Taishang, the battle has reached a critical point. Both our sects have suffered grievously. Shouldn't it be time for your human teaching to intervene? At that moment, though Tai Shang was somewhat reluctant, he found himself with no other choice. He relayed orders to Xiandu, instructing him to take action. Of course, he warned him to retreat at the first sign of danger. Preserving life was paramount. Xiandu nodded and stepped forward, descending gracefully into the arena, clad in white robes that billowed around him, exuding a formidable aura. He had already reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, his strength undeniably immense. He then addressed the dragon-headed immortal softly. I have come to challenge you. At that moment, within Golden Ao Island, Lu Feng suddenly spoke. Gongming, you shall take this battle. Let him return. Understood. Zhao Gongming stepped forward, exiting Golden Ao Island. He then approached the dragon-headed immortal and gently said, Senior brother requests your return. The dragon-headed immortal nodded, showing no hesitation as he prepared to withdraw. However, Xiandu was displeased and directly blocked the retreating figure of the dragon-headed immortal, coldly stating, Senior brother, what is he to be considered? The battle is not yet over. Can you simply leave without consulting my wishes? As these words fell, a glint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the dragon-headed immortal, who was about to retaliate. But Zhao Gongming was swifter. With a surge of demonic energy, he vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood before Xiandu, raising his hand and delivering a heavy strike. The sharp sound echoed throughout the arena, accompanied by Zhao Gongming's indifferent voice. Those who insult my senior brother shall die. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted, akin to that of an ancient supreme demon lord. Chapter 139. Could it be that Lu Feng is a sage? Within the chaos, in the location of the Purple Cloud's palace, Hongjun furrowed his brow. The outcome of the recent canonization was indeed beyond his expectations. After all, most disciples from the three teachings had entered the secret realm he provided and engaged in cultivation. Despite this, they still faced defeat, being ruthlessly slaughtered by the disciples of the Jiejiao. This was somewhat beyond Hongjun's anticipation. He had believed that the disciples of the three teachings, having undergone training in the secret realm, would significantly enhance their cultivation and thus gain considerable advantage in the battle for canonization. Yet the reality appeared otherwise. They were utterly decimated by the disciples. Currently, several names had already been inscribed on the canonization list, none of which belonged to, all being disciples of the Chan and Western teachings. Upon realizing this, Hongjun found himself at a loss for words, utterly astonished by the unforeseen turn of events. Simultaneously, he began to ponder. All the mysteries surrounding seemed to be linked to their eldest senior brother. What might be the extent of this senior brother's power? How could he possibly possess such an array of mysterious techniques, including various formations that left Hongjun greatly astonished? Even he found it difficult to ascertain. Who exactly was Lu Feng? Had he attained this knowledge through his own insights, or had he inherited some profound legacy? At times, Hongjun even speculated whether Lu Feng was a reclusive ancient powerhouse. Otherwise, how could he manifest such a plethora of formidable techniques? Yet, concerning Lu Feng's origins and capabilities, even after harmonizing with the heavenly Tao, Hongjun struggled to unravel the enigma. In fact, when he attempted to forcefully explore this matter, he found himself unceremoniously expelled by the heavenly Tao, rendering any exploration futile. By the end, Hongjun himself was left bewildered. He even entertained doubts that Lu Feng might be an embodiment of the will of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, how could such a phenomenon occur? This point remained an enigma that Hongjun could never comprehend. At this moment, in the Lingxiao treasure hall, Hao Yan, who was also observing the battle, was momentarily stunned. He could not fathom the current outcome. It was evident that in the canonization battle, some would perish, and their true spirits would ascend the list. Whether it was the Chan or ascending, Hao Yan would not have been surprised. However, at this moment, nearly all those inscribed on the list were disciples of Chan. Had it not been for a single disciple from the Western teachings, the list would have been completely dominated by the golden immortals of Chan. This was truly astonishing. Hao Yan stared at the scene, his heart filled with immense shock. The strength of was indeed formidable, managing to contend against the three teachings with such prowess, even overpowering them to the extent of slaying 4 immortals of Chan and sending them to the list. This was undeniably powerful. Ultimately, however, one must trace back to the source of the strength of the disciples, Lu Feng, their enigmatic eldest senior brother. Hao Tian exhaled heavily, pondering the true nature of this individual. Was he merely the eldest senior brother of, or did he harbor other identities? For instance, the illegitimate offspring of the heavenly Tao. If not for this, Hao Yan would find it rather difficult to accept. Even a genius who emerges once in a millennium ultimately becomes an extraordinary talent, reaching the pinnacle of quasi-saintly perfection, leaving behind a tale of glory. However, Lu Feng has entirely rewritten the dynamics of the Honghuang realm. His influence has fundamentally altered the strength of the Jie Sect. One individual impacting an entire sect, aside from the saints, Xianxia, is unaware of anyone possessing such power. Even the saints cannot achieve such a thorough transformation. His eyes flickered as he contemplated. Given the present circumstances, it seems that all disciples of the Chan sect have made their mark. Therefore, the Jie sect is likely the most formidable force in this realm. If he wishes to govern the three realms, he must confront the towering obstacle that is the Jie sect. Thus, what course of action should he take? Should he intervene? If he does intervene, should it be to assist the Jie sect or the Chan sect? Xianxia hesitated, finding it challenging to decide. Meanwhile, in another location, at the Wuzhuang temple, Jin Yuanzi was equally engrossed in the impending battle of the gods. Upon learning the outcome, he gasped in astonishment. A wave of dread surged from his heart, quickly engulfing his entire being. He truly did not expect this. He had considered the possibility of a decisive victory for the Jie sect and a disastrous defeat for the Chan sect, yet overall believed the three sects would emerge stronger. After all, with the combined might of four saints, their power would naturally be greater. Under the teachings of the four, the potential was undoubtedly terrifying. However, the master of the Jie sect, Tongtian, historically was not particularly adept at instructing his disciples. Furthermore, Jin Yuanzi, having gleaned some insights through the Earth Book, realized that Tongtian had not delivered a single sermon or educated his disciples. In other words, these Jie sect disciples were entirely the result of the efforts of their senior brother, Lu Feng. This was, without a doubt, immensely formidable. The disciples educated by the Jie sect's senior brother have actually surpassed the strength of the four saints combined. If one were to calculate this, it would imply that he is even more powerful than the four saints. Yet Jin Yuanzi understood that such a calculation could not stand. Nevertheless, it still sufficiently represented the terrifying might of Lu Feng. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi could not help but ponder. To what extent does this mysterious senior brother of the Jie sect possess strength? How could he wield such enigmatic abilities that enable him to overpower the four saints? This is utterly terrifying. In the world of Honghuang, such a prodigy exists, truly inconceivable. Similarly astonished was Hutu. Due to the unclear circumstances, she had not approached the vicinity of Jinao Island. However, she contemplated that if the Jie sect were indeed in trouble, she would lend her assistance. After all, she had calculated that a sliver of heavenly insight belonging to her resided within the Jie sect. Initially, Hutu had prepared herself to intervene, recognizing that the combined strength of the three sects was indeed formidable and not easily dealt with. The nurturing efforts of the four saints surely surpassed that of Tongtian alone. Yet, at the moment the outcome was revealed, Hutu was left in utter disbelief, overwhelmed by the enormity of the revelation. Is it truly so formidable? Impossible, it cannot be. To stand against the combined forces of the three teachings with but a single sect's strength. This is utterly astonishing, is it not? However, the Earth Mother remains unaware. Were she to comprehend that all of this is the work of Lu Feng alone, her astonishment would surely deepen. Yet, upon learning the outcome, she becomes even more convinced of a singular truth, that a thread of destiny belonging to her indeed lies within the. This much is evident. Nevertheless, the Earth Mother remains prepared. Should the face peril, she will undoubtedly intervene. There is no question about that. In this moment, however, another question arises within her mind. Why has the grown so powerful? Is it due to that enigmatic elder brother? If so, just how formidable is he? Could he possibly be another sage? Chapter 140. A greater numbers than the? A brawl. Not far from Jinao Island, at the site of the four saints. The moment Zhao Gongming struck Xiandu with a resounding slap, the expression on Taishang's face turned ashen. His disciples were few in number, and the only one who could truly hold his own was Xiandu. Taishang had summoned Xiandu, believing in his considerable strength, hoping he could eliminate a member of the and thus enhance their own prestige. However, he did not anticipate that Xiandu would be struck so decisively, with Zhao Gongming's slap echoing sharply, a sound that was both clear and piercing. Xiandu had been a source of pride for Taishang, and now, this slap felt like a searing blow to Taishang himself. At that moment, Jane, Zhuanti, and Yuan Shitianzun exchanged bewildered glances at Taishang. A wave of embarrassment washed over Taishang, prompting him to clear his throat and say, ahem, that was merely an oversight, an oversight. My disciple possesses commendable strength. At the very least, he should be able to secure a victory in this round. Taishang's words were an attempt to salvage his dignity. After he spoke, the other three saints nodded in agreement, acknowledging his statement as they turned their gazes to the arena. Outside Jinao Island, as the sharp sound resonated, silence enveloped the scene. No one anticipated Zhao Gongming's display of such dominance and ferocity upon his entrance. His swift actions left them all in stunned disbelief. For a mere slap could leave anyone dazed. At this moment, the dragon-headed immortal cast a cold glance at Xian Du, though he yearned to intervene. Zhao Gongming's arrival indicated that his involvement was no longer necessary. Thus, he merely remarked, "Brother, this individual is in your hands now." Zhao Gongming grinned maliciously, "Do not worry. My brother, I shall attend to him with utmost care." Then, he turned his attention to Xian Du, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Now tell me, how do you wish to perish?" Xian Du, having regained his senses, felt the burning imprint of Zhao Gongming's slap upon his face, a testament to the latter's might. Anger surged within him, uncontrollable and fierce. Covering his face with one hand, he seethed, "You wretched creature of the, may you suffer a most dreadful fate." With those words, he prepared to retaliate. Yet, in an instant, Zhao Gongming seized him effortlessly, lifting him without a hint of negotiation. An overwhelming aura of malevolence radiated from Zhao Gongming. Erupting with fervor, he clasped Xian Du by the throat, intent on silencing him. As Zhao Gongming executed this act, disciples of the erupted in outrage, shouting, "Zhao Gongming, how dare you?" Guang Qingzi echoed, "Release him, wretched creature of the..." Ran Deng proclaimed, "If you do not let Xian Du go, I will ensure your runs red with blood." In an instant, Zhao Gongming erupted in maniacal laughter. Amidst the laughter, there lurked a formidable malevolence, a dark force surging like an unbridled tide. The very air was thick with the ominous aura emanating from him. In a fleeting moment, Zhao Gongming declared, "Do you dare to suggest that my sect shall drown in blood? How absurd, truly absurd." He retorted, "Am I incapable of slaying him?" With a sudden surge of power, he unleashed a torrent of dark energy, which culminated in a sharp crack. In that instant, Xuandu's neck was violently twisted, his head lolling to the side, lifeless without an ounce of negotiation. At that moment, Jiangshang stepped forward. With a resounding clang, he struck the Fengshen bang, summoning Xuandu's true spirit towards the divine tablet. Witnessing this, Taishang could no longer contain himself, his fury erupting as he bellowed, "How dare you!" In an instant, the atmosphere crackled with his rage. Taishang's anger was palpable, for Xuandu was one of the few symbols of his sect. Should he be inscribed upon the divine list, the ramifications for his teachings would be monumental. Thus, he hurried forth, intent on thwarting Jiangshang from claiming Xuandu's true spirit. Yet, at that moment, Nuwa intervened, positioning herself before Taishang. "Brother, your actions are in stark violation of the rules set forth by our master." Nuwa stood resolute, obstructing the unfolding chaos. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yuanshi and the others appeared, clearly taken aback by Taishang's reckless fervor. The weight of the saint's presence surged, stirring tumultuous waves and fierce winds. The atmosphere was charged with tension, prompting Lu Feng to subtly adjust the formations, swiftly moving to Nuwa's side in solidarity. The situation had spiraled further into disarray. Ultimately, Taishang retreated, recognizing the futility of conflict. Before his very eyes, Jiangshang audaciously struck Xuandu with a whip, successfully drawing him into the Fengshen bang. This act incited profound ire within Taishang, for it was his own disciple who was being struck down before him. Jiangshang, however, remained undaunted. He was the destined one, seemingly invulnerable to calamity. Should Taishang or others attempt to confront him, the Tao ancestor would surely intervene. As the saints withdrew, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Before departing, Yuanshi discreetly relayed a message to the lamplighting Taoist, instructing him to hold nothing back. With resolve, the lamplighting Taoist proclaimed, "Brothers, the treachery of thee is insidious. They have slain our disciples and struck down our esteemed students. In light of this, we shall no longer adhere to notions of mercy. We shall unleash our full might." As he concluded, the other disciples of the Chan sect bowed in compliance, ready to join the fray alongside their remaining golden immortals. Guan Qingzi, Zhu Lushan, the Grand Master of Lingbao, the Celestial Venerable Manjushri, the True Man of Puxian, the True Man of Yuding, the Celestial Venerable Daohang, and the True Lord of Qingshu Daoda, a total of 8 individuals, all united in their efforts to confront Zhao Gongming alone. At this moment, within the confines of Jin Ao Island, the tiger demon erupted in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "How utterly shameless! This group resorts to a gang assault. Where has their dignity vanished?" Turning to Lu Feng, he implored, "Senior brother, let us join the fray. We must quell the arrogance of these shameless disciples of the Chan sect." Yet, upon hearing the tiger demon's words, Lu Feng replied, "Indeed, it is quite disgraceful. If that is the case, then you all may proceed." A smile graced Lu Feng's lips. "To think they believe they can outnumber us. How amusing." As Lu Feng spoke, laughter erupted among all the disciples of the Jie Sect. Indeed, the Jie Sect was renowned as the foremost sect in the primordial world, boasting a vast number of disciples. Even after Lu Feng had disbanded a portion of them, a formidable contingent remained. Thus, they felt no trepidation. One-on-one combat was one thing, but the Chan sect dared to engage in a group assault against the Jie disciples? Such insolence could not be tolerated. Was it merely a matter of numbers? Let them come. Following Lu Feng's declaration, the formation was activated, and the Jie disciples emerged en masse. In an instant, the air was charged with the overwhelming presence of several perfected quasi-saints, alongside numerous others of quasi-saint rank. Upon sensing this, the expressions of the Chan sect disciples shifted dramatically. What on earth could they use to contend against such might? The sheer number of Jie disciples and their formidable quasi-saints rendered them nearly invincible. Moreover, in terms of both quantity and strength, they were simply outmatched. As the tiger demon stepped forth, a sly grin appeared on his face. My beloved companions, behold, your emperor has arrived. Oh, Lord Dragon shall vanquish you 100 times indeed. With the emergence of all the Jie disciples, they filled the space like an overwhelming tide. Chapter 141, The Siege of Zhao Gongming. At this moment, deep within the Panga's secret realm, an increasingly familiar sensation enveloped Tongtian. He sensed that something familiar was beckoning him, and as he ventured further, the intensity of this feeling grew stronger. After a brief passage of time, he seemed to enter another realm, revealing a chaotic world reminiscent of the universe at its inception. As Tongtian advanced, he beheld a colossal azure lotus, exuding an aura of unparalleled sanctity. At the heart of this lotus was a figure, one that was strikingly familiar. Upon recognizing this figure, Tongtian's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, Pangu. Indeed, seated within the chaotic azure lotus was Pangu himself. At that moment, his eyes were tightly shut. However, as Tongtian's astonished cry echoed through the void, Pangu abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing an overwhelming aura that surged forth, instilling a profound sense of pressure even within Tongtian. A being of saintly stature. At this juncture, Pangu merely cast a glance in his direction, a display of might so formidable it was almost terrifying. In the next instant, Pangu rose, and as he did, a colossal axe manifested in his grasp, the heavenly opening axe. With a powerful swing, he aimed to cleave through the very fabric of chaos. As his motion unfurled, an immense force erupted forth, and Tongtian inexplicably felt a sharpness that threatened to slice through not only the heavens and earth, but also himself. With a soft sound, a beam of light pierced through the chaos as it split apart, heralding the dawn. Yet, at that very moment, a cacophony of roars erupted, thousands of them. Tongtian, startled, turned to behold a surge of terrifying energy as myriad figures emerged, rushing towards Pangu. Each of these figures radiated an aura of formidable power. In that instant, realization struck Tongtian, the 3,000 deities and demons. It was the moment of Pangu's creation of heaven and earth, where he sought to forge the cosmos, while the 3,000 deities and demons endeavored to thwart him. Understanding the gravity of the situation filled Tongtian with awe, yet he also grasped that despite his clarity of vision, he would not suffer any harm. It was as if he stood as an observer within the river of time, capable of profound insight, yet unable to intervene. In other words, this was an opportune moment for enlightenment. Thus, Tongtian, regaining his composure, sat cross-legged and began to contemplate. He aimed to seize this chance to comprehend the Tao and transcend his current realm of cultivation. Gradually, he closed his eyes, an ineffable aura swirling around him in a mysterious dance. At this moment, within Jineo Island, upon witnessing the complete mobilization of the golden immortals from the Chan sect, Lu Feng felt little disturbance within his heart. He had discerned that even with all the golden immortals in action, they would prove no match for the Jie sect. Securing a victory over them would undoubtedly be an uncomplicated task. However, at this moment, merely defeating them and sending them to the rankings was not the ultimate goal. What he sought was, Lu Feng slightly raised his gaze towards a specific direction where a sage was present. What he desired was the complete annihilation of the 3 sects, leaving no opportunity for resurgence. Thus, when all 12 golden immortals made their move, Lu Feng hesitated no longer and commanded all disciples of the Jie sect to join the fray. After all, in terms of numbers, the Jie sect harbored no fear. Prior to this, it had undeniably been the foremost sect in the primordial world. In terms of disciples, it held no apprehension against the 3 sects. While the Western sect also boasted a significant number of followers, quantity did not equate to quality. The Jie sect, however, possessed both commendable quality and formidable numbers, which was indeed a terrifying prospect. Therefore, in this moment, the only path for the three sects was defeat. At this moment, with the four saints present, when they witnessed all Jie Sect disciples mobilizing, their expressions faltered significantly, particularly upon sensing several auras of perfected quasi-saints and numerous quasi-saint realms. Their bodies trembled violently, and their faces turned grim. For it was now abundantly clear that such strength, if forcibly unleashed, would likely culminate in a singular outcome, the victory of the Jie Sect. Thus, their expressions grew increasingly somber. Jie Yin turned to Yuan Shi Tianzun, stunned for a moment, then remarked, "The power of the Jie Sect is indeed terrifying." Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this battle would not be easily won. Following this, Jie Yin continued, "I too believe that the current situation favors the Jie Sect. Perhaps we should retreat for now." Upon hearing Jie Yin's words, Yuan Shi Tianzun was taken aback. Was it truly possible to be so shameless? After a brief pause, he nodded in agreement. "I find your reasoning sound. Clearly, our disciples are not in optimal condition. It would be wise to postpone our confrontation." Thus, the two sages reached a consensus and conveyed the message to their respective disciples. However, with the battle already ignited, retreating was not a simple endeavor. Consequently, upon receiving this news, Ran Deng's expression changed dramatically. For at this moment, the conflict had commenced. The atmosphere surged with intensity. Zhao Gongming stood at the forefront, and as the remaining 8 golden immortals surged forward, he positioned himself as the leading figure. In a mere instant, several attacks were directed at him, the power of the Tao permeating the air, with celestial techniques swirling chaotically. In that moment, a tremendous force surged forth. Yet, Zhao Gongming harbored no fear. Rather, he erupted into wild laughter, filled with arrogance and audacity. The demonic power emanated from Zhao Gongming, enveloping him and spreading forth in all directions. In the vast expanse of emptiness, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy suffused the atmosphere. At this moment, 8 celestial beings from the way of the Enlightenment descended together, each possessing boundless abilities and an insatiable thirst for blood. They advanced towards Zhao Gongming, with Jiu Lusun bellowing in fury. "Zhao Gongming, if you do not surrender, today marks your demise." The Taoist Yuding also scoffed coldly, stating, "With all the celestial beings of our sect assembled, only a path to death remains for you." However, Zhao Gongming merely laughed derisively, his mirth palpable. Suddenly, he declared, "Come forth, for you are but a flock of insignificant creatures, hardly worthy of fear." As he spoke, the demonic energy surged tumultuously. He charged towards them, and with each stride, his voice resonated like thunder, proclaiming, "1,000 tribulations, 100 lifetimes of hardship, time eternal, all within the blink of an eye." As he advanced, a force of yin and yang erupted from his being, crashing into the foremost celestial being of the way of the Enlightenment, Jiu Lusun. Struck by Zhao Gongming's force, Jiu Lusun was severely wounded, spitting blood and hurtling backwards. Such power was indeed terrifying. Witnessing this strike, the remaining celestial beings' expressions shifted dramatically, and they instinctively sought to retreat. But it was too late. With an undying body and an indomitable spirit, he stood unparalleled throughout the ages. His voice rose in intensity, and in a moment, the heavens and earth trembled. He unleashed another strike, this time targeting Taoist Yuding. Seeing this, Taoist Yuding's countenance changed drastically. He exerted all his strength to block the impending blow, but Zhao Gongming's strike was simply too formidable. With a thunderous crash, Yuding was struck, feeling an overwhelming force wash over him. Despite his desperate attempts to resist, it was in vain. He too sustained grave injuries and retreated several steps, no longer able to partake in the fray. Witnessing 2 of their own grievously wounded, the remaining 6 celestial beings from the way of the Enlightenment were filled with rage. "Zhao Gongming, you have harmed our celestial beings. Your end is nigh," they roared. "We shall not allow your existence to persist. Today, you must perish. To vanquish you and etch your name upon the list of the fallen is in accordance with the will of heaven. Prepare to depart in peace." In this moment, 3 voices echoed in furious unison. Chapter 142, Delivering the Sage to Ascend the Rankings. With that, he charged towards Zhao Gongming, who merely smiled once more, his aura surging once again. He proclaimed, "When the yin and yang are thrown into chaos, my demonic blood shall stain the heavens." Upon uttering these words, a wave of demonic power surged forth as he unleashed a strike towards the Dao Xing Tianzun. The Dao Xing Tianzun was struck and forced back, grievously wounded and coughing up blood. However, at that moment, the other 5 had arrived, intent on harming Zhao Gongming and seeking his demise. Yet, at a critical juncture, a figure clad in white suddenly flickered into view. In the next instant, an ethereal form resembling a willow branch surged forth, fiercely blocking the impending assault. It was Xianxia, who gracefully smiled at Zhao Gongming, saying, "Elder brother, we have arrived. How can the battle of the allow you to fight alone? Watch this, junior sister." With that, Xianxia sprang into action, summoning a branch that seemed to pierce through chaos, swiftly launching it to penetrate the bodies of 4 or 5 disciples of the Chan sect. Jiang Shang, at the back, continued to strike the Fengshan bang, producing a resonating sound, and with each strike, more true spirits were drawn into it. Witnessing this, the onlookers were filled with rage, yet found themselves powerless to intervene. Xianxia continued her onslaught, ruthlessly eliminating the Chan sect disciples, inciting extreme fury among the golden immortals of the Chan sect. Just as they prepared to retaliate, another figure emerged, appearing abruptly and astonishingly, as if traversing the river of time and shattering the chaos of the universe. It was Xianxia. From her visage, a mask materialized, expressing an ambiguous semblance of weeping and laughter. As she stepped forward, 100 celestial lotuses blossomed instantaneously, encircling the 6 golden immortals of the Chan sect. With Xianxia's movements, the lotuses unfurled, transforming into a colossal vortex of consumption. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Gongming struck forth with a mighty punch, infusing demonic energy that surged into the vortex. Boom! In mere moments, the vortex was shattered, along with the demise of numerous golden immortals ensnared within. Only Guangqingzi, drenched in blood, managed to escape, albeit in a state of utter disarray, having been devoured by the vortex's might up to half his body. Were it not for his formidable magical power sustaining him, it was certain that Guangqingzi would not survive much longer. At this moment, his eyes were filled with horror as he beheld the scene before him. With a resounding clang, Jiangshang struck the Fengshan bang once more, causing several true spirits to be drawn into it. For Guangqingzi, there was nothing he could do about this unfolding event. In other realms, the situation mirrored this chaos. Now, the 3 teachings faced utter defeat, overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the retreat, retreat. At this moment, the voice of the lantern-burning Taoist echoed across the battlefield. Guangqingzi cast a deeply worried glance towards the direction of the. Then, in an instant, it transformed into a streak of light, attempting to retreat. However, what comes easily is not so easily relinquished. Guangqingzi, Zhu Lusan, and Yuding Taoist all yearned to escape. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared, adorned in a pair of red and green shorts, and wielding a sizable plaque inscribed with 3 gleaming characters, Yusu Palace. At this juncture, the tiger demon gripped the sign tightly, then swung it fiercely, striking Zhu Lusun directly on the head. A dull thud echoed, and Zhu Lusun was instantly killed by the force of the plaque. This scene was utterly unexpected, leaving the disciples of the Chan teaching in shock. Guangqingzi and the others, upon realizing what had transpired, were consumed by rage. "Tiger demon, you have slain my junior brother." The tiger demon grinned widely, proclaiming, "Not only will I kill your junior brother, but I shall also dispatch you, you brute who strikes with such reckless abandon." With that, he raised the plaque bearing the inscription of Yusu Palace and charged towards Guangqingzi. Witnessing this, Guangqingzi was struck with terror, nearly losing his senses, and hastily fled. At this moment, the 3 teachings faced utter defeat, with many disciples being slain and marked for their demise. Although the 3 teachings still existed, they were on the brink of extinction. Meanwhile, the 4 saints at the back wore expressions of deep dismay, their faces pale with disbelief at the dire situation. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, Jane rose and declared, "The Fengshan is of utmost importance to us. We cannot afford to fail. Since our disciples have not achieved anything, it is time for us to intervene." Jane looked towards Yuan Shi and Tai Shang, with Qingtian naturally joining him. Yuan Shi Tianzuan let out a cold snort. "Very well. Today, let us send these disciples of the Jie teaching to their doom." With those words, 4 beams of light shot forth, reappearing in the arena. The figures of the 4 saints emerged, exuding unparalleled authority. As they materialized, Lu Feng smiled. "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. You are finally here. What significance is there in sending ordinary disciples to their demise? It is the saints who truly deserve to be sent forth." Chapter 143, The Lu Feng's Determination to Decapitate the Saints. At this moment, an extraordinary formation unfurled outside the Golden Ao Island. As the disciples of the 3 teachings faced relentless slaughter, ultimately finding themselves all listed, the 4 saints could no longer remain passive. They chose to step forward and personally engage in this divine battle. The intervention of the saints transformed the conflict profoundly, shifting it from a sectarian skirmish into a holy war. Now, outside Golden Ao Island, with the disciples of the taking action, a significant change ensued. First and foremost, the witnessed nearly all of its 12 golden immortals being marked, save for Guang Qingzi and Yu Ding Dao Run, who managed to escape swiftly and evade calamity. Even so, they were still pursued relentlessly. Behind them, a tiger demon brandished a plaque from the Jade Void Palace, ceaselessly hunting them down while taunting, "Fear not. I shall merely give you a light tap, just one. Once it's done, all will be well." However, Guang Qingzi and Yu Ding Dao Run would not heed his words, their speed only increasing. It was not only that faced this fate, the same held true for the Western teachings. Yet, the few remaining disciples of the human teaching fled with remarkable agility, having departed long before the chaos ensued. Currently, those marked for slaughter consisted primarily of disciples from the and Western teachings. Naturally, not all disciples had the opportunity to be listed. Aside from those who made the list, many disciples from the Western teachings faced immediate obliteration under relentless attacks. Even with the divine list in existence, not a single true spirit survived, signifying that the divine list held no value for them. Only those deemed worthy could ascend the list, while the unworthy were destined to perish, fading into oblivion. The heavenly Tao is merciless, and the same applies to the divine list. The disciples of the three teachings were numerous. Yet those who could ascend the list remained a mere handful, with many perishing entirely in the fray. Indeed, even the saints within their sects scarcely regarded them. Amidst the turmoil, the three teachings suffered a complete rout. The more powerful individuals, like Guang Qingzi, had retreated early, seeking refuge behind the saints. At this moment, the fallen were but ordinary disciples, lacking formidable strength. The four saints, including Yuan Shi, hovered high in the sky, surveying the scene below. They prepared to intervene, but hesitated to act. To them, ordinary disciples held little significance. Their primary concern lay in preserving their own states, readying themselves for the impending battle among the saints. Regrettably, this was short-lived. As the cries of despair faded, the last disciple from the Western teaching, shimmering with faint Buddhist light and chanting incessantly, succumbed. As he fell, a disciple from the, gazing desperately towards the saints, bled out. The fighting ceased. They perished at the hands of the disciples, steeped in despair, yet their enemies showed no mercy, a fate long predetermined. In a brief moment of clarity, led by Duo Bao, the more adept disciples of the stepped forth, ready to face the unfolding chaos. Moreover, the disciples of the, whose cultivation was feeble, were sheltered at the back. Lu Feng remained aloof, yet discreetly commanded the weaker disciples to retreat entirely. In a brief span, the number of disciples outside Jinao Island dwindled. All 8 of the esteemed disciples were present, accompanied by the 7 immortals, excluding the deceased Chang'er Dingguang. Additionally, there were the tiger demon and the serpent demon, standing united against the 4 saints. Despite this, they exhibited no trace of fear. Haraha is truly devoid of champions, allowing mere pretenders to confront us? How absurd. The speaker was the saint named Junti, whose eyes brimmed with derision. Nuwa observed from the sidelines, having received news from Lu Feng, and chose not to intervene. As he had instructed her not to act, he assured her that the strength of the disciples, combined with their formation, was sufficient to withstand a single saint. Nuwa harbored doubts regarding this assertion, yet she resolved to trust Lu Feng's words. Nonetheless, she remained prepared to act should any peril arise. At that moment, the 4 saints furrowed their brows, expressing skepticism. Logically, under such circumstances, Tongtian ought to have emerged, yet he remained absent. Consequently, Jie declared, "Let us first send these disciples to the function list." The other 3 saints nodded in agreement, though they did not act in unison. Merely a dozen or so quasi-saints were present. One would suffice to deal with them. At this juncture, Junti stepped forward, addressing the other 3. "These disciples have slain many from our 3 teachings. Therefore, allow me to take action and dispatch them to the list." "Very well," Taishang nodded. "Thus, we shall rely on you, my friend Junti." "Exercise caution," added Jie. "I understand," Junti replied with a nod, and then he advanced directly before the disciples. Junti looked down upon them and proclaimed, "The time for the function has arrived, to avert the impending calamity and comply with the heavenly will. It is fitting that the disciples ascend the list as a response to fate. This is the decree of heaven." Gazing upon them, Junti continued, "Since you refuse to ascend the list, today, I shall act on behalf of heaven." Upon hearing these words, Duo Bao scoffed derisively. He stood at the forefront, expressing his contempt. "If you desire a battle, then so be it. There is no need to fabricate such a feeble excuse." Duo Bao elaborated, "Before we set forth, our senior brother mentioned that in this battle, 4 saints would intervene, and among them, 2 warrant particular caution. He took a step forward and slowly articulated, Jiejing and Junyi. These two saints are especially noteworthy, for they are the most shameless of the lot. Notably, the Saint Junyi stands out as the most egregious. As Duobao spoke, the disciples behind him erupted into laughter. Both the Supreme and the Primordial, revered as saints, found it difficult to suppress their mirth. Yet as sages, they managed to maintain their composure, their expressions betraying little change. In stark contrast, the duo of Jane and Junyi appeared nearly ready to unleash their wrath. Their eyes filled with a lethal intent as they gazed upon Duobao. Remarkably, Duobao showed no signs of distress. Rather, a hint of exhilaration flickered within him. This was deliberate on his part, an intentional provocation aimed at inciting the saints to act. The rationale behind this maneuver stemmed from the fact that prior to their emergence, Feng had orchestrated a unique formation specifically for them. This formation diverged significantly from any known to date. It was not merely constructed from materials, nor was it static once established. Instead, it was a dynamic formation, with human beings forming its foundation, allowing for movement. The essence of this formation lay in its ability to consolidate the strength of all individuals within it, channeling that power into one singular person, the focal point of the formation. This was Feng's ingenious design, crafted to aid them in their confrontation with the saints. Now, the moment for its deployment had arrived. Chapter 144, The Ascension of Saints. The Path of the Precious Tree. To speak recklessly of the saints is to court death. At this moment, the murderous intent in Junyi's eyes could no longer be concealed. He stepped forward, and a brilliant emerald light radiated forth. In an instant, an extraordinarily profound aura manifested, emanating from the Seven Treasures mystical tree held in Junyi's hand. Under the influence of his metal path, the Seven Treasures mystical tree transformed into a long staff, enveloped in a faint golden glow that shimmered around it. The metal path is one of the 5 elemental paths, possessing formidable offensive power. The attribute of metal is sharpness. Thus, at this moment, the golden light surrounding the transformed staff appeared exceptionally keen, causing the surrounding space to tremble faintly. A soft, resonant hum could be heard, testament to its terrifying might. With the staff in hand, Junyi's cold gaze intensified, and without a moment's hesitation, he swung the staff towards Duobao. Anticipating this, Duobao did not remain stationary and retreated several steps. However, Junyi's lips curved into a slight smile. The power of a saint is undeniably formidable. He uttered a single word, freeze. In an instant, the space surrounding Duobao became solidified, a demonstration of Junyi's ability to forcibly immobilize an area using the laws of a saint. Consequently, Duobao found himself unable to move, left to await Junyi's impending attack. This was Junyi's strategy, essentially, an exertion of pressure stemming from his saintly realm. At this moment, the 3 of the Taishang observed the unfolding scene and exchanged faint smiles. Taishang remarked, with Junyi's intervention, this battle will surely yield benefits. Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded in agreement, acknowledging Junyi's impressive strength. Jiang chuckled, my junior brother's prowess is indeed commendable. He is reliable. The 3 saints felt confident that as long as Junyi's staff struck, Duobao would be vanquished and subsequently ranked among the fallen. This was a foregone conclusion. Even Nuwa had begun to take action, preparing to intervene. She sighed, reflecting that Feng, despite his youth and strategic acumen, sometimes struggled to outmaneuver the saints. In this instance, Junyi's strike was simply too swift. As a saint himself, attacking unexpectedly, it seemed that even her rapid arrival would likely be insufficient to save Duobao. She hoped he could endure a little longer. As Nuwa moved, Jiang swiftly positioned himself before her, obstructing her advance. Nuwa squinted and admonished, step aside. Nuwa, dear friend, it would be wise to observe at this moment. Now is not the time for your intervention, Jie countered, steadfastly blocking her path. At this moment, Nuwa also realized that it was too late. The Seven Treasures mysterious tree in the hands of Junyi was drawing near, poised to descend upon Duobao. One could see the corners of Jiejing's mouth curve upwards, forming a notable arc, and Junyi appeared to share a similar sentiment, believing they could easily subdue Duobao. However, at that instant, an unexpected anomaly emerged. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the previously solidified space suddenly developed fissures. The cracks widened until, ultimately, all of Junyi's barriers shattered. Duobao was now free to move. At this juncture, if he chose to flee immediately, he might have had the chance to evade Junyi's assault. Clearly, Junyi had contemplated this as well and hastened his pace. Nevertheless, Duobao exhibited no intention of evasion. In the next moment, a tremendous aura erupted from him, sweeping across the surroundings with overwhelming force. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint, mere steps away from the sacred realm. Yet, in that very moment, the formidable leap to the sacred realm, once deemed exceedingly difficult, was suddenly transcended. Crack! Another sharp sound rang out as the barrier between the two realms was instantly breached. Then boom! An explosion ensued. Duobao's aura surged rapidly, breaking through into the sacred realm with astonishing speed, and he showed no signs of halting. After transcending the first tier of the sacred realm, he advanced towards the second tier. At this moment, Xuanti's attack arrived. Duobao raised his brows, and his aura erupted forth, an overwhelming sacred might enveloping him. Facing Xuanti's full-force strike, Duobao struck out with a powerful palm, unleashing a torrent of sacred might. As the sacred pathways intertwined, a tremendous boom resonated. Duobao successfully blocked the assault, and as his aura continued to intensify, Xuanti was forced to retreat. Xuanti stumbled back half a step, gripping the seven treasures mysterious tree, his gaze fixed on Duobao, filled with astonishment. A saint, in the sacred realm, how could this be possible? He stared in disbelief at the scene before him, overwhelmed by shock. It was not only he who was astonished. Even the three saints of the highest were wide-eyed in disbelief. A saint among the disciples of the Jiejing's eyes were filled with incredulity. Impossible, this cannot be, it absolutely cannot. Yuan Shitianzun found it hard to accept. For him, this was something beyond comprehension. Among his many disciples, all possessing fine backgrounds and excellent talents, not a single one had managed to break through to the sacred realm. Yet now, had emerged with such a figure. Prior to this, he had harbored disdain, but now, Taishang too frowned, finding it difficult to believe that had produced another saint. In truth, Duobao's transformation was a result of the formation that gathered the combined strength of all, coalescing into Duobao alone. Thus, it propelled his cultivation to this point, even directly attaining the sacred realm. At this moment, Duobao's cultivation had yet to reach new heights. He was still in the process of advancement. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through to the second level of sainthood. Observing this scene, Xuanti's eyes darkened with shadows of foreboding. In the next moment, he moved swiftly, launching an attack, having discerned that this was indeed the critical juncture of Duobao's breakthrough. If left unchecked, it was certain that Duobao would grow even stronger. Thus, acting now to thwart him was undoubtedly the most opportune moment. With no hesitation, Xuanti unleashed his strike. The staff transformed from the seven treasures mysterious tree surged forth, crashing down upon Duobao. The force of this attack was immense, causing the surrounding space to tremble as if on the verge of collapsing. Such was the might of a saint. Yet, in the face of Xuanti's assault, Duobao remained unperturbed. The principles of the Tao swirled around him, and with a powerful palm strike, he countered. Under this single strike, the cosmos seemed to reverse, time flowed backward, leaving onlookers in awe. His strength was unparalleled, and before a saint, he advanced boldly, his actions capable of shaking the very foundations of existence. Duobao had never felt such overwhelming power. As he struck, the heavens quaked, and the universe trembled. Even the river of time felt the impact of his prowess. This blow landed squarely upon Xuanti. There was no evasion. A thunderous roar erupted. Xuanti attempted to wield the seven treasures mysterious tree to defend against the onslaught. But Duobao's attack was simply too formidable, causing the staff to nearly slip from his grasp. The clash was terrifying and astonishing, leaving all spectators in a state of disbelief. No, it cannot be. How could he possibly be this powerful? To break through to sainthood was one thing, but his strength was still on the rise. At that moment, Nuwa was rendered speechless. She had not anticipated such a turn of events. Initially, she believed that Lu Feng's youth and inexperience would be a disadvantage. But now it was clear. This was not the case. He truly had hidden depths. It was utterly terrifying. To forcibly create a saint with such grand means? It was simply too alarming. At this juncture, Duobao sought to strike again, eager to pursue the advantage. He was determined to seize this opportunity to slay Xuanti. Today, he would vanquish a saint. Chapter 145, truly hilarious. At this moment, within the chaotic realm of the Purple Cloud Palace, a soft exclamation reverberated. Subsequently, Hong Jun furrowed his brow slightly, intrigued by the peculiar formation before him. With his discerning gaze, he could readily discern that the enhancement of Duobao's power was attributed to this very formation. The crux of the matter lay in the astonishing ability of this formation to temporarily bestow the strength of a sage upon a quasi-sage. This was indeed somewhat incredulous. Even Hong Jun narrowed his eyes, observing for a considerable time, yet he remained unable to fathom its profound intricacies. The formation was undeniably intricate. Hongjun could generally perceive that it involved no less than 8 sacred principles. Among these 8 principles, half were of a nature that even he could not penetrate. This was quite intriguing. Where did this formation originate? Could it be attributed to the enigmatic figure standing behind the? Initially, when Zhao Gongming made his appearance, the surge of demonic energy that accompanied his movements had sown seeds of doubt within Hongjun. Was it this individual? However, it was evident that this was not the case. Although the demonic energy was potent, it diverged significantly from that of the former demon ancestor, Luo Ho. The demonic aura exuded by Zhao Gongming was bold and solitary, embodying a great demon with courage and principles. In contrast, Luo Ho was characterized by madness and destruction, a fiend intent on annihilating everything. Fundamentally, there existed a distinction between the two, making any comparison unfeasible. Hongjun swiftly recognized this difference and dismissed the possibility. However, after several days of observation, he indeed began to uncover certain traces relating to Luo Ho. Various signs seemed to genuinely indicate his continued existence. Upon this revelation, Hongjun became increasingly attentive. The name of the demon ancestor, Luo Ho, had long been buried within his thoughts, a former adversary from the era of Long Han. Defeating Luo Ho back then was no trivial feat now. As he rediscovered traces of his presence, Hongjun squinted in contemplation. What might he be plotting now? Meanwhile, on Jinao Island, after the disciples of the departed, Lu Feng did not remain idle. With the sages engaged in battle, Hongjun, that old sly character, was likely concocting some scheme. Lu Feng felt it prudent to preemptively act rather than allow matters to unfold unchecked. For instance, at present, Lu Feng was diligently crafting the god-slaying spear based on the design he had. According to the system, Luo Ho was likely still alive. If Hongjun were to learn of this, he would probably be unable to remain composed, for the memories associated with Luo Ho were hardly pleasant. Under such circumstances, it seemed wise to keep himself occupied. Otherwise, that old schemer would remain cooped up in the purple cloud palace like a tortoise in its shell, brooding over how to outmaneuver others all day long. Who could endure such a situation? As Lu Feng proceeded with his actions, the form of a long spear soon emerged. Following the blueprint meticulously, he would swiftly be able to forge the complete god-slaying spear. At that time, he would merge it with the fragmented version, naturally resulting in a fully realized god-slaying spear. When that moment arrives, he could finally compel that old schemer to emerge from the Zixiao shell. At this moment, Lu Feng pondered the importance of not remaining cooped up. Doing so could lead to one's demise. As the Dao ancestor, one ought to venture out more often. Meanwhile, outside Jinao Island, no one could fathom the terrifying thoughts swirling in the mind of Duo Bao. The notion of slaying a sage was a madness so profound that even their revered master, Tongtian, had never entertained it. Even at the moment when Tongtian had completely severed ties with the 4 sages, his intentions were merely to inflict severe damage upon them. The idea of actually slaying a sage was far too audacious to even contemplate. It wasn't simply a lack of desire for such an act, but rather the insurmountable challenge it posed. The might of a sage is beyond discussion. Thus, Duo Bao's thoughts at this moment appeared even more frenzied. Undoubtedly, due to the formation, the thoughts of Duo Bao resonated within the minds of the other disciples. An overwhelming excitement ensued. The second senior brother intends to slay a sage? What a wildly audacious thought, but I absolutely love it. Roar, let us charge forth, and take down this bald donkey before us. One is not enough. I've long found them displeasing, always preaching yet belittling our Jie. Second senior brother, lead us, and we shall take them down one by one. Ha ha ha. Jie is invincible. In that moment, within the formation, even Duo Bao did not anticipate that his own wild thoughts would be sensed by his younger brothers and sisters, let alone be met with such enthusiastic agreement. It seemed that under the influence of the first senior brother, each of them harbored thoughts that bordered on madness. If all beneath the sage are but ants, then why should a sage be immune to slaying? Duo Bao gazed at the figure of Junti before him. His aura, having finally stabilized, reached the threshold of a quasi-sage, with an immense internal strength and a robust presence. His determination intensified within his gaze. A sage can indeed be slain. At that moment, sensing the murderous intent within Duo Bao's eyes, Junti clearly paused in surprise. He had not expected that this disciple of Jie would possess such audacity. Although he could not discern the means by which Duo Bao had forcibly elevated his power to the sage realm, it mattered little, in terms of experience, mastery over the sage's power, or familiarity with the principles of the sage path. Junti undoubtedly held a significant advantage over Duo Bao at that moment. Therefore, when Duo Bao revealed his murderous intent, Junti not only felt no fear, but he even scoffed openly. Do you harbor killing intent towards me? Do you think that upon ascending to the sage realm, you have attained the strength to stand on equal footing with us? The disdain in Jun Ti's gaze was palpable as it fell upon Duo Bao. Let me tell you, this is sheer folly. Not only Jun Ti. The three sages behind him observed the scene with faint smiles. Although the elevation of Duo Bao was somewhat unexpected for them, the means he employed were beyond their comprehension. Nonetheless, this did not diminish their perception of Duo Bao. Having been saints for countless years, they had immersed themselves in the sanctified realm, mastering the rules and wielding power to an extraordinarily proficient degree. Even Kunni, among the 6 saints, was considered relatively weak. Yet, ultimately, he was not a mere newly ascended saint to be compared with. The disparity between them was vast. Even though Duo Bao had now ascended to the 3rd tier of the saintly realm, the notion of challenging an established saint was undoubtedly a delusion. This sentiment was shared not only by them, but also by the remaining disciples of the 3 teachings nearby. At that moment, upon grasping the thoughts of the Jie members, Guangqingzi could not contain himself and let out a derisive laugh. It's utterly ridiculous. To think of taking action against a saint is already a folly, and now they dare to reveal murderous intent? Do they truly believe they possess such strength? The Taoist Yuding also chuckled, remarking on these unseasoned beings, who, having resorted to clandestine methods to ascend to the saintly realm, naively believed they could genuinely contend with saints. Truly laughable. Chapter 146, The Splendorous Slaying of the Saint. At this moment, the disciples of the 3 teachings erupted into raucous laughter, their mirth laced with mockery and disdain. This was the only means of retaliation they possessed against the Jie Sect. Beyond this, they were utterly defenseless. Yet, in that instant, upon hearing the words of the 3 teachings disciples, the Golden Light Fairy was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of bewilderment as she questioned, why do they dare to laugh? These inept beings, who have yet to encounter a saint, presume to deride a senior brother who has attained saintly prowess. Are they out of their minds? The serpent demon remarked quietly, let us show some understanding. After all, their intellect is lacking. In truth, it is our fault. As he uttered these words, he sighed, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. We must have struck them too forcefully during our previous encounter, causing their minds to falter. He gestured towards the 2 who were laughing heartily, Guangqingzi and Yuding Daoren, adding, look at those 2. Their joy is evident. They have clearly been left in a pitiful state. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Jie Sect experienced an epiphany. They cast glances towards their 3 teachings counterparts, their eyes brimming with a condescending pity. In an instant, their anger flared even more, leading them to unleash a torrent of ridicule. The tiger demon sighed, indeed, it is our oversight. We have not considered their circumstances adequately. The crowd looked at him with confusion. The tiger demon explained, given their appearance, it seems they are the last of a lineage, and yet we have still resorted to violence against them. He lamented, these unfortunate orphans, devoid of hope, are truly pitiable. Their plight is already dire, and now their wits have been further diminished. With that, the disciples of the Jie Sect burst into laughter, their mirth unabated and unabashed. The sounds of their amusement reached the ears of the remaining disciples of the 3 teachings, igniting their fury anew. Jie Sect scoundrels, you shall not live long. They shouted in indignation. The tiger demon, reflecting, said, let us not stoop to their level. We are now conversing with individuals of their master's generation. In a sense, we are engaging with their master as equals, so we shall not hold it against them. The serpent demon added, indeed, dear disciples, continue your revelry. Our esteemed elders shall show you leniency today. Fuming with rage, the disciples of the 3 teachings found themselves at a loss, unable to retaliate physically or verbally. Their frustration simmered within. Even the 3 saints wore somber expressions, anticipating the moment when they could take action. The gaze of Zhuan Ti narrowed as he surveyed the Jie Sect disciples, admonishing, Jie Sect scoundrels, you rely solely on verbal jabs. The tiger demon scoffed. What manner of disciples have you raised? Unable to fight back or retort, does this not reflect on your own inadequacies as their master? You seek death. This retort ignited Zhuan Ti's fury, and in an instant, clutching the 7 treasures mysterious tree, he prepared to act. Charging directly towards the tiger demon, the sacred might erupted instantaneously, enveloping the multitude of disciples from the. This action by Zhuan Ti was not merely aimed at the tiger demon, but intended to crush all the disciples of the collectively. Clearly, after a period of observation, he had discerned certain clues. The prowess of Duo Bao was intricately linked to these disciples. Zhuan Ti speculated that there must be a connection. Thus, he resolved to strike first, obliterating the disciples without hesitation. However, Duo Bao would not permit such a desire to be fulfilled. In a swift motion, a resonant hum emerged. Upon closer inspection, a silver-white longsword appeared in Duo Bao's grasp. The sword, 3 feet long and named Feng, caused Xuan to gasp in astonishment the moment it materialized. The reason was simple. This sword, held by Duo Bao, belonged to Lu Feng. It was an innate supreme treasure. As the innate supreme sword rested in Duo Bao's hand, even the mere act of holding it conveyed the blade's extraordinary sharpness, as if it could cleave through the very heavens. Although this long sword was an innate supreme treasure, it differed from others of its kind. It had relinquished all other attributes, retaining solely its unparalleled sharpness. This represented the pinnacle of sharpness, a true supreme treasure. At this moment, Xuan wielded the gung metal Dao, which possessed a similar attribute. Thus, the confrontation between the two would become a duel of ultimate sharpness. Xuan struck with his staff, the sound of wind rising. Employing a familiar technique, he aimed to solidify the space surrounding Duo Bao with a mere gesture. His intention was to momentarily hinder Duo Bao and eliminate the disciples behind him. Yet, he had evidently miscalculated. With a vibrating hum, the sword trembled, and a silvery light flickered along the blade of Feng. In an instant, a clear crack echoed through the air. Subsequently, the solidified space shattered entirely, and the sword light flashed. Gripping the Feng tightly, Duo Bao swung it decisively towards Xuan. The unmatched sharpness of the longsword threatened to obliterate the very fabric of space. At that moment, Xuan was the target. If he persisted in annihilating the disciples, Duo Bao's strike would cleave him in two. Ultimately, Xuan chose to retreat in an instant, spinning away as the staff, transformed from the 7 treasures Miao tree, collided with the Feng. The impact produced a thunderous sound, unleashing colossal waves that surged across the sea, creating a spectacular sight that echoed for miles. This clash revealed that both combatants were evenly matched. The scene undoubtedly astonished many onlookers. How could this be possible? Having just recently achieved a breakthrough, yet exhibiting such formidable strength? A prodigy, truly a prodigy. The 3 saints were equally astonished. Yet, Duo Bao remained remarkably composed in the face of the situation. He tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand, his gaze shifting as a holy aura began to emanate from him. It was as if he murmured, or perhaps sighed, uttering a phrase, "Who stands at the peak at the end of the sacred path?" This statement bore the weight of both a question and a declaration. Upon hearing this, Xuan merely scoffed, dismissing the audacity of a mere newly ascended saint daring to make such grand proclamations. Empty words. He tightened his grip on the staff, transformed from the 7 treasures Miao tree, employing the principles of the metal path to their utmost potential. Simultaneously, the light of the Buddha shimmered around him, and the 7 treasures Miao tree radiated a resplendent array of colors. "Today, you shall all meet your demise here, and be inscribed in the annals." With that proclamation, Xuan swung his staff, and in an instant, a kaleidoscope of light surged forth towards Duo Bao. This vibrant light possessed immense power, unmatched in its ferocity. However, Duo Bao faced it without a hint of trepidation. His eyes flickered as he swiftly unleashed his sword, the blade slicing through the air like a silken thread, colliding forcefully with the multicolored light. With a resounding hum, the radiant colors were cleaved in two, without any semblance of negotiation. Furthermore, without a moment's pause after severing the light, the blade continued its path, striking Xuan left arm. With another resounding clash, blood erupted forth as one of Xuan arms was sent flying. Yet Duo Bao showed no signs of stopping. With another swift stroke, he aimed for Xuan neck, pressing the assault relentlessly. One strike to end it all. Chapter 147, The Law of Power. Within the confines of Golden Ao Island, Lu Feng gazed at the long spear before him, which emitted a faint aura of demonic energy. After scrutinizing it thoroughly, he felt a sense of satisfaction. This demonic essence was distinct from that of Zhao Gongming. Rather, it bore a resemblance to the energy emanating from Luo Ho. It was a kind of frenzied, utterly destructive energy that was highly conspicuous. It was likely that anyone who encountered it would recognize its presence. Thus, prior to the forging process, Lu Feng had proactively established a shielding formation, intending to obscure this glaring demonic aura from prying eyes. Otherwise, should it be detected, it would pose significant issues. First and foremost, the old schemer, Hongjun, would undoubtedly spring into action immediately. However, Lu Feng did not wish for matters to unfold so swiftly. He needed time to prepare. After all, dealing with that old trickster was no simple task, especially given his substantial cultivation. He then commenced the final stages of forging, crafting the god-slaying spear, which was of the innate spiritual treasure rank. Such a task was not easily accomplished, and even with Lu Feng's current expertise, it required considerable effort. At that moment, The system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. The War of the Gods has reached its midpoint, and the disciples of the have performed admirably, eliminating a significant portion of the disciples from the three teachings. Now, 357 have been listed among the gods. The first phase of rewards will be issued to the host. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining a 50-point proficiency increase in the Sacred Path's principles. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 5 paths of primordial purple chi. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward for ascension to the 3rd tier of saint-level cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the complete Sacred Path principles, the law of power. With the final chime of the system's voice, an exceptionally pure spiritual energy surged into Lu Feng's body. As this energy coursed through him, his aura began to transform at an astonishing pace. In an instant, he ascended to the 4th tier of saint-level cultivation. Yet, he did not cease there. He swiftly progressed through the early, mid, and late stages of the 4th tier, reaching its pinnacle, then advancing to the 5th tier, and ultimately achieving the peak of the 5th tier before breaking through to the 6th tier. Upon reaching the apex of the 6th tier, he pressed on, shattering barriers and arriving at the 7th tier of saint-level cultivation. This represented a formidable strength. As he felt the abundant power within him, Lu Feng flexed his joints, perceiving it to be rather ordinary. The 7th tier of saint-level cultivation seemed to surpass that of his master by 1 tier. However, he speculated that after traversing the Panga's secret realm, his cultivation could potentially ascend even higher. He pondered how he would react upon witnessing yet another breakthrough in his cultivation. Perhaps he would be exceedingly delighted. A faint smile graced Lu Feng's lips as he entertained the thought, finding it immensely amusing. Additionally, his proficiency in all Sacred Path principles had increased by 50. Once the proficiency reached its maximum level, it would transform into the Heavenly Path principles, and subsequently, the Great Path principles. Currently, Lu Feng still had some distance to cover before attaining that realm. However, in addition to this, there exists the complete reward of the Path of Power. As Lu Feng's gaze shifted, he caught sight of the news regarding the Path of Power. Current Sacred Path, Path of Power. Proficiency in Sacred Path of Power, 99. Note: please be aware that although the proficiency in the Sacred Path of Power is at 100, due to the host's insufficient cultivation, they are temporarily unable to bear the full might of the complete Path of Power, and therefore, a portion is sealed. Once the host reaches the pinnacle of the Sage Realm, it can be unsealed. Furthermore, it will aid the host in breaking through to the next realm. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes. This meant that as long as his cultivation was adequate, he would not need to comprehend the path once more. He could directly transcend to the next realm, the Hunyuan Heavenly Sage. In other words, the state of Tao integration. However, the path Lu Feng chose would undoubtedly differ from that of Hongjun. That would be far too meek. He intended to break through in a dignified manner, without relinquishing anything. Of course, among this reward, there were also 5 strands of primordial purple chi, which Lu Feng collected. Currently, the primordial purple chi was not of significant aid to him. He would temporarily keep it for future assistance to the disciples of the Jie Sect in their breakthroughs. After all, once they reached the Sage Realm, the transformation of the path would greatly benefit him as well. Lu Feng felt that he must pay heed to this matter. At this moment, within the Panga's secret realm, Tongtian was deeply immersed in comprehension. Having witnessed the Panga's creation of the world and the subsequent annihilation of the 3,000 demon gods, he experienced a profound shock from witnessing the birth of the world. He felt his horizons expand significantly, and his understanding of the path was further refined. He sat cross-legged in the location where Pangu once stood, absorbing the essence of this realm. Suddenly, his insights into the path became clearer. He tightly closed his eyes, and his aura continuously elevated. Now at the late stage of the 6th level of the Sage Realm, he was climbing toward the pinnacle in his comprehension. There was even a possibility of breaking through from the peak of the 6th level to reach the 7th level. Tongtian felt a surge of excitement regarding this potential breakthrough, unaware that his every action would create immense rewards for another. If Lu Feng were present at this moment, he would surely present a book titled Self-Cultivation of Chives. In truth, Lu Feng believed this book was quite suitable for Tongtian. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity at present. Within the Zixiao Palace, at this moment, Hongjun furrowed his brows once more. He sensed a hint of demonic aura. Although it flickered briefly before vanishing, he still perceived it. The demonic energy shared a source with Luoho. Hongjun narrowed his eyes. He could not mistake this kind of aura. This indicated one thing: Luo Lian was indeed still alive. Even if not alive, there must be a successor. Otherwise, such a similar aura would not exist. With this in mind, Hongjun began to deduce. seeking to ascertain the whereabouts of Luoho through this deduction. However, the endeavor proved unsuccessful, as no traces could be discerned. After a brief moment, Hongjun chose to relinquish his pursuit of Luoho's whereabouts. Yet, he remained acutely sensitive to any signs of Luoho's presence. His gaze shifted, redirecting his focus to the War of the Gods, resolutely deciding that any fragment of information regarding Luo Lian would be of utmost importance. At this moment, there existed a realm unbeknownst to Hongjun. In that place, a torrent of demonic energy surged with inexplicable potency, overwhelming the atmosphere. The relentless waves of demonic energy nearly permeated the environment, becoming the dominant theme of this world. However, within this domain, there existed a membrane-like barrier that obstructed the demonic energy. This barrier not only contained the malevolent force, but also concealed it from the outside world. Thus, this peculiar realm had endured for an extended period, remaining undiscovered by any soul. Chapter 148. The Fall of Xuanti. In this world, there exists a substantial population, each individual possessing commendable strength. A cursory glance reveals several beings comparable to the quasi-saint realm. Such a world is undeniably formidable in terms of power. However, in its profound depths, the demonic energy thickens, imbued with a sense of annihilation and madness that can profoundly affect the mind. Should one delve deeper, they would discover a figure seated in meditation at the very core. He is strikingly handsome, yet exudes a sinister allure, with torrents of demonic energy emanating from him. His presence is formidable, having one foot firmly planted on the verge of the Tao integration realm. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, he abruptly opens his eyes, unleashing another wave of demonic energy accompanied by a fierce roar. Grant me a millennium, and I shall achieve true Tao integration, not as you do, bowing to the heavenly Tao. Hongjun, await my return, for I shall seek vengeance. The man's eyes are filled with animosity. If Hongjun were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this identity. Luoho, the demon ancestor. After being defeated by Hongjun, Luoho exhausted all means to escape the primordial world, fleeing to evade pursuit, ultimately arriving here to lie in wait. Healing and breaking through, he is resolute in his desire for revenge. A millennium hence, the method he chooses for Tao integration will be far more audacious than that of Hongjun. Upon succeeding, he will be infinitely more powerful. He is confident that after a millennium, he will be capable of vanquishing Hongjun. At this moment, the demonic energy continues to surge as Luoho resumes his cultivation, preparing for his final breakthrough. Outside Golden Ao Island, as blood splatters, the searing sacred blood drips into the sea. Instantly, the ocean cannot withstand such overwhelming energy and begins to surge and boil, as if molten lava were cascading into it, emitting a hissing sound as if on the verge of vaporizing. No one anticipated such a transformation, not even the three saints, who stand momentarily stunned. None could have foreseen that a disciple who had just ascended to the second tier of the saint realm could possess such formidable power. Not only had he genuinely injured the seasoned quasi-saint Xuanti, but he had even severed one of his arms. Upon witnessing this, Jane squints, struggling to comprehend the situation. If this continues to develop, it could lead to the annihilation of all disciples of the Jie Sect, thereby tarnishing their reputation. Moreover, unforeseen consequences loom over them. Thus, he resolves not to remain passive any longer and intends to act decisively to eliminate these Jie Sect disciples. However, just as Jane prepares to strike, Nuwa unexpectedly positions herself before him. Friend Jane, this is a matter between them. Why must you intervene? Nuwa smiles. After all, they are merely a group of juniors. Xuanti's actions are already in overreach. Do you also wish to bully the weak? As Nuwa spoke, an aura emanated from her, clearly indicating her resolute stance. She would not permit Jane to intervene, and should Jane insist on doing so, she was prepared for a confrontation. Consequently, upon witnessing Nuwa's unwavering attitude, Jane relinquished any struggle and retreated, intending to observe quietly. Nuwa cast a faint glance before turning her gaze back to the arena, somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that the disciples of Jie Jiao could inflict such significant damage upon Xuanti. In their hands, or rather, in the hands of Lu Feng, these disciples seemed to possess boundless potential. It was utterly astonishing. In the arena, Xuanti felt the sting of pain. His left arm had been severed, cleaved cleanly by a sword without a hint of negotiation. Enraged, he bellowed, "You seek death," and launched another attack. The staff transformed from the seven treasures Miao tree was swiftly swung, radiating vibrant colors and considerably enhanced in power. Although the loss of an arm undoubtedly affected Xuanti's strength, it was not overwhelmingly debilitating. Following his renewed assault, Duo Bao narrowed his eyes and swiftly countered with a sword strike, colliding with Xuanti's attack. The clash was fierce, causing both combatants to stagger back several paces, with Xuanti sustaining even greater injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Duo Bao pressed forward, executing another swift sword stroke. At that moment, Xuanti met his advance, forming a seal with his hands. Instantly, a colossal Buddha materialized behind him, while a magnificent figure appeared behind Duo Bao, clad in flowing white robes. Resembling an unparalleled celestial emperor traversing time itself, disrupting the river of time and shaking the void of eternity. However, the distinction lay in the fact that the figure behind Duo Bao presented only its back, turned away from the world and the populace. Yet, this silhouette still exuded an air of grandeur and strength, conjuring illusions. Xuanti shouted, urging the great Buddha behind him to launch a fierce assault. Duo Bao remained unfazed, suddenly swinging his sword as the figure behind him turned, revealing an extraordinary celestial emperor. With a powerful strike, he instantly subdued the Buddha behind Xuanti. That palm crushed the figure to dust, forcing Xuanti to retreat, bloodied and severely wounded. In response, Duo Bao maintained his composure and pursued with his sword. This is dire. At a distance, Jane's expression changed dramatically as he sensed the threat posed by Xuanti. Without hesitation, he aimed to intervene, but Niwa blocked his path. Observing this, Yuanshi and Taishang understood that they could no longer remain passive and prepared to act. However, at that moment, Duo Bao's speed was too swift. In his hand, the long sword was poised to strike at the revered Xuanti. As the blade flashed with a menacing brilliance, it radiated a sharpness that promised fatality. With a single stroke, it could bring an end to Xuanti's existence. Upon witnessing this, Jie Yin's eyes turned crimson with fury as he bellowed, "Beast, do you dare?" But dare he did. As a disciple of the what was there to fear? Not only did he dare, but he possessed a ferocity beyond the ordinary. In that moment, Duo Bao recklessly swung his sword, heedless of the consequences. The blade descended with force, and a soft yet chilling sound echoed as Xuanti's massive head was severed from his body. In an instant, the heavens and the earth responded, and a wave of sorrow enveloped the realm. Upon witnessing this, Jie Yin erupted in a furious roar, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Xuanti had, at this very moment, been slain by a disciple of the Chapter 149. Someone is governing everything at this moment. A profound sense of sorrow permeated the universe. This melancholy, seemingly arising from nowhere, swiftly spread throughout the realm. The vast expanse of the wilderness felt this inexplicable grief, a deep and poignant lament that resonated within every being. In a fleeting moment, the entire wilderness was engulfed by this sensation, prompting all to gaze upward at the heavens. What has transpired? Why do I feel such profound distress? It seems as though a significant figure in this world has suddenly departed. Who could it be? A celestial being, perhaps? In the face of such an occurrence, all creatures murmured in confusion, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, their minds clouded with uncertainty. Those of higher realms, however, began to grasp the truth. At that moment, within the Five Zhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi's eyes widened in shock, a cold breath catching in his throat. His expression one of utter disbelief. He remained frozen, akin to a statue, as the reality dawned upon him. The gentle breeze and the bright moon, witnessing this scene, were similarly bewildered and stared vacantly. After a brief pause, they could not suppress their inquiries. "Master, what has happened?" Awakened by his disciples' calls, Zhen Yuanzi finally regained his composure, yet the astonishment lingered on his face. With a long sigh, he took some time to collect himself, and then exclaimed, "A sage has been slain." What? Upon hearing these words, Feng and Mingyue fell into a stunned silence for 3 breaths before their eyes widened in shock. How could this be possible? That was a sage, the most formidable existence within the cosmos. How could such a thing occur? Feng, as if struck by a thought, asked, "The one who was slain, was it from the?" He hesitated to utter the sage's name outright, opting instead for this cautious description. However, Zhen Yuanzi shook his head, remaining silent, offering no explanation. For in the next moment, a faint aura of Xuanti emerged in the atmosphere, making it abundantly clear who had met their demise. Upon sensing this aura, both Feng and Mingyue were once again struck with disbelief, their eyes filled with incredulity. Could it really be the Western sage? They struggled to accept this revelation, especially considering that the 4 sages had a clear advantage over one. Yet, the question lingered. How could this happen? They wished to inquire further of Zhen Yuanzi, but he appeared lost in thought. Meanwhile, within the Lingxiao treasure palace, Hao Yin too was engulfed in shock. He sensed the sorrowful atmosphere that enveloped the world, alongside Zhuan Ti's aura. In truth, he had been closely monitoring the battle, as the outcome held significant implications for the strength of his heavenly forces. Upon witnessing the names of numerous disciples from the Chan teaching and even the Western sect, including the esteemed disciple Xiandu, appearing in the records, in Hao Yan's heart, a mix of elation and disappointment swirled. The joy stemmed from the commendable strength exhibited by these individuals. Most of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect had made the list, which, upon the completion of the canonization, would undoubtedly bolster the celestial court's power significantly. However, the absence of a single disciple from the left him somewhat disheartened. He had witnessed the formidable prowess of the disciples, far surpassing those of the Chan sect and the Western Church. Now, the lack of even one disciple from was a source of disappointment for Hao Yan, who had hoped that all those who ranked would be powerful. Initially, he had consoled himself with the notion that even lesser beings would suffice, but at this moment, he was met with an overwhelming surprise. Not just any surprise, but an extraordinary one. Typically, the canonization list incorporates the true spirits of deceased disciples. When a death occurs, the calamity's energy guides xianxia to select the most deserving candidates. Yet now, a saint had been slain, which implied. Hao Yan could not suppress his astonishment. Inhaling sharply, the prospect of a saint being included on the list was something he had never dared to contemplate, but now it seemed feasible. Should Zhuan Ti indeed find himself on the canonization list and be canonized, the ramifications for the celestial court would be monumental. The mere thought of such future events sent waves of excitement through Hao Yan, causing him to tremble with anticipation at the prospect of addressing a saint with such authority. Zhuan Ti, my shoulders ache. Zhuan Ti, my legs are sore. Though these were merely thoughts, a surge of joy immediately brightened his countenance. Yet, Hao Yan was also acutely aware of the improbability of such an event. The saints had their primordial spirits anchored in the cosmos itself. Even with the existence of the canonization list, gathering them into a true spirit and suppressing them on the list posed considerable challenges. Thus, he regarded it as nothing more than a fleeting fancy. Yet, at this moment, he remained astounded. For the death of Zhuan Ti was not the doing of the likes of Tongtian or other saints, but rather the hand of the second disciple, Duo Bao. The mere fact that a single disciple possessed such strength was astounding. Despite the arrogance, the might of the treasured artifacts, and Zhuan Ti's underestimation, the reality of a saint's demise was undeniable. This alone was sufficient to leave one in awe. With a sense of wonder, Hao Yan once more surveyed the battlefield. In the distance, Ho Tu, upon sensing the sorrow emanating from the cosmos, paused momentarily. Having witnessed the entire sequence of events, she comprehended the reality of Zhuan Ti's death at the hands of the disciples. It was Duo Bao, the second disciple of, who had suddenly surged forth and severed Zhuan Ti's head with a single stroke. Throughout the ordeal, there was little fervor and scant resistance. From Ho Tu's perspective, it appeared more as a meticulously prepared, forceful strike. She could faintly sense that behind this act, there was a guiding hand, orchestrating all of it. Even the sages have succumbed to their own machinations. At her level, the scope of her vision extends far beyond the merely simplistic. Although it appears that the demise of the sage was at the hands of Duo Bao, the intricacies involved are profoundly complex. The fall of a sage is not so easily accomplished. Despite their immortality and the eternal nature of their primordial spirits, which are anchored in the celestial order, they are not impervious to devastating blows. Chapter 150, Forcing the Ascension of Zhuan Ti. Within the confines of Golden Ao Island, Feng has successfully forged the god-slaying spear. Dark, malevolent energy emanates ceaselessly from its tip, unmistakably and vividly. Upon completion of the forging process, Feng carefully stowed it away. The next task at hand was to merge with the incomplete god-slaying spear. However, as Feng concluded the forging and dismantled the formation, he was suddenly taken aback, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. It was evident that he had received news of Zhuan Ti's demise. After stroking his chin thoughtfully, he murmured to himself, "So soon I had expected Zhuan Ti's capabilities to allow for a longer endurance, yet it unfolded so rapidly." He genuinely did not anticipate this. Prior to this, there had existed a glimmer of hope that figures like Duo Bao and others might succeed in slaying a sage. Under the aegis of the formation and with the Qing Feng sword in hand, it was indeed plausible for a sage to be defeated. However, this transpired more swiftly than he had envisioned. Thus, at this moment, he felt a twinge of astonishment. The system's voice then echoed in his mind. Ding! Under the brilliant strategy of the host, disciples of the have demonstrated extraordinary prowess, slaying a sage, and will grant the host the second phase reward. Please hold on. Ding! Congratulations, Host, you have attained an elevation to the first stage of Sage Realm. You can control the breakthrough time. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a forced ascension opportunity. Please note, the forced ascension opportunity pertains to the slain individual. When external influences hinder their ascension, the host may compel their ascension. Upon reading the final reward, Lu Feng narrowed his eyes. This reward was rather formidable. Although the rewards of the second phase appeared scant, a closer examination revealed their true might. The elevation of one stage in cultivation is momentarily set aside. As for the second item, Lu Feng could not help but smile. In a typical scenario, it would not seem particularly intriguing. Yet now, with Zhuan Ti freshly slain, this reward materialized. Was it not specifically aimed at Zhuan Ti? It was as if the system recognized that even with a sage's demise, ascending to the rankings would remain an arduous task. Hence the imposition of this punitive reward. Lu Feng's expression turned curious. Could this truly enable Zhuan Ti to ascend the rankings posthumously? Imagining the future when Xianxia is enshrined. The first among the deified would be none other than Saint Zhuan Ti. How exhilarating! As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Ding! A reminder for the esteemed host. The forced ascension opportunity may be utilized, but its efficacy will diminish when dealing with the sage realm. This, Lu Feng had anticipated. Ultimately, Zhuan Ti was a sage of the heavenly Tao. The essence of xianxia entrusted to the heavenly Tao, the formation of true spirit, was intrinsically linked to the primordial spirit. Forcing a sage to ascend the rankings would essentially equate to opposing the heavenly Tao, undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Lu Feng was prepared to accept this. Ding. The forced ascension opportunity is available for use. Would you like to proceed? Use it. Lu Feng replied without a moment's hesitation, and then spoke. At this moment, just outside Golden Ao Island, the sorrow within the cosmos is profoundly palpable. The three sages, alongside Nuwa, are taken aback by this scene. They never anticipated that Zhuan Ti would be so easily slain. Jie is the first to awaken, erupting in a furious roar. Ah, wretched beasts, I shall slay you. His wrathful cry resonates, and he prepares to strike at the disciples of Duobao. Nuwa, too, has come to her senses and swiftly intervenes. The two sages are equally poised to act. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected anomaly arises. From the fallen body of Zhuan Ti, spiritual energy begins to coalesce. This commotion instantly captures the attention of all present. Following Zhuan Ti's demise, there is no manifestation of true spirit, yet this occurrence undoubtedly implies intent. Immediately, the tiger demon exclaims in astonishment. Could it be that sages can ascend the ranks? How fascinating it is for Lord Dragon to witness such a rarity today. The other disciples of Jie Jiao express their amazement as well. Even the two sages stand in stunned disbelief, their expressions rife with incredulity. Taishang furrows his brow, stating, how can this be? The primordial spirit of a sage is entrusted to the heavenly path. It is impossible for it to form a true spirit and ascend the ranks. The primordial supreme also narrows his eyes. This seems implausible. Despite their skepticism, the reality unfolds before them. Furthermore, the corpse continues to tremble slightly, as if some will is resisting. Meanwhile, deep within the chaos, in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun is momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. He soon perceives a mysterious force interfering with the heavenly path. No, more precisely, it is disrupting the primordial spirit of Zhuan Ti within the heavenly path. Is this an attempt to forcibly elevate Zhuan Ti to the ranks? Hongjun muses quietly, then narrows his eyes. A glint of cold light emerges within his gaze, and he snorts in disdain. To dare to undertake such actions before me is indeed audacious. With that, he moves, vanishing from sight. When he reappears, he is at the location of the will of the heavenly path. This is an exceedingly arcane place, one that even sages cannot readily find in ordinary times. Only after Hongjun's attainment of the Tao can he enter. Moreover, entry is not granted freely. The consent of the heavenly path is required. In this realm, Hongjun's power reaches its zenith, for his attainment of the Tao is flawed. Only here can he truly embody the completeness of the Tao. Upon entering this space, he indeed observes a mysterious force coalescing into a colossal hand, attempting to seize Zhuan Ti's primordial spirit and thereby compel his ascent. Such audacity is remarkable. With another cold snort, Hongjun steps forward, revealing the full extent of his power in the realm of the Tao. The principles of the immortal path swirl around him, immensely potent. As Hongjun extends his hand, the principles of the immortal path envelop him instantaneously. The principles he possesses are not merely those of the sacred path, but rather the more formidable laws of the celestial path. Without such formidable power, it would be exceedingly difficult to remain here for an extended period. The disparity between the celestial laws and the sacred laws is indeed vast. At this moment, as Hong Jun made his move, that enigmatic force was indeed stirred, and the clash commenced. Chapter 151. Today, the sage ascends to the rankings. The Tao ancestor, true to his title, possesses formidable strength. In this moment, extracting the entirety of Zhuan Ti's primordial spirit proves to be no simple feat. If such an endeavor were to be pursued, it would likely end in futility. Lu Feng, too, sensed this predicament. Thus, he opted for a more pragmatic approach. Under his will, the energy he commanded instantaneously transformed into a long sword. With a swift slash, the blade shimmered. Even within the celestial realm, it was sufficient to stir the very fabric of space. With a soft hiss, despite Hong Jun's vigorous attempts to thwart him, Lu Feng's sword descended upon Zhuan Ti's primordial spirit. Ultimately, he severed nearly a third of it, forcibly extracting it. A nearly transparent essence emerged. And even though it was but a fragment, it still bore the likeness of Zhuan Ti. However, in this moment, terror adorned the visage of the severed spirit. For without a corporeal form, it remained exceedingly vulnerable. Moreover, having been struck, it now struggled in vain against its fate. Lu Feng seized the essence and, with a decisive grip, crushed it. With a dull thud, the remaining third of the primordial spirit shattered explosively. In an instant, the residual two-thirds of the spirit succumbed to overwhelming pain, falling into unconsciousness. The agony of this spiritual annihilation surpassed even the torment of forcibly diminishing his own realm to that of a quasi-saint. Yet, he found himself powerless against it. At the moment of Zhuan Ti's spirit's detonation, the entire cosmos responded, as if to intervene. Ultimately, however, under Lu Feng's command, the energy disintegrated and enveloped the shattered essence, directing it towards the direction of Jinao Island. At that instant, Zhuan Ti's eyes flew open. The transformation was complete. As the primordial spirit was delivered, the true spirit was poised to take form. In the next moment, a luminous orb materialized, containing the essence of Zhuan Ti's exploded spirit. The orb dissipated, showering down like a cascade of light rain. As this radiant downpour fell, Zhuan Ti's true spirit began to take root. Simultaneously, Jiang Shang received a transmission from Lu Feng. Instantly comprehending the significance, grasping the god-smiting whip firmly, he struck it against the Fengshan bang. Today, the sage ascends to the rankings. Clang, clang, clang. The whip struck the Fengshan bang thrice, resonating with distinct tones. The sounds carried an alluring quality. While such sounds may have little effect on the average individual, they wielded tremendous lethality against true spirits. Particularly at this moment, Zhuan Ti's true spirit, still in its nascent state, was utterly defenseless against these resonances. In the wake of Jiang Shang's strikes, the spirit reacted, drawn towards the Fengshan bang. Upon witnessing the emergence of Zhuan Ti's true spirit, the reactions of the onlookers were profoundly varied. First among them, the three saints and Nuwa were engulfed in sheer astonishment. The formation of true spirits is a matter they are all well aware of. It pertains to the primordial spirit. Although the sage's primordial spirits are entrusted to the heavenly way, they are still able to manifest true spirits. What does this imply? There seems to be an issue with the primordial spirit. How could this be? Furrowing his brow, the Supreme One expressed his confusion, then quietly clenched his fist. Channeling his energy, he began to speculate. Yet ultimately, his deductions led only to a realm of chaos. Moreover, when he attempted to delve deeper into his conjectures, he was suddenly sensed by a mysterious force. In an instant, that force surged forth with incredible swiftness. Immediately, the Supreme One experienced a backlash. The power invaded his body in an instant, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. After the backlash, the Supreme One suffered some injuries. However, at that moment, astonishment flickered once again in his eyes. He turned to the Yuan Shi Tianzun, exclaiming, "The primordial spirit. Daoist Kunni's primordial spirit has been tampered with." Yuan Shi Tianzun quickly grasped the situation, exclaiming in shock. The reason for the formation of true spirits is due to someone interfering with his primordial spirit? The Supreme One nodded, fearing this was indeed the case. Yet, this revelation was even more terrifying. The fact that a primordial spirit, entrusted to the heavenly way, could be influenced and forcibly extracted, subsequently forming true spirits and achieving recognition, was alarming. Both the Supreme One and Yuan Shi exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the shock within their eyes. After sensing again, the Supreme One added, "Fortunately, it is only a portion of the primordial spirit's power. Nevertheless, even this is sufficient to instill fear. If such a precedent exists, Does it not imply that sages are no longer truly immortal? This realization left them profoundly shaken. At that moment, within the Golden Ao Island, as the power within him dissipated, Lu Feng felt a sense of reflection. At the moment he intended to depart, he sensed a penetrating awareness, which promptly imparted a lesson that was neither too heavy nor too light. However, it was somewhat regrettable that such power dissipated so easily. After all, ultimately, it was a force far exceeding that of a sage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to affect Kunti's primordial spirit. In truth, the notion of sages being immortal is relative, dependent on the level of power in question, such as that possessed by Hong Jun. If he so desired, he would possess the ability to annihilate a sage. Lu Feng recalled that the fallen sage pill he had concocted was indeed capable of obliterating a sage's primordial spirit. Thus, the assertion that sages are immortal is a relative discussion. Should one reach the realm of harmony, methods of annihilation would naturally exist. However, at present, in the vast wilderness world, only Hong Jun is able to attain such a level. Therefore, his immortality is indeed a reality. The power bestowed upon Lu Feng by the system was that of the harmony realm, sufficient to accomplish such feats. Now that Kunti's true spirit has been formed, it meets the conditions for recognition. The next step is to observe the performance of others. Things are becoming increasingly intriguing. The system transcends the realm of cultivation. Chapter 152, Master and Disciple Break Through Together. Lu Feng spoke, noting that he still had an unutilized opportunity for a level up in his cultivation. Now that matters had been settled, it was the perfect time to employ it. As Lu Feng's voice echoed, an exceptionally pure surge of spiritual energy flowed into his body. Instantly, his aura began to ascend. From the pinnacle of the 7th level of the sage realm, he continued to rise. Not long after the spiritual energy surged in, a sound akin to a rupture was heard, as if something had been shattered. Lu Feng's aura intensified once more. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 8th level of the sage realm, and even after attaining this new level, he did not cease. Early 8th level, mid 8th level, late 8th level. He continued until he reached the peak of the 8th level. Only then did he come to a halt. The peak of the 8th level of the sage realm, a commendable level of cultivation. Lu Feng sensed that his power had become more substantial, and his understanding of the principles had deepened. However, he still believed that having the disciples of the comprehend these truths and then reflect them back to him would be far more beneficial. After all, as humans, we ultimately seek enjoyment. In the depths of chaos, within the realm of heavenly Tao, the primordial spirit of Xuan was now diminished by 1/3. His features were grotesque, evidently still suffering from the injuries he had recently endured. Hong Jun furrowed his brow, his expression turning grim. The crux of the matter was not merely that Xuan primordial spirit had been seized, but that it had been taken right before his eyes. Anger was evident on Hong Jun's face. He even entertained the fleeting notion of intervening to uncover the truth behind the. Yet, this thought was swiftly dismissed by Hong Jun. Rationality did not support it, and moreover, the current situation of the had not yet concluded, thus he could not interfere. It was a rule set by the heavenly Tao that he must adhere to. If he wished to intervene, he would have to wait until the had reached its conclusion. However, this had encountered numerous unexpected variables, many of which even astonished Hong Jun. For instance, at this moment, Xuan had been slain, and his primordial spirit had been forcibly taken, transforming into a true spirit. It appeared that he was being compelled to ascend the list. This was truly unforeseen. The strengthening of the disciples and the enigmatic formation captured Hong Jun's interest. Yet, regrettably, he found himself unable to intervene at this time. Nevertheless, this incident had allowed Hong Jun to gain a clearer understanding of his opponent's strength, which seemed far more formidable than it initially appeared. It was evident that the adversary had aligned with thee and was challenging him to a duel. Given this situation, Hong Jun waved his hand, establishing restrictions within this realm of heavenly Tao to ensure the safety of the sage's primordial spirits. By adding several layers of protection, the likelihood of mishaps would diminish. His gaze shifted, landing on the primordial form of Xuan. Master, Xuan implored, tears in his eyes. Hong Jun's expression remained stoic as he replied, "Do not worry. Your primordial spirit's injuries will require a few days of rest. I shall replenish your strength shortly. That is not the issue, Master. It concerns the true spirit that has ascended the list. Is it possible to remove me from it?" Xuan stated at this juncture. Primarily, the notion of a sage being listed is simply, utterly disgraceful. Although the power of the primordial spirit may compensate, he can later expend the necessary cost to reshape his form. Sages do not easily perish. However, that fragment of true spirit will undeniably be recorded. Those who are catalogued shall inevitably fall under the dominion of the heavenly sovereign in the future. At that juncture, would he, Xuanti, lead this throng of disciples to heed the heavenly sovereign's commands and serve him? Then, the heavenly sovereign might pat him on the shoulder and say, "Little Jun, little tea. Fetch me a cup of tea. Little Jun, it's time for court. Accompany me. The scenery of the West is splendid. Come explore with me." Damn it. The mere thought of such scenarios in the future leaves Xuanti quite unsettled. No, absolutely not. Such an occurrence must never transpire. This was the sentiment dwelling within Xuanti's heart. At this moment, upon concluding his speech, Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, "If the true spirit enters the investiture of the gods, it shall be acknowledged by the heavenly Tao and cannot emerge again." In other words, if the true spirit is inscribed into the investiture of the gods, there is no turning back. Upon hearing this, Xuanti grew anxious. He quickly turned to the other three sages and implored, "Gentlemen." His face bore a look of earnest pleading. Clearly, he wished to avert this fate. The other three sages nodded in agreement, consenting to his request. At this moment, Taishang and Yuanshi were also resolute, as this matter had escalated beyond triviality. Should they fail to exert effort in this matter, their alliance would effectively cease to exist. Meanwhile, Tongtian and Nuwa were not as well acquainted with this situation. After forming their respective factions, they had separated, their primordial spirits no longer united. The circumstances concerning the primordial spirits here were distinct. Within the realm of the heavenly Tao, their abilities were significantly curtailed. Thus, they remained unaware of the events unfolding. Under Xuanti's entreaty, the other sages acquiesced to his plea, intending to wholeheartedly prevent Xuanti from being inscribed. At this moment, within the Lingxiao Palace, upon witnessing Xuanti being slain and the emergence of a true spirit, the heavenly sovereign was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, elation surged within him, overwhelming in its intensity. His excitement was unabashedly evident, impossible to conceal. Consequently, on this day, the soldiers of the heavenly court beheld a peculiar sight. Their master, the heavenly emperor Haoyan, was as jubilant as a child weighing over 300 pounds, utterly oblivious to the reason for his joy. Their understanding of the investiture of the gods was far inferior to that of Haoyan. Hence, they could not fully grasp what was about to unfold. Once Xuanti's true spirit entered the investiture of the gods, it meant that after the conclusion of the investiture, a sage would heed his commands. The mere thought of such a scenario stirred excitement within Haoyan, who quietly began to anticipate it in his heart. Yet, reason cautioned him that this was unlikely. With three sages present, it would not be so simple. But what if, within his heart, a flicker of hope still lingered? Consequently, he became increasingly attentive to the impending battle of deification. At this moment, outside the Golden Ao Island, it was evident that the three illustrious figures understood the gravity of the situation. They could not permit the true spirit of Xuanti to enter the deification list. Otherwise, even though the primordial spirit could later be replenished, this portion of the true spirit would be imprisoned within the deification list, consequently becoming a pawn of the heavenly court. This was an unimaginable humiliation for a sage. Thus, at this juncture, Jane cast a cold glance at Nuwa, who stood before him, and declared, "Nuwa, my friend, this matter is of utmost importance. Should you obstruct me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Nuwa met his gaze, her eyes flickering slightly. Yet she did not retreat. She responded, "The battle of deification does not permit the intervention of sages. Xuanti's reckless action has already breached the rules set by our master. His incompetence led to his downfall, and that is his own affair." She regarded Jane, along with the Yuanshi and Taishang behind him, and sternly rebuked, "Are you all intent on violating the rules established by our master?" Despite her imposing words, the three sages remained unfazed. Yuanshi Tianzuan coldly retorted, "Nuwa, do not be foolish over a mere handful of disciples from the Jie Sect. If the three of us intervene, even you, having broken through your limits, would not withstand the consequences." Nuwa's prowess surpassed that of Xuanti and was slightly greater than Jane's. However, in comparison to the three pure ones, she was somewhat inferior, though not by much. This was primarily due to the exceptional treasures wielded by the three pure ones. Though Nuwa possessed treasures of her own, they paled in comparison. Yet, after her breakthrough, her strength had reached a level not inferior to that of the three pure ones. Nevertheless, she still could not contend with the three sages. Yet, even so, Nuwa did not falter. Instead, she gazed steadfastly at the three sages and proclaimed, "Do you intend to disregard the words of our master?" Seeing Nuwa's resolute stance, the three sages realized she was determined not to retreat. Thus, they were left with no choice but to engage in battle. They each summoned their treasured artifacts, preparing to strike. Observing this scene, Duobao hastened to join Yua's side. Prior to this, Duobao had already conveyed a message to Jiangshang, urging him to swiftly incorporate Zhuanti's true spirit into the deification list to avoid any mishap. He would stand alongside Yua to thwart the three sages. As for Tongtian, both the Jie Sect disciples and Yua were aware that he was at a critical juncture in his breakthrough. Therefore, he could not emerge for the time being, leaving them to face the trio alone. Witnessing the situation unfold, the three sages quickly deduced that Tongtian was entangled in some pressing matter. Immediately, Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. What is this? Even at this critical moment, Tongtian is still unwilling to show himself? If that is the case, we shall not hold back. The three sages then dispersed, with Jane confronting Duobao and Taishang blocking Yua. As for the remaining Yuanshi, he headed straight for Jiangshang. The sound of clanging echoed as Jiangshang continued to strike the Fengshan bang, eager to swiftly gather the true spirit of Zhuanti. However, as a saint, even in his current form as a true spirit, Zhuanti still possessed the strength to struggle, making the task far from simple. Yuanshi's arrival immediately imposed a formidable saintly pressure, and with an air of indifference, he declared, "If you insist on taking action, do not blame me for being unmerciful." Jiangshang, however, remained unperturbed and pressed on with his efforts. At that moment, Yuanshi squinted his eyes and coldly remarked, "You seek death." Although, as a saint, he could not eliminate Jiangshang, there were still ways to restrain him. Thus, he made his move. Meanwhile, inside Jinao Island, Lu Feng glanced around inside. Since Tongtian had not emerged after such a long time, he felt compelled to act. Just as Lu Feng was about to intervene, a ghostly portal suddenly opened, and the aura belonging to Tongtian became distinctly palpable. Instantly, Lu Feng felt a sense of relief and lazily reclined. Tongtian had finally emerged. At this moment, it was evident that his cultivation had significantly strengthened. Within the Pangu's secret realm, Tongtian opened his eyes, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura. His cultivation had now advanced to the late stage of the 8th level of the Saint realm, marking a substantial enhancement. Furthermore, he sensed the presence outside Jinao Island and quickly grasped the situation. With urgency in his heart, he could no longer wait and needed to rush out immediately. At that moment, a ghostly portal appeared before him, and with a flash of light, the scenery of Jinao Island came into view. Without hesitation, Tongtian stepped forward, and in the next instant, he materialized within Jinao Island. As he emerged, his aura was released instantaneously, accompanied by a furious roar. "Yuanshi, do you dare to lay hands on my disciples of Jiejiao? Do you wish to perish?" Upon hearing this, Yuanshi was taken aback, his expression filled with astonishment, for he sensed that Tongtian had once again broken through. Chapter 153, Ascending to the Heavens, exerting pressure on all saints. At this moment, as the ethereal portal emerged, a powerful aura radiated forth, and Tongtian became acutely aware of the turmoil unfolding beyond Golden Ao Island. He comprehended instantly that the grand sealing of the gods had commenced. With the three teachings united against the situation was dire, and the intervention of a saint was imminent. Without his presence, there was left with only Yua capable of bearing the burden, a testament to the perilous nature of the circumstances. Thus, Tongtian resolved to act without the slightest hesitation. He traversed the ethereal portal before him and stepped outside, his focus unwavering on the external chaos. Upon sensing the primordial heavenly venerable advancing towards Jiangshang, an overwhelming force surged within him. The Excalibur of the immortals materialized in his grasp, and he strode forth, exclaiming in wrath, "Primordial, do you dare to lay hands on my disciples? Do you seek death?" In an instant, his saintly might erupted. The aura of an 8th-tier saint unleashed without restraint, leaving those who felt it in utter astonishment. What? A breakthrough? How can this be? Taishang's eyes widened in disbelief. Achieving a breakthrough in the saintly realm was no trivial feat, for example. Taishang himself had lingered at the pinnacle of the 7th tier for countless years, nearly a millennium, without any sign of advancement. Despite his exceptional lineage and talent in the primordial world, he had been stalled in his progress for far too long. Yet now, Tongtian had separated from them for but a brief moment, and within that short span, he had achieved successive breakthroughs. This was astonishingly rapid. As they sensed Tongtian's newfound power, Taishang, Primordial, and Jane were left in a state of shock, struggling to accept the reality before them. 8th-tier saint, truly? Jane squinted, contemplating retreat. In truth, he found himself contemplating withdrawal, despite his close ties to the individual poised for ascendance. The bond between the two saints of the West was exceptionally strong, akin to sharing one soul. However, the current circumstances demanded caution. Tongtian, now an 8th-tier saint, appeared capable of ending his life. This indicated a significant threat loomed ahead. Jane hesitated, pondering the wisdom of risking his life for mere appearances. In other words, better a dead friend than a dead Taoist. Yet, he could not afford to be overtly obvious in his intentions. Thus, Jane's thoughts crystallized. A subtle approach would suffice. Merely obstructing Daobao would be adequate. Should the situation turn unfavorable, he would flee without delay. If Jane harbored such thoughts, it was needless to say that Taishang felt the same. Even if Niuhua were to transcend her boundaries, Taishang would still remain somewhat stronger. However, at this moment, he had no intention of exerting himself earnestly. At most, he would feign being obstructed by Niuhua, unable to take action. Yet, the situation between the two of them was different from that of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Originally, after the Panga banner was relinquished, his power had diminished significantly. Now, faced with Tongtian, he bore the weight of both old grievances and new. Even if he wished to flee, Tongtian would not permit it. In this instant, before Jiangshang, Tongtian stood with the sword of extinguishing immortals in hand. A flicker of his gaze emanated a palpable aura of murderous intent. Coldly, he regarded Yuanshi, the 8th stage of the saint realm unmistakably radiating from him. Upon sensing Tongtian's presence, Yuanshi found it hard to believe, staring at him in disbelief. You have actually broken through again? Humph, Tongtian sneered. What a breaking through. I shall not be like certain worthless individuals who toil for millennia, yet remain stagnant. These words struck the 3 saints present, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Jane, hard, their expressions darkening. For this statement included them all, for they too were those who had persevered for thousands of years, yet found themselves unable to break through. But how could breaking through be so facile? They were all individuals of remarkable talent, and being in the saint realm made it exceedingly difficult to transcend. Who could easily achieve such a breakthrough? It was fundamentally impossible. Yet, Niuhua had transcended. Not only had Niuhua ascended, but following her, Tongtian had also broken through. Now, with such proclamations, there was no doubt. They had no possibility to refute him. Instantly, Yuanshi's countenance turned a deep shade of iron, glaring furiously at Tongtian. Tongtian, however, was disinclined to engage in further banter. Gripping the sword of extinguishing immortals tightly, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy. At the same time, he turned to Jiangshang and said, "You focus on your divine sealing. Leave the rest to me." "Yes." Jiangshang responded with elation, promptly striking the divine sealing list twice more. The resonating sounds diminished the struggles of Zhuan Ti's primordial spirit significantly. Junior brother. At this sight, Jane could not contain his roar, simultaneously threatening, "Tongtian, should you persist in this manner, I shall not spare you. Neither will the Western sect forgive you." This was a blatant threat. Nevertheless, Tongtian merely scoffed, slicing the air with his sword of extinguishing immortals, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. In that same moment, 3 additional swords materialized from his grasp. Tongtian declared, "If you are unconvinced, come forth in battle. There is no need for further idle chatter." With that, the 4 swords of extinguishing immortals, under his command, swiftly occupied 4 strategic positions. He then cast forth the formation of the sword of extinguishing immortals. "If you possess the courage, enter the formation. I shall await you within." As his words resonated, the sword array was instantly established with a resounding hum. Immediately, the 3 saints' expressions darkened, particularly Jane. Damn it, he was merely putting on a facade, uttering a few flattering words. Yet now, this fellow has undeniably surpassed expectations, significantly enhanced his prowess, and has even deployed the sword array of the immortal slayers. To utter such words puts him in an unequivocally precarious position. Should he proceed, it would surely lead to his demise. Yet to refrain would be to betray the boastful declarations he has just made, rendering him a laughingstock. His countenance darkened with vexation, clearly caught in a dilemma, eliciting a derisive laugh from Tongtian. "Coward! You!" The receiver was immediately incensed. However, Tongtian remained composed, calmly remarking, "If that is not the case, why not step into the formation?" The receiver fell silent. Taishang turned his back, resolutely blocking Niuhua, determined to prevent any interference in the duel between his 2 disciples. He had resolved to exert every effort, deeply concerned for their welfare, so that they might engage in a fair and just contest. Observing this, the receiver pondered for a moment before also turning away, focusing on obstructing Daobao, ensuring that no disciples of the Jie Sect would disrupt his ally, Yuanshi. Witnessing this scene, Yuanshi Tianzuan felt a surge of indignation, nearly contorting his nose in anger. He began to truly comprehend the sentiments Tongtian had experienced at that time. Although he was not engulfed in the same despair as Tongtian, A semblance of it had begun to settle within him. However, Yuanshi's thoughts diverged. He believed that the current predicament was entirely Tongtian's fault. Had it not been for Tongtian's obstinacy during the sealing of the gods, such chaos would not have ensued. Would it not have been preferable for him to comply obediently? If he had not been so stubborn, countless losses could have been avoided. Ultimately, it all traced back to Tongtian's misjudgment. This was the essence of Yuanshi's reflections. Thus, at this moment, the gaze he cast upon Tongtian grew increasingly frigid. Chapter 154. Hongjuan's intervention in the investiture of the gods. At that moment, the atmosphere of heaven and earth underwent a sudden transformation, as a profoundly mysterious aura emerged. Upon closer inspection, a figure clad in purple robes appeared before the long sword. It was none other than the Tao ancestor, Hongjun. As he manifested, everyone present bowed in reverence, particularly the saints in attendance. After acknowledging their gestures with a nod, Hongjun maintained his indifferent demeanor, his gaze eventually settling upon Tongtian. He then spoke. The power of the extermination sword formation is exceedingly formidable. It would inflict immense damage upon the primordial land, and once such injuries are inflicted, recovery would be arduous. With a measured tone, Hongjun continued, "In this battle, I shall not forbid your participation, but the use of the sword formation is strictly prohibited." Following this declaration, his figure vanished, reappearing at a distance in the void, observing the unfolding conflict. According to the will of heaven, the primordial land was once again presented with an opportunity for annihilation, after which he would intervene to refine it anew. However, that was a matter for the aftermath of the investiture of the gods. For now, it was not feasible. Moreover, the power of the extermination sword formation was too great. If left unchecked, it would significantly affect the outcome of the battle. Hongjun wished to observe further, having discreetly noted a curious point. Even now, the master brother of the had yet to make an appearance. Why was that? His eyes narrowed with intrigue. At this moment, Lu Feng also felt a twinge of surprise at Hongjuan's arrival. However, upon hearing Hongjuan's words, Lu Feng squinted slightly. It was clear that this statement was aimed specifically at Tongtian, intended to restrict his strength. Instantly, Lu Feng's eye sharpened. Indeed, it seemed unwise to allow this old schemer too much idle time. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly harbor nefarious intentions. It was essential to assign him some task. Just then, the voice of the system echoed once more. "Ding. Congratulations, host. The exploration of the Panga's secret realm has been completed. Rewards will be assessed shortly. Please wait. Ding. Assessment complete. Rewards will be granted to the host. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 drops of Panga's heart's blood. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the God-slaying spear, fragment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained first-level Saint Realm cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the seed of the primal lotus." As the system's voice faded, Lu Feng glanced at the rewards he had received, momentarily taken aback. These rewards were evidently extraordinary. First and foremost, he had obtained 3 drops of Pangu's heart's blood. To put it plainly, the benefits Tongtian acquired during his extended stay in that secret realm paled in comparison to even a single drop of Pangu's heart's blood. Moreover, he had received 3 drops in total. Additionally, the God-slaying spear, once fused, it would transform into a true God-slaying spear. This spear was a potent treasure of immense power. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. The primary significance lies in the function of the God-slaying spear, which serves to pinpoint the true location of Luohu. In other words, the utility of the spear is to provide Hongjun with some tasks to occupy his time, preventing that old schemer from idling away his days, consumed with nothing but plotting against others. This notion is rather irksome. Furthermore, there is another aspect that captures Lu Feng's attention, the seed of the Chaos Blue Lotus. Lu Feng recalls that the great deity Pangu was birthed from the Chaos Blue Lotus, which is replete with treasures, indeed a supreme artifact. Upon witnessing this seed, Lu Feng narrowed his eyes. It is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. However, he senses that cultivation cannot occur here, as it requires a specific environment. Nonetheless, Lu Feng currently has no time to ponder this matter, for there are other pressing tasks at hand. Gazing at the damaged God-slaying spear in his hand and feeling the destructive and frenzied aura of demonic energy, Lu Feng squinted. The next step is to forge the true God-slaying spear, thereby giving that old schemer Hongjun something to do. Subsequently, Lu Feng waved his hand and arranged several shielding formations. There was no alternative. Hongjun was nearby, and the cataclysmic demonic energy during the forging process was exceedingly potent. It was evident that without these formations to obscure the energy, Hongjun would undoubtedly take notice. In such a case, he would naturally come to this place. effectively exposing Lu Feng's actions. He certainly did not desire such an outcome. His intention was to assign that old schemer a task, preferably to confront Luo Hu, given their history as former adversaries. However, this does not imply that he would allow that old schemer to act against him. Such a scenario was utterly impossible. In the next moment, after Lu Feng completed the arrangement of the formations, he commenced the forging of the god-slaying spear. He had already prepared part of the spear. The next procedure involved merging the damaged spear with the one he had crafted. This process required utmost seriousness, as the demonic energy was truly terrifying. Within the formations, the demonic energy surged, imbued with a sense of annihilation, swirling as if intent on dismantling the formations themselves. Lu Feng felt a surge of irritation and exclaimed, "Silence!" Almost instantaneously, the demonic energy quieted down. They harbored a certain fear of Lu Feng, sensing his genuine capability to obliterate them. Meanwhile, outside, with the emergence of Hong Jun and the subsequent restriction of Tongtian's use of the Zhuxian sword formation, the expression of Yuan Shi Tian Zun visibly improved. He sneered coldly, "Tongtian, much of your strength relies on that Zhuxian sword formation. Without it, what power do you possess?" With an icy demeanor, he declared, "Today, I shall slay you." As Tongtian observed the movements of Yuan Shi Tianzun, a mocking glint flickered in his eyes, as if he were watching a fool. With a mere wave of his hand, he dismissed the Zhuxian sword array. Then, with a resonant hum, the 4 Zhuxian swords sprang into action, only to be swiftly retracted by Tongtian. Just as Yuan Shi Tianzun chuckled coldly, believing victory was assured, Tongtian nonchalantly produced a banner. The banner emanated an unmistakable aura of lethality. The moment Yuan Shi Tianzun beheld this long banner, his expression froze in disbelief. He was all too familiar with this artifact, for it was once his own possession, the Panga banner. This was, of course, a loan from Lu Feng to Tongtian, not merely because he anticipated that the old schemer would impose restrictions on the Zhuxian sword array, but because Lu Feng was acutely aware that the old trickster would not sit idly by. Thus, as a precaution, Lu Feng had entrusted this Panga banner to Tongtian. As fate would have it, an unexpected turn of events had indeed arisen. Tongtian regarded Yuan Shi Tianzun with a faint smile, appearing remarkably at ease. "No matter," he mused. "With the Zhuxian sword array gone, I shall test this new weapon." The Panga banner, reputed to be the foremost treasure of assault in the primordial realm, has yet to reveal its might to me. Now, with such a splendid opportunity at hand, I shall thoroughly explore its power. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Yuan Shi Tianzun's countenance turned a ghastly shade of green. However, their objective this time was to prevent Jiang Shang from incorporating Zhuan Ti's true spirit into the Fengshen Bang. In this moment, Yuan Shi promptly produced another item, a pitch-black coffin, exuding an aura of destruction and madness. The essence of annihilation was starkly apparent and deeply unsettling. This artifact was known as the Zhuntian coffin, a supreme malevolent treasure of the heavenly Tao. The Zhuntian coffin, along with the 6-soul banner and the fallen Saint Pill, belonged to the same lineage, forged from the primordial essence and blood of the great Tao's heavenly demon. It could seal away the unparalleled powers of a heavenly Tao saint. Once entombed within the Zhuntian coffin, the saint's divine abilities would become utterly futile. After a span of 49 days, the heavenly Tao saint would be eternally sealed away, an utterly terrifying prospect. Now, with this artifact in hand, Yuan Shi Tianzun aimed to use it to imprison Tongtian. Although he understood that Tongtian's strength was formidable, especially with the Panga banner at his disposal, he believed that a direct sealing was unlikely. Nonetheless, if he could delay him for even a brief moment, he would have the chance to rescue Zhuan Ti's true spirit and prevent its ascension to the ranks. This was Yuan Shi Tianzun's intent. Yet it was evident that achieving this would not be an easy task. Chapter 155. The Return of Zhuan Ti's Soul to the Divine List. The heavenly suppression coffin emanates an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. As Yuan Shi Tianzun grips it tightly, in an instant, he opens the coffin lid. Immediately, an insatiable force surges upward, engulfing all in its wake. Within mere moments, a ferocious intent manifests abruptly, saturating the surrounding space. In just a fleeting moment, this space is instantly overwhelmed by this dreadful aura, truly horrifying. Witnessing this scene, the remaining disciples of the Chan sect squint their eyes, reflecting, "Our master has not wielded this treacherous artifact of heavenly wrath for quite some time." Indeed, due to its immense power, the master deemed that once unleashed, even saints could be harmed, hence it has remained and used until this day. This battle, they surmise, regardless of how formidable Tongtian may be, shall prove futile. As they ponder this, Yuan Shi Tianzun, having lifted the coffin lid, suddenly makes his move, intending to disrupt Xianxia. The formidable power of the heavenly suppression coffin is indeed capable of hindering Tongtian, rendering him unable to act for a brief moment. With a powerful leap, he darts towards Xianxia, aiming to confine him and restrict his movements. Yet, at that very instant, Tongtian brandishes the Panga banner in his hand, instantly dispersing the boundless malevolence. With the might of an 8th-tier saint, he activates the Panga banner, creating an overwhelming force. The influence of the heavenly suppression coffin on Tongtian diminishes significantly at that moment. He then leaps towards Xianxia. Xianxia narrows his eyes, knowing that even a momentary distraction would suffice for success. If he could restrain Xianxia for just a brief time, it would be enough to extract Xuanti's true spirit. However, at this critical moment, Tongtian appears, raising the Panga banner and delivering a sudden strike. Taken by surprise, Xianxia Tianzun can only retreat hastily. Simultaneously, he gestures, summoning the heavenly suppression coffin back to him, unleashing its terrifying malevolence once more. Boom! A fierce clash ensues. Yet, at this moment, undeterred by any interference, Xianxia strikes Xuanti with the god-subduing whip. Instantly, Xuanti's true spirit dims. It is evident that the struck Xuanti wears a furious expression, but now, with the god-subduing whip in hand, Xianxia pays no heed to such emotions. He promptly invokes the divine list, seeking to inscribe Xuanti upon it. Upon witnessing this, Xianxia Tianzun is consumed by fury. Xianxia, how dare you? He roars, disregarding everything as he drives the heavenly suppression coffin forward. Attempting to crush Xianxia, the terrifying malevolence surges forth. Yet, Tongtian remains unyielding. Despite the strength of the malevolence under the Panga banner, it fails to affect Xianxia. Ultimately, Xianxia delivers another strike of the god-subduing whip upon Xuanti. Then, utilizing the divine list, he successfully inscribes him. At this moment, within the Lingxiao treasure hall, Haotian laughs heartily towards the heavens. Haraha! I Haotian shall rise. Thus, within the confines of the Lingxiao treasure hall, this declaration echoes. Upon witnessing the ascension of Xuanti to the divine ranking, the joy adorning Haotian's visage was utterly uncontainable. His elevation to the list signified a celestial decree, an undeniable fate that even Taoist ancestor Hongjun would refrain from interfering with. The deities inscribed upon the divine list would ultimately serve under Haotian's dominion, aiding him in governing the heavenly realm. Undoubtedly, in the days to come, his reign over the universe would be immensely bolstered by the contributions of these divine beings currently recorded on the list. At this moment, the foremost deity upon the divine ranking was none other than Xuanti, a true sage. It was unimaginable that a sage would grace the list, rendering this event almost inconceivable. Haotian's delight was utterly unabated as he contemplated the promising future ahead. After all, a genuine sage had ascended the ranks, and prior to this, he had often found himself at the mercy of these very sages. Now, it could be said that he had finally vindicated himself. In that moment, within the realm of celestial law, Xuanti's primordial spirit roared with unfathomable fury. The sound was thunderous, a testament to his rage. One could only fathom the depth of his indignation. His captured primordial spirit had transformed into a true essence and ascended the divine list. This ascent signified that henceforth, that portion of his primordial spirit would be subjugated under Haotian's authority, compelled to heed his commands. The mere contemplation of this reality caused Xuanti acute discomfort. As a sage and one of the two paramount leaders of the Western teachings, he found it intolerable to submit to the dictates of a lesser sage. Yet, the situation had reached an irrevocable point. At Wuzhuangguan, Zhen Yuanzi gazed upon this spectacle, rendered speechless for an extended period. Finally, he murmured in disbelief, "This truly succeeded." Initially, upon witnessing Xuanti's true essence emerge, Zhen Yuanzi had pondered the possibility of Xuanti ascending the divine list. However, he soon dismissed the notion, reasoning that it was implausible. After all, he was a sage, and such an ascent would be unacceptable to his peers. Yet now, under the influence of Tongtian and the audacious maneuvers of Xianxia, it had indeed come to fruition. He exhaled heavily, overwhelmed by the incredibility of it all. Even at this moment, Zhen Yuanzi felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. A sage had ascended the divine list, and from this point forward, would exist under Haotian's jurisdiction, an almost unfathomable reality that had, nonetheless, occurred. Zhen Yuanzi sensed that the unfolding events would not be straightforward. The heavens were poised for transformation, heralding a calamity that would engulf entire clans and reverberate through the cosmos. Yet now, the implications extended beyond mere cosmic turmoil. It had encroached upon the realm of the sages. Even sages could be vanquished and ascend the list. Was it possible that the heavens were destined for a complete upheaval? Zhen Yuanzi gradually lifted his head, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Not far from Jineo Island, Hutu was also observing the unfolding events. When she witnessed the true spirit of Zhuanti being drawn into the Fengshen Bang, she gasped sharply, her breath caught in her throat. Hiss, narrowing her eyes. She could hardly contain her gaze upon this scene. To be fair, under normal circumstances, despite the terrifying nature of this calamity, it should not have resulted in such extensive damage. Yet now, in the span of mere moments, first a sage was slain, and then another was inscribed upon the Fengshen Bang. All of this was almost beyond Hutu's comprehension. With a long exhale, she felt the weight of overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her, nearly suffocating. The current situation was becoming increasingly perplexing. In the past, she could have deduced some insights. But now, everything appeared utterly unclear. The circumstances were far too enigmatic. Observing the unfolding events, Hutu finally resolved to remain steadfast in her initial intention, to enter the Jie and seek that slender thread of heavenly insight. This was the only path forward for the future. However, now was not the time to intervene. Outside Jineo Island, in the arena, a tremendous sound erupted, resonating like a thunderous bell, instantly echoing throughout heaven and earth. This sound was piercing, leaving those who heard it momentarily stunned. Then, they beheld the Fengshen Bang shimmering with dazzling golden light, quivering slightly. Clearly, this unusual phenomenon was a result of the true spirit within it undergoing a transformation. Evidently, Zhuanti's true spirit, upon entering, yearned to escape, exerting tremendous effort to break free. Yet, Jiangshang remained remarkably composed. He simply picked up the god-subduing whip and began striking the Fengshen Bang, one blow after another. His pace was unhurried, yet rhythmically precise. Almost instantly, the resonant sounds filled the arena. With each strike, the radiant brilliance of the Fengshen Bang dimmed momentarily, inflicting severe damage upon the true spirit within. After several consecutive strikes, at last Zhuanti's true spirit fell silent. This indicated an undeniable truth. Once a true spirit ascended the Fengshen Bang, it became an irreversible fate. In other words, Zhuanti's true spirit could no longer emerge. The outcome rendered the faces of the three saints grim. At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression was particularly dark, filled with fury. Clenching the Towning coffin in his hand, he glared at Tongtian, rebuking him, to slay a fellow disciple, resulting in their inscription upon the list, Tongtian. Your shamelessness knows no bounds. Upon hearing this, Tongtian let out a scoff, his eyes filled with endless scorn. Yuanshi, it is indeed laughable to hear such words from you. Have you not engaged in similar acts against your fellow disciples? Now you've transformed into a moral arbiter, using this to constrain and condemn others. Before uttering such words, have you reflected upon your own actions? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Regarding shamelessness, who can compare to you, primordial? The phrase hypocritical demeanor has been exquisitely interpreted by you. At this moment, with the sound of Tongtian, primordial's expression grew increasingly grim. His features contorted in rage, his eyes blazing with fury, unable to contain his wrath. In the throes of his anger, his aura surged forth unreservedly, and he had astonishingly ascended to the 7th tier of the Saint Realm. Chapter 156, Raha Lives. Tongtian let out a cold laugh. No wonder he was so confident. It turned out he had achieved a breakthrough. The cultivation of Yuanshi Tianzun was originally at the pinnacle of the 6th stage of the Saint Realm, still some distance from a breakthrough. However, today, in the midst of battle, he had indeed ascended from the peak of the 6th stage to the 7th stage of the Saint Realm. Moreover, judging by his aura, it was clear that this was not a recent breakthrough, but one that had occurred some time ago. After losing the Panga banner, Yuanshi Tianzun's strength had diminished significantly, causing him to be less aggressive. But at this moment, it was evident that he had regained his composure, clearly indicating the reason for his breakthrough. Tongtian remarked, "What if you've broken through? I am still capable of defeating you." With these words, his cultivation at the 8th stage of the Saint Realm was unmistakably displayed. Yuanshi gazed at Tongtian and declared, "Even if you wield my Panga banner, you still cannot unleash its full power. Tongtian, today you shall be slain." As he spoke, he activated the heavenly suppression coffin in his hand. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy erupted, rushing towards Tongtian with formidable force. In response, Tongtian remained remarkably composed. While the heavenly suppression coffin was indeed powerful, the Panga banner in his grasp was equally formidable. Especially after spending some time comprehending it in the Panga secret realm, he had developed a clearer understanding of the Panga banner, a supreme treasure. Yuanshi Tianzun's words rang true. for the average person. Possessing the Panga banner without knowing how to wield it rendered it merely a powerful artifact. The true might of the Panga banner was exceedingly difficult to harness. It was revered as the foremost treasure of offense in the primordial world due to the four profound principles it contained. The principle of destruction, capable of tearing apart chaos, splitting time and space, and opening up boundless primordial worlds. The principle of establishment, able to differentiate yin and yang, govern the five elements, and generate endless realms of water, fire, and wind. The principle of restraint, sufficient to disrupt the primordial chaos, obscure the universe, and evolve an infinite chaotic world. The principle of annihilation, powerful enough to shatter heaven and earth, sever the ancient and the modern, and obliterate countless cosmic realms. Even though Yuan Shitianzun had wielded the Panga banner for a considerable time, he had not fully mastered the four principles contained within it. He was only proficient in the principle of destruction and had some understanding of the principle of establishment, while the others remained beyond his grasp. Conversely, Tongtian, after entering the Panga's secret realm, had gained insights into the principle of destruction, allowing him to harness a portion of the Panga banner's power. Now, with a firm grip on the Panga banner, Tongtian swung it with great force. Instantly, the banner billowed, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. In an instant, an unfathomable intent to tear and conquer emerged from the Panga banner, hurtling towards Yuan Shitianzun. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuan Shitianzun was taken aback. His eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. He could hardly fathom that Tongtian had truly mastered the Panga banner. His astonishment was palpable, leaving him in utter incredulity. Yet, what unfolds before us is undeniably the truth. Therefore, even in reluctance, one must acquiesce. At this moment, the primordial supreme being inhaled deeply and tightened his grip on the heavenly sealing coffin. As the lid opened, an endless surge of Taoist power erupted, radiating outward and instantaneously forming a domain. This wisdom emanated from within the heavenly sealing coffin, a treasure of formidable malevolence imbued with boundless strength. Within this domain, even the laws of saints and the principles of the sacred path were rendered ineffective. It was evident that the primordial supreme being intended to harness the power of the coffin's domain to exert pressure upon Tongtian, with the ultimate goal of vanquishing him. Boom. At that moment, the assault of the Panga banner struck the domain of the heavenly sealing coffin, unleashing a prodigious might. The domain trembled under the force of this blow, manifesting the profound essence of destruction. Remarkably, it nearly tore through the heavenly sealing coffin's domain. Fortunately, the primordial supreme being exerted considerable effort to propel the coffin, averting calamity. From the coffin surged an overwhelming malevolence, directed towards Tongtian. In response, Tongtian wielded the Panga banner once more, employing the essence of destruction to dismantle all before him. Thus, they found themselves ensnared in a stalemate. While Tongtian possessed superior strength, his control over the Panga banner was not absolute. Coupled with the formidable nature of the heavenly sealing coffin, it was a challenge to breach its defenses. At that moment, Tongtian ceased his hesitation and summoned another banner. This banner, triangular in shape, bore 6 trailing ribbons that fluttered gently. Named the Six Souls banner, it was an artifact of malevolence renowned alongside the heavenly sealing coffin. The emergence of the Six Souls banner immediately impeded the seemingly inexhaustible malevolence emanating from the coffin. Though the Six Souls banner also radiated malevolence, it differed fundamentally from that of the heavenly sealing coffin. The malevolence from the coffin carried an essence of sealing, whereas the Six Souls banner was steeped in an intense killing intent, pure and unadulterated. As the Six Souls banner manifested, the very heavens dimmed momentarily, a testament to its formidable power. The appearance of the Six Souls banner altered the expression of the primordial supreme being, for its might was staggering. This banner, though long, bore a striking resemblance to the earlier Feng sword. The Feng sword had forsaken all to attain unparalleled sharpness, capable of injuring the sacred body of a saint. Similarly, the Six Souls banner embodied an extreme killing intent, sacrificing everything for unparalleled lethality, also sufficient to harm the sacred body of a saint. Under different circumstances, the primordial supreme being would not have displayed such a countenance. However, this artifact was distinct. Should one falter, they could indeed perish beneath the Six Souls banner. Yet now, Tongtian had unveiled it. Instantly, the primordial supreme being narrowed his eyes, the tension of battle escalating. Above him, a radiant 5-colored light materialized, resembling a celebratory cloud. It is the supreme celestial treasure of unparalleled significance, the auspicious clouds of the myriad heavens. It is said to be a manifestation of the vast righteousness dwelling within the heart of the primordial deity Pangu, neither belonging to the ancient past nor to the future. Within these auspicious clouds lies the primordial world, where the sun, moon, and stars illuminate their surroundings. Within these clouds, multicolored glimmers suffuse the skies, while the ethereal melodies of the 8 celestial tones resonate throughout the cosmos. Beyond the auspicious clouds, countless golden lamps, golden lotuses, and jeweled ornaments, like incessant raindrops from an eave, cascade from the clouds above, a ceaseless stream. It is rumored that these auspicious clouds serve as the foremost defensive treasure. Once summoned, they repel all malevolence and render one impervious to the attacks of any artifact or extraordinary army, immune to the harm inflicted by all divine arts and spells. At this moment, the primordial supreme being has invoked the auspicious clouds to thwart the assault of the Six Souls banner, for he has unmistakably sensed the intent to kill. Should he fail to obstruct it, the prospect of perishing beneath the banner becomes all too real, for it is an object of unparalleled malevolence. At this instant, Tongtian grasps the Six Souls banner, inscribing the name of the primordial supreme being upon one of its tails. Instantly, the power of the supreme celestial principles coalesces. As he writes the name, Tongtian channels this power. Soon, four prominently discernible characters emerge upon the banner's tail. With a sudden motion, he swings the Six Souls banner, unleashing an overwhelming aura of death that surges forth, converging upon the primordial supreme being. This concentrated death energy morphs into a black dragon, ferociously lunging towards the primordial. Yet, at this moment, the auspicious clouds above the primordial supreme being shimmer with resplendent colors, effectively intercepting the black dragon's assault. The aura of death continues to spread and diffuse. However, the five-colored radiance emanating from the auspicious clouds equally proves formidable, staunchly countering the encroaching death energy. From a distance, Hongjun observes this spectacle, his brow furrowing in concern. He increasingly senses an unsettling force gradually emerging, one that evokes a sense of dread, seemingly linked to him. This feeling, which began upon perceiving that malevolent energy, has lingered and intensified over time, not arising without cause. Hongjun's frown deepens. He harbors a growing apprehension that significant events will soon unfold. Is it connected to Luohu? He should not be dead, or perhaps, his gaze shifts toward the direction of the Jie Sect, focusing on the figures standing behind it. At this juncture, he resolves to intervene in the clash between Tongtian and the primordial supreme being, for the latter finds himself at a disadvantage. He remains uncertain how Tongtian has amassed such formidable strength in a brief span. However, should he refrain from intervening, it is undeniable that the primordial supreme being may meet the same fate as Zhuani, facing demise here. Such an outcome is intolerable to Hongjun. He feels compelled to restore balance. Yet, just at this moment, he is once again besieged by the sensation of that malevolent energy, now more tumultuous than ever. The moment he sensed this aura, Hongjun rose to his feet, utterly astonished by the reality before him. His eyes brimmed with disbelief, for it was unmistakably the malevolent energy of Luohu. It was strikingly clear and undeniably evident. Luohu was indeed alive, within the confines of Golden Ao Island. Lu Feng gazed contentedly at the god-slaying spear in his grasp, now completely fused. The faint traces of demonic energy he had intentionally released served to obscure Hongjun's discernment. Chapter 157. The fury of Hongjun shakes the world in this moment, within a realm saturated with demonic energy. The atmosphere was tumultuous and rife with an overwhelming presence of malevolence. This world was entirely engulfed by the surging tides of demonic force, creating a vivid tableau of chaos. It served as an ideal habitat for demonic cultivators and a sacred ground for their practices. Here, there existed but one master, or rather, a sovereign. His name was Luohu, the demon ancestor. Having arrived in this place countless years ago, he lay in wait, ruling over this domain with a watchful eye, biding his time to seek vengeance. He was acutely aware that his greatest advantage lay in remaining concealed. Hongjun was oblivious to his existence, allowing him to orchestrate many plans undetected. Despite his formidable strength, he recognized his inadequacies in confronting Hongjun directly, necessitating a prolonged period of patience. However, at this moment, Luohu suddenly sensed an intense probing presence directed towards him. It was immediate and powerful, causing him to momentarily falter. Initially, this sensation felt foreign, yet the source of this aura was undeniably formidable. Luohu chose not to dwell excessively on it, but soon he discerned that this energy emanated from the Honghuang realm. A wave of astonishment washed over him. He had yet to reach the realm of Dao integration, and should he be discovered by someone from Honghuang, it would undoubtedly expose him to grave peril, particularly at the hands of Dao ancestor Hongjun. This thought rendered Luo Ho exceptionally vigilant. Yet, the probing presence dissipated almost as swiftly as it had appeared. Easing Luo Ho's trepidation, he exhaled softly, convincing himself that he was momentarily secure. However, it was not long before he felt another unmistakable probing sensation. This one glaringly apparent and all too familiar. The aura was one that Luo Ho could never forget. It was Hongjun. At this moment, from an indeterminate distance, the echo of a Dao voice resonated. So you are still alive. Huh, if you have not perished, how could I? Luo Ho replied coolly. Despite the vast distance separating them, even Dao ancestor Hongjun could not arrive instantaneously. Nevertheless, it was evident that Hongjun had located Luo Ho. Yet, reaching him would require time. Consequently, Hongjun commenced his scrutiny of the surrounding area. Naturally, Luo Ho would not permit this intrusion. With a mere wave of his hand, waves of demonic energy surged forth, obliterating the inquisitive presence. Hongjun's desire to probe into this realm would not be tolerated, for it contained the essence of Luo Ho's power, accumulated over many years. As Luo Ho moved, 8 figures descended beside him, each exuding an aura of formidable strength. In unison, they inquired, "Master, what has transpired?" Luo Ho's gaze fell upon the 8 individuals, and he replied, "In due time, a fierce battle will ensue. Prepare yourselves accordingly." "Understood," they responded in chorus before departing. Luo Ho lifted his eyes to the sky, contemplating the apprehension that Hongjun held towards him. He surmised that it would not be long before Hongjun arrived. He had no doubt regarding this matter. Hongjun was indeed of such temperament. Before Hongjun's arrival, however, proper preparations were imperative. In the primordial world, a thunderous sound echoed. Hongjun's god-slaying spear erupted with a surge of overwhelming demonic energy, which, in an instant, detonated while still in Hongjun's grasp. The terrifying magical force surged forth, and the spear, a celestial treasure imbued with lethal intent, self-destructed in that moment. The explosive power was immense, and the resulting shockwave caused the waters surrounding Jineo Island to erupt violently, creating towering waves. The residual force was so potent that it claimed the lives of several disciples of the Chan teaching, leaving only Guang Qingzi and Yuding Dao Ren to survive, albeit in a state of utter disarray. The others were instantly transformed into blood mist, without any chance for negotiation. Even Hongjun, situated at the epicenter of the explosion, found himself in a state of dishevelment, his body tainted with demonic energy and dust. This energy, imbued with a sense of annihilation, seemed intent on obliterating Hongjun altogether. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated through the air. "Luo Hua, I vow that we shall not coexist. I will slay you." This was Hongjun's furious declaration that echoed throughout the primordial realm, a testament to the wrath of the Dao ancestor. When a sage is enraged, countless corpses litter the land. What then, when the Dao ancestor is incensed? The entire primordial world took heat. As Hongjun's furious cry reverberated, numerous factions became acutely aware of the unfolding events. Foremost among them was Xianxia. Upon hearing the Dao ancestor's roar, the joy that had graced his countenance evaporated instantly, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Questions arose within his heart. Why does he continually invoke Luo Ho's name? Could it be that the demon ancestor yet lives? Xianxia had experienced the era of Luo Hua and held some recollection of it. However, he had been too weak at that time to grasp the full extent of Luo Ho's might. Save for one undeniable truth, he was terrifyingly powerful, an eternal rival to the Dao ancestor. In fact, it was a colossal struggle to defeat Luo Hua, one that nearly led to failure. It was precisely due to his victory over the demon ancestor Luo Hua that Hongjun's status as Dao ancestor was solidified. Thus, it could be said that Hongjun's current position and accomplishments were built upon the very foundation of Luo Hua's defeat. And now, judging by the reaction of the Dao ancestor, it is almost certain that the demon ancestor has returned. This will undoubtedly lead to another great war. It may even prove to be more severe than the calamity of the investiture of the gods. Chapter 158. The Resurgence of the Daoist Demon Conflict. Gulp. Xianxia silently swallowed, feeling the situation grow increasingly perplexing. It was utterly incomprehensible. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear. Given Xianxia's current capabilities, he was utterly ill-equipped to contend with it. With a heavy exhale, he felt a surge of reluctance in his heart. At Wuzhuang Temple, the voice of the Dao ancestor thundered in his ears, with the name Luo Ho ringing particularly clear. This evoked a momentary daze in many, prompting them to reminisce about a different era, one that included Xianxia. For individuals of their ilk, few were unfamiliar with the name Luo Ho. Rather than feeling unfamiliarity, they experienced a profound, intrinsic terror. The being who had nearly obliterated all men, the demon ancestor, was once a source of their deepest fears. Yet now, he was alive and seemingly poised to declare war on the Tao ancestor once more, inflicting significant damage in the process. Otherwise, the Tao ancestor would not have been so enraged. Xinyuan's eye sighed deeply, his gaze filled with bewilderment. As merely a quasi-saint, how was he to navigate such a monumental predicament? It was daunting indeed. At this moment, Hutu also heard Hongjuan's voice and witnessed the unfolding scene. The god-slaying spear suddenly found its way into Hongjuan's grasp, only to be perceived by the Tao ancestor, who then prompted its self-destruction. Hutu deduced that this was Luoho's declaration of war, aimed at inciting Hongjuan's ire. Indeed, the power of the god-slaying spear's self-destruction was formidable, even injuring the Tao ancestor, albeit not gravely. Yet, the visible damage was enough to astonish Hutu. For Luoho was a being they once revered, both mad and terrifying, a true nemesis of the Tao ancestor. However, Hutu was also curious as to why Luoho chose to act at such a pivotal moment in the War of the Gods, destroying the supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear. Was it merely to declare war on the Tao ancestor? The cost seemed rather exorbitant. Hutu was filled with perplexity and confusion. As for the reason behind this spectacle, he remained uninformed, as the god-slaying spear had originally been crafted and restored by Feng. Luoho had merely sensed its emergence before witnessing its destruction. In that realm of demonic energy, Luoho was consumed by fury, bellowing, "Hongjun, dare to destroy my supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear? I shall surely slay you." Within the realm of demonic energy, a tide of malevolence surged, overwhelming and tumultuous. Yet, unbeknownst to all, within Jineo Island, Feng yawned and stretched lazily. Glancing at the events transpiring outside, he muttered, "It should be about time. This should suffice. No further action is necessary." The god-slaying spear, being forged by Feng, meant that its self-destruction was, in fact, at his behest, intended to spark a quicker confrontation between these arch-rivals. If it were not for this, the cunning old man Hongjun would indeed be far too idle throughout the day. When he finds himself at leisure, his mind tends to wander into fanciful thoughts. As the ancestor of Tao, he naturally engages in various schemes. It becomes quite troublesome. Primarily, Feng currently lacks the means to simply eliminate him with a single strike. Thus, he must resort to employing a bit of strategy. Luohu is just the right target. To divert Luohu's attention, Feng decided to cast the god-slaying spear into the fray. Then, upon Hongjun sensing Luohu, he promptly destroyed the spear. Moreover, since the god-slaying spear is an extraordinary treasure of the heavenly Tao, even after its destruction, its power remains formidable, leaving Hongjun with quite the pleasant memory. Additionally, during Feng's refinement of the spear, he did not erase the remnants of Luohu's primordial spirit memories within it. In other words, after the god-slaying spear was destroyed, Luohu was aware of it. This situation is akin to Hongjun believing that Luohu had shattered the spear to declare war on him, a blatant provocation. Conversely, Luohu perceives Hongjun as having located his treasured god-slaying spear and obliterated it to convey the message, "I have found you. The next step is to eliminate you." Thus, a beautiful and benevolent misunderstanding was born. Feng felt a sense of righteousness in his actions. After all, the devious old man Hongjun has been confined within the Purple Cloud Palace for too long, which could easily distort his psyche. Similarly, Luohu is confined within his own realm. It is akin to taking a dog for a walk. One must occasionally venture out. Prolonged confinement can lead to psychological distortions. Once released, it is easy for them to run wild. Feng sighed, reflecting on the sacrifices he had made. Alas, being the elder brother comes with its burdens. At this moment, outside Jineo Island, in the arena, Hongjun, in a fit of rage, turned and departed. Clearly, Luohu's actions had genuinely incited his anger. Now, he sought to disregard everything and pursue Luohu's whereabouts to take action against him. Hongjuan's departure served as a signal. Instantly, Taishang and Jane, being quite astute, realized that with Hongjun gone, there was little point in remaining. It was evident they could not hope to win. Why linger? To seek suffering? Therefore, they feigned a move and promptly retreated. Duobao and Yuan naturally did not pursue. After all, even if they were to chase, there would be no fruitful outcome. Aside from this, seeing both of them depart, Xianxia undoubtedly harbored thoughts of retreating as well. However, Tongtian had already perceived this and would not allow it. Gripping the Panga banner, he directly advanced. Simultaneously, Tongtian coldly declared, "Want to leave? Xianxia, do you think it is that simple?" Xianxia's face darkened. "Tongtian, do not be overly oppressive." Tongtian sneered, I do not merely wish to oppress you. Today, I shall also sever you. Chapter 159. The Celestial Slash of Yuan Shi. With a decisive motion, he brandished the Panga banner. In that moment, he exerted force and waved the banner, then softly uttered the word break. Instantly, the profound essence of destruction was unleashed by Tongtian. With each successive use of this essence, he grew increasingly adept. At this moment, as the Panga banner was wielded, the assault intensified. The fabric of the banner rustled powerfully, emanating a force potent enough to rend the very fabric of chaos as it surged towards Yuan Shi. The auspicious clouds above Yuan Shi shimmered momentarily, releasing a resplendent glow of 5 colors to counter the onslaught of the Panga banner. Simultaneously, Yuan Shi hurled the heavenly coffin with great force. A colossal hand, composed of malevolent energy, lunged towards Tongtian. However, before it could reach him, it was seized and shattered by a black dragon's bite. Indeed, the auspicious clouds were a formidable defensive treasure, even beneath the might of the Panga banner. They were sufficient to withstand the assault. As the Panga banner struck, the auspicious clouds demonstrated their power, successfully repelling the attack. Nevertheless, despite this, Yuan Shi was not unscathed. The might of the Panga banner was overwhelming, and even though Tongtian's command over it was not yet masterful, its power remained formidable. The auspicious clouds began to dim slightly. Seizing the moment, Tongtian pressed his advantage. He once again unleashed the essence of destruction, striking the auspicious clouds. Moments later, with a sharp crack, the defense of the auspicious clouds was significantly compromised, and the attack surged towards Yuan Shi. His expression changed dramatically as he activated the heavenly coffin for a second defense. Yet at that moment, the tail of the banner inscribed with Yuan Shi's name began to sway once more. The black dragon lunged forth, sinking its fangs into Yuan Shi. In that instant, Yuan Shi's countenance shifted. For the moment the black dragon bit him, it transformed into a wave of deathly energy, tearing a gash in his celestial body and proceeding to erode other parts of it like a malignant force. Concurrently, with a thunderous roar, Tongtian swung the Panga banner again. The essence of destruction coalesced into a colossal tiger, charging fiercely towards Yuan Shi. Despite Yuan Shi's efforts to defend with the heavenly coffin, it proved futile. This strike from Tongtian had been long in preparation. It was a lethal blow. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, Yuan Shi was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the mountaintop. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell downwards. The six-soul banner had already breached his celestial body, leaving Yuan Shi significantly weakened. As Yuan Shi descended, Tongtian's figure appeared in an instant, landing before the esteemed Yuan Shi, gripping the Panga banner with an aura of chilling intent. In this moment, Yuan Shi Tianzuan looked up at him, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, do you intend to strike against me? Tongtian, I have long desired to end your life. If you dare to act, my master will not approve. Tongtian fell silent. During the war of the gods, my master will not intervene, and besides. He gazed at Yuan Shi Tianzuan, his eyes glinting with coldness, mingled with a murderous intent. Even if there were disapproval, so what? Yuan Shi, today you shall surely perish. With that, he abruptly swung the Panga banner in his hand, unleashing its profound power in an instant. A tremendous crash followed. No, boom, with a deafening roar. Yet another sage fell. The leader of the Chan religion, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, met his end. Although a sage's soul is anchored in the cosmos, even if severed, Yuan Shi could still be revived. Nevertheless, he would endure significant injuries. Yet at this moment, following Yuan Shi's demise, no true spirit emerged. It seemed the opportunity for a true spirit to ascend would only manifest for Zhuani. Of course, a crucial factor was that Lu Feng did not intervene. At this moment, a wave of sorrow enveloped the heavens and the earth. Another sage had perished. The sky gradually turned a deep crimson. The sun itself transformed into a bloody hue. The sanguine light illuminated the vast expanse of the primordial land, casting shadows upon it. Within a single day, 2 sages had fallen. Such a monumental event had never transpired in the history of the primordial world. This was the terror of the calamity of war. In that moment, as Yuan Shi Tianzuan fell, everyone was momentarily stunned. Hong Jun, on his journey, suddenly halted, falling into a long silence. After a while, he finally spoke, extending his hand, and the celestial auspicious clouds naturally flew forth. This had originally been his gift for Yuan Shi Tianzuan's use. Now, reclaiming it was swift. Taishang and Jane also felt the gravity of the moment. They exchanged a glance, yet spoke not a word. Both felt a shared sorrow. The situation had unfolded in a manner none had anticipated. Let us depart, Jane suggested. Taishang nodded. After some time, their master would naturally revive the two. Yet matters concerning the Jie would require re-evaluation. Jane remarked with a sigh, fearing their master would be too preoccupied to address these issues at present. Jane sighed as well. Indeed. After all, Luoho had emerged. Outside Jineo Island, watching the celestial auspicious clouds disperse, Tongtian felt no turbulence within. Though the clouds had departed, the heavenly suppression coffin remained, a remarkable artifact in its own right. However, the most pivotal aspect was that Yuanshi Tianzuan had perished. This was a most exhilarating outcome. At this moment, Niwa and the disciples of Jie dared to approach. Upon witnessing Yuanshi Tianzuan's death, their eyes flickered with shock. Niwa hesitated, then spoke. Senior brother, Yuanshi he. Yes, Tongtian nodded. I have just slain him. Upon uttering these words, the disciples of the Jie Sect erupted in fervent exclamations. Our master is formidable. Hearing this, Tongtian smiled. At that moment, two disciples of the Chan sect had not yet fled far, Guangchengzi and Yuding Daoist. Sensing their presence, Tongtian, with a mere flick of his fingers, obliterated them. No, spare us, Master Tongtian, we were wrong. Their pleas for mercy were left unuttered as they met their demise. They then transformed into two ethereal spirits. Jiangshang stepped forward and collected them into the Fengshan Bang. With a grand gesture, Tongtian declared, let us depart. We shall return to the island. Chapter 160. A breakthrough, as easy as turning one's hand within the chaos. At the location of the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun has returned. Upon sensing the presence of Luo Hu, it was evident that Hongjun was filled with intense fury. Coupled with the sudden self-destruction of the god-slaying spear, even Hongjun himself had no time to react. Consequently, the self-destruction left him with some minor injuries. Though not severe, it undoubtedly exacerbated his rage. Without a doubt, this was tantamount to a declaration of war against him. He had always presumed that Luo Hu was still alive, but it had merely been a conjecture until now, when he truly felt the reality of it. Luo Hu was indeed alive. Given this, it was imperative that he take action. However, Hongjun narrowed his eyes at this moment. The god-slaying spear had emerged from the direction of Golden Ao Island. This indicated that someone had long been aware of Luo Hu's existence and had deliberately leaked this information to him. Most likely, it was someone behind the. Hongjun had not been oblivious to the possibility that the individual standing behind the was none other than Luo Hu himself. Yet, it now seemed otherwise. The distinction was significant. There must be other formidable beings involved in this matter. That powerful entity orchestrated everything, exposing Luo Hu to his sight. Undoubtedly, this was a trap. Yet, despite knowing this, he felt compelled to enter. Even while fully aware of the trap, he had no choice but to proceed. The reason was simple, it was Luo Hu. As his sworn enemy, Hongjun could not turn a blind eye. No matter how pressing other matters might be, he could not ignore this. Thus, this amounted to an open scheme. Even with the knowledge that it was a trap, he had to step in. He had no alternative. Hongjun squinted, recognizing the depth of the strategy at play. At that moment, Taishang and Jane entered and offered their greetings, addressing him as master. Upon seeing them, Hongjun nodded. He was already aware of the situation and deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further. He merely looked at them and said, I will address the matters concerning Yuanshi and Juni shortly, but for now, we must temporarily shift our focus. Taishang gazed at Hongjun and inquired, is the demon ancestor back? Hongjun nodded. Master, I feel that today's events are somewhat amiss, Jane interjected. Hongjun acknowledged this. This is a trap, a meticulously crafted scheme set by the one behind the. He lamented, in such a situation, even when we know there is a pit ahead, we must leap into it. This person is indeed a grave threat to us. Hongjun praised. This must be regarded as the most formidable opponent I have encountered in my entire life. Taishang and Jane were taken aback. It was the first time they had heard their master speak of someone with such high regard. Taishang opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it again. He had his suspicions, but voicing them seemed inappropriate. Even he himself felt that something was amiss. He suspected that the person behind them might not necessarily be a reclusive sage, but rather the chief disciple of Lu Feng. However, upon deeper reflection, he deemed this unlikely. Thus, Taishang refrained from voicing his thoughts, yet the possibility lingered in his mind. He chose to remain silent. Hongjun led the two of them back to the heavenly Dao space. This visit was intended to resurrect Yuanshi and even Juanti. For confronting Luo Hu would undoubtedly require the assistance of other saints. On Jineo Island, Jiangshang remained behind, gathering all the true spirits into the Fengshan Bang. With Guangqingzi and Yuding Daoren now included, the number of 365 righteous deities on the Fengshan Bang was finally complete. Naturally, The foremost among these 365 deities was none other than Saint Junti, Jiangshang, with the Feng Shenbang in hand, entered Jinao Island alongside Tongtian. At this moment, Lu Feng had just risen from his slumber. After self-destructing the god-slaying spear, he felt that there was still ample time for another nap, and thus he peacefully drifted back to sleep. He had remained in slumber until now. Now, stretching his limbs beneath the high-hanging sun, Lu Feng relished the moment, exclaiming in sheer comfort. Awakening from his restful sleep, he felt invigorated. Just then, as he completed his stretch, Tongtian and the others returned. Observing Lu Feng in such a state, Tongtian remarked, "Ah, awake are we?" Lu Feng glanced at him. "Oh, did you finish your tasks?" At this remark, Tongtian was seized by a sudden ire. While they were toiling away outside, it appeared that this chief disciple was merely indulging in sleep within the sect. Casting a sidelong glance at Lu Feng, Tongtian inquired, "Did you sleep well?" Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Of course, it was a sound sleep. What could be troubling about it? Had you not returned, I could have slept a bit longer. But I thought it best to awaken and see to your affairs. Nua. Tongtian. Lu Feng stated. Thus, I rose. Now, it seems this is quite fortuitous. Tongtian retorted. You are remarkably bold. Unconcerned that the disciples of the Chan sect might burst in and stab you a couple of times. Lu Feng replied. That seems unlikely. Even if they did intrude, they lack the strength to do so. Tongtian paused, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. Wait, what is your current cultivation level? As he approached Lu Feng, a critical realization dawned upon him. He could not discern Lu Feng's cultivation at this moment. Previously, he recalled Lu Feng having just broken through to the saintly realm. He had marveled at how, despite seeming unremarkable in his usual demeanor, Lu Feng's cultivation surged dramatically in his absence. Now, it appeared he had broken through again. Could it truly be so swift? Surely not. At this moment, sensing Tongtian's skepticism, Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Do not linger any longer. There is nothing of significance, merely a slight edge over you. What? Upon hearing these words, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Lu Feng. He asked once more, what did you say? Lu Feng cast him a nonchalant glance, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Just a bit stronger than you. With that, Lu Feng revealed a fragment of his aura. His current cultivation level should be at the 8th stage of the Saint Realm, no, rather the 9th stage. Although it was merely the midnight stage. After undergoing the trials of the Panga's secret realm, Tongtian had attained the 8th stage of the Saint Realm. However, he was still some distance from this pinnacle. Initially, he believed his cultivation was commendable, certainly among the strongest among the 6 saints. Aside from the Tao ancestor Hongjun, he fancied that none could surpass him. This was his conviction. Yet, the aura emanating from his disciple now was unmistakably that of the Saint Realm, 9th stage. Nua, too, sensed this and gasped in astonishment, her gaze fixated on the scene before her. She beheld Lu Feng, his features adorned with a smile, his eyes reflecting disdain. For a moment, Nua found herself at a loss for words, and then she could not refrain from inquiring, How? How did you break through so swiftly? Lu Feng replied, What difficulty is there? I simply fell asleep, and then I broke through. Chapter 161. A lack of mutual assistance. Nua and Tongtian were engaged in a conversation that seemed to evoke a sense of frustration. Their relentless pursuit of breakthroughs left them feeling exasperated, as they toiled endlessly to elevate their realms and enhance their powers. Meanwhile, Lu Feng's situation appeared to be exceedingly infuriating. Was this not the epitome of arrogance? With a heavy sigh, Nua released a breath, her body rhythmically rising and falling in agitation. Lu Feng observed her for a moment, finding some peculiar enjoyment in the undulating motion. He nodded in approval, complimenting, It seems to have grown larger. Nua and Tongtian exchanged exasperated glances, their expressions revealing their disdain for Lu Feng's demeanor. Could you not act a bit more normally? The disciples of the Jie Sect had returned to their island, and upon discovering that the 2 saints were discussing Lu Feng's cultivation, they were taken aback. Senior brother, have you broken through again? My goodness, that was remarkably swift. You have even surpassed Master, truly worthy of your title as Senior Brother. Now what are you saying? Is it not normal for Senior Brother to surpass Master in cultivation? The disciples mused, voicing their candid thoughts. Hearing this, Tongtian's lips twitched in disbelief. What kind of statement was that? How could they suggest that it was normal for Senior Brother to exceed Master? Where did they place him? Did they truly regard Master as so insignificant? At that moment, Tongtian felt an unexpected pang of jealousy. Lu Feng, ever perceptive, seized a lemon from the fruit platter on the table and offered it to Tongtian. Here, this is for you. Ah, a good disciple, truly a commendable disciple. Tongtian could not help but smirk at the gesture. Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Cultivation is merely a matter of progression. A breakthrough is just that, a breakthrough. As for Lu Feng's decision to remain inside, Tongtian merely teased him lightly. He bore no resentment, for he realized that it was Lu Feng who had facilitated the advancements of Taba and others, as well as Nuwa's elevation. His own growth was also attributed to Lu Feng. Such a disciple was a treasure, and there was no room for reproach. After a brief arrangement, the disciples of the Jie Sect gathered at the Bo Palace, accompanied by Nuwa and others, including Xianxia and GFA, who were granted entry due to their significant roles in the current divine mandate. With a sweeping gaze, Tongtian addressed the assembly. The list of deities has now reached 365, sufficient for the conferral of divine status. However, the timing is not yet right. We shall proceed to the heavenly court for the conferral when the moment presents itself. Xianxia, please be patient. This matter will be deliberated further. Understood. Xianxia nodded in acknowledgement. Dismissed. With a wave of his hand, Tongtian departed, followed closely by the disciples of the Jie Sect. Ultimately, only 3 remained, Tongtian, Nuwa, and Lu Feng. The 3 saints gathered to deliberate, a gathering indeed worthy of note. Tongtian turned to Lu Feng and inquired, "Pray tell, what are your thoughts?" Nuwa also regarded him with interest. At this juncture, both had come to realize that when it came to strategic acumen, even their combined intellect paled in comparison to Lu Feng's singular brilliance. Therefore, it was prudent to directly seek Lu Feng's counsel, eschewing any unnecessary circumlocution. At this moment, they stood united, though the 4 saints of Taishan aligned themselves with Hongjun, thereby forming 2 distinct factions. The Taishan contingent, constrained by the authority of the Tao ancestor, found themselves at a disadvantage, leaving them uncertain about the future landscape of affairs. Lu Feng observed the 2 and, with a hint of bewilderment, queried, "You 2 esteemed saints, with your high status, why seek my opinion?" Tongtian shot him a sidelong glance and urged, "Enough with the pleasantries, just speak." Indeed, Nuwa chimed in support. "You, with your myriad schemes, surely I am not unaware?" Upon hearing this, Lu Feng stared at Nuwa in astonishment and asked, "When did you come to know this? Given your nature, how could I remain ignorant?" Nuwa retorted candidly. Both Tongtian and Lu Feng were taken aback by her words, with Tongtian's face inexplicably flushed. Lu Feng glanced at him with disdain, remarking, "You, an ancient virgin, blushing like a teapot? I remain unbothered, yet you blush over nothing?" Tongtian retorted in anger, "What concern is it of yours?" Lu Feng merely chuckled coldly. Nuwa quickly recognized her words were somewhat inappropriate and hastily redirected, "Let us return to the matter at hand." Tongtian nodded in agreement, and Lu Feng continued, "The solution is rather straightforward. With the emergence of Luo Ho, it is evident that the Tao ancestors' focus will shift to him. Thus, we need only to craft our strategy around Luo Ho." As Lu Feng concluded, Nuwa and Tongtian exchanged puzzled glances, each perceiving the confusion mirrored in the other's eyes. They turned back to Lu Feng and asked, "How do we proceed with this strategy?" With a sudden slap to his forehead, Lu Feng felt a buzzing in his mind. He speculated that perhaps the intellect of these 2 was not quite suited for the intricacies of strategy. After a brief pause, he sighed and elucidated, "In truth, it is not difficult. Once the news of Luo Ho reaches them, the Tao ancestor will inevitably shift his focus there. The reason is simple. Irrespective of whether the Tao ancestor intends to confront Luo Ho, it is certain that Luo Ho will take action." Tongtian and Nuwa nodded in understanding. Then, Tongtian, with a hint of skepticism, looked at Lu Feng and asked, "So we assist Luo Ho?" Lu Feng cast a scornful glance at him. "Are you tired of living? Do you really believe that Luo Ho could possibly defeat Dao Zhu?" Tongtian replied, "Of course, he stands no chance. After Dao Zhu achieved unity with the Tao, he received the assistance of the heavenly way. Relying on Luo Ho is utterly futile." Lu Feng then questioned, "If you assist Luo Ho, are you not compelling Dao Zhu to target you?" Tongtian stared at Lu Feng, his confusion deepening. "What do you mean by that?" With a sigh, Lu Feng explained, "In this conflict, neither side can be aided by us. However, the inability to assist does not preclude the possibility of engaging in negotiations." Chapter 162. Let us create a child. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, a calm glint flickering within them. Undoubtedly, the power of Luo Hu paled in comparison to that of Daozu Hongjun. Therefore, he required assistance from external sources, and few could offer such aid, among which we could be considered a formidable ally. Tongtian cast a glance at Lu Feng, who continued, "Luo Hu must inevitably perish. However, prior to his demise, we can exploit him to acquire the resources we desire." Confidence radiated from his gaze. If Daozu were to intervene, It would require some time ample enough for us to accomplish numerous tasks. To refer to this as a transaction would be somewhat misleading. It is more akin to exploitation. We can leverage Luo Hu to obtain various resources from the outside world, thereby fortifying the strength of our sect. In return, Luo Hu acquires what he seeks from us. Yet, ultimately, he will meet his end, and these resources will eventually fall into the hands of the Supreme Saint. Tongtian inquired, "Doesn't that equate to delivering them directly to them?" Lu Feng replied, "That is inconsequential. I can set up a few formations to create a teleportation array. Not only can the formations return, but should they store these treasures in their own vaults, we might also reap considerable benefits." Upon hearing this, Tongtian and Nuwa were momentarily stunned. A shared thought echoed in their minds. Indeed, how devious. Both sides would be ensnared, with no benefits left for the other party. However, I find it delightful. Tongtian patted Lu Feng's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he remarked, "As expected of my disciple, you possess my wisdom." Lu Feng chuckled, while Nuwa interjected, "You may have inherited the cleverness, but your audacity still requires refinement." The situation had now become clear. Lu Feng then departed to prepare the formations, intending to personally oversee the engagement with Luo Hu. The crucial factor was that Luo Hu was a madman. Lu Feng believed Tongtian and Nuwa would not be able to navigate the depths of this situation. It was better for him to handle it himself. However, before that, he needed to gather certain items. First, he had retained a spatial location from when he forged the god-slaying spear, which was situated within Luo Hu's domain. He could utilize the principles of the sacred Tao to traverse there. In addition to this, he intended to attempt planting the seed of the Chaos Green Lotus, hoping to conjure a diminutive version of Pangu. The aura of Pangu was undeniably formidable. Perhaps it could intimidate Luo Hu. Thus, Lu Feng inquired of the system, "Can I plant the seed of the Chaos Green Lotus within the space of the Chaos Pearl?" "Yes, but due to the overwhelming strength of the Chaos Green Lotus, even the space within the Chaos Pearl may struggle to sustain it. Therefore, a trace of earthly Saint Qi will be required. Consequently, brief growth can occur. However, it is imperative to remember that the Chaos Green Lotus cannot fully mature within. It can only manifest a portion of its essence before ceasing. Otherwise, it would obliterate the Chaos Pearl." That clarifies everything. In simple terms, the Chaos Pearl can indeed be cultivated, but only to a limited extent. Overindulgence would lead to its destruction. However, for now, that suffices. Even the cultivated portion is enough to evoke the essence of Pangu. Yet, this earthly sacred Qi. It seems I must seek out Hutu. Lu Feng pondered for a moment. Aside from Hutu, there were likely no other earthly saints. Just as he resolved to search for her, he was suddenly informed that Hutu had come to pay a visit. Well, what one contemplates often manifests. Quite splendid. At this moment, within Golden Ao Island, Hutu had already arrived. She was remarkably courteous, merely announcing her presence without any display of authority. After all, the strength of the Jiejiao had become evident. Any further display of dominance would be tantamount to courting disaster, especially since she was here seeking a glimpse of heavenly insight, essentially, a means to escape her previous confinement. Duo Bao was responsible for receiving her, and after a brief introduction, he said to Hutu, "Your Highness, thank you for your patience. Please follow me. Our senior brother wishes to welcome you personally." "Senior brother?" Hutu paused momentarily. She had heard much about this senior brother of Jiejiao and was eager to see what he looked like. Nodding slightly, she was led to Lu Feng's cave abode. Upon arrival, she immediately sensed the extraordinarily rich spiritual energy of the environment. Instantly, Hutu was taken aback, somewhat astonished. However, considering this was the domain of the mysterious senior brother of Jiejiao, it was only natural for the spiritual energy to be abundant, and thus she was not overly surprised as she stepped onto the island. After her arrival, Hutu beheld the wonders of Lu Feng's surroundings and was utterly astounded. The scene before her was nothing short of breathtaking. Spiritual roots and herbs flourished abundantly, thriving in a manner she had never witnessed. Even in her days as a member of the Wu clan, gazing at the spectacle, she instinctively remarked, "Is this truly the foundation of the foremost sect? It's simply astonishing." Observing Hutu's shock, Zhao Gongming felt it necessary to offer a clarification. He then stated, "Your Highness, you may have misunderstood. This is not the foundation of our Jiejiao, but rather that of our senior brother." "The foundation of our senior brother?" Hutu momentarily stood in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the distinction. Zhao Gongming elaborated, "Everything here has been cultivated by our senior brother. Indeed, these spiritual herbs and roots are entirely due to his efforts." Following Zhao Gongming's explanation, Hutu grasped the situation and was even more astounded. In other words, All these spiritual herbs and roots were the sole achievements of Jiejiao's senior brother? This individual possesses such extraordinary abilities? Not only is he wise, but he also has a remarkable talent for cultivating spiritual plants? At that moment, Huta stood there in a daze. Lu Feng emerged, pushing open the door to the cave, where he encountered Ho Tu and Zhao Gongming. Particularly striking was Ho Tu. Lu Feng immediately noted the woman, whose stature was indeed as grand as the rumors suggested. Of course, Lu Feng remained rather innocent regarding such matters. Whether any lascivious thoughts would cross others' minds remained uncertain. Adhering to the principles of duty and a commitment to the, Lu Feng stepped forward to stand before Ho Tu's day. Just as she was about to extend a polite greeting, Lu Feng spoke up, direct and straightforward. You've arrived? Excellent. Let us begin by creating a child. Chapter 163. Are you serious? Buzz. As these words escaped, Zhao Gongming was momentarily taken aback. He then turned to Lu Feng, his eyes initially wide with astonishment, which soon morphed into admiration and respect. The glimmer in his gaze spoke volumes. Truly, this was his senior brother, straightforward and to the point. Equally bewildered was Hutu. She pondered over Lu Feng's recent utterance, contemplating the current openness of the. Was it truly this candid? To meet someone and immediately discuss procreation? Hutu began to doubt her presence here, wondering if she had erred in her approach. Surely, the protocol should have been to meet Tongtian or the sect leader first. What business did she have encountering a mere disciple? Moreover, this disciple was hardly serious. At that moment, she felt the urge to inquire, is your talk of procreation sincere? As such thoughts swirled, a rosy hue crept onto Enhua's cheeks. Meanwhile, in the distance, Tongtian stood with Enhua and observed the unfolding scene. Ears tuned to their exchange. He felt exhilarated, witnessing an event so rare in his lifetime that it sparked a refreshing thrill. In Lu Feng's words, it was akin to a long-time virgin attempting to explore the affairs of others, seeking a second spring, a notion utterly disgraceful. Enhua, however, was different. She scrutinized the two figures in the arena, her eyes narrowing unconsciously, fists clenching slightly, a reflexive action of which she was not fully aware. Tongtian noticed this and chuckled. Sister, do you think Fenger can win Hutu over with such boldness? Hutu possesses considerable strength. Securing her would be a valuable asset. What is your take? Tongtian asked earnestly, only to see Enhua turn her head, still squinting with a rather displeased expression. Sister, why does your countenance appear so grim? He inquired, puzzled. Had she sustained injuries in their earlier confrontation? He felt compelled to show concern. However, at that moment, Enhua let out a cold huff and retorted, you too, master and disciple, are nothing but trouble. With that, she stormed away, leaving Tongtian utterly bewildered, staring at her retreating figure, muttering, how perplexing. Perhaps she is experiencing that midlife crisis Fenger mentioned and is simply venting her frustrations. What a nuisance. At that instant, a massive stone was suddenly hurled towards him. Tongtian hastily blocked it and quickly fell silent. Enhua snorted once more, casting a final glance at Lu Feng before vanishing from sight. How baffling, he murmured, shaking his head as he redirected his attention to Lu Feng, interest gleaming in his eyes. Ah, this is delightful. Yet, he began to ponder if his behavior was somewhat inappropriate. As a master, such actions might indeed be excessive. Then, with a wave of his hand, Tongtian summoned Duo Bao. Master, did you call for me? Duo Bao inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Indeed, Tongtian replied. Go, bring me a fruit platter, and make sure to include plenty. Although Duo Bao did not understand the reason behind this request, he obediently complied. When the fruit platter arrived, Tongtian casually seated himself nearby, indulging in the feast while observing. It was quite a pleasant experience. However, when he turned around, he noticed that Duo Bao was still standing there in a daze. With suspicion, Duo Bao asked, Master, are you spying on senior brother? Tongtian's expression immediately soured. He looked at Duo Bao with a serious demeanor and admonished, you silly child, what nonsense are you thinking about all day? Is that something you should concern yourself with? Hurry along and find somewhere cool to stay. Following Tongtian's scolding, Duo Bao left dejectedly. Once Duo Bao was gone, Tongtian remained in high spirits. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was completely unaware that an audacious voyeur was observing him, specifically, watching him with Ho Tu's day. At that moment, Ho Tu's face was flushed with embarrassment and tinged with anger, as Lu Feng's words had caught her off guard. Moreover, they were not well acquainted. However, Lu Feng did not allow her much time to react. In the next instant, he suddenly reached out and grasped Ho Tu's hand, pulling her along. Oh, what's the big deal? It's merely a matter of creating a child. It won't require much effort at all. Don't worry, you need not lift a finger. I shall handle it. Lu Feng wore an expression that seemed to say she was foolish for not recognizing the opportunity, as if to convey that it was her fortune to partake in such an endeavor. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Gongming was utterly flabbergasted, overwhelmed by confusion. He could only marvel at the might of his senior brother, who was truly formidable. Tongtian, observing the spectacle, was equally enthralled, his eyes sparkling with excitement. At this moment, Ho-Tu was nearly crimson to her neck, her face increasingly flushed and anger evident. When Lu Feng glanced up, he found Ho-Tu glaring at him, her eyes ablaze with fury. Suddenly, he understood that she had misconstrued his intentions. "Oh no, not that kind of child," Lu Feng clarified. "I possess a unique seed that requires the essence of the earth to nurture. Once cultivated, a child will emerge." Upon hearing this explanation, Ho-Tu quickly grasped the situation. Lu Feng then looked at her, muttering, "What were you thinking? Besides, I am not that kind of person." Upon hearing Lu Feng's mutterings, Ho-Tu felt a wave of shame wash over her. It was indeed rather awkward. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was swiftly resolved. Lu Feng, not dwelling on the matter, led Ho-Tu aside, intending to commence with their serious business. It is worth mentioning that the tactile experience was rather pleasant. At this time, Zhao Gongming, sensing the situation, discreetly took his leave. Remaining any longer would only hinder the two in their endeavor. After all, he did not possess the ability to illuminate the surroundings, and his presence would merely be a distraction. Lu Feng, accompanied by Ho-Tu, arrived at the land of the five-colored divine soil, preparing to commence their endeavors. Upon witnessing the spiritual roots cultivated on this vibrant soil, Ho-Tu was momentarily struck with astonishment. "Peach tree," she exclaimed, incredulous. "Indeed," Lu Feng replied. "The peaches that grow upon this tree are quite delectable." As Ho-Tu's gaze shifted from the peach tree, she soon beheld two other remarkable specimens, the Bodhi tree and the Huang Zhongli. The innate 10 spiritual roots are inherently mysterious and rare. Even among the abodes of saints, one might not encounter a single type. Yet here, Lu Feng possessed not one, but 3. It was perplexing that rather than nurturing these exceptional roots with care, he had chosen to plant them all together, seemingly indifferent to their well-being. Even more infuriating was the fact that, despite this apparent neglect, they thrived remarkably well. This left one utterly speechless. After a brief moment of astonishment, Ho-Tu realized that, despite her prior assessments of this master brother from the Jie Sect, she had consistently underestimated his capabilities. His prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. However, before she could dwell on her thoughts, Lu Feng produced a black pearl from his hand. Within its depths sparkled points of starlight, reminiscent of a chaotic scene. Upon seeing the pearl, Ho-Tu's initial reaction was disbelief. She rubbed her eyes, yet ultimately confirmed the reality before her. "Is this the Chaos Pearl?" she asked. Bewildered, Lu Feng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed it is." He continued, "Next, we must enter this Chaos Pearl to cultivate the seed. Only within this pearl can we achieve successful growth." As he spoke, the Chaos Pearl emitted a faint glimmer, and in an instant, a scene of chaos unfolded before them. With a flash of light, the two entered the interior of the Chaos Pearl. Aside from the Chaos Pearl, the Divine Armament Pavilion was also deemed usable. However, due to the imperfection of the second layer of chaos, it did not meet Lu Feng's requirements at present. After careful consideration, the Chaos Pearl proved to be the more suitable choice. Now, within the depths of the Chaos Pearl, Ho-Tu began to survey her surroundings. They found themselves in a nascent realm of chaos. Chapter 164. Is Xian about to pay a visit? The rules have yet to be perfected. Absurdity, emptiness, and silence. These are the prevailing themes of this realm. They are also the most vivid sensations experienced by Ho-Tu. Simultaneously, she is filled with curiosity about what must be nurtured within this Chaos Pearl. However, in the next moment, a seed of the Chaos Qinglian materializes in Lu Feng's hand. Upon seeing the seed, Ho-Tu's gaze trembles slightly. "This, is it?" From the seed held by Lu Feng, she perceives an exceptionally rich aura of chaos. And beyond that, there is an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Pengu was born from the Chaos Qinglian, and the 12 ancestors of witchcraft are related to Pengu. Therefore, it is only natural for her to feel this sense of recognition. This is the seed of the Chaos Qinglian. What? At this moment, upon hearing those words, Ho-Tu could no longer contain her shock. She gazes at the seed in Lu Feng's hand, her expression one of disbelief. Lu Feng does not elaborate further. The revelation is indeed astonishing, and he allows her time to process it. After a considerable interval, Ho-Tu finally regains her composure, her initial astonishment gradually subsiding. Yet, there remains a flicker of astonishment in her eyes as she inquires, "Are you planning to nurture it?" "Indeed. Shall we not create a child?" After a moment of reflection, Feng continues. Yes, we shall create one together. Rest assured, simply take a seat. I shall handle the rest. Hutu. Feng gazes at Hutu, encouraging her to prepare, and then he begins the process of creation. I require a strand of earthly sacred qi. Hutu nods in agreement. The earthly sacred qi is something uniquely hers, for she is a singular earthly sage. As the energy stirs, a subtle hue of earthy yellow begins to manifest upon her form, with her eyes tightly closed. The gentle rise and fall of her body accentuates her curves. Feng observes, finding it quite admirable. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that Hutu's figure surpasses his previous imaginations in perfection. Of course, the most notable aspect is her ample form. Not long after, fatigue appears upon Hutu's face, and the earthy hue gradually fades. In the next moment, Hutu raises her hand, conjuring a strand of earthy yellow, earthly sacred qi. This qi carries an enigmatic essence. Hutu extends it towards Feng. He accepts it, then gazes at the fatigued Hutu and remarks, "You have worked hard. If we truly succeed in creating a child, it shall indeed be a testament to our union. In a certain sense, you could be considered the mother of the child." Hutu. Though the statement feels rather awkward, it is, in fact, quite accurate. Yet, this dialogue is undeniably provocative. She shoots Feng a glare, retorting, You are utterly ridiculous. Just focus on your task." Feng nods, recognizing the importance of the matter at hand. Subsequently, a strand of authentic sacred energy was infused into the seed of the chaos blue lotus. A layer of earthy-hued sacred energy began to envelop the seed, exuding a considerable weightiness. As time gradually passed, this sacred energy was absorbed by the chaos blue lotus. System. Once the chaos blue lotus absorbs the sacred energy, will it be able to cultivate normally? Indeed, after absorbing the sacred energy, the seed of the chaos blue lotus will achieve completeness, making it sufficient for cultivation. In fact, the absorption process is an adaptation to the current chaotic world, should the esteemed host wish for it to grow at a faster pace. The primordial purple qi can be utilized to expedite the cultivation. Nodding in acknowledgement, Feng realized he possessed the primordial purple qi, which would indeed be advantageous for nurturing the chaos blue lotus seed, given its significant value. As time progressed, the sacred energy continued to be absorbed steadily. With each bit absorbed, the chaos blue lotus seed became increasingly rounded. Once the absorption was complete, it had transformed into a more polished form. A glimmer of insight flashed in Feng's eyes, for he understood that cultivation was now possible. However, he knew that the process would not be so simple. Turning to Hutu, he spoke, "Let us change locations. This is not the most suitable place for cultivation." In an instant, the two transformed into streaks of light and departed. Their destination was the deepest recesses of the chaos, where the essence of the chaos pearl resided. Meanwhile, in the Huang world, within the imperial palace of Chaoga City, Emperor Xian furrowed his brows as he regarded Wenzhong, who had approached him. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, "Wen Taisher, what has transpired?" "Your Majesty, there seems to be a situation at Shiqi," Wenzhong replied. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xian's gaze sharpened, and a chill emanated from him, radiating an imposing presence. Wenzhong felt the weight of this pressure. Emperor Xian spoke calmly. "Pray tell, what is the nature of the issue?" Wenzhong elaborated. "It is reported, Your Majesty, that the young master of Shiqi has been accepted as a disciple by the, which has stirred considerable excitement. Consequently, Shiqi's reputation has risen significantly." Emperor Xian paused, suddenly recalling that the had solidified its position as the foremost sect after vanquishing the other three teachings. Presently, it enjoyed immense renown within the Huang world, attracting many eager to join its ranks. Though they have remained unchanged, maintaining its inclusivity, the entrance requirements had been elevated. It no longer focused on lineage or innate talent, but rather on character. Only those of exceptional character would be admitted into, a criterion that had barred countless individuals. Now, with the emergence of Shiqi, Emperor Xian's eyes gradually narrowed. At this moment, Wenzhong remarked, "If it were merely it would not be of great concern. However, the crux lies in the fact that the individual who initially accepted him is my elder brother from. Consequently, GFA's status is not insignificant, and this has undeniably elevated the renown of the Western Qi." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xian fell into deep contemplation. After a brief pause, he turned to Wenzhong and inquired, "Does that elder brother have any specific criteria for accepting disciples?" Wenzhong shook his head, stating, "I am not privy to that information at present. However, I believe Your Majesty's request would likely be well received by my elder brother." Emperor Xian nodded in agreement and replied, "Then prepare accordingly, for in the coming days, I shall set forth to visit. Understood. Wen Zhong responded, departing promptly. Chapter 165. Is Hao Yin coming too? In truth, if the sole purpose was to consolidate his reign, DXN need not go to such lengths. Numerous disciples of the Jie have already taken up positions in the Shan government. However, the crux of the matter lies in DXN's yearning. He has long desired to study under the esteemed master brother of Jie. This occasion merely serves as a fortuitous opportunity. Within the Lingxiao Hall, following the conclusion of the Fengshan War, Hao Yin found himself enveloped in an unexpected tranquility. The initial exhilaration had faded, giving way to a sobering rationality. Once reason took hold, it often conjured unsettling thoughts, such as the drawbacks following his earlier elation. Although Saint Juanti had indeed ascended to the ranks, it was merely a fraction of his true essence. Hao Yin had already contemplated this. In essence, even with the official recognition of his divinity, while on the surface Juanti might heed his commands, in reality, he would hardly dare to do so. After all, the entity recognized was akin to a mere projection, while the true self remained. Thus, after considerable reflection, he felt a twinge of danger in his position. Given Juanti's cautious nature, he might very well seek to undermine him. Jie had grown stronger, yet Hao Yin himself was not as formidable. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Hao Yin concluded it was time to seek a powerful ally. Initially, he believed his teacher to be the most substantial support, but it had become evident that this leg had already been claimed by others, namely Jian and Juanti. Hence, since they had secured that support, Hao Yin could no longer rely on it. At the very least, he lacked the confidence that his influence could surpass that of a saint. Consequently, only one solution remained: to seek another patron. Presently, aside from Jie, there was no more suitable ally to turn to. Hao Yin promptly resolved to pay a visit to Jie in the coming days. Furthermore, he began to entertain a notion. He surmised that aligning with Lu Feng might be the most advantageous course. He had closely monitored the recent Fengshan War, where Jie had displayed overwhelming prowess, ruthlessly overpowering the Changjiao. Through a period of observation, Hao Yin discerned that the formidable strength of Jie was largely attributable to a myriad of mystical strategies, all of which were the handiwork of that master brother. Although he himself did not engage directly in the conflict, his intricate formations still reverberated in Hao Yin's heart. After all, few possessed such exceptional capabilities to create a saint. At this moment, Hao Yin contemplated that Lu Feng's stature within Jie was equally significant. While allying with a saint held its merits, this individual was someone he could personally befriend. Engaging as equals, the prospect of forging a connection with an extraordinarily gifted individual, capable of influencing the grand narrative of the Fengshan, while simultaneously securing an indirect alliance with Jie, was simply a stroke of genius. Hao Yin felt a surge of cleverness in his strategy. Even contemplating giving himself a pat on the back, he turned and commanded, "Prepare more treasures. I shall visit thee." However, he quickly corrected himself, saying, "Forget it. I will personally take care of it." With that, he hurriedly made his way to the heavenly treasury. He intended to personally select gifts for his visit too. Meanwhile, Ad observed entering the with. He smirked disdainfully and muttered, "What kind of disciple is this? Merely creating a child, yet he dares to conceal it from his master. How shameless." Without a hint of embarrassment, reached for the fruit platter beside him, only to find it completely empty. He then stood up, stretching lazily, and mused, "I wonder where this lad has acquired so many fine treasures?" Shaking his head, he felt a sense of lament. He recognized it for what it was, a celestial treasure he had scarcely encountered. Previously, he had even doubted the existence of such chaotic artifacts. But now, he witnessed one in the hands of his own disciple. Alas, it truly is disheartening that others surpass him. A wave of frustration washed over. Despite having taken in numerous disciples, he had never relished the experience of guiding them. It felt like a significant loss. Shaking his head, he departed, casually setting up a barrier to completely conceal the presence of the. His prolonged stay was not merely to spy on his disciples' private life, but to assist in shrouding their aura from prying eyes. Of course, also thought that since others could not see it, he might as well come in person to compensate for their regrets. At this moment, within the depths of the, and had arrived at the very source of chaos. While it was not strictly necessary to be at the source, deemed it prudent to be there. Given the significance of the task at hand, any lapse could result in the failure of nurturing the chaotic seeds. Now, at the source, feeling the intense primordial energy, nodded and opened his hand. In the next instant, the seed naturally soared into the air, suspended gracefully, emanating waves infused with chaotic essence. The entire void was gradually transformed, adapting to a more suitable environment. Witnessing this spectacle was taken aback. Truly, The chaotic seed possessed an ability formidable enough to influence chaos itself. This was terrifying, for chaos is notoriously difficult to alter. However, there was no time for it to continue observing, as the seed swiftly acclimated to its surroundings, slowly exhibiting signs of life. Though not swift, the essence of life is profoundly rich and remarkably pure. Such an extraordinarily pure vitality is a rarity, infusing the surrounding chaos with vibrant energy. At this moment, Feng gazed at Hutu and gently remarked, "Truly immerse yourself in the growth of the chaotic green lotus. It mirrors the unfolding of the Tao. If you grasp it well, it shall be a grand opportunity." Upon hearing these words, Hutu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the process of the chaotic green lotus's growth is a manifestation of the path of life. Immediately, Hutu settled into a meditative posture and began her contemplation. As she delved deeper into her understanding, a subtle vitality began to emanate from her being. Chapter 166. The Union of Hutu and the Two in this regard. Feng observed silently from the sidelines. This profound realization, however, offered him little assistance. What he truly sought was merely a breath of life nurtured within. With this essence, he could effectively disguise his identity and subsequently engage in negotiations with Luo Lian. In truth, what emerged from the seed of the chaos Qinglian was akin to Pangu. Yet it represented merely an individual life form, manifesting in various shapes. It could be Pangu or another form altogether. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent to the exact nature of the life that the chaos Qinglian would ultimately give rise to. As vitality surged forth, a stream of Hongmeng purple energy materialized in Lu Feng's hand. The moment this ethereal energy appeared, the chaos Qinglian trembled slightly, revealing a hint of yearning. It sensed that this Hongmeng purple energy could facilitate its growth, thus creating an urgent need for it. Feng understood this as he gently lifted his hand, allowing the Hongmeng purple energy to drift toward the seed of the chaos Qinglian. Enveloped in this energy, the vitality blossomed even more vibrantly, and the mysterious essence became increasingly pronounced. In addition to the path of life, there existed another principle, the path of strength. The emergence of the path of strength signified the nascent form of life being nurtured within the chaos Qinglian. Time passed swiftly, and soon the Hongmeng purple energy would be entirely absorbed by the chaos Qinglian seed. Then, with a crack, a fissure appeared upon the robust shell of the seed, and the aura of life grew even more potent. Feng witnessed this scene and quickly produced another stream of Hongmeng purple energy. Clearly, cultivating the seed of the chaos Qinglian would require considerable resources. This stream of energy was soon depleted as well, causing the fissure to widen further. Feng then summoned a third stream. Once this Hongmeng purple energy was consumed entirely, the fissure reached its maximum extent, and a tender sprout emerged from within. The void shimmered with a unique shade of tender green belonging to the sprout. At this moment, Hutu, immersed in her contemplation, experienced a slight tremor. Beneath such rich life energy, she sensed the deficiency within her own path. Trapped within the underworld, she faced restrictions. On one hand, she was confined here, while on the other, her path was lacking. She required the stability provided by the underworld. Should she venture beyond its confines and fall into the hands of those with ill intent, the shortcomings of her path would be magnified infinitely. This was of utmost importance, which explained her prolonged absence. However, in this moment, she discovered the potential to complete her path. Under the influence of the path of life and the path of strength, she could identify the shortcomings of her own way and seek to rectify them. Thus, she felt an overwhelming excitement. Once completed, she could undoubtedly liberate herself from limitations and elevate her cultivation to new heights. As Feng observed the performance of Hutu, he nodded slightly, murmuring to himself that she was not entirely foolish. In his hand, a fourth strand of primordial purple energy materialized. However, the seed of the chaotic blue lotus absorbed it at an astonishing rate. Within mere moments, it was nearly depleted. Then came the fifth, sixth, and seventh strands. Eventually, Feng furrowed his brow. At the current rate of consumption, he too would be unable to sustain it. It was simply too rapid. Fortunately, the path of strength was gradually becoming more refined, which signified that life was on the verge of emergence. At that moment, a resonant hum filled the air. Emanating from Hutu, Feng turned to see her aura intensifying, climbing higher and higher. A vast amount of spiritual energy surged into her being. Yet, there was one notable observation. The sacred aura radiating from Hutu became increasingly potent. All of this was absorbed by the seed of the chaotic blue lotus. Although its effects were not as profound as that of the primordial purple energy, it nonetheless served a purpose. As Hutu's aura grew stronger, a tremendous sound erupted. Her original cultivation level soared from the late stage of the second rank of a sage to the peak. Yet, she did not pause there. She advanced into the third rank of a sage, moving swiftly through the initial, mid, and late stages, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the third rank. She continued her ascent to the fourth rank, stopping only in the mid-stage of the fourth rank, firmly establishing her newfound power. Hotu's path had been significantly enhanced through this opportunity, and she had grown even stronger. The sacred energy she emitted further nurtured the chaotic blue lotus, resulting in a mutual benefit. Hotu opened her eyes, brimming with excitement, and suddenly sprang to her feet. I have broken through. Her body trembled with the force of her exhilaration. Lu Feng, with a gentlemanly demeanor, cast a few glances her way, then waved his hand, signaling her to calm down. I understand. Please be still. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Upon hearing this, Hotu paused, concern etching her features. What is wrong with you? Lu Feng replied, I feel dizzy. Hotu retorted, shameless. At that moment, with Hotu's breakthrough, the nurturing of the chaotic blue lotus approached its conclusion. However, this did not imply that the nurturing was complete. Rather, a faint aura had emerged. Hotu sensed it as well and instinctively inquired, what should we call this? A little pangu? Lu Feng shook his head. Not necessarily, but it could be considered the fruit of our union. Hotu shot him a disapproving glance, her face slightly flushed. Lu Feng ceased the flow of the sacred earth energy. His intention was to prevent the chaotic pearl from being overwhelmed. He could already sense that it had reached its limit. He merely waved his hand and reached into the chaotic blue lotus to grasp its essence. As he made this motion, a wisp of energy from the chaotic blue lotus was seized by him. He did not extract it all. Instead, he captured just a fragment. Yet, even this small portion was more than sufficient. However, just as Lu Feng prepared to depart, he suddenly sensed an immense surge of energy within the chaotic blue lotus that was poised to flow into his body, and it was exceedingly potent. Lu Feng was taken aback. Could it be that I am on the verge of a breakthrough? Chapter 167, Frantic Rewards. At this moment, when Lu Feng touched a wisp of aura within the chaos Qinglian, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. The instant he made contact, it was as though a floodgate had been opened, allowing the energy to rush into his body. Startled, Lu Feng wondered if this was his opportunity to break through. Currently, he stood at the 9th level of the Saint Realm, yet he had yet to reach its zenith. Ascending to the 10th level was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. He sensed that even if he were to achieve a breakthrough, it would be improbable for him to ascend to the 10th level. Such a feat was exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Lu Feng discerned that beneath that wisp of aura, the pulse of life was gradually manifesting. In other words, the nascent Pangu was beginning to take shape. As he drew closer, he beheld a tiny spark beneath the aura, the embryonic form of Pangu. However, it was still in its early stages of development. Turning to Hotu beside him, he smiled and remarked, it truly can be seen as a crystallization of our union. How shameless. Hotu retorted, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Lu Feng, however, remained unfazed. Strictly speaking, it was indeed the case. He carefully extracted a portion of that aura, and the rich spiritual energy surged towards him, flooding into his body in an instant. In a sense, it could be regarded as a gift from the chaos Qinglian, though it had only recently begun to grow. It already possessed such formidable capabilities. Lu Feng did not hesitate. Who would disdain an elevation in cultivation? Thus, the spiritual energy soon streamed into him, initiating his ascension. Although the energy was immense, his advancement was sluggish, primarily because he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. Achieving even a slight breakthrough would require an unimaginable accumulation of time for an ordinary person. Yet, for Lu Feng, the process seemed comparatively effortless. For others, such a breakthrough would be utterly unattainable. In that moment, as the spiritual energy poured in, Lu Feng's aura began to rise. Upon noticing this, Hotu turned her gaze towards him, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Ordinarily, she had not perceived the extent of Lu Feng's cultivation. Initially, she believed him to be at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, considering the limited number of saints in existence. Quasi-sainthood represented the highest level achievable by disciples, so it seemed unlikely that Lu Feng could exceed this threshold. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared otherwise. As she attuned her senses, she suddenly detected a trace of saintly might emanating from Lu Feng, which left her utterly astounded. Involuntarily, she exclaimed, a saint. Good heavens! She was taken aback. Prior to this moment, she had never imagined that Lu Feng had already broken through to the realm of saints. The revelation only deepened her shock. The first level of the saint realm? It seemed the master brother of the Jie Sect was indeed deserving of his reputation. Suddenly, Hutu sensed that Lu Feng's cultivation was not merely at the first stage of the Saint Realm. Second stage? No, that wasn't it. She carefully attuned herself to his aura and discovered that as Lu Feng's presence unfolded, his power escalated further. Second stage, third stage, fourth stage, sixth stage, eighth stage. Even upon reaching the eighth stage, his aura did not cease. What lay beyond? What lay beyond? She could no longer discern. Hiss. Suddenly, she inhaled sharply. Just how profound is the cultivation of this senior brother of the Jie? Is he at the mid-eighth stage, the late eighth stage, or perhaps at the pinnacle of the eighth stage? She recalled that even Tongtian of the Jie did not possess such formidable prowess, did he? In that moment, Hutu was enveloped in doubt. She resolved to inquire deeply with Tongtian. After all, was this disciple truly the one he had personally instructed? It seemed unlikely. However, Lu Feng paid no mind to Hutu at present. His cultivation had stabilized at the pinnacle of the ninth stage. To break through to the 10th stage would not be a simple endeavor. It likely required a fortuitous opportunity. Such a breakthrough was not easily attained. Nonetheless, this was not his original intention. If he could achieve it, it would be considered an unexpected delight. Lu Feng stored away the chaotic Qinglian, as it could no longer be nurtured in this place. Otherwise, the chaotic pearl would be unable to withstand the strain. Should the chaotic Qinglian continue to grow, it would likely cause the chaotic pearl to fracture. Lu Feng could now faintly sense that the chaotic pearl had reached its limit. At that moment, as he put away the chaotic Qinglian, the pressure within the chaotic pearl diminished significantly. However, when Lu Feng turned around, he found Hutu gazing intently at him. He touched his face and jested. "What, do I look that handsome?" Hutu scoffed and retorted, "You truly have no shame." She then inquired, "What is your current cultivation level?" Lu Feng glanced at her. "What do you think?" Hutu speculated mid-eighth stage? Perhaps. Late eighth stage? Could be. Eighth, pinnacle of the eighth stage? Maybe. Observing Lu Feng's evasive demeanor, Hutu's face flushed with irritation. "Could you speak plainly? Oh, do you think I'm handsome?" Hutu shot him a look. Though she wanted to deny it, in terms of appearance, Lu Feng was undeniably striking. Eventually, she could not suppress her conscience and reluctantly admitted, "Handsome. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Hutu." Lu Feng slightly raised his head. "As for my current cultivation, it's the ninth stage." Ninth stage? Hutu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is it the early stage?" She asked again. "How could it be that low?" Lu Feng smiled gently and then revealed everything. In truth, his cultivation was not extraordinarily high, merely at the peak of the ninth level. The peak merely at that moment. Hutu was utterly stunned, remaining in silence for quite a while. Finally, she slowly spoke. "I am beginning to genuinely doubt the truth of the matter." "Doubt what?" Lu Feng inquired, somewhat perplexed. "I question whether you are truly the disciple of your master. I recall that he did not possess such high cultivation." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I believe he might also be contemplating this very question." His laughter was hearty and unrestrained. To be fair, Tongtian had indeed pondered this issue. For Lu Feng's array of techniques was not only diverse, but remarkably potent. The most apparent point was the intricate formations he had mastered. Even Tongtian had found himself puzzled at one point, specifically inquiring if Lu Feng had sought another master behind his back. Clearly, he was bewildered. He believed he could not cultivate a disciple of such caliber. More bluntly, he had begun to doubt his own educational prowess, leading to such inquiries. Now, this same question reemerged, posed once again by Ho Tuesday. In this moment, Lu Feng could hardly contain his amusement. Ho Tu was even more bewildered. Is it truly that laughable? The same question has already been posed by my master once. After a moment of shock, she came to a realization, which left her even more astonished. If that were the case, could it not mean he had achieved mastery through self-study? Attaining a certain level with a master is not particularly remarkable, but achieving such heights independently is an entirely different matter. Moreover, Lu Feng had now surpassed his own master. This was undeniably extraordinary. Ultimately, she accepted this reality. They then emerged from the Chaos Pearl. Lu Feng had two tasks ahead. First, to disguise his aura, and second, to create a formation. The formation he intended to craft was quite complex. Now that he was aware of Rahu's location, he merely needed to utilize the formation to reach it. However, creating a formation was not a simple endeavor, especially for such long-distance teleportation. He needed to ensure that no trace was left behind. Although Rahu was erratic, he was not foolish. Once outside, Lu Feng stored the Chaos Pearl and turned to Ho Tu. "Do you have any plans for the next steps?" Ho Tu, recognizing that Lu Feng had more to attend to, replied, "Next, I shall pay a visit to my friend Tongtian." "Very well," Lu Feng nodded. Immediately after Ho Tu departed, Lu Feng heard the voice of the system in his ear. "Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation of the Chaos Qinglian seed has been successful, and hatching is complete. Rewards will be assessed. Please wait. Ding. Rewards are currently being evaluated. Please hold on. Ding. Reward evaluation successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 strands of Hongmeng Purple Qi. As the system's voice faded, Lu Feng found himself bestowed with numerous rewards. First and foremost, 10 strands of primordial purple energy, sufficient to fill the void in nurturing the chaotic blue lotus seeds. And even more to spare. Next, he gained access to the third level of the divine armory. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon received an explanation from the system. The third level of the divine armory possesses an entire chaotic world, more complete than the second level's chaotic realm, yet lacking the ability to nurture spirits. However, it is capable of supporting the chaotic blue lotus until it reaches full maturity. After perusing the introduction, Lu Feng comprehended its essence. This third level of the divine armory was essentially dedicated to the cultivation of the chaotic blue lotus. Following this, the increase in proficiency of the sacred path's principles brought him closer to mastering the heavenly path's doctrines. Most critically, the breath simulation technique was granted to him. He had originally intended to utilize formations to simulate the essence of the beings nurtured within the chaotic blue lotus, specifically the breath of Pangu. Coupled with his 99 proficiency in the path of strength, though limited, it was still adequate. Yet, it lacked reliability. Now, with the system providing the breath simulation technique, it became far more fitting. However, for the sake of caution, Lu Feng resolved to conduct a preliminary test. In the next moment, a torrent of information surged through his mind, leading to a clearer understanding of the breath simulation technique. Subsequently, he retrieved the image of Pangu's breath that he had captured and enacted the breath simulation technique. Indeed, in an instant, the atmosphere shifted, as if he truly embodied Pangu himself. At the moment Lu Feng executed the technique, within the Bo Palace, Tongtian, who was conversing with Hutu, suddenly paused, abruptly lifting his gaze towards the outside. Chapter 168. Disguising as Pangu. How amusing, Master Tongtian. How are you? Hutu began to inquire, but halfway through her question, she too sensed an extraordinarily familiar aura. This presence carried the essence of antiquity, familiar yet profoundly elevated. At that moment, an inexplicable reverence blossomed within their hearts upon sensing it. Having ventured into the Pangu's secret realm, Tongtian's immediate reaction was to spring to his feet upon detecting this aura. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured, "This aura. If I am not mistaken, it must be the essence of the great god Pangu." Wow, what? Hutu gazed at Tongtian in astonishment, only to find him exuding an air of unwavering conviction. He continued, "Junior sister, trust me on this. I am exceedingly familiar with Pangu's essence. I can assure you, this is undoubtedly Pangu. It is likely that some relic of Pangu has re-emerged nearby." After further attuning to the aura, he added, "Moreover, this presence is not far from us. You have arrived at an opportune moment, junior sister, as we have fortuitously encountered a secret realm." Tongtian spoke with enthusiasm. Had it not been for the noticeable affection his disciple displayed towards Hutu, he would not have stated this so readily. However, given the budding feelings as her master, he felt compelled to express himself. Yet, Hutu was left in a state of confusion, as she harbored the unsettling notion that this aura might somehow be connected to Lu Feng. Just then, Tongtian suggested, "Let us proceed to ascertain the source of this aura." Hutu nodded in agreement, and together, they transformed into beams of light, soaring into the air. Initially, everything seemed well. However, with each step Tongtian took, an increasing sense of unease began to envelop him. Ultimately, they traced the source of the aura, which led them directly to Lu Feng. At that moment, Lu Feng was experimenting with the simulation of the aura, attempting to gauge its authenticity. Suddenly, he rose into the air within a formation, his face obscured, and deliberately lowering his voice, he intoned, "Do you sense my aura? Are you truly the great god Pangu?" Tongtian's voice trembled as he inquired. His certainty stemmed from the fact that he had indeed entered the Pangu's secret realm and had felt the essence of Pangu, recognizing it to be identical to what he experienced before. Furthermore, during his enlightenment, he had witnessed the scene of Pangu creating the heavens and the earth, instilling within him a profound reverence for the deity. Thus, upon sensing the aura, Tongtian immediately confirmed the identity, displaying utmost respect. However, Hutu perceived the matter differently. She believed the situation was far more complex than it appeared. After all, she had not been away for long, and yet Lu Feng was nowhere to be found. Nor could she detect his aura. Something was amiss. Could it be that? She suddenly lifted her gaze, a bold hypothesis forming in her mind. Could this Pangu before her truly be Lu Feng? She recalled that Lu Feng had specifically intercepted a fragment of aura that shared a source with Pangu. Yet, the reason for this interception could not possibly be to deceive her master, could it? She found herself lost in thought. At this moment, Lu Feng observed Tongtian's reaction and could hardly suppress his laughter. This clearly demonstrated the formidable power of the breath simulation technique, which even his master failed to discern. When applied to Luo Ho, it should pose no issues whatsoever. Yet, at this juncture, he felt compelled to tease his master a little. Thus, he looked at him and, lowering his voice, asked, "How do you know my name?" Tongtian's gaze immediately flickered. He stammered, "I have admired you for a long time. Previously, I even ventured into the secret realm you left behind, and we, the three pure ones, are suddenly." Tongtian realized something wasn't right. Wasn't the great deity Pangu already deceased? Moreover, it was after his demise that so many innate beings came into existence. Additionally, this was his disciple's territory in an instant. Tongtian comprehended the situation. His expression changed dramatically, and he roared furiously, "Lu Feng!" Ha ha ha! At this point, Lu Feng could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. The contrast of his master's previous ignorance was simply too amusing. It took him this long to realize the truth, clearly indicating a lack of sharpness. However, it also indirectly validated the might of the breath simulation technique. After a moment, Tongtian departed with Ho Tuesday. Lu Feng then activated the formation, utilizing the breath simulation technique to emulate Pangu's aura. In the next moment, he found himself in a realm filled with demonic energy. The instant Lu Feng's presence manifested, another figure froze in astonishment, exclaiming, "Pangu!" In the depths of chaos, within the Xiao Palace, after a considerable passage of time, and under Hong Jun's guidance, the primordial heavenly venerable and Xuanti reappeared. Their primordial spirits were entrusted to the heavenly Tao, allowing them to resurrect even after being slain, albeit at a significant cost. This burden weighed heavily on them. Even as saints, immortality for saints comes with its own price, one they were equally reluctant to bear. Now, the four saints gathered once more in the Xiao Palace, their expressions notably grim, clearly harboring anger towards Tongtian and the Jiejiao. This sentiment was indelible. After all, a dignified saint had been slain, a reality they found hard to accept. At this moment, Hong Jun summoned them together, evidently regarding the matter concerning Luo Ho. Sitting at the head of the assembly, he surveyed the four saints and spoke slowly. "I have called you here for a reason that you are likely already aware of." The four saints nodded in agreement. The primordial heavenly venerable, still displaying hints of shock in his gaze, inquired, "Master, the demon ancestor, is he truly not dead?" Hong Jun affirmed, "Luo Ho is indeed alive, and I have sensed his aura. He has lain dormant for countless years, and now his strength is unlike anything before, far surpassing his former self. Moreover, I have sensed that under the influence of Luo Hu, there exists a formidable force." Hong Jun cast his gaze upon the four saints before him and spoke slowly. "It is imperative that we take action against Luo Hu. I shall confront him directly, while you shall deal with his subordinates." At that moment, as Hong Jun concluded his words, a flicker of brilliance flashed in the eyes of Yuan Shitianzun, who then inquired, "In that case, should we also call upon Tongtian to face the demon ancestor?" Yuan Shitianzun perceived this as a splendid opportunity to ensnare Tongtian. For the demon ancestor is nearly regarded as a common enemy of the Hong Huang. Would one truly refrain from intervening? Moreover, should they choose to act, numerous opportunities to hinder their adversaries would arise. This was the cunning strategy of Yuan Shitianzun. However, upon hearing this suggestion, Hong Jun merely cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "The realm where Luo Hu resides is an entirely new world, brimming with countless resources, which would undoubtedly bestow immense benefits upon the saints. If you deem it appropriate to summon Tongtian, then feel free to do so." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shitianzun hastily shook his head. At this juncture, it was evident that summoning Tongtian would not be feasible. Hong Jun continued, "Once you two have sufficiently recuperated from your injuries, you shall be ready to embark. I have already sensed that within that world lies something capable of enabling all of you to transcend your current limitations." Chapter 169. Intimidating Luo Hu. As the words fell, Hong Jun had already turned to depart. The four saints exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with excitement. After all, for a saint to break through their limitations is no simple endeavor. Now, with Hong Jun providing them an opportunity, they were determined to cherish it. In that moment, Tai Shang and Jie began to prepare for their return, while Xuanti and Yuan Shi exerted themselves to recover, striving to attain their peak state. In another realm, the world of demonic energy was enveloped in a tempest of chaos, where malevolence reigned supreme. Upon arriving through the formation, Lu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. The demonic energy here was overwhelmingly frenzied, instantly converging around him, as if intent on annihilating him. With a cold snort, Lu Feng dispersed the surrounding malevolence, simultaneously emanating a powerful aura. Utilizing his aura simulation technique, he not only mimicked the essence of Pengu, but also exuded the presence of a peak Taoist. Such prowess was sufficient to instill fear in Luo Hu. Currently, Luo Hu's strength was likely inferior to that of Hongjun. If not, given Luo Hu's temperament, he would have already engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Hongjun, instead of lurking here. It was absolutely inconceivable. He would have long since howled in challenge, seeking to confront Hongjun. Thus, the reason for Luo Hu's prolonged concealment became apparent. He was simply unable to contend. It was clear that he would not recklessly seek his own demise, fully aware of the dangers. At this moment, as Lu Feng revealed his aura, it naturally attracted considerable attention. Numerous demonic beings took note of him. However, upon sensing his formidable presence, they dared not approach, instead choosing to maintain their distance, encircling him cautiously without daring to advance even an inch. Deep within this realm of demonic energy, a figure suddenly opened his eyes, acutely sensing Lu Feng's aura. Instinctively, he gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, This is Pengu. The speaker was none other than Luo Hu, who unmistakably recognized the potent essence emanating from Lu Feng. Instantly narrowing his eyes, he fell into profound contemplation. Could it truly be Pengu? Luo Hu was well acquainted with Pengu's energy, which enabled him to ascertain that the aura before him was indeed authentic. Yet, the authenticity of this presence posed the greatest dilemma. Pengu was dead, a fact known to all in the primordial world. But why had he resurfaced? Without further deliberation, Luo Hu stepped forth, transforming into a strikingly handsome youth, a tempest of demonic energy swirling around him, imbued with an essence of destruction and madness. He approached, maintaining a considerable distance, standing before Lu Feng with an air of vigilance. Who are you? Clearly, Luo Hu found it difficult to place his trust solely in the aura alone. After all, this was a being who once sought to achieve sanctity at the cost of annihilating the primordial world, undoubtedly possessing remarkable wisdom. Thus, in this moment, he gazed intently at Lu Feng. Although he could not discern Lu Feng's visage, he was enveloped by an overwhelmingly rich aura. Lu Feng, upon hearing Luo Hu's words, exhibited no surprise. Simulating the essence of Pengu to deceive Luo Hu was indeed a formidable challenge. Yet, this was precisely what he required. Utilizing any other aura would be wholly inadequate, and for the extraterrestrial beings, their presence would fail to instill a sense of oppression in Luo Hu. Therefore, only Pengu's essence was fitting, indeed, exceedingly so. A subtle smile graced Lu Feng's lips as he spoke softly. Do you not perceive my essence? His voice resonated with authority, laced with an undercurrent of astonishment. The other demonic entities beside Luo Hu trembled, their gazes quivering with fear. They had never encountered the essence of Pengu before, and now, sensing such a high-tier life form, they were gripped by trepidation. Were it not for Luo Hu's presence, they would have already prostrated themselves in worship of this divine being. Even with Luo Hu there, a look of reverence was evident on their faces. Luo Hu noticed this and narrowed his eyes. The more they exhibited fear, the more formidable this apparition appeared. You cannot be Pengu. Who then are you? Lu Feng erupted into laughter, his mirth echoing through the air. As he laughed, his aura became unmistakable, revealing the overwhelming essence of Pengu. He did not fully unleash it, allowing it to pervade the world, but merely let it diffuse partially. Yet, this was sufficient to instill considerable apprehension. When have I ever claimed to be Pengu? His laughter resonated, accompanied by the oppressive sensation stemming from his realm, a suffocating heaviness that further furrowed Luo Hu's brow. However, one thing he firmly believed was that this individual before him was genuine. The essence of Pengu was extraordinarily unique, birthed from the chaos of the Azure Lotus, making it implausible for anyone to impersonate it. If there were a similar aura, it could only imply one possibility. He was a chaotic being akin to Pengu. Luo Hu's eyes narrowed even further. Lu Feng remained silent, simply hovering in the air. He had anticipated this situation. Pretending to be Pengu was fraught with risk. Rather than speak, it was wiser to merely emanate his aura and let Luo Hu conjecture. Not everyone possessed the insight of a celestial being, capable of deducing his identity from mere clues. Lu Feng was confident that, should he choose the right moment, even Hongjun would be inclined to believe him. Moreover, Lu Feng had prepared meticulously before his arrival. Every detail was accounted for, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. Even if Luo Hu were to strike, he would be unable to inflict harm upon him, for he had meticulously arranged 108 formations around himself. As it stood, Luoho's cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the 10th stage of the Saint realm, yet he had not yet transcended into the realm of unity. Otherwise, Rahu would not remain concealed in such a manner, nor would he exhibit such tranquility. Given Rahu's notoriously tempestuous nature, one would expect him to probe and test the waters. Yet he refrains from doing so. This silence speaks volumes. From this perspective, it is evident that Lu Feng's deductions are entirely accurate. Now, upon encountering Rahu in person, one further validates an essential truth. The situation has always been under his control. So you are. Rahu squinted, sensing the profound essence of Pangu emanating from Lu Feng, or rather, the primal energy of chaos. A tremor coursed through him as he contemplated the possibility that Lu Feng hails from another chaotic realm. At that moment, Lu Feng smiled knowingly. Have you not already surmised my identity? Chapter 170. Rahu, I demand everything from you. Listening to the mirth in Lu Feng's laughter, Rahu's gaze trembled. Indeed, he was a being of chaos. It is said that beings of chaos are immensely powerful, entrusted with the mission of creating the primordial universe. Their aura likely resonates with that of Pangu, who is also a being born from the chaos of the azure lotus, burdened with the task of forging the vast wilderness. Now that his identity has been established, the ensuing matters could be discussed with greater ease. Rahu instructed the left and right demon gods, you may withdraw. Yes, demon ancestor. Upon receiving the command, the demon gods felt an immense relief. After all, the presence of a being of chaos was overwhelmingly terrifying. The oppressive sensation made them feel as though they were on the verge of suffocation. In terms of lineage, beings of chaos rank among the most elite, with few capable of standing alongside them. They exert a form of pressure on other beings that is rooted in bloodlines or souls, a pressure that is challenging to dissipate, even with enhanced strength. Once the demon gods had retreated, Rahu led Lu Feng to another location, his usual dwelling, the area with the densest concentration of demonic energy. Here lay the most potent demonic aura, accumulated over time to augment its power. As Lu Feng arrived, the demonic energy instinctively surged towards him, reacting as if it had found a target. This was a manifestation of the demonic energy and also a tactic employed by Rahu. Even now, he harbored a sense of probing. However, what Hongjun could not foresee was that Lu Feng's inherent madness was no less formidable than his own. Thus, at that moment, as the demonic energy surged forth, Lu Feng emitted a cold snort and instantaneously detonated 30 formations. In an instant, a colossal energy burst forth, creating an extraordinarily powerful shockwave, intermingled with the unique aura of a being of chaos. This transformation stemmed from the spiritual energy feedback received from the primordial azure lotus, which endowed Lu Feng's own energy with chaotic attributes. He had long been aware of this fact, which allowed him to undertake such a reckless maneuver. Since Rahu sought to test him, it was only fitting to seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Boom. At that moment, the deafening explosion erupted. Naturally, Lu Feng would be unharmed. His ability to detonate formations also enabled him to ensure his own safety. However, the surroundings were not so fortunate. The terrifying force erupted instantaneously, devouring the demonic energy in its entirety. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and thus, the immense power, after devouring the demonic energy, surged directly towards Luoho with unparalleled swiftness and intensity. Upon sensing such formidable might, Luoho's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to retreat hastily. Yet, this aura had already ensnared him, leaving no avenue for escape. With a resounding crash, it ultimately detonated. Luoho summoned the demonic energy within him, exerting all his strength to withstand the onslaught, but still sustained injuries. Lu Feng let out a cold huff, towering above as he gazed down upon Luoho. This was merely a mild chastisement. Should you err again, your existence will no longer be required. The power unleashed by the triggering of the formation was attributable to that wisp of chaotic essence. This time, Lu Feng had employed 1/3 of it, naturally rendering it extraordinarily potent. However, such power could only be wielded thrice. While Lu Feng's spiritual energy bore a chaotic attribute, it lacked the purity of this essence. Of course, should Lu Feng choose to disregard all else, he possessed means to annihilate Luoho. Yet, such an endeavor seemed devoid of purpose. His temperament was not inclined towards this. Despite having a penchant for madness, he preferred to leave such thankless tasks to Hongjun. Anything that could evoke his frenzy would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits. Currently, extinguishing Luoho appeared, in every respect, as laboring for Hongjun. This was a prospect Lu Feng adamantly refused, for the fate of a laborer belonged to that cunning old fox, not to him. At this moment, Following Lu Feng's punitive display, Luo Ho's original abode had been utterly obliterated, reduced to mere ruins. The tremendous noise attracted the attention of numerous demon gods, who hastily converged upon the scene, only to behold the disheveled Luo Ho. They exclaimed in astonishment, "Demon ancestor, what has transpired?" Turning to Lu Feng, they lacked the courage to voice their reprimands. Luo Ho cleared his throat, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. You may all depart." The 8 demon gods, having arrived, were met with such a response from Hongjun. They wished to inquire further, but upon seeing Luo Ho's insistence, they relinquished their pursuit of questions, nodding in acquiescence. Understood. They all retreated. Lu Feng regarded Luo Ho, the once arrogant and seemingly invincible demon ancestor, with a gaze that was indifferent, even tinged with coldness. He spoke softly. "Now can we converse?" Luo Ho cast a deep, wary glance at Lu Feng, his eyes betraying profound apprehension. "We may proceed." Lu Feng offered a chilling smile. For many, merely revealing one's strength could provoke them into erratic behavior. With such individuals, there was no need for excessive politeness. The more courteous one was, the more likely they would underestimate you and take advantage. However, if you were to act decisively and with severity, inflicting pain and instilling fear, then all matters could be resolved effortlessly. It cannot be denied that many individuals possess such base tendencies. At this moment, Lu Feng regarded Luo Ho, contemplating. "You should be aware of my identity. I have come to assist you." Luo Ho's heart stirred. He gazed at Lu Feng with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Lu Feng remarked, "Your cultivation must now be at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, correct?" Luo Ho nodded. His cultivation was hardly a secret, and given the prowess Lu Feng had displayed, it was evident. Luo Ho did not find this surprising. Lu Feng continued, "I can assist you in breaking through your shackles." Upon hearing this, Luo Ho's eyes narrowed in intrigue. He was undeniably tempted. Relying solely on his own efforts to achieve harmony with the Tao would undoubtedly take him an extensive period, at least a millennium. Moreover, Hongjun had already discovered his existence, and, at the cost of destroying the god-slaying spear, had declared war upon him. It would not be long before Hongjun arrived, and his strength was that of one who had attained harmony with the Tao. If, by that time, Luo Ho had not entered the same realm, he would undoubtedly be unable to contend with Hongjun. Thus, Lu Feng's proposition stirred great desire within Luo Ho, prompting him to inquire, "What must I offer in return?" Understanding that assistance often comes at a price, he recognized that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Every action is a form of exchange, whether equivalent or otherwise. Even if no conditions were stated previously, under the weight of causality, a day of reckoning would inevitably arrive. However, that could also lead to being ensnared in a trap, potentially to one's demise, a far more terrifying prospect. Clearly, Luo Ho wished to avoid such a fate. Lu Feng regarded him and replied coolly, "I desire everything within this world." His tone remained indifferent as he added, "All resources, even the very essence." Upon these words, Luo Ho gazed at him in astonishment. The meaning was unmistakably clear. Everything Luo Ho had once possessed was now the cost. Thus, he hesitated, stating, "If I were to remain dormant for another 1,000 years, I could equally achieve harmony with the Tao." Lu Feng chuckled, "But in just a few days, Hongjun will undoubtedly arrive. You do not have a millennium to remain in hiding." Hesitation flickered in Luo Ho's eyes, revealing his internal conflict. Chapter 171. The Annihilation of the Tao. At this moment, upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Luo Ho felt an intense stirring within. He then inquired, "What must I sacrifice?" Aiding oneself inevitably comes at a cost. There are no free lunches in this world. Every action is a transaction, whether equal or unequal. Although conditions had not been stated previously, there would eventually come a day of reckoning under the weight of causality. However, that day could lead to being ensnared by the other party, potentially unto death, a far more terrifying prospect. It was clear that Luo Ho wished to avoid such a fate. Lu Feng regarded him and replied coolly, "I desire everything within this world." His tone remained indifferent as he added, "All resources, even the very essence itself." Upon hearing this, Luo Ho was taken aback. The implication was crystal clear. Everything that Luo Ho had ever possessed would be the price to pay. Consequently, hesitation began to creep into Luo Ho's thoughts. "If I were to remain dormant for another 1,000 years, I could similarly achieve the Tao." Lu Feng chuckled. "Yet in just a few days, Hongjun would inevitably arrive, leaving you with no 1,000 years to lie in wait." Doubt flickered in Luo Ho's eyes. The cost was indeed too great. Lu Feng's laughter echoed, laced with mockery. "Why do you think I would concern myself with your opinion? Does the magnitude of the cost truly matter?" At these words, Luo Ho was momentarily stunned, his fists clenching quietly. The weak possessed no right to choose. He had long adhered to this principle, imparting it to others on numerous occasions. Yet now, finding himself in the same predicament was a novel experience, a sensation both disconcerting and inescapable. Lu Feng remained patient, fully confident that this was Luo Ho's sole option. Ultimately, as Lu Feng had anticipated, Luo Ho nodded in agreement. However, certain matters required clarification. Luo Ho questioned, "How do you intend to assist me?" Lu Feng smiled. "By annihilating the Tao." A tremor rippled through Luo Ho's gaze. The explanation was straightforward: to forcibly aid Luo Ho in achieving the Tao through the destruction of this world. At that moment, upon hearing this method, Luo Ho exclaimed, "Where shall we reside thereafter?" Lu Feng chuckled, "Once you have attained the Tao, why not return to the Honghuang world? Face Hongjun once more in a decisive battle?" In the end, Luo Ho acquiesced to Lu Feng's terms. What truly swayed him was Lu Feng's assertion: "Since you have already achieved the Tao, why not return to the Honghuang world and contend with Hongjun once again?" This sentiment struck a deep chord within Luo Ho. After lying in wait for so long, what was his ultimate goal in achieving the Tao? Was it merely for the sake of cultivation? Certainly not. In times past, he may have sought strength for its own sake, but now his ambitions transcended such simplicity. He yearned to vanquish Hongjun once more. Thus, Luo Ho consented to Lu Feng's conditions. In essence, the world he now inhabits has come to be dominated by Lu Feng. All his efforts over the years, the accumulation of power, have ultimately fallen into the hands of others. However, Lu Feng does not demand much. At the very least, the 8 demon gods have been left to him, along with other subordinates. Yet, these hold little significance for Lu Feng. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that even if Lu Feng were to take them, managing them would prove to be quite challenging, fraught with considerable risk. Hence, he has chosen to leave them to Luo Ho, anticipating that upon his return to the primordial world, they will serve as a foundation against Hongjun, providing this cunning old fox with some tasks to occupy his time and prevent him from scheming incessantly, which has grown quite tiresome. The emergence of Luo Ho has indeed granted this old trickster some engagement, albeit not an easy one. Assisting Luo Ho in breaking through is not a matter of urgency. Lu Feng intends to wait for Hongjun's arrival before commencing. After all, Luo Ho's path diverges from that of Hongjun. Hongjun embodies the merging of paths, whereas Luo Ho seeks to obliterate them, intending to annihilate the very essence of this world's path, while simultaneously siphoning its absolute source of power to facilitate his own breakthrough into the next realm. Without Lu Feng's assistance, this process would require at least a millennium of preparation. However, with Lu Feng's help, this duration has been significantly shortened. Of course, Lu Feng's decision to await Hongjun's arrival is not without calculation. Hongjun is already aware of the general circumstances surrounding Luo Ho and understands that apart from him, there exists a considerable power he has amassed. Thus, it is improbable that he would come alone, but rather accompanied by the remaining 4 saints. Moreover, the world where Luo Ho resides possesses ample resources, including numerous items beneficial to those of the saintly realm. Otherwise, Luo Ho would not command 8 demon gods under his banner. Although these demon gods may not match the 6 saints trained by Hongjun in strength, they are nonetheless saints, a fact attributable to the abundant resources of this realm, which greatly benefit those at the saintly level. Hongjun will undoubtedly arrive with the 4 saints. Should the world be ignited at that moment, the resulting spectacle would undoubtedly illuminate Hongjun's face with a blend of brilliance and weariness. Lu Feng can already envision the expressions of the Red Army at that time. Surely, it will be quite a spectacle. At this moment, under Luo Ho's guidance, Lu Feng begins to scour for resources. Of course, in this exchange, these resources are now considered his own, and he intends to seize them entirely, leaving not a single fragment behind. To do otherwise would be tantamount to bequeathing them to Hongjun and his cohort, which is simply unacceptable. Lu Feng has never engaged in such self-destructive, self-serving behavior. It is not his style. If he takes, he will take it all, leaving nothing behind. Undoubtedly, this process may take some time. Meanwhile, within the Xixiao Palace, Hongjun sits with tightly closed eyes, an enigmatic aura circulating around him, embodying the essence of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Hongjun was attempting to deduce the situation concerning Lahu, yet he encountered failure. He yearned for a clearer understanding of the circumstances surrounding his adversary. Hongjun deemed it imperative to exercise utmost caution in regard to this foe. He must proceed with sufficient prudence and preparation. After all, when he previously faced Lahu, he had allies such as Yang Mei by his side. Now, he stood alone. It was essential to be even more circumspect. However, after an extended period of contemplation, he shook his head, finding it difficult to unravel the mysteries at hand. The celestial machinations had once been relatively discernible, yet now they had become increasingly obscure. He cast his gaze outward, noticing that the auras of xianxia, Tianzuan, and Zhuanti were gradually surging. Their strength was steadily recovering, and it would not be long before they would be ready to embark on their journey. Chapter 172. Xian seeks to become a disciple. Outside, Tai Shang and Jie exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with excitement. After all, it would not be long before they could potentially achieve a breakthrough. Advancing their cultivation would enhance their strength further. At that moment, the dynamics among the saints would be reshaped once more. Jie turned to Tai Shang and spoke. Brother Tai Shang, it seems you shall soon attain the 8th stage, no? An 8th stage cultivator is undoubtedly regarded as the foremost individual beneath the Tao ancestor in the entire Hongwang realm. Jie Yin's words were laced with flattery, a tone seldom heard. Tai Shang, well aware of Jie Yin's intentions, responded with a smile. Oh, but Brother Jie Yin is also on the verge of reaching the 7th stage. Among the saints, you too shall be deemed a formidable force. They both shared a hearty laugh, each recognizing the joy reflected in the other's eyes. It was clear they had yet to break through. Their words merely hinted at the opportunities that awaited them in another realm, as foretold by the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor had already informed them of numerous treasures, highly beneficial even to the saints. Thus, it was evident that their cultivation and breakthroughs were mere formality. Ascending beyond their current levels into the next stage was undoubtedly within reach. When that time arrives, it would mark a moment of unprecedented growth in their powers, consequently altering the landscape among the saints. The scales of strength and victory would once again tip in their favor. At that juncture, if all 4 of them were to break through, would they not easily have the upper hand over Tongtian and others? Their shared laughter resonated with hope for the future. Even Yuanshi, Tianzun, and Zhuanti, who were still in the midst of their cultivation, felt similarly optimistic. After all, the Tao ancestor had spoken. Could there truly be anyone capable of outmaneuvering the Tao ancestor? Meanwhile, within Jinao Island, Tongtian was evidently oblivious to the thoughts of the Tao ancestor and the others. He had reached a certain level of cultivation but found himself at an impasse. Even with further meditation, progress seemed elusive, not only in terms of his realm but also in his swordsmanship. Thus, continuing his secluded practice bore little fruit. Reflecting on this, he considered the prospect of imparting knowledge to his disciples. However, before he could act, he realized that his disciples were already under the tutelage of Feng, who had trained them well. Each disciple was impressively skilled, leaving him with little to contribute. This left Tongtian feeling somewhat dejected. What could he do? As a master, he had not relished the joy of guiding his disciples. It was a significant regret. In a moment of determination, Tongtian abruptly stood. No, this simply cannot stand. I must devise a plan, at the very least to remedy this regret. Ultimately, he conceived a straightforward solution. He decided to take on another disciple. With a little nurturing, wouldn't it be possible to cultivate disciples and revel in such joy? The more Tongtian pondered, the more feasible it seemed. His eyes sparkled with inspiration as he summoned Duobao with a wave of his hand, instructing him that the leader of the intended to take on new disciples. Just as he issued the command, and before Duobao could depart, Zhao Gongming arrived with news. Emperor Xian was coming, intending to seek apprenticeship at. At that moment, Tongtian's gaze brightened. What a fortuitous timing, and he was here to become a disciple. Moreover, Emperor Xian held a prestigious status as a sovereign. This was simply the epitome of suitability. Immediately, Tongtian conceived a plan to accept him as a disciple. After all, as a sage, wasn't it a trivial matter to take on an apprentice? He surmised that the mere thought of becoming a disciple under a sage would undoubtedly bring immense joy. Tongtian felt confident. He sensed that with his intervention, there was nothing that could not be accomplished. At that moment, he envisioned the exceedingly pleased expression of Emperor Xian, and unconsciously, a slight smile crept upon his lips, betraying his excitement. He then addressed Zhao Gongming. In that case, let him come. I shall personally assess him. Understood. Zhao Gongming nodded and exited. Duobao gazed at Tongtian, inquiring, Master, what are you planning? Tongtian, slightly smug, replied, I am contemplating the acceptance of another disciple. Now that Emperor Xian has arrived, being a sovereign, I shall take the opportunity to personally guide him. At this moment, he was filled with the conviction that his tutelage would surpass that of Feng. Duobao sensed the shift and hesitated, ultimately refraining from expressing his thoughts. He wished to caution his master, suggesting he might not measure up to the elder brother, but the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, unspoken. Ultimately, he chose to let it be, reasoning that perhaps his master could benefit from a dose of reality. Meanwhile, on the shores of Golden Ao Island, Emperor Xian anxiously awaited. Upon seeing Zhao Gongming enter, he hurried forward, urgently asking, "Esteemed immortal, what did the elder brother say?" Zhao Gongming was momentarily taken aback, looking at Emperor Xian with confusion. "You seek the elder brother?" Emperor Xian nodded, affirming, "Yes, I have come to seek apprenticeship under the elder brother." Zhao Gongming blinked a few times, realizing there had been a mix-up. Initially, he had assumed the visit was to seek the master. However, he reassured Emperor Xian, "The elder brother is currently not available, but the master is present and has agreed to meet with you." Emperor Xian paused for a moment and then nodded in understanding, contemplating in his heart. He felt the necessity to meet the master of a figure of great sanctity deserving of utmost respect. However, when it came to taking on a mentor, the choice would undoubtedly fall upon the esteemed senior brother, whose pedagogical prowess was well acknowledged. After all, he had successfully nurtured numerous formidable disciples within even GFA, it was rumored, had transformed into a powerful being thanks to the fortuitous opportunities granted by Feng. Presently, Xian harbored similar aspirations and resolutely decided to take the straightforward approach of directly seeking him as his teacher. Chapter 173. Has Tongtian been slapped again? At this moment, Zhao Gongming observed that Xian did not refuse, and thus led him into the Bo Palace. Inside the palace, Tongtian glanced towards the entrance. Upon seeing Xian enter and noting his appearance, he nodded in approval. Regardless of other factors, Xian's looks and demeanor were indeed quite impressive. Moreover, as the Emperor of Humanity, he was blessed with fortune. Thus, it was evident that his future cultivation would yield fruitful results with less effort. Consequently, Tongtian nodded once more, feeling quite satisfied. "Yes, I am very pleased. Your master is very pleased. Now, I await your understanding and respect as you pay your respects and complete your apprenticeship." However, at this moment, Tongtian was confident in his charm. After all, he was a sage, the leader of a sect. Surely, acquiring a disciple would be straightforward. Clearing his throat lightly, he signaled for Xian and Zhao Gongming to pay their respects. Zhao Gongming exclaimed, "Master." Xian offered, "I pay my respects to the sage." Tongtian ceased his cough and slightly raised his hand. Upon witnessing this gesture, Duobao understood immediately that the master was about to display his superiority. He decided to keep his distance to avoid any potential embarrassment that might ensue, not wanting to be caught in the awkwardness. Such uncomfortable situations were best handled by the master himself. Then, Tongtian's gaze sharpened as he focused on the two individuals before him. Addressing Xian, he inquired, "Are you Xian?" Xian nodded and respectfully acknowledged, "Indeed." Tongtian continued, "Have you come to apprentice under my Jie? Upon hearing this, Xian felt a surge of joy. The sage's words seemed to indicate that he would not oppose his desire. With the sage's endorsement, it would undoubtedly be feasible for him to seek apprenticeship with the esteemed senior brother of Jie. Recognizing this, Xian resolved to present himself favorably to leave a good impression on the sage, ensuring a smoother path to his apprenticeship. He nodded affirmatively. Tongtian regarded Xian, contemplating that since he had finally decided to take on a disciple, it would be prudent to administer a test. Acceptance was one thing, but he could not simply accept anyone without scrutiny, otherwise, it would reflect poorly on him in the future. Thus, he fixed his gaze on Xian and asked in a deep voice, "In that case, allow me to test you." "Very well," Xian replied, realizing that gaining entry into the ranks of the senior brother of Jie would not be an easy feat. The sage's examination was a clear indication of the high standards he must meet. He understood the necessity to perform exceptionally well, as the senior brother's status was immensely elevated, and the sage himself was overseeing the process. At that moment, Zhao Gongming and Duobao exchanged hushed whispers. Zhao Gongming asked, "Brother, what is happening? Why is the master personally testing him?" Duobao responded, "Isn't he just idly passing time? With nothing to occupy himself, and the senior brother absent, he is likely seeking to educate a disciple and validate his own teaching abilities." Zhao Gongming remarked, "Isn't that just a form of self-torture for the master?" Duobao, "Who can say otherwise? I wonder what he is truly contemplating." Zhao Gongming, that is not quite right." He suddenly recalled that Dijin came to seek Master Brother as his teacher. "Master." Duobao glanced back silently, then murmured, "I thought Master would only be embarrassed later. But it seems the hand was already extended, just waiting for Master to present his face." Zhao Gongming, "So what shall we do? Should we inform Master?" Duobao cast him a doubtful glance, questioning the necessity. "If you tell him, will he even heed your words?" Zhao Gongming shook his head. "Duobao, let us await the inevitable reality. Master has already leaned in, and he won't feel at ease without a taste of it." He sighed, pondering how ill-conceived it was to compete with Master Brother. How could he possibly measure up? The two disciples remained oblivious to Tongtian's thoughts. At that moment, he surveyed Dijin before speaking. What is the Tao to you? Upon hearing this question, Dijin was momentarily taken aback, then began to ponder, reflecting on his life, his past, and his aspirations. Ultimately, he replied, I do not know what the Tao is, but I understand one thing. I am already on the path. This response was not particularly remarkable, yet it revealed his contemplation. Already on the path, Tongtian repeated this phrase twice, bursting into hearty laughter. Such an answer clearly pleased him. Excellent, excellent, excellent. He reiterated his approval thrice, his face beaming with joy. At this moment, Duobao and Zhao Gongming exchanged glances, both comprehending the unspoken understanding between them. It was inevitable. The embarrassment had commenced. Tongtian then presented a postnatal spiritual treasure to Dijin, thinking that for a first meeting with a disciple, one ought to offer a proper gift. He remarked, Here, take this treasure as a token of our meeting. Dijin was taken aback. He thought to himself, I have yet to meet Master. Yet I am already receiving such a grand gift. The leader of the Jie Sect is truly generous. His face brightened with joy as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. At this moment, Tongtian felt the atmosphere had been sufficiently cultivated. He then addressed Dijin. Since that is the case, you may proceed with the formalities of apprenticeship. Huh. Dijin was instantly stunned, looking around in confusion. Has anyone arrived? Tongtian responded. Is he not right before you? Dijin was even more bewildered. I do not see that esteemed master brother of the Jie Sect. What is happening? For a moment, Tongtian was thrown into disarray. He was momentarily at a loss, staring blankly at Dijin. Dijin, too, was perplexed, thinking he was to pay his respects to that master brother of the Jie Sect. As you were the one who tested me on his behalf, were you not? Tongtian, did I test you on his behalf? I was selecting a disciple for myself. After all this effort, have I already lost before we even began? What is so special about this Lu Feng? Tongtian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He felt that the truth was exceedingly cruel, rendering it utterly unbearable. Chapter 174. Digging 3 feet deep. Tongtian found himself momentarily speechless. After toiling for half a day, it became evident that he was ensnared in an unwinnable situation. Initially, he had contemplated a friendly contest with his disciples, yet he soon realized that there was no chance of victory. This was not merely a failure to receive his disciples or the joy of teaching. Rather, he had incurred the loss of a precious spiritual artifact. Emperor Xian, noticing the discomfort, grasped the spiritual treasure in his hand and felt rather uneasy. He instinctively inquired, shouldn't we return this spiritual treasure to the sage? It seems rather inappropriate to keep it. Tongtian replied, I believe it is equally inappropriate to return it. Retrieving it would be even less suitable. He waved his hand dismissively. Just keep it. With a sigh of exasperation, he turned around and saw Zhao Gongming and Duobao laughing heartily together, their mirth unrestrained. This sight immediately spurred Tongtian to consider administering some form of punishment. At that moment, a messenger announced the arrival of Haoyan. Just as Tongtian thought there might be a turnaround, perhaps a visit to pay his respects, Wu Tian entered the scene. Upon entering, his first words were, Tongtian, I am here to seek Lu Feng. May I inquire if he is present? Tongtian muttered under his breath, what the hell? Duobao and Zhao Gongming could no longer contain themselves, bursting into laughter. Their amusement left Haoyan bewildered. Was it truly that funny? Meanwhile, in the realm of demonic energy, the atmosphere remained tumultuous. Under the command of Luoho, there existed 8 formidable demon gods, each possessing the cultivation level of a sage. Yet, it remained unclear whether this was due to the constraints of the world or other factors, as their powers were notably lacking. The most powerful among them barely reached the 3rd level of sagehood, with 3 of the demon gods at the 1st level. Upon sensing the capabilities of these 8, Lu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. To be candid, their strength was insufficient. Compared to the 6 sages taught by Hongjun, they were woefully inadequate. Admittedly, Luoho was still nursing injuries and had little time to train them, but the disparity was glaring. With these 8, it was futile to expect a confrontation with the 6 sages. Merely surviving their onslaught would be a commendable feat, though presently there were only 4 sages. Their prowess was extraordinary. Additionally, beyond the 8 demon gods, Luoho commanded over a dozen quasi-sages and dozens of Deluo, which collectively formed a respectable force. However, compared to the might of Hongjuan's faction, they paled significantly. Nevertheless, these affairs bore little relevance to Lu Feng. Even if he were to enter the Honghuang world, he would be reluctant to intervene in the conflicts between the 2 factions. After all, it was Hongjun who would ultimately face the consequences. What did it matter to Lu Feng? At this juncture, Most of the resources had already been scavenged. Remarkably, the world chosen by Luo Ho was indeed quite splendid, brimming with abundant resources and a plethora of spiritual roots and herbs. Moreover, Lu Feng discovered two innate spiritual roots among them, one being the starfruit tree and the other the fusong wood. Naturally, upon finding them, he took them away. Leaving them behind was not an option. Otherwise, it would be akin to bestowing gifts upon the four saints. It would not be long before they arrived here. In addition, there existed a unique spiritual root in this place, whose efficacy rivaled that of the Huangzhong Li, yet was even more potent in terms of breaking through boundaries. The remarkable aspect of this fruit lay in its specific targeting of those in the saint realm. It was named the demon source fruit. Lu Feng transplanted the demon source fruit along with the demon source tree. Such exquisite treasures, of course, could not be left behind. To do so would be a gross waste. He lingered for a while, practically digging 3 feet into the ground, ensuring he took everything he could carry. In the end, he even contemplated whether to excavate Rahu's original palace. However, upon reflection, he decided against it, fearing it would be too noticeable to Rahu and, moreover, quite troublesome. Lu Feng felt a twinge of regret for not bringing the tiger demon along. Otherwise, it would have been a breeze. Nevertheless, he could still rely on his own strength to forcefully collect the treasures. The challenge, however, was that many treasures could not be taken so easily, for to do so would strip them of their spiritual essence. Thus, he needed to handle them with care and tenderness. Only in this manner could he ensure a perfect extraction. Otherwise, what he took would merely be useless remnants, devoid of value. At this moment, Lu Feng had nearly gathered everything he could carry, though it hardly matched the phrase digging 3 feet into the ground. However, it was satisfactory enough. He dusted off his hands and sighed. That should suffice. Rahu, observing from the side, appeared momentarily stunned, evidently witnessing such a method of plundering for the first time. Wishing he could take even the ground itself, he was convinced that were it not for the utility of this world, he would desire to take it all with him. Gulp. He silently swallowed, astonished. Yet, in truth, he felt little attachment to this place. It was merely a location. His true aspirations lay within the primordial world. I have another request, Rahu said, turning to Lu Feng. Please take my subordinates with you to the primordial world. Lu Feng assessed Rahu's request and ultimately declined. That may not be feasible. Is it too difficult? Rahu inquired. Not necessarily difficult, just rather troublesome. I prefer not to deal with it, Lu Feng replied. Rahu. This was the first time he had encountered such a straightforward and candid rejection. However, he was not without recourse. He reached into his robe and produced an object, a green seed, glowing with a faint luminescence. This is a seed from the chaotic azure lotus. Although it has lost all its life essence, it remains a treasure nonetheless. Might I exchange this for an opportunity for my subordinates to venture into the primordial world? Lu Feng cast a cursory glance at it. The seed was, in fact, quite satisfactory. Aside from its lack of life essence, everything else was commendable. Of course, the most beneficial aspect for Lu Feng was that this item could aid in the growth of his own seed of the chaotic azure lotus. Thus, after a brief examination, Lu Feng nodded in agreement. Very well, he said, and then instructed Luo Hu to summon all his subordinates. In response to Luo Hu's acknowledgement, a multitude of formidable demonic auras materialized in an instant, converging before Lu Feng. He regarded them without uttering a word and began to arrange a formation. The demons held him in even greater reverence, as the aura emanating from him was derived from the pressure of his soul. They were naturally obedient. Lu Feng's formation was, in truth, more for intimidation, as it was a genuine Dao-level arrangement. With a mere gesture, he summoned a spatial array. Simultaneously, Lu Feng declared, for now, they cannot proceed. If Hong Jun discovers them, he will annihilate them immediately. Luo Hu nodded, acknowledging that even their transportation would have to wait until Hong Jun made his appearance. At that moment, deep within the chaos, in the purple cloud palace, the atmosphere was somber and tense. Hong Jun and the four saints were gathered, with Hong Jun seated at the head of the table. His gaze swept across the four, and upon seeing their eyes fixed upon him, he nodded in satisfaction. He then spoke. I have summoned you here. You should understand my intent. The four saints nodded in unison. Hong Jun turned to Yuan Shi Tianzun and Zhuan Ti, inquiring, how has your cultivation fared? Following his question, both responded in unison, Master, we have fully restored our cultivation to its peak. We are more than capable of contending with Luo Hu's subordinates. They were acutely aware that Luo Hu was the adversary Hong Jun needed to face. Yet it was essential for them to take action against Luo Hu's minions. The matter was straightforward. Following their response, Hong Jun nodded in acknowledgement and continued. This battle concerns the very safety of the primordial realm. In the past, the demon ancestor Luo who instigated the war among the three clans, seeking to attain enlightenment and augment his power. His ambitions were exceedingly reckless, willing to sacrifice the entire primordial world merely for his own ascension. However, we united to thwart him, preventing his success. Yet now, Luo who reemerges, returning with renewed vigor. With the absence of our predecessors, the burden of resisting Luo who now falls upon us. Hongjun gazed at the four saints as he spoke solemnly. Chapter 175. The appearance of Hongjun. A weighty atmosphere enveloped the scene. Hongjun, accompanied by the four saints, sat in the principal seat, his gaze meticulously sweeping over the four individuals. Satisfied to see their eyes fixed upon him, he nodded slightly and spoke. I have summoned you here. You should comprehend my intentions. The four saints nodded in unison. Hongjun then turned to Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Zhuanti, inquiring, how has your cultivation fared? Have you regained your strength? As soon as Hongjun's words echoed, the two replied in unison, Master, we have restored our cultivation to its pinnacle, sufficient to confront the subordinates of Luo Ho. They were acutely aware that Luo Ho was the formidable adversary Hongjun intended to face, yet it was their duty to engage with his minions. The matter was straightforward. Following their response, Hongjun nodded, acknowledging their readiness. He continued, this impending battle is pivotal for the safety of the Hongwang realm. In the past, the demon ancestor Luo Ho instigated a conflict among the three clans, seeking to attain enlightenment and augment his power. His ambitions were audacious, willing to sacrifice the entire Hongwang world merely to fulfill his own desires. However, we collectively thwarted his schemes then, preventing his success. Yet now, Luo Ho has resurfaced, returning with renewed vigor. The predecessors are no longer present, and the burden of resisting Luo Ho now falls upon us. Hongjun gazed at the four saints and slowly articulated. It is our responsibility to safeguard the entirety of the Hongwang land, striving for peace for all its inhabitants. Although Hongjun may not entirely believe in such noble rhetoric, he recognized the necessity of eloquent expressions. At that moment, the four saints spoke in unison. To protect Hongwang is our solemn duty. A flicker of emotion crossed Hongjun's eyes, and he calmly declared, if that is the case, let us depart. Yes. In the next instant, Hongjun, accompanied by the four saints, transformed into 5 streams of radiant light, exiting the Xiao Palace and heading towards the world where Luo Ho resided. Hongjun's mastery of formations paled in comparison to Lu Feng's, lacking the precise knowledge of Luo Ho's location that Lu Feng possessed. Thus, their journey would not allow for the direct teleportation that Lu Feng could achieve, inevitably slowing their pace. However, with the combined strength of the 5, their journey would not take excessively long, as the 5 streams of light raced through the chaos. Shortly after their departure from the Xiao Palace, Lu Feng became aware of their movements. He had strategically arranged several sensing formations capable of detecting their actions and destination. Now, with the departure of Hongjun and company, Lu Feng remarked, it is time. We may let them in. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Luo Ho nodded and turned to his subordinates, instructing, very well, you may proceed. Remember to behave while en route. Do not cause disturbances before my arrival. Understood. With Luo Ho's directive, the 8 great demon gods nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lu Feng activated the formation. As the light flickered, the 8 demon gods were transported one by one, followed by the other demon generals. They proceeded along the formation, and Lu Feng had deliberately chosen their destination for the transmission. To their astonishment, they were sent to none other than Mount Xiumi, the very site of the Western Sect, a place where in ancient times, Rahu had clashed with various forces. This location undoubtedly bore witness to many of Rahu's memories, hence Lu Feng's decision to establish their base there. On one hand, it would certainly provide some trouble for both Jane and Zuni, with Rahu present. The Western Sect could hardly hope to survive. Although Rahu was somewhat constrained, those demons were inherently a fusion of destruction and madness. If they could be controlled for a moment, could they truly be contained for a lifetime? It was likely that it would not be long before the Western Sect was uprooted entirely. 8 saints confronting the Western Sect? Certainly. Lu Feng did not divulge this to Rahu, nor did he convey any such intention. After all his generals were transported, Lu Feng waved his hand, completely obliterating the formation and erasing all traces. Furthermore, not all demon generals were withdrawn. Rahu had considered this carefully, to facilitate and authentically draw in Hongjun and the others. Rahu intentionally left behind several demon generals to capture their attention. He even paid a considerable price for Lu Feng's assistance in disguising them. Lu Feng exerted minimal effort, merely providing a slight faade, pretending to be a saint. He did not aim to impersonate Rahu, but at the very least, He needed to embody the semblance of several demon gods. This was accomplished swiftly. Then, Lu Feng turned to Rahu and said, "Let us go. It will not be long before Hongjun and his companions arrive. We shall await them in another location." Rahu nodded, and together, they transformed into streams of light. No longer within this world, but rather at a distance from it. Lu Feng waved his hand to set up a formation that concealed their presence, effectively masking their auras. As for Rahu, he employed a secret technique to forcibly suppress his own aura. Primarily, Lu Feng had no intention of managing him. The ability to conceal one's presence relied solely on one's own prowess. If Rahu failed in this endeavor, Lu Feng would simply retreat to a safe distance and observe the ensuing conflict from afar. After all, a confrontation was inevitable. There was no benefit in assisting Rahu, and it was certain that he would not do so. Only a fool would offer help without reward, even if there were benefits. They would need to be substantial enough to be enticing. Otherwise, Lu Feng would remain unmoved. At this moment, after both had concealed their auras, it did not take long before 5 streaks of light appeared, revealing 5 figures, Hongjun and his companions. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, under the cover of their concealment. It was exceedingly difficult to detect the two of them. At this moment, Hongjun and the other 5 halted. "Master, if all goes as expected, he should be here." Taishang spoke first. Pointing towards the nearby realm of demonic energy, one could perceive the palpable and tumultuous aura of malevolence even while standing in the void. The dominion of this world unmistakably belonged to Luoho. Such a frenzied surge of demonic energy seemed poised to annihilate everything in its path, threatening to rend and consume all. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the demonic essence they had previously encountered from Luoho, leaving no doubt of its origin. Chapter 176. The intricacies of Hongjuan's calculations. After a moment of reflection, Hongjun nodded in agreement. He then declared, "This is the dwelling place of Luoho. However, I have just sensed the presence of several sacred auras, yet there is no trace of Luoho. It seems he has already fled. In light of this, you may proceed first. This world harbors a multitude of resources, of which I am aware, and they are beneficial to the sages. As I do not perceive any significant threat, and the 4 sages are more than capable of handling the situation, I shall refrain from intervening and allow the 4 sages to enter first. In the absence of danger, it is prudent for them to clear the area and seek the resources they require. I see no issue with this. My task, naturally, is to trace the aura of Luoho and locate his true form. Fortunately, I have found it." After giving a brief instruction to the 4 sages, Hongjun transformed into a streak of flowing light and followed the aura. In truth, what he pursued was a manifestation of Luoho, a projection split from the main body. This projection possessed 80% of Luoho's original strength, cultivated over countless ages. He had managed to nurture a total of 3 such projections, and now he was compelled to utilize one, which brought him a sense of regret. The aura had been intentionally left behind to temporarily distract Hongjun, creating an opportunity for annihilation. Upon witnessing that Hongjun had indeed fallen into his trap and departed, Luoho sighed in relief. However, just as he felt the moment was right to act, Lu Feng leisurely remarked, "Do you truly believe that Hongjun is so easily deceived?" Luoho was taken aback. In the next moment, while he was momentarily stunned, he saw a flicker of light appear. It was none other than Hongjun returning. "This." Luoho narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Indeed, he is a cunning old fox." Clearly, Hongjun had not fully trusted the aura. He held a measure of skepticism. It was hard for him to believe that Luoho could be so easily detected. After several attempts, Hongjun finally uncovered the minuscule trace concealed within the aura. Instantly, he let out a cold snort and pursued it. Witnessing this scene, Luoho was momentarily dumbfounded, then looked at Lu Feng in disbelief, exclaiming, "So it is true." Lu Feng had anticipated all of this. At his core, Hongjun was indeed a crafty individual, making it evident that deceiving him was no simple feat. Had he pursued the initial aura he sensed, he could have potentially located Luoho, for that aura pointed to a nearby location. If Hongjun had exerted the effort to search, he might have indeed found it. However, Hongjuan's suspicious nature was something Lu Feng had exploited to its fullest extent. Thus, he cleverly employed Luoho's aura as a smokescreen, laying down 5 hidden trails of energy, each subtly directing toward an even smaller one, leading all the way to the final trace. It was indeed the manifestation of Luohu. Undoubtedly, Hongjun searched repeatedly and ultimately found the final piece. No longer did he harbor any doubts as he departed. At this juncture, Luohu's admiration for Lu Feng reached its zenith, having outmaneuvered Hongjun to his demise and nearly deciphered his temperament. This, indeed, was something Luohu held in great esteem. However, despite his astonishment. He refrained from displaying it overtly. He was a proud individual. Even with feelings of awe and shock brewing within, he maintained his icy demeanor. Lu Feng, for his part, paid little heed to this. He gazed towards the realm of demonic energy. At this moment, the four saints had already entered it. Within the world of demonic energy, beneath the swirling miasma, four streaks of light revealed themselves, those of the four saints. After taking a moment to sense their surroundings, Tianzun scoffed. It appears that all of Luo whose years of accumulation are rather unimpressive. Upon further inspection, he discovered that within this realm of demonic energy, there were merely two saints present, and their cultivation was only at the first level of the saint realm. Compared to them, they seemed exceedingly weak, almost trivial enough to be easily vanquished. It was for this reason that Tianzun wore a derisive expression, revealing his scorn. The other three saints shared a similar sentiment. None regarded this place with any respect. Tai Shang then declared, "Enough of this delay. Let us swiftly seek the resources here. For this is our opportunity." Indeed, with a cold snort, Tai Shang caused countless demonic energies to dissipate across the land. Under the combined efforts of the four saints, numerous demonic generals fell, and the remaining two demon gods were swiftly annihilated without negotiation. However, the crux of the matter lay in their subsequent search, which yielded not a single resource. Eventually, they congregated before the treasury, sensing something amiss. Tai Shang spoke, and Yuanshi nodded in agreement. "This is the last location. If we find nothing upon inspection, we should depart quickly." They suspected they might have fallen into a trap, yet Hong Jun had given no prior indication of such. This led them to believe that perhaps everything was as it seemed. Nevertheless, it was becoming apparent that matters were far from simple. As they opened the treasury and were met with a dense aura of demonic energy, they were momentarily stunned. There were indeed resources present. Yet why were all the resources gathered in one place? The four saints frowned in unison, and then they stepped inside. However, upon touching the resources, they abruptly realized that everything was an illusion. In an instant, the four of them reacted with alarm, exclaiming, "Not good, flee quickly." Meanwhile, outside, Lu Feng observed all of this intently, aware that Hong Jun had completely departed, while Luo who remained vigilant. As the four saints ventured into the realm of demonic energy and subsequently into the treasure vault, both individuals exchanged knowing smiles. For it was abundantly clear that their plan was ripe for execution. The annihilation of the path would aid Luo Ho in transcending to the next realm and entering the harmonious path. Furthermore, at this moment of obliteration, it was imperative to also extinguish the four saints. Such an outcome was undeniably commendable. Presently, the entirety of the demonic realm was enveloped by the intricate formations devised by Lu Feng. It must be noted that considerable effort and a substantial amount of chaotic primordial energy were expended in crafting this formation. Consequently, it wielded immense power capable of obliterating the entire world. Of course, the four saints at this juncture were merely collateral, having unwittingly walked into their own demise. Lu Feng's sole responsibility was to eliminate them all. Chapter 177. Annihilating the four saints in one strike. At this moment, Lu Feng detonated the formation directly. The destruction of the formation required a certain process. However, at this instant, within the realm of demonic energy, a formation also emerged above the treasury. This formation, imbued with the essence of chaotic origins, was extraordinarily robust. Upon its emergence, the expressions of the four saints shifted dramatically, prompting them to employ all their means to relentlessly assault the formation. "Brother, this is bad. We have fallen into a trap. This accursed formation. What is Luo Ho plotting?" roared Tianzun in fury. At that moment, they sensed the explosive power emanating from the formation. Such force, if it were to erupt in an instant, would be sufficient to obliterate them entirely. Consequently, they were gripped by sheer panic. "This damned Luo Ho aims to erase us all in this place. We must flee." The four saints bellowed in unison, straining to break free. Ultimately, they managed to dispel the formation. However, the explosive force pursued them relentlessly. Then boom, they were instantly engulfed and devoured. The four saints were utterly annihilated. At this moment, within the chaos, a stream of radiant light surged forth at an astonishing speed. The figure was none other than Daozu Hongjun. At this juncture, Hongjun bore a tranquil expression as he traversed the chaos. His speed was remarkable. Within the formless void, one could merely glimpse a fleeting streak of light. Following a particular aura, Hongjun descended upon a desolate planet, devoid of life, drifting alone in the vast emptiness. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the hidden demonic energy within, wild and imbued with a sense of destruction. Through this demonic energy, its identity became readily apparent. Apart from Luo Hua, no other being would possess such a dense and pure essence of demonic energy. However, upon sensing this energy, Hongjun furrowed his brow sharply, as a sense of unease washed over him. Something felt amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Moreover, this place was unervingly tranquil. If Luo Hua truly lured him here, then what was the purpose? To lay a trap? Yet, after a thorough assessment, Hongjun discerned that this realm was nebulous and utterly empty, implying a lack of any arrangements. What then was the significance of this place? Perplexed, he raised his hand. With a mere gesture, an overwhelmingly powerful aura surged forth in an instant. Upon its descent, boom. In an instant, half of the barren planet was obliterated. The demonic energy became even more pronounced. Almost immediately, a figure enveloped in demonic energy emerged, and upon its appearance, an almost infinite surge of demonic energy roared forth, saturating the void. In an instant, tens of thousands of miles of empty space were engulfed by the vast ocean of demonic energy. This was an extraordinarily astonishing display of power. It is indeed this demonic aura that renders the weaker saints nearly powerless to resist. This is the might of Luo Ho. Yet at this moment, as he senses Luo Ho's strength, Hongjun's brow furrows even deeper. Though the Luo Ho before him possesses considerable power, it pales in comparison to what he had envisioned, resembling more a diminished version of the true Luo Ho. This realization prompts deep contemplation within Hongjun. In the next instant, Hongjun suddenly extends his hand, unleashing a silvery streak that darts forth through the void, spanning tens of thousands of miles, directly striking at Luo Ho. The velocity is both swift and urgent, obliterating the demonic energy along its path. The streak encounters no obstacles as it crashes upon Luo Ho, resulting in a violent explosion, with demonic energy spilling forth. At that moment, Hongjun squints, sensing that something is amiss. He gradually discerns the truth. This is indeed not the true Luo Ho, but merely a projection. However, this avatar possesses strength significantly superior to the average, exhibiting the formidable power of an 8th-tier saint. Such a revelation would catch anyone off guard. Yet, upon recognizing this, Hongjun resolves without hesitation and unleashes his full might. With a thunderous crash, this avatar of Luo Ho is obliterated. Given Hongjun's current prowess, he is capable of effortlessly vanquishing it, leaving no trace behind. The avatar disintegrates into boundless demonic energy, merging into the void. Indeed, this is not the true form. Hongjun can now depart, transforming into a streak of light as he hastens back. The presence of deception here implies one thing: the four saints are in peril. However, at this moment, Hongjun's heart does not betray any urgency. His emotions remain remarkably steady. His sole concern is the whereabouts of Luo Ho. In the realm of demonic energy, the annihilation of a world undoubtedly wields cataclysmic power. Moreover, under the confinement of the formation, this power is magnified manifold, especially for those within the world. Survival seems almost impossible, even for saints. Presently, waves of energy surge tumultuously. The explosive force is staggering. The terrifying energy trembles through the void, akin to a colossal sun erupting in an instant, radiating with blinding brilliance. The intense heat and shockwaves threaten to upheave the very fabric of the void, revealing the extent of its might. At this moment, Lu Feng stands silently by, his face obscured by the flames, rendering his features indistinct. All that is visible is the cold indifference upon his countenance. In the wake of such overwhelming power, it seems unlikely that anyone could survive. Luo Ho surveys the scene and remarks, "This way, it saves me considerable effort, does it not?" Lu Feng speaks in a detached manner, revealing no discernible emotion. Yet the chaotic aura enveloping him accentuates his enigmatic presence. At this juncture, Luo Ho's gaze momentarily falters. With a mere gesture, he obliterates the world, simultaneously extinguishing the lives of four saints. Such audacity and capability, Rahu mused, were beyond his own. Observing the enigmatic silhouette of Lu Feng, he increasingly felt a sense of mystery surrounding this individual, sensing that he was far more than a mere chaotic life form. His methods were nothing short of terrifying. Even the typically aloof Rahu secretly acknowledged that, if possible, it would be wise to avoid provoking this person. This was the thought that lingered in Rahu's mind. Unbeknownst to Lu Feng, he was captivated by the grand spectacle of fireworks. When materials are ignited to a certain extent, flames can transform into blossoms. With sufficient power, he could manifest any form he desired. With strength, an entire world could be transformed into a display of fireworks. Chapter 178, The Battle of Destiny. Alas, The grandeur of this spectacular display of fireworks is somewhat diminished by the absence of a tempestuous character, rendering it a tad less delightful and somewhat tedious. Casting a sidelong glance at Luo Ho, Lu Feng offered a gentle reminder, "It is nearly time." Nodding in acknowledgement, Luo Ho settled into a lotus position, embarking on his final breakthrough. In this realm of demonic energy, the explosions would persist for a considerable duration, their dissipating force not waning prematurely. Given the vastness of the world, even total annihilation would require time. Each explosion, with its residual impact, served as a torment for the beings ensconced within this world. However, for most, the moment the explosion erupted, they could not withstand the pressure and perished. Many more met their demise shortly after the arrival of the four saints, who obliterated them without mercy. Now, only the four of them bore the brunt of the explosion's might, and they too found themselves on the brink of collapse. The overwhelming force had already claimed half of Jun Ti's form. Their endurance until now was solely attributable to their formidable strength. Yet even so, they could no longer hold out. The intensity of the explosion was too great. Cursed Luo Ho, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Lacking true power, he was left to employ such despicable means. It was truly vile. Both Yuan Shi Tianzun and Jun Ti were expressions of deep fury. Yet no amount of indignation could alter the grim reality of their impending annihilation. Boom. The explosive force intensified. The first to be erased was, naturally, the weakest among them. Jun Ti, who once more faced death, vanishing completely amidst the explosion. This marked his second demise. Next was Jie, whose strength was now comparable to Yuan Shi Tianzun's, yet still fell short. Following him was Yuan Shi Tianzun, who uttered not a word before being engulfed in the violent blast. Thus, the four saints, who had arrived with high hopes, believing this to be an opportunity for transcendence, met their end here. Of course, the cost of their erasure was an entire world. In that light, it did not entirely besmirch their dignity. The figures of the four saints dissipated completely, yet several treasures remained behind, such as the Taiji diagram held by Taishang and the yin-yang furnace of Yuan Shi Tianzun. While many treasures were destroyed and reduced to ashes in the explosion, some precious artifacts endured. At this moment, however, Luo Ho had no time to attend to these remnants. Lu Feng took note of them, but deemed it unwise to pursue them at such perilous intensity. Patience was prudent. There was no need to rush. In this moment, amidst the swirling demonic energy, the void stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, entirely suffused with malevolent power. Luo Ho sat at the heart of this densest concentration of demonic energy, where he commenced his cultivation, breaking through the shackles that bound him. Unlike the typical breakthroughs of Hongjun and ordinary saints, Luo Ho treads a path that is decidedly extraordinary. Given his essence of utter destruction and unique style, the notion of harmony with the Tao is no longer the most fitting endorsement for him. The path most suited to his nature is, indeed, the annihilation of the Tao. By paying the price of obliterating a world's celestial order and devouring its very essence, he forcefully transcends his realm. In doing so, the two Tao principles he commands, the principles of destruction and the demonic path, will metamorphose into the ultimate celestial principles. Furthermore, the power derived from this transformation will be vastly more formidable. At this moment, as the realm of demonic energy meets its demise, the aura emanating from Luo Ho grows increasingly terrifying. Simultaneously, a mysterious aura of Tao principles becomes strikingly evident at the instant of the demonic realm's destruction. It signifies the obliteration of a world's celestial will, which now appears exceedingly fragile amidst the total annihilation of the world. Though Luo Ho keeps his eyes closed, a long blade forged from the of demonic energy manifests from his being. The blade, entirely black, exudes an essence of destruction. Upon its emergence, the very fabric of space trembles, seemingly unable to bear the weight of its might. This demonic blade, a creation of Luo Ho's primal power, possesses immense strength. Under his command, it traverses the void, swiftly descending upon the remnant will of the world with unparalleled intent to annihilate. The blade's speed is astonishing, imbued with a profound intent of destruction. As the world's will senses the impending threat, it begins to flee. Having sustained considerable injury and clearly no match for Luo Ho, escape becomes its primary objective. However, having prepared diligently for this moment of annihilation, Luo Ho is resolute in not allowing it to elude him. Instantly, the blade composed of demonic energy pursues relentlessly, accelerating at an alarming rate, even shimmering with faint light. In the next moment, it surges forward with extraordinary swiftness, the power of Tao principles ensnaring it. Boundless principles instantaneously disrupt the space around it. leading to the obliteration of the surrounding void. With a resounding crash, the world S will find itself cornered, ultimately pierced through under Luo Ho's manipulation. A faint sound is heard, followed by its instantaneous disappearance. The first step of annihilation has been accomplished by Luo Ho. With the initial phase of annihilation complete, the next task is to consume the essence for further breakthrough. The demonic energy swells once more. At this moment, as the energy gathers around Luo Ho, a dense orb of primal power materializes, levitating above him, ready to be absorbed. In an instant, the demonic energy enveloping Luo Ho intensifies, signaling the commencement of his breakthrough. Meanwhile, Lu Feng leisurely strolls to the spot where the realm of demonic energy once thrived. Nonchalantly, he picks up several treasures and casually stows them away in his pockets. Another profitable venture. What a gain. As Lu Feng contemplated the situation, he found himself facing a dilemma. Was it wrong for Luo Ho to seize the treasure? Undoubtedly not. In fact, it seemed entirely appropriate. After all, Lu Feng could not afford to let himself be at a disadvantage. Although this acquisition came at a price, who could ever complain about possessing more? Moreover, once it materialized before him, how could Lu Feng refrain from claiming it? Naturally, he felt compelled to do so. At that moment, Luo Ho's aura began to ascend. He was transitioning from the pinnacle of the 10th stage of the Saint realm toward the realm of harmony. The distinction between the harmony realm, also known as the mixed origin heavenly Tao Saint, and the Saint realm is significant. This represents a fundamental transformation, a sublime elevation of one's life essence. As Luo Ho broke through to this new state, his power became markedly more formidable, endowing him with the capability to confront Hong Jun gradually. Luo Ho's aura intensified. Meanwhile, at a slight distance, another figure surged forward. Upon sensing the demonic energy that permeated the vast emptiness for hundreds of thousands of miles, Hong Jun narrowed his eyes with a flash of anger, not for the four saints, but because he realized he had been outmaneuvered by Luo Ho. This was an utter humiliation. In an instant, Hong Jun arrived at the scene, where he beheld Luo Ho seated in meditation. At that very moment, with a sound akin to a soft explosion, Luo Ho completed his final breakthrough. An immense surge of spiritual energy flooded into his being. He leaped into the air, achieving the status of a mixed origin heavenly Tao Saint. Simultaneously, he opened his eyes and gazed intently at Hong Jun. Their eyes locked, each brimming with combat fervor. This was a fateful battle that had been long anticipated and awaited. A Clash of Destiny. Chapter 179. The battle between Hong Jun and Luo Ho. At this moment, the world of demonic energy has been utterly annihilated, including the very essence of that world, which was simultaneously destroyed by Luo Ho. Thus, he completed the steps of annihilation and proceeded to break through. His power has once again advanced, reaching the realm of harmonization. In other words, he has become a saint of the primordial heavenly Tao, now possessing the formidable strength to contend against Hong Jun. As a streak of light traversed the air, a figure materialized above. It was none other than Hong Jun himself. In this realm, where demonic energy ran rampant and the aura of malevolence loomed large, his appearance, along with the aura he emanated, felt exceedingly incongruous. Luo Ho rose to his feet, and the vast sea of demonic energy coalesced, gradually retreating into his being. With this moment, Luo Ho's aura continued to soar, until at last, his gaze met that of Hong Jun. This encounter marks a battle that transcends countless years, one long awaited. It began with the initial calamity of Long Han, and has persisted to this day. The intertwined emotions and elements throughout this duration have been profound. From the perspective of the Tao, the two are polar opposites. Hong Jun wields the ultimate principles of the celestial path, which is why he embarked on the path of harmonization, becoming the representative of the heavenly Tao. From that point on, every word and action he takes embodies the will of the heavenly Tao. Conversely, Luo Ho embodies the pinnacle of demonic principles. Consequently, his path to breakthrough diverges from harmonization. It is one of annihilation, destroying all to consume the primal forces of the world, thereby amplifying his own strength. If Hong Jun is the guardian of the Tao, then Luo Ho stands as the untamed destroyer. Their destinies are intertwined, destined to clash. Either one must perish, or the other shall prevail. Today, in this very moment, even after transcending calamities, they are fated to meet once more. A predestined rivalry, they are bound to engage in battle, determining a victor. Lu Feng, observing from the sidelines, concealed his presence, adopting a comfortable posture as he watched the two. He relished the spectacle, especially given the thrilling confrontation between the ancestor of demons and the ancestor of Tao. Both of them carry the weight of significant legacies, and the concept of fate is inherently compelling. Moreover, The thought of unsettling the cunning Hong Jun brought Lu Feng a sense of satisfaction. Otherwise, the scheming nature of that old fox would have been a true nuisance. Now, across the void, the two stood facing each other. Hong Jun's gaze was icy, while Luoho's eyes were calm. As they stood, the principles of the celestial path surged forth, claiming their space, while the principles of the demonic path did likewise, establishing a tense standoff. Hong Jun, it has been a long time, yet you remain unchanged, Luoho remarked coldly, breaking the stalemate with a tone laced with derision. Clearly, this was a jab at the previous events. Had Hong Jun been sufficiently cautious, he would not have allowed the deaths of the four saints, thereby losing four allies. Luoho's mockery insinuated that despite their long separation, Hong Jun had made little progress. As Hong Jun gazed at him, a chilling intent flickered in his eyes. He was indeed somewhat vexed, not due to the demise of the four saints, but rather because he had fallen victim to Luoho's scheme. Thus, at this moment, Hong Jun spoke coldly. Whether they exist or not, I shall still strike you down. Hong Jun possessed his own confidence. Even though Luoho had now broken through and entered the realm of the Hunyuan heavenly Tao, Hong Jun had long been immersed in this domain, providing him with ample assurance and means. He was confident that he could slay Luoho here. Anyone can boast, Luoho retorted coldly, regardless of their strength. The air of authority in words would not diminish. However, at this moment, Luoho was still subtly sensing, attempting to locate the whereabouts of Lu Feng. Since Hong Jun's appearance, he had been unable to detect any trace of Lu Feng, not even a lingering essence. It was as if Lu Feng had never existed, which was a terrifying realization. Originally, Luoho believed that upon entering the Hunyuan heavenly Tao, he could narrow the gap between himself and Lu Feng, thereby no longer remaining passive. Yet now it seemed, this was not the case. He had underestimated the situation. Lu Feng's power was formidable. Luoho even felt that he surpassed Hong Jun. But what could compel him to intervene on Luoho's behalf while targeting Hong Jun? Was it merely for a handful of resources? Luoho was doubtful, for those resources held little value in the realm of the Hunyuan heavenly Tao. Rather, they were more crucial for the Saint realm. Thus, Luoho began to question Lu Feng's true intentions. After much contemplation, only one possibility remained. This was a grand scheme, orchestrated from his own position. If it were to target anyone, it would be the heavenly Tao behind Hong Jun. If there were anything that could attract the beings of chaos, it would undoubtedly be the source of the heavenly Tao, the primal force of the cosmos. The stakes were exceedingly high. In this grand design, both he and Hong Jun were merely pawns. Luoho let out a bitter smile. Upon reaching this conclusion, he felt a discontent brewing within. Yet, when faced with such formidable figures, how could one even contemplate resistance? With a wry smile, Luoho regained his focus, his gaze finally settling on Hong Jun. He had thought too far ahead. The most pressing matter at hand was singular: Hong Jun, this archrival. Consequently, Luoho stepped forward, his demonic energy surging forth, swelling to an immense scale. The void for hundreds of thousands of miles erupted, filled with the overwhelming tide of demonic aura. Simultaneously, Luoho's cold voice echoed, Hong Jun, I shall slay you today. As the demonic energy exploded, Luoho's figure soared into the air, and the vast tide of demonic energy converged into a formidable strike. Hong Jun, unafraid, unleashed his own power in response. A thunderous roar resounded from the chaos, and the residual force alone shattered the void for tens of thousands of miles, even causing the fabric of space to collapse. An endless void of flames emerged, transforming the surroundings into a battlefield in the blink of an eye. Beyond the realms of both immortal and demonic paths, Lu Feng gazed upon this scene, feeling a tinge of astonishment. Both individuals possessed formidable strength. Although Luoho had only recently achieved his breakthrough, the power he unleashed within such a short span was surprisingly on par with that of Hong Jun. In truth, their distinct methods of advancement significantly influenced their respective strengths. Chapter 180. Plundering the Purple Cloud Palace. Do not underestimate Luoho, who has only recently achieved a breakthrough. His strength remains formidable. Conversely, Hong Jun, being a Taoist and in harmony with the heavenly Tao, finds it impossible to reach the pinnacle of power when separated from it. Luoho, however, can unleash his utmost strength regardless of his location. This discrepancy arises from their differing paths to breakthrough, sacrifices made and gains acquired. At present, the advantages and disadvantages are not readily apparent. Yet, if given a choice, Lu Feng would favor Luoho's approach. As being constrained by the heavenly Tao is utterly unacceptable to him, he would rather obliterate it, choosing a path of destruction to reach greater heights. The battle rages on. At this moment, an idea suddenly dawns upon Lu Feng. The Tao ancestor has been in the Purple Cloud Palace for quite some time. Surely there must be numerous treasures within. Currently, with the four saints absent, resurrection is temporarily impossible. Although their primordial spirits are entrusted to the heavenly Tao, they cannot emerge. Moreover, Hongjun's true form is with Luohua. Does this not imply that the Purple Cloud Palace is unguarded? A sharp intake of breath escapes Lu Feng as he contemplates the feasibility of this notion. It seems that all elements are in place. At the very least, the Tao Ancestors' collection over the years should be quite impressive, right? Even if it falls short, the quality of the materials in the Purple Cloud Palace must be remarkable. Why not seize this opportunity to loot it? Lu Feng muses, convinced of the practicality of his plan. After all, he cannot simply ignore such a bounty. With Hongjun's true form engaged in battle and having just vanquished the four saints, this presents a golden opportunity. Lu Feng feels that failing to act would invite divine retribution. Having resolved this, he prepares to take immediate action. Meanwhile, neither Hongjun nor Luohua notices Lu Feng's intentions, as the battle continues unabated. Such a high-level confrontation demands their full attention, especially since both are preoccupied with considering the outcome of their duel, driving them to exert themselves even further. At this moment, a long spear materializes in Luohua's grasp. The spear, entirely obsidian, gleams with a dark luster. Though its aura does not quite match that of the former divine weapon, the god-slaying spear, it is still formidable in its own right. This is the culmination of Luohua's efforts over the years. Now, facing Hongjun, he thrusts the spear forward, instantly summoning an immense surge of demonic energy that rolls forth for hundreds of thousands of miles, converging into the spear. Boom! The void trembles under the might of the attack, nearly extinguishing the flames of the void itself. In response to Luohua's overwhelming strike, Hongjun narrows his eyes and produces an object. This seemingly unremarkable item radiates a mysterious aura and is adorned with various Tao principles, appearing quite powerful. This object is known as the Treasure Division Rock. It was upon this very treasure that Hongjun distributed artifacts among the saints. Despite its origins, it remains an immensely powerful artifact, exuding boundless might. The Treasure Division Rock now rests in Hongjun's hands. Then, he was suddenly gripped tightly. In an instant, a resounding impact erupted. Boom! Almost instantaneously, an infinite array of celestial doctrines entwined around him, colliding with Luohua's assault. Bang! A thunderous roar resonated at that moment, reverberating throughout the vast emptiness for hundreds of thousands of miles, which directly shattered under the force of this strike, collapsing in an instant. This vividly illustrated the formidable strength of the two combatants. Were they to engage in battle within the primordial realm at this moment, undoubtedly, the entirety of the primordial world would be obliterated in their clash. However, this transpired in the void, where they could unleash their powers without restraint. Yet, it was apparent that Hongjun's might surpass Luohua's by a margin. Consequently, as they exchanged blows, he gained the upper hand, albeit to a limited extent. In the short term, it was difficult to discern a victor between them. At this juncture, Hongjun could hardly fathom that after all these years, you have made no progress whatsoever. You brought 4 disciples with you, yet they have all perished. Is this the duty of a teacher? Amidst the fray, Luohua taunted him, then recalled something and continued. Ah, I remember, it should have been 6 disciples, yet now only 4 have arrived. What of the other 2? Surely they did not flee upon recognizing your treacherous nature? At this moment, Luohua incessantly provoked him, each word igniting further fury within Hongjun. Rage surged in his eyes, nearly bursting forth. Such a display of emotion was rare for Hongjun, yet in the face of Luohua, his wrath was uncontrollable. At that moment, as they clashed, a figure had already arrived outside the Xianxia Palace. It was Lu Feng, who, without hesitation, stepped inside. The Xianxia Palace was protected by restrictions, making it impossible for ordinary individuals to enter without the Tao Ancestors' permission. However, to Lu Feng, these barriers were as if they did not exist. His mastery of formations was simply unparalleled. Transforming into a streak of light, he effortlessly entered the Xianxia Palace without triggering any of its defenses. Upon entering, Lu Feng immediately sensed an extraordinarily rich spiritual energy. He felt that cultivating within the Xianxia Palace would make breaking through to new realms exceedingly effortless. After all, the concentration of spiritual energy here was unparalleled, rivaling even his own domain. Of course, the richness of the spiritual energy was secondary. Moreover, as the Tao Ancestor, he possessed countless treasures. Many of the artifacts wielded by the 6 saints were bestowed by the Tao Ancestor. Thus, one could only imagine the multitude of treasures that accompanied the Tao Ancestor. Undoubtedly, there were many. At this moment, when Lu Feng stepped into the Xianxia Palace, he was momentarily taken aback. It was his first time entering the Xiao Palace, and it was not as lavish as he had envisioned. Rather, it exuded an air of elegance and grandeur, commanding great authority. This was the residence of the Dao ancestor and his sacred ground, suffused with radiant light and adorned with treasures. However, at Lu Feng's level, he had long since lost interest in ordinary artifacts. Since I have entered, I must seek treasures of exceptional quality. Lu Feng conducted a general search around the vicinity. Although he did not encounter any magical artifacts, he did unearth a considerable number of spiritual roots. Among them were a peach tree of immortality and a banana tree, both of which are innate spiritual roots. Such treasures are exceedingly rare, yet to his astonishment, he discovered not one, but two varieties in the presence of the Dao ancestor. Chapter 181. The Wrath of Hongjun and the Creation Jade Butterfly. With a sense of responsibility, Lu Feng naturally took everything. It was a rare opportunity, and to leave without something tangible would feel disrespectful to the intentions of the Dao ancestor. Moreover, after cultivating for such a long time and achieving such remarkable results, was it not meant to be utilized? Regardless of who employs it, the ultimate aim remains the same. Once Lu Feng harnessed this newfound strength, he would certainly have ample time to assign tasks to the Dao ancestor. Had it not been for Lu Feng, could Hongjun have discovered the long-desired Luohu? Certainly not. Thus, Lu Feng mused. Although it may appear that he was pilfering Hongjun's possessions, he was merely claiming what was rightfully his due rewards. Since Hongjun did not offer them voluntarily, Lu Feng had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Of course, there existed a dynamic of initiative and passivity in this interaction. Had Hongjun been forthcoming, it would have merely been a matter of goodwill, and Lu Feng would have felt disinclined to take more. However, his lack of initiative effectively granted Lu Feng the autonomy to make his own choices. Consequently, Lu Feng proceeded with his intentions. Since he was already there, he could not disappoint Hongjun's goodwill. After all, this was likely a singular occasion. Lu Feng was a person of principle. Even if Hongjun extended further invitations, he would not return. One must maintain one's integrity. Therefore, he meticulously gathered every item he could into the Chaos Pearl, ensuring his actions went unnoticed by Hongjun, who might otherwise be too hospitable and seek him out. As he continued his collection, he entered a side chamber of the Xiao Palace. By a stroke of fortune, he stumbled upon an array of treasures within. The aura of these artifacts was profoundly mysterious. At the moment Lu Feng laid eyes upon them, realization dawned upon him. It turned out that Hongjun had already prepared something special for him. The items he had collected earlier were mere preambles. This was the true gift intended for him. What lay before him was none other than the Creation Jade Butterfly. Lu Feng was quite familiar with this treasure, as he possessed several fragments of it. Its significance in understanding the Tao was indisputable. Naturally, upon seeing it, Lu Feng could not let this opportunity slip away. He approached without hesitation, intending to claim it. However, Hongjun had imposed certain restrictions in this space. The moment Lu Feng drew near, Hongjun sensed the disturbance. At that instant, amidst a fierce battle in the realm of demonic energy, Hongjun's expression froze momentarily, only to be replaced by a sudden surge of fury. "Who dares to enter my Xiao Palace?" he thundered. At that moment, while engaged in combat, Hongjun felt the restrictions he had set within the Xiao Palace being triggered, not from outside, but from within, specifically in the very place where the Creation Jade Butterfly was housed. As the foremost figure in the primordial world, Hongjun's sanctum was unparalleled. Moreover, he wielded immense authority within this realm. It was unlikely that anyone would possess the audacity to infringe upon his domain. Moreover, there existed formidable restrictions that he had established, which even a sage might find insurmountable. Furthermore, he possessed a keen awareness, instilling in him a sense of security and fearlessness. Yet, at this moment, it was astonishing that someone dared to lay hands on the Xiao Palace. They had intruded into the palace without triggering the external restrictions, brazenly coveting his celestial transformation butterfly. Consequently, Hongjun was engulfed in a profound fury, his rage uncontrollable as he bellowed, "Who dares to disturb my Xiao Palace?" His thunderous outburst resonated throughout the vicinity, drawing the attention of Luohu, who seized the opportunity to launch an assault. Instantly, demonic energy surged forth, and as he wielded his demonic spear, the very fabric of the void trembled. Boundless celestial pathways erupted in an explosive display, unable to withstand the might of Luohu's strike, leading to their swift annihilation. In that fleeting moment, the cosmos was turned on its head, and the demonic energy surged violently. Even a peak sage at the 10th tier would struggle to endure such force, their form likely disintegrating under the impact. Luohu's rapid onslaught was a direct response to his insight into Hongjun's intent. Although the precise circumstances eluded him, one truth was evident. Something significant had transpired within the Xiao Palace. The situation was grave enough that Hong Jun felt compelled to return immediately. Thus, Hong Jun's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Driven by the urgency to depart and hasten back to his palace, Luo Hu, discerning Hong Jun's intentions, was determined not to permit him such ease. Consequently, he thrust his spear forward, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that bore down upon Hong Jun, coldly remarking, "Hong Jun, do you seek to leave without consulting me?" Upon hearing this, Hong Jun's fury ignited. "The affairs of my Xiao Palace are undoubtedly linked to you." Reflecting upon the circumstances, he realized that aside from Luo Hu, none would dare engage in such audacity. Moreover, not all of Luo Hu's subordinates were present. With the four saints absent, the Xiao Palace lay vulnerable. He sensed no presence of Luo Hu's minions, leading him to surmise that this was indeed a scheme orchestrated by Luo Hu, intended to distract him by assaulting his palace. Infuriated by this realization, Hong Jun's wrath intensified. Meanwhile, Luo Hu reveled in Hong Jun's anger, contemplating how to further provoke him. He taunted, "How pitiful! By the time you return to your Xiao Palace, it will be nothing but an empty shell." This declaration ignited Hong Jun's fury to an uncontrollable degree. His suspicions regarding Luo Hu's involvement were solidified by the latter's words. In that instant, Hong Jun was resolute. It was undeniably Luo Hu's strategy. Enraged, he brandished the treasure rock in his grasp and hurled it towards Luo Hu with tremendous force. Boom! A resounding crash echoed through the air. Even the enchanted spear wielded by Luo Hu quivered incessantly. At this moment, Luo Hu felt a surge of trepidation. He could not fathom how a mere flicker of motivation had transformed Hong Jun into such a formidable force. This was truly amiss. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive thunderous roars echoed, as Hong Jun unleashed his wrath entirely upon Luo Hu. Each strike grew increasingly potent, infused with unrestrained fury. Meanwhile, Luo Hu found himself utterly bewildered, bearing the brunt of this colossal burden. This burden resonated ominously, absorbing all of Hong Jun's ire. At this very moment, within the Xiao Palace, Lu Feng gazed upon the creation jade butterfly before him, which resonated with myriad principles. This was indeed a remarkable treasure, especially considering he possessed fragments of other creation jade butterflies. Naturally, this made it even more invaluable. Furthermore, even if Lu Feng could not utilize it himself, he could certainly allow the disciples of his sect to contemplate its wisdom. Chapter 182, The Scapegoat Rao. Ultimately, it serves a purpose. A fine treasure indeed. To forsake it would invite divine retribution. Moreover, the realm of Hong Jun is unlikely to be utilized frequently henceforth. He surmised that he was currently in good rapport with Rahu. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng approached, intent on claiming the primal jade butterfly. However, Hong Jun had previously established several formidable restrictions around this precious artifact. These barriers were not easily surmountable and required Lu Feng's adeptness to decipher. Of course, unraveling such enchantments was within Lu Feng's capabilities. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that should he breach the restrictions, Hong Jun would undoubtedly take notice. This posed a significant concern. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng resolved to cast aside his worries. If Hong Jun were to discover it, he would not be able to return immediately, as Rahu would surely obstruct him. However, a sudden realization dawned upon Lu Feng. This particular aspect was somewhat troubling. Hong Jun was already aware, and even if someone were to impede him, that could not alter the fundamental truth. In light of this, Lu Feng resolved to devise a diversion from another angle. He pondered for a moment and retrieved remnants from the day he forged the god-slaying spear. Indeed, while there were various components, the demonic aura was particularly potent, intensely so, and distinctly recognizable. Upon merely glancing or sensing, one could ascertain that it undoubtedly emanated from Rahu. Upon extracting this material, Lu Feng meticulously dispersed its essence around the vicinity. Once completed, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. It was nothing short of perfection. In this manner, no one would suspect his involvement. After all, aside from Rahu, who else could wield such pure demonic energy? It was a conclusion that required no further contemplation. Rahu was the obvious choice. At that moment, amidst the fierce battle, Rahu remained blissfully ignorant, unwittingly bearing the weight of an enormous and ominous scapegoat. After completing his preparations, Lu Feng felt a sense of contentment. At the very least, the identity of the scapegoat was firmly established. The next task at hand was to dismantle the restrictions. Once those were resolved, there would be no further cause for concern. With that, Lu Feng began to engage with the restrictions. To one of Lu Feng's caliber, these barriers posed no considerable challenge. Despite being devised by Hongjun, Feng regarded the intricacies of his formations as rather unremarkable. Though certainly superior to those of Taishang, they were still manageable. Thus, in a relatively short span of time, Feng successfully neutralized several of the barriers. For prudence's sake, Hongjun had arranged 10 restrictions in total. Feng had now dismantled 2, leaving 8 remaining. Each subsequent barrier proved more formidable than the last. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to Feng. With remarkable speed, he swiftly unraveled 5 more restrictions. Finally, he approached the last 3 barriers. Once all the restrictions were collectively dismantled, the creation jade butterfly, devoid of any constraints, exudes an enchanting aura. The mysterious essence of the Tao is immediately revealed, distinct and palpable, allowing one to effortlessly perceive the exceptional nature of this creation jade butterfly. Feng, having sensed its presence, understood clearly that its effect on him was rather limited. Although it encapsulated profound Tao principles and possessed Daoic power, its utility for Feng was constrained. Conversely, it would undoubtedly prove beneficial for ordinary beings at the Saint Realm or below. However, it is imperative to note that the creation jade butterfly before him was not complete. Even though the piece in Hongjun's possession was the largest fragment, it was still merely a portion of the whole. If all fragments were gathered, it would undoubtedly enhance his current state. Yet, it was evident that something was still amiss. Feng beckoned to the creation jade butterfly, and as if drawn by an unseen force, it floated into his hand. He then discerned the Daoic power within it with greater clarity. After a moment of contemplation, Feng retrieved the fragment of the creation jade butterfly he had acquired and attempted to see if he could merge it with the piece he held. Indeed, as he positioned the fragment into the gap, an irresistible pull emerged. Under this force, the creation jade butterfly gradually merged, and the essence of the Tao within it intensified. Congratulations, host, for completing the creation jade butterfly, enhancing the 3,000 Taos, and receiving a reward. Current mastery of all Tao principles has increased by 1. Upon hearing this announcement, Feng paused in astonishment. His simple experiment to complete the creation jade butterfly had yielded success, and he was rewarded by the system. His Tao mastery stood at 90, belonging to the Saint Tao category, and to ascend to the Heavenly Tao category would require a mastery of 100. Thus, having completed a fragment of the creation jade butterfly, he had gained an increase of 1 in his Tao proficiency. This undoubtedly promised to augment his strength. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Feng had only utilized a single fragment, while he still possessed 3 more. This indicated the potential to increase his Tao proficiency by an additional 3 points. Instantly, Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began his attempts anew. Employing the same method, he was met once more with the system's notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the creation jade butterfly, enhancing the 3,000 Taos, and receiving a reward. Current mastery of all Tao principles has increased by 1. He utilized the remaining 2 fragments in succession. Congratulations, host, for completing the creation jade butterfly, enhancing the 3,000 Taos, and receiving a reward. Current mastery of all Tao principles has increased by 2, including the previous increase of 1. His overall mastery had risen by 4. In other words, Feng's mastery of Tao principles now reached an impressive total of 94. He took a moment to survey his mastery, which encompassed 12 distinct Tao principles. The proficiency of the 11 laws, including devouring, chaos, ancient demon, time, sorcery, and immortality, has reached an impressive 94. Meanwhile, the law of strength remains at 99. Following the rewards received, the proficiency of the law of strength continues to rise. However, there is a caveat. His current strength is insufficient, and the law of strength remains sealed. Presently, Feng can only access a proficiency of 99, which is nonetheless adequate. Upon completing the creation jade butterfly, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding! Reminder to the host. The current completion level of the creation jade butterfly is 78. If the host fully completes it, a special reward will be granted. Additionally, upon completion, placing it on the 3rd floor of the Divine Armory will assist in hatching the Chaos Blue Lotus Seed. Please take note, host. Upon hearing this, Feng narrowed his eyes. If that is the case, it is indeed essential to fully complete the creation jade butterfly, as it could aid in the complete hatching of the Chaos Blue Lotus Seed. He even contemplated whether, once the Chaos Blue Lotus is fully cultivated, it might allow him to reverse engineer chaos itself, thereby constructing a new world. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. After storing the creation jade butterfly, Feng meticulously searched through the area once more. Ultimately, he scavenged a considerable amount of items, yet none matched the caliber of the creation jade butterfly. Finally, Lu Feng exited the premises. However, before departing, he felt a twinge of regret at the thought of leaving empty-handed. Yet, he sensed that dismantling the Purple Cloud Palace would be quite challenging. If he were to attempt to completely dismantle it, it would likely not be long before Hongjun returned, rendering the endeavor futile. Nevertheless, leaving without taking anything felt like a loss. After much contemplation, Lu Feng devised a solution. While the Purple Cloud Palace could not be removed, the plaque inscribed with its name certainly could. The material was of excellent quality, making it a notable treasure. Most importantly, it represented Hongjun's prestige. It would be unreasonable to leave this place without taking a piece of his dignity. After some thought, Lu Feng decisively resolved to dismantle it. He then leapt into the air, arriving at the plaque's location. Without hesitation, he began to dismantle the restraints. After a considerable amount of time, a decisive crack resonated as the plaque fell. Lu Feng grasped it, weighing it in his hands, and deemed it satisfactory. Upon returning, he would present this to his master as a gift, for as a disciple, he had yet to offer any tokens of appreciation. This simply could not do. Moreover, this plaque could be considered one of the most meaningful artifacts in this realm. Lu Feng mused that Tongtian would surely appreciate it, perhaps even cherish it immensely. Immediately, Lu Feng transformed into a streak of light, departing from the location. However, before leaving, he intended to witness the battle between Luo Hu and Hongjun. Of course, there was still one more task to attend to: unsealing the subordinates of Luo Hu. Rather than a seal, it was more akin to a formation. The purpose is to obscure their presence. Otherwise, they would be easily detected. Presently, the stronghold of the Western teachings remains intact. Although the losses suffered by Jane and Juni's Western teachings are substantial, the two, being inherently cunning, did not mobilize their entire sect, only maintaining a fraction of their strength. Thus, they still retain considerable resources. Now, as Lu Feng lifts the restrictions on the subordinates of Luo Hu, naturally, a grand spectacle is about to unfold. One wonders how Jane and Juni will react upon their return, discovering that the Western teachings they had diligently cultivated have been utterly obliterated by Luo Hu. It promises to be quite entertaining. Lu Feng transformed into a streak of light, heading towards the location of Hongjun and his counterpart. At this moment, their battle raged on. However, it was evident that Luo Hu was at a disadvantage. Especially now, Hongjun remained seething with rage. Bang! Hongjun relentlessly struck, yelling, "Dare you lay hands upon my Xiao palace, disturb my creation jade butterfly." Bang! Another blow followed. "You dare to dismantle my plaque. Luo Hu, today I shall slay you." At this moment, Hongjun's offensive grew increasingly fierce. Meanwhile, Luo Hu, in defense, found himself utterly bewildered, for he was completely unaware of the matters Hongjun spoke of. Suddenly, he pondered if it was that chaotic being who had taken advantage of their confrontation to assault Hongjun's stronghold, even framing him for the act. Damn it, this is too much of a predicament. The issue is that he cannot clarify the situation, as Hongjun is convinced that he is the perpetrator. Who on earth can he turn to for justice regarding this unjust blame? Chapter 183. The burden grows heavier. In the midst of chaos, near the realm of demonic energy, the clash between the demonic path and the celestial path is far more captivating than one could ever imagine. Although Luo Hu finds himself at a disadvantage, Hongjun's current prowess does not grant him a significant edge. Luo Hu's combat style is intertwined with the essence of the Tao, characterized by utter madness. In certain circumstances, he does not hesitate to employ life-threatening tactics to inflict wounds upon Hongjun. To put it simply, his approach is akin to that of a madman. This peculiar style enables him to devise the swiftest countermeasures, even in seemingly perilous situations. Luo Hu's combat talent is undoubtedly among the finest, a realm where Hongjun pales in comparison. Nevertheless, Hongjun possesses a unique understanding of the Tao's principles. With a thunderous roar, the two figures gradually parted. Hongjun furrowed his brows, astonished by Luo Hu's strength, which exceeded his expectations. It was remarkable that just after breaking through, Luo Hu could exhibit such power. Yet, it was ultimately futile. If this continued, Hongjun would still emerge victorious. At present, he had already gained an advantage. The next step was to expand this lead and, seizing the opportunity, eliminate Luo Hu right here. In their realm, even the slightest edge could be magnified progressively, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. However, just as Luo Hu found himself in a disadvantageous position with seemingly little chance of victory, a streak of light gradually came to a halt nearby. Due to Lu Feng's prior preparations, it was difficult to detect. Upon witnessing this, he was momentarily taken aback. The situation unfolded much as he had anticipated. Yet Luo Ho displayed remarkable resilience. Even after all this time, he had not been ruthlessly vanquished by Hong Jun. Quite impressive indeed. Lu Feng silently praised Luo Ho and decided to observe a little longer. After all, if the Tao ancestor had come from afar, he ought to vent some frustration, right? Luo Ho was certainly not to be harmed. Lu Feng understood clearly that he possessed the means to subdue Luo Ho. But with Hong Jun's backing from the heavenly Tao, he felt temporarily powerless. Otherwise, why would he sneak into the Xiao Palace? He could have simply confronted Hong Jun directly, overpowering him and claiming victory, without such convoluted efforts. The presence of the heavenly Tao rendered it impossible to deal with Hong Jun for the time being. Luo Ho's involvement effectively provided Hong Jun with a challenge, one that he could not ignore, yet could not extinguish at this moment. Was this not a source of vexation? However, despite the headache, it was Hong Jun who bore the burden. In the current moment, the battle had not yet reached its most critical juncture, and Luo Ho still possessed the capacity to respond. Thus, intervening at this stage would not reflect the necessity of action. Of course, Lu Feng did not wish to witness Hong Jun toil for an extended period only to realize his endeavors were in vain, leading to a fit of exasperation. He was, after all, a straightforward individual. Lu Feng lifted his gaze, observing the two combatants. Hong Jun's expression was cold, yet tinged with a hint of anger. In a moment of fury, Luo Ho found himself entwined with a sense of helplessness. Lu Feng astutely recognized this sentiment. After deep contemplation and reflection, he realized that aside from the prominently displayed plaque of the Xiao Palace, he felt a tinge of regret for departing without proper acknowledgement. Thus, after a moment's deliberation, he resolutely dismantled a pillar. Observing Luo Ho's somewhat tragic state, he felt compelled to offer assistance. Just then, under the relentless assault of Hong Jun, the demonic spear in Luo Ho's grasp was on the verge of deformation, threatening to collapse at any moment. In an instant, with a sharp crack, the spear shattered, intensifying the perilous situation. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Jun launched a fierce attack. At this critical juncture, Lu Feng, undeterred by the looming threat, simulated an aura and activated the 108 defensive formations he had previously arranged. He then called out, "Demonic ancestor, receive your weapon." Suddenly, a colossal pillar, imbued with the unique essence of Xiao Palace, soared towards Luo Ho. Caught off guard, Luo Ho instinctively caught the massive pillar. Upon landing in his hands, it instantly shrank into a staff, the aura feeling strangely familiar. At that moment, Luo Ho was startled by a low voice, the speaker unrecognizable. Yet the message was clear. "Demonic ancestor, I have fulfilled my promise. The matter concerning Xiao Palace has been resolved. What I entrusted to you is the treasure that Hong Jun has concealed for ages. Now that it is in your possession, I must take my leave." With that, Lu Feng vanished without a trace. Luo Ho, bewildered, gazed at the Xiao Palace treasure in his hands, pondering when he might enlist someone to retrieve treasures from the palace. Suddenly, he sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. Turning around, he beheld Hong Jun in a furious rage, his face a deep shade of ashen blue, ominously dark. The essence of the celestial way within him surged uncontrollably, even more potent than before. In that instant, a chill gripped Luo Ho's heart. He was utterly ensnared. Who could be so vile as to steal from another's stronghold and frame him for the act? Where's the justice in this? Luo Ho felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. However, in Hong Jun's wrath, the essence of the way erupted uncontrollably. "Luo Ho, this matter was indeed orchestrated by you. Your scheming is profound, and your shamelessness unparalleled." Hong Jun's voice thundered with fury. Luo Ho sought to defend himself, but Hong Jun offered him no opportunity. He charged forward with lethal intent. Left with no choice, Luo Ho tightened his grip on the staff and struck down with tremendous force. The essence of the demonic path entwined around him, and strangely, the staff adapted remarkably upon his release of that essence, reminiscent of his former god-slaying spear, significantly enhancing his power. Then, with a resounding boom, the clash erupted. Hong Diao unexpectedly retreated several steps under the immense force. This sudden turn left Luo Ho momentarily astonished. Could it be that this object truly possesses remarkable qualities? Is it indeed a hidden treasure of Hong Jun? In truth, during Lu Feng's journey, he had refined the god-slaying spear once more using his own methods, resulting in this formidable power. Without such intervention, it would have been utterly impossible. However, at this moment, as Lu Feng made his move, Luo Ho finally rose to his feet, gripping his magical artifact tightly and launching a relentless barrage of attacks. The resounding echoes reverberated through the void. Yet, the disparity in strength between him and Hong Jun was evident. ultimately leading him to a disadvantage that gradually widened, plunging him into peril. Luo Ho, today you shall meet your demise here. No one can obstruct this fate. You are destined to perish, I swear it, Hong Jun declared, and then, utilizing the splitting treasure rock, he unleashed his final assault. Chapter 184. The Demise of the Buddha. In Raoho's eyes, a grave expression prevailed. It was evident that Hong Juan's strike was formidable, exceedingly difficult to withstand. Naturally, he chose a path of annihilation that did not allow his primordial spirit to reside within the heavenly Tao. If he were to perish, it would signify his absolute demise. As Hong Juan's attack descended, it unleashed an overwhelming force. Raoho endeavored to fend it off, yet he was gradually forced back. The void trembled, and the cosmos ruptured. The clash between these two primordial beings of the heavenly Tao nearly shattered the entire expanse of the void. At this juncture, despite Hong Juan's immense efforts, he was motivated by the desire to vanquish Raoho. Lu Feng was acutely aware of this. Therefore, he surmised that the time was ripe to intervene. With a mere wave of his hand, a formation was activated, one that had been meticulously arranged beforehand. Utilizing the principles of spatial Tao, a teleportation array was set in motion as the two engaged in combat. In an instant, vast spatial energies surged forth, engulfing the retreating Raoho entirely. Raoho, realizing the situation, offered no resistance. Consequently, Hong Juan's assault came to an abrupt halt. With a resounding crash, the array shattered, yet Raoho had already been transported away. Moreover, the location of his teleportation was not concealed from Hong Juan in the slightest. Raoho was sent to the primordial world. After dispatching Raoho, Lu Feng did not depart immediately. He revealed himself and, employing a breath-simulating technique, instantaneously mimicked the aura of the chaotic deities and demons. Positioning himself at a distance from Hong Juan, the latter's countenance darkened. He recognized him at once. Raising his brow, he exclaimed, "It is you." A cold snicker reverberated through the chaos, laced with derision. Hong Juan, how does it feel to be outmaneuvered? Hong Juan narrowed his eyes. On that fateful day, he had allied with Yang Mei and others to confront the demon ancestor Raoho. After their success, however, he turned against the already gravely wounded individuals, resulting in death for some and flight for others, leaving only Hong Juan standing. This news was something Lu Feng had only recently come to learn. Without deigning to respond, Hong Juan coldly inquired, "Is it you who stands behind the Jie Sect?" Clearly, he suspected Yang Mei to be the one pulling the strings behind Jie Sect, but this was not the case. Lu Feng, however, would not disclose this. Instead, he remarked nonchalantly, "If you believe it to be so, then so be it." With that, Lu Feng's form gradually faded from view, leaving behind a single admonition. "Hong Juan, this is merely the beginning. Our vengeance shall continue." The fluctuations of the spatial Tao gradually subsided. At this moment, Hong Juan's expression grew increasingly grim. From a distance, Lu Feng had no intention of leaving immediately. He reveled in observing Hong Juan's current demeanor. He was unaware of the fates of Yang Mei and the others, but this uncertainty could be exploited, rendering the situation even more perplexing. After all, the deaths of Yang Mei and the others were inextricably linked to Hong Juan. This cunning old fox had schemed and plotted without respite. There was still ample time left, a considerable duration to keep him engaged, until he was rendered utterly despondent. At this moment, within the realm of the heavenly Tao, the four saints wore expressions of profound anger, for they had just been collectively annihilated. Their fury was unmistakable. How despicable was Raoho, employing such ignoble tactics? He must have known that in a genuine conflict, the only outcome would be defeat, hence the vile scheme he devised. At that moment, both Jane and Junie spoke up. "I recall that Raoho had a considerable number of subordinates, yet they had been relocated by him in advance. In due time, I shall send disciples from the Western Sect to redeem those fiends." Junie echoed, "With our disciples from the Western Sect present, we shall undoubtedly be able to save those demons." The two were resolute, for they believed that the radiance of Buddhism possessed the ability to subdue ordinary demons. Dealing with somewhat weaker fiends was certainly within their capacity. More critically, they had fallen victim to Ra's scheme. All four of them had. Nevertheless, a victory was imperative to proclaim their strength. Meanwhile, the teachings of the human sect and the Chan sect were nearly inexistent, leaving only the Western sect, which, due to their prior sagacity, retained some strength. Therefore, when it came to confronting Ra's minions, there was no doubt that the Western sect would serve as the vanguard. Jane and Junie held no belief that their sect was inferior to the others. Furthermore, this was an opportune moment to display their prowess before Taishang and Yuanshi. Previously, the two had not felt the need to flaunt before them. Now, however, the tides had turned, and they found themselves in the spotlight. Upon hearing Jian and Junti's declarations, it was evident that Taishang and Yuanshi's expressions soured. Particularly Yuanshi, for his Chan sect had suffered the most grievous losses, nearly to the point of obliteration. With barely a handful of disciples left, it was indeed a dismal state of affairs. Even as Junti and Jian reveled in their triumph, the two could only endure their indignation, feeling exceedingly frustrated. At that moment, none of them could have anticipated that in the land of the West, there existed a place where demonic energy surged fiercely, exceedingly potent, and deeply intertwined with Rahu. Although not as pure as Rahu's essence, it was equally terrifying. At this juncture, their presence was obscured by a formation that masked their aura and constrained their movements. Had it not been for this formation, given the nature of these demons, they would have long since burst forth, wreaking havoc in the region. However, at that moment, the formation that had confined them suddenly dissipated. As it vanished, the assembled demons sensed the change. After a brief moment of astonishment, they surged upwards, exclaiming, "We are free. From this moment forth, this shall be our world." Instantly, a multitude of demons emerged, and the location of their emergence was precisely near Lingshan. The moment this horde of demons manifested, the remaining members of the Western sect felt their presence. They immediately exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. Demons have appeared. Where are they? Where are they located? Right in our vicinity. No, they have arrived. They have ascended the mountain." At this moment, as the sound reverberates, one can behold the surging demonic energy enveloping the sacred Mount Ling. Above the mountain, dark clouds loom ominously, shrouded in a torrent of malevolent aura, as if the apocalypse were at hand. In this instant, powerful figures descend upon Ling Mountain, their voices laced with wickedness. So many bald donkeys. Upon hearing this, many Buddhas were consumed with rage, immediately retorting, "Bold demon, how dare you intrude upon the hallowed grounds of our Western teachings? How dare you show such disrespect to the Buddha?" In response to their furious outcry, however, the demons merely scoffed in derision. "Those bald donkeys, I loathe them. Let them all perish." As the words fell, a terrifying demonic might swiftly descended, engulfing the entirety of Ling Mountain. The presence of 8 demonic gods was instantly revealed, alongside a multitude of quasi-saints. In that moment, as they showcased their might, the fate of the Western teachings was already sealed. There was no other outcome but annihilation. The demonic and the Buddha cannot coexist. What fear does the demon have of the Buddha? On this day, the mountain resounded with cries. "Where is the Buddha? Where are our saints? Where are the saints of our Western teachings? Strong foes invade. Where are you?" They lamented, shouted, and trembled in fear. Yet ultimately, they were all crushed, left with but a path to death. On this day, the malevolent presence pervaded Ling Mountain, rivers of blood flowed. On this day, in the vast primordial realm, the Western teachings ceased to exist. It was at the moment of the last Buddha's demise that spatial fluctuations emerged, revealing the figure of Luo, who appeared somewhat bewildered. As he manifested, the multitude of demonic gods knelt in reverence. "We have witnessed the demon ancestor." After a brief moment of bewilderment, Luo swiftly regained clarity and then stepped forward to the throne within the great Thunder Sound Temple, seating himself there. Instantly, the entire Mount Sumeru was engulfed by demonic energy. Simultaneously, Luo's voice resonated across the heavens. "Henceforth, I, Luo, return to the primordial realm, establishing myself upon Mount Sumeru, hereby founding a new doctrine. My return marks the end of the first battle. From this day forth, there shall be no Western teachings, only the demonic path." With these words, the heavens trembled, and the primordial realm took notice, including the 4 saints, all of whom were aware. Chapter 185, A Gift for Tongtian. From this day forth, I, Luo, return to the primordial world and establish myself upon Mount Sumeru. Hence, I declare the founding of a new doctrine. The first battle of my return has concluded, and from this moment onward, the world shall no longer witness the Western teachings. Only the demonic sect shall prevail. At this moment, as Luo's voice resonated, a formidable demonic might surged forth. His proclamation echoed throughout the primordial realm, compelling all to hear and tremble. This name, buried for countless years, remained powerful and evoked dread from the dark epochs that haunted countless immortals. Luo, a name that, despite the passage of vast eons, still resounded with great potency. Thought to have vanished entirely, it now reverberated across the land once more. At Wuzhuang Temple, Jin Yuanzi also heard this declaration, and his heart quaked profoundly. Nothing could be more shocking. Even when a saint was slain, Jin Yuanzi's astonishment paled in comparison to the disorientation he felt now. The emergence of Luo stirred memories of a dark time, memories that were far from pleasant. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind. Why has the demon ancestor appeared? And why such a brazen announcement to the world? Where is the Tao ancestor? Why is there no response? Within the heavenly Tao space, the four saints gathered. Originally, Jie and Zhuanti had just assured one another and even taken on the task of confronting Luo Hao's remnants. They had no other choice, as the only available sect to rely upon was the Western teachings. The injuries suffered by the Chan and Rin sects left them with barely any capable individuals. Thus, the only hope rested on the Western teachings, prompting Jie and Zhuanti to boastfully vow to reclaim their honor, envisioning a grand display before Xianxia and Taishang, even contemplating how to extort benefits from the two thereafter. Yet, at this moment, they heard Luo Hao's voice, clear and resonant, almost echoing back to them. Stunned, both were momentarily speechless. Xianxia and Taishang were also taken aback, though their stupor was fleeting. Xianxia quickly feigned casualness, asking, "Master brother, where did Luo Hao say he would establish his teachings?" Taishang replied, "Mount Sumeru. Isn't that the territory of the Western teachings? Why would Luo Hao?" Taishang appeared genuinely astonished, as if realizing something for the first time, deliberately moving toward where Jie and Zhuanti stood, amplifying his voice. "Surely, Luo Hao has set his sights on the Western teachings, hasn't he?" Xianxia responded, "Surely not. Luo Hao would not act in such a manner. If he intended to strike, the Western teachings would be utterly annihilated. That demon shows no mercy and would leave no survivors." Taishang countered, "It shouldn't come to that, should it?" Xianxia insisted. "How could it not? Brother, let me tell you." "Enough," Jie suddenly bellowed, their faces pale with dread. As Taishang and Xianxia exchanged no words, their expressions darkened significantly. Indeed, the fervor with which they had previously boasted now left them with a stinging sense of humiliation. It was akin to the resounding crack of a slap across the face. Luo Hao, whether it was Jie or Zhuanti, anger glimmered in their eyes. Yet, there was no alternative. They remained in their primordial spirit forms, utterly powerless. In that moment, a thought struck them. How had Luo Hao come to be? If Luo Hao had emerged, what of their master? Could it be that their master had been defeated? Upon contemplating this, the four saints were momentarily taken aback, shock evident in their eyes. At that instant, Hongjuan's figure materialized, entering the realm of the heavenly Tao. The four saints bowed in unison. "Master, Master Luo Hao." Xianxia began to speak, but abruptly noticed Hongjuan's exceedingly grim countenance, stifling the rest of his words. "Master," he instinctively uttered once more, yet Hongjuan remained unresponsive. The atmosphere grew exceedingly solemn, with the four saints falling silent, hesitant to utter a sound. They were unaware of the events that had transpired, but it was clear that the outcome was dire. Otherwise, their master would not have reacted in such a manner. After a considerable pause, Hongjuan finally spoke. "Soon, I shall reconstruct your bodies. Luo Hao has arrived in the primordial chaos, and we must deliberate carefully." He recalled the figure of Yang Mei in his mind as he uttered these words. With Hongjuan's statement, the four saints were taken aback, confusion flickering in their eyes. However, Hongjuan offered no further explanation. Meanwhile, on Golden Ao Island, Luo Hao's voice resonated, reaching the ears of Tongtian and the others. At that moment, within the Bo Palace, Tongtian occupied the main seat, flanked by Nuwa. The hall also housed the disciples Taba and Zhao Gongming, while below them stood the emperors Dijin and Haoyan. Upon hearing Luo Hao's voice, they were all struck with astonishment. Luo Hao. Upon hearing this name, Dijin appeared greatly surprised. His knowledge of that era was limited, mostly derived from ancient texts, yet he was entirely unaware of the formidable strength of the demon ancestor. After all, this was a being renowned alongside the Tao ancestor, and legends of his might had long since spread. As Dijin instinctively raised his gaze upon hearing the name, he found that Haoyan, the celestial emperor standing beside him, shared his bewilderment. In contrast, the two saints remained composed. While it was understandable for these powerful figures to maintain their calm, it was perplexing that their disciples exhibited such nonchalance, showing no signs of surprise whatsoever. Was this truly the demeanor of the disciples of the? Dijin observed. Realizing that he was not the only one, even Haoyan seemed somewhat dazed. Clearly, they had noticed the same point. At that moment, Haoyan could not contain himself any longer. In a hushed voice, he asked, "My esteemed friends, why do you react so indifferently upon hearing the name of the demon ancestor?" Zhao Gongming looked at him, puzzled, and replied, "What kind of reaction do you expect from us?" Haoyan continued, "At the very least, shouldn't there be a hint of surprise?" Zhao Gongming responded with a nonchalant, "Why should we be surprised? It has nothing to do with us." He gestured towards Tongtian, saying, "If the sky were to fall, wouldn't our master be there to support it? Besides, We have our senior brother. If Luo who were to come, senior brother would simply set up some formations to keep master outside. Tongtian, hearing this, felt a wave of indignation wash over him. What kind of place did he occupy in their hearts? What do you mean, if Luo who comes, just let senior brother set up some formations to keep master outside? He thought. His expression darkened as he realized the implications of their nonchalance, particularly in the presence of Nuwa, Dishin, and Haoyan. How could they so casually dismiss their master's dignity? These were indeed rebellious disciples. Fuming, Tongtian felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Meanwhile, Nuwa, observing the scene, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The atmosphere among the disciples was relaxed and devoid of strict rules, a stark contrast to what one would find elsewhere. Ultimately, despite his irritation, Tongtian sighed, realizing he had no recourse against his disciples. He had never anticipated that his eldest disciple would hold such high esteem. Reflecting on their relationship, he recalled that, aside from the lack of filial piety, his disciple possessed no significant flaws. Frustrated, Tongtian felt a sense of grievance. It seemed that despite their long-standing relationship, his disciple had never gifted him anything. Thousands of years had passed without a single token of appreciation. This would not do. He resolved to take some time to impart the importance of respecting and honoring one's teacher. Moreover, he was aware that Lu Feng had numerous treasures, perhaps even more than he, as the master. It was clear that he needed to deliver a subtle reminder to Lu Feng. At the very least, he should be encouraged to prepare a few gifts for his master. The atmosphere in the room suddenly lightened. After hearing Zhao Gongming's words, both Dishin and Haoyan found themselves in agreement. Indeed, if the sky were to fall, it would first strike the Tao ancestor, and in matters of enmity, they had little to do with it. Whenever calamity strikes, one should simply open their eyes wider and keep a safe distance. Of course, there exists a method, which Haoyan is currently pursuing, clinging to the powerful. It is essential to grasp onto something substantial. Thus, Haoyan has arrived at Jinao Island in search of Lu Feng. Unfortunately, Lu Feng is not present. Haoyan sighs, feeling a tinge of regret. Dijuan also sighs, having intended to seek mentorship, only to find that his master is absent. Alas, both of them let out a collective sigh. This sigh was so profound that it left Tongtian in anguish. Here stand two saints, undoubtedly the most esteemed and powerful figures in this primordial world. Yet, they arrive, meet, and instead of seeking guidance or favors, they indulge in lamentations. What? Does my presence disappoint you? At this moment, Tongtian genuinely desires to delve into their minds, to discern their thoughts. However, before he could act on this impulse, spatial fluctuations manifested. In the next instant, a shadow in white appeared, adorned with the faint shapes of a formation. Then, the space rippled, revealing Lu Feng, who had returned from the chaos. Upon Lu Feng's emergence, Zhao Gongming and Duo Bao reacted swiftly, hastening forward. Master brother, they both greeted in unison. Tongtian cast a fleeting glance at them, unable to suppress a smirk. How incredibly swift. Why weren't you this quick upon my return? Is it only your master you acknowledge? Fortunately, Dijuan and Haoyan remained composed, befitting their status as emperors. Their temperament surpasses that of mere disciples. Just as Tongtian pondered this, he suddenly observed that the two were hastily following Zhao Gongming and Duo Bao's lead, rushing over to pay their respects. Lu Feng's gaze fell upon them, accompanied by a gentle smile. He readily recognized their identities, Zhou Wang and Haoyan, the emperor of one generation and the heavenly emperor of another. Both were present at this moment. Although Lu Feng felt a hint of curiosity, he refrained from inquiring further, merely nodding slightly. You two are honored guests. There is no need for excessive formalities. Observing how Lu Feng was instantly surrounded like the moon by stars upon his appearance, Tongtian felt a flicker of irritation. Nevertheless, as a master, he ought to display some magnanimity. Moreover, they lacked decorum. However, there was still Nuwa. Nuwa, being a saint and in his company, should not. Before Tongtian could complete his thoughts, he gracefully approached Lu Feng, his steps light and measured. Standing before Lu Feng, he slightly raised his head, seemingly reproaching. You finally know to return? Where have you been wandering? Lu Feng met her gaze, offering no answer to her question, instead smiling as he remarked, What is the matter? Is the Nuwa Palace not comfortable enough for you? Why do you so enjoy lingering at Jinao Island? Upon hearing this, Nuwa huffed, remaining silent but already indicating her intent to depart. However, at that moment, Lu Feng suddenly called out to her. What is it? Nuwa turned back, responding with a hint of annoyance. Lu Feng produced a mystic source fruit and handed it to Nuwa with a smile, saying, This is specially prepared for you. Nuwa's gaze fell upon the fruit. Her discerning eyes could easily perceive its immense value. Even for someone of her caliber, it would be highly beneficial. It was indeed a treasure of considerable worth, infused with demonic energy. Coupled with the earlier words of Luo Ho, one could easily speculate on Lu Feng's recent endeavors. Nuwa narrowed her eyes, pocketed the mystic source fruit, and fixed her gaze on Lu Feng, admonishing, "Next time, do not engage in such perilous ventures." Lu Feng scratched his head slightly. He wished to inform Nuwa that he possessed many more mystic source fruits, and this was merely one of them. However, the atmosphere rendered such a declaration somewhat inappropriate, especially with the peculiar softness in Nuwa's gaze directed towards him. It seemed almost tender. Suddenly, Nuwa said, "I can also cultivate on my own. I simply need to put in the effort. Therefore, there is no need for such risks." With that, she turned and walked away. Yet, the distance was short, and despite her swift departure, the observant Hao Yin and the others noticed the faint blush on Nuwa's cheeks. Though subtle, it was unmistakable. At that moment, a single thought echoed in the minds of the four. Incredible. Each of them looked at Lu Feng with admiration. He was undeniably formidable, beyond words. As Nuwa left and her previous words lingered, Lu Feng found himself feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, it seemed she had misunderstood. Yet, what was a slight misunderstanding compared to the vastness of a great forest, which is built one tree at a time? Turning to his side, he finally spotted Tongtian, whose expression was steeped in melancholy, his small eyes reflecting a deep sense of grievance. Lu Feng could hardly contain his laughter at the sight, though he still felt a bit stifled. Approaching Tongtian, he said, "Master." Tongtian replied, "It must be quite difficult to hold back your laughter." Lu Feng chuckled, "I'm managing, disciple can endure." Tongtian encouraged, "Don't hold back, it's quite uncomfortable." Lu Feng then laughed heartily, the sound echoing in the air, while Tongtian's eyes grew even more sorrowful. After a while, Lu Feng finally calmed down and recalled something, saying, "Master, I actually returned with a gift for you as well." At this, Tongtian perked up, for he had witnessed the splendid gift Lu Feng had presented to Nuwa. The mystic source fruit was indeed remarkable, and as his master, he could not possibly be outdone by Nuwa. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lu Feng continued, "It is an extraordinarily powerful treasure, one you would never expect." This only heightened Tongtian's excitement. After teasing for a while, Lu Feng finally revealed the treasure. "It is indeed the plaque of the Purple Cloud Palace. Master, this is the treasure I have prepared for you." When Tongtian beheld the plaque, he was momentarily taken aback. Rendered speechless, he remained in a daze for a considerable time, for this object was astonishingly familiar to him. Chapter 186, Filial Disciple. Are you trying to scare your master to death? At this moment, when Tongtian beheld the gift presented by Lu Feng, he was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had contemplated the fruit he had offered to Nuwa, which had proven to be immensely beneficial, even to the sages, and exceedingly precious. If such a valuable item was given to Nuwa, how could his own master fall short? Surely, it could not be inferior. It must be an exceptional treasure. Tongtian harbored such thoughts and expectations. Furthermore, Lu Feng had mentioned that he would bestow upon him a remarkable gift. How could it be anything less than extraordinary? After all, he was aware of the numerous treasures his disciple possessed. He speculated whether it might be the Panga banner or another innate treasure. However, Tongtian could never have anticipated that Lu Feng would indeed produce a genuine treasure. Moreover, this treasure was one he was quite familiar with, as he had seen it every time he visited Hongjun. It was none other than the plaque of the Xiao Palace. The very plaque that hung prominently in the main hall, emblazoned with the resplendent and unmistakable three characters inscribed by Hongjun himself, Xiao Palace. At that moment, Tongtian was utterly stupefied. He stood there, dazed and unable to regain his composure. Could this truly be considered a treasure? Even if it could be deemed so, did you genuinely intend to give it to me, master, rather than simply to rid yourself of it? This plaque belongs to the Taoist ancestor's dojo, and you brazenly removed it as if it were a mere trinket. Even if it were bestowed upon me, I would not dare to take it out. Not only would I refuse to display it, but if others were to see it, wouldn't that lead to? Goodness, this is no mere gift. If I accept it, I might as well be delivering myself into trouble. Tongtian exhaled a sigh of relief. By heaven, I nearly fell into my disciple's trap. If Lu Feng dares to offer such a thing, then I certainly cannot accept it. Accepting it would be an invitation for the Taoist ancestor to seek retribution. Best to avoid that altogether. Suddenly, an idea struck Tongtian. Last time, such items had also caused similar troubles. He still recalled that there was another plaque inscribed with the characters for Yushu Palace, which had been removed by that tiger demon. Now, with Yushu Palace yet to be returned, it seemed there would be no opportunity for that. And now, with Xixiao Palace appearing on the scene. Was this a continuation of a troubling legacy? At that moment, Tongtian's expression began to shift, alternating between shades of red and green, clearly revealing the impact this plaque had on him. Meanwhile, Du Bao and Zhao Gongming, upon seeing the plaque, were initially taken aback, followed by a sense of curiosity. They had seen the Biao Palace and the Yushu Palace before, and now they were encountering the Xixiao Palace. Could it be that their senior brother had a penchant for collecting such items? They must be cautious, for they still lack the Beijing Palace. Perhaps they could negotiate with that tiger demon to help complete their senior brother's collection. It would be a shame to leave any gaps. In contrast to these two, the reactions of Dijin and Haoyan were far more authentic. Xian had only heard of it and had never been there himself. Although he recognized the immense power and high prestige of the Dao ancestor, the concept remained somewhat abstract to him. However, the situation was markedly different when it came to Haoyan. Upon seeing the plaque inscribed with the words Purple Cloud's Palace, his mind nearly erupted. He stared blankly at the plaque, his thoughts swirling with disbelief. Was it truly that remarkable? After all, it was the Dao ancestor's sacred ground. Now, this senior disciple of the Jie had even dismantled the Dao ancestor's domain? This was utterly astonishing. The sheer strength was almost unfathomable. It seemed he had made the right choice in this endeavor. He must cling to this formidable ally. At that moment, observing the gleaming eyes of Zhao Gongming and Duo Bao, alongside the visibly unsettled expressions of Xian and Haoyan, Tongtian sensed that the situation was on the verge of exposure. Zhao Gongming and Duo Bao were manageable, and Xian was tolerable. But Haoyan, being a disciple of his master, could potentially betray him. Suddenly, a myriad of thoughts raced through Tongtian's mind, leading to the grim consideration of silencing Haoyan permanently. Yet, he ultimately suppressed this urge and waved his hand, signaling for the others to withdraw. The four departed, albeit with lingering restlessness in their gazes, filled with fervor. Tongtian turned to Lu Feng, took a deep breath, and earnestly inquired, "Who else is aware of this matter?" Observing Tongtian's reaction, Lu Feng realized he was genuinely fearful, deeply so. Despite his outward composure, his heart likely raced, but he masked it well. His acting skills were commendable. Lu Feng contemplated offering praise but decided it was best not to provoke him at this moment, given his age and potential frailty. Thus, Lu Feng simply stated, "Rest assured. Only the Dao ancestor is aware, and, oh, also the demon ancestor." Tongtian felt an impulse to strike his own disciple. So, only two individuals knew, the Dao ancestor and the demon ancestor. Who else could be informed? Such undertakings. He exhaled heavily, feeling overwhelmed. Lu Feng sensed the moment was ripe to clarify, saying, "Although they are aware the plaque is missing, they do not know I am responsible for its removal." Tongtian's frustration peaked. "Why on earth didn't you say so sooner? You had me in a state of dread for so long." With Lu Feng's clarification, Tongtian's anxieties were finally alleviated. Lu Feng cast a disdainful glance at Tongtian, questioning the extent of his fear over a mere plaque. "But it is the Purple Cloud's Palace," Tongtian retorted, implying that if it were someone else, he would not have been so concerned. Recognizing Tongtian's sentiment, Lu Feng remarked, "Then next time, I shall retrieve the plaque from the 8 Scenery Palace as well." Tongtian was left speechless. What on earth would you do with such things? Do you have a penchant for collecting them? Indeed. Lu Feng nodded affirmatively. It is said that gathering 4 plaques can summon a sage of the Dao, and with 3 sages, one cannot be certain of their actions. Tongtian fell silent, casting an irritated glance at Lu Feng. He realized that Lu Feng was indeed infuriating in his presence. While his aptitude was commendable, it could also drive one to exasperation. Finally, he sighed and inquired, "Well then, what is the current situation?" "Things are manageable," Lu Feng pondered briefly before responding. "At present, Hongjun is likely in quite a predicament, especially since I have brought Luo Ho into the fold." Tongtian suddenly fixed his gaze on Lu Feng, disbelief etched across his face. "The demon ancestor entered because of you?" "Indeed." Lu Feng nodded. "If I hadn't let him in, how could I provide some amusement for Hongjun?" Unlike Tongtian's astonishment, Lu Feng appeared unfazed. He calmly remarked, "You should be aware of the Dao ancestor's disposition. He simply lacks the time at the moment. Once he is free, he will inevitably deal with us. Therefore, our task is to ensure he remains occupied. By the time he can attend to us, we will have grown into an insurmountable force. However, the demon ancestor is exceedingly dangerous." Tongtian interjected. Lu Feng remained composed. The threat posed by the demon ancestor pales in comparison to that of the Dao ancestor. The madman is manageable. One can keep their distance and utilize him to achieve their ends. But the schemer operates in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. In facing the cunning Dao ancestor, It is better to assign him tasks that will consume his time. He smiled slightly, and the demon ancestor is currently the most suitable candidate for that. At that moment, as he listened to Lu Feng, Tongtian's eyes widened in astonishment. This was a perspective he had never encountered before, a novel line of thought. Under Lu Feng's strategic guidance, those he once revered, respected, and even feared had now become mere pawns. The demon ancestor and the Tao ancestor were merely the two largest pieces on this chessboard. He gazed at his disciple, feeling increasingly perplexed. Was it possible that he had been a pawn from the very beginning? Lost in such thoughts, he was suddenly jolted out of them by a sharp slap to the back of his head from Lu Feng. What are you daydreaming about? All day long. Lost in such nonsense. Do you even have the capacity for it? Tongtian, momentarily taken aback, felt his anger rise as he resolved to properly educate his disciple. However, upon turning back, he saw Lu Feng's serious demeanor. Master, rest assured, no matter whom I scheme against, I would never plot against you. You will always be the dearest master to your disciple. Tongtian felt a wave of emotion wash over him, even sensing moisture in his eyes. Indeed, over the years, he had been schemed against countless times by many. He once believed that his closest confidants were his two senior brothers. Yet it was precisely those he held most dear who had betrayed him. At the time of the investiture of the gods, there was even a desire to compel him to inscribe his name upon the divine roster. Fortunately, he endured. Upon reflection, it became evident that his disciple was indeed extraordinary, to the point of being almost incomprehensible. So remarkable that even Tongtian himself began to question whether he had acquired another master. Yet, upon further contemplation, it seemed unlikely that anyone else could cultivate such a disciple, except for Laozi. Despite Laozi having done nothing at all, that was of little consequence. This disciple of his possessed unparalleled intelligence and strategic acumen. However, upon closer examination, it became clear that he had never schemed against his own master. In that moment, Tongtian fell silent, his eyes clouded with nostalgia, oblivious to the fact that Lu Feng had quietly slipped away. As Lu Feng reached the threshold, he muttered to himself, "Why would I deceive you? Because, master, you are simply too naive. Deceiving you would serve no purpose." Upon hearing these words, Tongtian's gaze faltered, and all emotions vanished in an instant. "Lu Feng, halt this instant. I must strike you down today." With a thunderous crash, Lu Feng's figure burst forth from the Bayou Palace, while Tongtian pursued him with fervor, filled with ire. In the distance, Niwa witnessed this spectacle and covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. The other disciples of the Jie Sect, upon witnessing the scene, could only sigh in admiration. Their master had finally shown some backbone. Of course, Lu Feng had spun a tale. He had indeed plotted against Tongtian. He had harbored many thoughts for far too long. If he did not vent his frustrations in such a manner, it could have led to unforeseen complications. As for what complications might arise, one could only imagine the horrors of a millennia-old virgin stifled for such an extended period, utterly terrifying. After Lu Feng departed from the Bayou Palace, he returned to his own cave dwelling. Meanwhile, Hotu was temporarily settled on Golden Tortoise Island, primarily to consolidate her recently acquired cultivation. Upon returning to his cave, Lu Feng, during a moment of leisure prior to his departure, had begun crafting a novel. Though unfinished, he intended to complete it upon his return. No sooner had Lu Feng entered his cave than Emperor Xian, guided by Zhao Gongming, arrived at his doorstep. Upon entering, Emperor Xian was taken aback by the abundance of rare treasures strewn across the floor. Zhao Gongming had anticipated such a reaction and merely stated, "This is how it is with our senior brother. There's no helping it. He is simply too exceptional." He gestured forward and added, "By the way, senior brother's cave is over there. I will not accompany you. Whether he accepts you depends on your performance. Just a word of caution. Our senior brother currently has no disciples." With that, Zhao Gongming turned and departed. Emperor Xian, filled with determination, resolved that he must be accepted as a disciple of the Jie Sect's senior brother. Only in this way could his journey be deemed worthwhile. This became his singular goal. Armed with such resolve, Emperor Xian knocked upon the door of the cave. At that moment, Lu Feng had just completed the final touches of his novel. When Emperor Xian knocked, Lu Feng opened the door and said, "Come in." Then, Xian entered without surveying his surroundings, first bowing respectfully to Lu Feng. Lu Feng observed him and said, "Speak of your intentions." Xian hesitated for a moment before articulating, "I have come here to seek your mentorship, revered immortal." The notion of being sought as a master by a mere mortal emperor surprised Lu Feng slightly. After all, it was rather unusual. "What prompts this request?" Xian replied, "I have long admired you and have harbored a desire to become your disciple." Shortly after Xian spoke, the novel that Lu Feng had just completed began to emanate a subtle glow. causing Lu Feng to pause momentarily, then smile. It seemed that Xian was indeed fated to cross paths with him. The novel, freshly written, glimmered upon his arrival, indicating something significant. Lu Feng said, "Since you are so sincere, I shall accept you as my disciple." Upon hearing this, Xian's heart soared with joy, and he quickly bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master. Thank you." His elation was palpable, for Lu Feng's standing and abilities within the were undeniably remarkable. To be accepted by him was a stroke of tremendous fortune. At that moment, Lu Feng handed the completed novel to Xian, saying, "This is your opportunity. Go forth and contemplate it deeply." "Thank you, Master." Xian expressed his gratitude hurriedly. "Now, you may leave," Lu Feng instructed. Xian departed, carrying the fortune he had received from Lu Feng, with a strong premonition of an impending transformation, one that would manifest through the novel. Upon exiting Lu Feng's cave, Xian encountered several disciples of a tiger demon, a snake demon, and Ma Sui. Upon seeing the trio, Xian paused briefly, then promptly bowed, Greetings, esteemed senior uncles." The three were taken aback. Xian explained, "I am the disciple just accepted by Master." Understanding dawned on them. He was indeed the disciple of their elder brother. Their eyes fell upon the scroll in Xian's hands, and the black dog exclaimed, "Do you see what you hold? This is an unparalleled opportunity, capable of altering your destiny. Contemplate it wisely." The snake demon added, "Indeed, what your elder brother has bestowed upon you is the finest. Young one, you are destined to rise." Encouraged by their words, Xian nodded, affirming, "Rest assured, esteemed senior uncles, I will delve into it earnestly." With that, he took his leave. On his way, he encountered Tongtian, who had anticipated that, as the heavenly emperor and Xian, the human emperor, they would have much to discuss, especially being part of the same. However, just as he approached, he witnessed Xian opening a book, from which an aura of profound mystery radiated, drawing him into contemplation. The remarkable aura was palpable even to Tongtian, evoking a sense of envy. Clearly, Xian had encountered a fortuitous opportunity. However, both belong to thee and are equally emperors. Why does he not possess the Tao? Chapter 187. The visit of Luo Ho to the Jie Sect. Amidst the chaos, within the purple cloud palace, four ethereal figures stood before Hongjun, appearing almost insubstantial. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the silhouettes of the four revered beings. They had recently been reconstituted by Hongjun, their powers not yet restored to their zenith, rendering them exceedingly frail in appearance. Nevertheless, at this moment, they all lifted their heads, their gazes directed towards their master seated at the main seat. "Master," the Supreme One began, intending to inquire about Luo Ho. But recalling Hongjun's reaction on that day, he ultimately refrained from speaking directly. Instead, he shifted the inquiry, "What should we do next?" Indeed, such a question seemed to lighten Hongjun's demeanor considerably. Although his expression remained stern, after a brief pause, he slowly responded, "For now, let us postpone this matter until you all have fully recovered. As for Luo Ho, he has now taken residence in the primordial chaos, creating a significant calamity." The four sages appeared somewhat bewildered. The Supreme One sighed. "How has it come to this?" Hongjun narrowed his eyes. It was evident that he had begun to piece together the situation. Luo Ho had been lying in wait for an extended period, likely preparing numerous schemes. Today's outcome was certainly not the result of mere happenstance. The emergence of Yang may seem to suggest a long-standing connection with Luo Ho. However, what troubled Hongjun most was whether Luo Ho was acting alone. During that fateful battle, he, along with Taoist Yang Mei, the Yin-Yang ancestor, and Taoist Qin Kuan, combined their strengths with the six saints to confront Luo Ho. The eventual outcome saw Luo Ho's demise, albeit with a fragment of his primordial spirit escaping. Tragically, the Yin-Yang ancestor perished in that moment, while Yang Mei and Taoist Qin Kuan sustained severe injuries. Only Hongjun emerged with the lightest wounds. Following Luo Ho's death, the great calamity concluded, ushering in divine merit from the heavens. However, in his desire for soul possession, Hongjun employed cunning means, resulting in the deaths of both Yang Mei and Taoist Qin Kuan. Ultimately, the merit fell exclusively to him, leading to his ascension as the Tao ancestor. Had it not been for these machinations, it would have been far from simple for Hongjun to attain his current stature. Great achievers do not concern themselves with trifles. Their methods are anything but ordinary. Despite the current predicament, with Luo Ho resurfacing and news of Yang Mei's survival, Hongjun remained undaunted. If he were fearful, he would not have acted decisively on that day. However, today's developments were indeed unforeseen. First, Luo Ho's declaration of war was shockingly abrupt. even resorting to the use of the divine slaying spear to forcefully challenge him. Subsequently, after confronting him, he sacrificed an entire world, even utilizing a fragment of his own essence to forcibly divert Hong Jun's attention and eliminate the four saints. Then he broke through, ascending to the status of a Hunyuan heavenly Dao saint. Each event seemed intricately linked, leaving Hong Jun furrowing his brow, for, as he understood Luo Ho, such wisdom was uncharacteristic of him. To put it more bluntly, this was not the kind of stratagem one would expect from Luo Ho. And now, were it not for Yang Mei's final intervention, Hong Jun would have nearly directed his suspicions towards the figure standing behind the Jie. However, Yang Mei's appearance only added to the turmoil. At this moment, Hong Jun could not help but question whether it was not just Yang Mei who had survived, but also the Taoist of the universe. He narrowed his eyes for a long while before turning his gaze back to the four saints. Slowly speaking, this matter must be handled by Luo Ho, but there is no need for haste. He has just entered the primordial chaos and needs time to establish his footing. The four saints nodded, and one of them remarked, "Naturally, Luo Ho must take care of this, but there is another matter." He looked toward the four saints. Currently, the list of deities has already numbered 365, and the time for enshrinement has come, yet it remains unfulfilled. Following Hong Jun's words, Zhuan appeared somewhat embarrassed. However, Hong Jun refrained from elaborating further, simply continuing, "After this enshrinement, there will be a heavenly bestowal of merit. Although the list of deities lies in the hands of Jie, this heavenly merit should also be shared among you," Hong Jun proclaimed, "especially now that Luo Ho has returned to the primordial chaos, which has, to some extent, influenced the cosmic order. Thus you all." Hong Jun's gaze fell upon them as he stated, "Due to your contributions in the fight against Luo Ho, this merit has already been bestowed upon you." Upon hearing this, the four saints were momentarily taken aback. In truth, the change in cosmic order had occurred during the recent events when Hong Jun had brought the four saints to Luo Ho's domain. At that time, Hong Jun had indeed contemplated summoning Tongtian. However, he soon sensed the shift in cosmic forces, leading him to abandon the thought of calling Tongtian. After all, the power of merit could be distributed among the four of them. As for Tongtian, since he had others behind him, what need was there for his own intervention? With this power of merit, it was sufficient for you to fully recover from your injuries and break through once more. As Hong Jun concluded, the four saints displayed expressions of excitement. After all, what they had long awaited was about to materialize. They had eagerly anticipated an enhancement of their powers, which had unfortunately not been realized during their last encounter with Luo Ho. Now, as long as the enshrinement was completed, the power of merit would manifest. Thus, they were exceedingly willing. The four of them bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. We shall follow you faithfully and never waver." Hong Jun waved his hand dismissively, his expression remaining neutral. At that moment, within Mount Shumi, a tempest of demonic energy surged. The territory once belonging to the Western Sect had now changed hands, with the demonic sect establishing its presence here, boldly proclaiming its existence to the world. Interestingly, since the inception of the demonic sect, the two saints of the Western Sect had yet to make an appearance. Not only had they not shown themselves, but there had been no word from them at all. This was truly intriguing. At this moment, within the former Buddhist temple of the Western Sect on Mount Shumi, the air was now thick with demonic energy. Rauho sat upon the throne, surveying the 8 demon gods before him. He inquired, "What is your understanding of the current state of the primordial world?" One demon god stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he spoke. "Master of demons, we have discerned the situation clearly. The primordial realm has recently undergone a catastrophic event known as the Decree of Gods. This calamity is no less formidable than those that have transpired in the past, with even saints intervening. The 3 teachings of the Profound Gate, along with the Western Church, launched an assault against yet the latter emerged victorious. Following this battle, that has solidified its position as the preeminent sect, while the other 3 teachings have dwindled to near oblivion, with the Western Church's remaining influence being the most significant. However, it has been entirely eradicated by our demonic sect." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Rauho grasped the situation. Yet he sought further clarification, asking, "In the confrontation between thee and the 3 teachings, did a saint intervene?" Indeed, the saint of the faced the saints of the 3 teachings, and not only did he sustain no harm, but he also vanquished the primordial lord of the Chan sect and the saint of the Western Church, even consigning part of the latter's soul to the decree of gods. Rauho erupted in a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Fools, they are indeed fools. What a disappointment the teachings of Hong Jun have yielded." After a moment, as if reconsidering, he added, "Of course, I refer to those 4. The demon god then interjected, Master of Demons. It is said that the leader of thee and the goddess Nuwa are backed by other formidable beings. Huh. Then it seems Hongjun remains a fool. In this realm, only Raoho dared to speak thusly of Hongjun. With a clearer understanding of the primordial world, Raoho declared, it appears that the has positioned itself in opposition to Hongjun. In that case, I must pay a visit to this saint of the. At this, a demon god remarked, Master, is it necessary for you to go in person? A message to the saint of the would suffice. Raoho shook his head. Last time, I was defeated by isolation, while Hongjun had numerous allies at his side. No matter how strong I am, it is challenging to contend against so many simultaneously. This was the cause of my defeat. This time, since I harbor the ambition to rival Hongjun, I cannot act as I did before. He lifted his gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes. I shall forge an alliance with it to stand against Hongjun. If necessary, I may even relinquish some interests. Raoho resolved firmly, recognizing that forging ties with the would yield another ally. Turning to his subordinates, he cautioned, do not underestimate anyone. Our circumstances in the primordial realm are not what they once were. Though we may have stabilized for now, under the mandate of heaven, all is uncertain, and Hongjun remains ever the closest ally of the heavenly Tao. Indeed, with Raoho's declaration, the 8 demon gods nodded in unison. Luoho then declared, in that case, I shall pay a visit to the. With that, his figure transformed into a stream of light and departed from the scene. Within the confines of Jineo Island, Hao Tian witnessed Xian enter a state of profound contemplation. He had heard that the medium through which disciples of the obtained their fortunes was derived from the novels inscribed within scrolls. Prior to this moment, the concept had felt somewhat abstract. However, witnessing Xian's enlightenment firsthand made it all exceedingly clear. At that moment, Xian, who previously possessed only a modicum of cultivation, experienced an unexpected breakthrough. In an instant, he ascended a level, and that was merely the beginning. In the blink of an eye, he transcended to the realm of earth immortals, and then swiftly progressed through heavenly immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, and ultimately, to the great unity of profound immortal. Remarkably, while Hao Tian merely blinked, Xian achieved yet another breakthrough. The rapidity of this advancement left Hao Tian in a state of bewilderment. Even more astonishingly, Xian emanated an aura reminiscent of the ancient wilderness, an unfamiliar yet extraordinarily wondrous essence. Eventually, after reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, Xian's progress did not cease. He continued onward to the early stage of quasi-sainthood before finally stabilizing. Opening his eyes, he suddenly radiated an imposing presence and proclaimed, who dares to claim invincibility? Who would assert they are unbeaten? These words sent a shockwave through Hao Tian. Upon noticing Hao Tian's presence, Xian expressed a hint of curiosity. Brother Hao Tian, what brings you here? Your cultivation seems rather modest. I previously held you in high regard. Xian's bluntness drew a look of resentment from Hao Tian. Modest? In the 3 realms, aside from the saints, my reputation is quite formidable. It is merely in a place like thee, where quasi-saint peaks abound and saints occasionally appear, that I seem less remarkable. In any other context, I would undoubtedly be considered a strong contender. Hao Tian was eager to engage in debate, yet Xian had no intention of prolonging the conversation. Instead, he exclaimed with excitement, truly, my master provides unparalleled opportunities. He could already sense the immense power surging within him, which filled him with elation. Meanwhile, Hao Tian, amidst his astonishment, felt a profound envy. After all, he had witnessed Xian's remarkable ascent from a modest level of cultivation to the quasi-saint realm. This left Hao Tian questioning his own journey. Had all his previous efforts been in vain, with someone else surpassing him so swiftly? What kind of extraordinary means were at play here? It was simply too terrifying. He increasingly believed that this senior brother of the was far from ordinary. Perhaps even the most formidable individual within the, surpassing even the likes of the Tongtian and the goddess Nuwa. Hao Tian increasingly believed in his judgment. He felt it was time to pay a visit. Who knows, perhaps he could seize an opportunity. Even if nothing materialized, it would be prudent to establish a good rapport. Having made his decision, Hao Tian set forth towards the Lu Feng cave. Inside the cave, Lu Feng heard a familiar voice resonating in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. The completion of Holy Emperor's transmission has reached 86. You are rewarded with 100 million years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Path of the Wilderness. Current proficiency in the Path of the Wilderness stands at 89. Ding. All previously acquired rewards related to the path have been activated. The Path of the Wilderness has transformed into the Path of the Sacred, with a current proficiency of 50. As the system's voice faded, Lu Feng's reaction was rather subdued. However, one thing was certain. His cultivation had experienced a significant enhancement. A remarkably pure spiritual energy surged into Lu Feng's body, resulting in a muffled thud. Shortly thereafter, Lu Feng, who had originally reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Saint Realm, broke through the barrier and ascended to the 10th stage. The ascent did not cease there. He continued to break through until he reached the mid-10th stage. In that moment, as he felt the abundant power coursing through him, Lu Feng's eyes reflected no joy. He was deep in thought. He was nearing the realm of the Hunyuan Tiandao Saint. Yet he had yet to contemplate the path he should pursue. Having traversed the realm of Luoho, Lu Feng had come to a profound realization. Paths are not uniform. Hongjun followed the method of unity, while Luoho, due to his own circumstances, adhered to the method of annihilation. What about him? Should he follow suit? Should he pursue unity or annihilation, or perhaps carve out a new path of his own? Regardless of whether it was unity or annihilation, Lu Feng was not entirely satisfied. One felt excessively timid, the other excessively extreme. He believed there must be a more refined approach. Yet, at this moment, he was at a loss. Unbeknownst to Lu Feng, a figure cloaked in a dense aura of demonic energy was approaching from a distance, heading toward Jineo Island. This was the demon ancestor, Luoho. Upon catching sight of Jineo Island, Luoho narrowed his eyes slightly. He had gathered information regarding the Jie Jiao and discovered an intriguing individual, Lu Feng, the eldest disciple of Jie Jiao. Luoho keenly sensed that this person was, in fact, the most pivotal figure of Jie Jiao. He planned to pay a visit to Lu Feng first. Chapter 188, Lu Feng's Scheme, advising Luoho at this moment. The developments surrounding the investiture of the gods have already been communicated to the. Both Tongtian and Nuwa are well aware of the situation. Within the confines of Jineo Island, the two sages convened to express their perspectives on the matter. Tongtian remarked, "The investiture of the gods is an endeavor that must be undertaken. It cannot be overlooked." However, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. I recall that the Dao ancestor did not impose any prior regulations regarding this matter. It was presumably left for us to decide. Why, then, at this moment he harbored some doubts. Was there a hidden agenda behind Hongjuan's words? If not, why would he speak thus? The timing of the investiture is indeed quite astute, coinciding closely with Luoho's recent return. Such an event will undoubtedly be grand and significant. They must invest their utmost efforts into it. Yet, if Luoho were to seize the opportunity to strike, it would pit thee against him. Prior to this, Lu Feng had resolved to observe the unfolding events, refraining from engaging in their conflicts. However, the Dao ancestor's recent pronouncement compelled Tongtian to reconsider, as the stakes are extraordinarily high. With Luoho having recently returned to the primordial realm, this situation could potentially jeopardize what was once an advantageous opportunity. It could even disrupt Lu Feng's original strategy. Thus, Tongtian and Nuwa deliberated on the matter, seeking to reach a consensus. Tongtian, still furrowing his brow, continued, "Could it be that the Dao ancestor harbors some ulterior motives?" Nuwa, upon hearing this, also furrowed her brow slightly. After consuming the demon source fruit, her cultivation had indeed advanced, breaking through to a higher realm, which attests to the formidable efficacy of the fruit. In this moment, she too fell into contemplation. After a lengthy pause, Nuwa spoke, "It is difficult to say. However, every action taken by our teacher has profound significance. I suspect this instance is no different and will not be straightforward." Tongtian nodded in agreement. "My current concern is whether this will impact Fenger, especially considering Luoho has returned. Surely it cannot be so." Nuwa too bore a look of uncertainty, unsure of what to make of the situation. At that moment, as they hesitated, they suddenly sensed a potent surge of demonic energy, characterized by a destructive and frenzied essence, distinct and easily identifiable. Upon detecting this malevolent aura, both sages were momentarily taken aback. Tongtian exclaimed, "Luoho, he has arrived." "What?" Nuwa's expression shifted to one of shock as she too perceived Luoho's presence, her face revealing her astonishment. Outside Jineo Island, Luoho had indeed arrived. The sea lay tranquil, and Luoho cautiously restrained his aura, striving to appear as ordinary as possible. Standing outside Jineo Island, he sensed the formidable array within, which startled him profoundly. The formation is formidable indeed, he marveled, asserting that even the mastery of this array by Hongjun pales in comparison. It becomes evident that the truly harbors hidden talents, possessing the genuine prowess to triumph over the combined might of the three teachings. At this moment, Luohu stood outside the formation of Jineo Island and proclaimed loudly, "I, Luohu of the Demon Sect, have come to pay my respects. I beseech the esteemed members of for an audience." As Luohu's voice echoed, the beings within Jineo Island were suddenly taken aback. Luohu? The demon ancestor Luohu? What brings him here? Surely, he does not intend to target this sovereign? Oh, brother, you truly lack shame. With your gaudy red and green undergarments, even if offered freely to Luohu, he would disdain them. Bah, these are the grand underpants of my merit. Once I attain sanctity, empowered by virtue, who would dare to look down upon me? At this moment, the disciples have expressed their opinions. Apart from their initial astonishment, they did not seem overly concerned. However, while they remained indifferent, Tongtian was anything but. He was exceedingly apprehensive. Upon hearing Luohu's voice, his immediate reaction was one of dread. This is disastrous. The demon ancestor has come knocking. I must flee. He then felt a pang of regret for having ventured out from the Lingxiao palace, realizing the gravity of his folly. It seemed inevitable that would face ruin. Damn it, Tongtian lamented, oblivious to the fact that Luohu had come to pay a visit. While he failed to perceive this, Tongtian and Yuhua did. Their astonishment was even greater. They exchanged glances, both plagued by a singular thought. Is he out of his mind? Why would the esteemed demon ancestor, known for his ferocity, choose to visit rather than wreak havoc upon the Dao ancestors? Was he not dragging into the maelstrom as well? The dilemma lay in the fact that with Luohu's arrival, they had no choice but to meet him. Yet, doing so could easily lead to complications. This predicament weighed heavily on Tongtian, who found himself in a rather troublesome situation. Ultimately, he sighed, acknowledging that they had to meet him. There was no alternative. Thus, Tongtian and Yuhua approached the periphery, catching sight of Luohu outside. Contrary to their expectations, he did not exude an overwhelming aura of menace, nor did he manifest the anticipated demonic might. Instead, he restrained his presence, revealing his true form, captivating, handsome, yet imbued with a hint of wickedness. This was Luohu. Upon seeing Tongtian and Yuhua, Luohu smiled gently and remarked, "It has been a long time since we last met." Tongtian narrowed his eyes, questioning, "Luohu, what brings you here?" Yuhua's expression was equally unfriendly, reflecting her discontent. Luohu's notorious reputation was well known, and it was evident that they harbored no favorable impressions of him. Even after his arrival, they remained skeptical of his intentions. Upon observing the vigilant expressions of the two individuals, Luohu maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. There was no need for such hostility. My presence here is not intended to cause you any trouble. Despite Luohu's attempts to ease the tension, their expressions remained far from amiable. In response, Luohu merely smiled, seemingly indifferent to their demeanor. Tongtian inquired, "What exactly do you wish to accomplish?" Luohu turned his gaze towards Tongtian, smiled once more, and replied, "I have come in search of a person, the chief disciple of the Jie Sect, Feng." Upon hearing this, Tongtian's eyes glinted with intrigue. His immediate reaction was to consider that Feng might have a connection with Luohu. It was not entirely unfathomable, given that this disciple often engaged in various outrageous exploits. If there were indeed some rapport between them, it would not be too surprising. However, rationality dictated otherwise. There was another possibility to consider. Luohu harbored ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would he seek out Feng? Thus, apprehension flickered in Tongtian's eyes. Similarly, Yuhua's concern for Feng was no less than Tongtian's. At this moment, she narrowed her eyes, fixated on Luohu. Luohu, with open palms, stated, "I bear no malice. Rather, I wish to discuss certain matters." "What matters might those be? Perhaps you could enlighten us." Tongtian replied, his eyes narrowed, exuding an air of coldness. Yet, he remained uneasy, convinced that Luohu was not inclined towards benevolence. Even though Feng had previously assured him that Luohu posed no significant threat, he remained unable to quell his unease. At that moment, Feng also heard Luohu's voice and pondered the purpose of his visit. Nevertheless, since Luohu had arrived, a meeting was inevitable. Feng believed that his master and Yuhua would not be able to contend with Luohu. If Luohu truly desired, they would be at a disadvantage. Consequently, he resolved to take action and stepped outside, coincidentally witnessing their standoff. "Hey, what are you all doing?" Feng inquired. As he emerged, both Tongtian and Yuhua were taken aback. Quickly, Tongtian pulled Feng aside and whispered, "Fenger, why did you come out?" "Luohu is here specifically seeking you." "Seeking me?" Feng was momentarily bewildered, asking, "What does he want?" "Who knows? Perhaps he has taken a liking to you and wishes to drag you off for some torment." Feng cast a disdainful glance at Tongtian and remarked, "Master, seriously. It might be time to seek out a woman. You've been pent up for thousands of years and have become quite the oddball." Tongtian retorted, "What nonsensical thoughts are you entertaining? If word of that got out, no one would believe such words could come from a sage." With a resigned slap to his forehead, Lu Feng sighed. Could you not at least try to maintain a semblance of decorum? Tongtian responded. Isn't this precisely what I should be teaching you? How dare you turn this back on me? I am the master here, not you. In this moment, Tongtian felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustrations. Yet Lu Feng appeared utterly indifferent to his sentiments. Instead, he expressed curiosity about Luo Ho's visit. As Lu Feng turned to regard Luo Ho, the latter smiled and nodded, exuding a surprisingly amiable demeanor. In response, Lu Feng reciprocated with an innocent smile, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. Observing the naive and pure smile of his disciple, Tongtian suddenly realized that he had been overly concerned. Given Luo Ho's limited abilities, which even Hong Jun could not manage, how could he possibly contend with his disciple? His disciple had effortlessly devised a strategy that outsmarted both the demon ancestor and the Tao ancestor. What was there to worry about? It was truly absurd. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon Tongtian. He recognized his actions as unnecessary. Nuwa, seemingly having grasped this insight even earlier, chose silence. However, when Lu Feng glanced her way, she shot him a glare, appearing somewhat miffed yet undeniably charming. Unable to resist, Lu Feng playfully pinched her a couple of times, which elicited her immediate ire. He quickly dodged, but could not deny the pleasant sensation. Then, he turned to Luo Ho, inviting him to join. Would you care to sit with me? He asked. Certainly, Luo Ho replied without hesitation. Consequently, the formation opened, allowing Luo Ho to enter. Tongtian and Nuwa had exerted considerable effort to prevent Luo Ho's entrance, fearing potential complications, even delaying for half a day. Yet here they were, having just met, and Lu Feng had readily invited him in. Come, let's sit together, Lu Feng suggested. Luo Ho accepted without formality, and the two departed, leaving Tongtian and Nuwa in stunned silence, staring at one another, momentarily at a loss for words. Returning to Lu Feng, he had successfully brought Luo Ho along. He had surmised Luo Ho's intentions. Such politeness was inconsistent with Luo Ho's usual demeanor, indicating a desire for cooperation. A madman, albeit a composed one, possessed the strength to oppose the old schemer. Ultimately, they were all dangerous entities. Lu Feng, however, harbored no fear of such dangers. Thus, he remained calm, even contemplating the possibility of taking advantage of Luo Ho's visit. It seemed improbable that Luo Ho would journey this far without bringing a gift. Upon arriving at Lu Feng's domain, Luo Ho, like others before him, was taken aback, his eyes widening with surprise as he beheld the abundance of resources. Clearly, he had not anticipated such a wealth of innate spiritual roots present here. This revelation astonished Luo Ho immensely. Lu Feng glanced at him and remarked, "This is nothing. There's even more over there." Following Lu Feng's gesture, Luo Ho beheld yet another vast expanse of flourishing spiritual roots, including numerous innate ones, which left him utterly astounded. Gasping in disbelief, Lu Feng spread his hands and nonchalantly remarked, "In truth, it is merely a personal hobby." Then, Luo Ho forcefully expelled the half-formed breath of cold air from his lungs, feeling as though he had been looked down upon. Fortunately, Lu Feng's implication was not overtly clear, allowing Luo Ho to brush it aside. However, it was evident that the conversation had reached a pivotal point. Lu Feng turned to Luo Ho and straightforwardly asked, "So, what are your intentions regarding our collaboration?" Upon hearing this, Luo Ho was momentarily taken aback, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. "How did you discern my purpose?" Lu Feng shot him a glance, urging him to speak plainly. Luo Ho hesitated. "How do you know my intentions?" Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite easy to deduce. You cannot contend with Hong Jun, and given that he harbors animosity towards us, you must be seeking cooperation, unless you intend to work for him." Luo Ho indeed found this to be quite accurate, though he felt as if he had been subtly mocked. Nonetheless, he did not conceal much and replied, "I have indeed come seeking collaboration. What are your thoughts on this matter?" At that moment, Lu Feng suddenly turned to him and said, "I have an idea that could certainly ensnare Daozu, but the cost is significant. Do you have any thoughts?" Luo Ho squinted. "Feel free to elaborate." Lu Feng continued, "The investiture of the gods has concluded. Following its end, there will be celestial merits descending upon us." Luo Ho regarded him intently. And then, this time, the investiture of the gods was originally meant to be presided over by the Chan sect, yet it ultimately fell to the Jie sect. When the investiture is completely finalized, there is no doubt that celestial merits will descend. Do you believe that, given our current relationship with Hong Jun, he would allow those merits to be bestowed upon the Jie sect? Luo Ho shook his head. No. Not only will he not allow it, but he will likely intervene as well. This was an inevitability. Given Luo Ho's understanding of Hong Jun, turning to Lu Feng, he inquired, Do you intend to meddle in this matter? Lu Feng nodded. The power of merit is bound to descend, and should Hong Jun interfere, it will naturally be dispersed, possibly leaving us with nothing. Then, let us ensure that no one receives it. Lu Feng stated emphatically. We shall sacrifice all these celestial merits. Luoho gazed at him, somewhat perplexed. Lu Feng elaborated. While the heavenly Tao is complete, it still possesses flaws. Your departure has rendered the demonic path incomplete. Thus, if we were to restore the demonic path under the influence of the heavenly Tao, it would compel the heavenly Tao to owe you a debt of karma. Moreover, this endeavor would require the sacrifice of only a few subordinates on your part. However, once successful, it would result in the heavenly Tao owing a debt of karma. Consider the implications. Since the heavenly Tao now owes a debt, it is bound to repay. As the representative of the heavenly Tao, Hong Jun must adhere to its will. If the heavenly Tao is to repay its debts, what actions might he take? As he spoke, Lu Feng's lips curled slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his features. As Luoho narrowed his eyes, it was evident that he felt a stirring within. To compel the heavenly Tao to owe a debt of causality would surely mean that Hong Jun would be forced to assist in repaying that debt. Such a scenario would be far more intriguing.